When I was 3 years old, I was abducted. The trafficker found me too noisy and threw me into Wolf Mountain. Just as I was about to freeze to death, the Wolf King brought me back to the wolf's den. I thought I would be a dessert after dinner, but I unexpectedly found that I could understand the language of the wolves. So I quickly hugged the Wolf King's leg, recognized him as my wolf father and mother, and lived a good life with the wolf dad's love and the wolf mom's pampering, surrounded by wolf brothers and sisters. Why is there a child here? I breathed a sigh of relief when I heard someone speaking. My colleagues are really supportive. They pulled me back from the brink of death. But why does this conversation sound strange? I struggled to open my eyes, just about to ask where the child came from, whether there were more patients, but found 4 green eyes in sight, flickering like ghostly lights. I almost blurted out a curse, instantly sobered up and quickly shrank back. Damn! These are wolves, and there are 2 of them. I was so anxious that I was about to cry, but suddenly realized something was wrong. I raised my hand and saw a pair of chubby little hands. I quickly touched my face. How did I become a child? And the 2 wolves in front of me just looked at me like this, with expressions on their faces that were amazing one after another. What is she doing? Is this what humans call a fool? I subconsciously retorted when I heard the conversation. You are the fool. Silence. The small ball curled up under the big tree, and the wolves that were N times bigger than me instantly proved that how could I understand what they were saying? The wind blew through the woods, and the rustling sound was particularly eerie in the quiet forest, where a little person and 2 wolves were still in a stalemate. Achoo! Achoo! I sneezed several times from the cold wind blowing. The mother wolf beside me took a step to the side. I thought she was going to eat me. I was so scared that I quickly spoke up. Don't eat me. Human flesh is sour and not tasty. The 2 wolves were speechless. Have you eaten it? Otherwise, how would you know it tastes bad? This time I am very sure. I can really understand what the 2 wolves are saying, so I quickly replied. No, I guessed. This time, the 2 wolves were dumbfounded. Can you understand what we are saying? The one who spoke up this time was the male wolf. My eyes lit up, knowing that an opportunity had come. I nodded quickly, saying, I can understand. I can understand. Can you please not eat me? I really don't taste good. I shook my little arm while speaking, and quickly pulled it back. Sigh. It's really cold. Who the hell left me in this deep mountain on such a cold day? The 2 wolves looked at each other, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Really, someone can understand their conversation. It's amazing. Leaving her here would freeze her to death, so we decided to take her back to the den. The she-wolf and the male wolf discussed it. The male wolf glanced at me with a furrowed brow. Unable to resist his wife's plea, he had to compromise. The mother wolf was overjoyed. Child, come up. We'll take you back. The mother wolf slowly approached and lay down in front of me. I glanced at the 2 wolves. I had naturally heard their discussion just now, but going back to the wolf's den? That's not a child's play. It's a one-way trip, isn't it? Suddenly, a cold wind blew over, making me shiver. It seems staying here won't do me any good. My small arms and legs would definitely freeze to death overnight. Regardless, I inexplicably turned into a little baby, arrived at this strange place, encountered 2 wolves, and could even understand their conversation. It's just like a dream. After I figured it out, I looked at the 2 wolves and asked again with certainty, You really won't eat me? I'm not eating anymore. It's too cold here. We'll take you home. The mother wolf said softly. I took a deep breath, looked at the male wolf and then at the female wolf, decisively lay down on the back of the female wolf, the cold wind whistling by my ears. If it weren't for the female wolf's fur being so soft and warm, I think I would have frozen to death. I don't know how long we ran. The mother wolf finally stopped. When I looked up, I realized we had arrived. Before I could even take a good look at the cave, 2 little wolves came running over. They nuzzled and whimpered around the mother wolf, acting coquettishly. I lay on the back of the mother wolf and curiously watched them. The 2 wolf cubs were obviously not very big, with a cute and innocent look on their faces, and their fur was also gray and white. Very beautiful. They also noticed me. The 2 wolves and I stared at each other like this, wondering who she is, why she looks like this, and how different she is from us. The mother wolf put me down and explained to her 2 sons that I am a human who was thrown into the forest by people and we picked her up. The 2 wolf cubs were instantly alert when they heard it was a human. It turned out that this was what Uncle and the others meant by humans. She looks so small. She must not taste good. Sitting on the ground, I feel like crying without tears. Can you stop eating back and forth? Can you not scare me to death? Fortunately, the mother wolf quickly came to her rescue. She slowly licked the 2 wolf cubs and said, She is still a little girl. Don't scare her. You are her brothers. You must take good care of her. Understand? The 2 wolf cubs' eyes glowed when they heard the word brother. They were finally not the youngest anymore. They became brothers too. and immediately circled around Lin Xiaoxiao in excitement. We're brothers too. So she's the sister? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the two not yet full moon wolf cubs in front of her as a brother, a wail in her heart. She is much older than them all, but in the territory of others. Want to live? You have to be able to bend and bend. Know what's right and wrong. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately very dogged and soft and cute shouted, "Hello brothers." The two wolf cubs jumped up in joy, and dust splattered all over Lin Xiaoxiao, causing her to cough. Lin Xiaoxiao silently wept, but tried to smile along, just hoping they wouldn't eat themselves. The she-wolf organized the haystack and bit Lin Xiaoxiao's clothes to place her on the haystack. You can sleep here today. Don't worry, we won't eat you. The grass underneath her was soft, and before Lin Xiaoxiao could finish moving, she was shocked by the words "eat yours" and shivered. There's no need to hang on to it all the time. The two wolf pups followed suit and plopped down, one on Lin Xiaoxiao's left and one on Lin Xiaoxiao's right, wrapping her in the center. The wolf's fur was soft and warm. Lin Xiaoxiao finally didn't feel cold anymore and tentatively reached out her small hand to touch it. It was so soft that she couldn't help but touch it again. The two wolf cubs giggled at her touch, and Lin Xiaoxiao slowly became less nervous. The male wolf slowly paced over. The aura was heavenly, as if everything in this world should prostrate at his feet. Lin Xiaoxiao silently withdrew her hand and obediently sat down. The male wolf froze for a moment when he saw such a well-behaved Lin Xiaoxiao. Her fleshy little face was very cute even if it was dirty, and her pair of eyes were even different from those of their wolf clan, dark like wild grapes in the mountains, making one's heart happy when one looked at them. Whose child are you and why did those people throw you to Wolf Mountain? The male wolf asked. Lin Xiaoxiao inwardly growled. She didn't know. She just fainted from surgery and woke up in this shape. This body is at most 3 years old. Her brain is even no memory. How does she know who she is and why those people threw her away? Nope. Are you saying that someone threw me away? Lin Xiaoxiao even used honorifics. The male wolf nodded. He watched from afar as the two athletic men dropped the boy and ran off, only to take his wolf queen over to check it out, wanting to pick it up and give it to the two wolf pups for their meat, not realizing that the girl wasn't dead yet, and that she was still able to communicate with them. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sank. Since she was thrown away, it meant that this body of hers now had a home. And who were those people? Why would they throw her, a 3-year-old child, into such a dangerous place like Wolf Mountain? If she didn't happen to be able to understand these two wolves today, wouldn't she be buried in the mouths of the wolves? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her small arms and legs. What kind of person was so cruel that they wouldn't even let a 3-year-old child go? I don't know. I don't remember anything. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. She really didn't have any memories of this body, so it was impossible to know why the other party had thrown her away. If the average person disliked a girl, they could have thrown her on the road or given her up for adoption. How could they have thrown her on Wolf Mountain, clearly wanting her life? The Wolf King's green eyes kept staring at her, and seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao always had a blank look on her face, she was convinced that she really didn't remember anything. It's okay, since I've picked it all up, I'll keep it. The Wolf King turned to leave, and when he reached the entrance of the cave said something to the Wolf Queen, which Lin Xiaoxiao didn't hear clearly as she was caught up in her own thoughts. It was only once the Wolf King left that the two wolf pups came over to Lin Xiaoxiao and started talking. Daddy is the Wolf King, the most powerful wolf in our wolf clan. Lin Xiaoxiao froze and swallowed her saliva. Wolf King? Good guy. If they really don't eat themselves, they are hugging a super thick golden thigh, with the Wolf King protecting them. Are you still afraid that they won't be able to survive in this deep mountain forest? Looking at the Wolf King's family, it seems that they really don't intend to eat themselves. Lin Xiaoxiao decided to look at her current situation first. As soon as she came, she was in a deep forest, and she didn't know what kind of situation or era was outside. She could only guess that it should be ancient times based on the clothes she was wearing. After all, no one had been wearing clothes like this inside and outside since the Republic of China. And then look at their own small arms and legs. Hold up the sky, 3-year-old baby, suddenly 25 years younger. I do not know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know if it was because she was too tired and her body was warmed up by the two wolf cubs, but Lin Xiaoxiao started to get sleepy just thinking about it, and she really fell asleep leaning on the wolf cubs like this. In the dream, Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to have come to a paradise, surrounded by mountains on all sides, haunted by a blanket of white mist, just like a fairyland. In the middle of the mountains on the flat land, located in a 3-story cottage, Lin Xiaoxiao tears want to get close to it. This is her little cottage. Before she could get close, there was a noise in her ears, and Lin Xiaoxiao woke up, confused and just about ready to complain about how she was still disturbing people's dreams, when she was almost scared to death in place by the scene in front of her. Around her, there were only 2 young wolf pups, but now there were 3 more adult wolves, just wolfing at her. Sister, big brother, second brother and third sister are back from foraging. Look, The little wolf cub on her left arched her arm, impatient for her to call out. No, call the wolf. Surrounded by wolves, Lin Xiaoxiao's brain was in downtime. Are you the human that father and mother picked up? The male wolf that stood in the center with the largest body type and a strand of silver-white hair growing between his eyebrows looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and asked. This aura, it's a match for the Wolf King. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded sagely. Aha! This time it was the white-furred male wolf who was surprised that she could actually understand what she was saying. Without waiting for him to continue speaking, a wolf next to him with a pure black back but grayish-white limbs came over and spoke with a voice full of novelty. Can you really understand? Sister, I am second brother. Can you understand? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded her head obediently. Second brother. Ouch. Wolfie too is happy. So rare. Followed by a body gray and white wolf pushed aside the wolf's second brother to come in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. What a beautiful wolf. More beautiful than the wolves she had seen in the animal world and in any zoo. Body gray and white fur, without a little bit of messy color. Can be said that it is a fine product among the wolves. She opened her mouth, and it was actually a soft female voice like the wolf queen's. Ignore them. I'm the third sister. Can you really understand us? Lin Xiaoxiao could love this wolf third sister too much. It was so good looking. No one could resist good looking things. No. Hello third sister. Lin Xiaoxiao was resolutely pouting and cute. The third wolf sister followed suit with a wail. The human cubs were really too cute. She directly stuck out her tongue and licked Lin Xiaoxiao, licking Lin Xiaoxiao all over her mouth. Lin Xiaoxiao, there's no need to be so enthusiastic. After meeting each other in the Wolf King's family, Lin Xiaoxiao slowly accepted the fact that she was in a wolf's den, except for being startled from time to time, but she had already accepted the fact that she was in a wolf's den. The Wolf King returned from outside with a large wrapped-up leaf in his mouth and placed it in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. You can't eat raw meat. Only pick you some wild fruit. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at these wild fruits and drooled. She was indeed hungry, grabbed one and wiped it haphazardly on her body before taking a bite. Oh, yummy. Thank you, Wolf King. Lin Xiaoxiao was a good boy. She had to say thank you after eating something. The Wolf King's eyes softened a bit and he nodded and left with a proud stride. Lin Xiaoxiao ate 2 fruits in a row and her little stomach was full, so it was true that people eat less, eat and drink enough and then look at their own all dirty. This time if you can have a hot water bath would be good. So miss their own cottage. I do not know a moment to fall asleep will not dream. Almost as soon as the thought passed through her mind, Lin Xiaoxiao realized that she had changed places, where there was still the shadow of the Wolf King's family around her. There was only the valley haunted by the immortal aura and the small villa in the distance. Lin Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. Could this be the idea space? Just as she spilled out and ran towards the cottage to get ready for a comfortable bath, Wolf 4 and Wolf 5, who had been escorting her, were dumbfounded. Ow! Daddy! Mommy! My sister is gone. The 2 wolf pups were dumbfounded. The little girl who had just been in their arms had disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the 2 wolf pups were so anxious that they circled in place. Even the other wolves were startled. Lin Xiaoxiao in the valley will hear the sounds outside clearly. Look at everything here. And then think of the wolf 4th brother and wolf 5th brother cannot find their own anxious look. Lin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. Since there is a space, then they can come in at any time, although only half a day together. But Lin Xiaoxiao can feel the Wolf King's family is very good to himself. The feelings of the animal is the purest. Wolf 4th brother and wolf 5th brother anxious voice repeatedly came. Lin Xiaoxiao decided to go out first. With the thought of going out in her head, Lin Xiaoxiao had indeed re-entered the cave as soon as she opened her eyes. Wolf 4 and Wolf 5 quickly ran towards her with an eager look on their faces. Sister, where have you been? Why have you suddenly disappeared? Lin Xiaoxiao wasn't worried that the Wolf King's family would think of herself as a demon. After all, what was so rare about being able to understand them? I just suddenly realized an amazing place, so I went to check it out. Wolf 4th brother Wolf 5th brother immediately came up. What magical place? Is it fun? Can you take us there? Lin nodded and grabbed one in one hand and closed her eyes to try and get back into space, trying a few times and realizing that it didn't work. Then she let go of Wolf 4 Wolf 5 and closed her eyes and thought about space in her head, then came back in. Outside, the 4th wolf brother, the 5th wolf brother, wailed and wailed again, and Lin Xiaoxiao rushed out. It seems that only herself can enter this space, so she had no choice but to apologize to Wolf 4th brother Wolf 5th brother. 4th brother, 5th brother, it seems that only myself can enter. The 2 wolf cubs were a bit disappointed and drooped their heads. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't bear to see them and hurriedly comforted them. It's fine. It's fine. Maybe I'm too small. I'll take you guys when I grow up a bit. The 2 wolf pups looked up instantly. Really? Then when will you grow up? 3 years later. The already adult wolf fourth brother and wolf fifth brother carried the 6-year-old Lin Xiaoxiao through the forest. The two wolf pups had grown into tall, powerful beasts, while Lin Xiaoxiao was still a tiny little mass, only so much bigger than when she first arrived. There's a rabbit over there. Fourth brother, charge! Lin Xiaoxiao was lying on wolf fourth brother's back, pointing at the rabbit in front of them that they were chasing and couldn't escape from. Excited to the extreme, the two wolves and one person hopped around among the forest, and soon the rabbit was exhausted and was slapped to the side of the road by the paw of the wolf's fifth brother, and fainted with both eyes closed. Wolf fifth brother was just about to open his mouth and bite down into the rabbit's neck when Lin Xiaoxiao stopped him in time. Fifth brother, don't bite the skin. Wolf V reversed direction and snapped the rabbit's neck with a paw. Lin Xiaoxiao went up and directly collected the rabbit into the space. Roast rabbit meat for Dot and Peach at night, and there were a few rabbit skins left over from earlier, so them up to use as a nest for them. A lot has happened in 3 years. The Wolf King and Queen decided to raise Lin Xiaoxiao as her own child, and Lin Xiaoxiao, who had no one to depend on, simply changed her mouth and followed a few wolf brothers and sisters to call out to her father and mother. There was also the space she had discovered, which she could finally get in and out of freely after a few days of practicing, and the ability to put things in and out of it as she pleased. In the space, Lin Xiaoxiao also found a spring. According to the Wolf King said, the water out of this spring is full of spiritual qi. Not outside these ordinary mountain springs can be compared. Lin Xiaoxiao simply put the wolf cave to drink all the water into the spring of the spiritual spring. Not only that, Lin Xiaoxiao also used the spiritual spring to water the fruit trees in the mountains, and then the ripe fruits to give the wolves of the wolf clan to eat. And from time to time will be the spring to lead out into the wolves drinking water in the mountain spring. Of the mountain spring, wolves are already psychic, and they become even smarter when they are raised by the spirit spring. 2 years ago the big brother wolf found his beloved she-wolf and married her, and this year he just gave birth to 2 little wolf cubs, and Lin Xiaoxiao named them. The male called Little Dot, and the little she-wolf called Little Peach. Lin Xiaoxiao rolled back over onto the back of the wolf's fourth brother and wiggled her legs, so cozy that she couldn't fall off even if the wolf bounced faster. Where else do you want to go? Wolf V asked. In these 3 years Lin Xiaoxiao had almost played all the Wolf Mountain hills. Lin Xiaoxiao thought for a moment. Let's go to the Jedi Cliffs. Auntie said that Auntie Wuya hurt her body when she gave birth to her cubs, so she asked me to go and give her a look. Ever since Lin Xiaoxiao had named her own family, the wolves had begun to fashion names, and each wolf had its own name now. And she, a genius medical doctor from the 22nd century, was now working as a veterinarian in the dozens of hills surrounding the wolf clan. Good in the villa has her small medicine box, and followed the small medicine box has also changed to throw. No matter what she wants to see what disease, see what injury, open the small medicine box are the medicine and paraphernalia that she needed at that time. It is simply a home travel essential good, more accurate than those high-tech all kinds of testing instruments. But over the past 3 years, all that came out of the little medicine chest was veterinary medicine, and Lin Xiaoxiao could feel the resentment of the little medicine chest. The Jedi Cliffs weren't far from their mountain, and with the speed of Wolf Brother 4 and Wolf Brother 5 it was only a moment's effort to get there. Before they reached the place, Wolf Fifth Brother threw back his head and let out a long whistle, and when they arrived, they saw about 10 wolves guarding the hill waiting for them, and they were greeted by one wolf whistle after another. Xiao Xiao. The lead wolf leapt a few steps closer and took Lin Xiaoxiao from the back of the wolf's fourth brother onto his own back. Lin Xiaoxiao giggled and sweetly shouted, "Uncle Blacktooth." The male wolf named Blacktooth carried Lin Xiaoxiao towards the cave, while telling the other wolves to disperse, leaving only Wolf 4 and Wolf 5 to follow behind into the cave. In the cave, the 3 half-grown wolf cubs were happy to see Lin Xiaoxiao and pounced over, lying at her feet and exposing their bellies, waiting for Lin Xiaoxiao to touch them. Lin Xiaoxiao touched them one by one before leading them to the side of the she-wolf Waya. Waya was shocked when she gave birth. These 3 wolf cubs were born thanks to Lin Xiaoxiao, otherwise they would have been dead in one body. Waya was very grateful to Lin Xiaoxiao for saving their mother and son. The 3 wolves. Dawn is here. Aunt Waya. Lin Xiaoxiao sweetly shouted and went forward to examine Waya, once again lamenting in her heart. Really, the veterinarian has been a veterinarian for a long time and she's almost forgotten that she's a serious doctor. Luckily for Waya, she was only damaged from the birth and her body's vitality, so it was no big deal. Opened the small medicine box, which was already prepared with various vitamins suitable for animals. Lin Xiaoxiao took it out and divided it up and put it in the leaves and wrapped it so that Waya could chew and eat it together with the leaves, lest they didn't have the hands to open the cap. After doing this, Lin Xiaoxiao played with the 3 little wolves for a while and put some spirit spring water in the pool in their wolf cave before leaving the Jedi Cliffs with Wolf 4th and Wolf 5th. The black-toothed wolf kept dropping them off at another hill before turning back. Lin Xiaoxiao hugged the small medicine box, feeling the small medicine box's infinite grievances, and softly soothed. There's always a chance to get out. It's not like you'll be a veterinarian for the rest of your life. After saying this, she didn't care if the little pillbox still had any grievances, and directly put it back into the space. Returning to her own cave, just as she arrived at the door, she saw flowers and fruits all over the ground. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and picked a big, red mountain apple, nibbling on it as she entered the cave. Three sisters suitors to send flowers to send fruit again. Flowers, of course, is given to her third sister Wu Shui. Fruit, naturally, is for her, in order to pursue her third sister to please her. No problem. The Wu Shui that was nourished by Lin Xiaoxiao's spirit spring was now more and more beautiful, with shiny fur and pure color. Even Lin Xiaoxiao sometimes couldn't move her eyes away, not knowing which wolf would be cheaper in the future to be worthy of her third sister, only to see Wu Shui a lazy face lying on their own boulder, like a noblewoman. Heard her words, even lazily raised her head, only faintly said, "They love to send on send. You like it all to you." Lin Xiaoxiao ran over to Nestle next to Wu Shui and lamented, "I don't know what kind of wolf would be worthy of a stunning beauty like my third sister." Wu Shui lazily sked. "Anyway, not this gang of wolf cubs on Wolf Mountain. One by one. Not as good looking as her, even if she is not. Even the ability is not as big as her." Wolves were different from people. Wolves were extremely loyal animals and would only choose one mate in their lifetime. Once chosen, it was life and death. Lin Xiaoxiao knew that, so she never pushed. The Black Wolf King and Wolf Queen, who slowly and leisurely walked in from outside the cave, looked at the sisters. "You've beaten up all the good male wolves in the entire Wolf Mountain. Akshu, you're not too old to be looking for a wolf companion for the rest of your life?" The Wolf Queen gave Akshu a look and sighed along with her. Wu Shui, however, was not impressed. "That's because they're not capable. The wolf companion in my mind must be the best of the wolves, the king of the jungle." The Wolf King was helpless. Their family had Xiao Zhao's spirit spring to feed them, and the things they ate were all things with spiritual qi grown in Xiao Zhao's space, and their spiritual intelligence had long since been no different from that of a human being, and even if Xiao Zhao would distribute the spirit spring to the other wolves of the wolf clan, that would still be different from their family. "My daughter's requirements are so high that there is no match in the entire Wolf Mountain. What can I do about it?" Xiao Zhao said that in the snowy mountains to the north, there is a snow wolf with a snowy white body. Wu Shui spoke with longing. She had seen the atlas that Xiao Zhao had brought out, and that snowy white snow wolf was the best choice of wolf companion in her mind. The Black Wolf King grunted. "The Snow Wolf clan never enters the world, and considers its bloodline noble not to make peace with other wolf clans, so you can just spend it, and when your auntie and I are both gone, let's see who else you can marry." This is simply a large-scale marriage urging scene. Lin Xiaoxiao patted Wu Shui's paw with a sympathetic face and pounced over to embrace the Black Wolf King's neck and pampered him. "Ah, Dad is still young, and there's still Xiaoxiao's spiritual spring to nourish him, so he'll definitely be able to live a long life." Facing Lin Xiaoxiao, the Black Wolf King only had favor left, carefully put away his sharp claws, afraid of scratching Lin Xiaoxiao's fragile skin. He didn't forget that before Little 4 and Little 5 were playing around with Lin Xiaoxiao, just a light one time and scratched Lin Xiaoxiao's arm red, but he and the Wolf Queen's heart ached. "Still, Xiaoxiao is good." The Wolf King touched Lin Xiaoxiao's little face with his nose, causing Lin Xiaoxiao to giggle, and the entire wolf cave was filled with the laughter of a human child. So if someone would have passed by here this time, they would have found it eerie. After Lin Xiaoxiao had finished pampering herself, she pulled out all the prey she had shot in the space and began to process it at the entrance of the wolf cave. Ever since Lin Xiaoxiao had arrived, all the food in their house had been processed and cooked before they ate it. The cottage has all the pots and pans and is easy to access. A big pot of stew was ready. Lin Xiaoxiao took a small pot and filled it, called up the fourth wolf brother and the fifth wolf brother and ran to the cave of the big wolf brother, Black Wind, to give food to the two little nephew wolves. When he came back, it was Black Wind himself who sent Lin Xiaoxiao back. A human and a pack of wolves get along as harmoniously as they can. As the sun set and the moon hung high, Lin Xiaoxiao nestled beside Wu Shui and had fallen asleep. Just then, movement came from outside the cave, causing the few wolves in the cave to instantly wake up. Lin Xiaoxiao was unmoved and rolled over to continue sleeping. The Black Wolf King signaled Wu Shui not to wake Lin Xiaoxiao and got up to come outside the cave. It didn't take long for Lin Xiaoxiao to be woken up by shouting, "Sister, Xiaoxiao, second brother picked up a toy for you. Come and take a look." The shout came from outside the cave. Lin Xiaoxiao almost fell off the stone bed with a jolt, causing Wu Shui to growl at the cave. "Black Flame, scare Xiaoxiao and I'll bite you to death." Wu Shui showed her teeth, obviously angry. Lin Xiaoxiao sat up and rubbed her eyes. "Third sister, what's wrong?" Wu Shui instantly changed her face and softly coaxed, "It's fine. Your second brother seems to have brought you a toy from outside. Want to go take a look?" Lin Xiaoxiao jumped up with joy at the sound of the toy, jumped off the rock and ran towards the outside of the cave. and just as she reached the doorway, she smelled a smell of blood. Second brother, are you hurt? Lin Xiaoxiao subconsciously went to look at her wolf second brother. Black fire touched or little sister sweet, another sister, do not want it. Black fire came up to invite credit and generally spoke. Xiao Xiao, brother picked up a toy for you. After saying that, he also proudly took his paw and pulled the thing placed on the ground. Lin Xiaoxiao took a look and drew a breath of cold air, almost not fainting from fear. This bloody thing on the floor, it's a person, right? It is, isn't it? Lin Xiaoxiao quickly crouched down to check the man's pulse, which was still beating, still alive. The Black Wolf King stared at Blackfire. Where did you pick someone up? Blackfire raised his paw and pointed at his companion with him. Black Mountain and I wanted to go outside the mountain for a while, and when we saw this man collapsed in the forest, who was quite good looking, we thought to pick him up and give him to Xiao Xiao as a toy. The Black Wolf King's face was grim. You guys came out of the mountain? Blackfire and Black Mountain's face changed. Bad. Focusing on picking up toys for Xiao Xiao. Forgetting the rules of the wolf clan, the two wolves slowly backed up, wanting to slip away. Ah, Dad, he's still alive. Lin Xiao Xiao raised her head at this time and said. The Wolf King glared hard at the two wolves and looked down at his little girl, reading her instantly, bending down and biting into the toy's clothes and carrying it into the hole. Kuroyama bumped Blackfire. That means still running or not? Blackfire glanced into the hole, then at his little sister who was glaring at him with crossed arms, and smiled awkwardly. Run? If I run now, I'm afraid my legs will be broken the next time I come back. Let's see what happens first. The two wolves followed into the cave. The smell of blood blowing along the wind scattered to all parts of the Wolf Mountain. Not long after the Black Wolf King's cave inside and outside gathered a lot of rush to see the situation of the wolves. They live in the deep mountains. The smell of human blood is not often smelled, and the only human on the whole Wolf Mountain is Xiao Xiao. And the smell of blood and drifting out from the Black Wolf King's cave. We all thought that it was something wrong with Xiao Xiao. Rushed to rush over. Once they saw that it wasn't Lin Xiao Xiao who was injured, everyone was quite relieved. But when they saw the bloody man, they were still curious and stayed behind. At this time Lin Xiao Xiao sat on the boulder and pulled out her own small medicine box. The small medicine box seemed to be very excited. Finally let it be normal for a while to save people. A brain to Lin Xiao Xiao pulled out quite a lot of medicines and tools to cure injuries. Just gauze is more than a dozen rolls. Lin Xiao Xiao looked at the small pillbox that was still trying to spit something out, and fiercely slapped it. And the small pillbox instantly became honest. The Wolf Queen scooped up water and handed it to Lin Xiao Xiao. Lin Xiao Xiao first wiped the man's face clean before she could see the man's appearance. His lips were red and teeth were white. If you ignored his pale face at this time, this was definitely a handsome young male, looking not too old. In his late teens, he had a number of traumatic injuries, the worst being a cut on his back that went deep into his flesh and could become inflamed and pus-filled if left untreated, as well as a number of abrasions elsewhere on his body. Lin Xiao Xiao stripped the clothes off of him and had the Black Wolf King turn him over, pouring peroxide on the wound like it was no money. The unconscious teenager seemed to be in pain and his body kept trembling. Lin Xiao Xiao was worried that he would wake up from the pain, thinking about whether to use anesthesia. Just look at him on the grunt and passed out. Lin Xiao Xiao simply do not care, cleaned up the wound, began to sew medication in one fell swoop. In order to prevent inflammation of the wound, Lin Xiao Xiao also gave him a shot of anti-inflammatory drugs, and at this time, the unconscious Xia Xiaoran only felt that he was in deep water. His body was cold and hot for a while. It was very difficult. Memory after memory flashed through his mind, and the pain coming from his body let him know that he wasn't dreaming. He was truly alive. In his last life, he was bitten off by a wolf and broke both his legs, and he lived in pain for the next 10 years or so, and then fell into the hands of Uncle Rui Wang, and was tortured to death by him, and he never thought that when he opened his eyes again, he actually went back to the age of 11 when he was being hunted down and killed, and it was at this time in his previous life that he was forced into the Wolf Mountain, and was bitten off by the wolves in the Wolf Mountain, and broke both of his legs. Wolf. Xia Xiaoran was violently startled. He suddenly remembered that he did encounter wolves in the forest as he did in his previous life, but this time the two wolves did not attack him, but circled around him for a long time, and in the end one of the wolves carried him on its back, followed by the sound of the whistling wind whipping past his ears, and then later on, he was unconscious. He still met the wolf. His legs. Xia Xiaoran's eyelids were heavy, but he only wanted to know how his legs were doing, and supported by his strong intention, Xia Xiaoran opened his eyes. But the scene in front of him made his heart despair. There were only 2 wolves in the forest, but now he was looking at no less than 20 wolves, and all of them were looking at him. No, this can't be. Why? Why did he let him relive his life and still didn't escape the wolf's attack? So many wolves. Would he be eaten in parts? Is he going to die today? No, he can't die. He absolutely can't die. He must hold out until his secret guards come to save him. He hasn't gotten his revenge yet. He hasn't made those who tormented him pay. He can't die. He absolutely can't die. Xia Xiaoran struggled to get up, wanting to fight the wolves to the death. Just then, a pair of small, soft hands held him up. You're hurt. You can't move. Xia Xiaoran froze for a moment. How could there be a little doll's voice in the wolves? He twisted his head to look and saw that on the rock where he was sitting, there was a little pink and jade doll, and this little doll was now holding himself up. At the same time he also saw the wolves. At this time in the cave where not stopped 20 wolves, the darkness is all over the place. An orb that does not know what it is illuminated the whole cave, so that he will see the situation in front of him really. Xia Xiaoran almost subconsciously shielded the little doll beside him behind his back, as if he were a little wolf cub showing his teeth and facing the wolves. Even though he was trembling with fear at this time, Lin Xiaoxiao only gave an before being pulled behind Xia Xiaoran. Seeing that he was in cold sweat from the pain, Lin Xiaoxiao poked her head out from behind him and asked, "Little handsome, don't you hurt?" Xia Xiaoran froze. What kind of name is Little Handsome Boy? He is not surnamed Handsome. My last name is not Handsome. Lin Xiaoxiao. How is she going to explain this? On the contrary, Wu Shui swept a glance at Xia Xiaoran and skimmed her mouth disdainfully. My family Xiaoxiao isn't saying that your surname is Handsome. It's saying that you're handsome. Lin Xiaoxiao could understand them talking, but Xia Xiaoran couldn't. And what Wu Shui's spitting heard in his ears was a wolf's cry. He gulped, but still didn't forget to say to Lin Xiaoxiao behind him, "Don't be afraid." Lin Xiaoxiao was a bit shy. The little handsome guy was protecting her. Well, I'm not afraid. Lin Xiaoxiao obediently sat down. The Black Wolf King was a bit disgusted with this brat, who actually dared to hold his precious daughter's hand. The Black Wolf King took a step forward and spoke. Xiao, heal his injuries and let him leave. But what Xia Xiaoran saw was that this biggest black wolf was coming over to eat them. Don't you come over. Xia Xiaoran wanted to find a weapon to defend himself, but realized that he had even been stripped naked. So where would he find any weapon? Lin Xiaoxiao poked her head out from behind him. Father, he told you not to come over. The Black Wolf King glared at her favorably. Dad understands him. He doesn't need you to translate. Xia Xiaoran, however, was shocked beyond words. If he hadn't heard correctly just now, what did this little girl call? Dad, this wolf? Seeing his jaw-dropping appearance, Lin Xiaoxiao laughed her head off. Don't be afraid. They are all my family. You were injured and fainted in the mountains. It was my second brother who carried you back. I was treating the wounds on your body and you suddenly woke up. Lin Xiaoxiao explained with a smile, not forgetting to climb down from the rock and stand next to the Wolf King, bearing a kiss to the Wolf King. The Black Wolf King was satisfied and held his head high. Blackfire came over. Sister, give me a kiss too. I picked up this toy for you. As a result, he was kicked out of the way by the Black Wolf King, and Blackfire could only whimper and retreat halfway up the mountain, knowing in reality that this beat-up muddy daddy wouldn't count him out for running out of the mountain. Xia Xiaoran, however, had a face of disbelief. He trembled and looked at the wolves, and then looked at the little powdered doll, 6 or 7 years old. At this time standing beside the Black Wolf King was not as tall as its legs, but did not look flustered or scared at all, just smiling and looking at him. Xia Xiaoran was shaken by the smile. Are they your family? Xia Xiaoran asked again uncertainly. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and climbed back up the rock, then spoke to the crowd of wolves. Uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, you guys go back first. You guys are here and I guess he'll be scared. Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile, not forgetting to peek at Xia Xiaoran's reaction. Xia Xiaoran's face turned red with a brush. He would never admit that his guts were not as good as a little girl's. When the wolves saw this, they dispersed one after another. As long as Xiaoxiao wasn't injured, the others were none of their business. The wolves dispersed, leaving only the Black Wolf King's family. Don't move around. The wounds on your body haven't been treated yet. Lin Xiaoxiao moved over the small medicine box to continue treating Xia Xiaoran's wounds. Xia Xiaoran looked at the dispersing wolves and slowly relaxed. Seeing the strange little box in front of her, he asked curiously, "What is this?" "My medicine chest, for you to treat your wounds," Lin Xiaoxiao said, taking a cotton ball and dipping it in alcohol to clean the other wounds on his body. These scratches didn't need to be stitched up, they just needed to be sterilized and rubbed with some ointment. The stimulation of the alcohol on the wound caused Xia Xiaoran to draw a cold breath, but soon the wound came to feel cool and comfortable, and the ointment didn't seem to hurt anymore after it was smeared on. Thinking of her embarrassment just now, Xia Xiaoran blushed and said thank you. Lin Xiaoxiao returned a no thank you and continued to treat him. The Black Wolf King and Wolf Queen continued to stand guard beside them, while the other wolves each went back to their respective stone beds, but their eyes were uniformly looking at their side. Xia Xiaoran took advantage of Lin Xiaoxiao treating his wounds to look down. Both of his legs were still there, and he even only suffered a few superficial wounds, and they were all scraped from when he was running for his life. His leg is not broken? Reincarnation of a life? This life he still encountered wolves, but not like the last life was bitten off the leg. This moment Xia Xiaoran is surprised and happy. The leg is not broken. Then this life he will not be restrained in every way, and will not be reduced to the Ruiwang uncle's playthings, and he will not give them the opportunity to humiliate themselves again. Thanks. With this thank you, Xia Xiaoran was thanking Lin Xiaoxiao for saving him, and also thanking these wolves for not hurting him like they did in his last life. Perhaps relaxing. After Lin Xiaoxiao treated his wounds, Xia Xiaoran fell asleep. Lin Xiaoxiao took out a thin blanket from space to cover him, moved a small bench and sat next to him with her hands propped up on her head to watch Xia Xiaoran. I have to say, this little teenager looks really good. Red lips and teeth, white skin, nose high and straight, lips thick and thin moderately. This is only more than 10 years old. If this grows up and grows open, that's not good enough. How to be a scourge of the country and the people of the demon Ah. Blackfire took a seat next to Wu Shui. How is it? Third sister. Brother picked up this toy, you see how much Xiao Xiao likes it. Wu Shui rolled her eyes at him. She didn't want to talk to a fool, but she still had to ask. Were there other people around when you picked him up? Our Black Wolf clan has been avoiding the world because of Xiao Xiao. If you lured humans here, see if our dad doesn't skin you. Blackfire shook his head repeatedly. No. I and Black Mountain have seen it. He was the only one in that square miles. Black Mountain and I saw him looking good. Thinking that Xiao Xiao might like it and gave it back on our backs. Our speed, you know. Even if someone found out, they couldn't catch up with us. Wu Shui let out a cold laugh. This man is so seriously injured. The wounds on his body are still bleeding even after you carried him back to the cave. You're telling me that no one can catch up with you? Won't people follow the bloodstains on the ground? Blackfire's face changed greatly, and he jumped up with a brush. Bad. You have a point. I'll go and take a look. After saying that, he darted out of the wolf cave like a gust of wind. Lin Xiaoxiao tilted her head to look at Wu Shui. Third sister. What's second brother doing? Wu Shui dotingly took her paw and gently touched Lin Xiaoxiao's head. Don't worry about him. He went to look for death. Lin Xiaoxiao realized. Looking for death. It is just to touch the bad luck of the father. Xia Xiaoran woke up again, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of eyes that looked like shining ink jade, and a little doll with red lips and white teeth, carved out of powder, was sitting next to him and looking at him. Xia Xiaoran's small face reddened. You're awake. Lin Xiaoxiao was delighted. Seeing Xia Xiaoran's dry lips, she hurriedly brought a cup of water. In order to make the little handsome boy recover quickly, Lin Xiaoxiao had put a cup full of spiritual spring water. Xia Xiaoran took it with a red face and took a sip, only to feel that this water is very good. This cup is also good looking. It is actually a transparent glazed cup. Such a color is not necessarily available in the palace. He secretly glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, guessing the origins of this little girl, with the wolves as her companion. Those wolves seem to listen to her. The cups used to drink water are all good glazed cups, and at the age of 6 or 7 years old he even knows how to do medicine. Only one night had passed, and he felt that the injuries on his body had all healed a lot. She's still so good looking. Is she a fairy elf from these mountains? He was originally an atheist, but he had been able to relive his own life, so there must be fairy elves in this world. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoran respectfully clasped his fists at Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoran thanks fairy for saving his life. Fairy? Lin Xiaoxiao almost laughed out loud. Well, a fairy is a fairy. She was worried that this person woke up and asked her how to explain those things. So it's good. Let him misunderstand. Xiaoran, your name? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Xia Xiaoran nodded, silently apologizing to the fairy in his heart, not intentionally concealing his surname. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Very nice name. My name is Lin Xiaoxiao. Nice to meet you all. Lin Xiaoxiao extended her hand. Xia Xiaoran looked at her outstretched small hand in disbelief, wondering in his heart could this be some special etiquette between fairies? After hesitating for a moment he also extended his own hand to shake with Lin Xiaoxiao. The soft little hand held in his fingertips made Xia Xiaoran's heart leak half a beat, and he hurriedly shrunk his hand back. Wu Shui slowly walked past the two and bristled. I'm afraid this isn't a fool. Xiao, show him his head. Lin Xiaoxiao let out a giggle. Xia Xiaoran was even more embarrassed. He looked at the very beautiful gray wolf. He heard her and the little fairy bark twice and the little fairy laughed. Could it be that they said something? It's a shame you can't understand it yourself. Lin Xiaoxiao saw that Xia Xiaoran was at a loss for words, so she smiled and pacified. You don't have to mind. Third sister doesn't mean any harm. Xia Xiaoran, what does it matter if there is malice or not? He can't understand it anyway. After living in Wolf Mountain for so many years, it was not easy to meet a living person. Lin Xiaoxiao really wanted to desperately want to know what time, era, and situation it was now outside. She climbed up the rock and sat down, her two little feet wiggling casually, and looked at Xie Xiaoran with a crooked head, asking, "Did you come from outside?" "Outside the mountain," Lin Xiaoxiao said and pointed to the tumbling mountains in the distance. Xie Xiaoran glanced outside the wolf cave and only saw rolling mountains as he nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao continued to ask, "The injuries on your body? I've seen the wounds. They were inflicted by a sharp sword, almost cutting into your heart and lungs. Fortunately you're lucky to be alive. Is someone chasing you?" A flash of sternness flashed under Xie Xiaoran's eyes, which he quickly hid before nodding. "So are you a bad guy or a good guy?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked. "Bad guy or good guy?" Xie Xiaoran has never thought about this question. What is a good person? What is a bad person? It is just a different position. The bad guys face weakness, also have compassion. Good people want to protect their loved ones, will also be ruthless to harm people. So what is good? What is bad? There has been no precise definition since ancient times. However, he still answered Lin Xiaoxiao's question. "I won't see the fairy if I'm bad." A good teenager is a good teenager. Just reads too many talking books, doesn't he? It's just a shame he's a fallen male and she's not a mountain spirit. Can you tell me about what's going on out there? Like what time it is? What country and such? It was hard to catch a living person, so it was important to find out what was going on out there. Xie Xiaoran saw that Lin Xiaoxiao was genuinely interested in these things outside, so he slowly talked to her. "First of all, this country is called Tianlong country." Lin Xiaoxiao looked up and down 5,000 years and did not find such a country. It seems that it is a country in a different time and space. In charge of the country was the Xie clan's royal family. The current emperor was in his 50s and a good emperor. The Tianlong kingdom was strong and peaceful under his governance. In addition to these, Xie Xiaoran also told Lin Xiaoxiao about some of the local customs, scenic spots, local legends and so on that he had encountered before. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao listening happily, he also spoke much more vigorously. Outside the wolf cave, the Black Wolf King and Blackfire, who had gone out to clean up the traces, stood at the entrance of the cave. "Father, Xiaoxiao seems to like this kid a lot, and all the things he's telling her are about the humans out there, aren't they? Why is Xiaoxiao asking about this? Could it be that Xiaoxiao wants to leave Wolf Mountain?" Blackfire said with his head hanging down. He had already been given a fat beating by a dad on the way back. The Black Wolf King was silent, just a pair of green eyes staring at the big and small two people who were talking without knowing what they were thinking, and only after a long time did he slowly turn around and leave the cave. Blackfire watched his back and chose to turn around and go home. He didn't want to have to come along and get his ass kicked again. He might as well go and listen to a story with his sister. If Blackfire went after him at this moment, he would definitely be able to see that the Black Wolf King's turquoise eyes were filled with tears. Xiaoxiao is a human being. Sooner or later, she is going to leave Wolf Mountain and return to the world of human beings. I only hope that at that time, someone can protect this precious daughter of his, as their wolf clan does. If someone dares to bully Xiaoxiao, his Black Wolf clan will definitely step on the other side, and will not stop until they are dead. Since Xie Xiaoran came to the Wolf King cave, Lin Xiaoxiao seldom followed the Wolf fourth brother and Wolf fifth brother to go out and run around like crazy again, and stayed with Xie Xiaoran almost every day, changing his medication and listening to him tell stories about the outside world, which made the Wolf second brother and Wolf fourth brother and Wolf fifth brother depressed, and all day long they were afraid that their sister would run away with someone, and they looked at Xie Xiaoran even more with eyes that were not their eyes and noses that were not their noses, and they would not move without grimacing and scaring him. At first, Xie Xiaoran would be afraid, but after a long time, he realized that Xiaoxiao's brothers love her very much, and they only scare him, and won't really eat him, so he slowly became fearless. Even if the wolf's fourth brother put his fangs all the way up to his neck, he didn't bring a shiver. A few wolves found it boring and stopped torturing him, but they still didn't have a good face, especially when they saw Xiaoxiao farting around and bringing him food and drinks. Only the Black Wolf King and the Wolf Queen hadn't said anything from the beginning to the end, except that the Black Wolf King's eyes looking at Xie Xiaoran had always had a scrutinizing look in them. A month later, Xie Xiao then the wounds on his back began to fall off the scabs, which indicated that his injuries were going to be healed. The carefree period of time in the Wolf Clan made Xie Xiaoran begin to be afraid of leaving, and even he actually had an idea of continuing to stay here. Almost the instant this thought arose, Xie Xiaoran pressed back. No, he can't stay here. He must go back. Go back to reclaim and protect everything that belongs to him. In this life he will definitely not give anyone another opportunity to take advantage of. That day, Lin Xiaoxiao found him. Are you leaving? Lin asked. Xie Xiaoran looked at her, pursed his lips, not knowing how to say the words of goodbye, only to see Lin Xiaoxiao smile slightly, lifting her hand to pat his shoulder, and then lifting her hand to smooth out the crease between his eyebrows, saying, Junior, Don't frown, oh. You shouldn't frown. A few brief words, but at this moment crashed into Xie Xiaoran's heart. He looked at the little girl in front of him who was more than 6 years old. For the first time the thought of not letting go arose. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask Lin Xiaoxiao if she was willing to leave with him. But as soon as he thought that he couldn't even protect himself at the moment, how should he protect her? Lin Xiaoxiao could see his entanglement and didn't break it down. She just said with a smile still on her face, "I'll have Big Brother send you away. He's the most powerful wolf in the entire Black Wolf clan besides Dad. Oh, Xiao Xiao." Xie Xiaoran looked at her and finally reached out his hand to touch Lin Xiaoxiao's head, and then unclasped a jade tablet hanging on his waist and handed it to Lin Xiaoxiao. "This is for you. In the future if you enter the world, bring this to the capital to find me." Not waiting for Xie Xiaoran to say for Lin Xiaoxiao to find him somewhere in the capital, a wolf whistle came over and Lin Xiaoxiao's face changed. "It's Dad." After saying that, she turned around and ran towards the Wolf King's cave. As for the jade token that Xie Xiaoran had given her, it was thrown into space the moment she turned around. The Black Wolf King's 2 high wolf whistles summoned all the Black Wolf clans from the several hills near Wolf Mountain, and Xie Xiaoran and Lin Xiaoxiao were shocked by the scene in front of them when they arrived. The densely packed black wolves all gathered in front of the Wolf King's cave. At this time the Wolf King stood in the highest place, arrogant eyes flashing with ghostly light. Just so quietly stand there, but give a person a kind of anger from the authority of the momentum. The two like a knife gaze seems to look down on the world, looking down on all living things. At this time it stood there. It will let a person out of a wave of awe. This is a kind of belongs to the king's momentum. Such intimidation. Xie Xiaoran had only seen it on his royal grandfather's body. At this moment, the Black Wolf King was looking at him with eyes that were permeated with coldness, as if he would tear him apart in the next moment. "Ah, Dad. What happened?" Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly ran over and hugged the Black Wolf King's leg. It was also at this moment that the aura on the Black Wolf King's body converged, like a father who doted on his child. The Black Wolf King glanced at Xie Xiaoran and spoke to Lin Xiaoxiao. "Xiao Xiao, a lot of people have come to Wolf Mountain and seem to be searching for something. Ask him if he's here to find him." Lin Xiaoxiao froze and looked at Xie Xiaoran, who instinctively felt that what the Wolf King and Lin Xiaoxiao had just said had something to do with him. "Dawn, is it something to do with me?" Lin nodded, repeating the Wolf King's words. "He has been missing for more than a month. I'm afraid that Uncle Rue's people have long thought that he died in Wolf Mountain, and the only one who can still persist in searching after a month is the royal grandfather in addition to his own people. It seems that Wolf Mountain, he can't stay." Xie Xiaoran let out a bitter smile and nodded. "It should be here to look for me. Sorry for disturbing you." The wolves didn't have much reaction. They were waiting for the Black Wolf King to give an order. In fact, with the strength of their Black Wolf clan now, so many people really didn't look at them. Just that if these people really came to look for this brat, it was not good for them to kill the people instead. In the beginning, for the sake of Lin Xiaoxiao, they, the Black Wolf clan, had avoided the world for so many years so that they would not be at odds with the humans in the outside world because Xiaoxiao would not allow them to harm innocent people. But if they let these people continue searching, their Black Wolf clan would be discovered. Now that this kid has admitted to coming to him, does that mean it's okay to just send people away? "King, send him away," a wolf suggested. The Black Wolf King glanced at Xie Xiaoran, and finally his gaze landed on his youngest daughter. After hesitating for a long time, the Black Wolf King seemed to have made up his mind before asking, "Xiao Xiao, are you willing to leave with him? You're a human. You can't live with us black wolves for the rest of your life. If you're willing to leave with him, Dad will personally send you out." Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly turned red as she pounced over and cried, "Father, don't you want Xiao Xiao?" Her previous life was empty of medical talent, a rare genius, but who knows, such a genius is an orphan. Mom and Dad died in a car accident when she was 10 years old. Grandpa and Uncle raised her. Grandpa died to pass on the Lin family business to her, touching Uncle's interests. If she did not take the initiative to give up the Lin family's property, just want to be a good doctor, Uncle is afraid that he will not let her go. And for so many years since she came here, from the time the Black Wolf King and the Wolf Queen raised her as their own child, from the time the Black Wolf clan spoiled her to the heavens, she had made this place her home, and now that she was asked to leave, where would she be willing to do so? What's more, Xie Xiaoran looks like he can't even protect himself, but also has to score hard to protect her. Forget it, not that she looks down on this little teenager, but she herself is too small. Lin Xiaoxiao is not a person who will depend on the side of the people and live. Even if you want to leave the Wolf Mountain, but also have to be their own, grow up some more. At least not like this now. Small arms and legs, casually come to the individual can be able to captivate the good. I'm not leaving a dad and a mother. Lin Xiaoxiao hugged the Black Wolf King and pampered her. The Black Wolf King pushed Lin Xiaoxiao away with his head, looked at her, and solemnly asked again, "Xiao Xiao, Are you really not going to leave with him? Dad can't let you go either. But Dad wants you to live like a normal human. Lin Xiaoxiao spread her hands. I don't think there's anything wrong with it now. Well, Father, I'm only 6 years old. Aren't you afraid that if I follow him down the mountain, he won't be able to protect me and I'll be abducted by a human trafficker? Black Wolf King, seems to make some sense. Xia Xiaoran, who was being watched intently by the wolves. He wasn't that useless. Seeing his daughter's insistence, the Black Wolf King also put away the little bit of non-existent parting feelings and let Lin Xiaoxiao translate. Dawn, ask him if there's any way to lure those looking for him out of the mountain. Lin translated as usual, suppressing the bitterness in his heart. Xia Xiaoran nodded and touched a flare from his whitewashed clothes. This is a signal flare. As long as they see the flare, they will go to me. The Black Wolf King nodded his head and looked at Black Wind. Black Wind, you personally send him out of the mountain. Go to a safe place and watch him set off the flare. And come back when you see those people come out. After thinking about it, Black Wolf King added, if those people are here to find him, watch them leave and come back. If they are here to kill him, bring him back and get rid of the others. Lin Xiaoxiao rubbed against the Black Wolf King happily when she heard the latter sentence. Black Wind, like the Black Wolf King, was much taller than normal wolves, and with Lin Xiaoxiao's spirit spring feeding, it was now even bigger than the normal black wolves, and Xia Xiaoran was only a tiny one when she plopped onto his back. When Xia Xiaoran was ready, Black Wind nodded to the Black Wolf King and Lin Xiaoxiao and leapt out as if it was lightning. Xia Xiaoran lay on Black Wind's back and only looked behind him at the little girl who was waving goodbye to him getting further and further away. Suddenly, he thought that he hadn't told Lin Xiaoxiao where to find him, so he shouted loudly towards the back. Xiaoxiao, when you go to the capital remember to look for me at the East Palace. Make sure to come to me. East Palace, East Palace. Unfortunately, only the sound of the wind in the roaming forest answered him. Black Wind did hear it, but just the thought of this person trying to abduct his baby sister, immediately decided to go back and not tell Lin Xiaoxiao. What the East Palace and West Palace? Let's talk about it later. Black Wind's speed was fast, like lightning. It didn't take long to bring Xia Xiaoran to the place where Blackfire and the others had found him in the first place. The wolf's sense of smell was keen. Black Wind even found the big tree that Xia Xiaoran had relied on in the first place, and just put him down. Xia Xiaoran looked at Black Wind and made a deep bow. Xiaoran thanks the Black Wolf clan for saving his life and will definitely repay them in the future. Black Wind glanced at him. Let's forget about repayment or not. Just don't abduct their sister. Watching Xia Xiaoran release the flare, the Black Wind leaped into the forest to hide. Half the breath could not be detected. Xia Xiaoran saw the scene could not help but think. This kind of powerful stealth kung fu, if those great inner guards and the Black Wolf clan Wolf Touch really still have a chance to win? Half an hour later, Xia Xiaoran sensed that there were people rushing between the forest from all directions, and his heart hung in the air. What if the people coming were not his own or his royal grandfather's people, but Uncle Rui Wang's people? He subconsciously looked towards the place where the Black Wind was hidden, only to see a pair of eyes glowing with green light staring at him all the time. Xia Xiaoran immediately felt a sense of security, and took a deep breath waiting for the people in the forest to arrive. At this moment, he even had some expectations that the people coming were Uncle Rui Wang's people, in which case he wouldn't be able to follow Big Brother Black Wind to hide back to the Wolf Clan. It was a pity that with an alarming cry of His Royal Highness the Tai Sun, those who were dashing through the forest had arrived in front of them. Xia Xiaoran was a bit saddened that they were actually all from his royal grandfather. Soon a dozen or so people arrived, kneeling in front of Xia Xiaoran in unison. Xia Xiaoran subconsciously went to look at Black Wind, but never saw those green eyes again. Looking at the person in front of him who had come to pick himself up, Xia Xiaoran took a deep breath and stepped out. Everything in Wolf Mountain was a strange encounter and a change in his destiny. In this life he would definitely not be at the mercy of others and would never let anyone have the chance to hurt the people he cared about. After exiting Wolf Mountain, Xia Xiaoran glanced back at the stretching mountain range. Dawn, I hope we'll see each other again in this life. Black Wind returned to Wolf Mountain, and the Black Wolf King had been waiting at the mountain. Picked up? The Black Wolf King glanced down the mountain, but saw nothing. Black Wind nodded. I watched him leave with those men before I came back. The Black Wolf King hemmed and didn't say anything else, but turned around and walked back, and Black Wind thought about following. Father, that man said for Xiao Xiao to look for him in the Eastern Palace in the future. The Black Wolf King's feet lurched. The Eastern Palace? What is that place? Black Wind shook his head. I don't know. Maybe a place name? Should we tell Xiao Xiao? The Black Wolf King glanced in the direction of the Wolf King's cave. Xiao Xiao is unwilling to leave right now, and as she said, she's still too young to enter the world for fear of not being able to survive. Let's wait for her to grow up a bit, and after she's grown up, if she wants to leave, then we'll tell her about the whereabouts of that person. Black Wind was thinking the same thing. His sister still had to stay for a few more years. There was no way for them to follow her around and take care of her. They could only hope that she would stay in Wolf Mountain for a few more years. Together, father and son returned to the Wolf King's cave, where Lin Xiaoxiao and Black Wind's two wolf pups were rolling around in a ball, laughing uncontrollably. Seeing Black Wind, Lin Xiaoxiao paused. Big brother, has he been picked up by his family? Black Wind nodded, and Lin Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. The Black Wolf King looked at her, and after all, he did not hold back and asked, Xiao Xiao, don't you regret it? Following him away can lead a normal human life. Although Xie Xiaoran's departure made Lin Xiaoxiao a little sad. After all, the first human playmate for so many years, but she was very calm. If she left the Wolf Mountain to enter the world at this time, she was too young and was afraid that she would easily fall into the way of others, and there was no Wolf King's family to protect her in the human world. Even if she had the space in her hand, she might as well bide her time and grow up a little before she went back to the secular world. After all, her birth, and why those people why they want to harm her, a little girl who is only 3 years old. All these things need to go to the human world to find out clearly. Lin Xiaoxiao flopped onto the Wolf Queen's lap. Aggrieved, mother, father wants to drive me away. The Wolf Queen glared at the Wolf King and pacified her daughter. He dares, as long as Xiaoxiao herself doesn't want to leave. No one can force you. There's a mother here. Don't be afraid. Lin Xiaoxiao hemmed and hawed and spat her tongue at the Black Wolf King. What can the Black Wolf King do? Just spoil it. Since then, Xia Xiaoran became a taboo in Wolf Mountain. Lin Xiaoxiao did not mention it. Everyone tacitly agreed to forget about it, for fear of suddenly mentioning it, adding to Lin Xiaoxiao's sadness. Although we can't bear to see her leave Wolf Mountain, but miss that opportunity and feel a little bit of a pity. I don't know when Xiaoxiao will be able to live a normal day. In a flash 2 years passed. Has been 8 years old. Lin Xiaoxiao fell more and more pavilion. Even if the whole day followed the Wolf fourth brother and Wolf fifth brother running around the mountains did not see her being tanned. To that station, just like a fairy in the forest in general. Xie Xiaoran also never appeared again. The wolves of Wolf Mountain and Lin Xiaoxiao gradually have completely forgotten this person, as if he never appeared in Wolf Mountain. In these 2 years the calm Wolf Mountain has added several wolf cubs. Even Lin Xiaoxiao's wolf second brother has found a favorite female wolf. The third sister Wu Shui still refuses to find a wolf companion in the Black Wolf clan. Except for a few obsessive male wolves, the others have already found another petite wife. The Wolf fourth brother and Wolf fifth brother are still taking Lin Xiaoxiao around as a veterinarian the whole day. The only change is that they captured a kingfisher that steals and eats the fruit trees planted by Lin Xiaoxiao. The little kingfisher has been stealing and eating the fruit for 2 or 3 years. Despite his young age, he has already developed spiritual wisdom under the effect of the spiritual spring. When he was discovered by the Black Wolf clan, he almost let it run away. Lin Xiaoxiao saw him pitiful, so she stayed around and raised him, following the Black Wolf King's family to eat and drink the spiritual spring every day, which is much more effective than going to steal food. The kingfisher's colorful color is already pretty, plus the spiritual spring nourishes it. Its fur is bright and especially nice. Lin Xiaoxiao gave him the name of the ducks in the variety show she loved in her previous life. Colorful lights. The colored lanterns liked to go around the forest when they had nothing else to do, and then fly back to tell Lin Xiaoxiao about the things they had seen, which were nothing more than the grudges and feuds between those little animals on Wolf Mountain. This day the colorful lamp fluttered his wings and flew back to the Wolf King cave, so anxious that he almost hit the wall. Or Lin Xiaoxiao's quick eyes and hands to fish him back to save his head from the fate of the blood. Xiao. There's someone. The colored light's wings poofed and flapped, reporting back to Lin Xiaoxiao about what she had seen. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. No one had come up to Wolf Mountain in how many years? Why would someone suddenly come? See what's going on? It's something. The colored lamp spread out in her hands and answered. It's those villagers down the outer mountain. Wolf Mountain, the entire mountain range, has a dozen or so hills. At the foot of the outer mountain there is a village of more than 10 families. This thing Lin Xiaoxiao has always known, but those villagers have always only been active in the outer mountain. So many years have never entered the mountain range inside. How to suddenly come in? Colored lights gasped again. I saw them capture Heide from Uncle Haitu's family, and was surrounded by Uncle Haitu with his wolves, Lin Xiaoxiao and Wu Shui, who was lazily lounging around in the cave. Both turned pale. Why didn't you say so? Dawn, come up here. Wu Shui had quickly jumped up and swept past Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao skillfully rolled over onto Wu Shui's back, and a wolf, a man, and a bird just dashed out of the wolf's cave, heading straight for where the colored lanterns said they were. Wu Shui usually seldom go out, but the body is exceptionally flexible. After all, her record of fighting all the male wolves in Wolf Mountain is not blown out of proportion. A few rises and leaps a person. A wolf and a bird are already in the mountains a few miles away. Before she even arrived at the place, Lin Xiaoxiao heard a wolf barking. It was summoning the other companions. The wolves had always been pack animals. even if they were spread out across the various hills of Wolf Mountain. Once one had something to do, a call to the other wolves would inevitably rush in. Lin Xiaoxiao was now worried that the Black Wolf clan would start a conflict with the villagers at the bottom of the mountain, and could only urge Wu Shui to speed up. When the sisters rushed to the place, they saw from afar that Haitu with the wolves had already surrounded 4 or 5 villagers in a circle, and at this time those 4 or 5 villagers had already been scared and kneeled on the ground begging for mercy. Lin Xiaoxiao was just about to tell Wu Shui to hurry over when she felt the clothes on her back being bitten by something, and then her entire body flew up and landed firmly on the back of another wolf. Lin Xiaoxiao was surprised. "Father, you're back." The Black Wolf King carried her on his back, and in a single leap was more than 10 meters away, landing steadily on the hillside behind Haitu and the others. The Black Wolf King let out a wolf whistle to the sky, causing Haitu and the others to stop in their tracks. "It's the Wolf King. Dawn is here too. Akshu. It's Akshu." The wolves had young and strong stupidity in their pack. Wu Shui raised her lofty head and stood next to the Black Wolf King. The surrounded villagers looked at the Black Wolf King on the hillside with trepidation, and after only one glance they shrank back, not daring to look at it again. So many wolves. They must be dead this time. Lin Xiaoxiao sat on the Black Wolf King's back and slowly walked down, the wolves automatically making way. "Haitu, what's going on?" The Black Wolf King glanced at Haitu. The Black Wolf clan had set a rule from the day they were fed by Lin Xiaoxiao with the spirit spring that they must not clash with humans, and after so many years, this was the first time that the Black Wolf clan and the villagers under the mountain had come head to head. Haitu respectfully lowered his head. "King, they were the ones who grabbed Haida first. I just wanted to scare them and did not intend to harm them." The Black Wolf King looked to the injured Black Da next to him. Black Da was on the ground. His leg was bleeding out from a trap wound. Lin Xiaoxiao jumped down with her medicine box and walked over to Black D to help it treat its wounds. The villagers who were surrounded looked at the girl who stepped down from the Black Wolf King. They all froze. They had never seen such a beautiful girl before. Even though she was wearing strange clothes, she still couldn't hide her stunning looks. Could this be a mountain fairy? Lin quickly took care of Haida's injuries and let the other wolves carry him, before returning to the Wolf King to look at the surrounded villagers. "You have lived under Wolf Mountain for many years and have never entered the mountain range. Why today?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked. "Why else? They wanted to trap the wolves, and Kuroda just fell into their trap," Haida said in exasperation. The Black Wolf King frowned. "Haitu, it involves humans. Let Xiaoxiao handle it." The black figure was quiet. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the villagers and slowed her voice. "A few uncles, can you answer me?" The few villagers were now more and more certain that Lin Xiaoxiao must be a fairy in the mountains. Otherwise how could these wolves listen to her? Thinking of the children in the village, a few villagers couldn't care less about being surrounded by wolves. They all knelt down with a thud and kowtowed to Lin Xiaoxiao. "Fairy, please fairy, save the children in the village. We went up the mountain to catch wolves because we were forced to do so. We just want to catch wolves to sell them at a high price so that we can ask the doctor to treat the children in the village. We didn't mean to hurt fairy's wolves. Please fairy, be kind. Please fairy, be kind. Our children are still waiting for us to go back to save their lives." Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. "A child in your village is sick? Do you know what kind of disease it is? And even if you don't know what it is, do you know the symptoms?" A few people heard that this was the fairy willing to care about them. A few people were so excited that they kept kowtowing to Lin Xiaoxiao. "Thank you fairy. Thank you fairy." At this time, they couldn't care less about their fear and directly stated their children's illness. "Yes, it's smallpox." The villagers' faces were pale. Any child who contracted smallpox could only die. But the children of several of their families had contracted it, and if they didn't treat it, these children would have to wait for death. But they didn't have the money to hire a doctor, and the average doctor in their village wouldn't even come in. So if it wasn't for that, how would they have ventured into the mountains, trying to hunt wolves to sell for money? Lin Xiaoxiao knows that in the ancient times when medical conditions were not sufficient, a disease like smallpox is a matter of life and death. If you can get through it, you'll be fine, and if you can't get through it, you'll be lost. The little medicine chest is stupid. Smallpox is just smallpox. It can cure it. It also has a lot of smallpox vaccines, so you won't get smallpox if you get them. Once and for all. Lin pressed down on her stupid little pillbox and looked at the Wolf King. The Black Wolf King understood. "Abba accompanies you." The Black Wolf King nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and said to a few villagers, "I'll go with you to take a look. I may be able to cure this disease." A few villagers were thrilled beyond words and could only keep kowtowing. "Thank you fairy. Thank you fairy." Lin Xiaoxiao was too lazy to explain to them about fairies or not. She could ride the Black Wolf King down the mountain if he accompanied her. But what about these villagers? How about asking a few wolf brothers to work hard? Without waiting for her to speak, Kuratsuchi was disgruntled first. Xiao. But they heard Heide. The wolf's emotions were pure. These people had heard Heide, So why did Lin Xiaoxiao go and heal their child? Lin Xiaoxiao was just about to explain when she heard the Black Wolf King say, "Hi Tu, have you forgotten that Xiaoxiao is a human being? She's a kind child. She can't live with us in Wolf Mountain for the rest of her life. She must return to live in the human world in the future." This is Xiaoxiao's chance to get in touch with the outside world. Haitu was still angry. No matter what these people had hurt his son, he had already been considerate of Lin Xiaoxiao by not hurting them. Seeing that the two wolves couldn't stick to their opinions, Lin Xiaoxiao said to a few villagers with a twinkle in her eye, "Uncle Haida said that you guys hurt his son, and he's very angry." A few villagers looked at the wolf that had just started to lead the siege against them, and realized that the wolf that had been caught in their traps was its son. The fairy means it's angry. So is it better to apologize to it so it doesn't get angry and the fairy will follow them to cure the child? Thinking of this, a few villagers immediately came back to their senses, flopping next to each other and knelt down again in the direction of the black figure, and began to kowtow. "Master Wolf, I'm sorry, it's us who got carried away and hurt your son. You're generous. We're also doing it for the sake of the children at home. Please forgive us for the sake of the children. We'll make amends to you and the young wolf. There are still 2 old hens in my house. I'll give them to this young wolf to replenish his body. Please forgive us." Kuratsuchi won't be able to get straightened out by this from them. The Black Wolf King stifled his laughter, glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao who was stifling her laughter, and threw her back onto his back. It was only after a while that the Black Wolf King slowly spoke. "Hi Tu, take a trip." The few villagers of Tianlang village had never thought in their lives that they would one day have the opportunity to ride a wolf and run around in the mountains and forests. At this speed, they had traveled the mountains for several days and nights, and only a moment later, they came out. The Black Wolf King took Haitu and picked a few more fast wolves to carry these villagers out of the mountain, and the villagers realized that they didn't need them to point out the way. These wolves knew which way the village was going. A few people a burst of fear. It turned out that these black wolves have long known the existence of their village, just that the people of the Black Wolf clan never put them in this village in the eyes. Otherwise they would have long been bones or not left. Right. The Black Wolf King and Lin Xiaoxiao didn't know about their brainstorming yet, and only took several shortcuts in order to try to conveniently hurry to the village. But just as they approached the village, they heard the village shouting in terror that the wolves were coming down the mountain. "Crowd of wolves, they just came to deliver someone." Hi to a few wolves put the villagers down. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed to the village and spoke. "I'm afraid I still have to trouble a few of you to go and talk about the situation." Hearing the village's cries of alarm, several people couldn't care less about their weak legs and wanting to vomit, and hurriedly ran towards the village, shouting as they ran, "Don't panic, everyone, it's fine, it's us who's back." Soon the village was quiet, and everyone ran to the entrance of the village, looking curiously at these wolves from afar. The Black Wolf King let the people survey him and did not move a bit, but it was Haitu and the others who were surrounded by people like this and were a bit less accustomed to it. Those few villagers clustered around an old man who walked out from the village and came in front of the Wolf King, and that old man slowly knelt down. "See the Wolf King." The old man knelt on the ground, prostrate and saluted, full of respect. "Tianlang village has been living here for generations. Thanks to the Wolf King's shelter to be able to settle down. I kneel down to thank the Wolf King on behalf of my ancestors." The Black Wolf King held his head high, full of the aura of a superior, and said faintly, "Get up." It was just a shame that it was only a shallow wolf whistle to these ears. "My dad told you guys to get up." Lin Xiaoxiao poked her head out of the Wolf King. As soon as the old man looked up, he saw an absolutely beautiful smiling face, welcoming the light and looking at it. "A fairy? Are you a fairy in the sky?" Lin Xiaoxiao jumped down from the Black Wolf King and smiled playfully. "Old uncle, I'm not a fairy. I'm a doctor, here to treat the children in the village." Those few villagers quickly agreed. "Village chief, this fairy is here to cure Dog Egg and the others." The village chief wanted to kowtow again, but was pulled back by Lin Xiaoxiao. "First take me to see the patient." Good. Fu Sheng, you quickly lead the fairy to check on Dog Egg and the others." The village chief hurriedly ordered the villager who had brought Lin Xiaoxiao and the others back. Lin Xiaoxiao followed Wang Fusheng inside. The Black Wolf King followed suit. Lin Xiaoxiao took a look at him and Haitu and the others behind her, so she spoke to the village chief. "Old uncle, can I trouble you to take care of my dad and the others first?" The village chief froze for a moment, then nodded his head in a hurry. Yes. Don't worry, fairy. I will definitely take care of the Wolf King and all the Wolf Lords." Lin Xiaoxiao urged the Black Wolf King that they should not scare the villagers before following Wang Fusheng towards where the patient was. The village chief took a look at the Black Wolf King and the several wolves behind it, and although he was afraid, he still stiffly stepped forward and respectfully saluted and spoke. "Your Highness, Wolf King, please move to a shady place, and I'll have someone prepare water and food for all of you." The Black Wolf King nodded lightly. Leading behind the black figure, they went to the village next to the big tree. The village chief cannot believe. The Wolf King is the Wolf King, even humane, which more and more let the village chief did not dare to slow down, and immediately went back to the village to order the family should be prepared for the preparation of the water to prepare the water. The family has chickens and ducks, hurry to kill offerings to the Wolf King. Some people don't get it. Village chief, why are you thanking the Wolf King for sheltering us? It's obvious that we've never seen any Wolf King come to shelter our village. The village headman looked at him, knocked the tobacco stick over in his hand, and said bluntly, "This is Wolf Mountain." And never having seen the Wolf King or any wolves come to the area around the village and the surrounding hills as the Wolf King's greatest refuge for our village. The people thought about it carefully and suddenly realized what was going on, and hurriedly and respectfully went home to prepare water for those who prepared water, and to kill chickens for those who killed chickens. Wang Fusheng led Lin Xiaoxiao to a small courtyard with no one around. Everyone found a child with smallpox after they rushed to send here. This was originally my family. It was my child was the first to develop the disease, and then the other families also found out. So they were all sent here, by my mother to take care of a person. She had smallpox when she was a child, but survived. Only she is not afraid of smallpox. Now it is she who is taking care of the 5 children by herself. Wang Fusheng explained to Ah Fu. Lin Xiaoxiao gave a put on the mask and pushed the door and walked in. Wang Fusheng still wanted to follow. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him. Do you have to pass? Wang Fusheng shook his head. Then you can stay outside. Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking and unceremoniously closed the courtyard door. Fusheng's daughter-in-law, who was in the house taking care of the children, heard the commotion and came out, and froze when she saw a strangely dressed girl walking in with her face covered. Miss, who are you looking for? You can't go in here. Someone in the family has smallpox, so hurry out and don't catch it. Fusheng's daughter-in-law hurriedly whisked Lin Xiaoxiao out. Lin Xiaoxiao looked calm. I'm a doctor. Take me to see the patient. Doctor? So young? Before Fusheng's daughter-in-law could regain her senses from her words of being a doctor, Lin Xiaoxiao had already arrived at the door of her room, and Fusheng's daughter-in-law saw this and hurriedly opened the door for her. There were 5 children lying on the beds in the house, and to make it easier to take care of them together, all 5 had by now developed high fevers, and 2 of them had begun to speak gibberish. Lin Xiaoxiao put on her gloves and carefully checked the smallpox on their bodies and took their temperatures separately. High fever is prone to accidents. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately gave each of them a fever-reducing injection, first to lower the body temperature and then say, smallpox. This disease was originally a hard resistance to carry through. The small medicine chest will be the best product. Only 2/4 of an hour passed. The fever on the 5 children retreated. Fusheng daughter-in-law touched the temperature of the 5 people. Found normal after the tears of joy, she has knelt to the ground, ready to thank God, but found that it seems to worship the Bodhisattva is not quite appropriate. After all, the person is the girl saved. Immediately turned around and knelt Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao was burying her head in the small medicine box to take out pills suitable for each child. As soon as she turned around, she saw Fusheng's daughter-in-law kneeling on the ground, thinking that she wanted to thank her again or something like that. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly opened her mouth. Don't kneel. Come and give me a hand. Each child's medication is different. Don't you ever get it mixed up. Fusheng's daughter-in-law had a whole bunch of words of gratitude just stuck in her throat, but she still heavily kowtowed to Lin Xiaoxiao before climbing up to help. Lin finished dividing the pills and put them in the order of the children. Outside the village, the Wolf King and Haitu and the other wolves were still waiting for Lin Xiaoxiao to finish taking her home, and the villagers had prepared water and food for them, all of which were delivered in large pots to the big tree, with the village headman guarding the side. Your Highness the Wolf King, these pots are all newly made pots from each family. They are absolutely clean, and these meats have all been cooked, so I hope that Your Highness the Wolf King won't mind, the village chief said respectfully. The Black Wolf King nodded and went up to sniff the contents of the basin. He had always been fed by Lin Xiaoxiao with spirit springs. Ordinary poisons couldn't work on him at all, and wolves were born with a sharp sense of smell. If there was something different in the water and food, he would be able to sniff it out in a second. After checking that there were no problems, the Black Wolf King greeted Haitu and the others before they came over to eat, except that he was separated from Haitu and the others, and he had 2 separate pots. Only after eating did a few wolves recline back under the big tree, dozing off and waiting for Lin Xiaoxiao. The Black Wolf King was worried about Lin Xiaoxiao, so he kept looking in the direction of the village. The village headman was apprehensive inside but still respectfully said, Your Highness the Wolf King, don't worry, little fairy will be fine. The Black Wolf King gave him a look and didn't say anything, although the village chief said so, but the heart is still very worried about looking at the direction of the village. Those children have smallpox. This disease can survive too few people, and the little fairy is only 8 or 9 years old. If it really caught how to do the villagers stood guard at the entrance of the village, curiously sizing up the Black Wolf King and the others. when suddenly a few children ran out from the village, and the village headman's face changed drastically at the sight. "What are you guys doing here?" The village chief couldn't help but chortle, wanting them to go back. Although this Black Wolf King was humane, it didn't mean that it didn't have a wild nature. A few children 7 or 8 years old, one because of chronic malnutrition, face yellow and thin, but still drummed up the courage to curiously come forward. The village chief couldn't heckle them, and when he saw that the Black Wolf King and the others were just lying down and not moving, he was slightly relieved, but he still pushed and pulled these few children back. One of them, however, suddenly ran around the village chief Tohaitu. The village chief's face brushed white, and the parents of the children in the village over there could not wait to pounce right out at the sight of the situation. Just when they thought Kuroto was going to hurt the boy, they only saw Kuroto raise his eyelids to look at the boy and slump back down. The boy gulped, thought of the bet he had made with the other little ones, gathered his courage and took another step forward, holding out his hand. "This is the egg my mother boiled for me, for you to eat." The village chief and the villagers drew a breath of cold air. Everyone's heart hangs in the air. The child's mother has even been weak legs paralyzed, sitting on the ground with tears coming out. The little child, however, was unmoved, but only held on to his shaking hand and reached out, with a shelled egg in the palm of his hand. Kuratsuchi moved. He slowly straightened up. The full-grown black wolf, twice the size of an adult, was now looking down at the small, human pup in front of him, the size of Xiao Xiao, just holding an egg outstretched in his hand and presenting it to him. Other than Lin Xiao Xiao, Haida had never been fed like this by a human cub before. "The boy means no harm." The Black Wolf King gave a low cry. Kuratsuchi looked at him, then at the child in front of him, and stuck out his tongue and rolled the egg out of the boy's hand as everyone watched in trepidation. The tiny egg wasn't enough for him to stuff his teeth with, but eating people's mouths and taking people's hands. Haida remembered the game that Lin Xiao Xiao usually loved to play with them, and lowered his head to bite the boy's collar in a single motion and threw the person onto his back. "Tune!" The mother's desperate cry came from the distance. The village chief was so scared that he directly sat on the ground. The other few children were so shocked that they forgot to cry, and only the Black Wolf King didn't even raise his eyelids. Tune was put on the back by Haitu, and subconsciously hugged Haitu's neck tightly and grabbed the fur on his body. And before he could react, he saw Haitu's feet generating the wind, and jumped into the forest next to him with a single upward leap. Tune mother fainted. The village head knelt down and kept kowtowing to the Black Wolf King. "Your Highness the Wolf King, the child is still young. Please have mercy. Your Highness the Wolf King." The Black Wolf King was speechless for a while. He couldn't communicate, so tired of his heart, but he still gave a low bark for the village chief not to worry. Haitu was just playing with the boy, but the village chief couldn't understand it. He was on the verge of tears. After a few moments had passed, cheers came from the nearby mountain, causing both the village chief and Tunis, who had woken up still crying, to freeze. "Is this the voice of a Tune? Why does it still sound so excited? Ow 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 ow. So fast. Faster. Ow." The child's innocent shouts reached the ears of the crowd, causing them to be taken back for a moment. The Black Wolf King tilted his head and called out, and when Haida heard him call out for him to come back, he hurriedly jumped off the mountain with his pack of tunes and slowly paced back to the village entrance. Tune was still in a state of excitement, sitting on the back of the black figure and dancing happily, not forgetting to show off with his buddies. "It's so fast. I just flew up. The mountains are so beautiful." The stunned group of kids cried with envy. They wanted it too. Kuratsuchi returned to the Black Wolf King and set Tsubaki down. Tsubaki's mother rushed up, not caring about her fear, and hugged Tsubaki to check if he was alright. The Tune's mother blanched in fear, but the Tune looked excited. "Father, Mother, it was so much fun. I was flying in the woods," Tune mother cried. Pulling Tune and Tune father kneeled down and kept kowtowing to Haitu. "And again to our Haita master Hole will not. These humans are no fun at all. Unlike Xiao Xiao." Haida spat at the Black Wolf King. The Black Wolf King was speechless. "Do you think anyone is like his precious daughter? They're just ordinary people. It's normal for them to have fear and trepidation towards us," the Black Wolf King said. Haida bristled. "Still too timid. Unlike them Xiao Xiao. How powerful." Tsubaki's mother finished kowtowing and dragged Tsubaki to go back. But Tsubaki would be excited, and he had learned that these wolves in Wolf Mountain weren't scary. They wouldn't hurt them. The other small children were all looking at Tune and Kuratsuchi and the others with bated breath at this moment, their eyes filled with envy and anticipation. When the Black Wolf King saw this and looked at the village, Xiao Xiao came out and estimated that it would take a while. He gave a low bark to a few wolves. Several wolves stood up at that, one wolf at a time, and threw the boys onto their backs. There was another panicked shriek, and Tune was in a hurry to see his buddies on the backs of the wolves. The Black Wolf King glanced at the black figure, who got up, took the Tune directly from the Tune lady's hand and threw it onto his back. And just like that, a few wolves carrying a few children ran away again. "Mayor," he can't stand to be scared. But looking at the Black Wolf King's so calm appearance, the village chief swallowed his saliva and said to the Toon Father, "Help the Toon Mother back. It's fine. All the wolf masters are just playing with them." The Black Wolf King looked at the village chief approvingly. Not bad. Scared is smart. Toon Mother still wanted to cry, but when she met the eyes of the Black Wolf King, she was scared again and could only be helped back by Toon Father with soft legs. This time Haitu and the others went into the mountains for a little longer, worrying the villagers whose children at home followed them. Finally, the crowd heard the ringing, and the excited shouts of those children, all crying tears of joy and looking blearily at Lindsay. Kurotu and the others came back from the forest with a wolf carrying a child and something in their mouths. Several children jumped down from the wolf's back and excitedly ran towards the village with rabbits and chickens in their hands. "Father, Mother, look, rabbits and chickens." Haitu and the other wolf walked up to the village chief and dropped the 2 deer they were biting in their mouths, not forgetting to spit at the Black Wolf King. "These little children are too noisy, or we could have caught more prey," they yelled and screamed, scaring away all the prey in the forest. The village chief looked dumbfounded at the 2 adult deer in front of him. The people of their village would also go up to the mountains to hunt, but it was the combined efforts of several people that could hunt such a deer. But these wolves went out for a spin and came back with 2. Not bad for the king of Wolf Mountain. The village chief didn't understand and hurriedly greeted the villagers. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you quickly take the prey that the wolf masters have hunted and deal with it and send it to them?" Haitu wanted to say no. They do not lack food. "This is for you," but opened his mouth but remembered that these people do not understand. At this time, Haitu was as tired as the Black Wolf King, unable to communicate, really tired. Instead, the Black Wolf King got up and grubbed his prey toward the village chief's feet. The village chief froze and hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, Your Highness the Wolf King. We will definitely send it back to you after we've cleaned it up and gotten it right." "King Black Wolf, that's not what he meant." Again, the prey was grubbed forward a bit. "Village chief, don't worry, Your Highness the Wolf King. Both ends will be taken care of." Black Wolf King, damn yeah, that's annoying. Another kick, this time sending the prey straight to the entrance of the village. The village chief was dumbfounded, half a day before he came back to his senses, and suddenly thought of something, and asked fearfully and tentatively, "Your Highness, the Wolf King, do you mean that this is for us?" Black Wolf King, finally, "I get it." He nodded and went back to his cat under the big tree with an arrogant stride. The mayor cried again, this time moved. He greeted the villagers and came out in unison, kneeling and kowtowing to the Black Wolf King. The Black Wolf King had seen it all and closed his eyes to take a nap, not bothering with them. The village chief wiped away his tears and hurriedly greeted the village people to drag the 2 deer down to be disposed of. Their village can only have a meal of meat except for the new year. This time the 2 adult deer, their families can share a lot. Gratefully giving the Black Wolf King a salute once again, the village chief hurriedly led the people to pack up, although the Black Wolf King said that it was given to them. But in the evening, the village chief still led the villagers to carry 2 big pots of boiled meat and sent it over. This time the villagers were much less afraid and intimidated by the Black Wolf King, and they were much more in awe. The Black Wolf King and the others were not polite and shared the 2 pots of meat. After eating the meat, Xiao Xiao still didn't come out. The Black Wolf King and the wolves were a bit anxious. The Black Wolf King threw up his head and let out a long whistle. Lin Xiao Xiao was monitoring the temperature of a few children when she heard the wolf whistle and almost forgot about father and the others. Fuxing's daughter-in-law shivered in fear when she heard the wolf's cry, and Lin Xiao Xiao gently patted her arm. "Auntie, don't be afraid." After saying that, he went out the door, and when he got to the door, he took out alcohol from the small medicine chest and sprayed himself, and washed both his hands with disinfectant water before leaving the small courtyard. Wang Fuxing was pulled to help with the venison. This time he came back and saw Lin Xiao Xiao come out of the yard and hurriedly ran over. "Fairy, how are they doing? Can they be cured?" Wang Fuxing asked excitedly. Lin Xiao Xiao nodded. "My name is Lin Xiao Xiao. I'm not some little fairy. They're still not well, but they don't have a fever anymore. As long as they don't have a fever, and carry on through these few days, people will be fine." Wang Fuxing was again grateful and wanted to call Little Fairy, but changed his name when he thought of Lin Xiao Xiao's name. "Miss Xiao Xiao, the village chief has had people prepare a meal for the girl. Will the girl go over to eat, or will I bring it over to the girl?" "Send it to the village entrance. I'll go check on Dad and the others," Lin Xiao Xiao said and walked towards the village entrance. Wang Fuxing immediately turned around and ran to serve Lin Xiao Xiao her meal. Almost as soon as Lin Xiao Xiao came out, the Black Wolf King and the others surrounded them. "Dawn, how's it going?" Lin Xiao Xiao looked at the Black Wolf King and the other wolves. "Father, a few uncles, these children's illnesses are a bit troublesome. I may need to stay here for a few days. Why don't you guys go back first? It wasn't good for so many wolves to guard here." The Black Wolf King immediately sank his face. "No, How could he leave his precious daughter alone in this strange place? The other wolves were also unwilling to leave. Xiao Xiao was their baby, how could they leave her alone here? Although these humans were useless, Xiao Xiao was also a human. What if she got hurt? Lin Xiao Xiao thought of the Wolf Queen. A mother will be worried too. I have to go back and tell her. The Black Wolf King thought for a moment and looked at Black Figure and the other wolves. You guys go back and inform the Wolf Queen so that she doesn't worry. I'll stay here with Xiao Xiao, and I'll bring her back when Xiao Xiao has cured those human children. A few wolves saw that it was fine to have the Black Wolf King here to keep watch, so they immediately said goodbye to Lin Xiao Xiao and went back. When Wang Fuxing and the village chief rushed to deliver the food, they saw the wolves leave, leaving only the Black Wolf King to accompany Lin Xiao Xiao. One wolf and one person snuggling together in perfect harmony. Miss Xiao Xiao, you're hungry. My family's family has made some rough food. Don't mind. The village chief handed the basket to Lin Xiao Xiao and looked at it, and asked Wang Fuxing to set up the small table and stools that he had brought in before setting up the meal. Brown rice, cooked rice. Can see that boiled for a long time. Rice boiled rotten. Will not be too difficult to swallow. A plate of fried green vegetables. Tile pot also stewed a chicken. Look at the clothes on their body, berries have been white. Patches are also a lot of. It seems that the days are also not good. To her, but prepared for this has been very good. Thanks. Lin Xiao Xiao thanked. The village chief told her to eat first and took Wang Fuxing far away. Lin Xiao Xiao ate a mouthful of rice. Brown rice is not as good as white rice, but it is cooked very badly. It is not difficult to swallow. All these years because there is space. There is a small cottage in the space with everything, and what is eaten will be automatically replenished. So Lin Xiao Xiao has never treated herself poorly, and this is the first time that I have eaten brown rice. Taking a bite of the greens, there wasn't much grease and it was lightly salted, but the chicken broth was fresh. Lin Xiao Xiao is not someone who can't suffer. She ate and drank her fill and gave the rest of the chicken to the Black Wolf King before burping and getting up in place to spin around to eliminate her food. Wang Fuxing and the village chief saw her finish eating before they rushed up to clear the tables and chairs. Old uncle, sit down. Let's chat. Lin Xiao Xiao invited the village chief to stay. The village chief was flattered and told Wang Fuxing to pack his things back up, and immediately took a seat across from the Wolf King and Lin Xiao Xiao. Lin Xiao Xiao sat cross-legged in the Wolf King's arms and asked, Old uncle, have you always lived here? The village chief sighed slightly. No, most of our village is surnamed Wang. Once upon a time they were all from the same village, from my grandfathers and their generation in order to escape the war, fleeing the famine and escaping here. Seeing the beautiful scenery of the mountains here, they settled down. They wanted to wait for the war outside to calm down and then move out, but as time went by, we all adapted to the life here, and decided to stay. Lin Xiao Xiao couldn't help but think of the story of the Peach Blossom Garden, putting aside the poverty of the Skywolf Village. This was indeed a paradise with beautiful mountains and water. So how do you guys usually live? Do you go out of the mountains? Go to town? Lin Xiao Xiao actually wanted to visit the towns here, but she was too young before, and if the Black Wolf clan appeared in the human world it would inevitably cause panic. The village chief guessed that Lin Xiao Xiao should have been living in Wolf Mountain all her life and had never seen the outside world, so he carefully talked to Lin Xiao Xiao. The original Tian Wolf village has always been self-sufficient, rarely go out, unless the village saved some food or embroidery herbs and so on will be brought out every month or two to the city to sell, and then buy some salt and oil and living supplies back. Other times they are trying to stay in the village does not go out. Decades as one day, Lin Xiao Xiao realized. No wonder the meal given to her just now only had a little salt flavor. So it turned out that salt was scarce in this village. But well, she does, and a lot of it. From the village chief's mouth Lin Xiao Xiao probably understood the way of life in this world. Before Xia Xiaoran although also told her a lot, but Xia Xiaoran's identity in the end there. This kind of the most basic needs of life he never need to worry about. And Lin Xiao Xiao said are also some of the local conditions or the wind and snow. Only the village chief said these, only the actual out of the way to survive. The Wolf King saw the curiosity and expectation in Lin Xiao Xiao's eyes. Want to check out the city? The Black Wolf King asked. Lin nodded. I want to. The Black Wolf King smiled favorably. Good. Observe for a period of time. If the villagers are trustworthy, the next time they come out of the mountains let them take you with them to see the outside world. Lin Xiao Xiao was overjoyed and rubbed herself against the Black Wolf King. You're so nice. Ah, Dad. The village chief sat there, watching Lin Xiao Xiao talking to herself to the Wolf King, surprised and at the same time respecting Lin Xiao Xiao more and more. Miss Xiao Xiao is talking to the Wolf King. Right. She can understand the Black Wolf King and call the Black Wolf King father. Miss Xiao Xiao must not be an ordinary person. She must be a fairy in the mountains, descending down to their place to save them. After some contact, the village had found that Lin Xiao Xiao was a very polite and well-behaved girl, and was very fond of her. Even when faced with the Black Wolf King, she relaxed quite a bit. Has Miss Xiao Xiao always lived in the mountains? After asking, the village chief regretted it. In case Miss Xiao Xiao and the Black Wolf King didn't like that he was prying into their affairs, would he offend them like this? But Lin Xiao Xiao didn't seem to care and nodded her head and replied, yes, I was thrown to Wolf Mountain when I was 3 years old, and it was my father and mother who saved me and adopted me. Speaking of this, Lin Xiao Xiao suddenly asked, old uncle, have you heard of anyone's family losing a child? The village chief thought about it. Lin Xiao Xiao is now 8 or 9 years old, 3 years old that was 5 or 6 years ago, and has not really heard of anyone who has lost a child in the village. He shook his head. Definitely not from our village. There's no other village except ours for 100 miles. Is it possible that it's from the city? Miss Xiao Xiao is very pretty, like a fairy in the sky. Surely not something a mudblood like them could give birth to. Lin Xiao Xiao didn't feel disappointed. She was deliberately thrown in Wolf Mountain. It wouldn't be so easy to find her origins, and there was no rush for this moment. She smiled and pulled several bags of salt out of her space. When the village chief saw her take something out of thin air, he was first shocked, then he calmed down. Miss Xiao Xiao is a fairy, and fairies surely know fairy magic. Old uncle, here's this salt for you, take it and share it with everyone. The mayor froze. What? Salt? Salt? With the Black Wolf King around, Lin Xiao Xiao wasn't afraid of being treated as a demon. Tearing open a bag of packaging and grabbing a little bit to put in the village chief's hand, the village chief warily raised his hand and stuck out his tongue to lick it. And the moment his tongue touched it he hated to lick his hand clean. It's salt, it's really salt, and this salt is so much better than the salt they bought from outside the mountains, whether it's delicate or flavorful. There's no way those salts can be compared to Miss Xiao Xiao's salt. Salt, it's really salt. The village chief trembled with excitement. Lin Xiao Xiao took all the stock from the villa's kitchen cabinets, this time to look again. The cabinets were put on again. Lin Xiao Xiao took 2 more bags out, a total of 8 bags of salt. That's all for now, old man. Don't mind if it's too little. The village chief was in tears. The Black Wolf clan had given them prey today, and at this moment, Lin Xiao Xiao had given him so much salt, he didn't know how to express his gratitude for a moment. He trembled and knelt down towards the Black Wolf King. From now on, the people of Tian Wolf Village will only believe in His Highness the Wolf King and be His Highness the Wolf King's most devout believers, and the Tian Wolf Village will be on good terms with the Black Wolf clan for generations and will never rebel. After saying that, he heavily kowtowed towards the Black Wolf King. Lin Xiao Xiao took a step to the side, avoiding the village chief's big salute, but the Black Wolf King didn't move. He just looked at the village chief. The Black Wolf clan didn't need any believers, but Xiao Xiao needed someone to take care of her. If they could really do it and never betray Xiao Xiao, then he, the Black Wolf clan, was willing to make this oath with the Sky Wolf Village. Xiao Xiao, take out one of the wolf teeth that Ah Dad gave you. The Black Wolf King spoke. Lin Xiao Xiao snickered. Does Ah Dad also engage in this kind of feudal superstition? But after laughing, Lin Xiao Xiao still picked the prettiest of the fangs that the Black Wolf King had replaced in her space, then tied it with a nice-looking string and took it out. The Black Wolf King bit his fangs and put them into the village chief's hand. Lin Xiao Xiao translated at the right time. Father said that he is willing to make this covenant with you, but if the Sky Wolf Village betrays the Black Wolf clan one day, Father won't easily spare the Sky Wolf Village. Old uncle, think about it. Once the covenant is made, it can't be changed. The Wolf clan is the clan that emphasizes promises the most, so don't think about it anymore, or discuss it with the others in the village. The village chief respectfully received the Black Wolf King's token and kowtowed. Don't worry, Your Highness the Wolf King. This is something that the old man can make the decision, and in the future, if the Sky Wolf Village betrays Your Highness the Wolf King, they will be struck by heavenly thunderbolts, and they will not be allowed to die a good death. The Black Wolf King slowly got up at his words. That kingly aura was all natural, only to see him raise his noble head and let out a long whistle up to the sky. That voice pierced through the clouds and shook the valley. The villagers of Tian Lang Village were all startled by the wolf whistle, and almost everyone went out of the door and ran to the entrance of the village, thinking that something had happened. It was only after arriving that he saw the Black Wolf King's contemptuous appearance, as well as the village chief respectfully kneeling on the ground, kneeling reverently to the Black Wolf King. Village chief? Someone shouted out boldly. The village chief respectfully bowed to the Black Wolf King and spoke. Your Highness, please allow me to go and speak to them. The Black Wolf King nodded in agreement. The village chief climbed up and took away the packet of salt that Lin Xiao Xiao had unwrapped. The villagers surrounded the village chief and spoke in a chorus, and Lin Xiao Xiao and the Wolf King, who both had superior hearing, were able to hear that the village chief was telling them about the salt. Lin Xiao Xiao cocked her head and looked at the Wolf King. Father, you would engage in this kind of cultism too? The Wolf King raised his paw and stroked Lin Xiao Xiao's head. They're humans. They're a bit more convenient for you to use than our Black Wolf clan. If they can really be loyal, then what's the harm in us Black Wolves protecting their Sky Wolf village in the future? as long as they can be used for you. So it was for herself. Lin Xiaoxiao was moved in her heart and leaned on the Wolf King. Then Dad accepted them as believers. In the future, he will have to bring them to live a good life. This is the first batch of believers of our Black Wolf clan. What's the matter with chaffing and swallowing food? The Black Wolf King touched her with his nose. Full of favor, those plants in your space? Casually take out a kind will be enough for them to live. Dad can't help with anything else. And he's not capable of doing anything but hunting. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted. Who says that Dad is not capable? Dad is the most capable wolf in the world. You command the entire Wolf Mountain. Thousands of wolves. This is a great capability. The Black Wolf King laughed. The village chief over there has already explained the situation clearly to the villagers, and also gave them a taste of the salt Lin Xiaoxiao gave him to see. This salt is much finer than the salt they bought back outside. The taste is also better than the salt they bought back. The bag used to contain the salt alone is something they've never seen before, and all these must be the things of the immortal family. Now that Miss Xiaoxiao and His Highness the Wolf King were willing to give this to them, it meant that His Highness the Wolf King had decided to bless them, so it was only right for them to make offerings to the Wolf King. The villagers began to kneel and worship the Black Wolf King, one at a time, more sincerely than the other. Seeing the Black Wolf King's face of enjoyment, Lin Xiaoxiao snickered, took advantage of the villagers kneeling to worship to hide behind the Wolf King, and quietly said, "Father, do you want to play with the Wolf King's manifestation? Black Wolf King, huh?" Lin Xiaoxiao leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear, and the Black Wolf King smiled helplessly. As you wish. Lin Xiaoxiao borrowed the convenience of the Black Wolf King's cover to dodge into the space, and then began to pick up her kitchen before putting a few potatoes sprouted. Lin Xiaoxiao was 3 years old when she came in to tidy up the villa. Those sprouted potatoes casually threw into the ground outside the villa. The result is that a few days of hard work grew a large area of potatoes, and the corn, cucumbers, beans, peanuts, tomatoes, peppers, apples, pears, watermelons, pumpkins that were sitting in the refrigerator, all of which Lin skimmed the seeds and threw them into the ground, and all of them grew. It was also thanks to her previous love of tuning in and staying at home, where she kept 2 large refrigerators for freshness alone, that there was no shortage of food. Lin Xiaoxiao thought of the situation in Tian Wolf Village and picked the potatoes and corn that were the easiest to grow and fruitful, and stripped some seeds out of the other things. But unfortunately the rice in her space was all processed and couldn't be made into seeds. After making 2 piles of corn and potatoes and sorting those seeds into categories, Lin went to the kitchen to get more supplemental salt before rejoining the Wolf King's back. She quietly fumbled for the small speaker and hid it behind the Wolf King's neck, and began to mimic the Black Wolf King's lone tone of voice by editing phrases on the tablet and then voice switching. "Abba, you bossy call out," Lin Xiaoxiao said quietly. The Black Wolf King was filled with helplessness, but still cooperated by letting out a domineering wolf howl up to the sky, and Lin Xiaoxiao pressed the play button, and a calm and domineering male voice immediately came from the small speaker. "As you serve me as king, I shall take refuge in these, and these, then, shall be given to you." Lin Xiaoxiao pressed the pause button, and with a wave of her small hand, 2 piles of things came out of the open space between the Black Wolf King and the villagers. A pile of potatoes, a pile of corn, and a number of small bags of pack seeds, as well as several bags of salt. The villagers heard the Wolf King manifesting his opening, and then saw these things that changed out of thin air, trembled with excitement, and worshipped even more devoutly. The Wolf King has manifested. The Wolf King has really manifested. Today's events, including the Black Wolf clan, I do not wish to see anyone spreading the word. If you betray, I will take back what I have given you today, and will make those who betray pay. Lin Xiaoxiao barked, continuing to press the pause button. The village head reverently kowtowed with the villagers. "Don't worry, Your Highness the Wolf King, we will never say anything. We will never reveal half a word, or else we will not be allowed to die a good death and die without a whole body." The village chief led the way, and the others followed suit. The Black Wolf King looked towards Lin Xiaoxiao, who playfully spat out her tongue. It looked like there was no need to put in the threatening words later. These miracles were enough for them to believe and worship the Black Wolf King as a god. Lin Xiaoxiao took her things back into her space, and the people were still worshipping. "Why don't you guys stop worshipping for now, old uncle, and move the stuff back first?" Lin Xiaoxiao said as she poked her head out from behind the Black Wolf King's neck. The village chief and the villagers were quite anxious as they looked at these things they had never seen before. "Miss Xiaoxiao, we've never seen these before. What is this?" the village chief asked boldly, and quietly looked at the Black Wolf King's face, fearing that he had angered the Black Wolf King. Lin Xiaoxiao jumped down from the back of the Black Wolf King, walked to the potato next to pick up said, "This, called potato, can be boiled and eaten as food. You can also cut the fried vegetables, but also burn to eat, baked to eat. Planting is also simple. Each potato has a tooth point. According to the tooth point, cut into small pieces and dug a pit and buried, waiting for the harvest. The harvest, probably a tooth point to collect more than 10 fists. Potatoes? Hiss. The villagers drew in a breath of cool air. This was too much higher than the yield of the grain they were growing. Lin Xiaoxiao picked up another corn cob. This is called corn, a kind of coarse grain. It can be directly boiled and eaten. It can also be dried and ground into powder like rice and steamed. It can also be ground into fine flour for steamed bread. The yield of corn is very high, very high, very high. Just one grain like this, it can grow a corn cob. And a corn cob on a corn cob with good luck. It can be hung with 3 of these cobs. And even worse still can hang one. The villagers have been shocked. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed to a few packets of seeds. There are peanuts, watermelon, winter melon, chili peppers and tomatoes. There are vegetables and fruits. Planting method, it should be similar to the usual planting of things. You can figure it out yourself. She planted these are casually thrown into the space of the ground on their own grow out. This outside cannot have the advantage of space. She will not, can only rely on their own fumble. After a few moments had passed, the crowd from the Skywolf village finally slowed down. And there were even people who had the person next to them pinch themselves to make sure they weren't dreaming. With a few low cries coming from the crowd, everyone knew that this wasn't a dream. It was the Wolf King really manifesting. The Black Wolf King no longer opened his mouth, but handed over the dominion to Lin Xiaoxiao, who taught the villagers how to plant these things while asking them to carry them back. And the salt that was taken out in the back was also given to the village headman to be handed out to all the families. In Tianlong country, salt is the most expensive thing. They save up 2 months in order to save something to take out to sell money, and then buy salt back, but also can only buy 1 or 2 pounds. Each family a point on how much. Now Lin Xiaoxiao out so much fine salt. Each family can share half a packet. Save a little bit of food enough to eat the first half of the year they ate. There were also these food items that they had never seen before. These were the rewards from the Black Wolf King. The villagers didn't dare to be half-hearted, and carried all the things to the village's ancestral hall, where they were uniformly distributed by the village chief. While the villagers moved their things, the village chief ran to Lin Xiaoxiao and the Black Wolf King and spoke respectfully. Your Highness the Wolf King, Miss Xiaoxiao, the night is even deeper and the dew is heavy, so I've asked my family to pack up a clean room for your Highness and Miss Xiaoxiao to live in, and I hope that Miss Xiaoxiao and your Highness don't mind. Lin Xiaoxiao had wanted to say that it was fine. They were used to living in the wild. But the Black Wolf King nodded his head in agreement when he thought that Xiaoxiao was going to return to normal human life in the future. The village chief was overjoyed and led them into the village. The people of the village were now no longer afraid of the Black Wolf King. After all, this was their deity and would not harm them. Only respect remained. Wherever the Black Wolf King walks through the place, the villagers all stop what they are doing and salute respectfully. Even the village's poultry and livestock are forced by the Black Wolf King's might to be compressed into a ball. Half a bit of sound does not dare to send out, for fear that they are the Wolf King to see a bite to eat. The Black Wolf King held his head high, a feeling that was actually quite good. The village head's house was in the highest part of the Tian Wolf village, a small fenced yard with 4 adobe houses. And at this time the yard was filled with the village head's family. Miss Xiaoxiao, they are my family. This is my father Wan Shan. This is my daughter-in-law Lin Chunhua. This is my oldest son Wang Feng. My oldest daughter-in-law Xiuqin. My youngest son Wang Zhang. This is my granddaughter Xiao Xiao. And my grandson Xiaoman. The group respectfully kowtowed to the Black Wolf King. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled people up. Old uncle, you don't have to be like this. Dad doesn't like people kneeling around. It's just fine for everyone to be like what they were before and what they'll be like in the future. Old let people kneel around like this. Lin Xiaoxiao was very weak. The Black Wolf King looked around. The human small courtyard was not as large as their cave in Wolf Mountain, but it had a smoky atmosphere. And hopefully Xiaoxiao would be able to return to a normal human life right from here. Miss Xiaoxiao, the house for you and His Highness the Wolf King is this one. The village chief led Lin Xiaoxiao towards the biggest house right in the center. Just see inside was cleaned up very clean. The bedding on the bed, although worn out, but washed very clean, also cannot smell a little odor. Even the table and chairs are thoughtful to move to the wall against the wall. The middle of a large empty place. The ground is covered with clean hay and sheets. Think it is for the preparation of the father. This family really has heart. Thank you. Lin Xiaoxiao no longer excused herself. She could see that this was the best house this family could prepare for them. They prepared these with reverence. If she refused she might even make them terrified. She might as well answer it graciously, and thank this family from somewhere else. Anyway, she had a lot of good things. After Lin Xiaoxiao finished looking at the house, she let the Black Wolf King go in to rest again. After all, he was such a big wolf staying here. It was really scary to look at. Knowing that Lin Xiaoxiao could handle it, the Black Wolf King went into the house and plopped down on the straw. It didn't take long to see a little head curiously leaning over the doorframe to peek at him, and when he realized it he sat down directly on the floor in fear. Black Wolf King, I don't eat people. The village chief and Lin Xiaoxiao were sitting and talking in the courtyard, and when they didn't pay attention to their own little grandson, he ran to the door of the main room, looking like he was frightened by the Black Wolf King. The village chief's face changed and he hurriedly rushed over to pick up Xiaoman and apologized to the Black Wolf King. Your Highness, the child is still young and doesn't know the rules. The Black Wolf King didn't even bother to raise his head. Was he that intimidating? The village chief hurriedly hugged Xiaoman and retreated back, his heart still hanging in the air, fearing that his own little grandson's naughtiness had annoyed the Black Wolf King. I've told you several times, the Black Wolf King is the deity of our Sky Wolf village. You have to respect it. What if you run over and disturb His Highness the Wolf King's rest? The village chief chided in a low voice. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled. Grandpa village chief, don't worry, Adad loves children. The village chief was half convinced. Really? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded her head and touched a candy out of her space, handing it to the terrified Xiaoman. Don't be afraid. The Wolf King doesn't eat children. He's a very, very good wolf. Here's your candy. Wang Xiaoman looked at Lin Xiaoxiao in a confused manner, only feeling that this sister was so pretty. She was pretty when she first started to look at her, but now she looked even prettier. Grandpa, can I eat it? However, Wang Xiaoman didn't take it directly, but asked the village chief first, which showed that he had a good family education. The village chief was touched and his eyes turned red, nodding his head. What Miss Xiaoxiao gives you can be eaten. You have to remember how good Miss Xiaoxiao is to you, and protect Miss Xiaoxiao when you grow up in the future. Okay? Lin Xiaoxiao. When he grows up he won't know where to go himself. Only then did Wang Xiaoman respectfully take Lin Xiaoxiao's candy, and thanked her obediently before putting the candy in her mouth. This eating was as if he had eaten the most delicious thing in the world, only to see his eyes bursting with excitement, wishing to swallow his own tongue. Grandpa, it's delicious, so delicious. I've never eaten anything so delicious. Sweet, sweeter than the sweet fruits in the mountains. The village chief wiped his tears. They are used to avoiding the world. Life, although it can guarantee food and clothing, but not rich. This child from birth to now did not even eat sugar. It is he himself, but also only when he was a child father came back from the outside to bring sugar once. Lin Xiaoxiao was sighing and amused by his appearance and wanted to laugh. She grabbed another handful out of the space and put it into Wang Xiaoman's hand. The beautiful fruit candies were wrapped in glittering sugar paper. Wang Xiaoman's and the village chief's eyes were about to fall out from looking at them. I've got plenty more here, so take it and split it with the little ones. The village chief looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, obviously also a child of 8 or 9 years old, but as knowledgeable and calm as an adult, not worthy of being a fairy from the sky. Wang Xiaoman filled a pocket full of fruit candies, first ran to give one to his great-grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, brother-in-law and sister, and then ran out with the candies in his pocket to share them with the children in the village. Everyone knew that it was the little fairy sister beside the Black Wolf King who rewarded them, and they were so happy that they couldn't wait to offer the candies. But Wang Xiaoman patted his chest and assured them that the fairy sister was letting them eat, saying that she still had more, and that if she didn't eat it, she would give it back to him. The children in the village were all eating sugar for the first time, where they were willing to give it back to Wang Xiaoman, immediately one by one. They couldn't wait to throw the sugar into their mouths. It was a night full of cheers from the children who had eaten the candy given by their fairy sister. Seeing how happy the children were, the villagers were even more grateful to Lin Xiaoxiao and the Black Wolf King. As night fell, Lin Chunhua led Xiaoqiao over and said that she had prepared water for her to bathe and wash up. Lin Xiaoxiao gave her thanks and followed the two to the mess room, where a large wooden bucket was placed in the corner, and it was steaming. Miss Xiaoxiao, our home is simple. We bathe in the kitchen. I've brushed the barrel several times. It's absolutely clean. Don't mind if you don't mind. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. No, it's already very good. Thank you, Grandma Village Chief. Lin Chunhua was flattered and pulled Xiaoqiao over. Girl, don't worry about washing. I let Xiaoqiao stay and wait for the girl to wash. In addition, this set of clothes is this year Xiaoqiao her mother just made for her. She hasn't worn them yet. I see that all the clothes on the girl are dirty. Change them down and I'll give the girl a clean wash. Lin Xiaoxiao could see Xiaoqiao's reluctance to part with that set of clothes. She actually wanted to say that she had clothes in her space to change into, but then she looked at the ancient clothes they were wearing and the t-shirt slacks she was wearing. Hey, let's wear it first, and return it to her later with something else. I think I can find some cloth in the cottage by rummaging around. Lin Chunhua retreated and helped Lin Xiaoxiao close the door to the kitchen. Xiaoqiao respectfully stepped forward, red-faced. I'll wait for the girl to take a bath. Miss Xiaoxiao is so good-looking. She can't help but blush. Lin Xiaoxiao stripped off her clothes and got into the barrel to soak. It was true that a hot bath was the most comfortable thing to do. She leaned over the barrel and Jojo helped her wash her hair. The hair in her hand was dark and long and smooth. Jojo was so full of envy that she couldn't help but blurt out, "The girl's hair is so good. It feels as smooth as the water from a small waterfall." Lin Xiaoxiao took a bottle of shampoo out and taught Xiaoxiao to wash her own hair, and as the white bubbles rubbed more and more into her hair, Xiaoxiao was both new and surprised. Scooped and rinsed out. Her hair was smooth and silky and still smelled good, and Jojo loved it. The temperature of the water dropped and Lin Xiaoxiao got up from the barrel to dry off. Xiaoxiao helped her change her clothes before the two of them sat down next to the stove to rub their hair with the warmth of the stove. Lin Xiaoxiao gave the remaining bottle of shampoo to Xiaoxiao. "Here you go. Wash your hair with this and your hair will be as good as mine." Xiaoxiao was like a treasure, carefully holding it, looking excited. "Really? Really give it to me? Can I have it? Can I use it too?" Fairy's things. Can she use it too? Although Xiaoxiao was happy, she carefully placed the bottle on the side and picked up the pad to wipe Lin Xiaoxiao's hair again. Miss Xiaoxiao's hair had to be dried quickly or she would catch a cold. Lin Xiaoxiao had a hairdryer in her villa, and after thinking about it, she gave it up. She had to adapt to the current life. The bed in the Wang family was hard, but fortunately Lin Xiaoxiao was used to sleeping on the big stone bed in the wolf cave and didn't feel uncomfortable anywhere. On the contrary, the village chief's family got up early, fearing that Lin Xiaoxiao would not be accustomed to it. Lin Chunhua took her daughter-in-law into the kitchen at dawn to prepare breakfast for Lin Xiaoxiao and the Black Wolf King. Xiaoxiao had cleaned herself up a long time ago and stood guard at the door waiting for Lin Xiaoxiao to get up. A do not know where to fly from the kingfisher at this time fell on the windowsill, vigorously faceted the window, mouth chirping. Xiaoxiao, afraid of this kingfisher noisy Lin Xiaoxiao rest, lifting the broom began to drive the bird. Colored lights. The colored lights had to fly in order not to be hit by the broom, but still around the house with a shout. "Xiaoxiao! Xiaoxiao, I'm coming!" Xiaoxiao was on the verge of crying when she saw it still chirping. "You stop chirping." Lin Chunhua hurriedly came out with a small bowl of grain. "This is for it to eat. Maybe it's hungry, and when it's full, it won't scream." The colored lights swept in, and he wouldn't eat. "Xiaoxiao, big lazy pig, get up, I'm going to get killed." The colored lights continued to yell. There was a wolf whistle from the house, and the colored lights nearly fell to the floor, shrinking their necks and wings to stop yelling. Lin climbed up and stretched. "The colorful lamp is here. Perhaps your auntie has a message for him to bring and is locked out," the Black Wolf King whispered. Lin Xiaoxiao opened the door as soon as she rolled out of bed. Colored lights. The colored lights cried out in pain and flew straight over to land on Lin Xiaoxiao's shoulders. Xiaoxiao and Lin Chunhua were dumbfounded. "Miss Xiaoxiao, did you raise this bird?" Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and touched a handful of rice in the space to feed the colored lights. "His name is Colored Lights. He's a bird I have. You don't have to be afraid." The colored lights flapped their wings proudly. "Heck, he's Dawn's best friend." Lin Chunhua and Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh when they saw the colorful lamp's pleased appearance. All the birds raised by fairies were so beautiful. "Colored lanterns, did Ame ask you to come?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Colored lights fluttered her wings. "The Wolf Queen was afraid you wouldn't be used to being at the bottom of the mountain, so she asked me to take a look around and ask if there was anything they could do to help." Lin Xiaoxiao thought about it. There wasn't much the wolves could do to help, but seeing as the people in the village couldn't even afford to eat meat, and yesterday they had taken out all the chickens and ducks they had raised for her and the other wolves to eat, she felt a little embarrassed. "Kai Lantern, go back and tell Auntie to have her brothers hunt some game and send it to her. The villagers are very nice, and I will go home when father and I have cured the children in the village." Colored lights got the letter, ate and drank again, and flapped their wings to go back and report to the Wolf Queen in the mails. Only after seeing the colored lanterns leave did Lin Chunhua bring over the prepared breakfast. Lin Xiaoxiao's was 2 eggs, thin rice and pickles, while the Black Wolf King's was a boiled chicken and a plate of venison. Lin Xiaoxiao took a look, and sure enough, there was another chicken missing from the chicken coop. "Hey, all these chickens are going to die for the sake of Dad. Grandma Village Chief, don't kill any more chickens in the future. We'll prepare what our dad eats ourselves. Otherwise, by the time they cured those children and went back, all the chickens and ducks in this village would be dead." Lin Chunhua was sincerely terrified. "Miss Xiaoxiao, don't say that. It's a blessing for these chickens to be food for His Highness the Wolf King. How else can this be communicated? Never mind. When my brothers come hunting, these chickens and ducks will be able to escape death." After breakfast, Lin Xiaoxiao went to Wang Fuxing's house to see those sick children. "Do you still have a fever today?" Lin Xiaoxiao gave each of the waking children a candy and asked Fuxing's daughter-in-law next to her. Fuxing's daughter-in-law was overjoyed. After being cured by Miss Xiaoxiao, these children hadn't made any more noise this night, and she was able to get some rest and relaxation. "No, no, no. In the morning up one by one the spirit is much better. Rice also eat down. Thanks to the girl. Otherwise these children." Fuxing daughter-in-law wiped up tears. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. A disease like smallpox was really killing her now. When these children got better, she had to vaccinate the other children against smallpox. It suddenly occurred to Lin Xiaoxiao that a disease like smallpox required an infectious agent or a predisposing agent to get it. And how did the Tian Wolf village contract smallpox when it had almost no contact with the outside world? Auntie, how did these children contract smallpox? Fuxing daughter-in-law heard the tears fell, full of self-reproach, said, the beginning of the onset of the dog eggs, this matter is blamed on me and his father. We do not have much money. We can only save a little embroidery or dog eggs his father to do some of the bamboo weaving things to go out and sell the money and then buy things back. The fabric is too expensive to afford to buy. It will go to buy some of the city do not want to buy the old clothes. This time the dog eggs his father went to the city to buy a set of clothes for the dog eggs back. Put on a few days dog eggs on the smallpox, but also infected several other children in the village. This time the dog egg his father went to the city to buy a set of clothes for the dog egg back. Put on a few days the dog egg on the smallpox, but also infected a few other children in the village. I guess his father and I, afraid to buy the smallpox children, have worn the clothes. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. Are the clothes still there? Fuxing daughter-in-law wiped away her tears and nodded. In the inn. We guess it is the reason for the clothes, but this spend money to buy and cannot afford to throw away. So I took something alone to load up and put away. In case it is not the reason for the clothes. In the future, the clothes can still wear it. Lin Xiaoxiao guessed that 9 times out of 10. It was the clothes. You bring it to me. Fuxing's daughter-in-law hurriedly ran to bring the clothes over, and Lin Xiaoxiao pulled a thread and threw it into the small medicine chest, getting a red result. She sighed. Burn the clothes? You can't wear them anymore. Fuxing's daughter-in-law was stunned. Was it really because of the clothes? She regretted it so much that they had really harmed several children, and immediately hated the people who had sold them the clothes. These people really have a bad conscience. How can they take clothes worn by smallpox patients and sell them? Mouth said. Fuxing daughter-in-law did not dare to delay for a moment. Directly took the fire folders in the yard on the clothes to burn. Burned after not yet relieved, but also ruthlessly stepped on a few feet. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her cursing and crying at the same time. Full of helplessness. All poor. The good thing was that from now on, the Sky Wolf village was under the cover of their Black Wolf clan, and the days would get better and better. By the evening, the dog eggs several children did not have a high fever. The body rash also looked a lot of elimination. Fuxing daughter-in-law cried and laughed with joy. Lin Xiaoxiao got them medicine again, watched them eat it, and then rewarded each of them with a candy before she did a good job of sterilizing and leaving the small courtyard. Before she could walk to the village chief's house, she heard wolf whistles coming from the mountains, and Lin Xiaoxiao listened to the familiar sound. It was her brothers who had arrived. Tian Wolf village villagers were also called out by these wolf whistles. If it was before, they would still be afraid of the wolves. Now they are the Black Wolf King's believers. The wolf race in their hearts is the supreme existence, representing peace and hope. Immediately all the old and young ran out, followed by rushed to the village entrance. The Black Wolf King and Lin Xiaoxiao arrived at the village entrance back and forth, and the wolves arrived at the same time. Pops, sister. Before the wolves got close, Lin Xiaoxiao heard the staggering voice of her own second brother, and then a black shadow in the moonlight lunged towards Lin Xiaoxiao, only to be kicked away by the Black Wolf King just as she got close. Ouch! Misery! Lin Xiaoxiao shuddered. This was a bad fall for Ergo. Serves you right. The other wolves walked past the second wolf brother, a million times more disgusted with the compliment. Lin Xiaoxiao pounced on the leader. Black Wind, big brother. Black Wind pushed her away with her nose. I have blood left by the boar. Don't get your clothes dirty. Lin Xiaoxiao moved her nose, and sure enough, she smelled blood. Wild boar? Big brother, are you hurt? Black Wind was full of relief. Still his sister's heartache. He shook his beautiful fur. Who is your brother? A wild boar is just a wild boar. It can't hurt me. Kai Lantern went home and said that you can't even afford to eat meat in the village. A mother was afraid that you would starve, and asked us to have to hunt full of them today to bring them to you. This colorful light. Obviously she is not so say. Back to clean up his. The villagers just looked at Lin Xiaoxiao standing with a pack of wolves, curious but in awe, not daring to approach. The wolves greeted Lin Xiaoxiao, and only then did they put the prey they had caught today on the ground. A 200 to 300 pound wild boar, and 2 deer, piles of rabbits and pheasants, all freshly hunted, with bloodstains on them that hadn't even dried yet. When the villagers of Tianlang village looked at so many things, all of them held their breath and swallowed their saliva, afraid that they were dreaming. After all, it was a big night. It wasn't until Lin Xiaoxiao greeted them and came over to move their things that the crowd realized that this wasn't a dream and that it was really the wolves that had brought the meat. The village chief boldly stepped forward, unable to believe his eyes. Miss Xiaoxiao, this? Lin Xiaoxiao pointed to a few of the black winds. This is my big brother. This is my second brother. Fourth brother. Fifth brother. I also have a beautiful sister that didn't come. These things are what my auntie asked them to send to you all, so you should quickly have someone take care of it." The village chief's face changed and he hurriedly saluted. The other party was a wolf. The village chief hesitated for a moment on how to address him, and finally opened his mouth. Grand Duke, Second Duke, Fourth Duke, Fifth Duke. This was how the rich and noble families addressed the young masters and young ladies of their families, and His Highness the Wolf King's sons and daughters were honored as well. Blackfire wagged his tail. "What's the name of the game, sister?" Lin Xiaoxiao quietly told the Black Wolf King that he had accepted these people as believers for her sake, and Black Wind nodded stoically. But it was Blackfire, who excitedly spun around in place twice and shouted with his neck held high, "Don't worry guys, since you're going to be believers of our family, you'll be following your brother in the future to eat good food and drink spicy food." But in the eyes of the villagers, all they saw was him spinning in place a few times and then yelling. The villagers shivered. Ooh, the wolf is still scary. Under the command of the village chief, each family moved out their home cauldrons, dry firewood, and directly at the entrance of the village set up a stove and began to kill the pigs. There are also hunters in the village. Called a few young and strong men 3 times to deal with the wild boar and 2 deer. The meat alone filled 7 or 8 large pots. The women are boiling water to slaughter chickens and deal with rabbits. Lin Xiaoxiao saw it and said directly, "Don't break the rabbit skin. Knit in winter you can make scarves and gloves for the children." The women were overjoyed and handled it with more and more care. Lin Xiaoxiao saw the village chief directing people to boil water to cook the meat, afraid to cook it to bring it to her big brother and they eat, hurried to stop. So some meat just cooked which can be delicious. Too wasteful. Now that the time is right, why don't you just have an outdoor barbecue? This night, the wolf village was brightly lit. People and wolves lived in harmony, and there was laughter mixed with wolf calls everywhere. In the past, Lin Xiaoxiao also knew how to roast meat in Wolf Mountain, but at that time, she was the one who took care of all the wolves. This time, with the villagers of Tian Lang village, Lin Xiaoxiao taught them how to roast meat and then comfortably sat down and waited to be fed just like the wolves. After eating and drinking, Black Wind led his wolf brothers back to Wolf Mountain in the night. He still had to go back to report Xiao Zhao's situation to Enyang. The Black Wolf King stayed in the human village for a day and was always a bit uncomfortable. So he went to the forest and instructed Lin Xiaoxiao that if she was in danger, she should hide in space at the first opportunity, and don't worry about anything else, and he would come to get her. Lin Xiaoxiao had written it all down, but the villagers of the Tian Wolf village were kind-hearted, and after so many things they even revered them, the Black Wolf clan, and her as a god. So Lin Xiaoxiao wasn't worried about the dangers she would encounter in the Tian Wolf village at all. After 3 days, the rashes on several of the children were completely gone, and they were alive and well. After curing smallpox, in order to prevent this from happening again, Lin Xiaoxiao rallies the village and gives them smallpox vaccinations. The smallpox vaccine has been discontinued in real life. The plot demands it, so please don't take it seriously. When they learned that Lin Xiaoxiao had a way to keep their children from contracting smallpox, families sent their children to her. After the vaccination, Lin Xiaoxiao returned to the village chief's house and heard the village chief and Wang Fong discussing the matter of going to the city. Grandpa Village Chief, Uncle Fong, you're going into the city? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. After a few days of getting along, the village head of the family have found Lin Xiaoxiao does not have any frame. Treat them all kindly, and so beautiful girl who all like. Then smiled back, yes, originally a few days ago to go out, when the children just sick. We want to ask the doctor to give them a look, but not much money out of it. On the various families have put good things to search well. See is not enough. This is thinking on the Wolf Mountain hunting. Want to get a big thing into the city to sell. Did not expect to meet you. Now the children have been well, but these things still have to take to the city to sell. To the family to add to the. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes rolled. Can I go? The village chief's family was startled. Miss Xiaoxiao, you're going into the city? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. She hadn't gone outside to see the outside yet when she came to this world. Now that she had the chance, she certainly wanted to go out and take a look. The village chief was a little hesitant, but His Highness the Wolf King, he is worried that the Black Wolf King will not agree, or will not feel comfortable letting Miss Xiaoxiao enter the city with them. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand. I'll talk to father. When are you leaving? The family looked at each other. Tomorrow. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately felt out a bone whistle hanging around her neck and blew it, and it wasn't long before a huge black-bodied wolf jumped out from the mountain behind the village chief's house. Ah, Dad. Lin Xiaoxiao jumped up and waved. The Black Wolf King took a few leaps and landed steadily in the courtyard, and the village chief immediately brought his family to respectfully stand to the side to salute the Black Wolf King. The Black Wolf King glanced at them, sweeping over the various things piled up next to them. Dawn, is it time to go home? Lin Xiaoxiao, however, was all excited. Father, Uncle Fong and the others are going into the city tomorrow. I want to follow them. The Black Wolf King frowned. Into the city? The Black Wolf King was actually very torn. On the one hand, he wanted his daughter to have more contact with humans in the human world. On the other hand, he was afraid that she would be too young to take care of herself, and that people's hearts would be treacherous, and that she would be in danger outside. Lin Xiaoxiao pounced on her and pouted. Father, I'm just going to take a look. The Black Wolf King was in an internal celestial battle, and he finally looked at the village chief with a ruthless heart. The village chief and Wang Fong immediately reacted and opened their mouths to repeatedly assure. Don't worry, Your Highness. We will definitely protect Miss Xiaoxiao and will never let anything happen to Miss Xiaoxiao. The Black Wolf King wasn't worried that someone could bully his precious daughter. Lin Xiaoxiao spent a lot of time with wolves. She was athletic and had space to protect her body. All he was worried about was that Lin Xiaoxiao wasn't adapted to human life. You can go if you want to. Dad will send you off. And when you come back, Dad will go outside the mountain to pick you up. The Black Wolf King was like an old father who was worried about his daughter going out of town. Even though it was highly likely that he would be discovered by humans if he went outside the mountain, he couldn't care less for the sake of his daughter. How can that be? What if someone finds out about Dad? Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head nervously. Compared to this, Dad is more worried about you. The Black Wolf King was bitter. I'll send you outside the mountain and hide in the mountain. You know our Black Wolf clan's concealment skills. You won't be discovered. Even if you are discovered, Dad will still run. But, Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated. Humans are cunning. Although the Black Wolf King's mind is no different from a human's, and even smarter than a human's under the spirit spring sustenance. But what if it's not? She can't take a risk with the Black Wolf King's well-being, but she really wants to go to the city to see what is the situation. Ouch. Headaches and tangles. Although the village chief couldn't understand the Black Wolf King's speech, Lin Xiaoxiao's words still made him guess something. I'm afraid that the Black Wolf King doesn't feel at ease with his daughters and wants to personally escort them. And Miss Xiaoxiao is afraid that His Highness the Wolf King will be found out by someone. And if that's the case, it's not without a solution. Miss Xiaoxiao, Your Highness the Wolf King. In fact, it's not impossible for Your Highness to escort Miss Xiaoxiao. There's a hill in the middle of our road out of the village and the official road. There's a canyon underneath that hill that no one would go to on weekdays. Your Highness the Wolf King can wait there. Your Highness, don't worry. When we get into the city we'll definitely escort Miss Xiaoxiao carefully. We won't let any accidents happen to Miss Xiaoxiao. The village chief said. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. In that case it would be even better. And Dad would wait in the canyon for them to finish their business before coming back together. Dad? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the Black Wolf King with two glowing eyes. The Black Wolf King lost the battle. Okay, Dad will send you to the pass and then go back to the canyon to wait for you. And when you get into the mountains blow the bone whistle, and Dad will come and get you. Aha! Lin Xiaoxiao nodded like garlic. If Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to follow her into the city, then they couldn't do what they had done before. The village chief had to pick the best skilled person in the village to follow, to make it easier to protect Miss Xiaoxiao. After speaking to Lin Xiaoxiao and the Black Wolf King, the village head went to gather the people of the village to discuss the candidates for this trip to the mountains. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Xiaoxiao began to pick and pull in space things that can be taken out for money, neither too eye-catching, nor too common. Otherwise it will not be able to sell for any price. Although she has been living in seclusion in the Wolf Mountain for many years, but the basic common sense of life is still there. Money can make the devil push the mill. No money is difficult to walk. Look at the Tian Wolf village. No, it is because of the lack of money. Poor. So the days of living in bitterness. The Tian Lang village was now under the cover of their Black Wolf clan, where they could still live the bitter life they had before. Lin Chunhua and Xiuqin prepared some of their own embroidered small things, or beat the complexion. There are some Wang Fong and Wang Zhang family made wooden pots, bamboo utensils. Most of the people in the village to prepare these. Not much money, but also their only income, but the only hunter in the village will have some furs and so on, but only a little bit more can be sold. Lin Xiaoxiao picked at it for half a day, and nothing fit. I'll take the salt and sell it. Didn't I say salt is expensive? Lin Xiaoxiao muttered. Lin Chunhua was startled, but it can't be allowed. It's against the law to buy and sell salt. Salt can only be sold by the government. Why? That salt can't be sold. Don't go into the oranges without making any money. Lin Xiaoxiao made a difficult task. She spaced those crops are scarce. The villagers of Tian Wolf village have never seen. That outside is certainly not. Surely can sell a good price, but also easy to attract trouble. In the end, Lin Xiaoxiao could only focus on those medicinal herbs that she existed in her space. The Black Wolf clan lives in the deep mountains. From no one will go in. The mountain herbs are everywhere. Lin Xiaoxiao see strange. So they are lazy to pick. Let them grow in the mountains. Plus she has a small medicine chest. What medicine to have? It will be even more will not go to touch these herbs, but the rare encounter with good quality, she will still get back to put into the space. At this moment, she had several hundreds of years old ginsengs in her space, as well as several medicinal herbs with years. A pharmacy should always take herbs. Right, so I'll sell these? Lin Xiaoxiao casually took 2 old mountain ginsengs and waved them in her hands. Wang Fong entered the city more. Nodded, collected. There are also people in the village who will go up the mountain to pick some unusual herbs to bring to the pharmacy to sell. Lin Xiaoxiao tapped the nail. Then it's it. Lin Chunhua came up and looked at the 2 old mountain ginsengs in Lin Xiaoxiao's hands, which still had dirt on them, and the red beads on the head looked beautiful. Miss Xiaoxiao, this is ginseng, right? Lin Chunhua exclaimed. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. These several old ginseng purely by her 4th brother Tu and Ah. See the red beads on the top of the good-looking people out of the ground. She was afraid of wasting. Thrown into the space to raise. This will be just pulled out of the ground. Fresh it. Lin Chunhua warily stretched out her hand, wanting to touch but not daring to touch. Wang Fong was also shocked. Ginseng. If this is ginseng, get the pharmacy to sell a lot of money. I heard the shopkeeper of the pharmacy said, this thing can be worth a lot of money. Good ginseng can be sold for several hundred taels of silver. On the cutout of a small slice of a good few taels of silver it. Lin Xiaoxiao naturally knew that ginseng was worth money. Otherwise she wouldn't have taken it. She put the ginseng into Lin Chuanhua's hand. Grandma village chief help me wrap it. I'll sell it this time when I go to the city. The Black Wolf King looked at Lin Xiaoxiao who was very well adapted to human life. His heart was both relieved and sour. The daughter he raised looked like she was going to fly away the next moment. Lin Chunhua flattered. Hands do not know where to put. Holding these 2 old ginseng like holding gold and silver jewels in general. Hurriedly let Xiuqin took a clean red cloth wrapped, and let Wang Fong find a suitable bamboo box to put up, carefully placed on the ready goods. Thinking about it and feeling inappropriate. Such an expensive thing, and took it to the table in the main room. She was afraid of forgetting it when she went back and took it out again. In short, she didn't feel at ease with how to put it. The village chief searched for the village people and informed them that this time Lin Xiaoxiao would follow her into the city. So the people who had been set before would not count. And in order to protect Lin Xiaoxiao, they must pick the strong, physically fit ones in the village, preferably those who are a little bit good at fighting to follow them, so as to avoid any trouble. After we discussed, led by Hunter Wang Qiao, pick 7 or 8 young and strong people, and the things we brought to sell had to be reduced a bit, lest we couldn't care about people when we cared about things. Although the people felt that they all had to bring less stuff for Lin Xiaoxiao to enter the city, when they thought that the Wolf King had given them so many things, as well as salt, the little bit of resentment in their hearts dispersed cleanly, and there was more gratitude. Lin Xiaoxiao was going to enter the city, and the wolves of the Black Wolf clan were definitely going to protect it, which was a great thing for everyone. The village chief considered, Lin Xiaoxiao a girl, cannot all be followed by men, and put Xiuqin on the arrangement. Xiuqin went. Xiaoqiao want to go. Born to now, she has not been to the city. When the village chief found out, he reprimanded her. What are you doing? Your mother didn't go with her for fun. Miss Xiaoxiao has to be taken care of by someone else. And you're just a little girl with small arms and legs, so you're not going to cause any trouble. Jojo was so aggravated she wanted to cry. She was 9 years old and wasn't going to add to the mess. At night Lin Xiaoxiao saw her looking absent, and when she asked, she realized it was because of this. It's fine. I'll take you. With so much room on his back, Papa would surely have no problem taking Jojo with him. Xiao was overjoyed, and at the thought of going into the city, she was so excited that she didn't sleep all night, and she didn't sleep over until almost dawn. And the result was that the next day she got up with dark circles under both of her eyes. You child, did you steal chickens last night? Lin Chunhua was startled, even though Xiao would be sleepy as hell this time. The moment she thought of Lin Xiaoxiao saying that she would take her into the city with her, she was immediately energized. Milk, Xiao said to take me with her. Lin Chunhua slapped her on the shoulder. Is Miss Xiaoxiao's name something you can call? Go what go? Don't add to the trouble. Just let your father bring you back whatever you want. Don't cause trouble for Miss Xiaoxiao. Jojo was immediately aggravated, and tears barred her eyes and began to fall. Grandma village chief, I'm the one who let Xiao go. I told Dad that I can take Xiao, so you should let her go. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately defended Xiao. Lin Chunhua was also heartbroken to see her granddaughter shedding tears, but she was still worried that Xiao didn't know the rules and would cause trouble for Lin Xiaoxiao. But both little girls insisted, so she couldn't be that evil. Then you must follow Miss Xiaoxiao well. Serve the girl well, and then follow your mother well. Don't add to the chaos, no? Lin Chunhua admonished from ear to ear. Jojo was so amnestied that her tears stopped and she nodded repeatedly to assure herself that she would be good. Lin Chunhua was filled with helplessness and went to talk to the village chief about this. The village chief looked at the two little girls standing together from a distance. Xiao Xiao was still shedding tears and Lin Xiaoxiao was coaxing her. Xiao Xiao being able to fall into Miss Xiao Xiao's eyes is a blessing for her in the creation of our family. You turn around and mention a few words to this girl, the village chief said. Lin Chunhua opened her mouth. Dong Jia, are you trying to make Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao has a good life. This is an opportunity that many people would not even beg for. Miss Xiao Xiao is not an ordinary person. Xiao Xiao will only get better and better by following her. Rest assured. After saying that, the village chief left Lin Chunhua who was still stunned in place and left. Lin Chunhua looked at him, then at Xiao Xiao over there who had already broken into tears, and agreed with the village chief's words. It was getting late. The village chief assembled the team and everyone picked up their burdens and prepared to leave. Lin Chunhua was still urging mother and daughter Xiao Xiao to make sure they took care of Lin Xiao Xiao before they all walked together towards the outside of the village. When they arrived at the entrance of the village they were startled by the scene in front of them, only to see the Black Wolf King waiting at the entrance of the village with more than 10 wolves, and they all stood up when they saw them come out. Ah, Dad? Lin Xiao Xiao ran over. The Black Wolf King threw Lin Xiao Xiao onto his back in one go. The meaning of that was self-evident. Lin Xiao Xiao was overjoyed. Ah, Dad was bringing his wolf brothers to see them off. Xiao Xiao, come over here. Lin Xiao Xiao waved at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao swallowed at the sight of the Black Wolf King and carefully and apprehensively walked over to Lin Xiao Xiao, who was lying on the Black Wolf King's back and extended her hand towards her. With a cry of surprise, Xiao Xiao landed firmly behind Lin Xiao Xiao, her face white with fear, her hands not knowing where to put them. She's riding on the back of His Highness, the Wolf King. Oh. So scared, Black Wind led the way, leading the other wolves to the villagers, and the village chief immediately understood, shouting with excitement and agitation. His Highness the Wolf King and all the wolf masters are here to send you out of the mountain. Why don't you hurry up and carefully put the things on the backs of all the wolf masters? All of you be careful. Don't hurt all the wolf masters. Wolves, we have thick skin. We're not that unforgiving. Everyone grabbed ropes and things, and soon the crowd of wolves was covered in them. It wasn't until the villagers climbed up on their own that the Black Wolf King gave a command, and all the wolves turned their heads and scurried into the forest. They don't have to care about the road, as long as it's fast. In the past, the mountains that the Sky Wolf village needed to walk for 3 or 4 days to get out of. After the Black Wolf clan's escort, it only took 2 hours to run to the canyon that the village head said. Wang Fong escorted his daughter-in-law to sit on Black Wind's back, pointing to the canyon not far away. He said to Lin Xiao Xiao and the Black Wolf King, Your Highness the Wolf King, Miss Xiao Xiao, this is the canyon. In a while we will go down the mountain. Your Highness and the other wolf masters can go to this canyon and wait for us. Previously every time we went down the mountain we stayed for 2 or 3 days in the city, sold out the things we brought and then bought things to go back. This time before we came out my father explained, we will only stay for 1 day, whether we sell the things or not, and come back in the evening to join His Highness the Wolf King. Their main purpose this time was to bring Lin Xiao Xiao out to see the world, and it wasn't good to let the black wolves wait for them for several days. So just now before they set off the village chief specially called Wang Fong to the side to explain all this. The Black Wolf King looked at the surrounding terrain. It was indeed a good place to hide. Xiao Xiao, tell them not to rush, do whatever they need to do, and our dad will wait for you here, the Black Wolf King whispered. Lin Xiao Xiao immediately relayed the Black Wolf King's meaning, and Wang Fong and the others were grateful. It would be great to be able to sell out and come back. The group ran another half a hill ahead, and hidden in the forest they could already see people coming and going on the official road at the foot of the hill. The wolves can't go any further. Miss Xiao Xiao, His Highness the Wolf King and the others can't go any further. We have to walk the rest of the way on our own, Wang Fong said. Lin Xiao Xiao jumped off the Black Wolf King and helped the weak-legged Xiao Xiao down again, while the others began to unload the cargo from the wolves. Everyone geared up in place and acted as if they were coming out of the mountains. The Black Wolf King reluctantly touched Lin Xiao Xiao with his nose. Dad will wait for you to come back. Until Lin Xiao Xiao descended the mountain. She was still turning back and waving goodbye to them over and over again. Pops, Xiao Xiao, will she come back? Black Wind stood beside Pops, looking at his sister who traveled through the forest as if she were a bird. The Black Wolf King looked at him steadily for a moment, and nodded his head in a tough and undeniable manner. Will. After saying that, he took the lead and turned around and jumped into the forest, heading towards the canyon, with Black Wind and the other wolves hurrying to follow. After they left, a brightly furred kingfisher fluttered out of the tree next to them and chased after Lin Xiao Xiao, shouting as it flew, Xiao Xiao, wait for me. How can you go out without his colored lights? Approaching the official road, Xiu Qin, however, suddenly called a halt to the procession and rummaged through her luggage to hand Lin Xiaoxiao a bibcap. Miss Xiaoxiao, put this on. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned. Wearing this doesn't make her more special and noticeable. Auntie, this won't be necessary. Xiao Qin, however, sighed and pointed at Lin Xiaoxiao's fair and tender face, saying, Miss Xiaoxiao like this, where does she look like a child of our farming family? It dawned on everyone that Lin Xiaoxiao was pretty, with red lips and white teeth, delicate white skin, and except for the clothes she wore with Xiao Qiao on her body, she didn't look like a mudblood with them no matter how she looked at it. Xiao Qiao had the hindsight to realize, mother is right. Xiao, you're too pretty, it's better to cover up. Lin thought it was something. You guys wait for me. After saying that, he turned around and ran behind a big tree, fished out the concealer from the space, put a layer on his face and neck, and patted some ash on his face, looking grimy before he was relieved to put the stuff back into the space and came in front of the crowd. The crowd's eyes widened. Let's go. Lin Xiaoxiao was now yellow and black, except for looking a little more standardized in her features. She couldn't see half of a little beauty at all. She pulled Xiao Qiao in a big way and ran towards the official road not far away. The travelers on the official road were not surprised to see them coming out of the forest path, and everyone was busy rushing into the city. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the official road where people were coming and going, her feet stepping on the avenue before she came back to her senses. She had come out of the mountains, looking at the attire and dress of the people on the official road. It was similar to the people in the village, and occasionally there would be ox carts and donkey carts and wagons passing by them, and there were also some that rode horses and ran fast. Lin Xiaoxiao could be considered to have seen the ancient official path that jumped out of TV dramas and textbooks. From the time they descended the mountain to the nearest town to this place there were still about 10 miles to walk for a while, and when they rested in between Wang Feng began to arrange what they were going to do once they entered the town. After we enter the city in a while, Xiao Qin and I will take Miss Xiaoxiao and Xiao Qiao for a stroll, and you guys will follow Wang Xiao to sell your stuff, and we'll see you at the usual place in the evening. There was little objection to this arrangement, and with a drink of water they resumed picking their way up the road. Just as the people were picking up their burdens and preparing to continue to the city gates, a sudden agitation came from the official road behind them. Catch that bird for the little lord. Quick, catch a bird? Everyone stopped to look back, and Xiao Qiao and the crowd from the Skywolf village were almost scared to death. Xiao, the colored lanterns. Xiao Qiao nervously grabbed Lin Xiaoxiao's arm and looked over there with a worried face at the colorful lanterns being chased by a few underlings. Offhand, the colored lights weren't flying high yet, fluttering their wings as far as they could reach, steadily dodging every time someone swooped in, apparently on purpose. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao and the others stop, the colored lanterns wailed, Xiao, help! These people want to catch me, ah! The corner of Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched, not to mention these few subordinates, or all the people on this official road combined may not be able to catch the colorful lanterns, but the colorful lanterns are still playing vigorously. Don't mind him, he did it on purpose. Lin Xiaoxiao took Xiao Qiao's hand and continued on. Seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao really didn't care about him, the colored lights simply flew over towards them. Those guys in front, catch that bird for my little master, and I'll reward you heavily. The foppish male was yelling from the back. The colored lights rolled their eyes and flew steadily over Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. Lin Xiaoxiao stopped because of that heavy reward and cocked her head to look at the male and a few subordinates who chased after her. Just grab it? Lin Xiaoxiao pointed to the colored lights in the air. Xiao Qiao nervously tugged at Lin Xiaoxiao's sleeve, and the villagers of Tianlang village also had a defensive look on their faces, ready to have a big fight with these people as soon as Miss Xiaoxiao gave the order. After all, it was their colored lantern. That eunuch and a few subordinates were running out of breath. Their clothes and hair were all messed up. They were in a sorry state, but he still kept looking at the colored lanterns, obviously determined to win, so he didn't notice the dissimilarity of the crowd from the Tian Wolf village. Yes, as long as anyone can catch this bird for Little Master will give him 5 taels of silver, the male said as he crossed his arms and gasped for breath. Lin silently calculated whether it was cost-effective or not. Xiao, you're not really going to sell me, are you? The colored lights wanted to cry. Quick, don't let it escape. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao and her party standing still, the eunuch didn't count on them and commanded his subordinates to continue catching the colored lanterns. Just then, Lin Xiaoxiao stretched out a finger. 10 taels, I'll grab it for you. Ow! The colored lights fluttered their wings angrily. Others, however, could only hear the chirping as if it were a yellow warbler from the colored lights. The sound of this bird's call is even better than ordinary birds. The eunuch revealed a look of longing. If he had such a bird, wouldn't his fox and dog friends die of envy? Lin Xiaoxiao's words he also heard, only to see him cross his waist gasping for breath. Condescendingly surveyed the little girl in front of him. 2 little girls standing together, dressed in rough linen clothes, Hair simply combed, 2 pigtails hanging down on the chest. Features are handsome, just a little bit of black. In look at them followed by a few adults. Big frames and small frames picking things. Think it should be which village to sell things into the city farmers. Little girl, can you really catch it? The eunuch obviously didn't believe it, but looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with anticipation. Lin Xiaoxiao patted the back of Xiaoxiao's hand soothingly and nodded at the male. Well, we often catch birds at home. Gongzi understood. Countryside children will go up to the mountain to pull out the bird's nest. This he still knew. Maybe there really is a way. Okay, as long as you can help Little Master catch it, Little Master will give you 10 taels of silver. The eunuch agreed painfully. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows. Seriously? True. Truer than a pearl. Hurry up. It'll fly away later. The male was in a hurry. The colored lantern was still wailing and accusing Lin Xiaoxiao of trying to sell him. But over there Lin Xiaoxiao had already taken a dustpan with the villagers from Tianlang village, picked up a stick to support it, and sprinkled a handful of millet underneath. Colored lights. Does he look like a bird that would fall for that? Duke and a couple of underlings. Little girl, we've already tried this trick just now. The male was a little disappointed. It seemed that he would not be able to catch this bird himself today. Lin Xiaoxiao however clapped her hands and stood up. That's because you can't catch it. After saying that, she greeted the crowd and stepped back, leaving that piece of land empty. But even so, there was still a large group of people gathered around, all wanting to see if the bird could be caught. Colored Light wanted to growl so bad. Did he look that stupid? Whoops, but the trap was made by Xiaoxiao, so he's stupid if he's stupid. Under everyone's shocked and disbelieving gazes, the colored lights slowly flew to the ground, and step by step, they walked towards the simple bird-catching cage made by Lin Xiaoxiao, and that look was as sad as it could be. Ooh-hoo, Dawn, I was sacrificed for you. Ooh-hoo, will I ever get home? Will the Wolf King, the Wolf Queen miss me? Ooh-hoo, I don't even have a daughter-in-law yet, and I'm about to be taken away. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't hold in her laughter as she listened to the colorful lamp's accusations while watching the sad walk into the trap. Dawn, what should we do? The colored lights really went for it. Xiaoxiao was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, just smiled. Remember to ask that male for money later. Jojo gave the colored lights a sympathetic look. With everyone holding their breath, the colored lights finally walked into the trap and began to eat away at the millet inside. The eunuch's face was incredulous. That's okay? Then why didn't it eat their trap just now? Could it be that the rice he got was bad? The branch snapped and fell, and the colored lanterns were covered in a simple bird trap. And while the eunuch hurriedly asked the subordinates behind himself to go over and catch the birds, Lin Xiaoxiao was one step ahead of him and reached the dustpan. Taking the colored lanterns that had voluntarily come into the trap in her hands, the eunuch immediately tensed up, a pair of eyes staring at Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. If his eyes could break Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, he would have done so. Lin just looked at him. Look, I caught it. Colorful lamp aggrieved Baba, must find him more money. Otherwise, it is really sorry for the sacrifice of his lamp master. Lin Xiaoxiao only used a voice that the two could hear and said, this person doesn't look like a bad person, so you can just follow him into the city for a month and then think of a way to escape home. There's no way. She doesn't have any money right now, and the ginseng hasn't been sold, so why not use it when there's a way to make money? Moreover, the colorful lamp was not an extraordinary bird. As long as he wanted to go, the normal cage could not really trap him. Colored lamps naturally thought of it. Hey, for the sake of Xiaoxiao, he lamp master will reluctantly sacrifice. In order to show his fear, the colorful lamp even chirped very gracefully, causing the male to become even more nervous, fearing that Lin Xiaoxiao would accidentally pinch this bird to death. You're great. You're great. The eunuch hurriedly praised Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao just pinched the colored lights and stood still, her big soulful eyes just looking at him. It was the subordinate beside the male son who reminded him. Prince, you just said you'd give this girl money. The eunuch immediately came back to his senses. Right. Little master is not someone who doesn't keep his word. Hurry up and get the money. With a stretch of his hand, an underling immediately placed 10 taels of silver in his palm. The male went up and handed Lin Xiaoxiao the money. 10 taels? My lord is a man of his word. Lin Xiaoxiao has not seen the money of this era, although it looks like a silver ingot, but she does not know the weight. Lin Xiaoxiao can only turn to the people of the Tianwu village for help. Wang Fong could see the inquiry in the bottom of her eyes and went up to take a look, nodding his head. It is indeed 10 taels. He had never seen so much silver in his life. Lin Xiaoxiao happily took the money and had Wang Fong take a bamboo cage and put the colored lanterns in it before handing it over to the male. No one noticed the unusually well-behaved colored lights at this point. Put it away. Yo, and since Gongzi likes this bird so much, treat him well. Gongzi love. Looking at the cage of colorful lights that is the two eyes shine, love is overflowing. Don't worry, Little master will serve him well with good food and drink. The eunuch teased the colorful lanterns, which very cooperatively barked a few times, and the eunuch became even happier. In the envious eyes of those people around her, Lin Xiaoxiao put away the 10 taels of silver. This was her first bucket of gold. Although it was commissioned in exchange for the colored lanterns, Lin Xiaoxiao greeted Wang Fong and the others as they continued on their way, and when the gentleman looked at their large bags, he asked, "Are you going into the city to sell something?" A few people could only stop, "Yes," holding the cage of colored lanterns in one hand and rummaging through their burdens with the other. The eunuch twisted his head to look at the subordinate following beside him. "Does our family have a store to accept these?" The underling thought for a moment. "There is, I think. The grocery store should take it." The eunuch waved his hand. "All right, you lead them to the store and tell them to ask the shopkeeper to take all their things, as a thank you gift from little master for helping him catch this bird." Crowded Sirius Village. Is there really such a thing as pie in the sky? This? The people of the Skywolf Village looked at me and I looked at you, always feeling unsubstantial. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, was the first to say thank you. Then thank you to this little brother. The face of the subordinate who was instructed by the male son to stay behind and show them the way immediately turned red, and he couldn't help but think that this little girl was a little darker, but her smile could be really nice. Lin Xiaoxiao all but answered, and the people of Tianlang village had no choice but to follow suit and say thank you. Then I'll be troubling this little brother. Little brother blushed in embarrassment and laughed. "My name is Dongxi. Everyone just call me Dongxi." The gentry saw that they knew each other before they waited for their own carriage to come by holding their precious colored lamps. "Dongxi, they'll be left to you. After you're done then go to our family's tavern and pack a copy of all kinds of dim sum for this young master to come back. I don't know what kind of dim sum my little baby likes to eat." The male son was holding the cage of colored lights, and was already thinking about what to feed him. "Something tasty? That's okay." The colored lights sat down quietly. It wasn't until the carriage came by and the male got on and left that Dongxi turned to show the crowd the way. "You guys don't have to worry. My young master is a good person." Dongxi naively scratched his head and said. Lin Xiaoxiao then said that she hadn't looked at the wrong person. In her previous life, she had followed a few psychiatrists for a while, and this basic point of looking at people still wouldn't be wrong. With Dongxi leading the way and not having to worry about going back in a hurry if they couldn't sell anything, the people of Tian Wolf Village were in a great mood. Lin Xiaoxiao and Wang Fong's family weren't in a hurry and were ready to go shopping again when the things were sold and everyone had money in their hands. A group of people followed Dongxi to the east of the city to a grocery store. Said the grocery store? The store is very large. Open 3 stores converge into one. Inside the things are more everything. Looking at the Su Ji signboard on the door, the people of Tianlang village were a little apprehensive. This Su family is a big family in Long'an City. Every industry in this Long'an City has the business of the Su family. The things in their grocery store are even more affordable and good. Many people in the city are happy to come to their house to buy things. We've been here before, but the things here are all fine and expensive. We seldom buy them. We just buy what we can use by the side of the road. Wang Fong followed Lin Xiaoxiao and explained to her. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the large Su Ji 2 words. On the way here Dongxi has introduced them. That took away the colorful lanterns of the male as the Su family's second young master Su Jian, because the Su family's business are his big brother and his father in charge. This Su second young man will be mixing eating and waiting for death as the most effective use of the city of Long'an is famous for the playboy. But although he is a playboy, but never dip those bad habits, like to tease the birds keep pets and so on, or is about a few gentlemen to play the horse tour, and never do the thing that is afraid of good and evil. According to Dongxi said, the reason why Su Ershio so anxious to catch the colored lanterns, because a while ago Long'an city governor's son did not know where to get a bird. Very beautiful, all day long in front of Su Ershio them to show off. Su Ershio cannot see his complacent look. See the colored lanterns feel that the colored lanterns must be able to know the governor's son of the bird compared to this all the way to chase the colored lanterns want to catch. Don't worry, our young master is very kind to the birds and animals in the house. Even the rats in our house are fatter than the ones in other houses. And that little bird is so liked by his son that it will definitely be offered up back home. Dongxi had a proud face as she reassured Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. At this time has been by virtue of beauty to take the Su family of colorful lamps. Here looks good. Just stay a few days. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows. A caring young man, worthy of praise. The shopkeeper of Su Ji's grocery store looked at so many people blocking the doorway, and just wanted to come out to ask them what's going on. When he saw Dongxi, Dongxi, why are you here? Where is the second young master? Dongxi called out to the shopkeepers hello, then pointed to the crowd of people from the Skywolf village behind him. The second young master asked me to lead them over, so that the shopkeeper could take all their things. Boss Su looked at the things picked by the Tianlang village crowd. The corner of his mouth twitched. What kind of madness is this second young master of theirs having? But he didn't show it. He just greeted the crowd. There won't be many guests this time, so come on in and move your stuff in as well. The people of Tianlang village looked at Lin Xiao apprehensively, and Lin Xiao gave them a reassuring look and followed shopkeeper Su into the grocery store. This boss Su looked at them with eyes that were surprised but not contemptuous, and did not look down on them because of the way they were dressed. Well, it's a good man. Boss Su looked at the first, followed him and the two little girls. The countryside girls are dark, but walking in front of the one is very good looking, but unfortunately a little dark. The others saw the two of them go in and followed, picking things out of the door, and in a moment the empty space of the grocery store was filled with piles. Su shopkeeper just ready to let people counting money. From the outside of the house into the two people, a big belly, full of folds, a rat head full of sycophancy. Yo, old Su, what's going on here? Since when did Su Ji accept these rags? Seeing the visitor, Boss Su's face sunk slightly. Boss Du, if you're not looking after your own store, what are you doing here at my place? Boss Du walked in with a big belly, and kicked the things blocking the way with disgust. You, the serious villager who had been kicked in the stuff was instantly a little angry, but was stopped by the man beside him, shaking his head gently at him. These are people they can't afford to mess with. The man could only huff and puff and move his stuff to the side. Boss Du gave a look full of contempt and grunted. Dirtbag, this is not to see so many people on your side. Thought to come to what a big patron. Over to see the fun. Who knows where is what a big patron Cut that tone of contempt undisguised. Who is this person? Lin Xiao curiously asked the angry-looking fellow next to her. As soon as the fellow looked down he met a pair of big bright eyes and let out a gasp in his heart. What beautiful eyes. Then look at Lin Xiao. Yellowish skin. Although the features are beautiful, but unfortunately too dark. This if whiter, certainly more beautiful than those ladies in the city. He glanced at shopkeeper Du and lowered his voice to reply. This is the shopkeeper of the Du family's grocery store across the street. At the end, he added in a low voice, the Du family and our Su family have some disagreements. Lin Xiao got it. A competitor. Boss Su over there had already blackened his face. Each family minding their own business. Why don't we need to report to you for what we do in our store? I don't welcome you here. Take your time and don't see me off. Boss Du seemed not to be surprised by Boss Su's attitude, just picking at the piles a few times, revealing a bad smile, and the crowd heard him say, all these things of yours? Send them to the opposite side of the Du Jie, and I'll pay double the price to collect them. Boss Su changed his face. Surname Du, don't go too far. Mr. Du was very pleased. What? Open for business. You can charge me and I can't? Besides, the highest bidder gets it. Don't you think that's true? After saying that, he looked at the people of Tianlang village and said with a quick and grateful expression, how about it? You guys came out to sell things. Of course you want to sell more money. I thought that the people of Tian Wolf village would immediately be grateful to thank him, and then carry the things to the opposite side of the road. According to the reasoning that these rags cannot enter their Du Ji. But who let these things or is Su Ji to be collected? What Su Ji wants to collect, he, Du Ji, collects. However, the expected gratitude was not seen. Only a few pairs of cold eyes. We do not sell. Tian Wolf village people threw their voices. Although they can sell more money, but who are born and raised by their parents? Where does this dead fat man have a sense of superiority? They earn money with their own skills. Why is he looking down on them? Su boss but some unexpected look at the Tianwang village people. Such things before is not unprecedented. Usually the people down the countryside to sell things they can charge as much as possible, is to think of giving people convenience. It's not like Dujis didn't come to mess up. Some people have turned their heads to Duji in order to sell more money, and he never said anything. After all, people also need to feed their families, but it was the first time he had encountered people like these who simply refused without even thinking about it. Du shopkeeper did not expect that he was actually rejected. Froze there has not slowed down. But it is the fawning fellow followed by his side of the imposing opening reprimanded. Do not know what is good and bad. Our shopkeepers look at your things. It is you. Ouch. How to still do it. Wang Xiao grabbed this fellow's hand that was pointing at them and threw the man directly towards the door, just looking at him cross-eyed, and said in a deep voice, we just threw the stuff away and won't sell it to you guys. Hurry up and go. Don't hold up people's business. You, guys. The fellow pointed at Wang Xiao, and before he could finish his sentence, the crowd of Tianwang village behind Wang Xiao stood together with him, and together they stared angrily at the fellow and Boss Du. The fat-headed Du boss was startled. Diao, Jiao Min, what do you want? Wang Fong stood out and looked at him. We don't want to do anything. This shopkeeper, we are all good people, not afraid of you. We went into the city to sell things. We were kind enough to meet the second young master Su to show us the way. Don't say that you are intentionally coming to look for trouble today, even if you are not. We can't sell things to you. You can't do things without trusting your words, although we are all mud-legged, but this point of reason still understand. Shopkeeper, don't force yourself. If the crowd from the Tianlang village had surprised Boss Su a little before, then Wang Feng's words had impressed him a little. He straightened his clothes and walked slowly with his toes in the air. Old Do you hear me? Don't delay my business. You go back to your doji. Boss Du was half dead with anger, grunted and flung a fat body away into the opposite doji grocery store. Wang Feng sighed in relief and quietly looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. He was worried when Lin Xiaoxiao asked him to take the lead just now, but Lin Xiaoxiao was right. These people just wanted to retaliate. They had to be able to find their Tianlang village. They're covered by His Highness the Wolf King. These people are nothing. Thinking this way, Wang Feng was instantly energized. This appearance fell in the eyes of Su Shopkeeper. That is not afraid of power. Not afraid of power. These people look dressed in rags, but the pulp clean. Even if there are patches on the clothes are also so neatly, especially in the face of that surnamed Du. Not subdued, but also full of momentum, does not look like an ordinary farmer. Well, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Diaphragmatic flies are gone. So let's get down to business. Duo Shi, count the things and count the money for all the big brothers. Boss Su had won the battle and was in a happy mood. The fellow who had spoken to Lin Xiaoxiao immediately ran over and began to count the goods that Wang Feng and the others had picked out. The people from the Tianlang village were helping out on the side. Only Lin Xiaoxiao was sitting on a chair, wiggling her 2 legs in boredom. Shou Qin stood beside her, and Xiao Qiao was also standing. Boss Su swept a glance at this girl. Just 3 people sitting in 2 stations. He had some guesses in his heart, coupled with this girl from the beginning to the end of the calm and self-contained appearance, so that Boss Su had some guesses in his heart. He slowly walked over and asked with a smile, "What village are you from? And why haven't you seen any of them before?" Lin Xiaoxiao met his eyes. The old fox. This was to probe them? It shouldn't be so that he could tell what was going on. Thinking in her heart, Lin Xiaoxiao was still innocent on her face. "We came out from the mountains. Old uncle has seen many people." "Right. Can't we remember everyone? There are many villages in the mountains." Su Boss then laughs. The little guy can 3 or 2 to him to block back, which is to say that he sees so many people every day. Where can remember to see have not seen them It's calling him a braggart. Also, if you don't want to say it, don't say it. Anyway, it's also the second young master who invited back, and I don't know how they got into the second young master's eyes. Anyway, these things aren't worth anything, so it's okay to collect them. As for people's origins, they were not happy to talk about it, and he, Su Fu, was not the one to pursue the question. Boss Su brought some small snacks over for them to eat. Xiao Qin and Xiao Qiao were both terrified and said no, but it was Lin Xiaoxiao who looked at them and grabbed a handful of melons and slowly peeled them in her hands. Boss Su saw her peeling melon seeds slowly and methodically, one after another quite appropriately, and from time to time, she would also peel a few grains and hand them to the little girl next to her. The shells of the peeled melons were not thrown around, but piled neatly on the table so that they could be cleaned up easily. Boss Su observed for a while and came to the conclusion that this girl did not look like an ordinary peasant girl, but rather like a master. Not long after, the things brought by the people of Tianwolf village were finished counting. Even the several animal skins and the embroidery work done by the women in the village and the Lorax Su Boss also made the decision to accept it, saving them from having to run back to a few places. The people of Tianlang village were grateful to Boss Su. This really saved them a lot of work. At the end of the day, everything added up to a total of more than 801. Lin Xiaoxiao listened to this figure. 1 or 2 silver or less than so many things back out. If not with the help of the father and their help, they have to walk up a few days and nights out of a trip to sell so much money. No wonder the Tianwolf village families seem to be poor. In addition to the money from the sale of goods, the few young people who came to take away the families, the rest of the money was all put on the best hands among them. Wang Qiao, lest something go wrong. Boss Su heard them discussing in whispers about buying something to go back, and took the initiative to open his mouth. "You guys take a look at what I need in this store, and I'll give you a discount, and save you the trouble of going out to buy it again." The people of Tianwolf village were again grateful, and really carefully picked out the things that each family needed before they came out, and they were told that they could buy them back. Not only did Boss Su let them pick, but he also let Duoshi and another fellow help them introduce which things were cost-effective and which were cheap. Wang Feng saw that everyone was like this, and he couldn't leave for a while, but Lin Xiaoxiao still had things to sell. "Xiao, why don't we let them pick here, and just meet up with them at the city gates at night?" The stuff was sold out anyway, so they didn't have to wait until tomorrow to go back. Lin Xiaoxiao is doing just that. "Good. Then tell Uncle Bridge and the others." Wang Feng answered and went to talk to Wang Qiao. Lin Xiaoxiao got up. Xiao Qin immediately took out a side of the handkerchief, washed all discolored handkerchiefs, Lin Xiaoxiao just knocked melon shells are wrapped up to the outside of the place to put the garbage thrown away, so as not to cause trouble for the store fellows. Boss Su watched all their behavior in his eyes, and in his heart, he became more and more curious about Lin Xiaoxiao. As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao tilted her head, she saw Boss Su looking at her, obviously not expecting her to suddenly look over, and Boss Su froze for a moment. Uncle Boss, may I ask where there is a medicine store that collects things? Lin Xiaoxiao asked calmly as if she didn't see Boss Su's dissimilarity. Boss Su was a bit surprised. You still have herbs? There is. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and pointed to a back basket placed separately at the door. Inside was the common medicinal herbs that the villagers had dug up on the mountain. They were all dried and placed in the basket. In fact, they didn't expect to be able to sell for much money, but to be able to sell for a penny is a penny. It's better than nothing. Su shopkeeper went up and turned over. This thing he does not understand, cannot collect, then said, there's a security hall around the corner up ahead. It's our Su family's medical center. You can go there, and when you get there, tell the shopkeeper there that Su Fu told you to go there, and he'll take it. Lin Xiaoxiao almost laughed out loud. Security hall, so there is no Su Xian. Wang Feng's family accompanied Lin Xiaoxiao and thanked Boss Su, and the four of them walked towards the security hall. When he arrived at the security hall, Su Xian didn't see, but there was an old man with a white beard working behind the counter. See a doctor or get medicine? Seeing the doctor is not here. Grabbing medicine, give me the prescription. The old man heard footsteps and turned back while talking. When he saw the family of four coming in the doorway, he froze for a moment and asked, who's sick? Wang Feng stepped forward. Old man, none of us are sick. We wanted to come and ask if you take herbs here? The old man moved, stepping out from the counter, and then just picking at the backpack that Wang Feng had put down. Miscellaneous, all herbs. Usually there will be people around the scattered pick some medicine to sell. Think of everyone is not easy. They also collected, but these scattered medicinal herbs to organize is a trouble. Seeing that the old man's face did not look too good, Wang Feng hurriedly added, it was Boss Su of the Suji grocery store in front of us who told us to come over. Old Su? The old man was a bit surprised. Wang Feng nodded with a smile. The old man then put down the herbs he was holding in his hand and said, receiving is receiving, but herbs mixed together like yours, we don't care about the type. All weighed together, 10 cents a caddy. Selling? Wang Feng nodded his head repeatedly. This price was very fair. Sold. Thank you, pal. The old man greeted his buddy and came over to take away the basket to be weighed, and was ready to go back to his work. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. Old grandpa, we have another thing to sell. The old man didn't look back, thinking they had sorted it out individually, so he said, take it all together and weigh it in the back, all for the same price. Lin Xiaoxiao asked Xiuqin to remove the bundle from her shoulders and asked, aren't you going to look at the goods? Old Su introduced me here. No need to look. The old man waved his hand and continued to fiddle with those herbs of his. Lin Xiaoxiao box are opened, and silently closed again. Instead, the old man suddenly twitched his nose. Don't panic, little girl. What did you just take? The old man hurriedly walked out from behind the counter. Lin Xiaoxiao was still holding one of the bamboo boxes in her hand. She shook it off. Well, when I asked you earlier, you said you weren't going to look at it. The old man sniffed his nose in front of her, then dropped his gaze on the box in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, then just took it directly from Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. Pop it open. A fresh aroma came to his face and lifted people's spirits, and the old man almost looked at the fresh mountain ginseng in the box with both eyes. Even the ginseng fruit on his head was preserved intact. A superb mountain ginseng. It's just a little young, but it's fresh, and the aroma is still earthy. The old man's attitude had simply changed 180 degrees. Little girl, is this what you're selling? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Well, nah, but you said not to look at it, and I don't think this can be sold at the same price as those, so I'm going to take it somewhere else and try again. The old man snapped the lid on the box. His face piled up a smile. I do not dare to say anything else. This security hall in the whole Longan city that is absolutely the most knowledgeable, and definitely will not give you intentionally low prices. And besides, you guys are introduced to the old Su. That is certainly with the old Su know the people, which the Self family does not pit their own family members. You say it is not. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. It seems to make sense. So how much are you prepared to charge me for this? Old grandpa? If it's 10 cents a caddy, I won't sell it. My grandpa said that this is worth a lot of money. The old man almost smacked himself. 10 won. 10 won can't even buy a whisker. That's grandpa, I'm joking with you. How about this? Do you still have such a mountain ginseng? Grandpa will pay this price to receive it. How about it? Saying that, the old man stretched out a finger at Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. 10 taels? Isn't that a bit too little? 10 taels is too little. Not for sale. Lin Xiaoxiao reached out to take back the box. However, the old man shrank back, dead, holding the box and not letting go. Corrected. Not 10 taels, it's 100 taels. Little girl, this mountain ginseng is fresh, but the year is small. At most 100 years. I am just looking at his freshness. That's why I opened the price of 100 taels. You can go out and ask. Who can be higher than the price I opened? My old man will triple the price for you. The old man swore and patted his chest. Lin Xiaoxiao thought about it, and the price was about what she expected. On the contrary, Wang Fang's family of 3 were stunned. 100 taels, that is, their whole village does nothing is enough for them to live for several years. Seeing the little girl hesitate, the old man was afraid that she would not sell it to him, and hurriedly said, "Girl, you believe me, my old man never lies." Lin Xiaoxiao nodded after a little hesitation. After all, the colored lamps were still in people's hands, so it was considered a good karma. I have another one here. Lin Xiaoxiao asked Shojin to give the old man the other box as well, and the old man was even happier. Seeing these 2 mountain ginsengs of superb quality, the old man really liked them, and handing them over to the proprietor must be happy as well. "Girl, where did you dig this mountain ginseng?" After all, it had been many years since he had seen such a fresh and good mountain ginseng. The old man couldn't help but ask one more question. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him with a smile. "Would you believe me if I said it grew in the family?" The old man asked out on the regret. After all, people can dig to the natural as the ability of others. He asked so much to make it look like thinking about the ability of others to make money. But was Lin Xiaoxiao this flirtation? The old man will be angry at her glance. "You girl, I'm not robbing with you. Wait, I'll go get you the money," said baby like, holding 2 boxes of mountain ginseng away. This appearance is exactly the same as that Su Ershao. Xiao Xiao worriedly watched him carry the mountain ginseng into the backyard. "Xiao Xiao, he won't lie to us." Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head with a sinister smile. "It's fine. He lied to us. I'll let the colorful lanterns stir up the Su family." Xiao Xiao laughed. It was Wang Fang and Shou Qin who couldn't help but laugh. How could they forget that the colored lanterns were now in other people's hands? It didn't take long for the old man to come out and hand her 2 100 taels of silver tickets. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned slightly as she looked at the silver tickets in front of her. "Old grandpa, can you give me silver? After all, silver tickets are not good to spend. She is going to spend money today." Wait, the old man went back again, and came out again with a purse, bulging with a bulge that made it easy to see what was in it. The old man handed her the money and looked at them worriedly. "Are you really going to carry that much money with you?" Lin Xiaoxiao opened her purse. Inside there were 3 large silver ingots and 5 small ones, the same size as the ones given to her by Su Ershao. Lin Xiaoxiao now still has 10 taels of silver on her body that Su Ershao gave her, and after thinking about it, she took 2 more small ones out, and put the rest into her own small bag, which was actually thrown into the space. The old man looked at the strange family of 4. Lin Xiaoxiao put the money away, and the 2 adults didn't say anything, just let her be. I wanted to ask their adults to put the money away, but after thinking about it, their adults didn't care about it, so why should he, an outsider, care about it? Only he was more concerned about something else. "Little girl, does your family still have mountain ginseng like this?" Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to say yes. She had so many, a whole wolf mountain, but she still shook her head. "No more. My father was injured trying to dig these 2 plants." The old man could not help but look at Wang Fang. Wang Fang realized with hindsight where it was wrong and hurriedly waved his hand. The old man misunderstood. "I'm not. Young life. How could he dare to compare himself to His Highness the Wolf King?" The old man realized that he had made a mistake, and did not ask again. After all, such a good quality ginseng wherewith the cabbage like everywhere. Can have these 2 plants are good. Alright, in the future, if you guys have any more good herbs just send them in. I don't dare to say anything else. The price is definitely the fairest in the entire Longan city. The old man puffed out his chest with pride. "We'll have a chance in the future. Old grandpa. Then we'll leave first. We still have to buy something and go home." Lin Xiaoxiao said goodbye to him and led Wang Fang's family away. The old man was happily preparing to go back to study the 2 mountain ginsengs, when he made a steep return. Oops, how could I forget to ask where they live? By the time he chased them out, where was the family of 4? Lin Xiaoxiao led Wang Fang's family to stand in the alley and watch the old man go back with a sigh before leading them back out onto the street. "Xiao Xiao, why are we hiding?" Xiao Xiao was unsure. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled slightly and said playfully, "I'm afraid he'll ask for the money back." Xiao Xiao was at a loss for words. Looking back at the door of the security hall, that old grandfather didn't look like someone who would back out either. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't say anything else, just pulled Xiao Xiao. "Now that we have money, we'll go buy whatever we want." Being so interrupted by Lin Xiaoxiao, Xiao Xiao didn't pay attention to that old man anymore and cheerfully discussed with Lin Xiao about what to buy. The four of them first went back to the grocery store. Learned that Wang Xiao and they have already left and then said goodbye to shopkeeper Su ready to go shopping. Boss Su watched them leave cheerfully. The corners of his mouth rose up and smiled. It seems that the old fairy head didn't pit them. It should have been sold for a lot of money. With money on their bodies, they had a bottom line. Lin Xiao and Xiao Xiao wandered around the streets, literally wanting to buy everything they saw, itching to move the entire bazaar back to the village. This way all the way down. Wang Feng and Xiaozhen were carrying quite a lot of things in their hands. All the knickknacks sold on the street. Even Xiao Xiao's boring hair had a silk flower pinned on it. Lin Xiao gave it to her. Xiao Xiao was excited all the way down, careful to touch it with her hands. Lin Xiao also wanted to buy things for Wang Feng and Aunt Xiaoqin, but both were rejected by the two. How could they spend Miss Xiaoxiao's money? Aunt Xiaoqin also urged Xiao Xiao not to ask for any more of Miss Xiaoxiao's things. Soon a few people wandered to the entrance of a cloth shop. Lin Xiao thought that she was still wearing Xiao Xiao's clothes and wanted to get up and make it up to this girl, so she pulled Xiao Xiao to go in. As a result, both Xiao Xiao and Wang Feng stopped. Xiao Xiao, the things here are expensive. Even though Xiao Xiao had never been to the city, looking at how big the store was, the things inside must be expensive. Lin Xiao patted her purse. It's fine. We have money now. And this is the Su family store. It won't make things difficult for us. Lin Xiao was the one who saw the Suji's logo on the corner of the cloth shop's plaque and chose this one. After all, the first two Su family stores still gave her a good impression. Xiao Xiao saw that Lin Xiao insisted and looked at her parents, finally gritting her teeth and following Lin Xiao into the cloth shop. Wang Feng and Aunt Xiaoqin could only follow helplessly. The four of them attracted attention as soon as they entered, and both the fellows and the customers in the store looked towards them. The guests had contemptuous looks on their faces, while the fellows froze for a moment and did not show any abnormalities, and there was an idle little fellow who walked towards them and respectfully asked, "Several people. What do you need?" "I'll bring it to several people." Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. This Su family is good. Su Ershao is playful but not bad. The store fellows under his name are also well trained and do not judge people by their appearance. Trouble little brother. Let's take a casual look first. Lin Xiao said politely. The fellow wasn't in a hurry and led them to start strolling through the store, but a few guests looked at them with contempt. One of the young women disgusted opening, "Really, what, a cat or dog can come in? Also not afraid to dirty these materials. Forget it, do not buy. Who knows whether there are any people touched, or to go across the street to do G to see it." After saying that, he threw away the material in his hand that he was still looking at just now, and took the maid beside him and twisted her body to go. Wang Feng's family was restless, but it was Lin Xiao who was calm and collected. She glanced at the fellow following them and said, "Don't you blame us for scaring away your guests?" The little fellow smiled. "Don't worry, girl, all are guests when they enter the door. Our Su family business never treats guests differently just because of the way they are dressed. It's just that the little one has a sentence that I don't know if I should say or not." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Go ahead." The little fellow smiled. "Small look at the dress of all the guests. Will not buy too expensive material. You do not get angry. Is this way? Our family a while ago. The warehouse leakage. There are a number of fabrics have been flooded. Color is not very good. Take it out to sell, will not have guests to see on, but are used to do clothes. This material is just flooded is not bad. We poor people which piece of clothing is not washed and washed. So small bold to recommend a few people. After all, those materials than these can be much cheaper. Not washed and washed, so I dare to recommend to a few people. After all, those materials than these can be much cheaper." After saying that, the little fellow, fearing that they would be unhappy, added, "Of course, I'm just making a suggestion. What kind of one you want to buy? You still have to make your own decision." Lin Xiao did not feel that this is not good. On the contrary, I feel that this little fellow will do business, know how to see the need to recommend. Then I'll trouble little brother to show us around. Lin Xiao nodded. The little fellow was overjoyed and led them to the corner, where they really saw a lot of fabrics piled up together that had been soaked and stained with water. The material is all good. It is just soaked and not so new looking. There are still watermarks on it, but when it is made into a dress and washed again, nothing can be seen. Not to mention, when Aunt Xiaoqin saw these materials, she thought of the new clothes she had been saving up to make for Xiao Xiao and gave them to Miss Xiao, and felt sorry for her daughter. So she was moved. "Little brother, how can I sell these cloths?" Aunt Xiaoqin asked in a low voice. The little fellow hurriedly introduced. "This piece of material is 10 zhang. If you buy it alone it's 121 a zhang. If you buy it as a single piece, the shopkeeper has said that 1 or 2 silver pieces will be sold as a whole. This price is also expensive, but it's much lower than the normal price, and these materials look good. Aunt Xiaoqin looked at Xiao Xiao. She is about the same size as Miss Xiao Xiao. A zhang of cloth is enough to make a summer shirt, and the clothes inside are good enough to save on the old ones. Bite the bullet and they can buy it. Just as Aunt Xiaoqin was about to ask her fellow to cut her a zhang, Lin Xiaoxiao pointed to the 10 or so pieces of cloth piled together. I'll take all of these, and take 2 more pieces of cotton cloth for making underwear. The little fellow froze. That is, the remaining customers in the store froze. Although these materials are cheap, but the number is quite a lot. A dozen cloth down to more than 10 taels of silver. This family of 4 dressed in rags. So rich? Everyone looked towards them for a moment, and Lin Xiaoxiao didn't change her face. She just watched as the fellow reported his needs. The little fellow thought he had heard wrong. You mean, all of them, girl? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Yes, I'll take all of them. There are also 2 cotton cloths. In addition, help me get another material suitable for making handkerchiefs. She had seen the embroidery that the villagers had brought out to sell. Those handkerchiefs had good embroidery. Only the material was poor, so they couldn't be sold at a price. If the material was replaced with good material, they should be able to sell for more money. Xiao Xiao was anxious. Xiao Xiao, why did you buy so much at once? Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. Wang Fong and Aunt Xiaoqin are also a little anxious, but the money is Lin Xiaoxiao's. She can spend it however she wants, but it still hurts. The little fellow was afraid that she would back out and ran off to find the shopkeeper. Taking advantage of the fellow's absence, Aunt Xiaoqin also joined Xiao Xiao in advising Lin Xiaoxiao. Miss Xiao Xiao, if you want to make new clothes you can buy some good materials. Go back and I'll make them for you. These materials are cheap but in the end they are damaged, and it's not possible to wear so many of them in a moment. Both words and words persuaded Lin Xiaoxiao not to spend money recklessly. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't buy these all for herself, but now if they knew about it, Lin Xiaoxiao dared to say that this material would never be bought today. I'll buy it when I say so. I'll buy it back to make the bed for our dad. Lin Xiaoxiao made an annoyed face. This, Aunt Xiaoqin didn't dare to speak. Lin Xiaoxiao was helpless in her heart. She still had to move out of her father to be useful. Soon the fellow led the shopkeeper over. Learned that Lin Xiaoxiao wants to buy all these damaged cloths. The shopkeeper is also happy. A total of 16 damaged cloths. The shopkeeper made the decision to give Lin Xiaoxiao a reduction of 1 or 2 silver, to make up a whole 15 taels. The other 2 cotton fabrics for making underwear, 8 taels of silver apiece. 2 of them also counted 15 taels. And finally took a piece of the fashionable silk for making handkerchiefs, which was the most expensive, 10 taels of silver apiece. So that down to all the fabrics would cost 40 taels. Lin Xiaoxiao just sold mountain ginseng earned silver all of a sudden went a quarter. Wang Feng's family of 3 heartbroken. But as if Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't see their heartbroken expressions, she paid the silver and told the man from the cloth shop to send the material to the place where they met at the city gates before nightfall, saying that Lin Xiaoxiao had asked for it to be sent there, and that there would be someone to receive it. The shopkeeper answered and instructed his fellow to make the delivery later. Before leaving, the shopkeeper also sent them 2 bags of cloth made into clothes left. These cloth colorful. Take back to put together a spell to do children's clothing. Purse or something is certainly not a problem. Lin Xiaoxiao thanked her and led the 3 away. The shopkeeper looked at the 40 taels that came in and took the opportunity to lecture the store's fellows. I've been telling you guys for 3 days that you can't judge a book by its cover when you come in, but you've seen it all, haven't you? After saying that, the shopkeeper took a couple of silver and threw it to the little fellow who took Lin Xiaoxiao to show them around. Good performance. You're rewarded. The fellow took it joyfully and greeted the customers even more vigorously. After buying the cloth, Lin Xiaoxiao counted her remaining silver and once again lamented that no matter in any era, this money is not well spent. The 3 members of the Wang family were worried about Lin Xiaoxiao's messy purchases while they could only follow along step by step. Lin Xiaoxiao wandered most of the street again and got hungry when she smelled the aroma wafting from the roadside wonton stand. Are you guys hungry? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Wang Feng and Aunt Xiaoqin quickly shook their heads, fearing that Lin Xiaoxiao would do something shocking again. But it was Xiao Xiao who covered her stomach and nodded with a bitter look on her face. Hungry. They had eaten something before they left the house in the morning, and their stomachs would be empty by now. Wang Feng had wanted his daughter to eat the dry food he had brought to make ends meet, but Lin Xiaoxiao had already walked into the wonton stand and didn't forget to greet them and hurry over. Jojo spilled over, and the couple looked at each other, both feeling helpless, and followed. Lin Xiaoxiao directly asked for 4 large bowls of large meat wontons. Wang Feng and Aunt Xiaoqin seemed to know cannot change the status quo, can only adapt. See the big bowl of wontons up. Both cannot help but gulp. To be eaten in the mouth before lamenting this is what the human world delicious. Lin Xiaoxiao tasted a bite, although it was very fragrant, but because of the scarcity of seasonings, it was less flavorful than modern wontons, but it was better than fresh. It was delicious. All 4 of them burped as they ate and drank their fill. The family of three even looked at each other and all giggled along. Xiao Xiao, are you still shopping? Xiao Xiao asked Lin Xiao Xiao. Lin Xiao Xiao thought about it. She bought a bunch of mess today. It seems that in addition to the fabric other useful one did not buy. Her space is not lack of things. But the Tianwu village is very short of She looked at Wang Fong and Aunt Xiuqin. Uncle Fong, Aunt Xiuqin, do you have anything to buy? Wang Fong nodded. My mother asked me to buy some seasonings to go back, saying that cooking for you every day doesn't have much flavor, and to buy some refined rice. My mother is afraid that you won't be used to eating coarse grains. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart was touched by the fact that none of the things the Wang family wanted to buy were what they wanted, but they were all related to her. Let's go. Then, and when we're done shopping, we'll meet up with Uncle Bridge and the others and go home early. Lin Xiaoxiao this big money, buy seasonings and buy a bunch of big bags. To the grain store, Wang Fong is how to refuse to let Lin Xiaoxiao in. He went in to buy a bag of fine rice carry out to go. Lin Xiaoxiao was dragged along by Xiao Xiao and Aunt Xiuqin and missed out on buying rice in a big way. Fine rice She space more but the baby cannot take out. The baby aggrieved. Calling, passing by the Baozi store. Lin Xiaoxiao smelled the aroma of Baozi wafting out of the steamer. It had been a long time since she had eaten Baozi. By the time they left the city, even Xiao Xiao and Lin Xiaoxiao hands are big bags to take. Wang Fong is even more basket are filled. Just Lin Xiaoxiao bought those steamed buns loaded most of the basket. More than 100 steamed buns, directly to the bun store steamed are swept away. On the way out of the city, Wang Fong and Aunt Xiuqin were both thinking the same thing, that they couldn't bring Miss Xiao Xiao out next time. Lin Xiaoxiao hummed a little song. Shopping really makes people happy. The previous life as a dead house is really a pity. Also cannot blame her. Modern so convenient network shopping, big to furniture and electrical appliances, small to a needle and thread can be bought online directly to the home. For her kind of dead house is simply the gospel, and more eliminated in addition to work outside the source of all the out of the house. It's really not a lot of doors and not a lot of money. When they arrived outside the city gates, the people from Suji Fabric House had already delivered all the fabrics. Wang Qiao and the others stood guard, apprehensive, and when they finally saw Wang Fong and Lin Xiaoxiao on their return, the group hurriedly surrounded them. Fongzi, what's wrong with these materials? Did Miss Xiao Xiao really buy them? Wang Xiao couldn't wait to pull Wang Fong to ask. Wang Fong nodded, and fearing that they would say something out of place, he directly said, Miss Xiao Xiao can buy whatever she wants. Let's just help carry it back. Don't care so much. The people did not ask any more questions, but asked Wang Fong when he was going to set off back. It was still early in the day, and they would be able to meet up with His Royal Highness the Wolf King and the others before it got dark as they entered the mountains. Wang Fong put the back basket down. In a while, let's eat something first. With that, he took out the buns and steamed buns in the basket for everyone to share, and explained that Lin Xiaoxiao had bought it for them. The crowd into the city cannot wait for a copper plate to break open the two halves of the flour. Where will be willing to eat neat buns white bread, are nibbling on their own back to the dry food, which will take Lin Xiaoxiao bought buns. A 7-foot man's eyes are red. They believed in His Highness, the Wolf King, and it really wasn't wrong at all. It was only a few days ago that they started to live a good life. From the time they entered the city, good luck came one after another, and now they were even eating meat buns. Some people can't bear to eat it and want to take it home to their children. Wang Fong patted the back basket. Eat them all. Miss Xiao Xiao is considering on it, and directly emptied the Baozi store. Today when we go back to the village everyone can eat meat buns. The rest of the number of offerings a little to His Highness the Wolf King, and the rest of them can be shared one by one. They had followed His Highness the Wolf King for too many days. At least the meat they had eaten in the past few days was more than the meat they had eaten in their entire lives combined for how long. And that was enough. After eating and drinking, the crowd rested a bit and then began to carry things back. Sure that the fabrics were all bought by Lin Xiaoxiao, the crowd carried them without pressure. One person divided into a few, and soon they were all finished. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Xiao also had all the things in their hands taken away to carry, and the two little girls were only responsible for walking happily in the middle of the line. Returning to the side of the path, Wang Fong looked around to see that no one had noticed them, so he led the crowd into the forest and soon disappeared into the grove, and by the time the sun set in the evening, the group had also walked halfway up the hill. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the sky to completely darken so Lin Xiaoxiao could blow her bone whistle to summon the Black Wolf King and the others. Lin Xiaoxiao sat on a rock and looked at Longan City, which was unusually highlighted in the distance when it was plunged into darkness, and was brightly lit. Xiao Xiao, what are you looking at? Jojo came over. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at Longan City in the distance. Look, it's so beautiful. Xiao Xiao looked over and immediately let out a gasp. It's so beautiful. At this moment, Xiao Xiao only had a piece of prosperity in the distance in her eyes. Even though she had later followed Lin Xiaoxiao to travel all over the Tianlong country, she still felt that the best night scene she had ever seen in her life was this piece of light she saw tonight. In the dead of night, Lin Xiaoxiao blew her bone whistle. The unique sound of the bone whistle resonated through the forest, and it wasn't long before the Black Wolf King landed firmly in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. Seeing his daughter who had returned, the Black Wolf King didn't say anything, but just went up and rubbed against Lin Xiaoxiao. "Dad, go home. Okay, go home." The village people thought that even with the help of the Black Wolf King and their help, but to sell things, at least 2 days to come back, did not expect to hear the wolf on the mountain in the night, followed by the shouts of the people. Almost everyone in the village heard the commotion and ran out, just to see the pack of wolves landing steadily at the entrance of the village, with the villagers of Tianlang village on their backs. "Back so early? Did you sell everything?" The village chief couldn't wait to ask Wang Fong after he had bowed to the Black Wolf King. Wang Fong nodded his head repeatedly. "Father, let's not talk about it first. Let's help Miss Xiaoxiao carry her things back first." It was only then that the mayor saw the villagers begin to disembark from the crowd of wolves in a large pile of bags. The village chief looked dumbfounded. "These are all bought by Miss Xiaoxiao. Move them back first." After Wang Fong finished speaking, he led the crowd to move the things to his house. Lin Xiaoxiao was temporarily staying at his house, so the things naturally moved back to his house. The village chief rushed back to his senses and greeted the crowd as they headed for home. The Black Wolf King let Black Wind lead the wolves back, and accompanied Lin Xiaoxiao into the village himself. "Xiaoxiao, are you used to living here?" the Black Wolf King asked. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. "It's quite good. The people here are all very warm and kind. They don't fight or grab by their own ability to live. And they have lived in a paradise for a long time and don't get involved in worldly fights." "Ah, Dad, don't you think it's good?" "Ah, Dad, I tell you, today we go to the city." Lin Xiaoxiao's small mouth blathered about what they had seen and heard when they entered the city to the Black Wolf King, and when he heard that Lin Xiaoxiao and the villagers of Tian Wolf Village were being bullied, the Black Wolf King's aura steeply chilled. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly smoothed his fur. "Ah, Dad, human life it is like this. You fight, you come and go. Besides, that surnamed dude did not take advantage of anything, but also by the bridge uncle they were scared. And the Su family is not good to be messed with. Even if they want to find trouble will not find on us. There is still the Su family top. Besides, also have to be able to find us they cannot do it." The Black Wolf King was a little less cold. "Why don't we not go out next time?" After hesitating for a while, the Black Wolf King said, "The human world is too complicated. It's still simple for their Wolf Mountain." Lin Xiaoxiao was startled. That's not good. Although very reluctant to let go of a father and mother. But the city is also a lot of fun. Once in a while to go out to let off some steam is still possible. "Alright, Dad. I'll protect myself. I've grown up. I'm not a little kid anymore. Let's get going. I've bought a lot of things for the villagers. They'll surely be happy when they find out about it in a little while. Who made them all believers of our highness, the king of the Black Wolves?" Lin Xiaoxiao rolled over onto the Black Wolf King's back and rubbed it. The Black Wolf King had no choice but to carry her in a few leaps and landed in the courtyard of the village chief's house. Lin Xiaoxiao bought too many things. The Wang family house is small. The biggest one was given to Lin Xiaoxiao. These things can't really find a place to pile up for a while. Just as the village chief asked Lin Xiaoxiao if all these things were to be brought back to Wolf Mountain, Lin Xiaoxiao patted the fabrics piled up on the table and waved her small hand. "Grandpa Village Chief, you can find some time to distribute these cloths to the group." The villagers thought they had heard wrong, and the village chief even stumbled on his feet. "Miss Xiaoxiao, what did you say?" Lin Xiaoxiao pointed to the things piled up in a heap. "These, bought for the guys." The villagers were in an uproar. No, they won't make a dress for a few years. Lin Xiaoxiao went out and bought back a dozen cloths. "These materials are enough to make a new dress for everyone in the village." Can't, Miss Xiaoxiao. For no reason we can't ask for your things. We really can't." The village chief hastily refused. Although some of the villagers lost, but the village head said right. Their Tian Wolf village conscientious self-sufficiency absolutely cannot be white to Lin Xiaoxiao things. That is not to take advantage of other young girls cheap. Well, the village chief is right. "Miss Xiaoxiao, we can't take your things for nothing. Miss Xiaoxiao, you saved the village children. We are already grateful to you. And His Highness the Wolf King also gave us so much food. We can't ask for anything more from the girl." Yes, Miss Xiaoxiao, we can't take your things for nothing." The people's words made Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes a little sour. These people obviously could barely make it through their own days, but in the face of her giving they didn't covet or grab, and even in gratitude for her curing the village children's illnesses, they didn't hesitate to take out the best things they could get out of their homes to entertain her, and to entertain the wolves of Wolf Mountain. But now that they want to return the favor, they say they can't have it. "Dad, Lin Xiaoxiao habitually went to rely on the Black Wolf King. The Black Wolf King lifted his grip and stroked her head, slowly walking to the center and raising his head to the sky with a wolf whistle, then lowering his head and just looking at the village chief. The village chief was a little headstrong. Seeing that the villagers were shocked, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly spoke up. Father said that these things are your reward for taking care of me all this time, and if you don't accept them, we won't come to the village in the future. Everyone looks at me, I look at you, and finally they all look at the person who can make the decision here. The village chief. The village chief faced the Black Wolf King, swallowed, and knelt to the ground. Many thanks, Your Highness the Wolf King. Many thanks, Your Highness the Wolf King. The villagers knew that the village chief was promising to take it, and they would be able to wear new clothes, and they all followed and knelt. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed with relief. No matter what the solution is, things collected on the line. She let Xiao Qiao first pick a favorite, and left one of the 2 cotton cloths, before she said to the village chief, Grandpa village chief, these 2 left me and Xiao Qiao to do clothes, the rest you give everyone to share. In addition to this good silk I specially buy back to the village aunts and sisters to do handkerchiefs. I see that the city those people use handkerchiefs are to be very good material. Everyone handiwork so good but with bad material if also cannot sell on the price. So I bought this. The handkerchiefs used by those in the city all need very good material. Everyone is so good at their craft, but if the material used is not good it won't fetch a good price. So I bought this, and when I turn around, the village aunts and sisters can come and find Grandma Chunhua to collect it. The mayor of the village where dare to have an opinion. Is Lin Xiaoxiao all take away they will not have an opinion. But in favor of Lin Xiaoxiao only took 2 horses, which also has its own granddaughter's share. The mayor of the village heart happy, and with the villagers to thank, Lin Xiaoxiao took Xiaoqiao and Xiaoman back to the house to clean up the mess they bought back. The village head stayed in the yard to divide things, including fabrics, a whole bunch of seasonings Lin Xiaoxiao bought, and buns and steamed buns, and each family divided them according to head count. Lin Chunhua and Xiuqin were busy with a few women from the village in charge of dividing the materials. The Black Wolf King didn't stop at this, but instead took a rising leap and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Seeing him go, some villagers came back to their senses. Bad. His Highness the Wolf King, they've been waiting outside the mountain for a day. They haven't eaten anything yet. Right. Village chief, what can we do now? The village chief slapped his head. Bad. Focusing on things, how to forget this matter. He hurriedly led a few people in the village to go and bring the wild boar meat left over from that day and cook it, and let Lin Chunhua first do not share things. Hurry to go to Lin Xiaoxiao to cook. Tianlang village was bustling with activity, and on the Su family's side, Su Jijia came back from outside and went straight to his parents' yard with 2 boxes. Where's second brother? Su Jijia asked Master Su and Mrs. Su as soon as they entered. Master Su is all righteousness. Mrs. Su, although she is old, but kind eyes, it seems to be very good to get along with people. Su Jijia 20-something years old, but also an extraordinary appearance. Jade-like son. He placed the 2 boxes on the table and instructed the maid beside Mrs. Su, go call the second young master over. I have something to ask him. The maid made a bow and retreated. Only then did Mrs. Su and Master Su look at their eldest son and asked, Jier, what happened? Did Inner get into trouble outside? Both are a little apprehensive. They are the 2 sons. The size of the family affairs are the eldest son in the management, so the younger son will be arrogant some. Su Jijia, this big brother, is also willing to pamper his younger brother, just as the eldest son to take over the business more. The body slowly more businessman's decisiveness and momentum. Sometimes even Master Su faced the son are a little scared. Su Jijia shook his head and pointed to the box on the table. The old fairy head from the pharmacy sent it today. Masters Su and Mrs. Su opened the box with a puzzled look on their faces and saw the 2 ginsengs inside that were complete and fresh. Master Su had been in business for many years and was naturally fiery-eyed, and immediately saw the benefits of these 2 mountain ginsengs. Where did the old fairy head get this? Master Su loved it. It was really good stuff. Su Jijia replied. Old fairy head said that it was a few countrymen introduced over to him from Su Fu's side who sold it to him, and that one plant was 100 taels of silver. 100 taels. It's not expensive. The key is to buy the value. Such a good quality mountain ginseng is still fresh. It's rare. It's just right to give it to your mother to replenish her body. The concocted ones are not as good as the fresh ones in the end. Master Su arranged for the use of it, and then asked. The old fairy head can ask, is there any more? Take it all back if you have it. Su Jijia shook his head. That family member said, no more, just these 2 plants. Master Su was a bit sad. What does that have to do with your brother? I went to ask Su Fu. Su Fu said that a few country people is the second brother led, so ask the second brother recognize them, to know where this family lives. You can send someone to say a word, And in the future they again got such a good ginseng directly sent to our home. His mother's body is a bit weak. After giving birth to their brother and sister have not had a child. The body is not as good as before. This ginseng to his mother to supplement the body just right. Master Su was stunned. He knows best what kind of virtue this son of his is, and it is not impossible to say that he is the one who led the way. Su Urshio heard that his big brother came back to see him, and hurriedly carried his new treasure to show his big brother. Big brother, I've gained a big treasure today. Su Urshio's voice arrived before he arrived. Su Jijia's eyes softened very obviously, and then he saw Su Urshio enter the door carrying an exquisite birdcage, holding it in front of him like a treasure. Big brother, look, the kingfisher I just caught today. Isn't it beautiful? Su Urshio had a face of excitement, like a little milk dog waiting for his brother to praise him. Su Jijia saw the colorful lights in the cage. His eyes lit up. Su Urshio liked these things. He naturally helped to search for a lot of them, but he had never seen such a beautiful kingfisher. Every feather seemed to glow. Seemingly sensing Su Jijia's obling and amazement, the colorful lamp proudly shook its feathers, disdainfully angling its head in inner smugness. Another mortal who was bowled over by the beauty of the Master of Lights. Su Jijia froze. Was it his illusion? How do you feel that just now this bird looked at him with some disdain? He rubbed his eyes. He must have been mistaken. He must have been too tired lately. Seeing his big brother rubbing his eyes, Su Urshio carried the colored lights away and asked worriedly, Big brother, what's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Do you need to ask a doctor to come and take a look? His sentence invited both Master Su and Mrs. Su to tense up again. Su Jijia hurriedly pacified his family. It's fine. Just a little tired from dealing with the store in the past few days. Rest for 2 days. Right. Where did you get this bird? Mentioning the origin of the colored lanterns, Su Urshio blathered on. And in the end, Su Jijia caught the point of his words. Are you saying that the bird was caught for you by those countrymen? Well, big brother, you do not know. That girl just set up a basket. This bird went in. You say strange. This method clearly I have also used. But this bird does not even look at me, but went into that girl's basket. Su Urshio was quite aggrieved. Su Jijia looked at the colorful lamp again. The colorful lamp grunted twice. That was a trap made by Xiao Xiao herself. Did he dare not enter? This time Su Jijia wasn't wrong. The bird really did take one look at him and twisted its head away in disgust. Su Jijia stared at the colored lights, trying to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Seeing him staring at the colored lanterns so much, Su Urshio hurriedly took the birdcage into his arms. Big brother, this is my favorite. I can't give it to you. Su Jijia looked at his cat-protecting appearance and laughed helplessly. Big brother doesn't want you. Big brother is trying to ask you, do you know those people? Where do they live? Which village are they from? This time changed Su Urshio dumbfounded. I don't know. They helped me catch the bird. I gave money. They left. I also let them go to our grocery store to sell things. It is Dongshi led them to go. Su Jijia looked at Dongshi again, and Dongshi immediately replied, Young master, it was the slave who led them there. But where they came from, the slave didn't know. I didn't ask. In a circle, Su Jijia realized that it was as if these people appeared out of thin air and then left again, and no one even knew where they lived or what their last names were. Big brother, what's wrong? Seeing his own brother's gloomy expression, Su Urshio asked cautiously, fearing that he had caused trouble for the family. Su Jijia, however, shook his head. Facing his parents' and brother's inquiries, he had to explain. I asked Su Fu to inquire which village they were from, but found that no one actually knew them. Only the owner of a baozi store said that there was a family of 4 who bought a large pile of baozi steamed buns from him, and after that they went out of the city, and the tea stalls outside of the city did see them, but they quickly left. Following the direction they left, I sent people to inquire about a few villages, and they all said there were no such people. The more Su Urshio heard, the more scared he became. His body shivered. Big brother, they can't be ghosts. Colorful lights in the cage, you're the ghost. Your whole family is a ghost. Xiao Xiao and the villagers live in Wolf Mountain. It's weird if you can find them. Su Jijia gave his stupid brother a pop. Have you ever seen a ghost come out in broad daylight? Su Urshio stupidly patted his chest. It was good that it wasn't. Otherwise it would really scare him to death. The colored lights were even more speechless. The man was too timid. So disgusting. Mrs. Su came out to round up the conversation. This Longan city outside the village, not to say 150 or 60, is always there. You cannot go to every place to ask. Maybe people just home is more far away. It. Do not think so much. Can get these 2 plants has been good. If there is a chance to meet in the future, you do not scare your younger brother. He would have been timid. Su Jijia clasped his fists and bent over. Yes, mother. It was only then that Su Urshao realized that those villagers he had led back had sold such an expensive item to their family's pharmacy, and it happened to be exactly what his mother needed. Mother, don't worry. The next time I meet them, I'll definitely ask that little girl where these mountain ginsengs were dug, and I'll go and dig them up every day for you to eat. Colorful lamp disdain. You think it's a cabbage? Still digging every day. Mrs. Su was amused by him, and learned that the eldest son is busy until now has not eaten, and hurriedly left the kitchen to prepare meals. The family accompanied Su Jijie ate happily, and teased the colorful lamps to play for a while before they dispersed. Master Su looked at these two mountain ginsengs that felt like they were emitting spiritual qi and was overjoyed, hoping that having these mountain ginsengs would help his wife's body get better. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao didn't know that because of the two mountain ginsengs she sold, she had already been missed. In this way, a month passed in a blink of an eye. Lin Xiaoxiao sometimes lived in the village chief's house, and sometimes followed the Black Wolf King back to the Wolf Cave to accompany the Wolf Queen. Xiao Xiao followed back to the Wolf Cave for the first time, and even more so, she was so scared that she couldn't sleep the whole night. After all, it was the first time that she slept in the middle of a group of wolves too. Wolf Queen and Wu Shui also went down the mountain once. Because they couldn't stand the enthusiasm of the villagers, stayed for 2 days and hid back to Wolf Mountain again. In the end, they were still not adapted to contact with humans. On the contrary, the wolves of the Black Wolf clan would run down to play from time to time, especially those younger coyotes, and the village children did play together, going up the mountain to catch rabbits, and going to the stream to catch fish. Lin Xiaoxiao teaches the villagers to identify herbs. The entire Wolf Mountain dozen of hills, perennial no human infestation, the mountain herbs everywhere. Rather than so wasteful, why not teach these villagers to identify herbs? Picking the medicine to go out to sell can also earn a little more silver. The village head led the planting of potatoes and corn, and a variety of fruits and melons have also sprung up. The villagers every day are carefully served. The ground is a weed cannot be seen. Watering is also to go to the foot of the mountain, specially dug a canal to lead over to the watering. And the colored lights they had forgotten about were finally back after a month's absence. He excitedly flew to the wolf cave to look for Lin Xiaoxiao, but was told by the wolf queen that Lin Xiaoxiao had descended from the mountain, and he puffed and puffed his way to the Sky Wolf village, where he saw Lin Xiaoxiao in the village from afar. Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, I'm back. The colorful lamp flew and landed steadily on Lin Xiaoxiao's shoulder, fluttering its wings to express its longing. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Xiao were both startled by the sudden swoop of colored lights, and only realized it was colored lights when they looked back. Colorful lamp? Xiao Xiao looked at the colorful lamp that had gained a round of weight. Where was this still a delicate and beautiful kingfisher? This was clearly a fat bird. Lin Xiaoxiao was also a bit surprised. Colorful lights? How did you put on weight like this? No wonder she felt the weight falling on her shoulders much heavier just now. Kai Lantern bawled. It's all because of that Su Urshao. All day long he changed his tricks to find something to give him to eat. He didn't want to eat but it smelled too good He couldn't help but eat more. Really just a little bit. Who knew it would become like this? His lamp master's handsome and dashing. All let the Su Urshao to raise no more. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Xiao were amused by him. And although Xiao Xiao couldn't understand the colorful lights talking, she would still be happy to see the colorful lights fluttering and chattering Muyang. Lin Xiaoxiao poured a bowl of spiritual spring water for Kai Lantern to quench her thirst before asking, "You're back. What about Su Urshao? He shall not cry to death." Kai Lantern skimmed his mouth. Whatever. The little master accompanied him for a month already can. The little master also helped him and those fox friends in front of the face of a long hard. That governor's family's son also don't know where to find a canary. On this kind of mortal is also worthy of comparison with the little master. Lin Xiaoxiao realized that the colorful lamps that had spent a month with Su Urshao had Su Urshao's shadow all over them. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao looking at herself with a smirk, Kai Lantern conceded, Okay, it's little master, I pretended to be sick. That Su Urshao was afraid that I was really depressed, so he let me go. Even though he looked sad, he was able to take into account that I was homesick for my home and let me come back, so he's also considered to be a good person. Lin Xiaoxiao propped her head up to look at him. Lamper, I realized that you've become much more educated even after coming back from a trip out, and you can still speak idioms. Color Lamp rolled a big white eyes. One will not also cannot that Su Urshao reading, eating and sleeping with him, learn by ear some, naturally will be. Waiting until Kai Lantern finished drinking the spirit spring water, Lin Xiaoxiao said, since you think this Su Urshao is good, then go home and pick a good seedling over here. I'll raise it for a while and send it over to that young Master Su. It's also a way of saying thank you for the care he's given you in the past month, as well as the favor of those 10 taels of silver. Anyway, you've also said that he's a good person, and that your family's birdie won't suffer when you send him over there. The colored lights also thought this was a good idea, and immediately flew back to the mountains to look for the bird dolls. Xiao Xiao had a look of adoration. Xiao Xiao, can you really understand them? You're really too powerful. Mother said you're a fairy in the sky. Lin Xiao Xiao didn't want to be treated as an alien in the end, and immediately explained. In fact, I grew up living in the mountains, and was picked up and raised by my father and mother, and I alone have no one else but them to talk to every day, so maybe over time they can understand what I say, and will respond to me as well. Xiao Xiao nodded her head as if she understood. Envious of Lin Xiao Xiao and heartbroken that Lin Xiao Xiao herself grew up in the mountains and didn't even have a friend by her side, but she was lucky enough to meet the Wolf King and Queen who adopted her, and now there are so many more people from their village to keep her company. Xiao Xiao, when are we going into the city again? There are still so many places we haven't seen since we went last time. Xiao Xiao had always remembered about going into the city before. After staying in the mountains for a long time, it was inevitable that she would long for the outside world when she saw it. Lin kind of wanted to hang out herself, and the two hit it off. Let's wait a few more days. We'll go back when everyone's herbs we dug up this month have dried and we'll sell our stuff on the way. Jojo jumped up and down. Great, we get to go out again. Since Lin Xiao Xiao taught the village to pick herbs, the village was divided into two parts. Women and children usually stayed at home to take care of the vegetables and crops in the fields. Men, like Wang Xiao who knew a little bit of hands, went up to the mountains to hunt, while the others went up to the mountains to pick herbs with a small basket of herbs on their backs and a small hoe. The harvested herbs are then gathered together and sorted into different categories, then concocted and dried. Wang Fong can remember clearly, before going to the pharmacy to sell herbs, it is because their herbs are messy, and the concoctions are not in place, which cannot be sold at the price. So learn smart, categorized, and concocted according to the way Miss Xiao Xiao taught. Drying dry. As long as the quality is good, the price will go up. Color lamp back to lead back a only 3 months old small kingfisher. The first time to see so many people. Scared chirping. Lin Xiao Xiao quick decision. Thrown directly into the space to let it grow their own go, and so raise a period of time to open up some of the spirit. You can let the color lamps to the bird to send the past, but also is not considered to be a white pitsu or sheo a hand. After another half a month, the wind and sunshine made it a good day to go out. Again, the Black Wolf King personally led the team. This time it was out to sell something, brought all that should be brought. Lin Xiao Xiao still followed Wang Feng's family to the hill by the official road to separate. The Black Wolf King, they went back to the canyon and waited. Lin Xiao Xiao they went into the city. Since Mrs. Su ate those 2 mountain ginseng, the whole person looks much better than before. The Su family is happy. Su Jijia simply sent people to wait at the various city gates. As long as they see those villagers first, don't beat the bushes, but notify him. The Su family's people had been squatting for over a month and were ready to give up when they finally saw the group of people picking large bags again. Quickly go inform the eldest young master. Seeing these people, the Su family was instantly certain that they were the ones the eldest young master was looking for. After all, they hadn't seen any other people coming into the city who would be picking up so many things like them. Wang Feng's family has nothing to sell this time, carrying only the medicinal herbs that the villagers have made. They and Lin Xiao Xiao only need to go to the security hall to sell the medicinal herbs. The other people are picking up those things that the village people make themselves. This time there is no Su or Sheo matchmaking. They are also too embarrassed to go to the Su Ji to give trouble to the boss Su. Ready to go to the bazaar to pick up and sell slowly as usual, but also so that Wang Feng does not have to wait for them to finish selling the medicinal herbs. Accompanied by the after selling the medicinal herbs and accompanying Miss Xiao Xiao, they will go back to the village first, and they will go back themselves after selling the herbs. Into the city, the two groups of people went their separate ways. Wang Feng and Aunt Xiuqin are carrying a large basket full of backpacks, have to go to the medicinal herbs for money before going to play. The Su family's people slowly followed from afar, yet it was not hidden at all from Lin Xiao Xiao, who had strong senses and had followed the wolves for so many years. In fact, from the moment they entered the city, Lin Xiao Xiao realized that someone was following them, but the other party seemed to be just following and didn't intend to do anything. So Lin Xiao Xiao didn't care until they entered the security hall and the person following behind them left. Lin Xiao Xiao felt strange. What kind of person would be following them? After all, they hadn't sinned against anyone. Could it be the one surnamed Du from before? Could it be the person named Du? He didn't find them to take revenge, so he's been holding a grudge until now? That would be too low. At this time, as the Wolf Mountain let fly color lamp pressure, simply forget. Their way back also remembered to tell Lin Xiao Xiao Su family is looking for her thing. The result of seeing Lin Xiao Xiao to forget all about it. When they arrived at the security hall, the doctor who was sitting in the clinic today was there, but there were no patients in the store to see the doctor. The old man was leaning against his chair and napping, and the old man who was in charge of the shop, whom they had met before, was napping behind the counter. The wind of the four entering brought up the bells by the door, and the crisp sound of the bells was extraordinarily noticeable in the medical center. The old man behind the counter branched out for a moment, seeing a doctor or grabbing medicine. Still familiar words. When he saw the visitor clearly, the old man rubbed his eyes and was worried that he had misread the words. Lin Xiaoxiao was amused by his appearance. Old grandpa, we're here to trouble you again. The old man ran out from behind the counter with a brush. That anxious Lin Xiaoxiao was worried that he would fall on his heels, but fortunately the man stopped steadily in front of her. Gu, girl, you're finally here. That look was as happy as it could be. Lin Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. This was waiting for her? Old grandpa, our family has stored some herbs again. Specially brought them over to sell. Don't worry, this time it's not miscellaneous. We've divided them up according to the categories. They're all concocted, so you can use them when you open them. After Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she asked Wang Fong and Aunt Xiuqin to put down the basket on her back. The old man which has the heart to see what herbs. A wave of the big hand to recruit fellows to let carry to count. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him. Old grandpa, don't you want to take a look at the herbs? The old man waved his hand. No more looking. No more looking. What's there to see in what you brought? Yo, 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 look at that attitude. If you didn't know, you'd think they knew each other better. Why don't you take a look? Wang Fong said carefully. The old man, however, just glared at him. If I say I won't look, I won't look. So what? It's all charged to you and you're still so talkative. Wang Fong, but also become his fault. The old man looked at Lin Xiaoxiao again. The smile on his face piled up in folds. Girl, that mountain ginseng you sent last time, do you still have it at home? The old man's eyes were glowing. Ah, so it's about her mountain ginseng. Old grandpa, are those two plants all used up? Lin Xiaoxiao asked with that innocent look on her face. The old man nodded and shook his head. Girl, grandpa is not hiding from you. Those two mountain ginseng all was I sent to the main house. Our lady body is weak. Have to use some of the dainty medicines to raise. But since ate you this mountain ginseng, that body bone is a day to see the improvement. This is not. The proprietor and the eldest young master are looking forward to you to come back it. Lin Xiaoxiao is quite proud. Of course, that mountain ginseng although placed in the spacetime is not long, but also her space aura and spiritual springs have been nourished. Naturally, is a good thing? Not to mention just a delicate body. Is that you are not long for life? Can give you a few years to renew your life expectancy? However, Lin Xiaoxiao will not tell him that his mountain ginseng has such benefits. At first it was just in a hurry to change money, which picked the two smallest plants. She has a lot of good years here but the reasoning of the wealth is not exposed. Lin Xiaoxiao still understand. People come up and ask you still have no. You said there, that others will think that you have more things, may often come to look for the future. If it is a generous people, then begged and coaxed, encountered the heart of the bad, maybe thinking of coming to rob the. No, 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 grandpa, no more. I told you last time, for these two plants my dad was injured. This thing grows on the cliffs, it's hard to get. Lin Xiaoxiao silently apologized to her dad in her heart, and continued to pull the previous reason. Anyway, want one? Sorry, no more. These are the only two. Really? It's really gone. Just those two plants. Hey! The old man sighed and stopped moving towards Lin Xiaoxiao. Quite a pity. If he could have had more, maybe the lady's body would have been well nourished. Seeing the look of regret on his face, Lin Xiaoxiao thought better of it and said, Old grandpa, how about this? In the future, if my dad digs it up again I'll bring it to you and not sell it to anyone else. The old man clouded over. That's what you said. Girl, keep your word. Don't worry. A gentleman's word is his bond. Lin Xiaoxiao patted her chest to assure her. Although barring that, she wasn't a gentleman. She was a woman. The old man was amused by her little look. The old man's name is Su Xian. They all call me Old Fairy Head. From now on, anyone in your village who has saved up herbs can send them over, and our security hall will accept them all. Old Fairy Head also followed her example and patted his chest to assure her. Lin Xiaoxiao almost didn't suffocate her internal injuries from the name. It turns out that there really is a Su Xian in the security hall, except this fairy is an Old Fairy Head. Thanks Grandpa Su. Ha, ha. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled a little. Silly and far-fetched. Soon the fellow counted the accounts and came out, handing the Old Fairy Head a small book on which he recorded the herbs and weight that Wang Feng had carried. The Old Fairy Head swept through them one by one. There are still great doctors in your village? This book of medicinal herbs, the general people simply do not recognize, and many are growing in the deep mountains, and not so easy to pick. did not expect them to carry. That is, the least have 2 or 3 pounds of weight. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart thumped. Wang Feng had already opened his mouth, but Xiao Xiao snatched it first. Xiaoxiao's father is a great doctor, and all of us in the village learned to pick herbs from her father. Said also in the old fairy head cannot see the place ruthlessly pinched a Wang Feng. Wang Feng was pinched by his daughter's raw pain, but he didn't dare to squeak, and he didn't even dare to change the expression on his face for fear of being seen by the old fairy head. Just as Xiao Xiao interrupted him, Wang Feng reacted. He couldn't let the people outside know about Miss Xiao Xiao's ability, and the Black Wolf clan. Not a single word could be said about it. Then he hurriedly nodded his head after his daughter. Yes, Xiao Xiao's father is the most capable in our village. That must be the most capable. His Highness the Wolf King. When the old fairy head thought of those 2 mountain ginsengs, if someone who didn't know anything about medicine couldn't have dug them up so intact, he was instantly convinced. So it's like this, then your village has produced a capable one. Do the math. These herbs total 18 taels and 7 coins. This is the unit price. And the herbs you sent in are weighed. You do the right thing. Old fairy head handed over the book. Wang Feng, already dumbfounded by the numbers he heard, mechanically took the book and looked at the words and numbers on it. His father was the village chief, and the only one in the village who knew words. And that was just words, because when their ancestors moved here only his wife, Tai Zhu, knew words, and used to teach the rest of the village. And then slowly the only one left was the family who knew a little bit of words. And that was just words. 18 taels and 7 coins. 16 households in their village plus his family. If they were to share the money for the herbs equally according to the previous agreement, that family would be able to share more than 1 or 2 pieces of silver. Huge amount of money. It's just a huge amount of money for them. Xiao. You come and see. Wang Feng handed the book to Lin Xiaoxiao, fearing that he had given the wrong math. Lin Xiaoxiao only swept a glance and smiled sweetly. Grandpa Su is a good man. He won't lie to us. Uncle Feng, there's no need to look. No more reading then. Wang Feng snapped the book closed and returned it to Old Fairy Head with both hands. Old Fairy Head, if you don't look at it, you don't look at it. The Old Fairy Head gives people to settle the silver, but when you take the silver, you become abrasive, and every now and then you look up and look outside, muttering in your heart, "Oh young master, why don't you come yet? Why don't you come yet?" As early as when the Old Fairy Head was dawdling back to the counter to get the money, Lin Xiaoxiao could see that the old man was deliberately dragging his feet, like he was waiting for someone. Waiting for who? Just when she was messing around and guessing, a carriage stopped at the door of the security hall, and the Old Fairy Head who took the money was sharp at once, counted 18 taels of 7 coins of silver into the money bag, and handed it to Wang Feng when he came out of the counter. Here, money, paid the money and welcomed them out. Young master, you came. The Old Fairy Head aggravation, can be considered to come? You do not know that in order to delay the time, just to take the silver has taken more than a quarter of an hour. But also thanks to the patience of this family waiting, if someone else would have quit it. If you don't come, my old man is going to lose his act. Su Jijia gave him a faint nod, and his eyes fell on the 4 people selling medicinal herbs, sizing them up for a while before finally landing on Lin Xiaoxiao. He hadn't forgotten what the Old Fairy Head had said, that the mountain ginseng seller was a little girl, and the 2 little girls here he subconsciously thought were this one. This one compares, beautifully. Su Jijia had to admit that although they were both dressed as peasant girls, and the 2 little girls' skin was yellowish, the girl just looked good, much better than the average peasant girl, and that surrounding temperament was not like the average peasant girl. After all, what peasant girl would ever see him so directly in his sights and dare to scrutinize him up and down? At the same time, Lin Xiaoxiao was also observing this person. He looked 7 times similar to the Su'er Xiao they had met before at the city gates, but the 15 or 16-year-old Su'er Xiao was childish, while this one at this time had a bit more stability and maturity, as well as the shrewdness and cunning of a businessman. Look at those eyes. They're glowing. The Old Fairy Head led Su Jijia to Lin Xiaoxiao. Young master, that mountain ginseng is what this girl is selling. The old slave also asked just now. This girl said that she didn't have any more, so she got those 2 plants. The Old Fairy Head's tone was quite regretful. Su Jijia looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. For some reason, he always felt that he couldn't treat her as a little girl, so he cupped his fists. Your name, girl. Lin Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Come up and ask the girl what her last name is? Didn't they say that the ancients were subtle and preoccupied with men and women? Lin Xiaoxiao was thinking about the defense of men and women, but she didn't even think about the fact that in the eyes of Su Daxiao, she is now a yellow hair girl whose hair hasn't even grown. Su Jiji also noticed this subtle movement of Lin Xiaoxiao, and also raised an eyebrow with some surprise. Lin, a simple word. Lin Xiaoxiao belabored in her heart. How about it? Sis, cool or not? Su Jiji laughed at this girl's boldness. Miss Lin, I have an unkind request. Dare to ask the girl before the mountain ginseng is dug from where? Truthfully, in my home mother is always weak. Since taking the girl sent the mountain ginseng after the body will be improved. So I want to send people to find some more to the mother to raise the body. Rest assured, I will not take advantage of the girl for nothing. If the girl to tell, the next will be 50 tales of thanks, and guarantee that I will not dig more. Only pick the amount that mother needs, and will not cut off the income of Miss Lin's family. Not bad, or a filial child, and does not sound like the kind of forceful look, but also will not cut off their family's income, to ensure that only dig a few mountain ginseng. No wonder the colorful lamp will come back to keep praising that Su Erxiao is a good person. There is a brother must be his brother and also quite generous. A shot is 50 taels. She now basically already understand the prices of this era. 50 taels of silver in an ordinary family. Enough for a family of several years of chewing. Marrying a daughter-in-law can marry a few. Wolf Mountain. Lin Xiaoxiao held out her hand when she finished. 50 taels. Su de Xiao. Su family slave. Old immortal head. Old immortal head, this girl is also too direct. Wang family 3, Miss Xiaoxiao can really want it. Dao Lord Su, however, frowned. Wolf Mountain, just outside of Longan City, stretches for 100 miles. There are many mountains in the mountains. Into the mountains to collect medicine is not no one, but no one dares to go into the deep mountains, because it will not come out. In addition, Wolf Mountain, as the name implies, the mountains are all wolves. How many years no one has ever been on the Wolf Mountain? And even more so, no one knows the Wolf Mountain inside in the end is like. Is Miss Lin sure? Su Jijie asked. Lin Xiaoxiao tilted her head. Sure, it's what my dad dug up in Wolf Mountain. Gongzi, you're not trying to renege on the debt, are you? Su Jijie's face turned slightly red. No one had ever said that his Su family's youngest master would renege on a debt. Yuan Bao, fetch 50 taels of silver for Miss Lin. Su Jijie called out to the attendant behind him. Attendant Yuan Bao froze for a moment, then hurriedly took out 50 taels of silver tickets from the eldest young master's purse and handed them over. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. How come it's silver tickets again? These some money don't carry silver on them? Seeing her frown, Su Jijie added. 4 silver. Lin Xiaoxiao's brows spread. That's right. Yuan Bao hurriedly changed another 50 taels of silver ingots and handed it over with both hands, then obediently retreated behind Su Jijie. Lin Xiaoxiao took the silver and turned it upside down in her hand. The weight, sufficient. Thanks, we're done selling medicinal herbs too, so we can go. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the few people. Su Jijie stepped aside from the doorway and made a gesture of invitation. Lin Xiaoxiao led the 3 members of the Wang family out of the room with great generosity, and Su Jijie suddenly spoke. Did the girl really dig it on Wolf Mountain? Su Jijie wanted to make sure again. Lin Xiaoxiao looked back at him. 1,000 times true. Lying to you is a puppy. It was really dug up on Wolf Mountain. Only you sent someone to dig it up. And the wolf brothers and sisters and uncles and aunts on the mountain couldn't scare you to death. Su Jijie asked again. Legend has it that wolves live on Wolf Mountain. How did your father find the mountain ginseng? When Su Jijie finished, Lin Xiaoxiao laughed. A smile that was so innocent and simple and kind. Would you believe me when I say that my dad knows the wolves? Su Jijie's face became ugly. Did he look like a 3-year-old? Lin Xiaoxiao smiled slightly. See, no one would believe her even if she told the truth. However, this Su de Xiao didn't look like a bad guy. And Su Erxiao was also nice to their family's colorful lanterns, so she would begrudgingly help out again. There are 3 pounds of astragalus in the herbs we sent just now. The eldest young master can take it home and make some medicinal meals for madam or make tea to drink. The effect is not bad. Let's go. Goodbye. After saying this, Lin Xiaoxiao's 4 people left the door of the security hall. The 3 pounds of astragalus were put in and taken out of her space. As soon as they left the house, Lin Xiaoxiao got together with Xiao Xiao and discussed how to spend the 50 taels of silver that they got for nothing today. In her mind, the 50 taels of silver were as good as if they had been picked up off the ground. Su Jijie watched a few people leave, and Yuan Bao tentatively asked, Young master, why do I feel that this girl is a liar? And also her father knows the wolves, and can't even make up a blind story. Su Jijie also feel outrageous. 50 taels is nothing to him, as long as he can find the same mountain ginseng to cure his mother. This is not worth mentioning at all. But that girl does talk some. Never mind. Those 2 mountain ginsengs did work for mother, so consider it a thank you gift for her. Su Jijie twisted his head to look at the tumbling mountains outside the city. Wolf Mountain. Is there really mountain ginseng on Wolf Mountain? For the sake of his mother's health, it seems that he will have to send someone to look for it. Young master, then do we still send people to follow them? Yuan Bao asked. Su Jijie looked at the direction in which the few people had left and nodded faintly. Wang Fong too now walk are confused. They have never once sold to so much money. 18 Two more. Go back to a family can share more than one or two it. He already do not want to buy things. Just want to hurry back to give this to his father. At this time Wang Fong is carrying more than 18 taels of money. Walking where are careful. For fear of being stolen. That cover the purse. Almost in the head to write I have money come to steal me words. For fear that others do not know. Uncle Fong, if you can't, give me the money. I'll keep it for you. You're like this. Looking tired. Lin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth. Wang Fong immediately threw the money bag like a hot potato to Lin Xiaoxiao, who backhanded it into her small satchel. Wang Fong looked at her so casually. Miss Xiaoxiao, will you be able to do it? He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's satchel. Lin Xiaoxiao swept her head down and the money bag had long since been thrown into her space. It's fine. I'll pay for it if I lose it. After saying that, he led Xiaoxiao to go shopping. Wang Fong couldn't wait to be stunned and hurriedly followed up with Aunt Xiaojin. This time Lin Xiaoxiao took Xiaoxiao and had another hard time. Ate, drank and played all over the shop, and bought a lot of things, all of which Wang Fong and Aunt Xiaojin carried. In fact, from the beginning Lin Xiaoxiao had realized that someone was following them, but these people were just following from afar, and she had been waiting all the way to play, waiting for what this group wanted to do, just after a day of spinning around, or just following. Lin Xiaoxiao was too lazy to care about them. After the four of them finished shopping and buying, they went to the place where the people of the Sky Wolf Village were selling their goods. This time there is no Su family grocery store to collect their things. Selling slower. See, a day or 2 days cannot be sold out. Lin Xiaoxiao gave the team of Wang Xiao 2 taels of silver, so that they sell these days do not treat themselves poorly. The food to buy. The Tian Lang village people didn't want it. They all brought dry food and dealt with it at night by the city gates, but Lin Xiaoxiao insisted on giving it, so Wang Xiao could only accept it. When they left the city, Lin Xiaoxiao realized that those people were still following. Someone is following us, Lin Xiaoxiao said to the trio while she and Xiao Xiao were pretending to scuffle. Wang Fong subconsciously had to look back, and was tugged by Lin Xiaoxiao. Let's go up the mountain first and see what they want. After Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she continued to mindlessly fiddle with Xiao Xiao with something she bought back today, a small toy, similar to the 9-linked rings she played with in modern times, which she was going to bring back to Xiaoman. The Su family subordinates followed them all the way out of the city, then watched them go up the mountain. Brother, why are they going up the mountain? It's almost dark. It can't be that they're going up the mountain to play. Underling B of the Su family said. Underling A of the Su family, he's not blind. Can't you see that's a path? I've heard that some villages are built in the mountains, so maybe the people live in the mountains. If the young master asks you to follow, just follow. What's the point? After the Su family subordinate A reprimanded him, he cautiously continued to follow. Behind them, B and C looked at each other and could only follow. Since entering the path of the forest, Lin Xiaoxiao was even more playful all the way. She wanted to see what the person following her was up to. As it turned out, they were halfway up the hill, almost at the place where they would meet up with Dad and the others, and the group still hadn't moved, just following. Miss Xiaoxiao. Still following? Wang Fong was so nervous that he didn't even dare to turn his head back, afraid that the other party would realize that they already knew they were being followed. Lin Xiaoxiao saw this nervous Wang Fong's hands don't know where to put, covered her mouth and laughed. Uncle Fong, don't be nervous. Dad and the others are nearby. If it's really bad guys, they are not afraid. Dad scares them to death. Wang Fong was relieved when he remembered that His Highness, the Wolf King, was in the nearby valley. But we can't let them follow like this. What if they discover His Highness the Wolf King? Wang Fong worried. Lin Xiaoxiao picked a small flower on the side of the road with her hand and inserted it into Xiao Xiao's hair, saying, "It won't happen. Let's stop and rest if we go further up. Wait for darkness. In the deep mountains and old forests, when it's dark and you can't even see the road, I'll see how they'll still follow." Followed from afar by the forest mosquitoes have been bitten all over the bag of the Su family underlings saw themselves tracking a few people just so big grin on the hillside to sit down and rest. This is the Wolf Mountain. They just sit down. The sky is going to be dark. Brother, why don't they leave? Underling B had a strange look on his face. Underling C, brother, when I was a child I heard my grandmother and the others talk about wolves on Wolf Mountain. Just as a gust of wind blew by, A, B, shivered. What nonsense. Don't scare yourself. This has been how many years haven't heard of wolves coming out. I'm afraid they have long migrated away. What are you afraid of? Underling A smothered a burst of reprimand, but still looked around defensively. After Lin Xiaoxiao had sat where they were for half an hour, it got dark. Brother, I'm scared. Underling B shivered and grabbed Underling A's arm. Underling A was startled by his fierce grip and slapped him. Look at your wimpy face. They're moving. Keep up. With that said, the three of them proceeded to catcall and follow. Lin Xiaoxiao and the three members of the Wang family continued to climb up the mountain, and as they walked in the direction of the valley, Lin Xiaoxiao felt out her bone whistle and blew it. The three men in the distance shuddered again. Brother, did you hear anything? Underling B was about to cry. He'd rather go back to the mansion and sweep the garden. Over here, the three of them scared themselves half to death. And over there, Lin Xiaoxiao had already met the Black Wolf King. Pops, someone is following us. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't bullshit. The Black Wolf King's face sank as he ordered the two wolves following behind him. Go and take a look. Just scare the people away. Don't hurt them. The two wolves nodded and catapulted away. Underling B was in a trance and felt as if he had heard a wolf cry. Brother, I think I hear wolves. He was even more afraid. Underlings A and C also seemed to have heard that sound in a trance, but it was soon gone again. When they looked back from the wolf's cry and then looked up again, there was no sign of the family of four anywhere on the mountain. The three men looked at each other. They lost him? It's over. I'm going to be scolded by the young master when I go back. Just as the three of them were wondering whether or not to go closer to check, Underling C tugged at the clothes of the two in front of them. Have you heard any sounds? The two had goosebumps and were about to ask what the noise was when they saw four green spectral lights emerge from the darkness and come towards them. Ah! Underling B yelped out at once, and immediately afterward the three of them saw what the four green spectral lights were, only to see two wolves more than twice their size pacing slowly and leisurely from the forest towards them, the four green lights being their eyes. Brother, wolf, wolf! Underling B and Underling C shivered as they spoke, their legs going weak. Underling A was also outright stunned, and a few seconds later, three screams came from the forest. Wolves! Then the two black wolves of the Black Wolf clan just watched as their asses rolled down the hill. The two wolves looked at each other. They didn't do anything. This fall hurt the Wolf King will not be counted on their head? Those three rolled and ran down the mountain, not even daring to turn back, running all the way towards the way they came. Two wolves, it doesn't look like it's going to follow. Go home. Turning around, he went after the Black Wolf King and the others. The three underlings of the Su family ran back to the official road, and they could still see the crowds coming and going, but they couldn't care less about that anymore, and they rolled and crawled towards the city. They had to hurry back and tell the Grand Master. Wolves! They've met wolves. The people passing by saw three people covered in mud. Felt particularly bad. Three people to the city to run desperately. All the people are curious to look at the path they ran down. That back there cannot be something is chasing them, not? The three people rolled and crawled back to the Su family in one breath, never running so fast in their lives. Eldest young master. Eldest young master. The trio started shouting as soon as they arrived at the door, and the boy at the door almost didn't recognize them, or the trio declared themselves before letting them in. The three of them were in a mess and couldn't even care about the rules to run directly to the courtyard of Su Daoxiao. It's not good. Young master. Su Jijie heard the commotion and came out from the study. At a glance he saw the three in this miserable state. Before he could reprimand him, the subordinate A flopped down and knelt on the ground. Young master. Wolf, there's a wolf. Su Jijie's face sank. What wolf? Speak clearly. By the time A, B, C, and C had finished talking about the matter, Su Jijie's face was already as if it was black. You say they went up Wolf Mountain, and then you lost them? And then you saw two wolves? Wolves twice your size? Young master, it is true. The little ones followed them all the way out of the city. Watched them go up the mountain. Followed up to see them in the mountains to stay until dark and disappeared. The little ones were about to chase up to look for the encountered wolves. Ooh-hoo, scared baby. Su Jijie had only just decided to send two teams of people up the mountain to look for ginseng, and this head told him that there were really wolves on the mountain? This is not even deep into the mountains. According to what the three of them said, there are wolves in the mountains right next to the official road. What about inside? Moreover, there are wolves in the mountains right next to the official road. So why is it that we have never heard of wolves attacking people in the mountains? Have you guys seen it clearly? Su Jijie asked in a deep voice. The three nodded as if pounding garlic. Thousands of true. Great young master. That eyes are bigger than an egg. That body just so four legs lying on their backs are taller than the small ones. The small ones if not running fast are almost not able to come back. The three described a board, as if they really saw a wolf. But according to what Su Jijie knew, although the wolf is fierce, but the body size is petite, the reason why it can become a fierce beast and a hegemon in the mountains is entirely because of the characteristics of the group, and fierce, and a group of life. Naturally no one dares to mess with. But what are they saying? Eyes bigger than an egg, lying on their backs taller than one of them. Isn't that bullshit? But look at the trio of this. Look at the genus is really scared badly. Su Jijie pinched his brow. Go down and find someone to look at the injuries on your body. The three kowtowed and walked away thankful. still in a state of mind that they almost couldn't come back. As soon as they left, Yuan Bao came up. Eldest young master? Look at this. They had just confirmed sending people up the mountain on one foot, and then they said there were wolves on the back foot. A wolf with eyes bigger than an egg, lying on its back taller than a man. Have you ever seen it? Su Jijie only looked at him. Yuan Bao froze for a moment. Where had he seen it before? He had only heard about it. But weren't wolves small in size? How could it be so big? Young master, did they let something else get to them and mistake it for a wolf? Yuan Bo guessed. Su Jijie is silent. Whether it is or not, Wolf Mountain is a must. It's just that these three said that the family of four went up the mountain. So will they be okay? Did they meet the wolves that A, B, and C said they did? Perhaps they realized they were being followed and took advantage of the night to leave from somewhere else. Otherwise how could four mouths be gone out of nowhere? Let's hope so. When he thought of that family of four, Su Jijie thought of the astragalus that Lin Xiaoxiao had said before she left. Has the astragalus been delivered to the lady? Yuan Bao quickly nodded. Sent it off. All according to the eldest young master's instructions to the eldest maid beside Madam. Su Jijie then nodded with satisfaction. No matter what was in the mountains, mountain ginseng was a must to find. The plan remains the same. Have the old fairy head seek out someone to go up to the mountains to find the ginseng? Yuan Bao hurriedly answered yes, then waited for Su Jijie to return to his room. On the other side, the two wolves that were sent by the Black Wolf King to scare people came back and described the miserable state of those three people, causing Lin Xiaoxiao to laugh so hard directly on the Black Wolf King's back that the Black Wolf King was afraid that she would fall off. How dare you learn how to play stalker with that kind of guts? Back to the Tian Wolf village. Wang Fong sold herbs to the village head of all the money. Looking at the money, the village head of the family and hate to give Lin Xiaoxiao another kowtow. Lin Xiaoxiao cannot stand this scene, called on Xiaoqiao holding Xiaoman and left to play the 9 connected rings went. The village chief wiped away his tears, took Wang Fong and went out. More than 18 taels. A family can share some money. So what if it's a big night? He believes that as long as he can share the money, it's the middle of the night, everyone has no problem with it. Xiaoman was originally still upset that Lin Xiaoxiao and the others didn't take him with them every time they went out. But when he saw the 9 linked rings and the treats and candies that Lin Xiaoxiao and the others had brought back, he instantly threw that little emotion out of his mind. Lin Xiaoxiao saw him playing vigorously, and only lamented that children are so coaxing. One second he was angry with them and would not be good with them. The next second he was excited to play. Watching him play, the two little sisters sat cross-legged on the other side of the bed. Xiao, how come that gentleman is so rich? 50 taels said to give. Xiao thought of today's white pickup. This 50 taels feel like a dream. She grew up to so big, never seen so much money. That's the real money. Just so casually gave Xiao. But Xiao did not lie to him. Is really in the Wolf Mountain digging, but the Wolf Mountain is so big. Slowly look for it. Lin Xiaoxiao fiddled with her remaining silver and replied, they are not the same as us. The Su family is a big family. Remember the first time we went to the grocery store? That store is his family. You see, their family sells things so expensive. Just the grocery store for a day, this 50 taels may be able to sell it back. And we went to buy the cloth there. It is also the Su family's. Their family's plaques and small flags are made in the doorway. And the security hall is also his family. These are still we know, and do not know it, so this 50 taels to him is the same as we spend 50 cents is the same as we spend 50 cents. On their plaques and the small flag at the door are all made Su family mark. And that security hall is also his family. These are still we know. There are still don't know it, so this 50 taels to him. Just like we spend 50 when is a reason. This money more money less. Spend out how much care how much. In fact, to be frank are and their own income proportional. You let that a month to earn 2 silver people at once to give you 52. That with the life of a human being, but with that a month to earn 2002, or even 20,002 people, this 52 pressure simply do not take it seriously. That Su Daxeo from the top to the bottom, which thing is not more than 52, compared to the Su Ersheo they saw, this Su Daoxiao is much more extravagant. Xiaoman was tired of playing and fell asleep on their Kong. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao played for a while and also washed up and went to bed, a sleepless night until dawn, not realizing that this night, because of her, made every household in Tianlang village unable to sleep well. Early the next morning, Lin Xiaoxiao climbed up and took Xiao and Xiaoman in the yard to do morning exercises and exercise. Xiao's body is too weak. Before not just follow her together by the Wolf brothers to take a few trips to run around the mountains, and come back to be cold and sick. From then on, Lin Xiaoxiao grabbed her to work out with her as long as she lived in the mountains, and when Aunt Xiuqin saw them practicing vigorously, she let Xiaoman take her along. A Shikawa is a boy, after all. And it's only right to be strong. As a result of the usual quiet morning, today, but not moving to pass by, a villager called out to her. to say hello to her. A moment. Make her and Xiao Xiao cannot concentrate on practicing, because to stop to say hello, after all, everyone that enthusiastic. Oh, before the morning exercises were finished, there were a number of people over there bringing breakfast. Looking at what these villagers sent, what else can I do? Eat, greet Jojo and Mamoru, get on the table and start eating. When breakfast was finished, Grandpa Village Chief told her about the money that was given out overnight yesterday, and only then did Lin Xiaoxiao realize why there were so many people passing by this morning, and so much breakfast being delivered. In the face of the village chief's incessant thanks, Lin Xiaoxiao was calm. Grandpa Village Chief, there's no need to thank me. Everyone picked these herbs. There's no need to thank me. The village chief smiled with a loving face. I should thank you. Without you teaching them to recognize those medicinal herbs, and without the brothers and sisters of the wolf clan to help take care of them, I'm afraid that they'll be trapped in some places on this wolf mountain and won't be able to come back. Lin Xiaoxiao heatedly smiled. Then the guys need to get a grip and get more good herbs. As the current and only believer village of Aodad, I will definitely lead you all to a good life. Good. I'll go greet the guys. Let them take advantage of this period of time when the land is not busy to go up to the mountains more often. Anyway, it's fine if they lose it, and the brothers and sisters of the Black Wolf clan will definitely be able to get it back for them. Wang Xiao and the others came back 5 days later, and as soon as they came back and gave the money from the sale to the family, they went straight to the village chief's house, looking for Lin Xiaoxiao. With an anxious look on their faces, Lin is teaching Xiaoman to recognize words. Miss Xiaoxiao, Wang Xiao and the others are back and are outside to see you, as if they have something urgent. The village chief knocked on the door and said. Lin Xiaoxiao followed him to the courtyard, and Wang Xiao hurried forward. Miss Xiaoxiao, when we were coming back we saw 2 groups of people in the mountains, that looked like they were going into the deep mountains. The village chief's face changed. Into the mountain? Wolf Mountain, how many years no one has come, not to mention into the deep mountains. Is even their village cannot see people come? How suddenly someone wants to enter the mountain? Where did you see them? And didn't you try to persuade them away? What if we let them enter the mountain and disturb His Highness the Wolf King? The village chief said sharply, itching to get his hands on these useless brats. Wang Xiao and a few of the people who came back glanced at each other and replied, Village chief, there are a few people who look like they know kung fu. That's why they didn't dare to approach, fearing that these people would find out that they had followed them to the village instead. Lin Xiaoxiao had actually guessed who the visitor was. It's fine. I'll just have the wolves go and scare them away. Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking and picked up the bone whistle around her neck and blew a long blast. It didn't take long for a black wolf to come down from the mountain and land in the courtyard, bowing its head respectfully to Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao whispered a few words in its ear, and the black wolf jumped away. Su Jijie didn't realize that there were real wolves on Wolf Mountain. When the ginseng picker and the Su family's guards appeared in front of him in a sorry state, Su Jijie finally believed what ABC had said earlier. Wolf Mountain. There are real wolves, and they're not like wolves anywhere else. Young master, my subordinate has never seen such a big wolf before. The guard was in a cold sweat. Even now when he thought about it he still felt a chill down his spine. At that time the wolf was less than a step away from him. If it pounced on him, he would definitely die. Su Jijie really can't imagine those wolves and only thinks about how he can go up the mountain to dig ginseng when there are wolves on the mountain. He looked at the several guards. Your hands are considered top-notch among the Su family's guards. Is it possible that you can't deal with a few wolves? A few guards lowered their heads. It wasn't that they couldn't deal with it, but they couldn't even get close to those wolves. With their mobility, agility, and even these guards had an illusion that these wolves could see what they were trying to do, and crack in advance. One of the guards looked around and stood out, voicing his bold guess. Young master, my subordinate feels that those wolves are not trying to attack us. They just seem to want to drive us down the mountain. Su Jijie froze, and the others also looked at the guard. The guard looked at his fellow travelers and then at the other group and asked, are any of you hurt? By wolves? I mean, everyone froze, then looked at him in unison. No, the cuts on my back are from a branch when I was running. So did I. From a fall. You said one thing and I said another. Finally the guard looked at Su Jijie. Young master, my guess is that those wolves are not trying to harm my subordinates, but they are trying to drive us away from Wolf Mountain. Look at my subordinates. If the wolves are rushing towards us, with the skill of those wolves, we won't be able to come back at all. Su Jijie fell into silence, thinking of that girl's words. My dad knows the wolves. Could it be that she wasn't making it up, but that it was true? Wolves on Wolf Mountain actually know how to communicate with people? You guys pack up and continue to go tomorrow. This time you don't run when you meet the wolves. Communicate with them. Explain your intentions and see how it turns out. Su Jijie's words startled the crowd. Communicating with wolves? Is the eldest young master crazy? but none of them dared to say so. They could only follow orders, go down to rest and recuperate, and continue up the mountain tomorrow. Only after everyone had left did Yuan Bao carefully say, "Eldest young master, you don't think that girl is telling the truth, do you?" He also thought of that sentence. Su Jijie glanced at him, and Yuan Bao scowled. Whether it was or not, we would know when these people went up the mountain. As for whether they would be in danger or not, young Su believed that if these wolves hadn't harmed them once, they wouldn't harm them a second time. Ever since they knew that someone was thinking about the mountain ginseng on their wolf mountain, the wolves of the Black Wolf clan were not calm. Wolf Mountain was their territory, and these herbs on the mountain were all owned by them. Xiao Xiao. These people wanted to dig? Dream on. So when the Su family's guards escorted the ginseng pickers up the mountain again, they were again stopped by the crowd of wolves from the Wolf clan. This time, the Su family's guards didn't run, and although they were scared to death, they listened to their eldest young master and took the initiative to explain their intentions to these wolves. Wolves of the Wolf clan just want to dig up a few mountain ginsengs? No, 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 that's their Xiao Xiaos. No digging, get lost. Once again, the Su family members were whisked off the mountain by the Wolf clan. Young master, it's useless. They were chucked even harder after telling them. Su family guards reported truthfully, look at them. This time the fall was even worse than last time. Not giving up. Mr. Su goes again, this time bringing gifts. The Su family guards whimpered and carried all kinds of meat up the mountain. And once again they were stopped, gifts delivered, and discussed entering the mountain? Crowd of wolves, trying to bribe them? No way. Xiao Xiao has nothing good to offer. Get lost. The Su family members were once again whisked off the mountain, and as for the things they brought with them, they were all taken back by the wolves and sent to the Tianlang village, cheapening the villagers of Tianlang village. Su Jijie. This is too evil. He doesn't believe it. This time, Su Jijie defied the crowd and went in person. As the saying goes, hearing is believing, seeing is believing. And when young Master Su personally saw those wolves that were twice as big as he was, his entire body froze. Fortunately, after so many years of mingling in the shopping mall, he was quite calm, even if he was afraid in his heart. Thinking of what his men said about these wolves not hurting anyone, he boldly went up to discuss with the wolves, and introduced himself, explaining his intentions. Although he didn't know if these wolves listened to what he said, the wolves of the Wolf clan seemed to understand something after hearing this. This man wears clothes that are different from the others, and he says he's some kind of young master. Could he be the leader of these people? One of the wolves followed the villagers who had escorted the Sky Wolf village. It seems like Xiao Xiao knows this person. I heard her talking to those villagers last time. What then? Keep whisking them down the mountain? Or go back and ask Dawn what she wants? The wolves looked to Black De, who was in charge of leading the group this time. Haida thought it would be better to ask Xiao Xiao what she wanted. Su Jijie then saw the pack of wolves lowing a few times in front of them, and then one of them headed for the mountains. As for the other wolves, they stayed put, still staring at them. Young master, were they just discussing? Yuan Bao was about to die of fear. For the first time seeing so many wolves, could he not be scared? Su Jijie was scared to death, but still put on a calm face. It should be. Yuan Bao was even more scared. He wanted to go home. He missed his mother. The wolves didn't move. Su Jijie and the others didn't move either. They just stayed in place. They didn't even dare to sit down. Their legs were numb from standing. Lin Xiaoxiao received the news at the Sky Wolf village and looked strangely at the wolf who had come to give her a report. You said young Master Su came in person? The wolf nodded. Black De sent me to ask what you should do about it. Should we continue to whisk it down the mountain? Lin Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. This Dasha Su was really persistent. Forget it. This person is not a bad person. The people in the Su family store gave her a good impression, and took so much money from others. For the sake of his filial piety, let's help him one more time. She took out a larger mountain ginseng from her space, casually wrapped it in a pad, and tied it up with a rope for this reporting wolf to carry. Give this to him, and tell him not to come back. The wolf nodded and walked away with the mountain ginseng in his mouth. The colored lights followed and wanted to see the action. You come back. Lin Xiaoxiao spoke up. Don't think she didn't see the colored lights trying to sneak away. The colored lanterns could only come back, and Lin Xiaoxiao reached out and nudged him in the head. The Su family has seen you before. Do you want to go and throw yourself into the net? Kai Lantern shrunk her neck. I forgot about this. By the way, Xiao Xiao, where's my Fatma? It's been a month and you still won't release her? Lin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Fatma, how beautiful a little kingfisher she is. You guys give people such a name. Only when she flipped her hand, the little fat girl appeared in the palm of her hand. The little kingfisher Fatma had been in the space comfortably eating the fruit, drinking the spiritual spring. Suddenly the picture changed to the outside, and steeply saw an enlarged face. almost didn't give the bird life scared away, that all the beautiful feathers are erected. She gulped, and when she saw that it was Lin Xiaoxiao she wasn't afraid, and when she saw the colored lights, she pounced on them with a wail. Uncle 2. Lin Xiaoxiao was speechless. Why did this one like to learn the wolf clan's ow ow ow? The colored lamp disgustedly pushed away his niece and shook the feathers on his body, and the little kingfisher Fatma was not annoyed, and happily chirped around the colored lamp. A month of space containment. The little kingfisher Fatma has already opened the spirit of wisdom, almost a 7 or 8-year-old child's IQ. Uncle 2. You're so pretty. No wonder they say you're the prettiest of us kingfishers. Uncle 2. Look at me. I'm good looking too. I'll be the prettiest female of the kingfishers from now on. This chittering, Lin Xiaoxiao only found it amusing. She reached out her hand and poked the little kingfisher Fatma. Fatma? The little chubby girl hurriedly rubbed herself affectionately against her hand. Xiaoxiao. Chubby girl likes Xiaoxiao the most. Lin Xiaoxiao was happy. Who could resist a pampered girl? After teasing Fatma for a while, Lin Xiaoxiao took out another handful of rice and fed it to her uncle and nephew before she said to Kai Lantern, "You personally send Fatma there." Fatma looked to her second uncle. From the moment she was chosen by him, she already knew her fate, to accompany a human in his place. But in the end, she has never been away from home. The little girl is still a little scared, a little wilted, and followed the colorful lamp, and did not make trouble with Lin Xiaoxiao. Colored lanterns see her like this on a wing fan on her head, that boy's silly head, but treat animals extremely good. You follow him will not suffer. Go, second uncle to send you to go. Fatma nodded. She just had some fear of the unknown. Lin Xiaoxiao comforted her. Don't be afraid. If second young master Su treats you badly, come back. Little kingfisher Fatma was only slightly happier. At least she had a home to return to. Just like that, the little fat girl flew away following the colored lights with 1 step and 3 turns. Dao Xiao Su waited in place for more than an hour, and his legs were numb from standing. Young master, why don't you sit down for a while? Slave doesn't look like they want to shoo us away. Yuan Bao said in a low voice, and even stole a glance at He De and the others. Only one glance gave himself another shiver. Su Jijie was now much calmer than at the beginning. Instead, he shook his head. He had a request from these wolves, and he dared not move even more at this time. Just as the two masters and servants were whispering and exchanging words, a black shadow suddenly sprang out from the mountain over there and landed steadily in front of Su Dashao. Just like that, the Tatsu Daoliang managed to fall to the ground in shock. Young master. Yuan Bao couldn't care less about being afraid and rushed up to protect young master Su behind him, closing his eyes and trembling. Don't eat my young master. Eat me if you want. I have more meat than my young master. Wolves. There's nothing wrong with this guy, is there? Unfortunately, that was a wolf's cry in Yuan Bao's ears, and it scared the lad straight into peeing. An odor came from between Su Jijie's nostrils, and he silently got up and moved out of the way. The wolves also took a silent step back. This man is also too sloppy, and none of them wolves urinate and defecate anywhere. Genpu cried again, this time not in fear, but in shame. The black wolf that didn't know he was scaring people came to Su Jijie's front and threw down what he was holding in his mouth before returning to He De. Su Jijie looked at the cloth bag in front of him, unsure. Is this for me? Su Jijie asked tentatively. Black De nodded. Su Jijie's face went white. How? How did this wolf understand him? He felt that what he had experienced this day was more, well, unreal than what he had experienced in the previous 20 years. Bending down to pick up the thing and open it, immediately a mountain ginseng aura came to his nose. All of Su Jijie's fear instantly threw out of his mind. Surprised to look at the mountain ginseng wrapped in a piece of coarse cloth handkerchief, foot thicker than the previous two to be twice as thick. Even if he does not know how to determine the year, also know that this mountain ginseng is worth a lot of money. Su Jijie was a little excited. It wasn't that he hadn't seen anything good before, but he knew the significance of this mountain ginseng to his mother, and maybe his mother's illness was really going to be cured. Is this really for me? Su Jijie asked. Kuroda rolled his eyes nonchalantly and nudged his nose toward his position at the bottom of the hill. That means clearly, take the stuff and get the hell out of here. Junior. Su Jijie hurriedly wrapped the things carefully and made a deep bow in the direction of the wolves. Thanks. The Black Big and other wolves are not moved. They listen to thank you 800 times a day in the Tianlang village. They still need you to say? Putting his things away, Su Jijie turned around and called the people he brought with him to go down the mountain. The wolves of the Wolf Clan didn't come back to report to Lin Xiaoxiao until they were sure they had left Wolf Mountain. At this point, Lin Xiaoxiao was still regretting it. She took a handkerchief to wrap the mountain ginseng. It is not obvious to tell Su Dashao that this mountain ginseng is someone planted it. Also, these wolves, she had her mountain ginseng sent over by the wolves, and these days the wolves of the Wolf Clan hadn't tormented these people of the Su family. This is really regrettable. but that mountain ginseng if directly to the wolf to carry over. And afraid of the wolf's sharp teeth to the mountain ginseng bite bad. Hey, it's really hard anyway. Might as well let them in to dig. Forget it, she's a yellow-haired girl. That Su Daoxiao shouldn't be able to think of coming on her. At this moment, Su Daoxiao was sitting in the carriage, holding the handkerchief that was used to wrap the mountain ginseng. And as for the mountain ginseng, it had long been put into an expensive box by him. Su Jijie tossed and turned to look at this square handkerchief. At this time he also finally calmed down. Even if those wolves are humane, they would never think of using a handkerchief to wrap the mountain ginseng. And this is a handkerchief. But then their family underlings' cleaning rags are not as good. Is the worst coarse cloth on the market to do? Above even a flower cannot be seen. If it is not the shape of the handkerchief, Su Jijie don't want to call it a handkerchief. Could it be that these mountain ginsengs were planted by people on the mountain? On Wolf Mountain. Is there anyone? The girl who sold the mountain ginseng said that her father knew the wolf clan. Could it be that she knew the people behind the wolves? Were the wolves on Wolf Mountain specially bred by someone? Most importantly, Su Jijie always felt that the fabric looked a bit familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Can't think of it, then don't think of it. Su Jijie carefully put the handkerchief away. If his mother's illness this time completely healed, he must come back to Wolf Mountain to thank, and then return this handkerchief back well. But what happened on Wolf Mountain today? Up to now he didn't think it was quite real. Those wolves, they were so humane. Yuan Bao. Su Jijie suddenly lifted the car curtain and shouted. Yuan Bao was so scared that he peed his pants. So naturally he couldn't sit in the carriage with their young master at this time, and could only follow along beside him. Hearing the shout, he hurriedly came over. Young master, what is it? Su Jijie's face was stern. Go tell them that I don't want anyone to spread a word about what happened today, or else they'll be dealt with according to the Su family's family law and then sent out for sale. Yuan Bao was just about to ask what was going on when he thought of those evil wolves and hurriedly answered and ran to inform everyone. In fact, the eldest young master could not be necessary. After all, they were afraid that even if they said it, no one would believe it. Su Jijie rushed back home with the mountain ginseng. Not being able to change his clothes, he hurried to his parents' yard. Before he entered the door, he heard the sound of laughter coming from inside. The expression on the face of Su Daoxiao softened. Father, mother. Su Jijie entered. Su Ershao was even more excited than his parents were to see Su Jijie. Big brother. Come and see. Come on. Regardless, Su Ershao pulled Su Jijie to the table, and saw an extremely beautiful kingfisher standing on the table in front of his parents. Although it was not as good as the one before, it was still very rare. At this time, the little kingfisher was also sizing him up, and his nose twitched. How it smelled like something from Xiaoxiao's fairyland. The little kingfisher fluttered its wings and followed the smell and stopped on the box that Su Jijie was holding. It's in here. Fatma. The little kingfisher pecked at the box. Seeing his big brother's face change, Su Ershao hurriedly went up and caught the little fat girl back, then whispered, Little Jasper, I'll tell you, don't touch big brother's things, he'll get angry. Little Fatma, my name is Fatma. Fatma, what little Jasper, which is as good as my Fatma? The little fat girl, who had changed her name to Little Jasper, made a silent accusation, chirping and screaming, and she knew it was futile, because Uncle Tu said these people were not Xiaoxiao and could not understand her. Forget it, Little Jasper will be Little Jasper. Little Jasper quietly flew to second young Su's shoulder and curiously looked at big young Su in his box. Seeing that little Jasper had behaved himself, Su Ershao came forward and asked curiously, Big brother, what do you have in this box? Youngest Su swept a glance at little Jasper, who had landed on second youngest Su's shoulder without using the birdcage, and handed the box to Mrs. Su. Mother, open it. Mrs. Su glared at him. You child, you're still being secretive. Let me see what it is. After opening it, Mrs. Su and Master Su were stunned, and Master Su even asked, Jier, where did you get this? Did the people we sent to look for ginseng find it? Su Jijie subconsciously hid what happened on Wolf Mountain and nodded. Well, after rummaging through Wolf Mountain he found this. It's enough for mother to eat for a while, and down the road he'll look at mother's health, and if he needs to go looking again. Big deal. He went up the mountain to beg again. Mrs. Su felt her son's filial piety and covered the box carefully. Actually, I'm almost well. You guys are really good. You have to go through so much trouble. I heard that there are wolves on Wolf Mountain. Are those who went out to dig ginseng alright? Jier, you have to reward them well. They worked hard. Su Jijie hummed. Mother, don't worry. I've arranged everything. Mrs. Su was relieved, and told her father and son that she was going to put the mountain ginseng away, and took it and left. Su Jijie sat down and poured himself a cup of tea before looking at his brother. What's wrong with this bird of yours? Didn't you say the bird was released? Where did you go to catch such a bird again? Obviously he didn't have one before he left home this morning. At the mention of this, second young Su was excited. Big brother, you don't know how amazing it is. This bird was sent to me by Emerald. Emerald? Su Daoshao froze for a moment. Oh yes, his brother's bird was named Emerald. Little Jasper called out. What Emerald? Well, that's my second uncle. My second uncle called Colorful Lamp. After a trip to Wolf Mountain, Su Jijie felt humanized when he looked at any animal, and this time he was staring at Little Jasper. Little Jasper stared back. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman? Su Jijie stared for a while, then withdrew his gaze, certain that it was just an ordinary bird that just liked to chirp. Little Jasper quietly sighed in relief. Second uncle had said that she couldn't let the humans see that she was different. She only had to listen to her master. No one else had to pay attention to her, so that people wouldn't be suspicious. What's going on? Didn't you let that bird go? It's back again? Su Jijie asked. As if Su Urshao had opened his box, he began to excitedly describe the scene to his big brother. It turns out that since the colorful lamp left, Su Urshao was very depressed for a period of time. Every day is looking forward to the colorful lamp can come back. Is to look at other birds and small animals in the yard cannot lift the interest to come. Today Su Urshao, as always, lying on the color lamps originally stayed in the place of thinking about the color lamps. Suddenly he was surrounded by spring, summer, autumn and winter. Four happy yelled. Said Jade is back, Jade is back. Su Urshao looked up in excitement and saw that the colorful lamp had returned with a very beautiful bird. They landed in the usual place where the color lantern stayed. Su Urshao saw the color lantern cured are excited to cry, ruthlessly to the color lantern expression of their thoughts. Color lamp listening to the brain buzzing, especially the name of that emerald, but also a headache. He lamp master Homan, called what emerald? The colorful lamp was too lazy to listen to his ramblings and used its wings to push the little fat girl towards Su Urshao and flew away. The little fat girl watched pitifully as her second uncle flew away, and could only silently stay behind herself. Big brother, you were not there. Really? Jade really just like this, pushed the little Jasper in front of me and flew away. Big brother, he also read me, afraid that I was sad to send me a small one. I let Chen Daifu looked at it. Chen Daifu said that this little kingfisher is not yet under the age of a week. People say that the bird should be raised from a young age, so that it will be able to be more intimate with me. Big brother, do not you think it is very amazing? Dr. Chen, second junior Su's royal vet. As Su Jijie listened to his description, his mind suddenly flashed back to those green eyes he had seen on Wolf Mountain. There is nothing strange under the sun. You have a good heart and treat these animals well. Perhaps he was impressed by your sincerity and sent you a companion back. In the future you should treat people well. What's the name? Little Jasper is it? Su Jijie's eyes were full of doting, not feeling the slightest bit bad about indulging his younger brother in this way, even if the people outside are spreading rumors, saying that he, the big brother, for the sake of the Su family's family property, deliberately raised his younger brother to be invalid. In fact, only the family themselves know. It is simply that the younger brother himself is unmotivated by the family business, and every day he only likes to be in the company of these animals, and they do parents, as a big brother, naturally want to be indulged. Only they know the warmth of human feelings. Master Su was happy to see their brothers like this. Alright, stop messing with your big brother. Your big brother has worked hard all day. You let him go back and rest and relax. Once Su Urshao heard this, he hurriedly got up and excused himself, not to disturb his brother and parents to rest. He wanted to go back and cultivate his feelings with little Jasper. Seeing his younger brother leave, the smile at the corner of Su Jijie's mouth didn't even confiscate back. He looked at Master Su and said, Father, next year, second brother will be 18. Isn't it time for him to get in touch with the family's business? Master Su sighed. Your second brother this nature cannot do business, too soft and kind-hearted. Is the street encountered a poor beggar he will give a few 2 silver? Doing business is easy to suffer losses. Good in the father and you. There are you to support the Su family. The future as long as you give your brother a mouthful of rice to eat, he will be very happy as far as the business. If he grows up in the future to become a family, and wants to as for business, if he later grows up to become a family and wants to set up his own household, you will share some of his stores, fields and manors. If he does not want to, you as a big brother, it is hard not to raise him? Su Jijie immediately took a stance. That's naturally to be raised. But look at things later on down the road. If he finds a powerful sibling that's also available, I'll divide half of the family fortune for them to take care of on their own. Su Laozi raised his hand to point at him in the air, full of helplessness. If the other person heard this, will only be skeptical? After all, to their own hands of the family property, which said to share out, but Su Laozi no. This eldest son is really talking to him. Hey. Outside all say I sumen ji bias. Cultivate big too. Spoiling the little child. Go west. Only afraid of the little child in the hands of the big child to beg for a living. The day is not good. But they don't know. I sumen ji's son. That is absolutely affordable to jia this word. When dad gave you this name. Is because of this keep the section and no obstruction. In the right and not angry. See the suspicion is not to avoid. See the benefit is not to get. This is the person of jia also. Not angry. See the suspicion is not meticulously exempt. See the benefit is not meticulously get. This is the person of the jia also. Father hopes that you abide by the temperance. Indomitable. Also hope that you do things calmly. Not with the meticulous people and things in the same stream. Also hope that you can give up the temptation of merit, fame and fortune. This is the jia of people. You filial piety and parents. Good treatment of young brother. No shame in the sky. Do not need to care about what the people outside say. After saying that, Master Su patted Su Jijia's shoulder. Hurry back to take a bath and rest. Look at your clothes. All scratched. Just now your mother is not seen. She saw and then have to be heartbroken. Young Su looked down and saw that the edges of his robes had been scratched by the branches of the mountain. Father, I'll go back then. And you and mother rest soon. Go back. Master Su waved his hand. Su Jijia made a bow before leaving Master Su and Lady Su's courtyard. This night, Su Daoshao had a dream that was full of those pairs of green eyes. It seems he's not unafraid. It's the backbone that's coming up. The next day up the whole person is even more haggard. As long as the sight of green things think of those eyes. So just a good few days at home to rest. To spend time with their parents and brother. Tian Wolf village side. With the arrival of summer, the valley into pieces of sunflowers bloomed everywhere. Cornfield is a bright green. Pulling up the corn stalks stand there. Let a person look at the heart of joy. Some fast growing have grown out of a small corn cob. Potatoes, not to mention, that is growing well. And so after the Dragon Boat Festival can be harvested. And then planted wheat. Food will be a crop after another. Here surrounded by mountains on all sides. Backed by waterfalls. Even the coldest winter. This valley will not be very cold. It is no wonder that when the ancestors of the Tianwu village will choose to settle down in this place. Almost every day, the village headman would go to the field to skate around a few times. Or he would go to the village shrine to pay homage to the wolf's teeth left behind by the Black Wolf King. The village people no longer go out to the mountains in 1 or 2 months. According to what they say now. That is, the days are better. And not hungry. Not freezing. Not worry about food. Not worry about clothing. Go out for what? Most importantly, they now believed in the Black Wolf King and felt in their hearts that the Black Wolf King and Miss Xiaoxiao were the elves of this wolf mountain, which was a top secret of top secrets for them. And they absolutely could not let anyone outside discover the secrets of the wolf mountain. In addition to sending a few people every month to carry everyone's processed medicinal herbs down the mountain to sell, other times they cannot go out of the mountain. They do not go out of the mountain. They are not short of salt now. Miss Xiaoxiao gave a lot of it. That is, not to go out of the mountain for a year and a half is not a problem. If it wasn't for Miss Xiaoxiao's comment that money still had to be earned, they might not have even gone out to sell the herbs. Truly contented. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't find it strange. Tianlang village was like the Peach Blossom Garden in the Peach Blossom Garden journal she had learned from before. The people here were isolated and self-sufficient. They were already used to the current days. Contact with the outside was certainly a good thing. But what they enjoyed even more was the peace and quiet of this area. Before the Dragon Boat Festival, the villagers went out. The herbs for more than a month to sell the money. Bought a lot of glutinous rice back. A full 500 pounds. The village head said that this year's Dragon Boat Festival, not only they want to eat dumplings, but also to the Black Wolf brothers and sisters on the Wolf Mountain on the preparation of dumplings. Everyone together to have a Dragon Boat Festival. Tianwang village villagers that is no opinion at all. The Dragon Boat Festival this day early in the morning in the village of the open space set up a stove. Prepared several large pots. The village of women and young girls focused on wrapping dumplings together. Lin Xiaoxiao went back to the wolf cave and brought the Black Wolf King's family. Not only the Black Wolf King's large family, but all the wolf clans on Wolf Mountain who wanted to come and join in the fun came. If someone comes in at this time, they will see such a scene. The valley is situated in a dozen families. All of them are concentrated in one place. The surrounding mountains, the ground, the open space or lying everywhere is taller than a person's wolf. Not only that, but the village children roamed the hills on the backs of the wolves. And every now and then you could hear the village adults chortling with joy. Lin Xiaoxiao was lying on the back of the Black Wolf King, followed by the Wolf Queen, and the 2 wolves alone were above the waterfall in the valley, looking down at the laughing people and wolf clans at the bottom. Father, Auntie, this is for you. Lin Xiaoxiao took out her own colorful rope. This is what she learned from Chow Chow and Aunt Shouqin. white cotton thread. Aunt Xiaoqin didn't know where to find 5 different colors of plant juice dyed colors, braided into a bracelet. In the Dragon Boat Festival day, to wear the colorful rope to pray for blessings and ward off evil spirits. The Black Wolf King and the Wolf Queen looked at this child in a touched manner. From the time they picked her up when she was only 3 years old, and now she is already 9 years old soon, in a blink of an eye. This child has actually stayed with them in the mountains for so many years. Unconsciously, the Wolf Queen reddened her eyes. Our family Xiao Xiao is really great. Lin Xiao Xiao jumped to the ground, knelt in front of the 2 wolves and slowly and carefully bolted the colorful rope to the front paws of the 2 wolves, and then shook the colorful rope tethered to her own hand. 3 identical colorful ropes glistened in the sunlight. Lin Xiao Xiao stepped forward and hugged the Wolf Queen, tilting her head to look at the Black Wolf King and said, "Our family is going to be together all the time. All the time." The Wolf Queen's eyes were moist, and she gently rubbed her head against Lin Xiao Xiao and said softly, "Xiao Xiao, when you grow up a little more you'll go out and look for your real parents, and why you were thrown in Wolf Mountain back then. All these things need to be clarified. Your father and I can't stay with you for the rest of your life. You're a girl, and in the future you'll have to start a family when you grow up, and you'll have to marry someone." The Black Wolf King also looked at Lin Xiao Xiao. Although he couldn't bear to part with her, he knew that the Wolf Queen was right. The wolf race all knew that they had to find a companion after reaching adulthood. Not to mention that Xiao Xiao was still a human. She would always have to get married in the future, give birth to a child, and have her own home. She couldn't spend her whole life mixing with them. The wolves. Lin Xiao Xiao sat down on a rock at the edge of the cliff, looking at the lively scene in the valley and thinking about the Wolf Queen's words. Biological parents? The only parents she remembered were her modern-day parents. And were she going to find out about her real parents in this body? Why was she thrown to Wolf Mountain? And who threw her there? Are all these things going to be cleared up? In fact, she felt that none of this mattered. The current life was good for her, with the wolf clan that loved her, and the Sky Wolf village villagers that spoiled her and respected her. It was quite good, but in the end she was a touch of foreign soul, borrowed someone's body to relive a new life. Just this point alone she owed that 3-year-old little girl and her predecessor a heavenly favor, even if it wasn't for her own sake. For the sake of that little girl who was only 3 years old when she was treated with so much cruelty, there were some things that should be cleared up. It was a pity that she didn't have the slightest memory, and the only clue was that when the Black Wolf King and the Wolf Queen picked her up, the clothes she was wearing were made of extremely good material, and it was obvious that they were something that could only be used by a big family, as well as the Lin character embroidered on her small clothes. Perhaps her rebirth in this little girl's body was also a destiny in the underworld, and both of them were surnamed Lin. Lin Xiao Xiao flipped her hand. The clothes she wore close to her heart as a child fell into her hand, and she gently brushed her fingers over the tiny Lin character. The Black Wolf King and the Wolf Queen looked at each other and sat down next to her. Although the chances are slim, it's always necessary to search. The Black Wolf King spoke. Lin Xiao Xiao put the small clothes away and leaned against the Black Wolf King's body. Although I'm not her, but I'm reanimated in her. I don't know why this happened, but ultimately I owe a favor. If I find her real parents in the future, I'll do my filial piety for her. But in my heart, you guys are my parents. You're the ones who adopted me and brought me up. Wolf Mountain is my home. Lin Xiao Xiao whispered. The Black Wolf King and Wolf Queen sensed her low mood and only leaned their bodies closer to her. Xiao Xiao, tell us about your former parents. Were they good to you? The Wolf Queen said softly. Lin Xiao Xiao nodded. Mom and Dad died when I was this big now. I've been living with my grandpa and my little uncle. In the past Mom and Dad would be like you guys, accompanying me, taking me out. We went to the amusement park, to the zoo, traveled abroad, and took lots and lots of pictures. The family of 3 stayed on the waterfall until sunset, and Lin Xiao Xiao snuggled up next to the Black Wolf King and Wolf Queen, telling them all about her past life, watching the sunset together, and didn't return to the village until the village opened up for a reunion dinner. Lin Xiao Xiao's longing for her modern parents, her longing for her grandfather. After the company of the Black Wolf King and the Wolf Queen, the sadness gradually dispersed. Looking at the bustling village, the warm villagers, Lin Xiao Xiao felt that she could live and meet so many loving wolves and people. She had nothing to be sad about. Mom, Dad, and Grandpa would be happy to know that she was now living such a good life, right? The villagers of Tianlang village will pack several 100 pounds of dumplings, several big pots to cook together, piled up a whole several big tables, the whole village up and down more than 100 people, plus more than 100 wolves, in the burning bonfire beside, had a lively dragon boat festival. During the ancestor worship, the village chief led the villagers to worship their ancestors, and then led the villagers to kneel down and worship the Black Wolf King, praying for favorable winds and rains in the coming year, and praying that their Tian Wolf village would become better and better. Finally, the ceremony ended with a long whistle from the Black Wolf King, and all of them returned to the bonfire. Hot, singing and dancing. After the Dragon Boat Festival, the weather began to heat up, and it also ushered in the first potato harvest in Tianmu village. On this day, the village chief gave an order, and all the people in the village who could move went to the ground and began to harvest potatoes. Baskets and baskets of potatoes were then carried back to the village from the fields by the brothers and sisters of the wolf clan and piled up at the entrance of the shrine, with smiles of contentment and happiness on all faces. This was the ration given to them by His Highness, the Wolf King, and it was the guarantee for their Skywolf village in the future. When harvesting potatoes, the ground was turned over by the way. Next, only need to plant the wheat. Wait until winter can be harvested into a wave of wheat again. In June, the wheat in the ground sprouted. The villagers are idle. Only need to remove the occasional weeding can be. In the village headman's command, the families began to go up to the mountain again to pick herbs. Lin Xiaoxiao specially explained, they rely on the mountain to eat the mountain, but also to return to the mountain. Go to pick medicine must also pay attention to. The kind of seedling cannot be picked. Only stems and leaves cannot be uprooted. The medicinal herbs also need to rest and recuperate. Everyone has always remembered her advice. Picking medicines will also pay extra attention to. On this day, Lin Xiaoxiao followed the Wolf King and Queen back to the wolf cave on the mountain, and the village went out to collect medicine as usual. However, it met with an accident on this day. After a few months of getting along with each other, the Sky Wolf village and the Black Wolf clan had almost been coexisting. In order to prevent the people of the Sky Wolf village from going out to collect medicine and encountering any dangers, every time they set out to collect medicine, they would be divided into several teams, and in addition to the 4 people who were picking the medicine, the Black Wolf King would assign them a team to follow the 2 wolves so that even if they encountered wild beasts in the mountains, they would not have to be afraid, and when they encountered cliffs, they would also have the Black Wolf clan's brothers and sisters to help. Neither the people of the Tianlang village nor the wolves of the Black Wolf clan expected that they would see other people on Wolf Mountain after young Master Su had given up on going up the mountain, and that they would still be 2 people who had been seriously injured. An old man and a young woman, just collapsed under a big tree, with blood around them. It was because the wolves smelled blood that they were able to spot these 2. Now Wang Qiao also do not hunt. His little hunting skills toss half a day is not as good as the Black Wolf brothers a paw. Black Wolf brothers and from time to time will send them some prey. He simply do not hunt, and Wang Fong together, plus the other 2 more nimble villagers as the captain of the medicine picking team. This old man and young man were the ones found by Wang Qiao and his team. Brother Bridge, it seems to be dead. Villager Wang Ji said. Wang Qiao 4 people stayed put. The wolf of the wolf clan had already gone up and circled around the 2 people, only to see him sniffing and barking at Wang Qiao. Not dead yet. Wang Qiao ran over, and sure enough, both of them were still breathing. Old man. Old man? Wang Qiao pushed the old man, trying to wake him up. No reaction. Wang Qiao thought of something. From the medicine basket to find a mountain ginseng he dug up today, and did not care to wash. Directly take the leaves and clothes rubbing bar broke a section and stuffed it into the old man's mouth. Perhaps the mountain ginseng had taken effect, and the old man woke up slowly. The crowd was delighted. Old man, you're awake. The old man woke up and saw them all at first, and seemed to want to get up but fell back because of the injuries on his body. Slow down. Wang Qiao reached out his hand and hurriedly helped the person up. Only then did the old man see the group of them, dressed as farmers. He seemed to think of something and hurriedly touched the teenager beside himself. 15 or 16 years old appearance. Has been unconscious. Wang Qiao also fed the teenager half of the mountain ginseng, but no effect. The old man felt the teenager's nostrils and sighed in relief. Then he looked at Wang Qiao and his group, and when he saw the medicine baskets they were carrying, a flash of light flashed in the bottom of his eyes. These people are picking herbs. Then there are great doctors. Everyone good man. I beg you to save our grandparents and grandchildren. We were chased and fled here. This grandson of mine is seriously injured, and urgently needs a doctor. As long as you all help find a doctor to give my grandson a look, the old man will definitely thank you heavily. The old man looked at Wang Qiao with hopefulness, and fished out a jade pendant from his pocket and handed it over. Good man, help us. Wang Qiao looked at him, his face showing difficulty, and pushed the jade pendant back. Old man. No. The old man moved. He couldn't raise any of his internal energy now. If these people didn't care about them, in case the killers behind them caught up, they would surely die. Now they could only treat the dead horse as a living horse. Good man, please have mercy on us. Save us. Our family has been killed by our enemies. Only our grandchildren are left to depend on each other. Please help. You can leave me alone. Just ask to take my grandson to find a doctor. Wang Qiao's face showed a difficult expression, and the faces of the others also had a look of intolerance. Seeing that this old man was still protecting his grandson in a life and death situation, The crowd was moved. Brother Bridge, what should we do? The villagers who were picking herbs together asked Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao looked at them, then at his companions, and finally gritted his teeth. Take the people back first. The villagers were delighted. And then they were anxious, but Miss Xiao Xiao isn't in the village. She's gone up the mountain. The only one in the village who knew how to heal was Miss Xiao Xiao. Wang Xiao looked at the grandchildren and the wolves that were already hiding, and clenched his teeth. Saving lives is important. Let the little brothers go find Miss Xiao Xiao. The old man heard that they are willing to help. Immediately grateful, the heart is also relieved. Looking at their own holding the young man. At this time the young man's face has been blue. Lips have been black, obviously poisoned already deep. Good in his last moment to spell out his own power will be his organs to the protection of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. If these people will bring them back to the recovery of his internal strength, is to spell out their own old life will also be given to the child to the poison to be forced out of the body. If these people will take them back, he will fight for his life to force the poison out of this child's body, and save his life. Wang Xiao quickly thought of a solution. He tore off a strip of cloth from himself and came to the old man. Old man, I'm sorry. After saying that, he used the strip of cloth to cover the old man's eyes. The old man's hands steeply tightened, and he heard Wang Xiao say, we don't allow outsiders to enter or leave our village. So I had to come up with this plan. So please bear with me. Then I went to look at the small one. Forget it, it's the same whether you cover it up or not when you're in a coma like this. After doing this, Wang Xiao had the 2 of them carried on their backs, then ran to where Black Wolf was and whispered instructions for Black Wolf to go up the mountain to get Lin Xiaoxiao back. The wolf of the Black Wolf clan took one look at the old and young man and turned to run away. The old man's eyes were covered, and he only felt that he was being carried on his back, and then started to rush. The 2 Sky Wolf village villagers carried the old man and the teenager on their backs and rushed in the direction of the village, with Wang Xiao behind them, and the wolf that stayed behind wiping away the bloodstains and traces on the ground. Lin Xiaoxiao was nestled in the wolf cave accompanying the Black Wolf King and the Wolf Queen, fighting with her 2nd and 4th brothers every now and then, when she saw a wolf running in from outside the cave. First, he respectfully bowed to the Black Wolf King and Wolf Queen before saying to Lin Xiaoxiao, Xiao Xiao. The villagers of the Tian Wolf village picked up 2 injured humans and asked you to hurry down the mountain to take a look. Long time not open the small medicine box than Lin Xiaoxiao was more excited. Come to life, come to life. Lin Xiaoxiao instantly got up, and the Black Wolf King came to Lin Xiaoxiao's side before his eldest son. Xiao Xiao, come up. Lin Xiaoxiao rolled over onto the Black Wolf King's back and left the cave with a single rising leap, leaving only the worried Wolf Queen standing at the cave entrance, watching the father and daughter leave. Auntie, will Xiao Xiao leave us? The second wolf brother, who had become much more stable after marrying his wolf companion, came to the Wolf Queen's side and asked. The Wolf Queen shook her head and said nothing, just looked in the direction of the mountains. The Black Wolf King is worthy of being the wolf clan leader. Extremely fast, he and Lin Xiaoxiao to the village has Wang Xiao they have not returned. The Black Wolf King let out a wolf whistle, with Wang Xiao together with the break of the back of the wolf all of a sudden moved. He came to the villagers, signaling them to put the old man and the teenager to its back and run. The old man was blindfolded and only heard a wolf cry, after which he seemed to change places himself, and then he felt the wind speeding by around him, and he seemed to be carried on the back of something that was moving swiftly. The old man was tempted to remove the cloth from his eyes to find out what was going on, but his hands were weak by now, and whenever he managed to raise them, a lurch underneath him caused him to misplace them. The old man simply gave up and ran his hands underneath his body, feeling only a fur. He blushed and tried to jump. The wolf who sensed his intentions tilted his body, making him fail in his attempt to jump off the car, and cursed, "What's wrong with this person? It doesn't even mind when it gets blood all over it, and it still wants to jump down?" The old man failed to jump out of the car, and this time he fought as hard as he could to remove the cloth from his eyes and see what was in front of him. No sooner had he removed the cloth from his eyes than the sound of a human voice came to his ears first. Coming, to the village chief's house, to the village chief's house. The Black Wolf's footsteps do not stop, carrying people scurrying into the village straight to the village chief's house. The village head had already had Shouqin and Lin Chunhua boil hot water under Lin Xiaoxiao's arrangement, but when the Black Wolf threw down the 2 people on his back, the village head's family and the villagers who had come to help still drew in a breath of cold air. That's too bad. Don't all freeze. Hurry and help carry the people inside. Father, bring a clean set of your clothes, Zhang and yours. The village chief began to make arrangements. Lin Xiaoxiao was even the first to check on the 2, and the small medicine box she was carrying even started to sound an alarm when it came into contact with them. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled off the cloth over the old man's eyes. The sheer brightness of the light made the old man uncomfortable, and when he had adjusted he saw a little girl of 8 or 9 years old crouching beside himself, with a strange white box by her side, reaching out for something. Grandpa Village Chief, You guys treat the injuries on his body. Give him this to eat. The others carry this little one into the house. Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her head as she took the things and ordered. The small medicine box reminded that the old one was fine. But if the young one was not saved, it would be a big deal. The crowd rushed to move. The old man looked at the scene in front of him. The ordinary farmhouse. All the people were busy for them. His eyes finally fell on this little girl beside him. Lin Xiaoxiao happened to turn her head to look at him. The old man was stunned. So beautiful little girl. Spare a piece of cloth cannot cover the splendor of her body. This is still small. Grow up still have to. The old man couldn't be bothered to scrutinize and hurriedly touched the teenager beside himself. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, was one step ahead of him and took the teenager's hand and began to take his pulse. The old man looked at her, somewhat surprised. You? Not waiting for him to finish his question, the village chief had already led the people to move the teenager away. The old man wanted to struggle up and chase after him, but was stopped by Lin Chunhua with another wave of people. With our Miss Xiaoxiao here, your grandson will be fine. Let's treat the injuries on your body first. Lin Chunhua took the lead, and the group moved the old man to another room and began to remove the gauze, bandages, alcohol cotton balls, and hemostatic medicine that Lin Xiaoxiao had left behind. Previously, when someone in the village had gone up the mountain to cut wood and collect medicine and gotten hurt, Lin Xiaoxiao had taught them how to use these. The old man was all still in a daze, having been poisoned by the soft tendon powder. His internal strength had not yet recovered, and he could only be at their mercy. Xiuqin brought a glass of water and came in with pills to hand to the old man. Old man, take your medicine first. The old man looked at the white pill in front of him and frowned, never having seen such a medicine before. Seeing his hesitation, Xiuqin thought about how they had initially reacted this way when they saw the medicine that Miss Xiaoxiao had brought out, and now they were all used to it. This is our unique medicine here. You're hurt a bit badly in case the wound gets infected and inflamed. Eat it first. Seeing their sincerity, the old man took a look at the pills he had never seen before, and thinking of that girl's strange box, he hesitated for a while and then took the pills and swallowed them, and Xiuqin hurriedly offered a cup of water. Taking the medicine and letting them treat his wounds, he regulated his internal energy, trying to recover it as soon as possible while worrying about the teenager who was taken away. Lin Xiaoxiao let the village headman put the people down and let them go out. Looking at the bed she soiled, Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. She should have known that she let them put it on the ground just now. Going up and feeling the pulse, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the teenager with a surprised face with eyes closed tightly. Good guy. This is how much revenge under such a heavy poison. The little pillbox crackled and spat something out. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at it and gave it a slap. Stop spitting. This person is going to be poisoned to death. The little pillbox snapped shut, and when it was opened again the contents changed. 2 bags of blood, and the tools for a transfusion. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly took out to the teenager began to transfuse blood. In addition to the body of the poison, the teenager's chest wound is also very fatal, bleeding a lot of blood. His organs were sealed. The toxin temporarily did not go in, but the body of the blood is also almost dripping finished. And then later, don't be not poisoned to death. On the bleeding dried up and died. Hanging up the blood bag, Lin Xiaoxiao took out the test paper and dabbed some of the teenager's blood and threw it into the small medicine box, which soon popped up with an analysis of the toxin composition in the blood. Lin Xiaoxiao swept a glance. Broken intestine grass, tangled heart vine, bone eroding grass, scorpion king snake. This is what poison on what ah. How big a grudge must this be? Junior, you're really lucky that you didn't die of poison on the spot. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed with emotion, and didn't expect the small medicine box and this unconscious person to respond to her, and began rummaging through the space, finding the herbs she had previously hoarded in the mountains, turning over a few that could detoxify the poison, and fetching the spirit spring water, opening the door to the room. Miss Xiaoxiao, how is it going? The village chief was the first to welcome her. Lin Xiaoxiao handed the herbs and water in her hand to the village headman and instructed, boil these waters for the rest of the bowl. Quickly, the village chief ate and hurriedly ran to the kitchen with the herbs and water, where the pots of medicine were already ready. Lin Xiaoxiao went back into the room again and took a cup to feed the teenager the spirit spring water. Tossing and turning, only half a cup was fed in. After feeding, he started to deal with the wound. The chest wound was very deep, almost to the heart and lungs. The meat around the wound was already blackened because of the poisoning. Lin Xiaoxiao scared twice, took out the scalpel and started cutting the meat. Perhaps it hurt too much. The teenager's brow furrowed and a wail escaped his mouth. Lin Xiaoxiao also thought that he was so deep in the poison for a moment to wake up it, and hurriedly took the anesthetic spray sprayed around the wound, and so on for a few moments anesthesia to take effect. This is to continue. Perhaps there is no pain. The teenager did not grunt. Lin Xiaoxiao hand more ruthless. The poison in blackened flesh was cleaned, washed, stitched, bandaged, and the blood bag changed. and outside the village headman brought medicine. Feed him a drink. Lin Xiaoxiao moved her arm, her hand sore. The village chief hurriedly brought his youngest son in, one holding a carefully fed medicine. Lin Xiaoxiao on one side to clean up the mess. The used gauze, cotton balls gathered together, called Lin Chunhua all take to burn. Wash everything else and throw it back in the little medicine cabinet. It will sanitize itself anyway. Only after doing this did Lin Xiaoxiao frown as she stood by the side of the Kong and watched the village chief and Wang Zhang feed the teenager the medicine. The mayor of the village fed very carefully, for fear of wasting a little bit. A small bowl of medicine froze to feed a small half an hour, but a drop was not wasted, all into the teenager's stomach, and the black and blue on his face gradually faded. Lin Xiaoxiao guarded him to finish the rest of the bag of blood transfusion before pulling out the transfusion tube, letting Wang Zhang wipe the spoils off his body and change into clean clothes. When the old man was helped over by the villagers, the teenager had already been almost cleaned up by them, and the original ebony face had more blood color, lying there peacefully. Lin Xiaoxiao sat on a chair, crossing her legs and embroidering her shoes little by little. Xinglan, Xinglan, the old man shouted twice from the bedside. No one responded. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him and spoke faintly. He was too deeply poisoned, but now he has been mostly relieved, but the residual poison is still in his body. He won't be able to wake up for a while. The implication is, don't bother shouting. The old man but the pupil violently shrink. Xinglan and the poison others do not know what is. He is aware of. This poison is called 10,000 poison scattered. The world has no solution. Those people in order to Xinglan to death. And how will use the poison that can be solved? His worst idea was to spell out his life's strength to drive away the poison for Xinglan, even if he would die after the poison was removed, and Xinglan would become an invalid from then on. He didn't want to let the boy die like that. But now this girl lightly said that the poison was mostly dissolved. Seemingly in disbelief, he stepped forward to check on Tao Xinglan's condition, noticing the difference the moment his fingers touched his pulse. Is it really solved? The world's most insurmountable poison. Is it solved? The old man once again looked at the 8 or 9-year-old yellow-haired girl in front of him in surprise, seemingly unable to believe it. Lin Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. What kind of look is this from the old man? Looking down on who? He was staring at Lin Xiaoxiao. And Lin Xiaoxiao was also sizing him up, only to see her fumble out a pill from her bosom and throw it straight over. The old man was instantly alert and caught it. Lin Xiaoxiao stood up from her chair, patted the non-existent dust on her clothes, and thought she was very cool as she faintly said, the antidote to soft tendon dispersion. After saying that, she left the room without looking back. Aren't all those worldly men in TV shows like that? Finally found a chance for her to put on a show. If it weren't for the fact that there would be no audience, she'd want to ask if she'd just been cool. Little pillbox, playing smart with its stuff and not bringing it. Angry. Unbeknownst to her. After she left, the old man first checked Tao Xinglan's condition and made sure that he was really alright before looking at the pill in his hand and then eating it. Regulating his internal breath. The old man's face was happy. It was really the antidote. This little girl. Could it be that she is some kind of worldly master? He had never heard of such a person before. Could it be that they had mistakenly entered some place unknown to outsiders? Adjusting his mind, the old man tucked Tao Xinglan in and headed out of the room, taking a closer look at the place he was in. It was in a valley with tumbling mountains on all sides, waterfalls dangling from the cliffs not far behind, and as far as the eye could see, a vast sea of golden flowers outside the village. Flowers he had never seen before. There are a dozen or so courtyards situated in the valley, and the curling smoke slowly rises, matching the scenery in the valley, just like a fairyland. The old man looked at the scenery in front of him dumbfounded. Half a day did not move. There is such a paradise in this world. Old sir, Miss Xiaoxiao said that you have injuries on your body and can't be here in the wind. Go back to the house and sit down. My daughter-in-law has made some simple food for sir, so sir will pad your stomach first. The village chief came to the side and said. The old man came back to his senses and clasped his fists at the village chief. Old man, may I ask what this place is? That girl who is treating my grandson is? The village chief calmly returned the salute. This is our village, and that's our girl. It was like an answer and like nothing. The village chief was obviously unwilling to say more, and the old man could not ask any more, only cupped his fists and said, My name is Tian Yuanzi. Thank you for saving my life. If I had not encountered the village, I am afraid that my grandchildren and I would have accounted for this life there. The village chief recited Tian Yuanzi's name twice in his heart, belaboring how someone could be called by such a strange name, but he didn't show it on his face. He just laughed. It's just a matter of happenstance. It's not good to leave it alone since we've come across it. Mr. Tian, please. The title of Mr. Tian caused Tian Yuanzi to freeze for a moment, but he quickly adapted and followed the village chief back to the room where Tao Xinglan was, only to see that the Kong had already been cleaned up and set up a small Kong table. 2 plates of small dishes, and a bowl of clear porridge, with Tao Xinglan lying unconscious on one side. Miss Xiao Xiao said that you can't eat too much for your injuries, so I prepared these. Our house is limited, so we can only commission the 2 of you to stay here together, the village chief explained. Tian Yuanzi's face did not look different as he smiled and nodded. Many thanks. He still had injuries on his body, so the village chief helped the man to sit on the bed and helped him organize the dishes before leaving. Tian Yuanzi looked at the 2 small dishes and clear porridge on the table and thought about the simplicity of the village people, and wondered if he and Xinglan would bring trouble to the people here when they arrived. Helplessly sighed, although he was injured, but the injury was not serious. If he was not poisoned by the soft tendon scattering, it would not be so bad that he would be assassinated and fall into this situation. Wait for Xinglan to wake up. His injuries recovered more or less, and then contacted the building's secret guards. By then, even if the enemy came looking for him, he could still protect these villagers. Looking at the opposite side lying unconscious teenager, Tian Yuanzi sighed deeply again, his eyes full of sadness and heartache. Full of family was killed. Also don't know how this child should face after waking up. It was good that those of them, from the time they embarked on this path, had taken life and death lightly. His old friend had only this one soul seedling left, and no matter what, he would protect him and help him reclaim everything that belonged to him. After eating, Tian Yuanzi sat cross-legged on the Kong and began to meditate and regulate. The village headman came to clean up the dishes and didn't think much of it when he saw the old man sitting in meditation and collected the dishes away. Tian Yuanzi opened his closed eyes and watched him leave before he continued to tune in. Toward evening, the village headman came back to knock on the door. Please come in. Tian Yuanzi put away his internal power, took a nap and opened the door. Only one afternoon. He had healed his internal injuries almost. It was only these external injuries on his body that had to be slowly nourished for some days. Old sir, it's time for the little male to drink his medicine, the village chief said with a bowl in his hand and a smile. Tian Yuanzi made a gesture of please. The village chief came in and took off his shoes and went to the bed, helping Tao Xinglan up and feeding him medicine bit by bit. Tian Yuanzi sat next to him, pretending to make small talk and generally prying. Old man, is that little girl from your village? She knows medicine? The village chief didn't show it on his face, but in his heart, he was on the defensive and only smiled and said back, Miss Xiao Xiao is a doctor. As for the rest, he had no comment. Tian Yuanzi can feel the village chief's defense, but in his heart he was very surprised. That girl is only 8 or 9 years old. Is she already a doctor? Moreover, looking at Xinglan's condition, although he was still unconscious now, he could already swallow spontaneously, and the village head actually didn't miss a single drop when he fed him a bowl of medicine. In that case, the poison in Xinglan's body should really be solved. Tian Yuanzi had never heard of anyone being able to detoxify the 10,000 poison scatter, but the poison on Xinglan's body had indeed been detoxified. Could that girl really be the descendant of some hidden master? And this village? Unfortunately, he was blindfolded when he arrived and had no idea what this place was or where he had come from. Old man, what is the name of your village? When my grandson and I return home in another day, we will definitely prepare generous gifts to come and thank you for saving our lives. Tian Yuanzi continued to speak. The village chief, however, just waved his hand, put away the bowl and spoon, and smiled back. No, we're not into this. Saving you guys is just a matter of passing. When the young gentleman's injuries get better, we'll send you guys out. Anyway, no comment on what this place is, where it is, what it's called. Tian Yuanzi is not good to ask further questions. Let the village chief leave. No matter how, these people and him and Xinglan have saved their lives. Is their Star House benefactor? In the future if these people have need Star House place, he will do his best to help them. As for now, repeatedly probing people refuse to say, then he will not ask in the future. Peace of mind to recuperate from the injury. When the injury is well and then take Xinglan to leave. The village chief, on his side, took the bowl out the door and went straight to another room, telling Lin Xiao Xiao the conversation Tian Yuanzi had just had with him in its original form. Miss Xiao Xiao, these 2 people will not cause any trouble for us, right? The village chief asked worriedly. After all, the injuries on these 2 people are knife wounds. The little one is also poisoned. It seems that they are being pursued by enemies. What if they saved the people but led the wolves into the house? It doesn't matter to them, but what if the other side found out the secret of Wolf Mountain? Lin propped her head up with one hand and tapped on her knee with the other. Don't worry. I let my brothers these days to strengthen the patrol of the surrounding several hills. If there are outsiders coming we can know the first time. If we can drive down the mountain. If not. Lin Xiao Xiao didn't finish her words, but her heart has already made a decision. She realives a life has long been not what kind of soft-hearted people. In order to Wolf Mountain on the Black Wolf clan, In order to love her father and mother and brothers and sisters, Wolf Mountain's secret cannot be found. Also cannot be disturbed by the life of the Wolf clan. If there is really ungrateful wanna come up, cannot blame her heart is cruel. The village chief made a respectful bow, knowing that the Xiao Xiao girl already had a Cheng calculation in her heart. This matter is even unveiled. But the village chief also remembered another thing. Miss Xiao Xiao, you often come down to live in the mountains. Our house is really small, so I have discussed with the village people in the past few days, and I want to build you a separate courtyard. On the one hand, it is convenient for the girl to live in, and on the other hand, if His Highness, the Wolf King, they come, they will also have a place to settle down. And this house at our home is really an agreement for His Highness the Wolf King. Building a house? Lin Xiao Xiao hadn't really thought about this. Every time she went down the mountain she stayed at the village head's house and lived in a house with Xiao Xiao. On second thought it seemed like yes, the village head's house didn't have a lot of rooms to begin with, and with her occupying one, their family would have to squeeze into another tiny house, which was indeed not very convenient. It's fine for you to make the call on this, Grandpa Village Chief, Lin Xiao Xiao said. The village chief smiled. This was a promise. Don't worry, girl, we will definitely build the most beautiful courtyard for the girl. Start the construction now, and you will be able to live in it in the winter. Lin Xiao Xiao gave a hem and took out 50 taels of silver from her bag and handed it to the village chief. Take this money, Grandpa Village Chief, and if you need anything you have to go out and buy it. The village chief quickly refused. No, Miss Xiao Xiao, how can we build a house for you and then make you spend money on it yourself? They had already thought about it. The materials to build the house are available in the mountains. Furniture and other things in the village are made by people. Wood is readily available in the forest. It's just that some small things need to go into the city to get them, but it's still enough for everyone to put together. Miss Xiao Xiao and His Royal Highness, the Wolf King, are the great benefactors of their serious village, so where would they want Lin Xiao Xiao's money? Lin Xiao Xiao didn't feel the same way. She shoved the money to the village chief and said without refusal, building a house is not a light work. You can spend this money as you see fit, pay everyone for their labor if you need to, buy things if you need to, and then look for me again if you don't have enough. The village chief held the money with a difficult face. Lin Xiao Xiao directly jumped off the Kong and headed out. It's settled. I'm going to take a look at that little handsome guy's injuries. The village chief cannot refuse, can only take the money. He tucked in the silver and followed Lin Xiao Xiao out. He had to hurry to go to the village to discuss with the village people to give Xiao Xiao girl's yard and what place to build. Tian Wolf village location is the best ancestral hall side, but cannot let Xiao Xiao girl's yard built next to the ancestral hall. That certainly cannot be. In the event that ancestors do not know the rules and bumped into the Xiao Xiao girl, how to do? Still have to pick carefully. Pick a place in the valley with the best view to build a nice big yard for Miss Xiao Xiao. Lin Xiao Xiao didn't knock on the door and directly pushed the door and came in. Tian Yuanzi was sitting on the bed meditating and practicing Qigong, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he looked right at Lin Xiao Xiao. Yesterday hurriedly glanced. Tian Yuanzi only felt that this little girl was born beautiful. At this time a closer look, more and more feel that the identity of this girl is not simple. He stabilized himself and clasped his fists at Lin Xiao Xiao. Many thanks to the girl for saving his life. Lin Xiao Xiao waved her hand in a particularly atmospheric manner. It's just by the way, the worldly superior's spectrum is set to the fullest. Tian Yuanzi was amused by her little adult appearance, but in his heart, he felt that people can't look like this girl. Lin Xiao Xiao checked Tao Xinglan's injuries, and viewed the poison in his body. The bowl of medicine boiled in the spiritual spring at night fed down. The body of the residual poison are again clear 7 or 8. The rest of the days, drink a few more times the medicine will be able to almost completely detoxification. Is the body's injuries, but also need to be nourished. But she was more curious about where these two came from. How did you guys get into this mess? Lin Xiao Xiao simply sat down across from Tian Yuanzi. Tian Yuanzi looked at her, a pair of eyes clean and translucent. He had lived for so many years. He had never seen such a clean pair of eyes. He also knew that he could not treat this little girl as a 7 or 8-year-old yellow girl, hunted down by enemies. Tian Yuanzi did not hide it. Lin Xiao Xiao raised an eyebrow. He's your grandson? Tian Yuanzi shook his head. It's the grandson of my closest friend, but he's the only one left in the whole family now. Lin Xiao Xiao eyelashes fluttered. Some sympathy to look at lying unconscious little handsome, although unconscious, but this teenager features clear, angular, so that she suddenly recalled the memory of that face. But unfortunately with the passage of a year, that face has been about to forget. He gave himself a jade pendant is still put in the space. Long ago she put away into the box. Anyway, in the future we'll not be able to see it. So why take out in vain to add to sadness? After all, that was her first human friend in this world. Lin Xiao Xiao quickly put the thoughts in her head aside and continued to ask, So what do you guys do? Tian Yuanzi stared at Lin Xiaoxiao for a while. If it wasn't for the curiosity in this girl's eyes that wasn't mixed with anything else, he would have wondered if this was a trap set by an enemy. I am Tian Yuanzi, the owner of the Heavenly Star Building, and he is Tao Xinglan, the young master of the Fine Rain Building. Tian Yuanzi introduced himself. Lin Xiaoxiao murmured, Heavenly Star Building, Fine Rain Building, never heard of it, what does it do? Tian Yuanzi froze. There were people in this world who didn't know about his Heavenly Star House. It seems that this village is really not connected to the outside world. The Heavenly Star Building makes a living by prying for information. And as for the Fine Rain Building, it generally takes people's money and solves some troubles that aren't good to be solved in the open. Tian Yuanzi tried his best to speak euphemistically. Lin Xiaoxiao, understand, is not similar to an intelligence organization place, and that what the Fine Rain Building, take people's money for people to eliminate disasters, to solve the problem of bad surface to solve the trouble. That is not similar to the assassin organization of a kind of she was at least a nerdy girl. She had nothing to do but read novels. She still knew and understood all this. She sized up this old and young. A building master. A young master. Both are remarkable characters. Uncle Bridge is really good at picking up two big men. Tian Yuanzi heard her low thought this little girl scared. Then explained, Tian Xinglu only take money to collect intelligence news. Never hurt innocent people. Fine Rain Floor is the same. Although all are taking money to do things. But the Fine Rain Floor has rules. One does not kill good people. The second does not touch the old, weak, women and children. The third does not oppress the innocent people. The girl does not need to be afraid. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled awkwardly. She wasn't scared. She was just thinking about whether or not to hug her thigh. It didn't sound like the old man and the handsome little man were doing anything bad either. However, she was still curious. Since you have a building master and a young master, how did you get chased and made such a mess? A flash of sternness flashed under Tian Yuanzi's eyes. This matter is a long story, but I have a doubt. Please ask the girl to solve it. Go ahead. Lin Xiaoxiao sat cross-legged like a good girl. Tian Yuanzi froze, only to feel that this girl is really well behaved. This if his own granddaughter should be so good. But unfortunately, his Tian Yuanzi life is lonely. Only a few disciples, destined not to enjoy the blessings of this master and grandchildren. How did the girl know how to cure the poison of 10,000 poisons? This was what Tian Yuanzi was most curious about. This little girl at such a young age had such out-of-this-world medical skills? Lin Xiaoxiao, however, pointed at Tao Xinglan strangely. You guys call the poison he's been hit by 10,000 poisons? There were more poisons, but 10,000 poisons wasn't enough for her to come up with an even more poisonous one. Tian Yuanzi didn't miss the flash of disdain under Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes. This girl even completely disregarded the 10,000 poison scattering that Fine Rain House was proud of. This time he also did not expect that as the young master of the Fine Rain Building, Xinglan would fall for the 10,000 poison scatter. There is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the people. Perhaps they were narrow-minded before, and there are many capable people in this world. If Lin Xiaoxiao knew what he was thinking, she would have denied the trifecta. I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. She's not some competent person. She's got hang-ups. The 10,000 poison scatter is a severe poison researched by the first-generation founder of the Fine Rain House. There is no antidote and it is the Fine Rain House's reliance. I didn't expect it to be easily solved by the girl. Tian Yuanzi smiled as he said that. If the people who were chasing after Xinglan knew that Xinglan had been poisoned by the 10,000 poison scatter but didn't die, what kind of expression would he have? Lin Xiaoxiao, however, heard something else from his words. Just now she was saying that this young handsome man was the young master of the Fine Rain Building. This would be the 10,000 poison scattering is the leaning of the Fine Rain Building? You've been poisoned by your own poison? Oh, good guy. This is infighting. Lin Xiaoxiao instantly brainstormed a big Jianghu power-grabbing drama. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at Tao Xinglan and winked at Tian Yuanzi again. Tian Yuanzi inexplicably and surprisingly read this girl's meaning, then nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the little handsome man rather sympathetically and scared twice. How pathetic. Xinglan is still alive. I am also still alive. When I get out I will help Xinglan reclaim everything that belongs to him. As for those traitors, none of them will have a good ending. The bottom of Tian Yuanzi's eyes were filled with killing intent. Worried about scaring the little girl, he quickly put it away, and then looked up again to become that kind old man with kind brows. Lin Xiaoxiao came just to see how Tao Xinglan's injuries recovered, and then asked about the two's origins, which would be ready to bolt after the purpose was achieved. Tian Yuanzi, however, at this time, handed the jade pendant he had previously given to Wang Qiao back to Lin Xiaoxiao and said, the girl's kindness in saving her life is beyond repayment. This is the token of my Heavenly Star House. If there is ever a day when the girl needs to use my heavenly star house, just take the token and come to the door. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the jade pendant in his hand. People here really like to use jade pendants as tokens. The guy before was, and this old man is too. But don't for nothing, these two sound pretty awesome and it's nice to keep them for a leg up. Then I'll be polite. Maybe I really need to trouble you guys with one thing in the future. Lin Xiaoxiao thought about her own life, and instead of going out to fish in the sea, she should find someone to help her. But well, now she does not understand the two people about their own life or less to reveal some of the good, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble for themselves. Let's wait for later. Later when we leave Wolf Mountain, we'll go back to them for help. Tian Yuanzi saw that she received the jade pendant. His mood also followed the good. The girl just command. On the mountain of knives under the frying pan. Tian Xinglu will never say anything. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand. Not so much. During this period of time you guys just stay in the village to recuperate. The villagers here are all very simple, and you don't have to worry about anyone looking for you. Good. Tian Yuanzi responded and asked. Miss, then when will this grandson of mine wake up? Lin Xiaoxiao swept a glance at the young handsome man. Tomorrow. Let's go. Goodbye old grandpa. Tian Yuanzi sent to the door, watched Lin Xiaoxiao and another little girl with a little boy together, and then looked over there to the kitchen door, just to see from the kitchen out of the Lin Chunhua. Lin Chunhua kindly smiled at him, nodded. Tian Yuanzi back to the courtesy also nodded. And then look at this valley. Really a good place. If not there are still things are not done. They stay in this valley to live all the time is also a good choice. Lin Xiaoxiao took Xiaoqiao and Xiaoman and went to the place where the village chief's grandfather had picked out for her to build a house. Is a highland in the valley. The terrain here is flat. Cut down the trees. A little leveling of the ground can build a house. Standing in the yard can also see the whole picture of the village. Not far to the left is the waterfall falling down from the mountain. By the time it is built, planted a circle of flowers around the yard. It is definitely more beautiful than the modern day those kinds of vacation resort villas of the scenery. At noon the next day, Tao Xinglan woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw Tian Yuanzi, who was taking care of him, Tao Xinglan seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes instantly turned red. Grandpa Tian Yuanzi, my grandfather the teenager's voice choked. His lips opened and closed but could not say a word. Tian Yuanzi softly touched Tao Xinglan's head. Xinglan, don't cry. Your grandfather and your parents' revenge grandpa will help you to avenge. You were injured and poisoned. Now you need to recuperate well. When you get well, grandpa will surely accompany you to handily kill your enemy, and take revenge for your grandfather and your parents. Grandpa. The teenager finally could not control the sadness of his heart, flung himself into the arms of Tian Yuanzi and cried. Although growing up in a place like the fine rain house, but the little teenager has always been held in the heart of the treasure by his grandfather and parents. Now the family is broken, and the fine rain house is also being traitors for themselves, is really poor. Cry. Just cry it out. Tian Yuanzi slowly said, his palm gently patting Tao Xinglan's back one by one. The village chief's family listened to the cries coming from the house. They all sighed their eyes showing their intolerance. The identity and origin of these two people Lin Xiaoxiao has already told them. And of course, they also know that Tao Xinglan's whole family is only left with him, and the Wang family did not feel scared because of their identity. But on the contrary, they are very heartbroken for Tao Xinglan. Only when the crying in the house gradually stopped did Lin Chunhua have Xiaoman bring over a bowl of porridge. The tiny milk doll, carrying a bowl of warm porridge, cautiously poked her head around the doorway. Tian Yuanzi recognized Xiaoman, the grandson of this family. He patted Tao Xinglan's back. Tao Xinglan also saw the coming little dot and hurriedly turned his back to wipe his tears. Tian Yuanzi beckoned to Xiaoman. Oh Xiaoman, come in. Only then did Xiaoman come in with warm kanji, carefully glancing at Tao Xinglan's crying red eyes. Grandpa, Grandma said that my brother just woke up and must be hungry, so she asked me to bring my brother some food. Tao Xinglan thought of his earlier indiscretion, blushed, and said sullenly, thank you. Xiaoman put the porridge on the table, took off his shoes again and climbed onto the bed with a whimper. Coming in front of Tao Xinglan, the 5-year-old baby doll stood in Tao Xinglan, a teenager sitting at the same height. He came over. Tao Xinglan subconsciously wanted to hide, but sensed that the child had no malicious intent, so he braced himself and froze there. Xiaoman carefully cupped Tao Xinglan's head and breathed softly into his eyes. That's how my grandma huffs and puffs me every time I cry. Saying that huffing and puffing will stop me from crying. The soft childish words made Tao Xinglan's heart become sour again all of a sudden. Tears could not be controlled and came out of his eyes. From now on he would be the only one left. Seeing that he was crying again, Xiaoman fished out a great white rabbit milk candy from her own little pocket, carefully peeled off the sugar paper, and put it back into her own little pocket before holding the candy and sending it to Tao Xinglan's mouth. Brother, eat candy. Tao Xinglan opened his mouth and a milk candy fell into his mouth. Immediately his mouth was covered with sweetness and milky flavor. The taste that he had never eaten before made Tao Xinglan forget to cry. Xiaoman sat next to him, looked at him with her head held high, and opened her mouth with an inviting face. Isn't it delicious? Sister Xiao Xiao gave it to me. I'll just have two and share one with you. Tao Xinglan blushed, not expecting that she would one day let a milk doll comfort her. I'm fine. Thank you. Tao Xinglan sincerely thanked him. Big brother stopped crying and Ishikawa was happy. Then brother will hurry to eat after eating the candy. Sister Xiao Xiao said that man is iron and rice is steel. A meal not eaten will make you hungry. Tao Xinglan nodded, carefully savoring the sweet taste in his mouth. But his mind became more and more determined. His grandfather and parents were gone. He must live well, avenge them, kill the traitor, and take back the fine rain building. When he finished eating, Tian Yuanzi said, the Xiao Xiao sister Xiao Xiao that Xiao Man was talking about is your savior. Miss Lin. In a moment, when Miss Lin comes, you have to thank her properly. Tao Xinglan froze. If he remembered correctly, he was hit by Fine Rain House's 10,000 poison scatter. Fine Rain House was his family's. He naturally knew what 10,000 poison scatter was. Even their family didn't have the antidote for 10,000 poison scatter. And he was fine now. He didn't feel he was poisoned at all. Only the wound on his chest was still vaguely painful. Tian Yuanzi took Tao Xinglan's surprise in his eyes and then said, Xinglan, there are people outside the sky, and people outside the sky. How could those people not have imagined that you escaped after me, and that you met someone who could solve the 10,000 poison scattering, and that they would this time perhaps only think that you had already died from the poison? Tao Xinglan was still in some disbelief, but the truth was that he was indeed still really well and alive. Since the heavens did not want his Tao Xinglan's life, he would not let go of those traitors, those who had killed his father, mother and grandfather, one or the other. Ashikawa had climbed down from the bed while the two were talking. What did he just hear? It seems to be the secrets in those Jianghu stories that Sister Xiao Xiao said. It's over. Over. Is his Xiaoman's life coming to an end? Will they kill and exterminate like those bad guys? Whatever. Run for it. Xiaoman tiptoed to the door, and when Tian Yuanzi saw him, he smiled kindly. Xiaoman is leaving? Xiaoman shivered and the bowl in her hand almost fell to the floor and fell. I'll bring a bowl to grandma and then tell Sister Xiao Xiao that big brother is awake. After saying that, she ran away in a huff. Tian Yuanzi helplessly shook his head. In the end it is a small child. A moment a look. He no longer dwells on Xiaoman, but said to Tao Xinglan, this village is not connected to the outside world. Those people should not be able to find it. And the probability is that they will now think that you've been poisoned. So during this period of time you feel at ease to recuperate here, I'll try to contact the people of the Heavenly Star Building, to find out the current situation in the House of Delicate Rain. Situation? It's not easy for you to survive. Even if you want to take revenge, you have to prepare for everything. You must not act recklessly. Tao Xinglan suppressed the thoughts that had just welled up in his heart and nodded obediently. Got it. Tian Yuanzi seemed still uneasy. Nodded his head. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. You are thinking that you are now poisoned and your injuries are not serious. Your mind is only thinking of taking revenge. But think about it. Your grandfather and your parents exchanged their own deaths for your life. If you act impulsively and then lose yourself to them, can you afford to be honest with them? Tao Xinglan bit his lip, his hands tightly gripping the quilt on his body. That's what he just thought. Tian Yuanzi sighed helplessly. Well, the most important thing for you to do now is to recuperate properly. I can still move these old bones. It's not your turn to worry about this. Tao Xinglan was sour in his heart and nodded. Got it. Lin Xiaoxiao consoled Xiaoman, who had frightened herself to death, before coming to the grandchildren's room to see how Tao Xinglan was recovering. Tao Xinglan didn't expect that he had just left a little boy and came to a little girl. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the way Xiaoman comforted him, and then he looked at this pretty-looking little girl. His face actually brushed red. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't expect this little teenager to blush before she even did anything and blinked blankly. Miss Lin is here. Tian Yuanzi greeted Lin Xiaoxiao. Tao Xinglan, whose mind was in turmoil, froze, thinking that he had heard wrongly. He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with disbelief. The red tide on his face faded, and his eyes were full of surprise. Grandpa Tian Yuanzi said that his life was saved by Miss Lin, and his poison was also cured by Miss Lin. Is it this little girl's mother? Or an aunt? At this moment, Tao Xinglan had never thought that his life would be saved by this little girl in front of him who was much smaller than himself. However, Tian Yuanzi's following sentence caused Tao Xinglan to be petrified on the spot. Xinglan, this is your and my savior, Miss Lin. Miss Lin. Xinglan has woken up. Please show him. Her? Miss Lin? A little girl? Grandpa? Tao Xinglan looked at Tian Yuanzi in disbelief. Tian Yuanzi gave him a soothing look and shook his head gently at him again. Even if you have questions, you can't ask them in front of others. How rude. Tao Xinglan suppressed the many questions in his heart and clasped his fists at Lin Xiaoxiao. Thank you, girl, for saving my life. Lin swung her little hand around and slowly paced over. Give me your hand. Tao Xinglan froze for a moment before he let out a loa and put his hand out. Lin Xiaoxiao's fingers were soft, and she could still feel the warmth on them when she took his pulse. And Tao Xinglan managed to blush again. Lin glanced at it. What a nice little innocent teenager. The poison has been detoxified. The injuries on the body are also recovering. Pay attention to keep well during this period of time. Don't touch the water on the wound. Don't make big movements. After half a month the threads on the wound will be automatically absorbed. During this period of time the medicine will be changed once a day. In addition, this bottle is an anti-inflammatory medicine. 3 times a day. 1 tablet at a time. Lin Xiaoxiao took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Tao Xinglan. Tao Xinglan took it and was greatly shocked in his heart. He looked at the pills in his hand. They were poured out by Lin Xiaoxiao just now. Pure white tablets with tiny words engraved on them. He had never seen anything like it. Tian Yuanzi had already poured water for him. Tao Xinglan didn't do anything else and swallowed the pill with the water. Well, it's a little bitter. Here. Tao Xinglan looked at the small hand that reached out in front of him, and there was a shiny object in his hand. He froze. Sugar ah. Xiaoman and the others have to eat sugar every time they take medicine. Lin Xiaoxiao arched her eyebrows. Tao Xinglan wanted to say that he wasn't a child, but when he met Lin Xiaoxiao's bright eyes, he ghosted the candy into his hands. Thanks. Tao Xinglan lowered his head and looked at the candy in his hand, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him full of grief and sighed like a small adult, wanting to comfort, but it seemed like saying anything wasn't quite appropriate. Grandpa, I'm leaving. Stay with him and talk to him. If you're bored of staying in the house, go around the village. The people in the village are all very nice. Lin Xiaoxiao jumped off the bed and patted her pressed and pleated skirt. Tian Yuanzi was overjoyed by this call of Grandpa. Okay, thank you Xiaoxiao ah. The title changed from Miss Lin to Xiaoxiao in one fell swoop. Lin Xiaoxiao left, and Tao Xinglan was still staring at the candy in his hand. Xinglan? Tian Yuanzi shouted. Tao Xinglan returned to his senses and took the candy into his hand. Grandpa, I'm fine. Tao Xinglan put the candy away without a trace and forced a smile on Tian Yuanzi. Tian Yuanzi looked at him and was helpless, and could only gently pat his shoulder. All in good time. In the next few days, Lin Xiaoxiao will come to change Tao Xinglan's medicine every day, and Xiaoman will often come over to accompany Tao Xinglan after she knows that she won't be silenced, and she will also take Tao Xinglan for a walk around the village when he can get out of bed. There were just a dozen or so families in the village, and soon everyone knew about Tao Xinglan and Tian Yuanzi, and everyone showed as much kindness as they could to this poor child who had no family. Gu, Xiaoman, accompanying your brother Xinglan out for a walk again. Xiaoman brought Tao Xinglan to stroll to the sunflower field, picked 2 long full break home to Lin Xiaoxiao, heard someone greet them. A small group stopped. Hello fourth grandma. With her hands clasped around the sunflower, Xiaoman could only greet her with a bounce. Tao Xinglan shouted, Good day, fourth grandmother. Wang fourth grandmother smiling, let the 2 wait and drilled back into the courtyard, and then came out with 2 boiled eggs in his hand. One person put one in his hand. This is fresh from grandma's chickens this morning. For you. Thank you fourth grandma. Xiaoman cheered. She could eat eggs again. Tao Xinglan, however, was embarrassed. After all, he was already 14 years old. In the end, he was no longer a child. How could he be ashamed to ask for food like a child? Fourth grandmother, I don't need to. Tao Xinglan pushed back. Grandma Wang Si, however, put the egg into his hand. Not to be refused, you child. Take it if it is given to you. Your body is not yet healed. Eat an egg to make up for it. Tao Xinglan held the egg that was still hot and bit his lip. Thank you, fourth grandmother. Good boy. Go and play. Go back early. There are still wounds on your body. Wang fourth grandmother said and went back. Xiaoman wanted to peel the eggs and eat them now, but with both hands holding sunflowers, she really didn't have the hands to peel them, and Xinglan's brother's injury was in his chest, and grandma had said he couldn't be allowed to hold things. Seeing Xiaoman's tangled look, Tao Xinglan smiled and took the egg from his hand and peeled it, feeding it to Xiaoman again with his own hands. It's so delicious. The eggs are so good. Xiaoman was satisfied. Tao Xinglan saw that he liked it and his own one went into Xiaoman's stomach. Tao Xinglan had injuries on his body and couldn't walk fast, so the 2 of them walked slowly and leisurely back to the village chief's house. Before he could enter the house, there was another shout from behind him. Ashikawa, Starland. A small group of people stopped and turned back. They saw the village. A few half-grown boys hula ran toward them, 2 of them and Tao Xinglan general age. The The leader is the village chief's young son Wang Zhang. A couple of teenagers still had wet hair, and their clothes were haphazardly put on, with water dripping from the legs of their pants. Xiaoman stared at the few people and spoke. Second uncle, I'm going to tell Grandpa that you went to the pool to play in the water. There is a very deep water pool under the waterfall behind the village. Before the village children like to go there to play in the water. And then something happened. A child fell into the deep water area and drowned. The village elders are not allowed to go to the village children to play in the water pool. Even if you want to play with water, can only be in the water pool below the water pool in a few shallower pools of water to play. Wang Zhang touched his nose and shook a few more fish tied with grass ropes in his hand. Not forgetting to tempt Xiaoman. Don't you tell your grandpa. I'll have your milk load you up with a separate small one for the fish stew tonight. Xiaoman looked at a few big fish with both eyes, and considered with a tangled face for half a day before nodding. Alright then, I won't say anything. Second uncle, I don't want to eat fish soup. I want to eat grilled fish. Wang Zhang waved his hand. Okay, whatever you want to eat. Just don't sue anyway. After coaxing the little one, Wang Zhang just waved the fish in front of Tao Xinglan's face. How is it? Let mother stew fish soup for you at night. We specially caught blackfish. It's good for wound recovery. Tao Xinglan looked at the fish in Wang Zhang's hand. His heart warmed, and for the first time he said from his heart to this teenager who was a year younger than himself that he had to call his uncle. Thank you, second uncle. Wang Zhang was happy and puffed out his chest to his buddies. See, city people are different from us. They know how to be polite and call him uncle. The eyes of the other Skywolf village teenagers were filled with envy. Sending away the partners, Wang Zhang led a large and a small group into the door. It is good that during this time the village is building a house for the girl Xiao Xiao. The family has gone to help. Wang Zhang jogged all the way to the kitchen, threw the fish into the bucket to keep it, and again wanted to hurry to sneak back to the room to change clothes, or be found really want to be beaten by his father. He ended up being bumped into by Jojo coming out of the house. Uncle too. You, Xiao Qiao, you didn't see anything. When Wang Zhang finished speaking, he had already entered the house. Xiao Qiao was helpless, and went to look at the fish in the bucket. Unusually disliked his second uncle. When Grandpa and the others came back and saw these fish, they would still not be able to guess that her second uncle had gone to the water hole again. Xiaoman had already run off with 2 sunflower discs in her arms to offer them to Lin Xiaoxiao. Fresh melon seeds, eat full of fresh flavor. Especially holding the flower plate one by one to break down and eat, is simply a must-have to catch up with the drama and read a book. Lin Xiaoxiao came to the bucket and looked at the fish still swimming in the bucket and raised an eyebrow. Suddenly I want to eat boiled fish, pickled fish, sweet and sour fish, and chopped pepper fish head. The next thing is, Wang Zhang kills the fish. Xiaoman holds the firewood. Xiao Qiao burns the fire. Lin Xiaoxiao is the chef. And Tao Xinglan, who can't do anything, stands next to him as a supervisor. The seasoning packets for the sauerkraut and poached fish were readily available at the cottage and came with a big bag of the sauerkraut kind. Sweet and sour fish poured with sauce, chopped pepper fish head out of the pot, and boiled a big pot of black fish soup. The whole Wang family kitchen is full of fragrance. Wang Zhenghua back to the 4 fish all on the table. Lin Chunhua brought Shouqin back to cook dinner. Before they entered the house, they smelled the aroma. The two hurriedly accelerated their pace back home. The kitchen has been tossed by several children. Where did you get the fish? Lin Chunhua didn't blame them, but just looked at a few fish dishes and asked. Starting from Tao Xinglan, Lin Xiaoxiao, Xiao Qiao, Xiao Man, from tall to short, all of them looked at Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang, who was targeted by Lin Chunhua, jumped up at once. You few are too unrighteous. Hey, mother, don't do it. Lin Chunhua with a burning stick has been whisked out. You this brat, let you not allowed to go down the water hole. You put my words as a whisper, right? You give me a stop. I have to break your legs today. I see you still under the water pool. The water pool and the water ghosts catching people you do not know? In front of the kitchen. For heads watched together as Wang Zhang was chased all over the yard by Lin Chunhua. Xiao Man and Xiao Qiao laughed. The corners of Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth also rose. Even Tao Xinglan, who had always been quiet and reticent, was at this time in an unusually light and relaxed mood, and also laughed along with him. As the sky darkened, the village chief and Tian Yuanzi, who had gone to help with the feng shui, returned with Wang Feng. This period of time Tian Yuanzi live in the Wang family, know that the village head to Lin Xiaoxiao house. They said that he knows a little about the art of feng shui. The village head is happy to hear that is bad. Every day, pulling the Tian Yuanzi accompanied him to go to the construction site to look at the Tian Yuanzi is also happy to help. The construction site has not been idle. Not to let the planting of a tree here and there is to let the rockery put a rockery. And even in the future, the yard door to be opened in the where he has been set. The village headman was obedient to what he said. After all, He was much more knowledgeable than him. The village headman. Lin Xiaoxiao went for a spin and found something fishy, but she didn't ask. She was waiting for the old man to speak up on his own. The three of them smelled the scent as they reached the house. What kind of delicious food is this? The village chief and Tian Yuanzi entered the courtyard talking and laughing. In the kitchen Lin Chunhua was steaming rice and potatoes with Xiuqin. The dishes had already been prepared by Lin Xiaoxiao and the others, but they were all meat. Lin Chunhua fried another plate of spinach and a plate of shredded potatoes, and Wang Zhenla, who had been beaten up, was sitting with his head shrugged behind the stove watching the fire. The dishes on the table were colorful and fragrant, and Tian Yuanzi raised his eyebrows. Yo, eating fish today. The village chief, however, froze for a moment when he heard about the fish, twisting his head to look at his youngest son, and Wang Zheng hurriedly shrunk his neck to reduce his presence. The village chief glared at him, his anger subsiding a bit at the sight of the dishes on the table, which really smelled good. Tian Yuanzi came close and sniffed all the flavors he had never eaten before, and couldn't help but lament. If there was a jug of wine at this time of the year, it would be a pleasure. The village chief smiled and said rather embarrassedly, "The wine is there. It is brewed by the village people themselves. It is not a good wine. It is just for us old things to relieve our cravings. If the old brother doesn't mind, I will bring it to accompany the old brother to drink a couple of cups. That's a good feeling." Lin Xiaoxiao listened to the conversation between the two. Good wine she has. Small villa decoration. When the dining room made a wine cabinet, Grandpa, in order to give her to do decoration, put a lot of good wine in the wine cabinet. Are the best famous products? But the village chief's grandfather had gone to get it, so she wouldn't do more than wait until next time to bring it out for them to drink. The large family was divided into two tables, Lin Chunhua and Xiuqin with Lin Xiaoxiao and their 4 children, and the village chief and Tian Yuanzi with the 2 Wang Fong Wang Zheng brothers. At the dinner table, the village head and Tian Yuanzi talked about Lin Xiaoxiao's new house over there. Older brother, I've always been curious about a question. That is, what is the purpose of those trees, flowers, plants, stones and so on that you've been fiddling with around Miss Xiaoxiao's yard? Is it for looks or is it useful for something? The village chief asked. Tian Yuanzi sipped a mouthful of rice wine. Although not as good as the building, but the mountain spring water fragrance, brewed wine also has a few tastes. Heard his words then returned, truthfully. I know some strange arts. Those trees, flowers and plants and stones is exactly what I laid outside the yard of Xiaoxiao array. Usually look at nothing, but as long as you touch the array of the organs, the array will start, and the people inside will be lost in the formation. The village headman's family sked. Lin Xiaoxiao wasn't surprised. She had seen it long ago. She just didn't expect Tian Yuanzi to set up a formation in her courtyard. Was this because he was afraid that she would be in danger? Tao Xinglan explained to her. Grandpa's best skill is the art of the 5 elements. The entire Tianlong country can't find a second person who is more powerful than Grandpa. And because of this, no one has been able to find the exact location of the Heavenly Star building until now. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows. Wasn't this exactly what she wanted? But she also wanted to exchange the favor of saving her life for Tian Yuanzi's help in finding her origins. And if she asked him to help her set up a formation around the Tianlang village, would he agree? It seems to have to find an opportunity to ask to see. Listening to Tao Xinglan's meaning, Tian Yuanzi should be regarded as an expert in this area. With the array he laid down, there is no need for the brothers of the Wolf clan to patrol the outer mountains every day, but also avoided many chances of exposure. Tao Xinglan didn't know what Lin Xiaoxiao was thinking and only thought she was interested, so he told her more about Tian Yuanzi's skills. Lin Xiaoxiao took a bite of the pickled fish and glanced in Tian Yuanzi's direction. TSK, 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 looks like an ordinary old man, but actually so powerful, really is not a person's face. At night, Lin Xiaoxiao on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. Having lived with the wolves since she was a child, Lin Xiaoxiao had long practiced a high level of alertness. She looked at the sleeping Xiao Qiao, Lin Chunhua and Aunt Xiuzhen with Xiaoman next to her. Xiaoman was lying on all fours. The thin quilt on his body had already been kicked away. Lin Xiaoxiao smoothly helped him cover his stomach, and then came to the door, holding her breath. In just a few moments of effort, a dark shadow was seen entering the courtyard and going to Tian Yuanzi and Tao Xinglan's room. After about half an hour, the door next door moved, and Lin Xiaoxiao opened the door to her room and walked out. The man in black who came out of Tian Yuanzi's room immediately froze when he saw Lin Xiaoxiao, all dressed in black, with only a pair of eyes exposed, and Lin Xiaoxiao looked right at him. Lin Xiaoxiao closed the door to her room and just stood there smiling and laughing at the man in black. After the man in black made sure that she didn't mean any harm, he clasped his fists at Lin Xiaoxiao before dodging and disappearing into the darkness of the night. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Tian Yuanzi's room door again, which quickly opened, and Tian Yuanzi saw Lin Xiaoxiao standing there at a glance, and immediately let out a laugh. Tian Qinglu's secret guard skills he understood more than, and how could they delay in the courtyard? So it was caught. Girl, you're not sleeping? Tian Yuanzi greeted as usual. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows. Quite calm, old man. Isn't Grandpa up too? Tian Yuanzi smiled bitterly. If he didn't make it clear today, this girl was afraid that she would drive them down the mountain at dawn. Since you can't sleep, how about accompanying Grandpa for a chat? Tian Yuanzi walked to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down. Lin Xiaoxiao came and sat down across from him, not saying anything, just looking at him like this. The eyes were watery, reflecting the moonlight like shining ink jades in the darkness of the night. Tian Yuanzi was defeated. The ones who came just now are my building's secret guards. These days when Xinglan and I disappeared, the building was in chaos, and it was only today that they found this village and saw the mark I left behind to find it. After saying that, Tian Yuanzi seems like a guarantee general, and added, really only today to find. Lin Xiaoxiao grunted. Of course she knew it was the first day, otherwise she would have realized it long ago. Tian Yuanzi touched his nose in embarrassment and added, girl, don't worry, Grandpa won't hurt anyone in the village, much less you. They just want to make sure that Xinglan and I are safe, and that we know where to report anything in the future, and that we will never disturb the life of the village. Are you sure that everyone in your building is loyal and won't betray your whereabouts to your enemies? Lin Xiaoxiao paused and added, moreover, since you saved Brother Xinglan, the other party must know that this matter can't be dissociated from the Heavenly Star Building, and if they want to know about you guys, they don't even need to make a move. They just need to keep an eye on the Heavenly Star Building, and then finding this place will only be a matter of time. Tian Yuanzi's heart thumped, and sure enough, he heard Lin Xiaoxiao open her mouth. Since your injuries are no longer a big problem, and Brother Xinglan's poison has been detoxified, and only the wounds on his body are still recovering, you guys should leave first thing in the morning. The Tianlang village is not in conflict with the world, and the villagers here are simple and kind, and I don't wish for them to get involved in the strife of your Jianghu. Tian Yuanzi was in a hurry, not to mention that the beautiful mountains and water here were suitable for recuperating from his injuries, but the life here made him unable to leave. Girl, let's have a talk and discuss things. There's no need to say more. You must leave first thing in the morning. After saying this, Lin Xiaoxiao got up and prepared to go back to her room. Leave? His old man's not leaving. He's staying here. I have a way to keep those people from finding this place. Tian Yuanzi stood up. Lin Xiaoxiao's footsteps lurched, and a winning smile appeared on her face as she turned her back to Tian Yuanzi, only to turn around and turn back to a previous picture of indifference. I will lay down a misty tracer formation around the Tian Wolf village. No one can break this formation except for Lao Fu. Even if those traders from the Fine Rain building come looking for it, they definitely won't be able to find the village. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao come to interest, Tian Yuanzi then carefully said, the maze formation belongs to a protective array. Is the old man's life's work? Tian Xinglu rudder is also because of the maze formation has never been exposed to the people before. Into the maze formation people will be lost in the formation, unless someone guides, otherwise simply cannot come out. And the maze formation is ever changing, can change at any time, even if the other side understands the formation art. The second time they come in, they won't be able to get out either. Tian Yuanzi was talking about this with a face that was deeply hidden and filled with a face that was filled with don't you still hurry up and worship the old man me? Then won't the people in the village be affected? Lin Xiaoxiao heart moved. She had wanted to fool the old man to get in her small courtyard like that almost. As long as the people outside cannot find here on the line. I did not expect that this old man does not make a move. A move to do a big job. She will have to be better to the old man in the future to be able to do. Tian Yuanzi stroked his beard, faintly smiled, that naturally will not. The old man will make a set of mnemonics according to the array. The village people in and out as long as the mnemonics are followed, will not be lost in the misty array, even if accidentally into the misty array. It will also be the old man's secret guards to find out in time to bring back. Girl, you can rest assured. Lin Xiaoxiao made a thoughtful gesture and dropped a sentence to Tian Yuanzi that she would think about it and left. Tian Yuanzi stood in place and sighed helplessly. He really liked this place. It was really suitable for seclusion. And during this time he could tell that this child Xinglan was a lot happier than before. He had worried that the child Xinglan would go astray and get into a dead end because of his hatred. But he couldn't bear to watch Xinglan become happier and happier during this time. Lin Xiaoxiao had already gone back to her room, and Tian Yuanzi looked at the closed door of the room, only hoping that the girl would let them stay on the grounds that she was still of some use. Back in the room, Tao Xinglan sat there looking at him. Grandpa, Xiaoxiao she really want to whisk them away? Tian Yuanzi shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Sleep, tomorrow and then see. Really cannot. Tian Yuanzi looked at Tao Xinglan's wound. If they can't, they'll have to resort to bitter tricks. Poor Tao Xinglan didn't know right now that he had already been missed for reopening old wounds. The next day was business as usual, and Tian Yuanzi didn't hear Lin Xiaoxiao say that he wanted them to leave again until the village chief came to invite him to join him in the new house. It seems that this girl listened to what she said yesterday. Walking in the village with the village chief, Tian Yuanzi looked at the surroundings. It was really not an easy task to lay down a misty trail formation in such a large place. However, even if it is difficult, he must also cloth, not to mention Lin Xiaoxiao on their grandparents' and grandchildren's life-saving grace. On the basis of this rare paradise, he cannot bear to be disturbed by the people, and the longer the time of the cloth array, the longer they stay in the village. Maybe a long time the villagers cannot afford to let them go it. With the spirit spring as an extra, and so many special medicines from Lin Xiaoxiao, Tao Xinglan's injuries completely grew back in less than half a month, and even the stitches had already been absorbed by the skin, leaving only red scars like a centipede's on his chest. Lin Xiaoxiao dispensed scar removal cream, which was boiled with spiritual spring water, doubling the effect. Not to mention new wounds like his. Even old wounds can grow new skin again after a period of time, unless you're rotting through even the flesh and bones. Otherwise it can be restored in up to 3 months of continuous use. Unexpectedly Tao Xinglan didn't use it. I want to keep him to always warn myself of how my parents and grandfather died. Tao Xinglan stroked the wound on his chest, his other hand clenched into a fist. Having said that, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't be persuaded any further and was ready to put the scar removal cream away. Tian Yuanzi, however, looked at the scar removal cream in her hand and thought, "Girl, is this scar removal cream of yours really that effective?" Tian Yuanzi asked. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows. "Of course, I don't engage in false advertising. The small pill box product must be a fine product. This recipe is she to the small pill box to ask for, and use the space by the spiritual spring of herbs and spiritual spring water simmering. The effect is absolutely ow. Tian Yuanzi directly reached out. "Show me." The bottle felt a refreshing coolness when he entered his hand. Tian Yuanzi opened the lid and smelled it. A fresh fragrance came to his nose, making him feel his spirit lifted just by smelling this flavor. Tian Yuanzi, who thought he had seen countless exotic treasures, immediately felt the benefits of this thing. Even if you don't use it to get rid of scars, it's good for refreshing. He suddenly smiled. "Girl, do you want to get rich?" Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Tian Yuanzi gave her a you-know-what expression and asked, "Girl, how much of this ointment do you still have? How much do you want?" Look at that question. It wasn't a minute before she made it. Tian Yuanzi was choked for a moment. Such an expensive thing. Just by smelling it just now he knew that there were quite a lot of rare and good medicines in it. And yet this girl asked him so calmly how much he wanted. How much could he want? Of course, the less the better. Do you understand the principle that things are more expensive than they are rare? How about this? How about you make 10 bottles for me first? Tian Yuanzi decided to take 10 bottles first to build up momentum and see how effective it would be. Lin Xiaoxiao thought about it. 10 bottles is not much. The rest of her space to fill a few bottles, and then boil a pot is almost enough. Okay, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Tian Yuanzi opened the lid again and smelled it, and was instantly refreshed. But before that we still have to find someone to try the effects of this ointment first, Tian Yuanzi said. After all, without seeing it with his own eyes, it was hard to judge the effect and value. If it was really like what Lin Xiaoxiao said, as long as it wasn't even rotting the flesh and bones, it could grow well. Then he dared to say that as long as this ointment was introduced in Tianlong country, it would be madly snatched up, and he couldn't be blamed for inflating the prices at that time. Since I'm going to try it, I'm sure I can't try it with the usual small flesh wound. On my mother's hand, there's this big piece of burn. It's a scar left by her stepmother's abuse at home before she married my father and accidentally burned down the house. On one side, Xiao Qiao suddenly said, and also gestured to her own arm. From the elbow to the small arm, a large piece. Aunt Xiaoqin was married in from outside the mountains. Lin Xiaoxiao heard Xiao Qiao say, her mother used to be from a village outside Longan City, the eldest in the family. Her stepmother was not good to her. Once she fell asleep while cooking, the burning stick ignited the pile of firewood next to her, although she ran out, but her arm was burned a large piece. Then her stepmother said that she was a spoilsport and kept her for fear of burning down the house, so she took her to Longan City to try to sell her to a man's toothpaste. But the dentist disliked Aunt Xiaoqin's injuries and refused to take it, and her stepmother pressed the price to 2 taels of silver, which happened to be met by the village chief who took Wang Fong into the city to sell his goods. And Wang Fong, seeing Aunt Xiaoqin's poorness, wanted to help her, and it so happened that he himself had reached the age of matrimony, and Aunt Xiaoqin, though burned on her arm, was fine in other parts of her body. In this way, the village chief took the money from that time when the villagers sold things together and spent 2 taels of silver to bring Aunt Xiaoqin back to the village to live with Wang Fong. Over the years, Except for the first 2 times when she accompanied Lin Xiaoxiao to Longdan City. Aunt Xiaoqin had hardly ever left Tian Wolf Village. Xiao Qiao, go call your mother here. Tian Yuanzi immediately decided to use Xiaoqin's arm to try out the effects of this ointment. As soon as Xiao Qiao heard that she could really experiment with the injury on her mother's hand, she immediately ran out to find someone. Xiaozhen was pulled by Xiao Qiao to Tian Yuanzi and Tao Xinglan's house with a bewildered look on her face. Looking at this house of old and young. What's going on? Gramps? Auntie, do you have a wound on your hand? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Xiaoqin froze for a moment, thinking it was something, so she smiled and nodded. Yes, there is. It fell when I was young. It's good that it's hidden in my sleeve. Usually it doesn't scare people. Lin gave her arm a look. Can you show us? Xiaoqin was a little hesitant. The old man and Tao Xinglan are older and younger. In the end, it is the outer male. She is also embarrassed to lift up her sleeve in front of them, and her own that scar is so scary. In case it is not good to scare them. I've got this injury from the fire. It's scary. Xiaozhen politely refused. Xiao Qiao, however, directly pulled her hand and lifted her sleeve, while saying, Mother, quickly show Xiao Xiao. Xiaoqin awkwardly pushed Xiao Qiao away, while scolding in a low voice, Xiao Qiao, what are you doing as a child? Haven't you seen the injuries on mother's hands? Xiao Qiao gritted her teeth, and for the sake of mother no longer looking at that scar sadly in the future, she directly said, Mother, Xiao Xiao and Grandpa Tian Yuanzi said that they want you to come and try out the scar-removing cream that Xiao Xiao has made, so hurry up and stop dawdling. Xiaozhen was outright dumbfounded. Xiao Qiao, what scar removal cream? Xiao Qiao was going to roll her eyes. Why was her mother so inked? Not waiting for Xiaoqin to come back to her senses, Xiao Qiao lifted her sleeve, and suddenly a fire mark on her arm was exposed to everyone. Tian Yuanzi and Lin Xiaoxiao were both a bit surprised. This skin that was burnt from the elbow to a large part of the arm and covered in folds was now exposed in front of a few people, rather than seeing it herself since she was a child. Xiao Qiao couldn't help but redden her eyes at the sight of this injury to Xiaozhen. Tian Yuanzi looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. That meant would this work? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Xiao Qiao, apply the ointment to Auntie, once a day from now on. Lin Xiaoxiao signaled Tian Yuanzi to give the ointment to Xiao Qiao. Although he was a bit reluctant to do so, Tian Yuanzi still handed it to Xiao Qiao. Jojo's hands were shaking as she held the bottle. Mother, I'll put it on you. Xiao Qiao took Xiaoqin's hand. Xiaoqin, however, stopped her and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and Tian Yuanzi. Miss Xiaoxiao, old master, this ointment looks like a good thing. It's a waste to use it on me. I've had this injury for how many years now? It's useless to put anything on it, so it's better not to waste a good thing. Saying this, he was about to put his sleeve down. Xiao Qiao tugged on her hand with an insistent face, and Lin Xiaoxiao also opened her mouth to persuade. Auntie, this is also something I've only just made, and I don't know if it's effective or not. Grandpa said that if it's effective, he'll help me take it for sale, so it's just hard work for Auntie to help me try it out first? Yes, Xiao Manyang, just give it a try, Tian Yuanzi also advised. Xiaoqin still hesitated, and with a clench of her teeth, Xiao Qiao had already taken the ointment and started applying it to her, so Xiaoqin could only sigh and go with them. Turquoise ointment crystal translucent. Light texture look very precious. Wipe to the skin is cool. Show celery hand this piece of skin that year was burned, and did not get timely treatment. Just randomly sprinkle 2 handfuls of grass ash on the past. So many years passed. Her piece of skin from time to time there will be that kind of fire like stinging. Jojo didn't dare waste it, carefully using the least amount to even out the scars on her mother's arms. After wiping it, Xiaoqin's face was filled with joy. Miss Xiaoxiao, this ointment is so comfortable and cool to wipe on. Although she thought it was unlikely, thinking of Miss Xiaoxiao's origins, a glimmer of hope flared up in Aunt Xiaoqin's heart. She is a woman. There is no woman who doesn't love beauty. She was sold by her stepmother because of the scar on her hand. Luckily she met Fong and her father-in-law before she dodged a bullet. She has been doing her best to serve her in-laws and take care of her husband and children all these years, but every time her husband touched the scar late at night, it always made her feel inferior. Even though he had told her countless times that he didn't mind. He didn't mind, but she didn't say it herself, but she still minded it in her heart, feeling that she didn't deserve her husband in this way. Miss Xiaoxiao, this injury of mine, can it really be cured? Xiaoqin finally asked after a heavenly battle in her brain. If it could really be cured, then she would be able to go out with the village people to wash clothes and fish in the stream together in the future. No longer afraid of lifting up her sleeves to be seen with these scary scars, Lin Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. The burns are large and long, but as long as Auntie insists on applying the medicine, it won't take long for them to get better. After that day, Tian Yuanzi would ask Xiaozhen to lift up his sleeve to show him the wound on his hand every day. and the Wang family all knew that Xiuzhen was trying out the medicine on Lin Xiaoxiao and Tian Yuanzi, and they all hoped that the scars on Xiuzhen's hand would really fade away, and that burn, which was in everyone's sights, did not fail to live up to the crowd's expectations. From the first few days of little movement, to gradually watching the color fade, followed by the skin reddening as if it were going to grow new skin, before and after only 2 months. Such an effect. Tian Yuanzi has been completely convinced of the strength of the scar removal cream, but also gave a very lofty name, Jade Muscle Cream. Immediately called the dark guards guarding the outside of the village, gave 10 bottles of Jade Muscle Cream, the account of all the account down. In short, the price must be in addition to expensive or expensive. What does he do at Star House? That is specializing in prying news, to find out who. That can even your home chicken coop and the chicken laid a few eggs every day. No. Build momentum, spread. That is even easier. When Lin Xiao knew that Tian Yuanzi had priced a bottle of Jade Muscle Cream at 1,000 taels of gold, his jaw simply dropped. I did not expect. The old man also came to comfort her. Let her not too little. The pricing of 1,000 taels of gold is only the initial price. They took out 10 bottles. Those who have the need of the great families shall not be crazy to grab the strange. The final price of this is certainly more than 1,000 taels of gold. Will only be more expensive. If I had known this, she sold what ginseng. Directly sell this, not faster money. Lin Xiaoxiao only think this old man in a joke. Who will spend 1,000 taels of gold to buy such a bottle of Jade Muscle Cream? That is not pure money, idle panic. However, what she didn't know was that just these 10 bottles of Jade Muscle Cream, with the push from Heavenly Star House, had almost offended all of the various great families in the Heavenly Dragon Country, because they don't talk about sentimentality, they just talk about price, and whoever pays the most for something is the one who owns it. When the cornfield was harvested, the house belonging to Lin Xiaoxiao herself in Tianlang village was also built, and Tian Yuanzi and Tao Xinglan had to follow Lin Xiaoxiao and move to her small courtyard. On the day of the move, not only the people from the Sky Wolf village, even the Black Wolf King's family including the wolves from Wolf Mountain came. The dark guards of Heavenly Star House that Tian Yuanzi had arranged to guard the outside of the village were the first to discover the wolves, so they didn't care about exposing themselves to people and rushed into the village to notify Tian Yuanzi. During this time the village has 2 more strangers. Lin Xiaoxiao let the colorful lamp went back to inform the Black Wolf King. Let them do not go down the mountain during this period of time. The brothers of the Black Wolf clan patrolling the mountain have also seen the dark guards of the Tianxinglu, but Xiaoxiao said that they are not a bad person, so do not worry about it. They didn't realize that they wanted to come and see Xiaoxiao's new house, but they were stopped by these people outside the village. Building master, wolves have come to the village entrance. The visitor couldn't care less about the number of people in the small courtyard and directly reported to Tian Yuanzi. Tian Yuanzi's face changed drastically, thinking that Tianlang village were all ordinary people, afraid that they had never seen wolves before. When he wanted to open his mouth to tell the village head that there was no need to worry, a group of wolves was just a group of wolves. Those dark guards of his could handle it. Seeing that the village chief jumped straight up when he heard this, he couldn't be bothered to ask who the person who came to report the news was and directly asked, "Where are the wolves? Did you guys make a move with them?" The dark guard looked at the village chief strangely. Shouldn't there be wolves that he should be afraid of? How come it felt like he was scared? But the fear wasn't what he thought it was? But he still shook his head. No, the wolves just stayed put and didn't move. Our people stopped and didn't let them come over. Strangely enough, those wolves did not attack when they saw them, but just stayed with them across the forest, which gave them the chance to come back and report. The village headman's face was not even pretty. Don't all be busy. Quickly follow me to greet His Highness the Wolf King. Where is Miss Xiaoxiao? Quickly tell Miss Xiaoxiao that His Highness the Wolf King is coming down. The village chief greeted the crowd while walking out. That footsteps in a hurry. The other villagers could not care about watching the fun. All followed the village chief to run. Only the dark guards in Tian Yuanzi were left staring wide-eyed. Master of the building? The dark guards were a bit taken back. How come these people didn't seem to be afraid? And what is the title of His Highness the Wolf King? I've never heard of such a prince as the Wolf King in the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom. Tian Yuanzi's shock at this time was no less than his. Seeing that this dark guard was still kneeling stupidly, he directly flung his sleeve and followed him out. Don't follow yet. The village head with people hoofed it to the entrance of the village. The atmosphere has not yet gassed up to see a smoke. More than a dozen people in black guarding the entrance of the village. The hands of each is a big knife. The village head of a soft foot almost fell down. Good next to the eldest son in time to fish a hand to not fall down with a heel. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it all. Put down everything in your hands. The village chief anxiously ran forward while running and shouting at those men in black. The clothes of these people were the same as those who had gone to the courtyard to report the news, so they must be the old man's men. The village chief didn't care if he was overstepping his bounds or not, and directly yelled at a few people in a loud voice. The villagers who followed behind them saw the situation. Dare to take a big sword against their Wolf King Highness? Who can endure this? Immediately there are a few young and strong rushed up and grabbed the swords in the hands of the secret guards. The secret guards were explained. Cannot hurt the villagers here. See them rushed over and afraid of the sword hurt them, hurriedly put away. A few slow has been caught by the villagers, had to let go, and urged them to be careful not to hurt themselves. More than 10 secret guards saw that the villagers who were originally protected by them stood opposite to them one by one, looking at them defensively, and if they dared to take a step forward, these villagers would fight with them for their lives. What's going on here? A dark guard asked the person next to him in uncertainty. The man next to him was also confused. Who am I going to ask if you ask me? The village chief didn't even look at them and walked straight towards the wolves over there. The dark guard saw this and feared that they would be injured by the wolves and immediately shouted, "Be careful of the wolves." The village chief ignored it, and the person had already been helped by Wang Fong to the Black Wolf King's heel, and knelt down with a thud. "Your Highness." The villagers following behind him also followed and knelt down, and the entire village entrance was soon left with only a dozen or so dark guards still standing. The Black Wolf King looked at the village chief and coldly swept a glance at the more than 10 dark guards over there. His eyes were not good. At his authorization, there were already a few black wolves leaping over, stopping right next to the villagers who were confronting the dark guards, forming a protective posture to shield the villagers behind them. The two sides are facing each other, poised for a fight. Tian Yuanzi with that secret guard who went to report the news and Lin Xiaoxiao arrived with Xiao Xiaoman Tao Xinglan and their group of half-grown children almost at the same time. Not waiting for Tian Yuanzi to digest the sight in front of him, Lin Xiaoxiao had already darted out. "Pops, Auntie." The villagers spontaneously got out of the way, and Lin Xiaoxiao ran all the way to the Black Wolf King and Wolf Queen and pounced on the two wolves. "Father, Auntie, I miss you guys so much." Lin Xiaoxiao pouted wantonly. The Black Wolf King and Wolf Queen had long ago converged their auras, and at this time, there was only love in their eyes. "A father and mother miss you too. Look how tall you've grown again." The Wolf Queen rubbed Lin Xiaoxiao's little face. Lin Xiaoxiao giggled and wrapped her arms around the Wolf Queen's neck without letting go. Tian Yuanzi and Tao Xinglan and the crowd of secret guards could already stuff an egg in their mouths. I am not dreaming." One of the dark guards pinched the person next to him. "Hiss, you're dreaming. What are you pinching me for?" The pinched dark guard jumped. Once the two men interrupted, the crowd snapped back in surprise that this wasn't a dream. Dawn/Lady Lin was actually with the wolves and looked so, well, happy. The village headman would be on his knees admitting his mistake. "Your Highness the Wolf King." It was a dereliction of duty on the part of the old man who didn't come in time to greet Your Highness the Wolf King, letting Your Highness the Wolf King be aggrieved. The Black Wolf King said to Lin Xiaoxiao, "Xiao, let them get up. There's no need to be like this. It's not a big deal." The Black Wolf King was still happy in his heart about the villagers just rushing out to confront those men in black for them. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly told the village chief and the villagers to get up. The village chief had also slowed down, and when he turned around, he saw Tian Yuanzi and his more than a dozen secret guards still standing there, all of them wooden, looking like they had never seen the world before. The mayor held his head high, dusted off his clothes, and instantly felt much taller than these unseen people. "See, you're from the city, but have you seen His Highness the Wolf King? Have you ever seen a miracle? We've met. We're the most loyal followers of His Highness, the Wolf King." He came to Tian Yuanzi's front and embarrassedly clasped his fists. "Old brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Let your people withdraw. This is our Wolf King Highness of Tianlang Village. It's not those messy wolves outside. Our Tianlang Village believes in the Black Wolf King. The Wolf King Highness is the guardian god of our Tianlang Village. And most importantly, the Wolf King Highness is the Xiao girl's dad." After saying that, he also scolded those villagers who confronted the dark guards and told them to back off. Tian Yuanzi felt that he must have woken up the wrong way today. That girl is a human being. How can she have a wolf father? Isn't that ridiculous? Even more bullshit was yet to come as Lin Xiaoxiao brought the Wolf King and Wolf Queen over and introduced them to Tian Yuanzi and Tao Xinglan. "Father, mother, these are the two that my daughter saved." The Black Wolf King and the Wolf Queen scrutinized the duo unabashedly before nodding faintly to them. Nodded. Were the two wolves saying hello to them? Black Wolf King and Queen, these two are so rude. Xiao Man, who had been confined in Tao Xinglan's arms, struggled for half a day and finally found a chance to run out. He stepped on his short little legs and went directly to the feet of the Wolf Queen. Holding his head high, Wolf Queen, has Dot come? The Wolf Queen lifted a paw to pet Mamoru's head, which pointed behind her. Tao Xinglan's face went white with fear when the Wolf Queen raised her claws, and in the next moment he saw Xiao Man running away excitedly with his short legs, shouting as he ran, Xiao Dot. He was answered with a wolf cry, and one wolf and one man rolled into a ball. The children in the village, one by one, all ran towards the wolves with excitement. And the villagers also lived in harmony with the wolves. Only Tian Yuanzi and Tao Xinglan and their more than a dozen secret guards were like fools who hadn't slowed down yet. Lin Xiaoxiao touched her nose in embarrassment, forgetting to take a precaution. A group of people and a pack of wolves flanked each other as they entered the village. And Tian Yuanzi and Tao Xinglan didn't know how they got back to Lin Xiaoxiao's small courtyard. Today's matter had gone beyond their knowledge. Tian Yuanzi was better. He had heard that some people would raise some beasts since childhood and tame them for their own use. But the situation in front of him was obviously different from that. These wolves had their own consciousness, and were not following the orders of these villagers or Lin Xiaoxiao. They got along like equals, like friends, like family. Such a crowd and pack of wolves gathering seemed to be a commonplace thing. Tao Xinglan, from the initial shock, to slowly digested, to now only envy. Those teenagers who usually play with him at this time has a person on the back of those huge black wolves in the village to run away freely. He's so envious. He wants it too. In the courtyard, Tian Yuanzi and the Black Wolf King were wide-eyed, and Lin Xiaoxiao sat awkwardly in the center. So what? Lin tried to break the silence. One person and one wolf turned their heads towards her at the same time. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled the corner of her mouth awkwardly, stood next to the Black Wolf King, and said to Tian Yuanzi, "Grandpa, this is my grandpa. When I was a child I was thrown on the Wolf Mountain. It was my grandpa and my mother who picked me up and raised me. These wolves, all of them are my family." Tian Yuanzi was stunned. He had never asked Xiaoxiao about her life. Seeing that she lived in the village, he subconsciously assumed that she was from the village, not realizing that this girl's life was actually like this. Even if they were humane, wolves were beasts in the end, and for so many years, this girl had actually grown up in the mountains and forests. The old man is heartbroken. What a good doll. In the end, what people are still so vicious, even willing to throw away. This is thanks to the encounter with the humane wolf tribe. This is if the encounter with other beasts. This girl still have life? At this moment, the old man could not wait to dismantle Lin Xiaoxiao's parents, whom he had never met. In his heart, previously, it was the people under the old me who had surprised the Wolf King, so please don't be familiar with them. Tian Yuanzi recognized the time, and admitted his mistake when it was time to admit it, and was able to bend and stretch. This is Xiaoxiao's father. He wants Xiaoxiao as his granddaughter. He has to get her father to agree. The Black Wolf King wasn't the kind of wolf that counted, not to mention that when those people saw them coming, their subconscious was to protect the village. Counting, they were also considered as their own people. So he very kindly nodded to Tian Yuanzi. When Tian Yuanzi saw that the Black Wolf King really understood what he was saying, he changed his mind and his eyebrows flew up in excitement. It's amazing. Think he Tian Yuanzi lived for decades. Did not think that actually one day can sit down and chat with a wolf, which if he died later to go to hell to see the gang of old brothers, he can blow a lifetime. The one man and one wolf, with Lin Xiaoxiao as the interpreter, opened up an awkward conversation. Tao Xinglan people had been standing at the entrance of the small courtyard for a long time. Even Xiaoman had a wolf playing with him. He wanted to go over there so much. He wanted to join in. He also wanted to pet those wolves. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't stand the awkward conversation between one person and one wolf, and thought of a way to let Tian Yuanzi talk. And when Tian Yuanzi didn't understand what the Black Wolf King said, he moved his paw. One paw meant something, and two paws meant something. The Black Wolf King asked about the formation in the mountain. Tian Yuanzi was like opening his words. One person and one wolf finally harmonized. And Lin Xiaoxiao took advantage of this opening to give the slip. Slipping to the door, he saw Tao Xinglan looking with envy at the teenagers and children playing with the Black Wolf clan. "Brother Xinglan?" Lin Xiaoxiao came up from behind him, suddenly uttering a voice that startled Tao Xinglan. Tao Xinglan patted his chest and glanced towards the courtyard. Even Grandpa Tian Yuanzi had a wolf talking with him. But not him. Teenagers are so sad. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled, seeing the envy in the bottom of his eyes. "Want to go play?" Tao Xinglan blushed and nodded. There was nothing bad to admit. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately patted his shoulder. "Go, I'll take you there." After saying that, she put her finger to her mouth and whistled. Soon 3 wolves darted over from the waterfall. One of them was gray and white and froze Tao Xinglan, with only 3 words in his head, "So beautiful." The prettiest wolf stopped in front of Lin Xiaoxiao, and Lin Xiaoxiao jumped onto her back with a flip. "This is my third sister." Lin Xiaoxiao hugged Wu Shue's neck and stroked the soft fur on her body, and spoke to the 2 similar-looking wolves that came afterward. "This is my 4th brother, 5th brother, 4th brother. You take him." Tao Xinglan then saw one of the wolves stop in front of him. He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and followed her example of rolling over onto the wolf's back. "Sit still." The 4th wolf brother wailed and rushed out in an arrow step. If Tao Xinglan hadn't reacted fast enough to hold his neck in time, this would have already been thrown down. Wu Shui followed closely behind and raised her voice. Today Xiao Xiao is moving to a new home. Let's see who hunts more prey to add a few dishes to Xiao Xiao's moving feast. Wolf fourth brother braked sharply and looked back at them. Third sister, then you're definitely not as good as old Five and I. If you lose, you can't go to Wapai and Anyang and tell them off. Wolf fifth brother beside Wolf fourth brother looked at Wolf fourth brother with eyes like a fool and silently took 3 steps away from him. Don't bring him along if you are looking for death. He can't beat third sister. Wu Shui coldly glanced at Wolf fourth brother and grunted. Win me and then we'll talk. Lin Xiaoxiao saw Tao Xinglan, who was sitting on Wolf fourth brother's back with a face full of excitement, and suddenly laughed. Brother Xinglan, let's also compare. Tao Xinglan was in the midst of excitement. Riding on the back of a wolf felt really not bad. The speed of that running up was even faster than he was using light kung fu. Steeply hearing Lin Xiaoxiao speak, he asked in a dumbfounded manner. Then what? Third sister and fourth brother bet on who hunts more prey. Then we'll also compare to who hunts more prey. Lin Xiaoxiao also held her head proudly. One person and one wolf were like mountain elves. Tao Xinglan didn't want to stir up Lin Xiaoxiao's excitement, but he still felt that he was older than Xiao Xiao and knew martial arts, and would win. So he said, that's not good. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyebrows gently rose upwards, her lips lifting slightly. Does brother Xinglan think that I can't do it? No, I'm not. Tao Xinglan hurriedly shook his head. Even if he was, he couldn't admit it. Wolf fifth brother took a few more silent steps away. The man and Lao Si were quite a match. Then let's see what happens underhand. Fifth brother, you be the referee. Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking, and together with Wu Shui, they had already scurried into the forest. Tao Xinglan did not bring a bow and arrow, and did not have time to pick up a few small stones. Fortunately, he still has a lot of coins in his purse, or else he just wanted to make a hidden weapon have nothing to make. Wolf fourth brother afraid of lagging behind Wu Shui, with Tao Xinglan also drilled into the forest. At first a wolf and a person with the stumbling. Wolf fourth brother is even more focused on their own prey chase. Simply forget that their back is still sitting on a person. Fortunately, Tao Xinglan was adaptable and quickly found the degree of fit with Wolf 4. Sometimes before Wolf 4 got close to the prey, Tao Xinglan took the lead in hitting the copper in his hand, and Wolf 4 pounced over to make up for it and threw it to the side. And anyway, Lao Wu would bring the other wolves to pick up the prey that they had shot down later on. In the past few years, the larger beasts in the mountains have gradually migrated away. Really can't beat these Black Wolf Clan wolves. Can't afford to mess with it. Simply hide. But the forest of the mountain chickens and rabbits, as well as the deer on the mountain, are everywhere, especially in the mountains of the wild rabbits. It is a year to give birth to a number of nests. A number of nests and then a number of nests. Generations, unending, to eat cannot be eaten. Wolf fifth brother followed them to pick up even too late, so he went back to the village to get help. And with the help of the other wolves and the teenagers in the village, the prey on both sides was soon gathered separately. Compared to Tao Xinglan and Wolf fourth brother side of the bloody prey, Lin Xiaoxiao and Wu Shui side of the prey to be much cleaner. Because a wolf and a person love clean, Lin Xiaoxiao used the slingshot placed in the space. Wu Shui will not kill the prey bite and get themselves covered in blood. Are directly nonchalant a paw slap down, wringing the neck. By the time the two wolves and the two men emerged from the forest, the outcome was obvious. Wolf fifth brother stood silently next to Uchu and Lin Xiaoxiao's prey, wordlessly announcing the results. Ow, no way. Old 5. Are you helping them cheat? Wolf fourth brother spun in place in anger. Tao Xinglan came to their prey, counted it, and glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao's and Wu Shui's, and although he didn't want to admit it, we lost. Tao Xinglan acknowledged the result. He had a count in his heart of how much prey they had shot. He had just counted it, and the number was right. So Wolf fifth brother had not cheated or favored them, and it was true that they had lost. How can that be? The fourth wolf brother wailed and whined. But unfortunately Tao Xinglan couldn't understand. Xiao Xiao, we lost. These prey belong to you. Manly men, willing to gamble, willing to lose. Lin Xiaoxiao's face raised a smug smile. You guys aren't too bad. Let's go back. Give the prey to the village chief and the others, and have an extra meal today. The half-grown boys who had followed them rode on the backs of the wolves and cheered, and the wolves let out wolf whistles with their hair held high, except for the fourth wolf, who was still sulking. Wolf fifth brother didn't forget to drop a stone. TSK, 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 who on earth gave you the courage to dare provoke third sister? That's a she-devil who has fought all over Wolf Mountain. Humph, even if you're more powerful, you still can't get married. Wolf fourth brother's mouth was baleful to say what was in his heart. Wolf fifth brother's mouth opened into an O shape, and 4 words were written in his 2 big eyes, you're dead. As luck would have it, the next second the screams of the fourth wolf brother were heard. Lin Xiaoxiao silently got off of Uchu and climbed onto the back of Wolf fifth brother, who had been whisked into the forest by Uchu. The miserable cries coming from his ears made Tao Xinglan worried, and every now and then he looked towards the woods, hesitating to go over and save his partner. Lin Xiaoxiao sat on Wolf Fifth Brother's back, wiggling her long legs, and opened her mouth as if she could tell what was on his mind. I advise you better not follow me there, or third sister might even beat you up together. Who in the entire Wolf Mountain didn't know that third sister's marriage was a taboo for her? TSK. Fourth brother was really tired of living alone. After lamenting, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Tao Xinglan who was walking beside her. The fourth brother had been whisked away by the third sister. The fifth brother was carrying himself. The other wolves had already taken the boys down the mountain to deliver the prey. Tao Xinglan could only walk back, but it's a long way back to the village from here, so why don't you let him come up and join you? Before she could say anything, Wolf Fifth moved to protest. He didn't carry anyone other than his sister. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly stroked Wolf Fifth brother's fur and smoothed it out. Brother Xinglan, my fifth brother doesn't like to be touched by strangers too much, and this is still a distance from the village. Why don't you wait for me here, and I'll go back and ask the other wolf brothers to come pick you up? Lin Xiaoxiao said. Tao Xinglan blushed. No, I can return by myself. After saying that, he took a leap and flew forward. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. Wow, the legendary lightness of being. Fifth brother, quick, catch up with him. Undeterred, Wolf Fifth brother went straight after him. Just like that, Tao Xinglan ran all the way back to the village with lightness, while Lin Xiaoxiao and Wolf Fifth brother cheered and chased after him. When he almost reached the village, Tao Xinglan's lightweight skills of flowing clouds and water stunned a group of small friends. Oh my god, Starland can fly. My god, that's so cool. Starland, wait for us. Half-grown-up teenagers all have a martial arts stream in their hearts. Tao Xinglan revealed this hand directly harvested a large number of fans in worship. In the village, several large stoves were set up in the open space in front of the shrine, with meat and large bones cooking in large pots. The fire in the stoves burned vigorously. The cauldrons bubbled with gurgling smoke, and the aroma wafted all over the village. Tao Xinglan was surrounded by a group of teenagers asking him about the kung fu he had just done, wanting to learn from him. Lin Xiaoxiao was also surrounded by a group of girls led by Qiao Qiao who were chattering away. In the village, some of the villagers were picking vegetables. Some were taking the prey that the children had brought back and starting to process it. Some were picking water from the stream, and some were busy helping to chop wood. The older ones then sat together in twos and threes and gossiped, while the Wolf Queen and Lin Chunhua stayed in the courtyard of the village headman's house, taking care of a few wolf cubs that had followed them and Xiaoman, a group of fart children. The whole village was filled with laughter, all looking forward to the feast that was about to begin in a few moments. There was no trace of Tian Yuanzi and the Wolf King in Lin Xiaoxiao's small courtyard anymore, and Lin Xiaoxiao asked the others before realizing that Tian Yuanzi had taken the Wolf King to look at the formation outside the village. It was almost time to eat before the one man and the wolf slowly paced back from outside the village. Your Highness and the old man are back. As soon as they returned, the few old men sitting at the entrance of the village rose to greet them. Tian Yuanzi seemed to be in a good mood. Ha ha, all sit all sit. What to do, all our family. No need to be so polite. The Black Wolf King also nodded at a few villagers, and the villagers smiled as they welcomed the one man and one wolf into the village. The feast was set up in the open space in front of the ancestral hall. The Black Wolf King's family had a separate table right at the top of the feast, a short table with several pots of boiled meat, next to the village chief and Tian Yuanzi, Lin Xiaoxiao's table, and further down was where the villagers sat. In addition, the other wolves of the wolf clan are around. A few wolves count at table, are full of cooked meat. This is also thanks to Wu Shui and the wolf fourth brother to catch back the prey. Otherwise this a moment and a half of this cannot come up with so much meat to the brothers of the wolf clan. With the village headman's call to open the table, everyone took their seats happily. Tian Yuanzi and the Black Wolf King looked at each other and nodded before standing up. Folks, brothers and sisters of the Black Wolf clan, the old man has something he would like to announce. Everyone's gazes fell on Tian Yuanzi, and even the village chief looked at him strangely. There's no such link. Tian Yuanzi, however, smiled, looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with a loving face, and spoke. It's like this. The old man, I have never had a family in my life, and I don't have any grandchildren, and I was fortunate enough to meet the Black Wolf King today, and it's like a good match at first sight. So the old man discussed with His Highness, the Wolf King, and he would like to recognize Xiaoxiao as his granddaughter, and from now on, Lin Xiaoxiao will be the only granddaughter of Tian Yuanzi, and the next owner of our Tianqing floor's next owner. Today, in front of everyone, the old man will pass this heavenly star floor to Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao, when did this happen and how did she not know? Lin Xiaoxiao was still in a state of surprise when Tian Yuanzi called out to her. Xiaoxiao, are you willing? Lin Xiaoxiao was a bit dazed by this sudden pie. Xiaoxiao, quickly agree. Tao Xinglan hurriedly pushed Lin Xiaoxiao and kept making eyes at her, telling her to hurry up and take it. People here may not know Tianxinglu, but he knows very well what kind of existence Tianxinglu is in Tianlong country. Sometimes it is the one in the palace who needs to find them Tianxinglu to buy news. When Xiao Xiao had Tianxinglu as her backing in the future, no one would dare to bully her anymore. And when he recaptured Fine Rain Lu one day, Fine Rain Lu would also be Xiao Xiao's backing. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the Black Wolf King and the Wolf Queen, who was sitting beside the Black Wolf King, looking at her tenderly and nodding at her, and the Black Wolf King nodded back. Everyone was looking at her, and Lin Xiaoxiao looked at everyone, finally looking at Tian Yuanzi before standing up from her seat and kneeling down towards Tian Yuanzi. Grandpa. By calling this grandpa, she would have another family member in the future, and there would be one more person in the world to love her. The corners of Tian Yuanzi's mouth were grinning up to his ears, his joy overflowing. My good treasure, get up, the ground is cold. Tian Yuanzi happily pulled Lin Xiaoxiao up, patting her hand happily, and took out a token from his bosom and put it in her hand. This is the Heavenly Star Order. The world is only this piece. Generations are by the Heavenly Star Building owner custody. With this token, can command the Heavenly Star Building? Today Grandpa will give it to you. You put it away? In the future. But wherever that ungrateful person dares to bully my baby granddaughter, you will fight back fiercely. Don't be afraid. There is Grandpa to back you up. Tian Yuanzi smiled happily. In the future, Tian Yuanzi also has a successor. After 100 years there will be someone to burn incense in front of his grave. Lin Xiaoxiao held the token and was somewhat moved. Thank you, Grandpa. Handing the token over to Lin Xiaoxiao, Tian Yuanzi shouted in a domineering manner. Come out. In a matter of moments, more than a dozen black-clothed men appeared in the courtyard, and in unison, they clasped their fists and knelt down at Lin Xiaoxiao. See you, young lord. Neatly organized, more than a dozen black-clothed men knelt there, respectfully saluting Lin Xiaoxiao. Tian Yuanzi pulled Lin Xiaoxiao. They are all the topmost secret guards beside Grandpa. This time I brought more than a dozen of them with me. When there is a chance in the future Grandpa will let you meet the others in the building. Good. Lin Xiaoxiao beamed with joy. Tian Yuanzi was really happy and looked at the dozen or so dark guards. Go down. Wait. Lin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, pulling Tian Yuanzi and pampering her. Grandpa. They're all here now. Let them eat something before they leave. There are no outsiders here. Lin Xiaoxiao was aware of the existence of these secret guards. Since Tian Yuanzi had set up the formation outside Tianlang village, these secret guards had been guarding around the village. Firstly to protect the safety of the village, and secondly to prevent any villagers from mistakenly walking out of the formation. During this period of time they had eaten and stayed in the mountains. It was really a bit hard. Lin Xiaoxiao was not a native ancient, and in the end, she still couldn't do what she was told to do with these people. Since they were already on their own, she, Lin Xiaoxiao, had never been one to condescend to her own people. What a kind and good girl. Tian Yuanzi liked Lin Xiaoxiao even more. Since your young lord has given the word, you will stay. With Tian Yuanzi's order, the villagers around them spontaneously began to vacate their positions. Moving stools, so many people, a table stuffed with one or two, and soon more than a dozen dark guards for the first time in their lives took off the masks they wore on their faces and sat in the sunlight, eating like ordinary people. Eat up, don't be polite, there's more when you're done. Some enthusiastic villagers had already begun to clip food for them. These secret guards were a bit overwhelmed by the situation they faced for the first time, and could only bury their heads and say thank you and eat. Tian Yuanzi pulled Lin Xiaoxiao to sit down. Happy in any way. Lin Xiaoxiao thought of something and said with a smile, you guys wait for me. After saying that, she ran back to her room, flashed into the space, and found 2 porcelain bottles of wine on the wine cabinet, the bottles imitating those of ancient times, and the patterns on them were also beautiful. At that time grandfather gave her these 2 bottles of wine when he told her, the wine in this is very early, a long time ago a brewing master personally brewed, treasured for 100 years, a total of only 10 bottles. He got 2 bottles, has not been able to drink, put in the cellar is also put, so to Lin Xiaoxiao decorative wine cabinet. Anyway, Lin Xiaoxiao didn't worry about not being able to change things back in the space, took 2 bottles of wine, removed the cumbersome packaging on the outside, and took the 2 bottles and went out of the room. It smells good. Before the bottle cap was even opened, Tian Yuanzi could smell the strong fragrance of the wine. Lin Xiaoxiao personally opened the cap of the bottle, and immediately the rich aroma of the wine spread out in all directions, intoxicating the old men and women in the village. The smell alone tells you it must be good wine. Grandpa, this is the wine I used to brew on Wolf Mountain. There are only these 2 bottles in total. I'm happy today. Give them all to Grandpa to drink. Lin Xiaoxiao personally poured it for Tian Yuanzi. The village chief originally thought that such fragrant wine could he have the honor to taste it, but when he heard Lin Xiaoxiao say that it was just these 2 bottles, he dismissed the idea, and could only look and gulp. Moving his nose, it was good to smell the aroma. The other villagers did the same, and all put away their desire to taste it. Lin Xiaoxiao finished pouring for Tian Yuanzi and then poured a cup for the village head as well. Miss Xiaoxiao, let's give such expensive wine to the old man. We won't drink it. The village chief hurriedly got up and pushed back. Lin Xiaoxiao poured him a full glass and laughed. Wine is brewed just for drinking. What's so expensive about it? Although Tian Yuanzi couldn't bear to part with it, he still nodded along. Yes, isn't wine brewed just for drinking? Xiaoxiao poured it for you and you drank it. Don't waste such a good wine. However, he still quietly hid the bottle that Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't opened yet in his arms. The bottle in Xiaoxiao's hand has been opened. Drink it. This bottle he must take care of. Later slowly savor. This is his baby granddaughter, filial piety to him. Lin Xiaoxiao also pretended not to see Tian Yuanzi's small movements. Just took the bottle and poured another glass for the village head's old man Wang Shan. Several of the village's oldest masters followed the light. Each also shared a glass. A bottle of wine went most of the way. As for the others, nope, she couldn't split it evenly, so she just didn't. The rest of Lin Xiaoxiao poured a cup for the Black Wolf King as well. Abba, you're allowed to drink some wine today. Lin Xiaoxiao winked mischievously. The Black Wolf King stuck out his tongue and licked a little bit. Well, it's better than the one Xiaoxiao gave him last time. The Wolf Queen was beside herself with helplessness. But it was a fun day, so drink a little. Tian Yuanzi recognized his granddaughter and got a beautiful wine, and felt that this world's beauty could not be better. After the wine and dinner, the dark guards returned to their posts, and the villagers began to clean up the mess. So Lin Xiaoxiao went back to her new home as they didn't have to participate in the subsequent cleaning. The small courtyard is the layout designed by Tian Yuanzi himself. The village people burnt and built it brick by brick, inside and outside planted with flowers and plants dug by the villagers from the mountains. It is both cozy and nice to look at. As for the formation laid down by Tian Yuanzi, Lin Xiaoxiao did not activate it. The village was full of ordinary villagers. This formation could not be used. Of course, Lin Xiaoxiao also hoped that there would be no day when she could use it. It was getting dark, and the Black Wolf King and Queen were going to take the wolves back to Wolf Mountain. Xiaoxiao. Before leaving, the Black Wolf King and Wolf Queen called Lin Xiaoxiao into the courtyard, looking at her with unwillingness written in their eyes. Sensitive as she was, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly sensed that their emotions were off. Ah father, ah mother. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly panicked. What's wrong? Tears instantly welled up in the Wolf Queen's fluorescent green eyes, and Lin Xiaoxiao instantly panicked, pouncing forward and hugging the Wolf Queen's neck. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? As she spoke, her own tears fell. Her heart, seeing the Wolf Queen like this, made her so sad. The Wolf Queen hurriedly shook her head. It's fine. Emma is fine. Emma just suddenly thought of when we picked you up. You were only that little bit big, as if all of a sudden, you've grown up. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were red and she hugged the Wolf Queen and pampered her. Even if she grows up again, Xiaoxiao will be a Yang Xiaoxiao. The Black Wolf King looked at the mother and daughter, angled his head to hold back the tears in his eyes, and spoke. Alright, don't scare the child. Xiaoxiao. Dad called you out. There's something he wants to talk to you about. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him with tear-stained eyes, and the Black Wolf King's heart softened, but he still endured it and said, I've discussed this with your auntie, so from now on you'll stay and live in the Tian Wolf village, and you don't need to return to Wolf Mountain with us. Before the Black Wolf King could finish his words, Lin Xiaoxiao cried, Father, Mother, you don't want me? The Wolf Queen wanted to wipe her tears, but her own paws were afraid of hurting Lin Xiaoxiao, so she could only coax. Silly child. What silly things are you saying? How could a father and a mother not want you? Lin huffed. You won't let me go back to the wolf cave. You won't let me go home. You child. Your dad hasn't finished his words yet. The Wolf Queen's original emotion of reluctance was dispersed in one go by Lin Xiaoxiao's nonsense, leaving only heartache. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately looked at the Black Wolf King with an accusing face, as if the girl would continue to cry if the Black Wolf King's later words did not satisfy her. The Black Wolf King sighed. We were originally worried that you would not adapt back to the human world and would be bullied if you didn't have a good time. But now you have Grandpa to protect you. He told me a lot today. In the human world, he is a very powerful being, and Dad believes that he will be able to protect you as you grow up. Xiaoxiao, you have skills that are different from the norm, and the Black Wolf clan has been enlightened with the light of your presence, no different from humans. But we are beasts in the end. There are many things that are inconvenient for us to be around you. And there is also a high possibility that people will categorize you as an alien, and even go on to harm you because of us. This is not what your auntie and I want to see. That's why we've discussed it. Letting you return to a normal human life. No matter what happens in the future, Wolf Mountain will be your leaning on and retreat. The Black Wolf King looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. His face's seriousness he had never seen before. When he and Tian Yuanzi went to check out the formations laid on the mountain, Tian Yuanzi mentioned to him that he wanted to recognize Xiao Xiao as his granddaughter, and let Xiao Xiao inherit his mantle in the future, so that on the one hand, it would be considered to let him, Tian Yuanzi, have someone to succeed him, and on the other hand, it was also for the purpose of protecting Lin Xiaoxiao. Tian Yuanzi analyzed Lin Xiaoxiao's current situation with the Black Wolf King. With all her skills, her medical skills, in the future, as long as she showed a little bit of her head in the world of humans, she would surely attract attention and sensation, and when that time came, there would be countless people throwing olive branches at her. And of course, there would surely be some people who would be quick to get rid of her. If she had no background and no leverage, she would only end up being devoured with no crumbs left in the huge Tianlong kingdom. The same as also Tian Yuanzi told him. Tian Xinglu will become Xiao Xiao and the Tianlong country rely on. But people have every day. The sky has unpredictable winds and clouds. He cannot guarantee that the Tian Xinglu will not meet more powerful opponents in the future. If there is a day the Tian Xinglu cannot protect Lin Xiaoxiao, then the Wolf Mountain, the Black Wolf Clan, is the last retreat of Lin Xiaoxiao. If the Jianghu cannot be stayed, but also to return to the Wolf Mountain, to return to the side of him and the Wolf Queen, to return to the paradise of the world's paradise. In reality, what the Black Wolf King knew, Lin Xiaoxiao's skills were not just medical skills. Silly child, how could a father and a mother not want you? Even if we don't want your fourth and fifth brother, we won't not want you. You can go back to Wolf Mountain anytime you want to. There is your home. When you want to go back to, 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 when you want to. The Black Wolf King and said seriously, there is also the most important point. In the future those skills must be well hidden, especially your illusion. Must not let anyone find. There is also your origin. Also remember not to tell others. On the contrary, your life in this life, after going out to find a way to find out, with the help of the old man, it should not be too difficult. Back then those people a dad remembers very clearly, is to you to death. Or rather, originally you have already been killed by them. Xiao Xiao. People's hearts are separated from their stomachs. This is all too unbelievable for you to the people here. Is not tolerated by the world. Of course Lin Xiaoxiao understands these truths. She just wants to live recklessly based on her age in this life. Wants to make up for the parental affection she lost in her previous life. And wants to grow up slower. Xiao Xiao understands. Lin Xiaoxiao rubbed against the Black Wolf King. Ah dad, I made you worry. She wasn't really a 7 or 8-year-old yellow-haired girl. An adult, how could she not understand these most superficial truths? The Black Wolf King and the Wolf Queen both looked at her. And the Wolf Queen opened her mouth. Don't condemn yourself in the future. If you poke through the sky, there are still Adad and Anyang to give you a roof over your head. In the future, if there is something wrong, let Kai Lantern come to notify us. And if you want to go home as well, let Kai Lantern come back and say a word. And your Adad and I will come down to the mountain to pick you up. Well, don't worry Anyang. I'll take care of myself. You guys have to take care of yourselves in the wolf cave as well. And you guys have to visit me often. If you don't want to appear in front of people anymore, just call out from the mountains, and I'll come to you. Lin Xiaoxiao was reluctant to part. Good. The two wolves looked at each other and rubbed Lin Xiaoxiao's face together. Then we'll go back. Xiao Xiao, take care. Aha. Lin Xiaoxiao forced back her tears and waved goodbye to the two wolves. Bye-bye. Ah dad. Ah Nyang. The Black Wolf King glanced at Tian Yuanzi, who was standing under the porch, and Tian Yuanzi nodded at him, reassuring him. Only then did the Black Wolf King let out a long whistle to the sky, and the wolves scattered throughout the village suddenly all jumped up and ran in one direction. The Black Wolf King raised his paw and stroked Lin Xiaoxiao's head, and together with the Wolf Queen, they leaped onto the village road, and in 3 or 2 steps, they went up to the nearby mountains and forests, and disappeared into the darkness. Lin Xiaoxiao stood in the doorway for a long time. The bits and pieces of time she spent with the Black Wolf King and the Wolf Queen all skimmed through her mind one by one. In this life, except for not being in human form, the Black Wolf King and the Wolf Queen gave her all the parental love and affection she needed. There were also older siblings who took care of her and sometimes even made her forget that she was still alone. What the Black Wolf King said to her was very realistic. From the moment she started meddling in the lives of the villagers, from the moment she stepped into the Sky Wolf Village, there was no way for her to return to the Wolf Mountain alone and get rid of this world. She would always have to return to live in the human world again. She's going to find out what happened to her, and she's going to avenge that poor little girl. Lin Xiaoxiao turned around to go back to the courtyard and saw Tian Yuanzi standing at the door of his room with his hands behind his back looking at her with a loving face. Grandpa, why aren't you resting in your room? Lin Xiaoxiao quickly walked over and took the initiative to support Tian Yuanzi. Just like you, to send off your A dad and A mother. Xiao, why don't you tell Grandpa about when you were a child? How did you get to Wolf Mountain? And the Wolf King and Queen, how did they pick you up? Tian Yuanzi had been remembering Lin Xiaoxiao's birth since the end of the feast, but he hadn't been able to find a chance to ask. Now that it was just their grandparents and grandchildren, there was nothing to hide. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. I don't remember anything from my childhood. I was knocked out and woke up in the mountains. In the middle of winter. It was very cold. And then I saw 2 wolves, but they didn't eat me. They even brought me back to their wolf cave and found wild fruits to feed me. And I've been living with my dad and my mom and the wolves of the Black Wolf clan since then until the beginning of the year, when the village people went up to the mountains to hunt wolves, and met up with the wolf clan, and learned that it was the village children who were sick, and only then did I go down to the mountains. Tian Yuanzi was heartbroken and surprised. You've been living with wolves? Then who did you learn your medical skills from? Lin Xiaoxiao heart a thump, but on the face of a very pure and calm, I learned it myself. I do not play with my brothers in the mountains, just run around all day. And then in a cave on a mountain found some books, and all kinds of strange things. I do not know if I was thrown in the Wolf Mountain before reading, but see those books on the word I recognize. Anyway, in the Wolf Mountain well, and nothing else to play. I just read all day in that cave, learn things in the book, but learn seems to be of little use. I can only be a veterinarian in the Wolf Mountain, or learn to be a vet, or to learn to be a vet. Anyway, in the Wolf Mountain, and there is nothing else to play. I will be in that cave all day long to read and learn things in the book, but learn seems to be of little use. I can only be a veterinarian in the Wolf Mountain, or later came to the village, only began to give people medical treatment. Lin Xiaoxiao bullshitting that is a no mental burden. Tian Yuanzi sigh. This world is too many strange things. He stroked his beard, said, I'm afraid that the books left in the cave, which is before the great man left behind, fought the Wolf Mountain on the deserted, did not expect to be your girl to run into, but also all learned. Is also considered to be your destiny. In the future, when the appropriate day of sacrifice, you have to remember to give you this have never met the master to offer a cup of wine, but also to repay him for leaving these books. After all, we benefit from it, right? From the beginning to the end, Tian Yuanzi only asked Lin Xiaoxiao about her life and growing up. Even if Lin Xiaoxiao spouted nonsense about what secret book she read, the old man only told her to remember the kindness of the person who left the books behind, and didn't ask for half a word on where this cave was. Lin Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and smiled in response, but in her heart, she was relieved. Suddenly, Tian Yuanzi raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, smiling, right oh, you girl are so smart. You can learn such out of this world medical skills just by self-study. Grandpa really didn't look at the wrong person. From tomorrow onwards, you'll be following Grandpa, and Grandpa will definitely teach you all of Grandpa's lifelong learning. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately changed to starry eyes. Grandpa, what do you know? Tian Yuanzi stroked his beard with a proud face and said rather proudly, what's your grandfather? I would know that's a lot. Don't worry, Grandpa will definitely teach you all that Grandpa would. Sending Tian Yuanzi back to his room, Lin Xiaoxiao then returned to her room, flashed into the space. In the space, there was a photo of her and the Black Wolf King's family. Polaroid shot. Lin Xiaoxiao carefully put the photo into a frame, and placed it on the bedside table in her bedroom. Just put it together with the photo of her mom and dad in her previous life. After sitting with the photo for a while, Lin Xiaoxiao re-entered her room and climbed into bed. The next day she was woken up by the bustle in the yard. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced out the window and found that Wang Zhang and a few teenagers who usually played with Tao Xinglan were here. Xiao Xiao was cross-eyed and crossed her arms to reprimand them, smacking them for disturbing Lin Xiaoxiao's rest so early in the morning. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the now no longer obsequious Xiao Xiao. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, put on her clothes and opened the door to her room. Unpowdered face. Jade-like skin meets the morning light white and red, hair casually scattered draped over the shoulders, so that a group of teenagers looked dumbfounded. When Xiao Xiao saw that they weren't being playful with themselves anymore, she turned her head to see Lin Xiaoxiao standing cloaked in the doorway of her room, and instantly thought of something and rushed at the teenagers with a kick each. What are you looking at? Still looking. Only after kicking the teenagers did Xiao Xiao run to the door of Lin Xiaoxiao's room and dragged her back to her room, snapping the door shut. The teenagers looked at each other. Their faces reddened. Everyone was embarrassed. Even though they had been together for so long, they still blushed when they saw the Xiao Xiao girl. I can't blame them. I can only blame Dawn for being so good looking. Xiao Xiao pulled Lin Xiaoxiao into the house and looked at her, her face reddening. Xiao Xiao is so pretty. she's getting better and better. Let me help you comb your hair. Xiao Xiao held Lin Xiaoxiao down and sat in front of the dresser, so she brushed her hair. It was clear that the two were about the same age, but it had always been Xiao Xiao who took care of Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiao Xiao, Grandma said for me to move over and live with you so that I can take care of you easily. I should have known that I should have just followed you here yesterday so that if they dared to come in I would have thrown them all out. Xiao Xiao was obviously still angry over the fact that Wang Zhang and the others had disturbed Lin Xiaoxiao's sleep. Her little mouth was one by one, and her little face was bulging like an angry puffer fish. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her small melon face in the bronze mirror. Xiao Xiao's hands were very skillful, better than her combing her own hair. The room next door is for you. Just tell Grandma Lin and move over. It's just that you're coming to live with me. Do Aunt Xiaoqin and Uncle Fong agree? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her from the mirror. Agreed. My mother can be happy. This morning when I got up she even helped me pack my bags. People who don't know still think that you're the real one and I'm the one who picked me up. Xiao Xiao wrapped up as she spoke, finally letting go. Alright. Mirror of the young girl, eyebrow like a curved moon, eyes flow like autumn water. A small age will have fallen out of the pavilion. I do not know after growing up will be how stunning. Lin Xiaoxiao looked across the room, left and right, and was very satisfied. By the way, why are your second uncle and the others here so early? Xiao Xiao replied. What else could it be? After seeing Duke Tao show that hand yesterday, every one of them are clamoring to come and worship the master today. Tao Xinglan was surrounded by a group of teenagers, chattering, all looking for him to pay homage and begging him to take on a student. They also wanted to learn martial arts. It's not that I don't teach you guys, it's that practicing martial arts is very hard, and you didn't grow up practicing. It will be 10 times 100 times harder than others. Tao Xinglan persuaded bitterly. Not that he didn't want to teach, but the path of practicing martial arts once started there is no reason to stop. Not to mention the suffering involved, he knew better than anyone else. In the first few years, he didn't even want to think about it. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Xiao were sitting not far away to watch the fun. Tao Xinglan asked her for help, and Lin Xiaoxiao had both hands spread out, unable to do anything. She wanted to learn it herself, not to mention them, but she had her grandfather, who had said he would teach her all of this. Xinglan, we're not afraid of hard work, we really want to learn. Just teach us. Yes, 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 we're not afraid of hard work. The hand you showed yesterday was really too cool. Xinglan, just take us in. We'll definitely learn from you. A few people were talking, and Tao Xinglan was really clueless. Tian Yuanzi held a teapot and wobbled out of the house, looking at their group of teenagers with a smile on his face. Xinglan, since they want to learn, you can just accept these disciples, as long as they are not afraid of hard work and won't give up halfway. Tian Yuanzi opened his mouth. In fact, he was also thinking, to find a few companions for his precious granddaughter, to be able to practice together, and in the future, there will also be a few more people for his precious granddaughter to practice on. Tao Xinglan had a helpless look on his face. Are you guys really going to learn? Have you told your family? Tao Xinglan asked a few people. A few people nodded their heads, said, my father couldn't be happier. My mother, too, said that I should learn well from you, so that I wouldn't have to do any work in the house in the future. So are we. Tao Xinglan looked at Tian Yuanzi, who nodded at him. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao again, that girl was watching the fun with a smile on her face. Hopeless. Alright then, I can teach you guys, but it's definitely not as easy for you to start learning now as it was from a young age. And I don't expect to be some kind of martial arts master in the future, but basic self-defense is definitely enough. A few people saw Tao Xinglan agree, and were so happy that they immediately wanted to kneel down to pay homage to the master, but Tao Xinglan stopped them. No, we'll practice together in the future. As long as you guys aren't afraid of hard work, I'll definitely teach you everything I know. Oh, great, the teenagers cheered, and someone asked urgently, Master, so when do we start? Tao Xinglan already didn't want to correct their name. He could call them Master if he wanted to, they were his friends anyway, so he could call them whatever he wanted. Then from now on, each person legs tied to 5 pounds of sandbags to start running. Run until you cannot hold on until, after every 3 days to aggravate once. When you can tie a foot tied to 20 pounds of sandbags can still be able to walk like a fly. I'll start to teach you other. In addition, I will teach you a set of internal martial arts. From now on to practice surely did not hit the effect of the practice of the small good, but it's better than nothing, and it's not like we can't practice it if we work together. Tao Xinglan immediately had the look of being a young master. The teenagers were excited to hear this. Good. We'll go home now to make sandbags and gather here in half an hour. With Wang Zhang's order, the teenagers all ran towards home and went back to let their mother sew the sandbags. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at them as they dispersed in a flurry of activity and twisted her head to look at Tian Yuanzi. Grandpa, do I have to be like this too? Tian Yuanzi smiled. You don't need to. Xinglan did this to practice their physical strength. You grew up in the mountains since you were young and lived with wolves. Your agility is far above theirs. What Grandpa is going to teach you is the internal martial arts. Practice your internal martial arts heart first. Practicing the rest will be much easier. Lin Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to be like them and run around the mountains with sandbags strapped to her. If you can simplify it, you should definitely simplify it. Tian Yuanzi took a sip of tea and looked at Xiao Xiao. However, Xiao Xiao is going to practice with them. Ha! Jojo was dumbfounded. Me too? Tian Yuanzi's expression was serious as he nodded. You're going to follow Xiao Xiao in the future. Without some self-defense skills, when you encounter danger, let alone letting you protect Xiao Xiao, is it possible that you want her to protect you in turn? Xiao Xiao hurriedly lowered her head at this steep lecture from Tian Yuanzi. Tian Yuanzi glanced at her and said to Lin Xiaoxiao, if it's not possible, Grandpa will transfer a maid from the building with great martial arts skills over to take care of you. When Xiao Xiao heard this, how can this work? This is not to steal her job. Immediately said, I'll learn. After saying this, she also looked at Lin Xiaoxiao pitifully. Xiao Xiao, don't want me. I'll learn. I'll definitely learn well. And make sure that I won't drag you down in the future. Lin Xiaoxiao never thought of letting Xiao Xiao learn martial arts. In her opinion, Xiao Xiao was quite good like this, but Tian Yuanzi had said so. Lin Xiaoxiao thought about it as if it was also the truth. There was no need for Xiao Xiao to learn how powerful she was. As long as she could protect herself by herself, it would be good. But she couldn't bear it after all. Xiao Xiao, it's fine if you don't want to learn. You don't have to know martial arts to follow me. Xiao Xiao's head shook like a rattle drum. No. I'll learn. I'll definitely learn well. I'll go make sandbags now. Said also really ran back home. Her luggage although brought over. But our clothes? To do sandbags have to go to find Grandma to get some rough cloth. Lin Xiaoxiao watched her run out of the courtyard and glared helplessly at Tian Yuanzi. Grandpa, what are you doing? Look how scared Jojo is. Tian Yuanzi changed his seriousness just now and said smilingly, Grandpa is for your own good. Of course, Grandpa also respects your intention. You will definitely have to leave the village in the future. If you say that you won't take Xiao Xiao to leave, then Grandpa won't force her to learn it. If you want to take her with you to leave, then she has to learn it. I don't ask for her to practice how powerful it is. I only ask for her to be able to protect herself and not to drag her feet for you. And of course, Grandpa isn't scaring her. I've already sent word to the building. Someone will be here in a few days. Tian Yuanzi lost his smile as he looked at her dumb and dopey appearance. You are my Tian Yuanzi's granddaughter. How can there be no one around you? Don't worry. Grandpa will arrange everything for you. What else could Lin Xiaoxiao say? As a Leiwer, then suffer. By the way, Xiao Xiao, do you want to look into your birth? Tian Yuanzi suddenly said. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him, then lowered her head. I don't remember anything, and the only clue is the Lin character embroidered on the clothes. It's hard to check, isn't it? Seeing her like this, Tian Yuanzi painfully touched her head and comforted her. Even if it's hard, Grandpa will help you find out. Do you really not remember anything? Lin shook her head. This time, the old man Tian Yuanzi was heartbroken. This matter is left to Grandpa. No matter what, Grandpa will definitely help you find your family. As for why you were thrown alone in Wolf Mountain, Grandpa will also investigate it clearly and return justice to you. The teenagers began to follow Tao Xinglan to practice together. The first few days just tied the sandbags to run for 2 hours. Later the sandbags are getting heavier and the time is getting longer and longer. Xiao Xiao followed them, and the skin on her feet was worn through several layers. But luckily she had the ointment Lin Xiao Xiao had prepared for her. I thought Jojo would not be able to hold out, but I didn't expect to be more resilient than several of the boys, even if it was hard. Those boys didn't want to be outclassed by a girl and practiced their asses off. Since they followed Tao Xinglan to practice martial arts, all the children in the village, no matter how big or small, followed along and practiced together, and the team of martial arts practitioners grew bigger and bigger. To Lin Xiaoxiao's surprise, in addition to Xiao Xiao, there were several more girls who joined in. The villagers have said that they don't ask them to practice anything, but only ask them to be more than capable in the future. As soon as there were more people, the age division was also big. The more than 10 dark guards brought by Tian Yuanzi were temporarily captured as martial arts training masters, and later on, even the village's young and strong people also joined in. They said that no matter how well they learned, they only prayed that they wouldn't be unable to do anything when Miss Xiao Xiao needed them in the future. The villagers are so united. Tian Yuanzi is very happy, but he did not intend to let these villagers do anything. After all, even if there is something, that is also as Tian Xing Lu top in the front. The sky collapses down there is also as Tian Xing Lu support it, but he was happy to see everyone so united. and instructed the dark guards to make sure they were taught properly. Lin Xiaoxiao saw what everyone was doing in her eyes. She couldn't help with anything else. She could only make some ointment for bruises to give to everyone and try to make everyone suffer less. 2 months later, Lin Xiaoxiao's small courtyard welcomed a few special guests. When Lin Xiaoxiao was called back, she saw a number of guards standing inside and outside of her small courtyard, and all of these people had the special markings of the Heavenly Star building on them. Young lord. Just as Lin Xiaoxiao reached the door, the 2 guards standing at the doorway bowed to her with respectful fists. This suddenness was still a bit uncomfortable for Lin Xiaoxiao. Hard at work, she walked in like a leader inspecting a job. As soon as she entered, the 2 guards stood guard again without looking away. Who knew that there were even more people after entering the door? And the neatly harmonized cry of young lord almost scared Lin Xiaoxiao, immediately followed by a red figure flashed out from Tian Yuanzi's house. A wink and the person was already in front of her. Lin Xiaoxiao subconsciously took a step back to see the visitor. A very pretty and flirty woman in a red dress. Well, probably in her late 20s. At this moment, this woman was looking at Lin Xiaoxiao with 2 glowing eyes. The astonishment under her eyes no less than Lin Xiaoxiao's reaction to seeing her. You are Xiaoxiao, right? The woman complimented without hiding the amazement in her eyes. You must be a great beauty when you grow up. Lin Xiaoxiao, you are? Anyone who could come out of Grandpa's house should be someone Grandpa knew. Xiaoxiao, come here. Tian Yuanzi stood in the doorway and waved at her, then spoke to the woman in red. Lan'er, can you change your fidgety nature? It's scaring the child. Lin smiled at Sakuran and ran over. Grandpa, do you have a guest? Lin Xiaoxiao noticed that next to Tian Yuanzi stood a man in his 30s. Tall and straight, with good looks and a kind face, who was smiling kindly at Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't know the identity of this person, and only nodded to him before standing obediently at Tian Yuanzi's side, curiously sneaking a look at these 2 extra people in the house. The woman in red also twisted her slender waist at this time and came next to a few people, standing next to the man with a kind face and waving her hand at Lin Xiaoxiao, smiling that sunny smile. Xiaoxiao, this is your Grandmaster Uncle Gongyan, Grandpa's great disciple. He is now in charge of all the big and small matters of Tianqing building. Tian Yuanzi introduced the man with a kind face. Ouch. Elders, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly bowed obediently. Good day, Master Uncle. Tian Yuanzi introduced the woman in red again helplessly and with some favor. This is your second great aunt Sakura Lan, Grandpa's second disciple, and the person in charge of intelligence gathering in the building. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly bowed again. Good day, second senior aunt. Sakura Lan happily pulled over Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, a pair of eyes blinking with their own flavor. Happily said, what do you call the second master aunt? How unfamiliar. Just call her aunt. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately started kissing ass. Auntie, oi. Sakuran was even happier, directly holding Lin Xiaoxiao's hand and not letting go. Tian Yuanzi was also too lazy to care about her. It's good that they like Xiaoxiao. So he added, you also have a third uncle, Duan Zhengqing, but he's out on business right now and can't make it back. So I'll introduce you to him when we meet later. Cherry Orchid let out a delicate laugh and pulled Lin Xiaoxiao. It's okay, your third uncle didn't come, but let me bring you a gift. Come on, I'll take you to see if you like it or not, and if you don't like it, just throw it back to him and let him find it again. The corner of Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. This was the first time I heard of receiving a gift and not liking it and being able to throw it back and have it regifted, and immediately said, it's fine, I like whatever third uncle sends me. Sakura Lan immediately snapped. Don't be too happy. That guy of his is a straight shooter. There are only a few gifts he can think of. Saying that, she had already led Lin Xiaoxiao to the table in the house and opened one of the boxes. Only a moon-white belt was placed in the box, which didn't look anything special. See, I told you he couldn't send anything good. Come. Leave him alone and see what auntie brought you. Sakura Lan pulled Lin Xiaoxiao and was about to look at what she had sent, but was stopped by Tian Yuanzi and Gongyan, who then walked in, giving their voices. Don't listen to your aunt. Your aunt and your third uncle are at each other's throats whenever they meet. Of course they will say that the things he sent are bad. Gongyan opened his mouth. Sakura Lan immediately let go of Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, pouted and hammered Gongyan's chest, saying angrily, Gongyan, which end are you standing on? Lin Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Oh yo, there's a situation. Gongyan immediately softened down, lightly coaxed, you this head, but we cannot open eyes, say blind ah. Poof. Sakuran lightly grunted, ignoring him. Gongyan helplessly lost his smile, picking up the belt in the box, only to see him hold the side of the belt. Gently a draw will be drawn from the belt sandwich and a thing. The silver light flashed. One hand flipped, just now also soft as a belt thing instantly became a sharp sword, steadily held in Gongyan's hand. Crap, Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned. Could this be the legendary soft sword? Usually used as a belt, but drawn out as a sword when killing and setting fire? Martial arts novels and dramas honestly don't deceive me. It was a pity that the long sword that had just been handsome in Gong Yan's hands had turned back into a belt in Lin Xiaoxiao's hands. She was so angry at that one. You're still young and just started practicing martial arts. It's normal that you can't control it. Wait until later when you can skillfully control your internal force. Then you'll be able to manipulate it as well as Grandmaster Uncle. Gong Yan comforted her. Lin has been struck. Gong Yan continued. Master then sent the message back to the building. The old three just took a single to go to Shu, where there is the best weapons forger. This soft sword is the old three asked to build specifically for you. The sword body with the lightest but also the toughness of the strongest cold iron. The most suitable for girls to use. The belt material is also after special treatment. The knife and gun invasion. Fire and water. But for the sake of your safety, before you cannot master this soft sword or put away first, otherwise hurt you. Master is afraid that will peel the skin of the old three. Does not invade, but for your safety, before you can't skillfully master this soft sword. This soft sword is better to be put away first, or else if it hurts you, Master is afraid that he will peel off Lao San's skin. Tian Yuanzi nodded. Lao San, this elm brain, finally did the right thing. Well, at least it didn't piss him off this time. After Gong Yan finished speaking, he put the soft sword back and put it back in the box. Lin Xiaoxiao watched with bated breath and couldn't use it, vowing to practice hard and try to use her own weapon soon. Gong Yan put the soft sword away and gently bumped Sakuran, who was pouting and sulking with him, with his shoulder again. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her somewhat childish senior aunt and wanted to laugh a little, hurriedly coming over to hold Sakuran's arm and asked in a petulant manner, what kind of gift did auntie prepare for Xiaoxiao? There won't be none. Cherry Orchid was amused by her, ranting and nodding Lin Xiaoxiao's little nose, saying, how can that be? It's not easy for our family to have a new doll. How can auntie not prepare a gift for you? I'll tell you. The gift I prepared is definitely better than the one Lao San prepared, and you can use it right now. With that, she offered her own box and childishly pushed the gift prepared by Third Master to the side. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and didn't say anything, suddenly looking forward to meeting that third uncle somewhat. Sakuran gave a pair of bracelets. On the surface it looks like an ordinary bracelet suitable for a little girl to wear, but once you touch the upper face of the mechanism, the bracelet will fire extremely fine needles from the fine holes. Even the most powerful martial arts masters will find it hard to dodge through. Well, isn't the one from auntie more practical than the one from Lao San? And this bracelet won't draw suspicion when worn on the hand, so try it on. Cherry Orchid spoke the wind and pulled Lin Xiaoxiao's hand and put the two bracelets on. What made Lin Xiaoxiao even more surprised was that this bracelet could even be retracted, adjusted according to the thickness of her current wrist. Even if she grew up later, she wouldn't be unable to wear it because her hand had gotten thicker. For those who don't know, it really looks like two very ordinary bracelets. The only bad place is that the bracelet and the needle launched out it is difficult to find back. Can only do new, but so as if the hair like fine needles is very difficult to do. The bracelet on the mechanism to press a launch a total of 2 bracelets of 20 fine needles, when necessary, is definitely a life-saving weapon. Thank you auntie, I love it. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly and shook her hand. Sakuran was happy, and the more she looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, the more she liked her. The third uncle and the second aunt gave them both self-defense weapons. In contrast, the oldest Gong Yan gave a dagger with a beautiful jewel inlaid on the handle. The whole dagger looked small and ornate, and it was very convenient to put it on one's waist or hide it in one's boots. Lin Xiaoxiao happily received the 3 gifts, so she thought about how she should return the gift to honor the 3 elders, and turned back to the space to look for it. After seeing the 2 elders, Tian Yuanzi called in another person from outside the house, a girl in a strong suit, looking about 17 or 18 years old, with a head of long hair combed high and a ponytail standing behind her head, looking cool and valiant. As soon as the girl entered, she knelt down in front of Tian Yuanzi and bowed. Xiao, this is Hong Ying. From today onwards, she will follow you, Tian Yuanzi said. Red Tassel immediately turned around to face Lin Xiaoxiao and saluted. Red Tassel has met young lord. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Tian Yuanzi in confusion. Tian Yuanzi said, Grandpa told you before. We'll arrange another person beside you to protect you to take care of you. There are quite a few experts in the building, but all of them are men. Grandpa can't let a man to follow you, although Hong Ying is a girl, but her martial arts skills are also ranked in the building. With her to follow you, Grandpa is also assured some. Lin Xiaoxiao worriedly glanced at Xiao Xiao. During this period of time Xiao Xiao's performance, Lin Xiaoxiao had seen it in her eyes. She didn't practice martial arts since she was a child, but this period of time she had really worked hard. In order not to be looked down upon by those boys, she had to work 10 times and 100 times harder than even the others in order to do so. Every night when Lin Xiaoxiao rubbed the medicine on her, seeing the worn and grown feet, and the various bruises on her body from the falls and bumps, Every time she rubbed the ointment on Xiao Xiao it hurt so much that tears were in her eyes, but she still forced herself to say it didn't hurt. In the end, Lin Xiaoxiao was still afraid that Xiao Xiao would think too much. After all, she had worked so hard to keep Lin Xiaoxiao from letting someone replace her. But Lin Xiaoxiao never thought that she would let someone replace her. Xiao Xiao was also looking at the red tassel, her eyes a little red, but she didn't say anything. She just stood to the side obediently and did what she had to do. Tian Yuanzi nodded secretly. Xiao Xiao's change in progress still satisfied him quite a bit. From now on, Hongying will take care of you together with Xiao Xiao. You will have Xiao Xiao for your living, and Hongying will follow to protect you. Lin Xiaoxiao's face was pleased. She was truly worried that Tian Yuanzi would replace Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was also very happy and excited. Directly kneeling down to show her loyalty, the slave girl will definitely take good care of Miss. She had followed Lin Xiaoxiao because her grandparents had let her, and her family had planned it that way, so Xiao Xiao had always known what kind of position she was in beside Lin Xiaoxiao, but no one had ever poked through the window paper before, so everyone was doing what they usually did. But this won't work. In front of the old man, the rules that should be spoken must be spoken. Tian Yuanzi nodded in satisfaction. Alright, don't kneel, get up. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled Xiao Xiao up, and pulled Hongying again. Thank you, young lord. Red Tassel thanked him. Jojo looked and followed suit. Thank you, miss. Lin Xiaoxiao glared at her. Xiao Xiao's eyes reddened. It was still the same Xiao Xiao she was familiar with. Biting her lip, Xiao Xiao secretly vowed to take care of Xiao Xiao with more dedication in the future. Tian Yuanzi went up the hands of the cabinet hiding in the Tian Wolf village. Tianqing building of a large number of large and small matters are all thrown to the Gongyan. Cherry Orchid, although reluctant, but still in the Tian Wolf village stayed in 3 days after the Gongyan followed together to leave. Day by day, Lin Xiaoxiao every day either follow Tian Yuanzi to learn the art of 5 elements, or practice internal martial arts. Xiao Xiao and a group of teenagers also made great progress. Now even if each person tied 20 or 30 kilograms of sandbags can be able to walk like a fly, remove the sandbags that is even more light on their feet. It was only at this time that Tao Xinglan told them why he wanted them to practice with sandbags strapped to them. The next step was to follow him to learn the internal heart technique, and only after learning the internal heart technique could one learn true lightness of being. All of them jumped in with their fists in their mouths. The climate change in the mountains is not great, and until winter, it all still feels just a little bit cold. Until one morning, Lin Xiaoxiao was awakened by the cheering in the village, and when she opened the door, she saw a white blanket. There was a sliver of ice hanging from the porch. White snow covered the whole village, hanging from the branches of the trees in the forest. Looking up, the cold silent sky was full of gray snowflakes like goose feathers, slowly falling, landing on the ground, shoulders, hair and hands. In a scene so snowy and white, the ears were filled with the cheers of the villagers and the shouts of the children. The snow came too suddenly. Everyone has not reacted to the time has been spread throughout the mountains and valleys. Good thing that everyone is prepared. The beginning of winter when each family tuned a lot of firewood, and now the snow is good. Cannot go up the mountain. Practicing martial arts was also put on vacation. Families can be a few days of rest at home. As the saying goes, snow is a good year, and the longer this snow falls, the happier they will be. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the snowflakes falling in the yard, not realizing that it would be winter so soon. She was picked up by her father and mother in winter at that time. A snowflake landed on Lin Xiaoxiao's palm and melted into a water droplet. I miss my father and mother. Lin Xiaoxiao lifted the colorful lamp straight out of the warmth of her comforter and told him to go home and get her brothers to come pick her up. She wanted to go home. The colorful lamps are most afraid of the cold, but when Lin Xiaoxiao said that she was homesick, the colorful lamps were instantly energized and fluttered their beautiful wings and flew away against the wind and snow. Dawn was going home and he had to hurry to inform the Wolf King and Queen. Lin Xiaoxiao waited here for her brothers to come and pick her up, while practicing the internal heart technique that Tian Yuanzi had taught her once more. Time always flies when you're running your energy, and Lin Xiaoxiao didn't open her eyes until she heard a wolf whistle in her ears. It's Pop's voice. Papa himself has come to pick her up. She hurriedly rolled out of bed, slipped on her shoes, threw on her cloak and ran outside. Grandpa, I'm going home. Lin Xiaoxiao knocked on the door of Tian Yuanzi's room. Tian Yuanzi looked at her as she had wrapped herself up tightly, so it seemed that the wolf whistling just now was not an illusion on his part. This child also hadn't seen the Wolf King and Wolf Queen for several months. I'm afraid that he missed them so much that he would be so excited, and immediately nodded his head. Okay, come back early. Aha, Lin Xiaoxiao answered, humming a little song as she bounced out the door, with Red Tassel following close behind. Red Tassel, you stay. Tian Yuanzi opened his mouth and left Red Tassel behind. Red Tassel looked at Tian Yuanzi in puzzlement. Floor Master, my subordinate will protect the young lord. Tian Yuanzi waved his hand. Xiao Xiao, go home. No need to follow. Lin Xiao Xiao also smiled back at the doorway. Well, no need to follow. I'll be back in a few days. You stay here and take care of Grandpa. After saying that, she dodged and leaped onto the wall, running in the direction of the forest. Her lightness is very much improved. 2. Red Coma looked at the direction she left and spoke worriedly. Building Master, that side is a mountain forest. Is it really not necessary to follow young master? Tian Yuanzi, however, waved his hand in disbelief. Don't worry, this forest Xiao Xiao is more familiar than you. There will be someone to pick her up. The days when Xiao Xiao is not here you keep a good eye on Xiao Xiao practicing is all. Go down. Nonsense. Who dares to hurt Xiao Xiao in Wolf Mountain? Then the Black Wolf King won't give a damn. Not to mention him. Even Xiao Xiao didn't react much when she heard that Lin Xiao Xiao had gone home, and even comforted Hong Liao in turn, telling her not to worry. The red tassel was confused. Usually in the village everyone protects the young master airtight. How is it that the young master goes into the mountains alone but instead so relieved? Although she was worried, neither the building master nor the young master allowed her to follow. So Red Tassel could only give up. Lin Xiao Xiao darted into the mountain forest against the wind and snow, taking out her bone whistle to contact the Black Wolf King as she did so, and soon she heard slightly hurried footsteps coming her way. Almost as soon as the Black Wolf King arrived close, Lin Xiao Xiao made a leaping step and pounced over, wrapping her arms around the Black Wolf King's neck and not letting go. Father, Xiao Xiao misses you so much. The Black Wolf King was covered in wind and snow, afraid of freezing to Lin Xiao Xiao, wanting to shake it off but afraid of flinging it off and hurting her. So he had to rub his nose against Lin Xiao Xiao and push her back a bit before he could shake off the falling snow on his body. Seeing Lin Xiao Xiao wrapping herself up like a dumpling, the Black Wolf King only spoke. Come up. Dad will take you home. Your auntie has missed you all these days. Good. Lin Xiao Xiao flew up onto the Black Wolf King's back in a single bound, and the Black Wolf King raised an eyebrow. Not bad. It seems like these months haven't been wasted practicing. He he he. Lin Xiao Xiao smiled and wrapped her arms around the Black Wolf King's neck and put on her own hat. Grandpa is very good to me. Not only did he teach me the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, he also taught me martial arts. The Black Wolf King was quite relieved. That's good. Sit tight. Let's go home. Holler. Father and daughter traveled through the forest. The Black Wolf King tried his best to pick places with big trees to walk, not letting the snowflakes fall on Lin Xiao Xiao's body, while Lin Xiao Xiao steadily wrapped her arms around the Black Wolf King's neck, feeling the body heat coming from her dad's body, warming her body and her heart. The Wolf Queen and the other wolves had been waiting at the entrance to the cave, and the colored lights had flown around the cave with expectant eyes. Coming, I hear Dad's voice. Wolf fourth brother was the first to sulk and darted out, followed closely by Wolf fifth brother, Wolf second brother. All ran away, leaving only Wolf Queen and Wu Shui, and Black Wind's family of 4 at the entrance of the cave. Lin Xiao Xiao saw Wolf fourth brother. They came to pick themselves up, excitedly opened her mouth to call out to the people, not realizing that as soon as she opened her mouth, she filled herself with a mouthful of cold wind and snow, choking her and coughing directly on the back of the Black Wolf King. This frightened the Black Wolf King, immediately slowing down his speed, and glaring fiercely at his several sons. A couple of his sons heard Dawn's cough and scowled. When they reached the entrance of the Wolf Cave, the Wolf Queen couldn't wait to welcome them, hurriedly carrying Lin Xiao Xiao from the Black Wolf King's back to her own back, and with a few dodges, she was already in the Wolf Cave. Just before she landed on her feet, Lin Xiao Xiao jumped into the Wolf Queen's arms. Auntie! There were tears under the Wolf Queen's eyes, gently rubbing against her. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. The firewood is ready. You quickly rise. Don't freeze. Only then did Lin Xiao Xiao follow the Wolf Queen to the woodpile they had prepared and lit the fire. The Wolf Queen was heartbroken as she watched her sitting next to the campfire and roasting it. She only hated that they weren't human and couldn't raise the fire before Xiao Xiao came so that she could warm up as soon as she came back. Wolf fourth brother shook off the snowflakes on himself, rubbing up against Lin Xiao Xiao's side. Xiao Xiao, why have you come back? Did those people bully you? You tell fourth brother. Fourth brother will go and bite them to death. Wolf fourth brother's words caused the entire family to look at Lin Xiao Xiao, who snorted out a laugh while roasting the fire. Fourth brother, am I the kind of person who would run home to my parents and cry when I'm bullied? If she dared to bully her, she didn't even need to sue. She had to return the favor on the spot. Wolf fourth brother bristled. I'm not worried about you. You don't know. During the time you've been away, fourth brother thinks that's all there is to wolf life. It's boring. Lin Xiao Xiao tilted her head and looked at Wolf fourth brother's figure that had grown another round of stoutness. I see that you are not living quite well, but it is fifth brother. Compared to you, it looks like he hasn't had enough to eat. Is it that you are bullying fifth brother? Wolf four brother at once raised his wolf head. I have not. You are not aware of it. your fifth brother from you. Ow, old 5. You crazy? Wolf fourth brother received a claw from Wolf fifth brother before he could finish his sentence and jumped straight up. Wolf fifth brother just coldly swept a glance at him. Talking too much. Wolf fourth brother shook his hair, grunted and slumped to the ground again. Next to Lin Xiaoxiao disgustedly skimmed. This old 5 is a stuffy gourd. Their own since Xiaoxiao stayed alone in the village. Ran to the front of the hill all day long to lie down, away from the village to watch the village. Sometimes a day. The whole family is that he is the most worried about Xiaoxiao, and now he is not allowed to say. Humph. If you don't say it, you don't have to say it, and Xiaoxiao won't feel sorry for him if she doesn't know anyway. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the interaction of the two brothers, and guessed a few points in her heart. The fifth brother has few words, but is the most concerned about her since childhood. No matter where she goes, the fifth brother will be careful to protect. Looking at the fifth brother are thin. Think that she is not at home during this period of time. The fifth brother must be very worried about it. Fifth brother, your favorite beef jerky. Lin Xiaoxiao took out a bag of beef jerky from her space, opened it and directly fed the whole piece to Wolf fifth brother. Here, she no longer needed to hide her abilities and did whatever she wanted. And it was only at Wolf Mountain that she was most at ease, because it was all her family. Wolfie 4 was jealous. Dawn, why don't you give it to me? Wolfie only gave him a "you experience this for yourself" look and ate comfortably. Lin Xiaoxiao took out many more snacks and distributed them to her own family, and a pack of wolves and a man just sat around the campfire, listening to Lin Xiaoxiao talk about what was going on down the mountain. Xiaoxiao, how many days will you stay home this time? The Black Wolf King suddenly said. I don't know how long this snow will fall. Lin Xiaoxiao was unimpressed. I told Grandpa that my being in the wolf cave doesn't delay my practicing. Let's wait until the snow stops. Everyone in the village doesn't go out anymore, and I would like to stay at home to spend more time with my father and mother and my brothers and sisters. The Black Wolf King stopped asking when he heard her say that. This was Xiao Zhao's home. Xiao Zhao could stay as long as she wanted. Wolf fifth brother, who had always been quiet, suddenly spoke up at this time. Xiao Zhao's birthday is coming up. The wolves looked at him in unison, and they heard him continue. Every year when it starts to snow, Xiao Zhao's birthday is coming up. That was why he had gone to the mountain every day during this period of time to keep watch, even though he knew that Xiao Zhao would not necessarily return. This birthday is of course Lin Xiao Zhao's modern birthday. This body doesn't even have a memory of it, and it's impossible for her to know her birth date. Only then did the wolves come back to their senses. They had forgotten such an important matter. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and leaned against Wolf Fifth's body. She knew that Fifth would remember. Wolf Fourth brother huffed. Old 5. Why didn't you warn me earlier? How annoying. The chance to get close to Xiaoxiao was again snatched away by Old 5. Wolf Fifth brother didn't even bother to look at him, causing Lin Xiaoxiao to giggle. Fourth brother is clearly older than fifth brother, yet he is outright crushed by fifth brother every time. That night, Lin Xiaoxiao was protected by the Black Wolf King and the Wolf Queen, and slept a very, very comfortable sleep. Even if it was just in the cold cave, she couldn't feel a single trace of coldness. For the next few days, Lin Xiaoxiao did nothing but practicing her kung fu and stringing up with her brothers in the various households in Wolf Mountain, either to see the older wolves for illnesses or to dig up some medicinal herbs in the mountains that could only be found in the winter. Until one day, the Black Wolf Clan's patrolling wolves lead back a family of 3. 2 fiery red foxes with a small red fox. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes just lit up when she saw this family of 3. Fire fox, ah! The legendary fire fox, ah! If it wasn't for the fact that the atmosphere in the cave was a bit off, she would have wanted to rush up and rua these 3 foxes. No, that little fox doesn't seem right. While the Black Wolf King was looking at each other with the male fox, Lin Xiaoxiao had already arrived next to the family of 3 and crouched down to check on the little fox. The little fox's eyes were closed tightly, lying motionless on the ground. Even his breathing was weak. What's wrong with her? Lin Xiaoxiao looked directly at the 2 large foxes. The 2 large foxes looked at each other and the male tried to speak. Can you hear me? In fact, Lin Xiaoxiao was only asking with the mindset of trying. If she couldn't understand, then it would be better to let Dad be the interpreter. She didn't expect her to understand. Lin nodded and asked after her. She's not quite right. What's going on? The mother fox took a look and saw that Lin Xiaoxiao could really understand them, and immediately cried out and knelt down in front of Lin Xiaoxiao, choking. Those animals in the mountains say that there is a girl living on Wolf Mountain who can understand the language of the beasts and can cure 100 illnesses. So it's true. Girl, can I beg you to save my daughter? The male wolf also bowed in the direction of the Black Wolf King and spoke. We are the Firefox clan living on the eastern mountain, separated from the Wolf Mountain by 100 miles. And this time, if we didn't really have no other way, we wouldn't have taken the liberty of coming to bother the Wolf King, and we only beg the Wolf King to ask the girl to save this child of mine, for the sake of being a parent of the same. The Black Wolf King glanced at the little fox lying motionless inside. You guys tell Xiao Xiao what's going on first. How did she get like this? The male wolf breathed a sigh of relief, which led him to talk to Lin Xiao Xiao. Is the miasma land? We firefox living place has a valley. Inside all year round smoke. Grows a lot of poison. Inside the flowers and grasses and fruits don't know just with what poison. This child a moment of greed mistakenly enter the miasma land. In the inside lost the way. And didn't have to eat or drink. Then accidentally eat the fruits in the valley. Me and her mother found her when she has been unconscious. We tried to fed her many antidote herbs all to no avail. And then listening to the animals that migrated over from Wolf Mountain mentioning it, we came to know that the girl was able to communicate with the beasts, and could also heal 100 illnesses. And that's why we brought the child here to look for the girl to save her life. Lin Xiao Xiao took out her small medicine box. Yet this time the small medicine box gave her nothing but a bowl of spirit spring water. Lin Xiao Xiao froze for a moment and hurriedly brought water to feed the little fox. But the little thing could no longer drink the water. So Lin Xiao Xiao could only take a small spoon and break open her mouth to feed it in little by little. Lin Xiao Xiao touched it, and the little thing's little heart was slightly stronger than it had been just a moment ago, but it was only a little bit. It seemed that the spirit spring water was useful for the little thing's physical recovery, so it seemed that she could only be thrown into the space to be taken care of. I'm going to take her somewhere. Lin Xiao Xiao asked for permission from someone's parents. The two firefoxes nodded their heads repeatedly. Let the girl make the decision. As long as she can save this child. Lin Xiao Xiao let out a hum. Her hand gently stroked the little fox, and the little fox that had just been lying on the ground disappeared. The two foxes were furry and anxious. Where's the baby? Where's the baby? In front of these animals, Lin Xiao Xiao never needed to hide. Anyway, even if they wanted to betray themselves they had to have someone to listen to Sprinkle. I sent her to a place where she can better recuperate. You two don't need to worry. Within half a month she will definitely be fine. Lin Xiao Xiao put the little fox directly onto the edge of the spiritual spring. The spiritual chi overflowing from the spiritual spring wrapped her inside. She could feel the little thing's breathing become calmer. The spiritual spring could detoxify 100 poisons and cure 100 illnesses. Curing this little fox would definitely not be a problem. The two foxes looked at each other and solemnly saluted Lin Xiao Xiao, only to see them crouch on all 4 feet and respectfully bow their heads. Many thanks for the girl's life-saving grace. Our Firefox clan has a favor to repay. In the future, this child will stay by the girl's side to repay the favor until the girl's life-saving grace is paid back, or the girl will come back on her own after 100 years. This is our Firefox's ancestral motto. The male fox said. Lin Xiao Xiao, what the heck? Wolves of the Black Wolf clan, you saved your babies and now you have to help you raise them? No, you mean I still have to keep her? This little fox is still underage. Right. Sure it's revenge and not here to make enemies? The mother fox spoke. Don't worry girl, this child is very well behaved. When she wakes up and realizes that it was the girl who saved her, she will know what to do. The male fox nodded with an agreeable face. Yes, this is the ancestral tradition of our Firefox clan. For generations as long as we are saved by humans we have to go and repay the favor of saving our lives, and whoever owes it will pay it back. After saying that, the male fox also respectfully bowed to the Black Wolf King. The Firefox clan bears the kindness of Wolf Mountain. We husband and wife will also bear it in mind. In the future, Wolf Mountain has the need for us to do the Firefox clan. Just open your mouth. It's getting late. We have to rush back to take care of the other children. Wolf King. See you later. Looking at Lin Xiao Xiao again. Girl, I'll see you later. With that, the two foxes thanked the crowd of wolves and Lin Xiao Xiao and simply walked away. Gone. Lin Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. And the wolves of the wolf clan were dumbfounded. Are they doing this on purpose? Do they see that our Xiao Xiao is easy to cheat, and that they have to help them raise their baby? What the hell? Wolf fourth brother jumped to his feet and even yelled for Lin Xiao Xiao to get the little fox out for him to eat in one bite. Lin Xiao Xiao glanced at him in disgust. That didn't have to be so. She now just wanted to sing a song. Listen to me say thank you for warming up the seasons. The Black Wolf King, who had been silent in the face of the wolf's surprise and Xiao Xiao's dissatisfaction at being pitted, slowly spoke. This is the Fox clan's rule. They have always acted this way. Foxes hold grudges, but they also return favors. Xiao Xiao, since she has saved this little fox, keep her. If you are not convenient to take her with you, give her to your auntie so that your auntie can help you take care of her. Lin Xiao Xiao went into the space to check on the little fox's condition and realized that she was already breathing steadily, as if she was asleep before she put her heart down and went out of the space. Since Daddy has said that this is the rule of their foxes, let's keep her. Wait for her poison to be resolved and wake up and then see what she wants for herself. If she wants to go back to her parents, send her back. If she wants to stay, that's fine as well. When I was holding her just now, I noticed that even though she was unconscious, her body was still very warm. All as multiple hand warmers in winter. Just as Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Wolf fourth brother picked up. Xiao, are you trying to make her into a leather glove? Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at this brother of hers in disgust. This brother was too stupid. She didn't really want him anymore. Wu Shui nonchalantly slapped a paw onto the wolf's fourth brother's head, squinted her eyes and coldly said, "Is your brain filled with paste? Our family are all extremely intelligent wolves. How did we come up with such a dumbass like you? When did Xiaoxiao say that she would be made into a leather glove?" Wolf fourth brother took a claw and wanted to growl, but facing his third sister, he could only concede. Then Xiaoxiao said she's warm to cuddle, so wouldn't it be just right to peel the skin and make gloves? Wu Shui gave him a look. Her heart was tired. Forget it. She didn't want to care about stupid people. It was easy to pull down her IQ. Akshu walked away with a lonely look on her face. Her brother too stupid to carry. Wolf fifth walked past Wolf fourth and gave him a look, sighing and shaking his head as he too headed back into the cave. Wolf elder brother Black Wind thought or explained to his brother. Xiao said she was warm. Holding in the hands of Xiao is not warm. Isn't this better than stripping the skin to make leather gloves? Wolfie too had no choice but to follow. Wolf fourth brother stood still and watched a few wolves enter the cave, and said in a very aggravated manner, and no one said they wanted to hold a live one. The only thing that responded to him was the cold wind that whistled through the cave. The little fox had been raised in Lin Xiaoxiao's space for 3 days before the miasma poison on her body was resolved, and Lin Xiaoxiao would go in almost every day to check on her condition and then feed her some spiritual spring water with a small spoon. Seeing the little fox getting better day by day, Lin Xiaoxiao herself was very happy. When the little fox woke up, she saw herself in an unfamiliar environment. It was surrounded by fog, making her suddenly think of the scene she saw when she mistakenly entered the miasma valley. At that time those poisonous fogs were just like these fogs she saw now, lingering around her, and at that time she was really scared. The kids are crying in fear. When Lin Xiaoxiao entered the space, she saw the little fox lying on the spot crying in fear. Steeply seeing a person appearing in the space, the little guy choked on his cries, dumbfounded and unbelieving, looking at the suddenly appearing Lin Xiaoxiao. It also gave Lin the opportunity to get to her. "I can't believe I'm awake. How are you feeling today? Is there anywhere else that's uncomfortable?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked. The little guy still had teardrops in the corners of his eyes and just looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, forgetting to react. Lin Xiaoxiao gently ruined her fur, satisfied, finally gleaned. The little fox also sized up Lin Xiaoxiao with its pretty little eyes. "Did you save me?" The little fox opened her mouth with a milky voice, soft and a little whiny, so cute with her dopey expression. Lin Xiaoxiao, like a bad sister who abducted a child, squatted in front of her and smiled in an affectionate way. "Yes, your parents sent you here. Almost your little life is gone." The little fox seemed to have fallen into bad memories. The look in her eyes became a little frightened. Lin Xiaoxiao reached out her hand and gently patted on her. "Don't be afraid. You're fine now." The little fox then relaxed and asked again, "What about daddy and mommy?" What to tell this little thing that she was given to herself by her own parents? "Well, so what? Your parents and they saw that it would take some time for you to recover, so they went back home first," Lin Xiaoxiao said. The little fox obviously froze for a moment, then seemed to think of something. The bright light in his eyes was changing. Then, as if he had made up his mind about something, he bowed his head to Lin Xiaoxiao. "We foxes talk about repaying favors. I'll follow my benefactor from now on." Line. She has not opened her mouth to say to send her back, which directly send not go, but so soft and cute little thing. She is also quite reluctant to give up, although the wolves as a child is also very soft and cute, but grew up after well. "Hey, what's your name?" Since he decided to keep her, he had to ask. He couldn't just call her little fox from now on. The little fox looked at her with a confused expression. "Name? I don't have a name. At home they call me Little Six because I'm sixth in line." Lin Xiaoxiao inexplicably thought of Xiao Luzi. Little Rocco. Wait until you grow up and become. You old six. People are at least a soft and cute little female fox. How can they be called that? Seeing as you're red, we'll call you Red from now on? Little Red Shu Ming. How about changing the name of the colorful lamp to Shu Ming by the way? The colored lights that had been covering themselves for the winter in the wolf cave inexplicably sneezed and shivered as they pulled the little blanket around themselves again. Since the recovery of Xiao Hong's body, Lin Xiaoxiao held her wherever she went. This kind of mobile little warmer, not to be held for nothing. Continuous snow for half a month. The snow on the mountain finally stopped. Looking at the white blanket of a mountain forest, only to feel in a fairyland in general. The Black Wolf King appeared beside Lin Xiaoxiao and followed her as she looked towards the mountain peaks stacked on top of each other. "Xiao, you should go back. If you don't go back they will worry." Although the Black Wolf King couldn't let go, but thinking that there were just as many people who cared and loved his daughter under the mountain, the Black Wolf King was ruthless. His daughter was going to walk out of the Wolf Mountain in the end, and he as a father shouldn't have to bind her wings. Her daughter was an eagle soaring in the sky, a fish swimming in the water, and shouldn't have spent her life with them in Wolf Mountain. This time Lin Xiaoxiao didn't pout like before, but nodded. Okay, I'll trouble father to send me back tomorrow, because she knew that this was her home, a home she could come back to at any time, even if she traveled farther. This was her home, and that her papa and auntie would always be here waiting for her to come back. The wolves of Wolf Mountain knew that Lin Xiaoxiao was leaving and came to see her off, and some even directly hunted a lot of prey and sent it to the wolf cave for Xiaoxiao to take back and eat. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the prey that was piled up into a small mountain, and there was really nothing she could do about it. Xiaoxiao is just an ordinary person nowadays. What will people say if she takes these things back? She will be treated as a foreigner. Everyone's feelings. Xiaoxiao appreciates it. Take all the things back, the Black Wolf King said. Although the wolves were reluctant to give up, they could only take back what they had brought for the sake of Xiaoxiao's well-being and not being treated as a demon or devil. Lin Xiaoxiao got dressed, put on her cloak, put on her hat, held Little Red in her hands, and carried the colored lights in her clothes pockets, and got on the Black Wolf King's back. The Wolf Queen reluctantly sent her to the hill, watching the Black Wolf King scamper into the mountains with her, refusing to take her eyes back for a long time. After being away for more than half a month, Lin Xiaoxiao finally re-entered the Skywolf village, and the whole village was overjoyed. But it was a pity that they didn't get to meet His Highness the Wolf King. The Black Wolf King didn't want to draw attention to himself and only sent Lin Xiaoxiao to the forest next to the hut and went back. Lin Xiaoxiao went out for a trip and came back with a beautiful firefox in the village, but it became big news. Every day there was an endless stream of people running to the hut to see Xiaohong, and all of them came to deliver food. Little Red has never seen so many people. A moment of time is not adapted, but fortunately there are colorful lights on the side of the lead, but slowly adapted to it. God is favorable to Wolf Mountain. After the snow began to sun, the mountain snow is slowly melting, converging into a small stream roaming mountain streams, which is also the most lively days of the Tianwu village. Snow melting when the temperature rises. The back of the mountain waterfalls under the water pools of fish will run out of the air. This time is the day of their Tianwu village fishing. The more and bigger fish caught at this time of year means a better year next year. Lin Xiaoxiao also followed to see the fun and quietly put spirit spring water by the pool when everyone wasn't paying attention. The aura of the spiritual spring attracted many fish, and the villagers were stunned by the spectacle. Look, you guys, the fish are heading towards Miss Xiaoxiao. My goodness, really, so many fish. Miss Xiaoxiao is the lucky star of our Tianlang village. Look at these fish all heading towards Miss Xiaoxiao. Don't stare. Fish for fish ah. Remember to catch only the big ones and put back the small ones. The village chief stood by the side and directed everyone. All faces were filled with enthusiasm and harvest smiles. This year was the best year they had ever had in their Tian Wolf village. Not only did they have the new grain rewarded by His Highness the Wolf King, but now even the fish had been attracted by Miss Xiaoxiao. It was simply God's blessing on their Tianlang village. The village chief took advantage of everyone's inattention and came to Lin Xiaoxiao's side, looking around like a thief before whispering, Miss Xiaoxiao, can we pay tribute to His Highness, the Wolf King, with a few of the biggest fish? Our Tian Wolf village has been blessed by His Highness the Wolf King, so we should pay tribute to His Highness the Wolf King with the best fish we've fished up. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the fish that were salvaged and alive by the villagers. Although our dad didn't love fish very much, but this was also a piece of goodwill from the villagers. So she nodded, Grandpa village chief arrange it. I'll notify my brothers to come and pick it up when it's loaded. The village headman went off happily and had the biggest few fish picked out and placed individually next to each other. Tian Yuanzi had also never felt such a lively scene before, and brought Tao Xinglan with him to watch the action from the side. Right at this moment, a secret guard guarding the outside of the formation suddenly ran over and lowly whispered a few words in Tian Yuanzi's ear. Tian Yuanzi frowned slightly. Go and keep an eye on it. Don't scare the snakes yet. Yes. The dark guard flashed and left again. After the crowd dispersed, Tian Yuanzi found Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, there's a group of practitioners outside the mountain. They look like well-trained guards. Do you recognize them? Lin Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Well-trained guards? Those guards of the Su family she had heard from the uncles and brothers of the Wolf clan. When they went up to the Wolf Mountain they were all wimpier than one another. Even Grandpa complimented them on being well-trained. So I'm afraid that the ones who came were not ordinary people's guards. That's all she knew. And the only people she knew outside of the mountain were Second Young Su and Great Young Su. Could it be that the people from Fine Rain House are looking for us? Lin Xiaoxiao could only think of Tao Xinglan's Fine Rain House. Otherwise who would have nothing to do but run to Wolf Mountain to wander around? It couldn't be because they came to trek through the beautiful scenery here. Tian Yuanzi shook his head. It's not someone from the Fine Rain Building. The people from the Fine Rain Building's secret guards wouldn't be unrecognizable. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the bustling villagers in the distance and frowned. Does Grandpa have a way to stop them? Lin Xiaoxiao was worried that the tranquility of the place would be shattered. Tian Yuanzi proudly stroked his small beard. Snapped, look at you. Underestimated Grandpa it. Grandpa in the mountains laid down this misty array. Not to mention these guards. Is the great internal experts come cannot walk in? Since you do not recognize, then let the dark guards to keep an eye on. Do not put people in on the line. Cannot find the entrance. They naturally will leave. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. It was better for irrelevant people to stay away from disturbing the tranquility of the village. Tian Yuanzi sent a letter to the dark guards. So the dark guards stuck to their posts on their own, letting these people go as long as they didn't break into the formation. The gang searched outside the mountain for 3 days without finding the entrance, so they called it quits and left. Tian Yuanzi told Lin Xiaoxiao about this news, and Lin Xiaoxiao didn't take it seriously. On the day of the New Year's Eve, Lin Xiaoxiao took out all the fireworks that were hidden in the garage, and when Tian Yuanzi saw them, he didn't ask many questions. He just asked the secret guards of Tian Xinglu to move the things to an open place, as if they were found by Tian Xinglu. Tian Yuanzi knew very well in his heart that Xiaoxiao had something different from the norm, but he never asked and never said anything. He just helped this granddaughter to cover up. Everyone will have their own secrets. Xiaoxiao is the same, and what he has to do is to guard Xiaoxiao. Do not let Xiaoxiao fall into the hands of those who have malicious intentions just to guard her. Always be a good girl of integrity and kindness. Because of the fear of attracting people from outside the mountain, Lin Xiaoxiao took out all the star fireworks that were placed on the ground and spread out, and after igniting them, they rushed up only 2 people high, and the stars in the sky sprinkled down, which was very beautiful. The year passed as villagers gathered around bonfires and fireworks in a small square, drinking and eating meat, singing and dancing. This night, the Tianlang village was extraordinarily peaceful. Everyone even in their sleep still saw that brilliantly blooming fireworks. Very beautiful, the most beautiful scenery they had ever seen in their lives. After the year was over and the weather gradually warmed up, the villagers began to pack up the land again in a big way. And this year, with the high-yield grain given by His Highness the Wolf King, they no longer had to worry about going hungry. And the source of all this was His Highness, the Black Wolf King, whom they most sincerely believed in. On the day of the spring, the village headman opened the ancestral hall to pay homage to his ancestors, and paid 3 deep obeisances to the wolf's tooth that hung in the center of the hall. After the year, Lin Xiaoxiao will be 10 years old. In the Tianyuan son's careful teaching, martial arts is soaring. Even the 5 elements of the art is also practiced. Tianyuan son once again lamented their own this is to pick up a baby. Lin Xiaoxiao more attentive teaching. Not only her, but even the boys and teenagers in the village who followed Tao Xinglan's martial arts training were all progressing rapidly. Xiao Qiao had not been with them since Honging came, and was taught by Honging herself. Xiao Qiao had also gone from being afraid of Red Tassel stealing her job in the beginning to now doing everything as master. During the period Gong Yan came once again, with Tian Yuanzi and Lin Xiaoxiao said the jade muscle cream thing. Lin Xiaoxiao this time to know. Grandfather that time said the value of 1,000 gold is really not exaggerated. Gong Yan told her that nowadays a bottle of jade muscle cream price has been sold to 3,002 gold a bottle, and is still priced at no market. He had come this time to send money to Tian Yuanzi and Lin Xiaoxiao, and secondly, he wanted to ask Lin Xiaoxiao if she could still make a few bottles of jade muscle cream. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately promised to give him another 10 bottles. That do it is not an easy thing. Tian Yuanzi, however, felt that the jade muscle cream alone was not enough, so he asked Lin Xiaoxiao if the antidote pills that she had given to Tao Xinglan earlier were still available. What do you want that for, Grandpa? Is there someone who is poisoned? You bring the person here and I'll cure him, Lin Xiaoxiao said. Gong Yan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with some surprise. He did not think that Xinglan's poison was really solved by this girl. He previously thought that it was the old master in order to give this girl to establish authority. He himself gave Xinglan to solve the poison, and the credit was put on this girl. Tian Yuanzi shook his head. No one has been poisoned. It's just that Grandpa was thinking that if the jade muscle cream can be sold at such a high price, then if we have an antidote pill that can cure all the poisons in the world, then it would probably be snatched up by people. Lin Xiaoxiao was amused by Tian Yuanzi's look of wealth. She always knew that Grandpa didn't lack money. Doing all this was actually for her. This time the money sent by Grandmaster Uncle, all of it went into her small treasury. Grandpa is trying to help her save up for her family, so we can't wimp out either. Yes, how many to make? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Anyway, making it by the way when she boiled the jade muscle cream. Tian Yuanzi's eyes rolled and he stretched out 3 fingers. Make 3. In the future, only 3 will be made every year. After saying that, he looked at Gong Yan again. Boss, think of a way to spread the news of this antidote pill. It can cure all the poisons in the world. Even the 10,000 poison scatter of the fine rain building can be cured. Gong Yan a slight thought will know the meaning of the old man. One is for the gimmick. The second is also to remind those people in the fine rain building. The 10,000 poisonous powder is no longer their fine rain building rely on. The 10,000 poisonous powder is no longer an insoluble poison. The most important thing was to tell those people that the 10,000 poison scatter could be solved. That Xinglan was still alive. And that sooner or later he would go back to get back everything he had. Alright, master. Leave it to me. It's just that, master. Before the jade muscle cream, there were people inquiring about which divine doctor made it. And now there's more antidote pills. We have to have a gimmick. Why don't we give Xiao Xiao some kind of divine doctor's name as well? Gong Yan proposed. Tian Yuanzi raised his eyebrows. This idea is good. Xiao Xiao. Think about it. What kind of title do you want? Like your grandfather? People outside call Grandpa Tian Yuanzi old man. There is no old man in the world who can't break the array. Can't lay down the array. Or you also hold what kind of god doctor or something like that? Lin doesn't really know anything about this. Gong Yan pondered for a while and opened his mouth. Since we want to engage in, let's engage in some mysterious, divine doctor. Just, ghost doctor. How about it? If Gong Yan wasn't an authentic local, Lin Xiaoxiao would have to wonder if this uncle had read too many novels. Xiaoxiao. I think the title ghost doctor is good and mysterious. Tian Yuanzi also agreed. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't have much of a problem with it. It just sounded kinda heroine aura. It's fine if Master Uncle makes the call. Lin Xiaoxiao now had a vestigial feeling of being signed by an agency. Anyway, she only cared about the work. Packaging publicity it was all covered by the Heavenly Star House Entertainment Brokerage Company. Gong Yan happily delivered the money and happily walked away with the bottle of medicine. In a good mood, because Xiao Xiao had prepared a bottle for him and Sakurin and the third elder brother. A bottle of it. He could have quietly counted. The bottle wasn't big, but there were 5 of them in there. 5. The thought that in the future those people squeezed their heads through 1,000 gold hard to find antidote pills themselves a shot is 5. That card. Simply. He had to hurry and bring the good news back to Sakurin and third master. As the grandparents and grandson watched him leave with pleasant steps, Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head and asked Tian Yuanzi, Grandpa, is there really no need to prepare another return gift? Just a few antidote pills. Isn't that not quite enough? Tian Yuanzi knows Lin Xiaoxiao this is really do not know what such an antidote pill represents. Just gently smile. No need. Don't worry. Is that these antidote pills your 3 uncles will feel owed you a great deal of favor? In the future they give you things will only get better and better. And you don't have to be polite with them. They are elders. Give you what is right. Our family is you. You're the only child in our family. So who will you give it to? Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly became nosy. Grandpa, Grandmaster Uncle and Second Master Aunt and the others. Lin Xiaoxiao said while also raising her eyebrows. Tian Yuanzi helplessly glared at her. Hands flung behind his back. Turned around and walked back. While saying, your Grandmaster Uncle and the Second Master Aunt as I picked up together. The little 3 to be 2 years later than them. Yenner and Lanner these 2 children grew up together. Is also regarded as childhood sweethearts. Just Lanner and the little 3 of these 2 a little bit of octogenarian incompatibility. From childhood to fight each other, counting, bullying each other, who refused to let anyone. But this is also just their own private nonsense. If encountered outside people bullying either of them is not allowed. The other 2 will certainly blow up. I will not let anyone, calculating, bullying each other, who also refuse to let anyone. But this is also just their own private nonsense. If you meet the people outside to bully any of them are not allowed. The other 2 will certainly blow up. I whispered to you, before the little 3 sneaked out to play, was bullied by the children outside, and I have explained that they are not allowed to use martial arts to bully ordinary people, was beaten up by the people of the bruises and swollen face of the back by the inkstone and the laner saw it. Lin Xiaoxiao followed up and helped him forward, smiling. Did they all grow up with you when they were young? Tian Yuanzi nodded. Yeah, it's all because I brought them up a little bit. Guess what happened to Junior after he was beaten back? Well, the second senior aunt definitely won't let go of this opportunity to make fun of the third senior uncle and fall on his sword, right? Lin Xiaoxiao was very cuddly. In fact, she had already roughly guessed the ending. It was obvious that her grandfather was very happy, and the smile on her face when she mentioned the 3 of them was undisguised. Tian Yuanzi raised his eyebrows. Gu, or my family Xiaoxiao is smart. Yes. During that time Xiao San felt ashamed because of this matter and refused to even go out of the door. And Lan Er then ran to the door of his room every day to mock him. Later Xiao San angry strong. Must be just a fight back. He did not use me to teach martial arts. Learn those countryside children fighting moves. Practiced for several days to go back to take revenge. The results of when he found that a few bullying his children only to know that they let the other night to the people to beat up. One by one. beat the face and swelling. Then when Xiao San came back to be even more miserable, it turned out Xiao San was beaten back the next day. Lon Air did not tell us who went to beat up those children themselves. TSK, that's a miserable 3 was beaten back the next day. Lon Air didn't tell us anyone and went to beat up those kids herself. TSK, that's a miserable Tian Yuanzi gloated and scat his mouth as he spoke. Finished this, Tian Yuan's son only pretended to cough, cleared his throat, back to the topic Inkstone and Lon Air, from childhood together. The feelings are also from childhood to a little bit of establishment. Lon Air character fire, Inkstone is a mature and stable nature. The two are also considered to be a good match to complement each other. It is just a pity that Lon Air went out to do a bit of business, suffered serious injuries, although the life is retrieved, but the doctor said that she could not give birth to children later. Lon Air does not want to delay Yenner, find me to cancel the two marriage, now two although this, but one wants to marry, one is not, although the life is back, but the doctor said she could not give birth to a child in the future. Lon Air do not want to delay Yen Air, find me to cancel the marriage of the two, now two although this, but a want to marry, one is not married, can worry about the death of me the old man? Tian Yuanzi shook his head and sighed with a distressed look. Lin Xiaoxiao's hand holding Tian Yuanzi's hand was slightly harder as her emotion shifted, and Tian Yuanzi glanced at her and said, "Don't think about it, it can't be cured." Lin Xiaoxiao was originally thinking of not letting her see if it could be cured. When she heard Tian Yuanzi say this, she had a strange look on her face. "Grandpa, I haven't even looked at it, how do you know it won't work?" She had modern high-tech medical skills, and she had the little medicine box as a great cheating artifact, and then there was the spiritual spring. Tian Yuanzi's face flashed with a touch of heartache, sighed deeply and said, "There is a disease that can be cured, but the prerequisite is that there has to be a place to be sick in order to go and cure this disease." After saying this, he glared at Lin Xiaoxiao. "You're still young. Why are you worrying about whether people have children or not to come here? Have you finished memorizing the books I asked you to memorize yesterday?" Lin Xiaoxiao shrunk her neck. "Grandpa, let's not mention this, we're still good friends." Tian Yuanzi knocked a chestnut on her head. "What good friend? We were never good friends in the first place. I'm your grandfather. Hurry up and go and memorize the few formations in the book for me clearly. Spot check at dinner time tonight, otherwise you won't eat." Lin Xiaoxiao bristled, silently drew back her hand, and faintly said, "That's fine, then I won't cook today." Tian Yuanzi, raising his finger to point at Lin Xiaoxiao. Tian Yuanzi gave up in the end. He didn't want to mess with his own mouth and stomach. "Forget it, if you're tired, you can memorize it slowly, but Grandpa can talk to you first. These are very important things. You have to memorize them all," Lin Xiaoxiao quickly assured. "Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll definitely finish memorizing today." Thinking that he might run out of food, Tian Yuanzi waved his hand and went back to his room. "It's not that urgent." Lin Xiaoxiao smiled mischievously and went back to her room to read. She knew that her grandfather was doing it for her good, and she didn't mean not to memorize it. It's really because she was busy making the antidote pills and the jade muscle cream yesterday, and forgot about it. There are Tianqing Lu's secret operation. Only 2 months' time Ghost Doctor's reputation will spread throughout the Tianlong country. Tianqing Lu is the public auction of the 3 antidote pills. This matter in the Tianlong country caused a huge uproar. Which is the most shocked is the people in the Fine Rain building. The antidote pill of the introduction of the Fine Rain building of the biggest blow to them. The current owner of the Fine Rain building was the traitor who had sent people after Tian Yuanzi and Tao Xinglan at that time. The adopted son of the former owner of the Fine Rain building, Tao Jin, Tao Xinglan's eldest uncle. Tao Jin was adopted by the old building owner at the age of 4 and nurtured with all his heart, after which the old building owner had his own child, Tao Xinglan's father, from which the old building owner took Tao Xinglan's father as the next building owner of the Fine Rain building to cultivate. Tao Jin obeyed on the surface but was cynical towards the old building owner and Tao Xinglan's father, feeling that one of them was biased and the other one snatched the thing that should have been his own. Finally, taking advantage of the old building master practicing seclusion, Tao Jin with his long ago bribed people rebelled, not only poisoned and killed Tao Xinglan's father and mother, but also let Tao Xinglan also hit the poison of the 10,000 poison scattering. The old building master was forced to break the power, suffered serious internal injuries, but also by Tao Jin was seriously injured. Just as Tao Jin wanted to cut off the roots of the people, received the news of the Tian Yuanzi with the people rushed to the rescue of the Tao Xinglan who was not deeply poisoned, and also subjected to the old friend of the dying entrusted, with Tao Xinglan left, all the way by Tao Jin chase, hiding to the Wolf Mountain, and finally saved by Lin Xiaoxiao. Tao Jin has always thought that Tao Xinglan has died. After all, The fine rain house's 10,000 poison scatter is configured by the old ancestor who initially created the fine rain house. And there is simply no antidote in this world. Even if they later found Wolf Mountain, they only thought that Tao Xinglan was taken away by that old thing, Tian Yuanzi, but even if they took it away, how? It certainly can't be alive. However, now, the Star House spread the news. The world inexplicably out of a highly skilled ghost doctor. Not only that, the Star House is a direct public auction of the so-called antidote pills. Put out the messages to be able to solve his fine rain building 10,000 poison is scattered. This is a clear and obvious way to tell him Tao Xinglan is not dead, and that sinner is actually still alive. The star of the sky building, Tao Xinglan smashed the table in front of him with a slap, his face filled with anger, his eyes looking grimly at the black-clothed man kneeling in front of him. The black-clothed man kneeling on the ground to report the news didn't dare to move a muscle, not daring to offend the building owner at this time. But the black-clothed man who had been waiting for a long time for Tao Xinglan's order had no choice but to open his mouth with a stiff upper lip. Master, Tian Xinglu is now auctioning off antidote pills with great fanfare. Do we need to do anything? Tao Xinglan narrowed his eyes. Didn't he claim to be able to cure his 10,000 poison scatter? Then he would try to see if it could cure it or not. No matter what methods you use, I want this antidote pill to appear in front of me, or else. Tao Xinglan struck out with a palm, and the floor tiles next to the man in black shattered. The man in black was injured by the debris, but he didn't dare to move, so he could only stiffly respond to the order and retreat. As soon as he left Tao Xinglan's house, the man in black covered his chest and a mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he hurriedly wiped it clean and quickly left the same place, fearing that a step later his own life would be accounted for here. Gong Yan is in the Tianqing building of the subpoint, listening to the people underneath the report of the fine rain floor also want to participate in this auction, just slightly hooked lips and smiled. Any who would not have thought that the smile of such a gentle person behind the means of a thunderous person. Since he wants to buy it, then let him buy it, as long as he can afford the price. This antidote pill will be sold to him. By the time Tao Xinglan's proud 10,000 poison scattering was no longer insurmountable, the look on his face must be even better than a dying workshop. It was just a pity that he couldn't witness it with his own eyes. Antidote pill, the name sounded commonplace, but even an insoluble poison like 10,000 poison scatter could be solved. So it must be able to solve other poisons as well, under Gong Yan's push and pull, but also thanks to the generosity of the fine rain house. Lin Xiaoxiao gave him 3 antidote pills, 1 to 100, 000 taels of silver auction. That is, the fine rain house of the wrongdoer Tao Xinglan. The other 2 were also respectively 80, 000 taels auction, but the buyer is not known. Gong Yan acted according to the rules. This auction is anonymous. In addition to the fine rain building that has been watched by them, the identity of the other buyers Gong Yan will never go to pursue and probe. Silver and goods. At the same time, Gong Yan even boasted at the auction. The antidote pill if the poison cannot be detoxified. Double compensation. If you do not believe it, you can go to get some of the fine rain building of the 10,000 poisonous powder to try the effect of how. If I can't kill you now, I'll kill you. As expected, Tao Xinglan almost spat blood in anger when he heard the news. Lin Xiaoxiao listened to Sakura Lan describe the scene of the auction at that time, only hated that she did not go to the hustle and bustle. But well, the silver received is still really fragrant. Tao Xinglan, who had been silent all this time, only slightly reacted when he heard Tao Xinglan spitting blood in anger. The great uncle who used to love him so much, the murderer of his parents and grandfather. Lin saw it and quietly tugged at Sakuran, who was speaking in a colorful voice. It was then that Sakuran saw Tao Xinglan's reaction and hurriedly stopped. Xinglan looks like he's grown quite a bit taller. It seems like it's still the feng shui of this mountain that nurtures people. Ha, ha, ha. Sakuran shrunk her neck. She had spoken a bit too much in the heat of the moment. Tian Yuanzi and Gong Yan also noticed Tao Xinglan's reaction. Gong Yan gently patted his shoulder. The most important thing for you to do right now is to practice well. If you want to take revenge, you must first become strong yourself. Tao Xinglan's body stiffened with anger and hatred slowly relaxed at this moment. He glanced at Gong Yan, then at Sakura Lan, who was a little embarrassed and worried about him, as well as Lin Xiaoxiao, and soothingly pulled out a smile worse than tears. I know, I'll try my best, and one day I'll kill him with my own hands, and throw his bones to the ground to comfort grandpa's and mom's souls in heaven. Gong Yan stroked his head in silent comfort. Brother Xinglan, why don't we poison him? I'll get you a poison that's even more poisonous and insoluble than 10,000 poison scatter, and just poison him to death. Lin Xiaoxiao said. The crowd's eyes immediately focused on Lin Xiaoxiao's body, being able to cure the poison of 10,000 poisons dispersant. Lin Xiaoxiao now said that she could make a poison that was even more poisonous than 10,000 poisons dispersant, and the crowd didn't think it was strange. Tao Xinglan's heart was warmed. The hatred that had just coalesced upon hearing the news of his enemy was slowly pressed down at this moment. He smiled and thanked. No need for the time being. I still want to personally kill my enemy with my own hands. Poisoning him to death is too cheap for him. But if in the future my brother really can't beat him, then I'll have to trouble Xiao Xiao to help me get another poison and poison him to death for good. Lin Xiao Xiao patted her still undeveloped small chest. Don't worry. Leave it to me. You need to find me anytime. I also don't know if the small pillbox, the cheating great magic weapon, can turn out poison. It's best to get some modern high-tech chemical poisons, so that this gang of badass ancients can slowly solve it. If she can't, she'll have to do it herself. Although Tao Xinglan rejected Lin Xiao Xiao's good intentions, Gong Yan on the side came to be interested. Xiao Xiao, your brother Xinglan doesn't want it, but your eldest uncle wants it. Gong Yan used the gentlest expression and said the most frightening words. Lin Xiao Xiao, the old man, and Sakurin spoke at the same time. Who are you going to poison? For a moment, Gong Yan became the center of attention. Gong Yan laughed. Don't look at me like that. I don't want to poison anyone. I think, since we can sell antidote pills, then poison can also be sold, but it's good to be more subtle. Tian Yuanzi stroked his beard. It wasn't like there hadn't been this kind of thing in other places. Some people would pay high prices to buy some unusual and hard to find poisons to be used to harm people, but they, Tian Xinglu, had never done this kind of thing because Tian Yuanzi felt that it was a little bit unethical. Those who have the intention of harming others buy poison at a high price to harm others. If the other party deserves to die, it is just a matter of time. But if it is an innocent person, will it not be indirectly carrying the sin? Once upon a time, Tian Yuanzi wouldn't have cared about this. But after looking at his granddaughter sitting obediently over there, Tian Yuanzi shook his head. Yenner, preventing people's heart cannot be, but the heart of harm cannot be. We are doing business in the Star House is the business of buying and selling news. And now there is Xiao Xiao. Can get these good things to grow. The reputation of the Star House has been enough to sell poison. In the end, some of the loss of Yin and virtue, and the front foot just sold the antidote pills. After the foot on the sale of poisons, it is not a smashing of their own signboard. Well, Gong Yan just now was just fast talking, and now that he thought about it, it was indeed the case. So he was humbly taught. Master's lesson is, after saying Gong Yan, Tian Yuanzi looked at Lin Xiao Xiao again. Xiao Xiao, Grandpa knows that you have great skills. You make some poisons to use for self-defense. Grandpa has no problem with that. But you must remember not to use poison to harm innocent people. Do you know? Lin Xiao Xiao spat out her tongue. She just wanted to help Tao Xinglan take revenge. Of course she wouldn't easily take poison to harm people. Don't worry, Grandpa. Dawn knows. Tian Yuanzi nodded. Good boy. Sakurin blared fiercely at the culprit, finding him a way down. Old Gong, don't you have something else to tell Master and Xiao Xiao? Pust. Lin Xiao Xiao almost spit out a mouthful of tea. What did she hear? Ha 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 ha. Auntie, do you usually always call Master Uncle this way? Lin Xiao Xiao stifled a laugh, her eyes darting back and forth between the two. Sakurin didn't know what she was laughing at inexplicably, but Lin Xiao Xiao's eyes flicking over the two of them still made Sakurin blush a little and snapped. He's a handful of years old, don't call him that. Is it hard to call him Komiya? Thinking of what Grandpa said, Lin Xiao Xiao stifled her laughter and heated up. No, this title is quite good. He, quite good. After saying this, she also winked mischievously at Gong Yan. Gong Yan also looked puzzled, but he still read the banter in Lin Xiao Xiao's eyes, and inexplicably, he actually understood Lin Xiao Xiao's ambiguous meaning. Could it be that there was something more to this call of the old palace? He'd have to find a chance to ask Xiao Xiao about it. Gong Yan covered his mouth and coughed, collecting himself before saying, It's like this, Master. Since we spread the news of the ghost doctor, recently there have been quite a few more orders in the building that want to look for the ghost doctor's whereabouts. All of them wanting to look for the ghost doctor to cure their illnesses. Looking for me to cure you? Lin Xiao Xiao pointed at herself, and Tian Yuanzi frowned and asked, Did you promise? Gong Yan shook his head. No, this matter concerns Xiao Xiao. The disciple does not dare to make decisions without authorization, only to say to the public that the ghost doctor's whereabouts are secretive. That is, the Heavenly Star House also does not know her specific whereabouts. Tian Yuanzi nodded with satisfaction. Well, you've done a good job. Xiao Xiao is still small. It's not suitable to appear in front of people. Any more orders like this, push whatever you can, and just say that you can't find a ghost doctor. Yes, Gong Yan answered, and after thinking about it, he added, but there's someone apprentice still has to ask Master what he wants first. Who? Among the people who inquired about the ghost doctor's news this time, there were people from the Xiao family. Gong Yan said, HM? Tian Yuanzi looked at him. Who in the Xiao family is sick? Gong Yan respectfully replied, It seems to be the old family Master Xiao. but the Xiao family hides it very well. There are not many people outside who know. I also saw that there were people from the Xiao family and the people who placed the order, and only then proceeded to let people check it out. And the specifics of what kind of disease it is, can't find out. Tian Yuanzi's brows were really knitted together this time. Xiao Yuan. This old thing. Everyone else is alive and well. Why is he alone sick? Lin Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Grandpa. Who is this person? Tian Yuanzi seems to be thinking about things, and did not hear. Sakura-lan began to give Lin Xiaoxiao science. Xiao old master is the old master of the Xiao family, but also the master's friend. Young when the master owes him a favor, has not found the opportunity to return. Oh, by the way, this Xiao family is the first rich merchant of Tianlong country. The Xiao family has been a merchant for many generations, involved in all kinds of industries, in which the grain is the Xiao family's main business. This Xiao old man, although earned a lot of money, but not less to do good deeds, where there is a disaster, can always see the figure of the Xiao family. Therefore, the Xiao family generations have been sealed as the imperial merchants. Xiao old man on the body there is a marquee of the golden marquee of the virtual name of the hereditary. That is to say, as long as the Xiao family does not rebel, and the imperial court and the emperor against, the Xiao family generations of the head of the family can inherit the marquee of the golden marquee of the title, which the old man, powerful it, the Xiao family, the old man, the old man is a very powerful, old master, powerful. I didn't expect to actually get sick. What kind of famous doctors and rare medicinal herbs can't be found in the Xiao family? And even these people are at their wits' end. So it seems that the old master is really quite sick this time. Sakura-lan added one last sentence. Lin Xiaoxiao staggered. The richest man, that is not the old rich. The key, this person is rich but also kind-hearted. Tian Yuanzi was also in trouble. He wanted to protect Xiaoxiao and not let her appear in the world's eyes too early, but he could ignore the others. But he couldn't ignore old man Xiao. This old thing. All when the richest still do not know to take care of their own bodies, but also to get sick. Really useless. Empty with a family fortune. The top of what use? People are gone. And then more money has no place to make. Lin Xiaoxiao secretly asked Sakurin, what kind of favor does Grandpa owe? Sakurin stole a glance at the old master and whispered in her ear. To say it's a life-saving favor wouldn't even be an exaggeration. After saying that, she even made a shushing gesture to Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't want her grandfather to be embarrassed, so she took the initiative to speak. Grandpa, why don't you bring him here for me to take a look? Grandpa owed a favor, since it cannot be returned. Then she helped him, okay? Life-saving grace. Then she cured this old man Xiao. That is not to return the grandfather's favor. Tian Yuanzi was indeed in a difficult position. Frowning, will it work? Lin Xiaoxiao smiled. She could see that her grandfather truly loved her and didn't want her to be exposed too early, so that she would be even more important to give her grandfather a piece of her mind. Can it work? I haven't seen the patient, now I don't know. Still have to see the patient to know. Even if there is a small medicine box as a big plug-in and a spirit spring as a super big plug-in, Lin Xiaoxiao did not dare to say too much. In case the disease is so serious that even the small medicine box does not have any medicine, and even the spirit spring is also unable to return to the sky, it is not good to give hope to the people too early. Lin Xiaoxiao had said so, and Tian Yuanzi couldn't rest assured that old man. In case he really died in front of him, how could he still go and brag to him about the strange encounters he had during this period of time? No, one old thing has already died, not another. Yenner, notify the Xiao family's people to send that old man to the Heavenly Star Building, and then you'll personally deliver him. No one from the Xiao family is allowed to follow. Tian Yuanzi ordered Gongyan. Good, but master, what if the Xiao family insists on having someone follow the old man? Gongyan still had to clarify the situation beforehand. After all, the relationship between the Xiao family and the Heavenly Star House was inextricably linked. Tian Yuanzi skimmed his mouth in disgust, then let him die of illness. The corners of Gongyan's mouth twitched. Master really didn't get tired of fighting with these old brothers of his all his life. I know. I'll notify the Xiao family when I go out tomorrow. Tian Yuanzi glanced at him. Tomorrow? You guys aren't leaving today? Gongyan was a little hurt. Master, are you going to kick us out so soon? It's rare for us to see you in Xiao, so we can't stay for 2 more days. Yes, master. I haven't even talked to Xiao properly yet, and you're in such a hurry to kick her out. Sakurin also deflated her mouth and said unhappily. Tian Yuanzi glared at the two of them. I am afraid that you will delay Xiao's practicing, so stay if you want to. Lin also wanted to keep Sakurin around for a few more days. She wanted to see what was going on with her. The old master loosened his lips. The two of them were also happy. Sakura-lan pulled Lin Xiao and said happily, Xiao, at night we'll eat that hot pot you made last time, okay? You don't know. since Auntie had eaten hot pot out in your place. It was like nothing tasted good. And it's not like I didn't have someone make it, but it just didn't taste as good as the one you made. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled awkwardly. That wasn't made by her either. It was a ready-made pot base from a certain salvage, and the compliment was simply a shameful one. A shameful one. Still, she agreed in a heartbeat. And in a few moments she sent Jojo home to get some fresh vegetables from the field and some meat. Sakura Lan kept pulling Lin Xiaoxiao, so that Gong Yan couldn't find a chance to ask her what she meant when she laughed like that before. It was hard for Sakura Lan to be called away by her master. Gong Yan immediately found Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, elder uncle asked you something, Gong Yan quietly asked, while still afraid of being discovered by Sakuran when she returned. Lin Xiaoxiao looked behind him. No one was staring at them and talking. What is the master uncle afraid of? Grandmaster uncle. What's wrong? Lin Xiaoxiao had a strange look on her face. Can't it be that this person hasn't given up on wanting the poison? Who would have thought that Gong Yan's next words almost didn't make Lin Xiaoxiao burst out laughing? Xiaoxiao, what are you smiling about today? Just your aunt calling me old Gong. What's so special about that? What does it mean? Lin Xiaoxiao didn't hold back her laughter and asked, Master uncle, does auntie usually call you that? Gong Yan nodded. Yes. How many years has it been called? Lin Xiaoxiao laughed not live. Gong Yan see her laugh into such also anxious. You this girl. You do not just focus on laughing. In the end where is funny you have to tell me. Not let her in the future do not call so. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows. Really? I really don't want my aunt to be called that anymore. Gong Yan looked over towards Tian Yuanzi's room, fished out a book from his arms and gave it to Lin Xiaoxiao. This is an orphan copy of a medical book that elder brother recently found. It was meant to be brought to you this time. See if you like it. Lin Xiaoxiao was happy when she looked at it. She was worried that she didn't have the chance to study ancient healing arts, and Master Uncle sent her timely rain. For the sake of him being so attentive, never because of soft hands. Never. She would reluctantly tell him herself. Lin Xiaoxiao hooked her finger for Gong Yan to attach her ear over, and Gong Yan did as she was told. I know of a place far away from the Tianlong kingdom, where they have women who call their husbands just husbands, and husbands who call their wives wives. Of course, not that Gong of your last name, but the Gong of this husband. Gong Yan froze after hearing this, and his entire body froze there. Master uncle? Lin Xiaoxiao held her hand in front of his face. Gong Yan steeply returned to his senses and then just started giggling. Dawn, really? Is there really such a person who calls her husband that? Gong Yan giggled and asked. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't have the eyes to see this middle-aged man in love with the brain up. The genus is a bit silly. Then of course it's true. I can't lie to you. So just now when I heard my aunt call out to you like that, I thought I had misheard myself. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes rolled and she said smilingly, but what if Master Uncle doesn't like it? I'll just talk to my aunt and make it clear so that she doesn't call you that in the future. Gong Yan heard on the anxious, don't. Good boy. You good boy, don't tell your aunt. The next time uncle to come back to you with the book. Absolutely is the kind of 100 years hard to see the book. The kind of collection of the Imperial Hospital. Lin Xiaoxiao swore that she must not be doing it for favors. Really? Okay, I promise not to say anything. In order to reassure Gong Yan, the two even gave a high five. Only then did Gong Yan foolishly steal away. Hey, old palace, husband, hey, hubby. Lin Xiaoxiao lost her smile. Such a master uncle was really cute. It was only after a while that Sakuran finished talking to Tian Yuanzi about the building and came to find Lin Xiaoxiao, not forgetting to spit at her. Your grandmaster uncle doesn't know what kind of medicine he's taken wrong. He's giggling there all the time. Lin Xiaoxiao tilted her head to look at her and asked smilingly, Auntie, master uncle likes you, right? Sakuran blushed and snapped. Children don't ask too much about adult matters. Lin Xiaoxiao snickered. I'm older than all of you in my past lives combined. Who's the little kid? She cheekily went up and asked, does auntie like master uncle too? Now Sakuran's face turned even redder, and instead of accompanying her to cook, she dropped what she was holding and sheepishly left. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her departing back, quietly came to an unseen place outside the kitchen and dodged into the space, patting the small medicine chest. She had taken the opportunity to take her pulse when she was with Sakuran, and although Sakuran had some internal injuries, conditioning wasn't a big problem, but she hadn't found out that Sakuran had infertility just by taking her pulse, so she would have to rely on the little medicine chest to see if it could give any kind of treatment plan. As a result, when Lin Xiaoxiao opened the small medicine box, the result she got was a big red cross. You can't cure it? Not even the little pill box? The big outlier? Could it be that where the aunt was injured back then? No wonder Grandpa would say that you have to be sick to be cured. And how can you be cured if you're not sick? Lin Xiaoxiao was suddenly a little sad that they had treated her so well and she couldn't even return the favor. Although the atmosphere was hot during the evening meal, Tian Yuanzi still noticed that Lin Xiaoxiao's mood was a bit low. After dinner, Mayan self-consciously went to the kitchen to wash the dishes and Sakuran went to give him a hand. Lin Xiaoxiao was surprised that Master Bo didn't have the ancient man's stinky problem of a gentleman far from the kitchen blisters, and was heartbroken to see the two people in the kitchen who were so well matched but couldn't be together. She sat on the steps propping her head up and watching them with a hard heart. Tian Yuanzi followed her line of sight, then slowly took a seat next to her. Seen it, right? Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him, not hiding the sadness on her face, and leaned her head on Tian Yuanzi's shoulder, whispering, "Grandpa, I'm so sad. They're such a good match." Tian Yuanzi comforting patted the little granddaughter's hand. "Xiaoxiao, things in this world are not perfect. They are now like this. For them is not a kind of happiness it. No children does not matter. After not have you well, you just remember they're good. After the old don't forget to filial piety them on the line. However, people like them, life is not in the waistband of the pants. There is no future is not certain. Well, don't be sad. A moment to let them see still think how it is. You remember must not say in front of your Aunt Leeks. She actually heart also bitter." Tian Yuanzi sighed. "To this second disciple heart is really Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. An old man and a young man just sat on the steps and watched the cozy scene in the kitchen. Gong Yan's pampering, Sakuran's wantonness, the two of them playing around but letting life out of a good feeling. Perhaps, now for them is happiness. The next day the duo left as silently as they came. Gong Yan, once out of the Wolf Mountain back to the Starry Night House, let people send a message to the Xiao family. The ghost doctor promised to give the old man Xiao cure, but the ghost doctor has a request. Only see the old man Xiao. The Xiao family anyone shall not follow. Send the old man Xiao to the Starry Night House. They will be responsible for the old man to the ghost doctor's face." When Zhao's family sent Elder Xiao to Tianqing House, Gong Yan thought he had recognized the wrong person. This old man in front of him, whose face was waxy and thin from the disease, was really the old man who fought with his master in a spirited manner? The one responsible for sending Elder Xiao to Tianqing House was his grandson, Xiao Jingzi. Gong Yan started to kick people out after he was surprised. "It's fine if the old man is delivered. The Grand Duke will take the people back. I will send the old man to the ghost doctor's residence," Gong Yan said to Xiao Jingzi. Xiao Jingzi made a junior salute to Gong Yan. The 18-year-old Xiao Jingzi had a slender figure, handsome face, and a gentle temperament like jade. "Elder Gong, before coming here, Father had specially explained that Jingzi must serve at grandfather's left and right. Can you please ask Elder Gong to be accommodating with her old man, the ghost doctor, and allow Jingzi to accompany him so that he can take care of grandfather?" Gong Yan heard him this sentence. Ghost doctor, her old man almost put the hands of the tea are knocked over. This is what is messed up. When they Tianqing building said ghost doctor is an old man. Their family Xiao so young and beautiful little girl. Old man a ghost, oh old man. He sank his voice. "No, this is the rule of the ghost doctor to cure the disease. Only see the patient himself, no one else, otherwise she won't cure this disease." Of course, Xiao never said that. It was just that Gong Yan wanted Xiao Jingzi to know what to do and not to follow. Otherwise wouldn't their family's treasure be seen? No. Think about it. Xiao Jingzi lifted his robe and flung himself onto his knees in front of Gong Yan. "Please also ask Master Gong to be accommodating. Jingzi really doesn't feel at ease with his grandfather." Gong Yan put his teacup down and stood up. "You child, you're sincere, right? You have to follow. What if the ghost doctor doesn't cure your grandfather? Have you thought about it? Then Jingzi will kneel in front of her old man, the ghost doctor, and beg her old man to heal grandfather." "Ah shucks, you're not afraid to break our Xiao's life?" No. Gong Yan directly refused. Right at this moment, the subordinate serving in the Heavenly Star building came to report. "Vice Building Master, Elder Xiao has woken up and wants to see you." Gong Yan looked at Xiao Jingzi, who was kneeling on the ground, and flung his sleeves. "Didn't you hear me? Your grandfather has woken up. Don't get up and go with me to take a look." Gong Yan brought Xiao Jingzi to the guest room. Xiao old master has been awake, was served leaning on the bed. "Is drinking water?" See him directly open, although some weak, but the words are still so Xiao old master style. "Where is that old thing Tian Yuanzi? You tell him to come see me." A single sentence felt like it was going to use up the old man's strength, causing Elder Xiao to cough several times. Xiao Jingzi hurriedly ran over to take care of him, not letting to continue pleading. "Master Gong, just let Jingzi follow and take care of grandfather." Elder Xiao looked at his grandson and then at Gong Yan and asked, "What is that old thing up to again?" Gong Yan sighed helplessly and saluted. "Master has found a ghost doctor to cure you, but he can only send you there alone." Jingzi, this child, insisted on following. "You see this?" Xiao old master again covered his mouth and coughed twice. looked at his grandson, directly said, have given you said don't toss. This old bones to live to today has lived enough. You have to toss to find what famous doctor. These days I ate the medicine is still less? I've taken a lot of medicine these days, but I haven't seen any good. The ghost doctor said so. What does it matter if you go or not? Anyway, I've already written the will. Even if I can't come back, it's fine. Xiao Jingze hurriedly interrupted, his eyes turning a little red. Grandpa, don't talk nonsense. You'll definitely live a long life. Silly child. It's not that easy to live a long life. My life is already worth it. Go back. Tell your father and the others that there's no need to worry. From now on, the Xiao family will be in your hands. After saying that, Elder Xiao coughed a few more times, seemingly a little out of breath. Seeing this, Gong Yan hurriedly took out the pills Lin Xiaoxiao brought him to feed Xiao Laozi. Xiao Xiao said, I don't know what kind of situation Xiao Laozi is in, and gave him this to at least last until she. Xiao old man also do not know Gong Yan fed him a what things, only feel some of the medicinal flavor, and not like pills so bitter, but there is a sweet. Magical is swallowed actually feel the chest of the gas or smooth a lot. What did you give me to eat? Elder Xiao asked. Gong Yan replied, the pills given by the ghost doctor before she came, saying that giving them to you will stabilize your condition, and that you will be diagnosed more specifically when you get to her. Elder Xiao nodded. It seems that this ghost doctor really does have a few skills. I haven't felt so smooth breathing in a long time. After saying that, Elder Xiao looked at Xiao Jingze. Zaire, you go back. Who knew that Xiao Jingze, a good teenager, had committed an act? No, Grandpa. I must follow and take care of you. I won't go. In fact, Xiao Jingze himself also knows that the ghost doctor since he put the word can only send his grandfather alone. But he is still not assured. His grandfather has worked hard all his life, and suddenly he is sick, and finds so many doctors are helpless. Who knows what will happen in the end of this goodbye. He didn't want to leave his grandfather, even if he was capricious for a time. If the ghost doctor really refused to cure his grandfather because of this, then he would beg the ghost doctor. Beg until the ghost doctor was willing to cure his grandfather. He'd rather take the risk. He'd rather get down on his knees and pray than regret it. Master Gong Yan. Xiao Jingze looked at Gong Yan with a prayerful face. Gong Yan sighed helplessly. Forget it. I'll ask. You guys rest here for 2 days for now, said Gong Yan left, to the old man and Xiao Xiao letter to ask. Jingze this child is usually good, and obedient and understand. How this matter on so shafted. But if it were him, I'm afraid it would be the same. After all, if it really can't be cured, this goodbye will only be goodbye forever. Only the grandparents and grandchildren were left in the room. And Elder Xiao looked at his eldest grandson and sighed helplessly. Zaire, why do you have to do this? Xiao Jingze sat on the edge of the bed with red eyes, taking care of the old man while saying, Grandfather, you don't allow father and mother to follow them, but grandson has to follow and take care of grandpa no matter what. No matter what you say I won't leave. Grandpa Tian Yuanzi is a close friend with you. He won't sit back and do nothing. But grandson only has you as a grandfather. Those doctors have said that it is useless. The old man this is the age of time. But he does not believe. Grandfather in his heart is still that tall and magnificent person. He does not believe that grandfather is about to leave. Silly child. Life and death has a destiny. Grandpa is old. This life has developed the Xiao family to this point. Also can afford the ancestors. Do not let your father they follow, but also just do not want to add to the sadness in vain. You this child and why the bitterness? Elder Xiao sighed. This matter of life and death. He had long since seen it. Live for so many years. Who knows what will happen next moment? Old Tao so powerful martial arts. Not also suddenly gone. People this life in addition to life and death no big deal. That's fine. You can follow if you want to. With you by grandfather's side. Grandfather won't be too lonely even if he leaves. Old Master Xiao compromised. Xiao Jingze hurriedly shook his head. It won't be. Didn't Grandpa Tian Yuanzi say that the ghost doctor was very powerful? Her old man must have a solution. Xiao old master smiled, lovingly patted his grandson's head. What ghost doctor? He has lived for so many years, and Tian Yuanzi is even known for decades. When he knew such a ghost doctor himself how do not know? I don't know what this old thing is doing. The family of these juniors is really, he is old, is not just dying. Have to hide him to find what famous doctor. This is good. Even that old thing knows he is going to die, but also want to get himself to the front of the death. This is want to see him swallowed his breath it? I don't mind the bad luck. This old thing. Xiao Laozi thought but also followed the smile. They all these people in the end are going down to the end of the collection. Tian Yuanzi received the message sent by Gong Yan and cursed. This brat, he really is the same as his grandfather. Lin Xiaoxiao was curious. Grandpa, who are you scolding? Cursing that brat from the Xiao family. After saying this, Tian Yuanzi asked Lin Xiao. Xiao. Old Xiao has a grandson who is a bit older than Xinglan. He is uneasy about old Xiao and wants to follow. What do you think? Lin Xiao didn't care. This is fine for you to decide. Grandpa. As long as it's someone you trust, it doesn't matter. Tian Yuanzi put the letter sent by the carrier pigeon onto the candle next to him and lit it to burn, saying, then let him come along. He and Xinglan also know each other. It's good to give Xinglan a companion. Tian Yuanzi wrote a reply, agreed to Xiao Jingze to follow, and rolled the letter into a small bamboo tube to give it to Lin Xiao. After all, the carrier pigeon that delivered the letter came to Lin Xiao as soon as he entered the door, and he didn't know exactly who was its master. Lin Xiao used a teacup to feed the carrier pigeon some water and tied the bamboo tube to its feet before gently patting the pigeon's little brain. Go ahead and deliver it to the Grandmaster's uncle. Okay, le. The carrier pigeon cooed and flew away. Tian Yuanzi watched the carrier pigeon fly away and said, see how wise Grandpa's idea of passing on the heavenly star building to you was. Even the pigeons in the building are obedient to you. Lin Xiao smiled somewhat sheepishly. She just quietly gave this carrier pigeon a couple of small treats every time it came to deliver a letter. Not realizing that this pigeon had been bought by her just like that, the carrier pigeon returned to Tianqing building, went straight to the target Gongyan, waiting for Gongyan to take the note away before flying back to the pigeon cage to go. Facing those other silly pigeons, this pigeon big brother is incredibly happy that he went to the old master's side to send a letter. Is how wise. Xiao is the treasure girl. What a shame you can't share it with your peers. Agonizing. Gongyan saw the reply letter and took it to Master Xiao. Master has agreed. Then we will prepare for me to personally send you there. But the rest of the Xiao family can't be brought. Neither the guards nor the secret guards. Gongyan said. Elder Xiao waved his hand carelessly. If you don't bring it, then don't bring it. Zaire, you send them back. Yes. Xiao Jingze got the approval and breathed a fierce sigh of relief, listening to the old man and going to arrange the guards and secret guards that the Xiao family had followed. Gong Yan drove his own carriage. Tianqing Lu's secret guards hid in the dark to escort him, all the way to Longgan City, stuck at a point after dark to the mountains outside the city. When the carriage stopped, Gong Yan lifted the curtain and said somewhat apologetically to Master Xiao and Xiao Jingze, Master Xiao, Jingze, I may have to aggrieve you. Elder Xiao was unimpressed. Come on. Gong Yan apologized and clasped his fists. With a wave of his hand, two secret guards appeared. The two of them first used something to cover the eyes of the two of them, and then one of them dodged up the mountain with one on his back. Gong Yan gave the carriage to the person in disguise to drive and continue into the city, while he himself performed a light skill to follow. Elder Xiao and Xiao Jingze were blindfolded and could only be carried forward on the backs of the dark guards of Tianqing House, and it was unknown how long the crowd had walked before the dark guards stopped. When his 2 feet touched the ground, Elder Xiao still felt that it was a bit unreal, and he froze for a moment as he looked at the valley in front of him. It was the middle of the night, and the valley was so dark that it could only barely be seen as a small village by the light of the moon. The homes were dark and only a small courtyard halfway up the hill not far away glowed with a faint light. Gong Yan came to the side of the two men and embarrassedly explained, It's too late today. Everyone has gone to bed. Master, come with me. Master is waiting for you. Master Xiao nodded his head and allowed Xiao Jingze to help him into the village, and only after a few steps, Xiao Jingze was worried that Master Xiao would not be able to walk, so he changed to carrying him on his back. When they reached the entrance of the small courtyard, they saw Tian Yuanzi standing at the entrance from afar, looking at them with his hands behind his back. How old are you that you still need your grandson to carry it? Are you not ashamed? As soon as they met, Tian Yuanzi undermined Elder Xiao. Elder Xiao let Xiao Jingze put himself down and choked back without showing any weakness. I'm happy. What do you care? Someone who was about to die, and still has such a hard mouth. Tian Yuanzi rolled his eyes. Gong Yan and Xiao Jingze watched the two fight. Filled with helplessness, Xiao Jingze hurriedly saluted to interrupt. Jingze has met Grandpa Tian Yuanzi. Tian Yuanzi gave him a look. Really the same as your grandfather. After saying that, he went into the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Xiao Jingze was a bit ashamed. He knew that Tian Yuanzi was talking about him dying to follow. Gong Yan helplessly glanced at his master's back. Master, this person is just hard mouth and soft heart. If he really disliked it, he wouldn't have waited here until now. Elder, it's too late today. I'll take you in to rest first and let the ghost doctor treat you tomorrow. Gong Yan respectfully made a gesture of invitation and led Elder Xiao and Xiao Jingze into the door. The small courtyard was not large but cozy, and Elder Xiao asked, The ghost doctor lives here? Gong Yan nodded. Yes. I hope your old man won't be too surprised tomorrow. After thinking about it, Gong Yan glanced at Xiao Jingze again, and wondered if he would still be able to be so calm tomorrow when he knew that the ghost doctor in his mouth, her old man, was a little girl. Only after sending the grandchildren to their rooms did Gong Yan go to report to Tian Yuanzi about what happened along the way. When he learned that this old man was given an ultimatum by many doctors, Tian Yuanzi's heart is still very difficult, and I do not know if Xiao Xiao has any way to make this old man live a few more years or not. I don't blame Xiao Jingza, that kid stubborn. Must follow. This goodbye may be goodbye forever. Forget it, let them be. Anyway, here there are no those hordes of slaves or serving underlings. Everything has to depend on them, just to make that kid suffer a bit. The next day early in the morning, Xiao Jingza heard the commotion outside and hurriedly climbed up, confused and waiting for someone to wait for the grooming, only to find that there is a waiter here or not, only he and Grandpa, and hurriedly clean up their own. See, Grandpa is still asleep to go out to see the situation first. Opening the door and looking into the kitchen where there was movement, he saw Master Gong tying on an apron and making breakfast in the kitchen. Xiao Jingza was stunned. Gong Yan saw him and smiled. Jingza is up, hurry and wash up and come over to help. Xiao Jingza was stunned for half a second before he steeply came back to his senses, hurriedly and haphazardly scooped water in the water tank and washed his face, washed his hands and went into the kitchen, embarrassedly opening his mouth. Master Gong, I'm sorry, I woke up late, is there anything I can help with? He hadn't slowed down until now that Master Gong was actually cooking in the kitchen, but his body was faster than his mind, and Gong Yan didn't treat him politely, letting him add more fire and firewood and move the altar to get the bowl. Xiao Xiao also rushed over from home. This side is going to have guests. Lin Xiao Xiao let Xiao Xiao move home first. Uncle Gong, I'll do it. Xiao Xiao took the initiative to take over Gong Yan's work as soon as he entered. Xiao Jingza saw a young girl in her teens enter the kitchen, skillfully began to follow the Gong Yan's work, and for a moment could not guess what the visitors was, and could only continue to smother the fire. I'll leave this place to you guys. I'll go see if Master is awake. Gong Yan waved his hand and walked away. Xiao Xiao looked curiously at the teenager sitting behind the stove and fell to gawking. Long gone was the coyness she had before. After all, after looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's good-looking face so much every day, she was now immune to all these handsome teenagers. Xiao Jingza was a little strange to be looked at so bluntly by a little girl, but in the end, he was still composed, and only seriously did his own thing without looking askance. As the breakfast was ready, everyone in the small courtyard got up one after another. Tian Yuanzi saw that in the kitchen to help Xiao Jingza is very satisfied. Although the work looks crappy, but stay a few days will be skillful. Xinglan is not also so over. Go get your grandfather up for breakfast. It's not like he's dying and wants to lie in bed waiting to be served. Tian Yuanzi said venomously. A choking voice immediately came from the room. I can't even die if you die. Ha! Yo yo yo! That is who lie half a day cannot get up. The sun is sunny ass. The village people are down to work. Still asleep. Want to wait for who to wait for it? I can tell you old thing. In this, everything has to be done by yourself. No one spoiled you those bad habits. Tian Yuanzi continued to be gloomy. Elder Xiao was warily helped out by Xiao Jingza, covering his mouth and coughing. His entire body looked weak, but he still couldn't help but fight with Tian Yuanzi. I'm too lazy to care about you. Tian Yuanzi only then see the real situation of his old friend. Last night was too dark. He did not see clearly, only feel that this old man thin. The spirit is not very good. Now it seems, not only is the spirit is not very good, this said that the face is like death is not too much. Right. This old man isn't really dying, is he? What if Xiao Xiao can't be cured? How did you get yourself into this state? Tian Yuanzi opened his mouth worriedly after all. Only the words that came out were not half soft. Old Master Xiao also knew that his temper was like this for so many years. Talking to himself was also like this. Really one day this old boy was pleasant to himself. He would be uncomfortable instead. Old age, the time has come, to be able to see you one more time before death. It's not in vain for me to run this trip. Elder Xiao sighed, not drawing the ghost doctor's cure in the slightest. In his opinion, he was running out of gas. It was useless for anyone to come, but he was content to see his old friend and old brother once more before he died. Xiao Jingza moved chairs for the two old men to sit down and talk. Right, ghost doctor. When did you know such a powerful character? How come I haven't heard of this ghost doctor person before? Although his Xiao family was not as well informed as the Heavenly Star House, but at least their business was spread all over the north and south of the Yangtze River. How could he not even know when there was an additional ghost doctor? Speaking of granddaughter, Tian Yuanzi is a smug. You don't know much more. Old man, I also made friends with the Wolf King. Recognized the Wolf King's daughter as a granddaughter. Really? The Wolf King also have to manage the old man, I shouted, father. Afraid to say out of frighten you to death. TSK, it's only been a few years since I've seen you. Look at you dejected like this. Elder Zhao's face was disgusted, but the bottom of his eyes did not have half a bit of disgust. Only happiness. His old friend could live well, and he could also go without worry. Lin Xiaoxiao was the last one to come out. Not that she was sleeping, but after she got up, she went into the space again and plowed out a 500-year-old ginseng buried in the space ground. No matter if it is useful or not, it is prepared first. When she arrived outside, she saw two old men sitting there sunbathing and fighting at the same time, and she only glanced at old Master Xiao and furrowed her brows. The old man's in such a state. It's not quite right. Grandpa. Lin Xiaoxiao collected herself and walked towards the two, and when she reached the front she curtsied to old Master Xiao again in a good manner. Good day, Grandpa Xiao. Elder Xiao looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with some surprise and looked her up and down. What a handsome and well-behaved daughter. Good. Elder Xiao answered with a smile on his brow. Then with a peeking opera-like face change brush, he looked at Tian Yuanzi. When did you get another granddaughter? Tian Yuanzi stroked his beard. Smug, how is it? My good granddaughter isn't very pleasing to the eye. He. It's a pity. Some people have one foot in the coffin and still don't have a granddaughter. Granddaughter oh. This is my granddaughter oh. Xiao old man held his mouth sulking. Xiao family big, but has been 3 generations have not been out of the girl. A stream of all the son again son. To Xiao Jingza generation. Xiao Jingza is the eldest. The next 3 are younger brother. Not to mention the granddaughter. He now even a granddaughter-in-law are not yet shadow. Looking at Tian Yuanzi's complacent appearance, Elder Xiao was so angry. He only saw his eyes turn and beckon towards Lin Xiaoxiao. Good granddaughter. Come over and give Grandpa a good look. Ouch. This kid is really good looking. Come, Grandpa's meeting gift for you. Saying this, Elder Xiao directly yanked the jade tablet off his waist and shoved it into Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. Tian Yuanzi's beard curled up as he pulled Lin Xiaoxiao to his side, glaring cross-eyed at Elder Xiao. Surname Xiao, what do you want? Don't you want to rob my granddaughter? You old thing. Get up. Elder Xiao warily pushed Tian Yuanzi away, pulling Lin Xiaoxiao's other hand to bring her towards him, while stuffing the jade token into his hand. Don't pay attention to him. This is Grandpa's meet and greet gift for you. You take it. This quick jade token. You go to any Xiao family store in Tianlong country and take whatever you want. No one will dare to say half a word about you. Xiao Jingza snapped back from the amazement of seeing Lin Xiaoxiao and watched dumbfounded as his grandfather gave the Xiao family jade plaque to Lin Xiaoxiao just like that. Or not to force it into his hands kind of thing. Oh, he wanted to cover his chest and cry. Xiao, don't ask for it. Whatever you want Heavenly Star House can get it for you. Just ignore him. Tian Yuanzi pulled back Lin Xiaoxiao. Master Xiao pulled her over again and glared. What's in your shitty building? Nothing. Don't listen to him. Xiao right? Xiao. Come on. Quickly collect it. Good you old thing. You piss me off. Tian Yuanzi glared and gasped. Xiao Laozi was no better. The two together were almost 200 years old. Still arguing here and there. People say that old kids are old kids. That's what they say. Right? Grandpa Xiao. Don't get excited. Sit down first and I'll show you. Lin Xiaoxiao had no choice but to open her mouth and interrupt the two. Tian Yuanzi pulled back Lin Xiaoxiao with a puff of anger. Xiao. Let's not cure him. Let's not give him a cure. Lin Xiaoxiao had to coax Tian Yuanzi again. Grandpa. Stop it. Grandpa Xiao is a patient. Oof. Tian Yuanzi twisted his head away to ignore him. But he did not stop Lin Xiaoxiao from trying to treat Elder Xiao anymore. Lin Xiaoxiao was filled with helplessness. Grandpa clearly cared about Grandpa Xiao. Grandpa Xiao. Sit down. Lin Xiaoxiao helped Grandpa Xiao sit down. But she didn't ask for the jade tablet. Elder Xiao was beaming with joy. Good. After sitting down Lin Xiaoxiao took his pulse. Tian Yuanzi stopped sulking and twisted his head to look at the two of them. Upon seeing that the look on Lin Xiaoxiao's face became grave, Tian Yuanzi's sulking was gone. And all that was left in his eyes was worry. Dawn, how's it going? Elder Xiao could hear the worry in Tian Yuanzi's tone. And his heart warmed. A friend for decades is a true friend. Much better than those hypocrites who are thinking about his Xiao family's family business. He looked at Tian Yuanzi and asked, didn't you say there was some kind of ghost doctor? How is it that this girl is the one who is treating herself? Tian Yuanzi nudged towards Lin Xiaoxiao. Ghost doctor. Master Shaughnessy. Seeing his dumbfounded stupidity, Tian Yuanzi waved his hand in disgust. Don't argue. Be quiet and see what Xiao has to say. Elder Xiao was still in shock. And Xiao Jingza was even more eager to find a crack in the ground. His previous bite a ghost doctor her old man. In front of this little girl. Then their own still so much younger. He called people old man? Done. After Elder Xiao was surprised. He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao thoughtfully. And the mischievousness of fighting with Tian Yuanzi was gone from his body. As he seemed to be considering the truth or falsehood of what Tian Yuanzi had said. This girl is at most 10 years old. Right? Those jade skin cream and antidote pills sold at the Heavenly Star building were really made by this girl? Unbelievable. Too unbelievable. but it's not impossible that the world is full of capable people. After half an incense stick of time, Lin Xiaoxiao withdrew her hand. How's it going, girl? Tian Yuanzi asked offhandedly. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at a few people with some hesitation. Everyone's hearts hung in the air with them, but it was Elder Xiao himself who was frank and calm. Girl, if you have something to say, just say it. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Tian Yuanzi, who nodded slightly, and only then did Lin Xiaoxiao take a breath. I'll say it then. Speak. A few people shuffled around. Only then did Lin Xiaoxiao say, since the onset of the disease did Grandpa Xiao slowly begin to be unable to eat, and even if he did, he could only eat some fluids or soft, easy to digest food, and in addition, did his intestines and stomach often hurt? Xiao Jingze nodded his head excitedly and repeatedly before Elder Xiao even opened his mouth. Right. This half-year grandfather has been in such a situation. We have searched for famous doctors of all sizes. Medicines have been prescribed and eaten quite a lot, but it just doesn't work, and grandfather can't eat more than a day, and he is emaciated more than a day. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. That's right, then I'll say it directly. Grandpa Xiao is indeed sick, but he is probably in this position to grow a sarcoma or something like that. If it is not removed then it will grow bigger and bigger, affecting Grandpa Xiao's ability to eat, and after a long period of time, not to mention that the tumor is benign and malignant, alone not being able to eat, Grandpa Xiao's body will not be able to carry the load, Lin Xiaoxiao said, pointing to Elder Xiao's abdomen, the exact location of which would have to be further examined. The plot demands that medical students or serious babies be merciful. Thank you. From the shivering author's desire to survive, Xiao Jingze finally found his voice. He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao incredulously. You're the ghost doctor? How old is she? How is this possible? Lin Xiaoxiao smiled inscrutably. What? Not like that? With that arrogant look and unimpressed tone, Xiao Jingze felt that his face was being hit with a raw pain. It simply hurts. And he calls people old people. The elderly. Lin Xiaoxiao casually dusted off the non-existent dust on her clothes and said indifferently, I heard from Grandmaster Uncle that you insisted on following Grandpa Xiao over here. Do you know my rule that only patients are allowed to come here? I can completely stop treating you like this. Tian Yuanzi stifled a laugh. This girl was pretending to be something like that. Puff. Xiao Jingze kneeled down. Lin Xiaoxiao subconsciously wanted to jump up, but steadied herself. Grandpa had said that she was a worldly superior. She had to pose. Divine doctor. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm just too worried about my grandfather's safety. I only asked the divine doctor to cure my grandfather. Whatever the divine doctor wants me to do can be done, as long as he can cure his grandfather, even if she is so much younger than himself. He Xiao Jingze kneel up without any pressure. Is not just a loss of face, and grandfather's life compared to what is this? Lin Xiaoxiao and Tian Yuanzi squeezed their eyebrows. This misidentification was too decisive. Tian Yuanzi gave her a reassuring look and let her play as she pleased. Grandpa said that the rules can't be changed once they're set, and anyone else who seeks medical attention in the future will have to follow them. Let Xiao Jingze follow. On the one hand is that Grandpa knows that this kid is stubborn. On the other hand, it is also because of the relationship between Grandpa and Master Xiao. Xiao Jingze is Master Xiao's favorite grandson, and can be counted as his own people. So agree to it. But Grandpa said that she is allowed to bully him. Her eyes rolled back in her head, thinking of those cliched dramas from TV shows, and she said faintly, really willing to do anything? Xiao Jingze nodded. Yes. Fine then. I'll take a life for a life. Lin Xiaoxiao said these words with a bland face, without any psychological burden at all. Elder Xiao's face changed and was about to open his mouth when Tian Yuanzi suppressed his hand and shook his head at him. Although Elder Xiao was strange, his many years of tacit understanding still made him choose to believe Tian Yuanzi. Moreover, he also wanted to see how this grandson of his actually felt about his heart. Xiao Jingze didn't expect such an outcome, and after he was shocked, he quickly regained his composure. As long as Divine Doctor can cure Grandpa, I am willing to exchange one life for another. I, Xiao Jingze, swear to the heavens that from now on, this life of mine, Xiao Jingze, is Divine Doctor's, and Divine Doctor can take it whenever he wants to. But Jingze has an unforgivable request. Can you allow me to see Grandpa recovering? Xiao Jingze said. Lin stifled a laugh and fished a meringue out of her pocket. Eat it. Saying that, he threw the mellitus towards Xiao Jingze, who subconsciously caught it, looked at the pill in front of him, and put it in his mouth after hesitating for only a moment. He froze, as if it were a little sweet. Elder Xiao opened his mouth and said nothing in the end. Tao Xinglan saw such a scene when he came back from his morning exercise. He froze for a moment, then silently came behind Lin Xiaoxiao and bowed to Elder Xiao with his fist first. Elder Xiao nodded. It was only then that Tao Xinglan glanced at the kneeling Xiao Jingze, standing expressionlessly behind Lin Xiaoxiao with his hands wrapped around his chest. living as a cold and handsome male. Lin Xiaoxiao touched her stomach. A little hungry. Is breakfast ready? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Xiao Qiao hurriedly nodded. Miss, it's done. Want to serve it up? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and nudged towards Xiao Jingzi. Take him with you. Xiao Qiao, leave the chores in the courtyard to him during this period of time. You rest and relax, and follow Sister Hongyao to practice your kung fu. Xiao Qiao looked at Xiao Jingzi with some disdain. This young master is not touching the water. What can he do? In the morning to help her burn a fire or almost to the porridge or cooked paste. But Xiao Xiao so said. She will do it. Will not do not learn? Don't kneel. Come help. Xiao Qiao shouted at Xiao Jingzi. Xiao Jingzi, knowing that he had almost gotten into trouble and had just eaten poison, obeyed and got up and followed Xiao Qiao right to the kitchen. As soon as he left, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't hold it in and laughed silently from ear to ear. It was only then that Tao Xinglan eased his face and smiled as he renewed his salute to Elder Xiao. Grandpa Xiao. Tian Yuanzi also laughed, and Elder Xiao looked at this old man and two young men, confused, thinking of his grandson's filial piety. He still couldn't bear it in the end and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and asked, Miss, if Jingzi has offended the old man to make amends for him, this child's character is obstinate, giving the girl trouble. Please, for the sake of the old man and I have been close friends for many years, please give this kid a break. Xiao old master this serious look so Lin Xiaoxiao hurried to make amends. She is a good baby to respect the old and love the young. See to the old master scared. Are rusty with her. Tian Yuanzi opened his mouth at the right time to relieve Lin Xiaoxiao. Alright, who doesn't know that you treasure this grandson of yours? I'm just angry that this kid knew that his insistence on following him would lead to the ghost doctor not curing you. It's thanks to the fact that the ghost doctor is my good granddaughter. So what if it's really some old man who's stubborn and unresponsive? Wouldn't that kill you? So I'll let Xiao Xiao toss him around a bit. Xiao Xiao is going to cure you. He wouldn't dare not listen to Xiao Xiao. You, heart in your stomach. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled playfully. Grandpa Xiao, I'm sorry for scaring you. Elder Xiao then knew the original reason. Silently patted Tian Yuanzi's arm. His old friend's good intentions he understands. It's good to let this child know that there are people outside the sky, so that he can do things in the future to be more calm and steady. But he was still puzzled. And what did you just give him to eat? Lin smiled and fished a few more out of her pocket. This one. Tian Yuanzi directly pinched one and put it in his mouth. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly gave her hand to avoid it. Grandpa, you can't eat too much. This old man has some high blood sugar, so he can't give him too many sweets. Elder Xiao was confused. This, Tian Yuanzi only ate one. It really wasn't enjoyable. Seeing that Master Xiao was still worried, before saying, alright, don't worry. This is the candy Xiao Xiao made herself. Don't believe it. Eat and see for yourself. Saying this, he pinched one and stuffed it into old Master Zhao's mouth. Elder Xiao was first stunned. The taste in his mouth was bitter at first, but it soon became sweet. He had never eaten sugar like this before. Savoring it, his eyebrows flew up. Elder Xiao was busy boasting. The flavor is good. Girl's handiwork is really good. Lin Xiaoxiao only hemmed and hawed, silently apologizing to the McLeod manufacturer in her heart. After Master Xiao finished tasting, he didn't forget to comment, if this is taken out for sale, it will surely be a big seller. Tian Yuanzi coveted the one in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, but Lin Xiaoxiao didn't give it to him and directly shared it with Tao Xinglan and ate it, so he could only grunt and dislike Elder Xiao. Money, 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 all you know is money all day long. What's the use of you earning so much money? You can't bring it here in life. You can't bring it here in death. You really can't forget your virtue of being profit-oriented wherever you go. Elder Xiao gave a glare. What do you know? Am I doing this for my own sake? I'm not doing this for Xiao Xiao. She made the candies, and the money from selling them is of course hers. Tian Yuanzi disliked, just that little bit of money. Our Xiao Xiao still can't look at it. You don't get any ideas. Lin Xiaoxiao would like to say. She can see how can she not see the money earned? But this well or forget it. She really can not do it. Grandpa Xiao, I'm sorry, this candy is something I made specifically to quench Grandpa's thirst. The ingredients are hard to come by, and I didn't make much in total. The meaning of refusal was obvious. Elder Xiao is not the kind of person who really drills into the eyes of money. The Xiao family has enough family business, and there is no lack of this one. Lin Xiaoxiao has said so he went along with the steps down. Alright, that's a real shame. But in the future, don't forget to make some more for Grandpa Xiao as well. Elder Xiao had the cheek to ask for it. Yeah. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and answered. Tian Yuanzi spoke in disgust. Why do you have to grab everything? Are you annoyed? Elder Xiao would be in a beautiful mood and was too lazy to bother with him. I'm happy to. Seeing that the two were about to start fighting again, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly greeted Xiao Qiao and asked if they were ready, then picked up Tian Yuanzi and had Tao Xinglan hold Elder Xiao. interrupting the two to continue fighting. After eating breakfast, a few people sat down to continue discussing Master Zhao's condition. According to what Lin Xiaoxiao said, it is necessary to remove the sarcoma from Master Zhao's abdomen in order to completely cure it. Such a treatment method is unprecedented and unimaginable. Tian Yuanzi was unconditionally trusting Lin Xiaoxiao. Even the poison of the 10,000 poisons scattering Xiaoxiao was able to solve it. Taking a small sarcoma was just a matter of fact. Could it be difficult to defeat his precious granddaughter? Master Xiao looks a little hesitant. Xiao Jingze has many questions, but at this time in the body of the poison is not even his own life, he did not dare to intervene. Lin Xiaoxiao could see how worried Elder Xiao was, so she consoled. It's okay, I'll prescribe some medicine for Grandpa Xiao to regulate his physical condition first during this period of time. And Grandpa Xiao's current state of health isn't suitable for an operation, so Grandpa Xiao will reconsider. It's not that Master Xiao doesn't dare, it's just that. Hey, Xiao Xiao, tell Grandpa the truth. It's this surgery you're talking about. What are the chances of success? If, Grandpa means if, will I never wake up again? If that was the case, he would have to make arrangements ahead of time, not letting the descendants of the Xiao family blame this girl for his death. Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't done any surgery in this world yet, but with the cheating little magic tool, little medicine chest and space in place, there shouldn't be any problems. After all, she was a medical genius that could be called a national expert in modern times, and it was just a very small surgery for her. The ancients had never been exposed to this type of healing, and it was normal for them to be unaccustomed to it or to carry a fear of it. At least 80% certainty. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't dare to say too much, but 80% was already a high chance for them. Lin Xiaoxiao said, "It's okay, Grandpa Xiao doesn't need to rush to reply to me. You should take care of your body first during this period of time. This place has beautiful mountains and water. It is the most suitable for recuperating from illnesses. Wait for Grandpa Xiao to let me know when he's ready to consider it." Elder Xiao didn't say much, just nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao knows that it is useless to say more. She is a doctor. Treating the sick to save people is their duty, but also need to cooperate with the patient. But this period of time you can first use the spring water with medicine to give him a try. Cannot be operated on as far as possible, not to operate on the good. Elder Xiao and Xiao Jingze lived in Tian Wolf village at ease. Lin Xiaoxiao would give Elder Xiao a good medicine every day, and then boiled the medicine with the spiritual spring water. And it was really useful. Elder Xiao's body turned better day by day, and the person was also much more energetic than before, and his face was no longer waxy and gray. The change in his body made Elder Xiao very happy and no longer harbored any hesitation towards Lin Xiaoxiao's abilities, only trusting her wholeheartedly. It was almost to the point where he would do whatever Lin Xiaoxiao said and agreed to the surgery, and he was now in such good spirits that he felt like he would have no problem living for another couple decades. Master Zhao's spirit is getting better and better. The two old men fight more and more time. Every time is more and more courageous. No one will not let anyone. Xiao Jingze had also changed a lot during this period of time. Ever since Lin Xiaoxiao had given him all the chores in this small courtyard, Xiao Xiao had really taken her supervisor status seriously, and had made Xiao Jingze work every day. The first eldest grandson of the Xiao family, born with a golden key since childhood, surrounded by slaves, a noble son who was served everywhere he went. Only a few days' time had already turned into a countryside village boy who could do any odd jobs. Just pity Xiao Xiao. During the day, the godly instructions to and fro. To the night, hugging Lin Xiaoxiao, shivering, for fear that in the future, Xiao Jingze remembered the revenge, and in turn retaliated against her. But as soon as it was time to face Xiao Jingze during the day, Xiao Xiao still did whatever she needed to do. Fearful as she was, the task Xiao Xiao had given her was to be completed, and Xiao Xiao's face was not to be lost. The peanuts planted in the village were ripe, and Xiao Jingze was directly led by Xiao Xiao to help the group collect peanuts. People didn't know the identity of Xiao Jingze and Master Xiao. They just thought he was a guest from Xiao Xiao and Tian Yuanzi's house, and they were polite to Xiao Jingze. However, when this young Master Xiao, who had never done farm work before, did crappy farm work and made himself grimy, everyone still couldn't hold back their laughter. Xiao Jingze was on the verge of tears, but when he thought that he was severely poisoned, he had to hold his tears back and work well. His grandfather's body had already improved, which meant that the ghost doctor was healing his grandfather. He couldn't get into trouble at this time. Xiao old man is also happy to grandson here to hone. Not even a love has not asked. Used to clothes to hand and food to mouth days. Eat bitter or good. Sharpen the temperament. Taking advantage of the good weather, Lin Xiaoxiao took out the good quality herbs picked by the villagers, as well as some of the herbs in the space that would be useful in treating Master Xiao, and Xiao Xiao and Honging helped out on the side. Is Miss Xiaoxiao home? A shout came from outside the small courtyard. Lin Xiaoxiao's three people stopped moving together. It was the two old men who were resting their eyes on the recliners that opened their eyes. Xiao Xiao opened the door and Uncle Zhang, the village carpenter, was standing outside looking at them nervously with a smile. Uncle Zhang was one of the few people with a foreign surname in Tianwolf village. His ancestors had always been carpenters, and he was basically the one who did all the carpentry work in Tianwolf village. Uncle Zhang, what brings you here? Come in and sit down. Xiao Qiao opened the door and tried to welcome the person in. Uncle Zhang rubbed his hands together in embarrassment and shook his head. Not going in. Xiao Qiao. I'm looking for Miss Xiao Xiao for something. After saying that, he looked over at Lin Xiao Xiao and waited for her to come over. Lin Xiao Xiao put the herbs away and walked over. Uncle Zhang. What's wrong? Only then did Uncle Zhang say, the oil press you asked me to make before. It's almost done. I've tried it a few times and changed it a few times, so it should be fine this time. I've come to ask you to come over and take a look. Lin Xiao Xiao was delighted. Really? That's great. Let's go. Take a look. Taking Xiao Qiao and the red tassel that didn't move an inch, she left. Good. The guys are all waiting at my house. They all want to see if it will work out. Uncle Zhang also cheerfully followed. Elder Xiao sat up and asked, what are they doing? So happy to have fun and not bring him? Tian Yuanzi already got up, organized his clothes, said, the village planted a lot of peanuts. Before Xiao Xiao and Zhang Carpenter tossed a what oil press, said it can be extracted oil. Look at the Zhang Carpenter like afraid to do a good job. Get up quickly. We also went to go look at the go. Late can not have lively to see. Staying in the village every day is comfortable, but there is less entertainment. And this time of the year the bustle of the village's families is invaluable. Elder Zhao's sensitive business nerves were rattled again at once, and he hurriedly got up to follow. And now he didn't even need to be helped. What oil press? What do you extract oil from? And what's this peanut you're talking about? Isn't it the thing Xiao Xiao cooked last night? I've never seen it before. Where did it come from? Elder Xiao asked as he walked along. Tian Yuanzi's brain was buzzing from his noise and pulled out his ears. Are you annoyed? Why do you have so many questions? Why don't you just stop calling Xiao Yuan and change your name to Xiao something? Elder Xiao choked and pointed at him in anger. You old thing. I'm asking you nicely. Tian Yuanzi had her lazy back. Want to know you yourself will not go to Xia. And peanuts. You have not seen that is your own have not seen the world. This thing is everywhere in the mountains. The village people have been living here for generations. Know that the peanuts can be eaten. Planting a little peanut is very strange. It's not unusual for a village guarded by the Black Wolf King to have anything. Tian Yuanzi glanced at Elder Xiao and was silently pleased in his heart. But unfortunately, there was no way for him to say this kind of strange encounter to this old thing, or else envy wouldn't kill him. The Black Wolf King, has he ever seen it? It's not wrong to say he hasn't seen the world. Tian Yuanzi was in a good mood, humming a little song happily, and Elder Xiao was in a daze, only thinking which of this old thing's tendons was wrong again. The two previously later arrived at Zhang Carpenter's house. The village people saw them come over all hurried to make way. Xiao Old Man also saw a familiar person in the crowd, couldn't help but cover his mouth and coughed. When Xiao Jingzi saw his grandfather, he hurriedly squeezed out from the crowd of people watching, and didn't bother to study the oil press, and hurried over to take care of his grandfather. Grandpa Tian. Xiao Jingzi respectfully saluted. Tian Yuanzi looked at him in this village man's outfit and was satisfied, patting his shoulder. The lad did a good job. There was no telling what this kid's reaction would be later on when he realized that Xiao Xiao had given him candy. Xiao Jingzi felt Tian Yuanzi's praise and his heart was so sour that he wanted to cry. But when he saw his grandfather walking together with Tian Yuanzi in a radiant manner, this sourness disappeared again and only happiness remained. He hurriedly went forward and helped old Master Xiao into the crowd and into the house where Carpenter Zhang kept the oil press. In the house there was Zhang Carpenter's family, as well as Lin Xiao Xiao and the village chief, Lin Chunhua. Lin Chuanhua's feet placed 2 bags, which were peanuts that they had collected and dried in the sun. Carpenter Zhang rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Miss Xiao Xiao, then let's get started? Lin Xiao Xiao around the oil press a few circles. This thing she has not seen in modern times, just she usually liked to buy those various books, biographies, ancient tales, humanities and geography, medical books, including a variety of miscellaneous books. She as long as she sees will buy back. Do not see the end of the first do not say, but the study of that whole wall of the bookshelf is a must to be stuffed, since traveling to this world. Though, all those books in the study had come in handy, contributing greatly to her cause of passing the time. This ancient system of oil press is what she saw in those miscellaneous books. Plot needs. Do not spray. Before listening to Xiao Xiao said that the oil should be saved. She thought of this, because the meat oil is little, and it is not convenient to go to the city here. So she was thinking of the village's pigs, how much it can be. So for the sake of her still growing and developing body, and for the sake of the group's day, she and Carpenter Zhang worked out this thing. However, she only provided ideas. not realizing that Carpenter Zhang had actually made it after failing and modifying it time and time again. Grandma Chunhua, come, try. Lin Xiaoxiao gave the main seat to Lin Chunhua and Carpenter Zhang. Lin Chuanhua's trembling, excited hands scooped the peanuts from the bag into the oil press while Carpenter Zhang got his hands dirty. Everyone was holding their breath and staring at the place where the oil was coming out of the press. Even Tian Yuanzi and Elder Xiao were concentrating on it. Time passed by, and the cold sweat on Zhang Carpenter's forehead was dropping down drop by drop, and he kept praying in his heart that he must succeed. It has to work. The only sound that could be heard in the quiet house was the sound of the oil press turning. Immediately afterward, drops. It was the sound of water drops dripping into the bowl, but at this time in people's ears is like heavenly music. Everyone was placed in the bowl of the oil outlet of the drop of clear almost invisible liquid attracted, followed by a second drop, and a third. DDT. Village chief, take a quick look. Is it done? Everyone looked at the bowl excitedly, wanting to get closer to see it for real but afraid of disturbing it all. The village chief took a deep breath, came to the bowl, took the chopsticks and dipped some on his hands. The oil light suddenly spread on his hands. The village chief couldn't believe it, and dipped some more into his mouth. It's oil. It's really oil. It's done. It's done. The village chief was so excited that he almost hissed out. He couldn't wait to jump into the bowl and take a sip before he could do so. With the village chief shouting, the villagers were restless. All of them cheered at this moment. They had oil. They had oil themselves. Tian Yuanzi and Elder Zhao's grandparents and grandchildren were surrounded by everyone. Feeling the excitement and happiness of the moment, their emotions were infected by everyone, and the corners of their mouths were raised in happy smiles. Old man Xiao had been looking at the oil press, looking at the bowl of oil that was getting bigger and bigger, pondering. Zell, help me over for a closer look. The author has something to say. Sorry to take up a few words to answer a few more concerns. The first, why Xiao Xiao will go back on her word, set the rules and agreed to grandfather to make the decision to let Xiao Jingze into the village. In fact, Xiao Xiao does not care to come to a few people, just grandfather wants to protect her. She may want to be a handler is responsible for treating the sick to save people. More is to enjoy the feeling of the previous life that rely on grandpa. Anyone remember Xiao Xiao as grandpa to bring up? Does anyone else remember that Xiao Xiao was raised by her grandfather? The second question, about Xiao Jing's insistence on following his grandfather in spite of the rules. Some people say he is stupid, and others say he is unfilial disregarding his grandfather's death. To know that before this, Xiao Jingze is not sure that the old man's disease, whether it can be cured. In fact, here I changed a lot of times, and then substituting myself. If there is another opportunity, no matter where I am, I will definitely choose to go back to follow the family to the hospital, so that will not even the last side of the grandfather did not see. One last question. Humble author praying for 5 stars online. Ha ha ha. Looking at the ratings literally hurts like a needle in my heart. Woo hoo hoo hoo. Xiao Laozi stayed in Zhang Carpenter's home for a long time. Has been in the oil press next to watch the oil press will peanuts. Will be a little bit of soybean into oil. The village head in the first bowl of oil out of the village let Xiaoqin went to use the oil to fry vegetables. Fried dishes are not only tasty, but also with peanut aroma, more fragrant than their usual lard. Elder Xiao was still pondering over this matter until he returned to his small courtyard, and he didn't even respond when Tian Yuanzi fought with him. Tian Yuanzi looked at the old man like he was possessed. What bad ideas are you having again? Tian Yuanzi couldn't help but squeeze. Elder Xiao finally paid attention to him, but the reaction wasn't as hard as usual. He just grunted in disgust. Thinking about things, don't bother me. Speak out and listen. If he didn't say it, Tian Yuanzi had to ask. Elder Xiao ignored him and instead found Lin Xiaoxiao who had gotten together with Xiao Xiao to talk. Dawn. The two stopped joking and stood up in a well-behaved manner. Grandpa Xiao, what's wrong? Xiao Xiao hurriedly brought stools for the two old men before the three sat down, and Xiao Xiao returned to stand obediently behind Lin Xiaoxiao. Tian Yuanzi nodded appreciatively. Xiao Xiao was being taught better and better by Hong Ying. Xiao Xiao, there's something Grandpa wants to ask you about. That oil press of yours. Elder Xiao thought carefully about what to say without sounding deliberate. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled. The old man had been in business all his life. Of course she knew what the old man wanted to ask. Seeing the old man's desire to speak, she took the initiative to ask rhetorically. Grandpa Xiao was wanting the drawings of the oil press? Elder Xiao let out an ouch and made a big blush. Only then did Tian Yuanzi look at him and sked twice. So you old thing, this is thinking of Xiao Xiao's things. Ah, an old man still robbing a child's things. Do you want to have a face or not? Getting down to business. Will you stop it? Am I doing this for me? Elder Xiao almost hit him with his cane. Tian Yuanzi snorted, but he didn't interrupt anymore. Lin Xiaoxiao have opened their mouths. Xiao old master also do not beat around the bush. Yes, this oil press is really a good thing. With this, there is no fear that the people can't afford to eat the oil. If it is popularized, this is a great thing. Girl, Grandpa will not want you for nothing. In the future, the profits from the sale of oil in the Xiao family, Grandpa will all give it to you. Grandpa don't want a penny. That's not necessary. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand. Take the drawings if you want, but I only have the rough draft here. The detailed drawings still need to be done by Uncle Zhang, because I also gave a sketch at the beginning and then provided some ideas. The rest was repeatedly researched by Uncle Zhang, and it's reasonable to say that this oil press should have a copy of him. Xiao old master nodded repeatedly. As long as the drawings to him everything is good to say. This point you can rest assured. Grandpa with you to ensure that will not be treated poorly by anyone in this village. Zhang Carpenter, not to mention, if the Xiao family want to do this oil press, that is certainly to ask him to go out on a trip to point out those workers. Grandpa cannot be less of a benefit to him. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and twisted her head to look at Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, go ask Uncle Zhang to come over. Carpenter Zhang was having fun around the oil press at home, and when he heard that Lin Xiaoxiao was looking for him, he came over without even changing his clothes. Upon arriving, seeing both old men sitting there in a serious manner, Carpenter Zhang was still a bit embarrassed. Xiaoxiao moved a stool before Carpenter Zhang carefully sat down. Miss Xiaoxiao, the two old men, looking for me? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and told him what Elder Xiao meant. Uncle Zhang, I've promised the oil press to Grandpa Xiao. I'll have to trouble you later on what to do. Prepare a copy of the drawings and everything for Grandpa Xiao, and most importantly, I might have to trouble you to go out for a while and teach the craftsmen of the Xiao family. Lin Xiaoxiao said. Zhang Carpenter finally came back to his senses. Simply flattered. He is a carpenter. The furthest he has gone is Longan City. Although he does not know what the identity of this Master Xiao is in the end, but Xiaoxiao said that his family can sell oil. Then it must be a big family. He, a crappy carpenter from the mountains, was actually going to be a master in someone's big family, which was a bit surreal to think about. He has not seen in the city those big families of craftsmen, that nose are fast to grow to the top of the head. See them so halfway self-taught even a master has no handyman carpenter. Even with a bit of care, that is, in the city to find a job to do, he took only half of the wages of the people or less than. Carpenter Zhang rubbed his hands. This, Miss Xiaoxiao, our family is a self-taught carpenter, not even a proper master. It's not good to go and teach others. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll draw that drawing carefully. The masters are guaranteed to be able to understand it. I won't go. Master Xiao opened his mouth. Words are not so. This first oil press is you do out. This inside the notes. Where to pay attention to what. This can be fine work, drawings and then detailed. Those masters may not be able to do the best, so you still have to go on this trip. And I won't let you work for nothing. You go to the Xiao family to teach the craftsmen for 2 months. I'll give you 500 taels of wages. I'll pay you 500 taels for 2 months of teaching the craftsmen at Zhao's. How about food and shelter? If you think it's less, we can still talk about it again. Zhang Carpenter was so dumbfounded that the bench under his buttocks collapsed, and he sat directly on his buttocks. Scared silly. Did he hear wrong? Elder Xiao was the closest to him, and Xiao Jingze, who had been silent beside him, hurriedly went forward to help the man up, and even set the bench for him to sit firmly before rejoining Elder Xiao to stand behind him. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Xiao Jingze. This big brother, this half month of exercise. The person really changed a lot. Wait for Grandpa Xiao to finish the operation, then give him a confession. I just hope that this big brother knows the truth. Don't blame her. Anyway, blame her, she won't admit it. Elder Xiao thought he was too little. The price is negotiable. Zhang Carpenter's 3 souls finally returned to his senses, and he waved his hand shakily. No need. Elder Xiao was also anxious. Then you should give me an accurate word. Is this job to be done or not to be done? Are you trying to rush my old man to death? Carpenter Zhang didn't know how to put his hands and feet, or Lin Xiaoxiao helped him out. Grandpa Xiao, Uncle Zhang is scared. You let him slow down a bit. After saying that, he also comforted Carpenter Zhang. Uncle Zhang, don't be nervous. Grandpa Xiao actually just wants to ask you to teach the Xiao family's craftsmen to make oil presses. Stay for 2 months, and then come back when they can skillfully make oil presses without making mistakes. You don't have to be afraid of too much for the 500 taels of labor. It's not a big deal to Grandpa Xiao, and is also what you deserve. Miss Xiaoxiao, Zhang Carpenter was incoherent, and looked at Master Xiao with an apologetic face. Master, don't be offended. I did get scared. I grew up. I've never seen so much money before. As soon as I thought that this is the money for my labor, I even softened my legs. Carpenter Zhang wasn't exaggerating at all. He was now really weak in the legs and couldn't even sit down. Elder Xiao froze for a moment. He had always thought that this place was a paradise, with a divine doctor like Xiao living in seclusion here. It must be an extraordinary place. But he hadn't expected that the villagers here were really just ordinary villagers, and that they could even be scared by 500 taels of silver to the point that their legs were weak. You can't say that. It's me who is abrupt. But this matter really must be you. I'm also a bit relieved to have you keeping an eye on it. If you are willing, I'll proceed with the arrangements. Think about it? Elder Shao said softly. Jean Carpenter nervously rubbed his hands. Until now still feel that it is a dream. Such a good thing. What else to consider? As long as the old master doesn't mind my clumsy hands, I'll make a run for it. But 500 taels is really too much to use that much. The old master's normal payment for labor will be fine. Jean Carpenter still feels that he is just an ordinary carpenter, making something that can get into the eyes of a nobleman. That is of course a good thing. And this thing is also taken out by Miss Xiao Xiao. He didn't actually do anything. In the end this money is received with a sense of shame. Elder Shao, however, shook his head. That's not what the words say. One size does not fit all. And this is what you deserve. Since you have agreed, then we have a deal. I will inform you when this site is ready. Good. Thank you, master. Then I'll go back and tell my family. Carpenter Zhang thanked him repeatedly. Elder Shao nodded. Jean Carpenter then got up and ready to go. The result was to stand up, or because of the weak legs almost fell again. Xiao Jingza subconsciously picked up a bit, causing Jean Carpenter to laugh embarrassedly. To a few people hugged before turning to the outside of the small courtyard, walking to the doorway when the doorframe was bumped again. And another burst of silly embarrassed laughter. Several people watched Carpenter Zhang leave before they smiled. And Elder Shao lamented. The villagers here are really simple and lovely. Tian Yuanzi stroked his beard and nodded rather smugly. That's right. This place is blessed with great people. And the people here are simple and kind. Compared to outside, it's much more comfortable to stay here. Elder Shao nodded with rare approval and looked at Tian Yuanzi again and said, you didn't even let me bring a single person in the first place. This is something that you have to arrange for me. And send the person to the Shao family properly for me. Tian Yuanzi rolled his eyes in disgust. This still needs you to say. The person who goes out from Tianlang village is you don't say. I will also protect him well. Not only to send him over, I also need to arrange for people to protect him along with me. One of the people in this village can't be missing. In case something happens in your territory, what can I take to compensate the village? Elder Zhao's originally very good mood was lit up again by his words. What do you mean? Is our Shao family a den of wolves and tigers? What do you mean something happens in my territory? Can you speak? Tian Yuanzi grunted. He was now a member of Tianlang village. So what if he was an old friend? Could his character represent the character of the people under him? You can forget it. Carpenter Zhang is just a carpenter who doesn't even have an official master. What kind of family is your Shao family? What kind of family is your Shao family? Can you guarantee that the people under you won't look down on you? Not to mention anything else. If you let Carpenter Zhang teach those carpenters of your Shao family to make oil presses and instruct them, can you guarantee that each and every one of those people will be good? Tian Yuanzi looked at him and directly said, don't stare at me. I don't have any of these bad things in Tian Xinglu. You know in your own heart if what I'm saying is the truth. Old Master Shao was speechless. Surprisingly, he couldn't find the words to retort. He huffed and puffed and grunted, and directly instructed Xiao Jingza, Zaire, you go home with Carpenter Zhang. During this time you'll just stay at home for me. Carpenter Zhang, if one hair is missing, I'll take you to task. Ha! Xiao Jingza let out an ah and subconsciously went to look at Lin Xiaoxiao. Tian Yuanzi and Elder Shao also saw this reaction of his. The two of them then remembered that Xiao Jingze, this kid, is still thinking about his poisoning right now. Where would he dare to run around? Lin Xiaoxiao was inexplicably a little weak when she was looked at by Xiao Jingze. So what? Grandpa Xiao. I'm going to go back to my room to study the new medicine. So what? You guys. She winked, and then hinted that the two old masters would explain to Xiao Jingze, and she'd slip away first. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxiao didn't even look at Xiao Jingze, pulled Xiao Qiao and ran back to her room with Hong Ying. Xiao Jingze's face was filled with disbelief. Tian Yuanzi and Elder Shao were also a little weak, and the two of them covered their mouths and coughed in an unusually synchronized and awkward manner. That what? Jingze, is that? Before it, is Xiao Xiao with you a joke? Of course, also is the sky grandpa. Xiao Xiao give you to eat that it is not what poison. That is Xiao Xiao made a kind of sugar. To the old man I usually relieve the cravings with, so you don't have to worry about going back after the poison will die or something. Your grandpa this period of time is also better. You also see, he will not have any problems staying here by himself. Right, you just that what? Rest assured to go home. Also tell your father and them the good news about your grandfather. Tian Yuanzi finished in one breath and directly got up. Then I'll go back to my room first. You grandparents and grandchildren talk slowly. Talk slowly. After saying that, Tian Yuanzi directly head without turning back buggered off. The rest of the matter let the old thing to solve it by themselves. Their own grandchildren coaxed by themselves. Xiao Jingze was dumbfounded and couldn't believe what he was hearing. He looked at the only one left behind, Elder Xiao, and asked in a hurt voice, "Grandpa, did you know this already?" Xiao Elder's heart weakly avoided his gaze. "What? Zara, this thing it, also blame yourself, is you first bad people's rules? Right. We have a mistake to admit right. Right. Is we have a mistake in the first? Cannot blame others, right? Good grandson. Grandpa already know you filial piety. You are a good boy. Is grandpa's favorite full-grown grandson? Is our Xiao family future pillar ah? This period of time is also considered to be the sharpening of the life of a growth. Ha. That what? Grandpa tired. You help me back to the room to rest. AI. This person is older. Just can't afford to be tossed. Master Xiao also leaned on his crutches to go back. Slipped away. His grandson looked too pitiful in that way. It was too pitiful. Aggrieved as aggrieved. Wanting to cry as wanting to cry. Seeing his own grandfather walking towards the room on his crutches, Xiao Jingze still followed and helped the old man. Xiao old master looked at his grandson in vain. In the end, or patted him to support his hand. Said, "Grandpa is for your own good. You this child is all good. Is too stubborn. Do not know how to adapt. Do not let you good to eat a loss. You this nature sooner or later to give yourself trouble. People live a life. See cannot be just all the things in front of you. You have to learn to consider there are many. Grandpa has always been to you are the hope. Also believe that you can grow up better and better. Now the Xiao family and I, and your father, in the future. Grandpa also hope that you can support the Xiao family portal. There are a lot of things that you have to learn and consider. Grandpa has always had high hopes for you and believes that you can grow up better and better. Now the Xiao family still has me and your father. And in the future Grandpa hopes that you can support the Xiao family's gateway. Do you understand?" Xiao Jingze nodded. "Grandpa, I know." Elder Xiao sighed. "Don't blame Xiao. Grandpa also wants to thank her. Thank her for letting you suffer this time. Next time you'll learn from your mistakes. This girl is a good kid. Look at all these things she's letting Xiao keep an eye on you. Letting you do. Which one of these things isn't exercising you? If it were before, would you know how to chop wood? Do you know how to burn a fire? Do you know how the crops grow in the ground? Yes, you are the young master of the Xiao family. You go out in a carriage. You have a soft sedan chair. You have someone to bring your meals to the table. And you have someone to put the water in the bath. But if one day the Xiao family dies out, will all these things you learned when you were the young master be able to keep you alive? By then, you won't even be able to feed yourself. How can you turn over a new leaf? Speaking of which, Grandpa is still very happy. This period of time here is not as comfortable as being served before. But Grandpa has also eaten meals made by your own hands. My good grandson will cook for Grandpa. Even your father hasn't eaten it. Do you think that if your father knows, he mustn't envy Grandpa me? Old Master Xiao laughed as he spoke. Xiao Jingze was also amused by his words and his heart felt a lot more comfortable. Grandpa likes it afterward grandchildren will make it for you every day. Good. Grandpa knew that you could figure it out. Old Master Xiao happily patted his grandson. He was relieved that his grandson knew what he was doing. To the next day, Lin Xiao was afraid that Xiao Jingze would find her to settle the score. Grinding to see Tian Yuanzi and Master Xiao are up before coming out of the house. Anyway, scolded also to three together scolded. Have the same blessings have to share the same difficulties also have to be the same. As a result, she didn't wait for the furious Xiao Jingze to settle the score, but instead saw Xiao Jingze preparing breakfast in the kitchen early as usual, and even gave her a smile when he saw her. Good morning, Sister Xiao. Lin Xiao suddenly felt a little weak what to do. Big brother Xiao, you don't blame me? Lin Xiao asked tentatively. Xiao Jingze stopped what he was doing and looked at her, and Xiao Jingze, who was a whole lot taller than Lin Xiao, made a deep bow to Lin Xiao like this. Lin Xiao was startled and hurriedly jumped away. Xiao Jingze got up after saluting and spoke. Xiao, thank you for treating Grandpa, and thank you for not taking it personally with me. I was indeed reckless before. Whether it was because I was worried about Grandpa or not, I really shouldn't have been so tenacious, and I almost harmed Grandpa. Xiao Jingze was a bit embarrassed that he almost got into trouble. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and a big smile bloomed on her face. It's good that brother Xiao doesn't blame me for bullying you. How come? Xiao Jingze laughed and looked at this mischievous little sister and liked her more and more. It was a pity that they didn't have a single sister in their family. The two laughed it off. Xiao Jingze suddenly remembered. Right, Xiao's sister. Grandpa said that the one you gave me before was your special candy. Grandpa said it was very tasty, but at that time I swallowed it in one bite because I was scared. Do you still have it? I want to try it too. Lin Xiao raised a smile. Yes. After saying that, She touched a handful of mylar from her pocket, just in case the bag caused unnecessary trouble. She opened it and gave it all to Xiao Jingze as a compensatory gift. Xiao Jingze looked at the handful of poisons in his hand in surprise and picked one up and threw it into his mouth. Wow! It was really delicious, better than all those candies at home. What a pity! Why did he swallow it in one bite then? If he chewed it he might have realized it was a pit. Is it good? Lin Xiao asked. Xiao Jingze ate another one and nodded, then hurriedly took a handkerchief and wrapped up the rest and put it into a pocket in his clothes. I'll keep it and eat it slowly. I can't let Grandpa find out. The teenager's mischievous appearance also amused Lin Xiao. She followed with a shushing gesture. Yes, hide it well. Don't let them find out. They're too old to eat more candy. The two smiled at each other like they had a little secret of their own. After breakfast, Tian Yuanzi arranged to send Carpenter Zhang and Xiao Jingze away. People came. Xiao Chao also went to the Zhang family to call Carpenter Zhang over. Zhang Carpenter's face was haggard, and under both eyes were dark green. It looked like he hadn't slept well. When he saw the crowd, he laughed nervously and said truthfully, I was too excited yesterday. I didn't sleep all night. He. One sentence caused the crowd to lose their laughter. Elder Xiao assured in a loud voice, don't worry, my old man's words have always counted. If I say 500 taels, I won't undercut you by a single point. This time I'll let Jingze follow you. If anyone below bullies you, just tell Jingze. He'll do it for me. You're a valued guest invited by our Xiao family. If those people dare to slow you down, you just say, don't worry about being bad. Zhang Carpenter was flattered and nodded his head while nervously rubbing his hands. Okay, thank you master. I will do a good job and teach them how to do it properly. Elder Xiao nodded his head, and instructed Xiao Jingze a few more times. After all, the oil press is not only benefiting their Xiao family. If it's done well, in the future, it will be the people of Tianlong country who will benefit from it. It's a very meaningful thing. It's important to do it right. Xiao Jingze was much more composed than before, saluting and responding. Don't worry, grandfather, my grandson will definitely do this well, and will also take good care of Uncle Zhang. Elder Xiao nodded reassuringly and looked at Tian Yuanzi. Only then did Tian Yuanzi stroke his beard and explain to the dark guards who had taken them out. You guys send Duke Xiao and Carpenter Zhang to the Xiao family. Stay there and wait for Carpenter Zhang, and send him back when he's done with his work. Yes, floor master. The two dark guards saluted. Looking at these two dark guards, Carpenter Zhang suddenly felt a sense of security. How powerful these people are he has seen. Flying over the walls. Ah, super powerful. Watching the two dark guards leave the village with Xiao Jingze and Zhang Carpenter, Lin Xiao then said to Old Master Xiao, Grandpa Xiao, get ready. We're going to work on the cure in the next 2 days, so you'll be able to be alive and kicking when Brother Xiao comes next time. Elder Xiao felt that he was in a particularly good state nowadays, forgetting that he himself was still sick. Okay, whenever you say, Grandpa will listen to you. During this period of time with the boiled medicine to regulate, Elder Xiao's entire physical state had been getting better, almost making Lin Xiao mistakenly think that relying on the medicine could also cure the existence of the sarcoma. But when she waited for the checkup, she realized that the sarcoma was still there, and that the elder's physical state had gotten better solely because of the spiritual spring and the medicine. Either that, or keep raising it with the spirit spring. Once they stopped, the sarcoma would still block the nutrient absorption of the old man's body after a long period of time, and the physical condition would still revert back to the previous state. The way to do this once and for all is to take the extra. With the space in place, Lin Xiao wasn't worried about the sterile room. Her space was a huge sterile room with stabilizing effects. Operating on a patient in such a situation would only be twice as effective. With a small medicine cabinet on hand to help during surgery, she didn't have to worry about not having an assistant. After letting the old man purge his bowels for 2 days, Lin Xiao began to prepare for the surgery. Grandpa, I can't be disturbed while I'm operating on Grandpa Xiao, Lin Xiao said to Tian Yuanzi. Tian Yuanzi comfortingly touched her head. Don't worry, no one will come in here. You can heal the old thing without worry. Grandpa will personally guard the door for you. No one will want to disturb you. Well, then it's a hard day's work, Grandpa. Lin Xiao went inside after saying that, locking the door of the room from the inside and closing all the doors and windows. Elder Xiao was already on the bed and ready to go. Lin Xiao served a bowl of hemp boiling powder. Grandpa Xiao, this is anesthetic. You drink it first. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about taking an anesthetic, and after thinking about it, she decided to use the Mabo San that she was able to get out in ancient times. Elder Xiao sat up and finished the Mabo San in one gulp, and lay back down again. He looked at Lin Xiao, and in turn comforted her. Girl, don't worry. Grandpa's old bones are old enough to have lived until this time. Lin Xiao lost her smile. Grandpa Xiao, don't think nonsense. It's not a major surgery. It'll be over soon. If you feel sleepy you can just go to sleep. Don't push yourself. Good. The effect of the medicine gradually came up, and the old man's eyelids finally couldn't hold on and closed together. Lin Xiaoxiao waited until the effect of the manhwaresumen came up completely, before she patted the small medicine box. Worked! Just by taking the old man with her, she disappeared from the room with a single thought and appeared in a small room organized in the small cottage, where an improvised surgical bed made from a cabinet was placed. Lin Xiaoxiao put the small medicine box to her right-hand side, making it easier for it to pass things to her. This is the first time Lin Xiaoxiao has tried to bring in people other than her. Before she could only bring in a dad and an Yang and a few of her brothers and sisters. And then there were colorful lanterns and Fatma who had come in. And now that Hong Hong is staying in the space as well, the person who is coming in is still the first one. After observing for a while that the space would not have any repulsive reactions, Lin Xiaoxiao grasped the time to start. After all, although the efficacy of Mabo-san had been improved by her, it was not possible to guarantee that the efficacy of the medicine would be over at any time. There is no ultrasound and no X-ray, but fortunately there is a small medicine chest as a great cheating tool. Lin Xiaoxiao accurately judged the location of the sarcoma, and then quickly and accurately under the knife. The little pill box was right next to her, excitedly waiting for Lin's order to spit out all the tools she needed, and not make a mistake. Lin Xiaoxiao deserved to be called a national expert in her previous life, and she was still comfortable with such a small operation even after so many years, because she was worried about the efficacy of the anesthetic. So she was particularly fast. Will be taken out after the sarcoma began to sewing the wound, and then hurriedly bandaged, and finally the blood-stained gauze all thrown into the basin. Holding the old man flashed out of the space. In order to fake the real, Lin Xiaoxiao and the blood on the operating table to the room of the bed, to make a false impression of the operation is here. After doing all this, Lin Xiaoxiao sat down next to her and started to rest, looking down at her little bit bigger hand, full of helplessness. When the hell will she grow up? Hey, space in the operating room has not been cleaned up. Lin Xiaoxiao and rushed in. Will be surgical appliances are cleaned back to the small medicine box. By his own treatment, cleaned up and rushed out. Xiao old man has not woken up. Relieved, she wiped some of the blood from herself and the floor slightly before going over and opening the door to the room. By now an hour and a half had passed. Xiao, how is it? Tian Yuanzi was startled to see her in this blood-covered state, nervously running up and also looking into the house. Where's the old man? It won't be dead, right? Lin Xiaoxiao looked helpless. Grandpa Xiao will still be unconscious this time. He can't hear you scolding him. It's useless to scold him. Tian Yuanzi gave an oh-so-quiet sound, before asking worriedly, how is he doing? Did you take it out? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Took it out. It's in the house. Grandpa, we have to find someone to clean up the house and change Grandpa Xiao to a clean bed. He'll wake up when the effects of the anesthetic have passed. Oh, good. Tian Yuanzi responded and hurriedly called for the two secret guards to enter the house, and followed in himself. Xiaoxiao rushed forward to take Lin Xiaoxiao to change her clothes. When Lin Xiaoxiao changed her clothes and came back, Elder Xiao had already been put on a clean bed, wearing a Chinese dress. The blood in the room had been cleaned up, a tranquilizing incense had been lit, and Tian Yuanzi was guarding the bedside. Xiao, when will he wake up? Tian Yuanzi asked when he saw her. Lin Xiaoxiao checked the wound. There was nothing wrong with it. It seemed that the secret guards were very careful, so she returned. There's still half an hour to go before it's almost done. And him? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her grandfather who had a worried look on his face and sat down next to him and asked curiously. Grandpa Xiao is fine. Grandpa, since you are so concerned about Grandpa Xiao, why do you keep fighting with him? Tian Yuanzi sighed. So many years are used to it. Not to squeeze him a few sentences it feels uncomfortable, but when you know that he is dying this hard and very difficult. This old man and we are not the same. Grandpa at least practice martial arts. Strong body, live a few decades surely not a problem. But he is an ordinary person. Shoulder cannot pick up the hand cannot be lifted. If there is an eventuality, that will never see. Can't see. Sometimes Grandpa is thinking, if earlier to know you, maybe old Tao also won't die. But unfortunately people all have destiny. Tian Yuanzi said. Carefully put Master Zhao's hand which was placed outside the quilt in for him. That action was careful. Afraid of touching this old man in general. Lin Xiaoxiao was a little envious of this friendship of the grandfathers. They didn't care about status or money. All they thought about was each other. Even though Grandpa Xiao usually quarreled quite a bit with Grandpa, she could feel that if Grandpa had been lying here today instead, Grandpa Xiao would have been just as sure as Grandpa and would have just guarded him like that. Elder Xiao woke up earlier than Lin Xiaoxiao expected, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Tian Yuanzi guarding his bedside, and the corner of his mouth pulled out a smile. Old thing, I just saw old Tao. He told me that he would pick me up a few years later. Elder Xiao had just woken up. His person was still a bit weak, and the words he spoke were also weak. But Tian Yuanzi still heard. He tucked the old man Xiao tucked. Old Tao that is not able to let me alone to stay in this world. Let you off the hook. When you are well, we have to burn more money for him, lest he be bullied underneath. He is a person This life has also killed a lot of people, although those who deserve to die right, but people after all. Then he went down a few years earlier. In case of bully him a newcomer what to do? Good. I'll burn a golden mountain for him, so that he can first help us to make some points underneath, and just follow and enjoy the blessings when we go down. Elder Xiao smiled weakly. Two people who had been fighting for most of their lives were getting along unusually peacefully for the moment. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't disturb them and left the space for the two old men after she had taken Elder Zhao's pulse, and there was nothing wrong with it. Elder Xiao had just finished surgery and was on the intestinal tract, so he couldn't eat. So Lin Xiaoxiao filled up with spirit spring water to feed him a little bit at a time. With the spiritual spring water, the old man's mental state also recovered well, and by the third day he could slowly sit up, and was also able to properly eat some fluids. Tian Yuanzi also resumed his journey of fighting with him. After 7 days, the old man was able to get out of bed. Xiao Xiao, Grandpa has something he wants to discuss with you. Elder Xiao could barely walk a few steps now that he was being helped, and he came out to the courtyard to let off some steam when he had nothing to do. Lin Xiaoxiao sat down across from him, nibbling on the wild fruits that the village chief had sent. Grandpa Xiao, what's wrong? Elder Xiao stared at the wild fruit in her hand and gulped. Lin Xiaoxiao snorted and laughed. You can't eat it now. Give it a few more days. You can only eat it when the wound grows again. Elder Xiao glared at her angrily. You girl, you know I can't eat but still have to eat in front of me. Not intent on gluttony, Grandpa. Lin Xiaoxiao nibbled the rest in 3 or 2 strokes and spread her hands. Nope, it's gone. Not counting the gluttony you've had. You child. Elder Xiao had a doting look on his face, liking this granddaughter more and more. Xiao Xiao, Grandpa would like to ask you to help me ask the village chief to discuss the seeds of that peanut. Can you sell some to Grandpa? The oil extracted from that peanut is really fragrant. Grandpa gets some seeds to go out and find someone to plant some more as well. Lin Xiaoxiao froze. Wanting peanuts? Peanuts shouldn't be available out there right now. Give or take. Xiao Xiao, Elder Xiao called out when he saw her dazed. Lin Xiaoxiao returned to her senses. Then I'll get Grandpa village chief to come over and you can tell him yourself. Okay. Elder Xiao nodded with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao got up and went to find someone, thinking all the way about how risky it was for Peanut to bring out to the old man. It didn't take long for the village chief to follow Lin Xiaoxiao back. The two of them talked and laughed all the way in. The village chief cupped his fists and saluted the old master. Old master, are you feeling better today? Elder Xiao asked him to sit down and nodded. Much better, able to get out of bed and walk around. Thanks to this girl Xiao Xiao. The village chief was honored. That's true. Miss Xiao Xiao is the most powerful doctor in our area. After praising Lin Xiao Xiao, the village chief said, just now, I heard Xiao Xiao say that you want peanut seeds? Xiao old man nodded. The family has a slight production. There are several farms. The peanuts are really fragrant. The extraction of oil is also fragrant. Now Jean Carpenter has gone to the home to teach workers to do the oil press, and I have the cheek to ask the mayor of the village to ask for some seeds. Of course, you know, our family is a business, no matter whether it is the peanuts or the oil extraction, and will certainly have to be sold outside. The oil press is Xiao Xiao, so I told her that the profits from the sale of oil are given to her. The oil press is Xiao Xiao's, so I told her that the profits from the oil sale will be given to her, and the peanut seeds are from the village, so I'll pay for them, and I'm not sure how to price them, so why don't you set a price? Village chief? Lin Xiaoxiao was speechless. How come talking about peanut seeds got on her head again? Grandpa Xiao, didn't we agree that I only need 30% of it? Things are sold by you. I just put out an oil press. Taking up 30% is already taking advantage of you. If you say that again, I don't even want this 30% of it. Lin Xiaoxiao said. Xiao old man before insisted on selling oil profits to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiaoxiao feel that although he provided the oil press, but that in the end is not their own things. They are also copied. The so-called meritless, all to be sure is not. And then the two men you pushed me to give, and agreed to give Lin Xiao 30%. The Xiao family accounted for 70%. Grandpa said wrong, not good. Xiao old man hastened to admit fault. If Lin Xiaoxiao really do not want it all, this oil is not good to sell. Could Lin Xiaoxiao more or less still want some? Also let him heart comfortable a lot. Otherwise a handful of old people still take advantage of people's little girl. Say out all shame. The village chief was also happy. There is nothing happier than Xiao Xiao girl's profit. And with this oil press, they don't have to worry about not having any oil to eat in Tianlang village in the future. This peanut is also the ancestors found in the mountains. but also only in these 2 years to start planting on a large scale. The old man wants to seed. Then I turn around and let them give the old man loaded with 200 pounds. Can be planted a large piece of it? As for the money is not the money. I do not talk to the old man politely. The old man will just casually give a little bit of hard work on the line. After all, are the village people get up early in the morning and wait for the black? Elder Shao glared. How can this be? I can't take advantage of you guys either. Let's do it this way. If you don't want the money for the seeds, then from now on the profits from the oil mill will be divided out by another 10% and given to the village. The village headman was shocked. This is even more impossible. Elder Shao, however, directly raised his hand and interrupted him, insisting, all right, it's settled. If you refuse again, then I don't want it, since it's found in the mountains. I'll send someone into the mountains to find it myself. The village chief's mouth twitched, subconsciously glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. What the mountain grows are his bullshit. These things are the Wolf King His Highness rewarded them with divine objects. The mountain can find them have long been found. Xiao Laozi sent people to look for is not a basket of water in vain. Right, Miss Xiaoxiao. Look at this. The village chief asked Lin Xiaoxiao for help. Miss Xiaoxiao will surely have a solution. Lin Xiaoxiao is still in a heavenly battle, but the conditions proposed by Master Xiao are really good. If he shares 10% of the dividends to the village, it's not impossible to give him. Anyway, peanuts like this, in addition to squeezing the oil is just a snack, cannot lead to much of a big idea. And in the future, if the village grows peanuts again, it can also be sold to the Xiao family, which is also an income for all of us, which is better than picking things in big bags to sell in the city. Since Grandpa Xiao is kind, then Grandpa Village Chief, why don't you quickly thank Grandpa Xiao? Lin Xiaoxiao winked at the village chief, telling him to hurry up and answer. The village headman gave Lin Xiaoxiao a wink. Should I really? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded her head. Should we not wait until now? The village chief hesitated for a while. Perhaps the old man's family business is not big. Then even if they share 10% will not be able to share much. It is not considered that they take advantage of the old man. Thinking so, the village chief's heart felt better. Well then listen to the old man. Since the old man wants to take dividends against this kind of money, then we can't be stingy. I'll go back and tell them. In addition to what each family has left to eat this year, the seeds left behind, don't waste the rest of it, load it all up for the old man, and plant more as much as you can. The village chief said. Elder Shao smiled with a broad brow. That would be best. Then I'll trouble the village head. Once the oil mill is done, I'll have the profit sent to the village once every 6 months. How's that? We can also discuss it again if we feel it's too long. 1 month and 3 months is fine. Village chief, that's too much trouble. Just once every 6 months like the old man said. There's no rush. Elder Shao nodded. Okay, then we have a deal. Pro brother clear accounts. The village head first go to talk to the group. A little later to come back to the trip. We sign an agreement. In the future, the village if the peanut production is more, can also be sold to the oil mill, the price in accordance with the market price at the time to calculate. How? As for pricing, he has never seen peanuts before. Even the Xiao family has not seen things that outside the estimated little people know. He can say that this batch is in addition to the first batch of the Tianwang village. The price is not his say? Even if the seeds flow out in the future, planting people followed by more, the price cannot be reduced to where? At that time, when the peanuts of Tianwang village are harvested, he will be able to collect them according to the market price at that time, so that the villagers will not lose out. And there is also a fixed outlet. Okay. The village chief this time should be no psychological pressure at all. Even the dividends are collected, what else can not be? Then old master you rest. I first go to talk to each family. Let them keep the peanuts. Do not all squeeze the oil. Okay. Remember to come and sign the agreement later. Elder Shao waved his hand. The village chief got up and clasped his fists at him and saluted him. Then bent to Lin Xiaoxiao without a trace and went to inform the villagers. Elder Shao was quite emotional. This Tian Wolf village is really a treasure. There are really quite a lot of good things. The village chief told everyone in the village what Master Xiao had told him, and everyone was overjoyed. Who would not like to make money in this day and age? They are happy even though the money is not yet in their hands. The village chief arranged these, and then came to the small courtyard, signed an agreement with Master Xiao, one for him, and Master Xiao kept one for himself. And in the future, every 6 months, he would send 10% of the dividends of the oil mill to the Tian village. Lin also has a copy, a 3-part dividend agreement. However, she threw the agreement into space and put it away after signing it, and didn't expect to really get much of a share. She still had the money from selling the jade muscle cream and the antidote pills. True, not bad. Elder Shao asked the village chief for the peanut planting method, and along with the several hundred pounds of peanut seeds that the village had collected, he again had to trouble Tian Yuanzi to help him send them back. Every time this time Elder Shao couldn't help but dislike him. Can't you just let my people in? It's inconvenient to do something. Elder Shao was very sultry. In this matter, Tian Yuanzi unusually insisted. For one thing, he wants to protect the Tian Wolf village. For another, it is also for the secret of the Wolf Mountain. Even for Xiao Xiao, he does not want the Black Wolf King to be disturbed by them, so the fewer people that can come in here, the better. It is not just a job. His dark guards from the Heavenly Star building to run errands is still possible. Alright. What else do you want to do when my people are at your beck and call? Any more noise? Anyway, your disease has been cured. You also get out of my way. Tian Yuanzi walked away with his hands behind his back after saying that. He was also afraid that this old man would pester him and hurriedly bugger off. You. Elder Shao was furious, but in order not to be blown away, he could endure it. Humph. A great man can bend but can stretch. The people from Tianxingla took the letter filled with peanut planting methods and several 100 pounds of peanuts and left to send them back to the Shao family. Since they came to Tian Wolf village, they were no longer doing the job of prying for information, but had changed their jobs to become porters. As it turned out, the peanuts were only sent out this end before the delivery man came back and the village started harvesting potatoes. The climate is good in the mountains, so don't get hung up on the timing of the harvest. Kneel down and thank you. Old man Shao was again thinking about this high-yielding grain. Why are you like a rat, wanting to pick at everything you see and pull it into your own home? Tian Yuanzi was disgusted. Elder Shao, still in the midst of the amazing yield of potatoes, immediately choked him out. What do you know? However, to his surprise, this time to ask for potatoes, Mr. Shao was unanimously rejected by the whole village. Elder Shao didn't understand. Village chief, can't you guys reconsider? You know, if the potatoes are popularized in Tianlong country, it's not only good for the people who can't afford to eat, but it's a supreme honor for Tianlong village. The stuff goes out from Tianlong village, and in the future, whenever people mention the potatoes they'll all know a place called Tianlong village. Elder Shao tried to convince the village chief and the villagers. The village chief was unusually insistent this time. He clasped his fist and apologized. Master, your good intentions we appreciate. Our Tian Wolf village is a small village. What supreme glory for us is actually not much use. We just want to quietly guard this acre of land to live our small life. The peanuts, I agreed. One, because Miss Xiao Xiao has already given you the oil press. The second, in addition to the peanuts, can only be used as a snack to eat. But even so, I also ask that no one will pay too much attention to this thing. But even so, I also ask that the peanuts are only used as a snack to eat. I promised. One, because Miss Xiao Xiao has already given you the oil press, to help people to the end, to send the Buddha to the west. 2. Peanuts can only be eaten as a snack apart from oil extraction. In the end, no one will pay too much attention to this thing. But even if that's the case, I ask the old master to promise me that I won't let anyone know that the peanuts are from out of the Tian Wolf village. Why? Master Shao didn't understand, but the village chief just cupped his fist and said nothing. Master Shao could only respond. You can rest assured on this point. I won't say anything. The village chief was slightly relieved. Not relieved of Master Shao, but relieved of Tian Yuanzi's old man and Miss Xiao Xiao's vision of people. If the two didn't trust Master Shao, they wouldn't have agreed to give him the peanuts and the oil press. The village chief has actually vaguely guessed some. This Shao old man is certainly not an ordinary businessman. Peanuts, potatoes or corn or melon seeds, including those peppers planted on the mountain, are things they have never seen. Although the Tian Wolf village is isolated, but it is not going to the city. And it is not true that the information is blocked. Don't know the outside world. These things are the Wolf King. His Highness rewarded them for the gods. There is no outside. Peanuts are used as snacks and oil. It's good to say that if once the word gets out, it will cause a sensation. It will cause people to notice the Wolf Mountain. Outside there is no. Peanuts are used as snacks and oil with good. Potatoes and corn, if once spread out, will inevitably cause a sensation, cause a sensation will be noticed. Wolf Mountain. Noticed the Tianwu village. He is not a saint. The good life they have now is all thanks to His Highness the Wolf King. He can't be ungrateful to cause trouble for His Highness the Wolf King. Let's just say he is selfish. He can't care about so many people. He doesn't have so much national righteousness. He can only care about their 1 acre and 3/3 of land. And he can only care about His Highness the Wolf King and Miss Xiao Xiao. Back in the small courtyard, Elder Shao had been a bit sullen. Grandpa, is Grandpa Shao angry? Lin Xiao Xiao asked Tian Yuanzi. After all, the village chief and the villagers rejected him. This matter, Lin Xiao Xiao was actually quite hesitant. How can I say these things? They are too flashy and conspicuous. If they are missed by people on Wolf Mountain and Tianlang village, maybe it will disrupt the tranquility of this place. This is not what she wants. But Xiao old man like this, Lin Xiaoxiao and feel a little sorry for him. In fact, the old man is also right. High-yield grain. For a businessman. For a country, how important. Not to mention the Xiao family has not been walking the road of the treacherous businessman. Said Xiao old man to this country or made a lot of contributions. He wanted high-yield grain. In the final analysis, perhaps not all for the Xiao family and he didn't want to keep it for himself, but told everyone that if these things were promoted outside, everyone would remember the goodness of the Tianlang village, and all the honors would belong to the Tianlang village. The fear is, to harbor a false sense of security. Tian Yuanzi also looked at the sullen Xiao old man, said, this person is like this, as long as in business on the side of things, on the tenacious cannot. His grandson is like him, dead tenacious. However, this old man has no malicious intent. You do not have to worry about he will be unfavorable to the villagers. This person this life is not much of a persistence. The only one is to want to let the people have enough to eat. Grandpa told you about it. Grandpa told you. The Xiao family originally started out doing fabrics, but now the biggest business is the grain business, and he often sends grain to the people who can't afford to eat. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded her head and sat beside him obediently to listen to Tian Yuanzi. Tian Yuanzi sighed. Want to know how Grandpa and him met? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. About more than 40 years ago. Grandpa was young, and think that the ability is not bad. All day long think of the strong and weak. When a warrior. Now think about it. The strong and weak don't know count, but the rash is counted. When the south caught the heavy rainstorms, a lot of places were flooded. After the rainstorms and began a drought, the people were displaced. In order to survive began to flight. Grandpa is also in it. At that time Grandpa only know. What martial arts masters? What chivalry? In front of a steamed bread what shit is not? Grandpa pity those people. Think their own generation of warrior is not just a little bit less to eat well. The food are given to those displaced. The results in the end? He almost starved to death on the side of the road. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned. She didn't realize that her grandfather had an experience like this when he was young. Tian Yuanzi lost his smile and rubbed her head. Isn't that surprising? After he finished, he nudged towards the old man Xiao who was sitting not far away and did not know what he was thinking. Then I met the Xiao family members who were also fleeing from the disaster. At that time, this old man was not much older than Xiao Jingzi. Dragging his family along with his daughter-in-law and his oldest son who was only a little bit older at that time was supposed to go back to his daughter-in-law's hometown to see his mother-in-law's. And then the result was to catch up with the disaster fleeing from the disaster. After all, the Xiao family is a large family. Although the journey was difficult, it was also stronger than ordinary stragglers. Big family, although the way is difficult, but also live than ordinary stragglers to be stronger. But even so, their own life is not good. Can give the food are given out. And then Grandpa and he met. Grandpa starving no strength. He felt that Grandpa has a martial arts. Can protect their family, give Grandpa to eat, ask me to escort them back to the Xiao family. Grandpa, eat manpower short. We have to do our duty to protect people. On the way there are stragglers riot, out of their minds to rob the rich along the way. But they have Grandpa to protect, but also no accident, but also succeeded in sending them back to the Xiaoi family. He gave Grandpa 5,000 taels of silver as a reward. And then I took the money, adopted a lot of the disaster in the displacement of the children, founded the Tianqing building, and he has also been in contact, and then met the old Tao. We became good friends and good brothers. He has money among the three of us he has the most money often secretly poking to me and the old Tao funding. Hey, anyway, he has money. We help him to spend it is also normal well. Tian Yuanzi stroked his beard and laughed. Lin Xiaoxiao snickered. Grandpa, you're so thick-skinned. Ha. This is called having the same blessings and difficulties. And there are old Tao and I do not know how much trouble to help the Xiao family avoid. This feelings are mutual. Know why Grandpa let you cure him? Tian Yuanzi finally said in a small and mysterious voice. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him. Isn't it because Grandpa Xiao is your good friend? This is one aspect. On the other hand, well, I want this old thing and the Xiao family to owe you a favor. Tian Yuanzi had a you-know-what expression on his face, causing Lin Xiaoxiao to cry and laugh. So what now? Should we give it to him? Lin Xiaoxiao asked rhetorically. Tian Yuanzi stroked his beard and shook his head. Forget it. There are too many secrets in the Tianlang village. The piker is not guilty of anything. Can he guarantee that all the people in the Xiao family are as loyal as the people in my Tian Xinglu? I'm afraid that even he himself can't guarantee it. But if you really want to help him, you can tell him where else these things are available and let him find them on his own. At that time, everyone else will treat the things as if they were sought by the Xiao family themselves, and can't be traced to you in the Sky Wolf village. Lin Xiaoxiao brightened up. That's a good idea. Tian Yuanzi smiled in satisfaction. He had always known that their family Xiao Xiao was a good child with a kind heart. The grandparents and grandson came to sit down next to old Master Xiao. Tian Yuanzi kicked his feet. Still pondering it, people have rejected you. So give up these thoughts. Piss off the village people. Be careful of really kicking you out. Elder Xiao huffed and glared at him. Go, 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 don't come and fall on your sword. AI. It's such a pity. Such a good thing. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. Grandpa Xiao, does the Xiao family have the kind of merchant fleet that will go out to sea? Elder Xiao shook his head. A merchant fleet that goes out to sea? Is there still business at sea? Is it possible that at this time there was no trade with overseas? As soon as he talked about things related to business, old Master Xiao immediately became flickeringly energetic, pulling Lin Xiaoxiao and asking, Xiao Xiao, what kind of merchant fleet you're talking about that goes out to sea? Where does it go out to sea? Can you tell Grandpa properly? Lin Xiaoxiao sat down like a good baby and said, actually, I don't know the exact place, but I've seen a book before, which says that outside of our country there are actually a lot of countries where people look different from us and speak a different language, and the things there are different from ours. Grandpa Xiao, could it be that the places along the coast of our place don't have those people who look strange or have hair and eye colors different from ours? Coastal places, do you mean around Juzhou? I haven't heard of any people who look different or strange, but there will be Japanese pirates over there. And the people along the coast don't have a good time. The imperial court has sent many times to exterminate the Japanese pirates, but those Japanese pirates are too cunning. Like loaches, they can't be caught at all. AI. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. These sons of bitches are really shady. There were them everywhere in their past lives. Not to talk about the Japanese invaders. To fight the Japanese invaders, that is the matter of the imperial court. Xiao Xiao, you first tell Grandpa about this sea caravan. What book did you read it in? Is the book still there? Elder Xiao pursued. Lin Xiaoxiao retrieved her thoughts and shook her head with a difficult face. The book is gone. It rained before and soaked it all up. Tian Yuanzi was afraid that Master Xiao would get to the bottom of the matter and hurriedly changed the subject. Don't you care about the book or not? Xiao Xiao, if he wants to know, you can tell him. While saying this, he gave Lin Xiaoxiao a wink. Being so interrupted by Tian Yuanzi, Elder Xiao really stopped pursuing the matter of the book and instead asked Lin Xiaoxiao to tell him about this merchant team. Lin Xiaoxiao actually didn't particularly know much about the matter of maritime caravans, but having previously learned the story of Zhang He's journey to the West Ocean in her textbooks, she picked something that wouldn't reveal too much about herself and could make Master Xiao understand it and said it. These are the books. The specific outside is what kind? I have not seen. Only know that those countries' people with us look different. Living habits are different. And according to the book, those countries there are a lot of things that our country does not have. Of course, our country has a lot of things they also do not have. The person who wrote this book also did not specifically say in the book that the merchant fleet should be how to run, but did write a sentence that if we intercommunicate and sell our country's things to other countries, and then take the other country's things back and sell them to our country's people, leading to trade between the two countries, we can also increase the exchanges between countries and make our country stronger and stronger. Elder Xiao is worthy of being a shrewd person for his whole life. Lin Xiaoxiao's short narration and description has already constructed a huge map in his mind. The Xiao family's business has been stabilized now. It can be said that all trades and industries have already been involved, and there is no more new space that can be exploited. But Lin Xiaoxiao's words have opened up the way of Elder Xiao's brain, and it's as if he has suddenly found a direction. Perhaps he could try this shipping. Xiao Xiao, did the book of that high person say what to do to get to other countries? Are there records on maps and stuff? Elder Xiao asked with a face full of excitement. Lin Xiaoxiao saw the light of excitement in Master Zhao's eyes, a kind of tendency to rush towards new things. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip and made a decision. Wait a moment. After saying that, she went back to her room. After returning to her room, Lin Xiaoxiao locked the door and dug into the space. Listen to the meaning of the old man Xiao. This time there is no sea transport say. Look at the old man Xiao. This look. I am afraid that it is to be the first person to eat crabs. In that case, then she will help him a hand again. The map of this world she didn't know was different from that of her previous life. But since there were Japanese pirates in the area of Juzhou, it should be pretty much the same. Lin Xiaoxiao flipped out the world map and simply drew a map in the current way, and found a pocket watch-like compass in her study, and an ancient European telescope that her grandfather had given to her on the bookshelf. Lin Xiaoxiao reluctantly touched the two things. These things were not wear-and-tear items. The space would not change back easily, unless the thing was used up before it would be restored to her. AI. Goodbye my babies. Lin Xiaoxiao reluctantly touched the two things and flashed out of the space, setting up a pen, ink and paper on the table, dressing up as if she had been drawing in the room before taking the things out. The book did draw some maps, but that's all I can remember. These two things were also found together in the cave at that time. The book said that this is a compass. It's our Sinan, but the senior who wrote the book seems to have remodeled it. This one is called a telescope. It can see very far away. It should be able to play a big role in the sea. Lin Xiaoxiao handed the item to Elder Xiao. Tian Yuanzi's eyes went straight when he saw the two things, so he wanted to snatch them back. What to do? He hadn't even seen them yet. Old man Xiao was surprised to receive two things. The drawings Lin Xiaoxiao just drew can only roughly see a little bit of orientation, and open the compass, indeed, and Sinan the same, can distinguish between east and west, north and south, and finally tried the telescope. Through the mirror hole, visible to the naked eye of the distant mountains clearly in front of the eyes. This is amazing. Simply unbelievable. This is too amazing. Elder Xiao held the binoculars and watched non-stop, completely unable to let go of his hand. What merchant fleet and what sailing were all left behind him? Tian Yuanzi was tickled and went forward to grab it. Show me. Saying that, he played with it himself, and when he saw the distant scenery appear in front of him, and even the leaves on the trees swaying in the wind could be seen clearly, Tian Yuanzi also let out a gasp of amazement. He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao aggressively, holding the binoculars with an accusing face. Such a fun thing was not taken to Grandpa to play earlier. Now it's going to be cheap for this old thing. The corner of Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched, forgetting about her grandfather. Back to see what other fun to get one for the old man. This poor little expression looks too pitiful. When the binoculars were snatched away, Elder Xiao was not annoyed, but asked Lin Xiaoxiao, "What cave? Is it still there now?" Playing with the telescope, Tian Yuanzi are frozen for a moment. The telescope also do not play. Directly to help, Lin Xiaoxiao explained, "It is a hole in the mountains behind. Who knows who put the things inside before? And then heavy rains, flash floods buried the hole. The things inside in addition to Xiaoxiao to take out these have been gone." Master Xiao looked at him. "How do you know?" Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly picked up. "I was the one who told Grandpa that the potatoes and peanuts were found in the cave. Maybe that senior had gone out before and wrote down these records, and the seeds that he brought back were left behind in the cave. So Grandpa Xiao, I'm guessing that all of these things should have been the things that this senior said that there were in other countries, and then he brought them back with him, which means that that side of the sea there really has other countries, and there are quite a few of them." Master Xiao was quite sad to hear that the cave was buried. Otherwise he would have definitely been able to comprehend more by personally flipping through that travel book. With Sinan around, we shouldn't be lost at sea. The key now is, who knows what that side of the sea is like? Too many unknowns. This is something I need to think about. Elder Xiao slowly said. Xiao Laozi, since he knew about the sea transportation, the whole person is like an evil person. Also do not fight with Tian Yuanzi. All day long in the study of his Lin Xiaoxiao drew nautical map. Either is to take a pen and paper writing and drawing. Seeing that Tian Yuanzi was bored, Lin Xiaoxiao made playing cards and taught Tian Yuanzi and the old people in the village to fight the landlord and blow up gold flowers. Tian Yuanzi played every day in the village. Even if he only won a few pennies, he was still happy. Entering the summer, the weather began to get hot. Lin Xiaoxiao let the dark guards of Tian Xinglu go to the city to get a lot of saltpeter. With Xiao Qiao, Xiaoman and Tao Xinglan, a group of teenagers stayed in the back of the mountain next to the waterfall to make ice. Large tubs wrap around small tubs and ice cubes come naturally. Xiaoman directly knocked a piece of ice to hold and gnaw on it, itching to lay directly into the ice basin. Sister Xiao Xiao. It's too comfortable. Xiaoman let out an exclamation with a satisfied face. A mouthful of ice in such hot weather was really too comfortable. I saw him holding a piece of ice in his hand, sitting on a rock next to a pool of water, and his two little feet just wiggled and wiggled in the water. His little fleshy feet like two little fish. The other teenagers saw that Lin Xiaoxiao didn't need any more help. They also jumped directly into the water pool as soon as their outer clothes were off. Normally they would have been scolded for coming to the water pool, but with Xiao Xiao around, their family wouldn't have scolded them. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Qiao were sitting in the pergola they had built out of bamboo, with several large ice cubes placed in the basin next to them. The breeze whipped by and brought up the cool air of the ice cubes blowing on their bodies. It was simply comfortable. There were also grapes and wild fruits from the mountains on the ice, and when Lin Xiaoxiao saw that they were having fun, she plopped down on the fence of the gazebo, picked up a bunch of grapes in the basin and shouted, "Brother Xinglan, take it." When the words fell, the grapes in his hand were thrown into the middle of the teenagers. Tao Xinglan took it as soon as he could, and dove headfirst into the water, and the others just couldn't grab it even if they wanted to. Xiao Qiao also followed to join in the fun. Second uncle. Just after shouting, Wang Zhang also jumped up to catch the grapes thrown by Xiao Qiao, but his hands were not as good as Tao Xinglan's, and before he got into the water, he was grabbed by the teenagers, who snatched the grapes from his hands in 3 tries. The angry Wang Zhang kept pouring water on them. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the way they were swimming in the water and sighed helplessly. She also wanted to get into the water herself. Forget it. Go back to the ice. Sister Hongying, take the ice. Let's go home. Lin Xiaoxiao told Hong Ying to directly take the biggest basin of ice and then shouted to the crowd of teenagers in the waterhole. In a moment, take the rest of the ice back and give the group a share. The water in the big basin, put it in the sun to dry out. And the saltpeter stowed away for next time can still be used. A few people sank in the water, assuring her that they would do it. And Lin Xiaoxiao smiled, taking Xiao Xiao and Hong Ying away with the ice. Xiaoman looked at his brother and uncles, and then looked at the direction Xiao Xiao and his sister left, hesitated for a moment and decisively climbed up and followed his butt and ran away. Dawn's sister took away a piece of ice, so she must be making something delicious. The older brothers and uncles were greedy for fun, so he, Xiaoman, would be the one to enjoy this blessing. Back in the small courtyard, the dry heat in the kitchen was also cooled by Hong Ying putting down the ice basin, and Lin Xiaoxiao lifted up her sleeves and pulled Lin Xiaoxiao to join Hong Ying in chiseling smoothies. A variety of fruits were cut up and placed on top of the smoothie, topped with her concoction of sweetened juices for color and flavor. Xiaoman stepped beside the table, his mouth watering. Lin Xiaoxiao filled a small bowl and gave it to him, pinching Xiaoman's nose in the process. You ate a piece of ice just now. You can't eat too much or you'll get diarrhea at night. After saying thank you, he ran outside the kitchen holding the bowl and sat directly on the steps to eat. Lin Xiaoxiao filled a bowl and sent it to Elder Zhao's room. Grandpa Xiao? Lin Xiaoxiao knocked on the door. Elder Xiao was sitting in front of his desk not knowing what he was writing. Because of the heat, the door and windows of the room were open. But even so, the old man's forehead was still covered in a fine sweat. Xiao Xiao, come in quickly. Elder Xiao lifted his head and saw her, revealing a joyful and doting smile. Lin Xiaoxiao carried the bowl to the table, saw what was written on the table, had to say, Master Xiao really deserved to be the richest family member in Tianlong country. She only provided an idea and a rough navigation chart. He could cite an example, according to her description of those things, to organize a lot of ideas derived from. Even what things should be taken to the Tianlong country to sell have been written, but the paper has to be added to or subtracted from. There are subtractions on the paper. Obviously the old man thought of one and added one. Considering the kind of unsuitable for long-term transportation or may not be able to sell, the price will be crossed out. But she's here to deliver smoothies. Grandpa Xiao, it's hot. Eat something cool. Lin Xiaoxiao put the bowl in front of Grandpa Xiao. Elder Xiao then saw a bowl of fruit. Also put a small spoon. Happy to see Xiao Xiao, this child thoughtful. Cut the fruit small to take a spoon to scoop and eat is quite convenient. As soon as the spoonful went down, Elder Xiao realized something was different. This? He looked at the half fruit and half clear crystals in the spoon with a look of surprise, then put it in his mouth and his eyes lit up. You guys still store ice? Elder Xiao was really pleasantly surprised. A bowl of ice in such hot weather is really soothing and cool. I didn't realize that Tianlang village still stored ice. Ah, comfortable. Elder Xiao ate several mouthfuls in a row, feeling like he had come back to life. This kind of weather deserves a little bit of icy cold. It's also fortunate that you guys saved yourselves. Otherwise this time of the year, it's just not good to buy ice if you want to buy it. That's expensive by leaps and bounds. Lin Xiaoxiao just smiled. How was it? It's delicious, isn't it? Isn't it especially cozy? Elder Xiao repeatedly said. Comfortable. Simply too comfortable. Is there more? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at his already empty bowl and shook her head. There is, but you can't eat it anymore. You can only eat one bowl a day. Elder Xiao raised an eyebrow. What kind of family is that? And you can still eat it every day? It was him and the Xiao family who would only take some ice from the freezer to use when it was particularly hot. How much are you guys storing here? How come he hadn't realized there was any more ice stored anywhere in this little yard? This isn't stored. This was just made. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and winked mischievously. Elder Xiao thought he had heard wrong. Ice can still be made? How can you make ice when it's not winter? This time the ice are the previous year's winter, when it is freezing cold, to take the barrels one by one frozen up. After the freeze we'll dig a very deep cellar. The ice stored in, because the underground temperature is already low, plus the ice put together, as long as to ensure that the environment of the seal will always be low temperature. The ice is stored in this way to the next year's summer and then take it out to use. But making ice directly in the middle of summer was the first time Master Xiao had ever heard of it. When a basin of water slowly condensed into ice in front of Elder Zhao's face, the elder's mouth was in the shape of an O. It can still be like that. Seeing these water turn into ice in the summer, Master Zhao's mind immediately surfaced many more thoughts. With ice, the transportation of many things in the summer has become much more convenient. Whether it is the fruit of the south to the north, or the seafood of the coastal generation to the inland. There are also some rich and noble families will also buy ice in the summer. This pile of one thing after another. It is a constant stream of income. No one knows the benefits of ice in the summer better than he does. When Tian Yuanzi saw him like this, He was so pleased with himself that the bragging gene in his body was about to get out of control again. Hey, our family Xiao Xiao is really powerful. I don't know how this little brain grew. Why is it so capable? Elder Xiao put away his surprised expression and slanted a glance at him. Your granddaughter is my granddaughter. Who are we with each other? In the future, Xiao Xiao will be the first lady of our Xiao family. I'll see who dares to bully her. Tian Yuanzi didn't bother to argue with him. You say yes? Che, do you know Xiao Xiao's secret? Have you seen Xiao Xiao's father? Forget it. I don't want to talk to this old man. This ice-making method Xiao Xiao said is for you to prepare. You want to open up the sea voyage. It is inevitable to use. Only ugly words can say with you in front. Tian Wolf Village of everything. And all the things related to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao Ghost Doctor's identity. You control your mouth. Control the Xiao family of those who. If let me know anything about here everything from the Xiao family revealed out. I'll surely not be finished with you. Tian Yuanzi admonished. When Elder Xiao heard that this was prepared by Xiao Xiao for him, his heart warmed up. But then he was a bit angry after hearing Tian Yuanzi's later words. Am I that kind of person? Tian Yuanzi didn't reply to him. He just grunted. It was because he trusted Elder Xiao that he would say so much to him. How are you figuring out the sea voyage? Tian Yuanzi asked. Elder Xiao frowned lightly. There is an idea, but the specific implementation still depends on the local situation. First of all, if you want to open up the route, you have to prepare big ships. This matter is not that easy. I may have to go back. Speaking of which, Master Xiao really can't bear to leave here. But now the matter of the HNA must be acted upon, and he is now full of this matter as soon as he closes his eyes. Tian Yuanzi thought that he was really prepared to rely on this place and not leave, and now he was still a bit surprised to hear him say that he was leaving. Thinking about it? Elder Xiao nodded. Well, someone has to try. I'm old and won't live for a few more years. I just want to see this thing succeed while I'm still alive. I won't ask for anything else. Tian Yuanzi emotionally patted his shoulder. This old man all his life is this bad. Too obsessive. Want to do something, must go to do it well. Don't live or die. When you develop the route, I will also follow you out to sea those blonde and blue-eyed strange people that Xiao Xiao said. You have to take good care of your body. Don't even can't walk by that time. Don't say to go out to the sea. I'm afraid that you can't even go out of the door. And I'll just have to go to the dashing by myself. Elder Xiao glanced at him, thought of Lao Tao, and slowly said, we all have to live well. Master Xiao left, taking the method of making ice from saltpeter given to him by Lin Xiao Xiao, as well as a compass and binoculars, and left the Tian Wolf village, and everyone in the village went to see him off on the day of his departure. Seeing these simple people, Elder Xiao suddenly understood why Tian Yuanzi had to protect this place without a drop of water. The first thing he did when he returned home, Master Xiao reinvented the story of the origin of the peanuts, and this out-of-this-world Tianwu village will keep their peace, right? After Elder Xiao left, the small courtyard immediately became much quieter. There was no one left to fight with Tian Yuanzi, and it always felt like something was missing. Finally, after seeing her grandfather sighing for the I don't know how many times in one day, Lin Xiao Xiao decided to take him out to have some fun. Grandpa, do you want to go out and play? Lin Xiao Xiao asked as she came over. Tian Yuanzi immediately came into the spirit. Where are we going to play? Lin Xiao Xiao smiled mysteriously, and the grandparents and grandchildren did not allow the dark guards and red tassel to follow them into the mountains. It was just the right time to test Lin Xiao Xiao's kung fu learning during this period of time. The grandparents and grandchildren were weaving between the mountains and forests, flying around the treetops, and when they got tired, they would stop to drink some water and eat something to rest, and then continue to use lightweight kung fu to hurry up again when they had rested well. All the way the old man was matching Lin Xiao Xiao's speed, finally arriving at the wolf cave in the evening of the second day. Lying on his back at the mouth of the cave, bored and basking in the evening sun, Wolf 4 thought he had misread the situation, and jumped up with an owlish yelp. Xiao Xiao, dumbfounded, thinking that he had blinked, the fourth wolf brother raised his paw and rubbed his eyes before realizing that it really was Xiao Xiao standing in front of him. Fourth brother, Lin Xiao Xiao smiled sweetly. Our father, auntie, Xiao Xiao is back. Wolf fourth brother called up to the sky several times, attracting both the Black Wolf King and the Wolf Queen in the wolf cave. Seeing their daughter, both wolves were a bit unable to believe their eyes. The Wolf Queen's eyes were red with heartache. You child, why don't you let us pick you up when you come back? It's very tiring to go up the mountain on your own, isn't it? Quickly go home. Lin Xiao Xiao hugged the Wolf Queen's neck and rubbed against it. I'm not tired. Grandpa taught me martial arts. We flew up here. But even so, the Wolf Queen was still heartbroken. Even though Tian Yuanzi was used to it and was mentally prepared for it, his heart still jolted when he really faced so many wolves. The Black Wolf King, who hadn't come over at the entrance of the cave, saw Tian Yuanzi and nodded at him. The Wolf Queen also saw Tian Yuanzi and stood up straight to nod at him. The old man couldn't understand them and could only show it with his actions. The fourth wolf brother was even circling around Tian Yuanzi. This was still the second human to come to their wolf cave. The Black Wolf King was afraid that Wolf fourth brother would scare Tian Yuanzi and showed his teeth towards him. Wolf fourth brother immediately honestly and obediently went to the side and stayed there. The family invited Tian Yuanzi to enter the cave. And Wu Shui, Wolf's second brother, and Wolf fifth brother all nodded politely to Tian Yuanzi and stood beside him in a well-behaved manner. Tian Yuanzi watched Lin Xiaoxiao and the Black Wolf King's family living in harmony. Although he couldn't understand what they were saying, he felt comfortable just feeling the atmosphere. The light of the setting sun slowly fell on the cave, shining very warmly on people. Tian Yuanzi twisted his head to look outside the cave. The evening sunlight reflected all over the sky. Xiao Xiao, I'm going to go around the entrance. Tian Yuanzi spoke to Lin Xiaoxiao and nodded with the Wolf King's family again, getting up and walking towards the outside of the cave. The Black Wolf King silently got up and followed. And one man and one wolf stood on the boulder outside the cave watching the sunset and the evening sun. It's so beautiful. Tian Yuanzi let out a sigh of relief. Standing here really had a feeling of looking down on the mountains and having a view of them. It was refreshing. The Black Wolf King also looked towards the setting sun. The sun was already halfway down. All the clouds were translucent red as if they were on fire. Such a scenery could be seen everywhere in the Wolf Mountain. But he still accompanied his guest quietly. The sound of Lin Xiaoxiao and the other wolves laughing and joking came from the cave. And the corners of Tian Yuanzi's mouth involuntarily followed suit as he spoke. You have taught this child Xiaoxiao very well. The Black Wolf King immediately raised his head in triumph. And although he couldn't respond to Tian Yuanzi's words, Tian Yuanzi still saw the answer on his face. Tian Yuanzi lost his smile. As if the face of the younger generation general doting smile, compliment you also complacent on, said and slightly sighed, the domination of the Wolf Mountain. It is very hard, right? Also have to think about this child Xiaoxiao. But it is okay. In the future Xiaoxiao I will take good care of her. Don't worry. As long as my old man is in one day, will not let people bully her. Even if I am not there in the future, I will also give her to pave the road well. The Black Wolf King froze, the first time someone spoke to him in such a tone of voice, making him momentarily at a loss as to how to respond properly. Tian Yuanzi didn't expect the Black Wolf King to respond to him. He wouldn't understand if he did. And the one wolf and one man didn't return to the wolf cave until the sun was completely covered by the mountains. The grandparents and grandchildren stayed in the wolf cave for 2 days before departing back to the village. And the people in the building sent word that more and more people were seeking medical attention and asked the old man what they should do about it. Tian Yuanzi told Lin Xiaoxiao about this. And it was up to Lin Xiaoxiao herself to decide whether to cure or not to cure. Lin Xiaoxiao is thinking that since her grandfather has already put her ghost doctor name out there, it seems like not doing something about it is a bit of false advertising. And since she has recognized the name of this ghost doctor, she has to do something about it, so that even if she goes to look for the truth of her life and murder in the future, she will still have some backbone. Lin Xiaoxiao then said, then, as I said before, only allow the patient to come to Tianqinglu alone, and then let the people from Tianqinglu send the person here. As for my identity, then just blindfold the patient's eyes when treating them, so that no one can see my true appearance, and send them away once they're cured. Tian Yuanzi nodded, this is also good, but Grandpa has to help you keep a good pass. Who can cure? Who can not cure? This Grandpa has to check clearly, and then those small chicken skin disease also come to you. Grandpa will directly send people away. Do you think it is okay? Okay, this point Grandpa is more thoughtful than me. I'll listen to Grandpa. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded her head obediently. Only then did Tian Yuanzi give orders to the people of the Heavenly Star Building. Those who seek medical treatment learned that the ghost doctor promised to cure people, one by one. Squeezed his head wanna get the quota. But unfortunately, the Star House said, 3 months only to receive a patient, and not you have money to the ghost doctor on the cure. As for who to cure, depending on the mood of the ghost doctor. In addition, those colds, chicken skin disease do not come to the toss. The Star House reason will not care about you. The first patient sent, actually a handsome uncle, Tian Yuanzi told Lin Xiaoxiao. This person called Guansu, used to be an official, because of the character of straight and upright, offended the villain, almost harmed his own family, and then simply resigned from the government to be a teacher in a small county. Tian Yuanzi also told Lin Xiaoxiao that this man was once also the companion reader of the crown prince of the dynasty, and was later chosen to be a teacher for the Tai Sun because of his great learning. But a few years ago the Tai Sun disappeared for a period of time, and when he returned to the capital, he approached the emperor to ask for an imperial decree to go to the site of his maternal ancestor, General Chu, who had been guarding the border. And that's when Guansu resigned from his position and returned to his hermitage. originally well, but last year got a strange disease, often panic, and always feel hungry. The key is to eat a lot of things not fat but thin. The whole person has become unusually cranky and easy to emotional, and the neck has become more and more big. See, a lot of doctors cannot help. The Guan family was not a wealthy family, but after hearing about the ghost doctor's name they also tried to find the Heavenly Star building. They were willing to take out everything the Guan family could, just begging the ghost doctor to treat Guan Su. Tian Yuanzi was not in Tian Xinglu. The patients were all screened by Gong Yin, this former Lord Guan. Now Guan Fuzi's family and status was not very high amongst the group of patients, but because of his character he was chosen by Gong Yin. Guan's family was very excited, and after hearing about the ghost doctor's request, they just let the people from Tian Xinglu pick up Guan Su. Lin Xiaoxiao had probably guessed what kind of disease Guan Su had the first time she saw him. Isn't this typical of hyperthyroidism, commonly known as big neck disease? In modern times it is not difficult to cure, but for the ancient times when there were no hormonal medicines, it could be cured, but it was more troublesome, and in the case of severe cases of great neck disease, surgery was required. Lin Xiaoxiao gave Tian Yuanzi a wink, and Tian Yuanzi understood. Guan Su was blindfolded and could only sense that there was someone in the room, but didn't know who it was, but he knew that he had been sent to cure the ghost doctor, and even though he was upset and irritated, he saluted the people in the room in a calm manner. My name is Guan Su, and I've come to ask the ghost doctor for a cure. He was tempted to take the black cloth off his eyes, but he knew it was the ghost doctor's rule, so he wore it honestly. Lin Xiaoxiao and the old man exchanged a glance. The old man covered his mouth and coughed, speaking, Lord Guan has worked hard all the way. Have a seat. Guan Su revealed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Senior has long since resigned from the government and gone into seclusion. It's not anymore Lord Guan. Senior can just call him by his name. Tian Yuanzi inscrutable stroked his beard, and then noticed that Guan Su is now invisible, so he put his hand down again, and faintly said, the name is just a code name. Call anything. Since you are no longer an official, then I will call you a Guan Fuzi. Come on, help Guan Fuzi to sit down. Immediately, someone from the Heavenly Star building helped Guan Su sit across from Tian Yuanzi. Hold out your hand, Tian Yuanzi said, and Guan Su hurriedly complied. Tian Yuanzi hurriedly staggered his body to make way for Lin Xiaoxiao behind him, and kept squeezing his eyebrows. Lin made a face at him and hitched a ride on Guan Su's wrist. The moment his fingers touched his wrist, Guan Su only thought how small this ghost doctor's hands were, but did not think of anything else. After a tea break, Lin Xiaoxiao withdrew her hand and nodded to Tian Yuanzi. Tian Yuanzi immediately pretended to cover his mouth and coughed, saying, fortunately, it's not a big deal. First send Mr. Guan down to rest. Guan Su immediately got up after the people from the Heavenly Star building, wanting to obediently follow and leave, but in the end, he still couldn't hold back his inner excitement and doubts, and saluted. Elder, can the latecomer's illness be cured? His family had already poured all they had for him, so if he couldn't be cured, he wouldn't waste this time and go home to be with his family and repay them for everything they had done. Tian Yuanzi received Lin Xiaoxiao's message, only to see Lin Xiaoxiao write down a few words on a piece of paper. Tian Yuanzi then said, this disease of yours, if you say it's cured, it's very difficult, but it can be kept under control, and in the future, as long as you pay a little bit of attention to it, and take your medication on time, it will guarantee that you will be no different from a normal person. Guan Su was so excited inside that he wanted to kneel down and kowtow to the ghost doctor, but he almost knocked on the table. Okay, don't kneel around, wait until you're really well. At such an old age, our Xiaoxiao can't afford to lose her life. Guan Su obediently answered yes and followed the people from the Heavenly Star building down, back to the guest room that housed him. Guan Su was allowed to remove the black cloth. Can't keep blindfolding people. Not blind. No disease can be suffocated. Guan Su left before Tian Yuanzi asked Lin Xiaoxiao after him. Xiaoxiao, can it be cured? Lin Xiaoxiao thought for a moment. It's not a big problem. His current condition is not at its worst. Surgery is not necessary. Take medicine to control it. But he needs a long period of treatment for this. Maybe 1 year, maybe 2 years. During this period the medicine can't be cut off. When the condition is completely stabilized, the dosage can be reduced, and it's slowly getting better. Tian Yuanzi's brows furrowed. This is still a time-consuming disease. This boss is really something too. How come he picked such a person for the opening? Lin Xiaoxiao laughed. Grandpa, that's not how it's said. Master Uncle must have his superiority in picking him, and a healer is kind. You can't just see death and save it. Tian Yuanzi nodded. That's also true. So do you have a treatment plan? What kind of medicine do you need, Grandpa, to have someone go outside and get it? Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. No, I'll make my own medicine. I have it all. Alright then, just make use of these boys if you need them. They'll all be your people from now on. Use them as you please, Tian Yuanzi said. Although Lin Xiaoxiao was a body in her teens, she herself was in the end an older young soul running for 3. It was too easy to think of that. Can't help but admit though, it's really nice to have people. Good drop. Guansu had stayed honestly in his room ever since he was diagnosed by the ghost doctor, not stepping out of his room even one step, until Chow Chow brought him food in the evening, and when he saw Chow Chow come in, Guansu still wanted to put the black cloth on. Chow Chow smiled faintly. Mr. Guan, there's no need to blindfold your eyes. The ghost doctor has already left to prepare medicine for you. You won't need to blindfold your eyes for this period of time. The ghost doctor will come to give you a follow-up in half a month. And it's the same thing to blindfold them then. Guansu's hand holding the black cloth gave a beat, and he humbly clasped his fist to Chow Chow in general. Thank you, miss. He also didn't ask where the ghost doctor had gone or what he was, only doing what he had to do. Chow Chow went back after delivering the food and told Lin Xiaoxiao and Tian Yuanzi about this side of the story, and the two of them nodded appreciatively. A good person. The next day, Guansu still didn't go out, or Jojo brought him breakfast and medicine. Mr. Guan, this is the medicine given to you by the ghost doctor. Take it directly after you've had breakfast. Chow Chow pointed to a white pill sitting on a pretty little porcelain plate in the tray. Guansu froze for a moment. He thought it would be a black and tonic, but he didn't expect it to be a pill. A snow-white pill that he had never seen before, worthy of being produced by a hidden master of the world. Thank you. Please thank Elder Ghost Doctor for me. Guansu clasped his fists. Chow Chow snickered and curtsied. Mr. Guan is polite. You eat first. I'll come and collect the dishes in a while. Besides, during this period of time if you are bored of staying in the house, you can come out and take a walk. There's no harm in it. With that, Jojo nodded and left. Guansu sat at the table, looking at the light porridge and small dishes in front of him as well as the pills that he had never seen before, and only briefly fumed before picking up his breakfast and eating it, and after eating it, he took the pills as Chow Chow had said. Lin Xiaoxiao told the little medicine box about Guansu's condition, and the little medicine box gave her many medicines for great neck disease, and Lin Xiaoxiao picked one that didn't have a mark on it, so as not to be detected as different, until the third day. The fourth day, this Guanxu stayed in his room, halfway through, just asking for some paper and pencil for Chow Chow, either writing and drawing in his room, or hugging those books he brought with him in his luggage. Lin Xiaoxiao and Tian Yuanzi sat in the courtyard getting high. TSK. This reader is not interesting, but also composed very much. Froze to shut himself in the house for 3 or 4 days and not curious to come out to see. Tian Yuanzi lamented. Lin Xiaoxiao did think that this Lord Guan was very interesting. Chow Chow had been sending him food and medicine every day for the past few days, but he hadn't inquired about anything about the ghost doctor in half a sentence, and she didn't know if she really wasn't curious about it or if this person was really just as Grandmaster Bo had said, just an upright and polite. After observing for a few days, Lin Xiaoxiao was more convinced that it was the latter. On the 5th day, the grandparents and grandson continued to sit in the courtyard high on melon seeds observing this Lord Guan, and Tian Yuanzi also finally couldn't help but yell towards his house. I say, posterity, you're not afraid of suffocating yourself with disease, are you? Immediately after the grandparents and grandchildren heard the sound of banging coming from the house, the two looked at each other. How is this still falling on it? Soon, a respectful voice came out from inside the house. I don't know that it's Senior Ghost Doctor who has come. The latecomer almost surprised Senior. I hope Senior will forgive me. Tian Yuanzi almost sprayed out the melon in his mouth. Lin Xiaoxiao even laughed. It seems that this person is the grandfather as a ghost doctor. They were just letting the grandfather make a front. How can they misunderstand it like this? But yeah, they didn't say Grandpa wasn't a ghost doctor. What ghost doctor? Ghost doctor. My old man is not a ghost doctor. You don't be stuffy. Come out and get some air. No one will talk about you, Tian Yuanzi said with disgust. Inside the room, Guansu was shocked. This voice was clearly the voice of the ghost doctor that he heard that day. With too many doubts, Guansu finally walked out from the house, and at a glance, he saw the grandparents and grandchildren sitting in the courtyard high on melon seeds. Guansu paused. Elder, are you not a ghost doctor? Then who was the person who checked his pulse that day? Tian Yuanzi spat out the melon shells in his mouth and said, I'm not a ghost doctor. That day I was just relaying the words of the ghost doctor. This person, she doesn't like to meet people, and doesn't like to deal with people. After giving you a medical treatment it left, said it was to dispense medicines for you to go, and dispensed medicines it sent the medicines to you, and then left again. As for where to go, don't ask, and won't tell you if you ask. Anyway, it's in this courtyard. Guansu realized that he had misunderstood. and hurriedly bowed to Tian Yuanzi to apologize. It was a misunderstanding on the part of the junior, and I almost misidentified the senior. Sorry. Lin Xiaoxiao bumped Tian Yuanzi with her elbow. The handsome uncle is so polite. Tian Yuanzi awkward cough, said, you do not have to shut yourself in the house. She is fine, will not come to this side. You do what you should do. And so half a month she came to follow up, to see if the medicine works. Works it, you can comfortably go home, slowly recuperate. Thank you for your guidance. Senior. Guansu gave another salute. Tian Yuanzi's goosebumps rose. The red tape of the readers was really much. Half a month later, with Guansu blindfolded and unable to see anything, Lin Xiaoxiao examined him again and found that under the control of the medication, Guansu's condition was under control and gradually improving. He had a disease that would have required a long healing process. Observe him for another half a month. As long as you are sure that taking the medicine is useful, you can send him away. And in the future, you only need to let him pick up the medicine from the Heavenly Star building every once in a while. It was a longer cycle and a hassle to get the medication each time, but it wasn't like she was bothering herself, so it didn't matter. After the pretend ghost doctor left, Tian Yuanzi asked Guansu to remove the black cloth over his eyes and said, the ghost doctor said that your condition has been brought under control. However, the cycle of treatment for your disease is very long, and in the next 1 or 2 years you will have to take medicine all the time. And the medicine, the ghost doctor will send it to the Heavenly Star building every 3 months, and you can just bring it to the Heavenly Star building and pick it up. You take the money and go directly to the Heavenly Star building to pick it up. Guansu was emotionally excited. During this period of time, he obviously felt that the symptoms of shaking hands and panic had improved. It must be the ghost doctor's medicine that had taken effect. It was worthy of being a divine doctor. Thank you, senior. Guansu is a man of cloth. 1 has no power and 2 has no wealth. Thanks to the ghost doctor senior's love for Guan Mao's treatment. In the future, if the ghost doctor senior uses Guan Mao's place, Guan Mao will certainly do his best to fulfill the ghost doctor senior's requirements. In order to repay the ghost doctor senior's life-saving grace, after Guansu finished saluting, he added, Senior, wait for me for a moment. After saying that, he returned to his room. But a moment on the back, only to see his hands cupped, hands a thing, about the size of the palm of a jade pen, handed the Tian Yuanzi, Senior. This thing is our Guan family heirloom treasure of the treasure jade pen. Please, senior generation, on behalf of Guanmo, forwarded to the ghost doctor seniors. Guanmo here to swear that this thing for the letter. The ghost doctor seniors his day useful to Guanmo's place. Just take this thing to Guan family to find me. Guansu bowed and presented the jade pen with both hands. Tian Yuanzi and Lin Xiaoxiao made eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao, Grandpa, do you want to take it? Tian Yuanzi, collect don't. He is poor, no money to pay the consultation fee. Must not collect some interest. Lin Xiaoxiao, it's no good. What about other people's heirlooms? Tian Yuanzi, you just take it as helping him to keep it for the time being. And when you find any random thing for him to do in the future, then you can return it back. Or else he won't be able to feel solid in his heart. Lin Xiaoxiao was helpless. That's fine. After the grandparents and grandchildren finished making eye contact, Guansu had already bowed his back and held the jade pen for half a day, and it was visible to the naked eye that his hands were already shaking. Tian Yuanzi hurriedly picked up the jade pen and covered his mouth with a heartfelt cough. All right, I'll pass it on for you. Guansu breathed a sigh of relief and bowed again. Many thanks, Senior. Well, you're welcome. Tian Yuanzi stroked his beard with the look of a tall man. When the matter was finished, Guansu also left with a polite salute, leaving only the grandparents and grandson in the house. Lin Xiaoxiao took the jade pen and sized it up, and she had to say that it was made even more delicately and beautifully than a real pen, and it was ice cold to the touch. Tian Yuanzi explained to her, this is a good thing. The jade used to make this jade pen is whole, and there is not a bit of miscellaneous color on the whole body. Look again. This pen is bright in color. The jade is moist and quite spiritual. It looks like Guan's family didn't take much care of it. The fact that he was able to bring this thing shows that it is well prepared. But in the end, it is a family heirloom, so you should first receive it, and wait for the future to find a chance to return it to him. Lin Xiaoxiao carefully held the jade pen, afraid of dropping it on the ground and dropping it, and hurriedly nodded. Okay, I'll go put it away. After saying that, she ran back to her room. In fact, as soon as she dropped her head, she put the jade pen into the study in the space. Such a valuable thing, can't be bumped and bruised. During Guansu's time in the village, except for the first few days when he locked himself inside for fear of disturbing the ghost doctor. After that, under the old man's lessons, he was finally willing to go out and walk around. It was only when he got outside that he realized it was a small mountain village, but he couldn't tell the direction and didn't know where it was. But Guansu never asked, only occasionally going around the village to see everyone working in the fields. The village people were also very friendly to him, and would invite him to drink a cup of sweet well water when he was tired of wandering. Guan was touched by the simplicity and kindness of this village, and such a paradise-like environment gradually calmed his normally anxious and violent heart. He especially liked to go to the place where the waterfall was in the back of the mountain, sometimes sitting in the pavilion next to the waterfall for hours at a time. Tian Yuanzi asked him why he always liked to go to the waterfall side, and Guan said that the sound of the waterfall could calm his heart and make him less agitated. There was a time when he was a gentleman, but ever since he got this weird disease his personality has been getting more and more irritable. Sometimes even he can't control it, but it seems to be getting better and better since he came here. Guan began to tell stories to the village children, and later taught them to memorize the 3-character classic and the disciples' rules. Under the big tree at the entrance of the village was the same place where the Wolf King stayed at the beginning of the day, and nowadays Guan would go there every day to sit down, and a group of children, big and small, would gather around him, listening to him tell stories and listen to him read from his book. Another half a month, Guan not only stabilized the condition, the appearance also began to change. Originally became swollen neck, actually began to slowly subside, even if the change is very small, but the careful Guan still noticed. Before he left, Guan finally mentioned the only unreasonable request related to the ghost doctor that he had made in the month or so since he had arrived at the Sky Wolf village. Senior wants to kowtow to Senior Ghost Doctor before leaving to thank him for saving his life. The corner of Tian Yuanzi's mouth twitched, and subconsciously went over to look at Lin Xiaoxiao, and was hurriedly returned to normal after Lin Xiaoxiao gave him a wink. Kneeling? What kneeling? Really? But on second thought, kneeling should also be, after all, saved his life and still do not take a penny. Really? This business blood loss. She doesn't like to see strangers like this. You just kowtow to this direction. Her home is in this direction. Tian Yuanzi pointed in the direction of the wolf cave. Anyway, it is necessary to kowtow. Kneeling Xiaoxiao, her father, is also considered to thank Xiaoxiao. The old man thought, he's really a big smart guy. Lin Xiaoxiao almost suffocated her internal injuries. Guan listened to Tian Yuanzi's and kowtowed 3 times straight in the direction of the wolf cave, which was really loud. After kowtowing, Guan was only blindfolded by the people from the Heavenly Star Building, and saluted Tian Yuanzi and Lin Xiaoxiao. Senior, Miss Xiaoxiao, and Miss Xiao Xiao, thanks for taking care of a few of you during this period of time. If there is an opportunity for a few of you, please be sure to come to Guan Mao's mansion as a guest, so that Guan Mao can fulfill his duties as a landlord. Okay, there's a chance to go. Hurry up. Tian Yuanzi waved his hand to drive people away. Guan gave another hug to a few people before being led away by the dark guards of the Heavenly Star Building. After Guan left, Lin Xiaoxiao teamed up with Tian Yuanzi to cheat 2 more people. No, cured 2 people. But this time it's not like the Guangsu situation, where you're charged and the price is very, very beautiful. Unfortunately, people are strange, and those who know manners and reason like Guan are still in the minority. The few patients that came after them, although Tian Yuanzi used the same wording as Guan to send the people away, these people would still intentionally or unintentionally inquire about the ghost doctor with the villagers when they arrived in the village. The villagers had been accounted for by the old man and the village chief long ago, so how could they possibly betray Miss Xiaoxiao, who was their great benefactor? The villagers are like a human savant. You come to ask can also be anyway, you ask your, I answer my. As for whether the answer is not, it does not matter. In short, want to inquire about the true identity of the ghost doctor? Dream on. The whole village, even the 3-year-old children, kept their mouths shut. The answer is all one. The ghost doctor doesn't live in the village and only comes down the mountain when he sees patients. As for the ghost doctor's name, gender, age, height and weight? Sorry, nothing. Of course, whether they are out of curiosity or have other purposes. In any case, open this mouth, then it can only be business. See the doctor, prescribe medication, directly sent away, never delay a day, and will not let them take away a cloud and a little information. Ghost doctor has almost become a legend in Tianlong country. No one has seen her real appearance. No one knows whether the ghost doctor is a man or a woman, and no one knows how old the ghost doctor is this year. Some people say that the ghost doctor is a mysterious old man with a full white beard, and some people say that the ghost doctor is a mute because no one has ever heard the ghost doctor open his mouth to say something. Some people say that the ghost doctor is a healer and a rare good doctor, while others say that there is no such thing as a ghost doctor in this world, and that they are all lies. Those who praised her were those who had been saved by her or indirectly helped, and those who cursed her were mostly treacherous villains who had been rejected by the Heavenly Star Building. In short, there were all kinds of things to say, and Lin Xiaoxiao just listened to them as jokes and never cared about them. These people really owe a beating. What right do they have to say that the ghost doctor cheats people? Sister Xiao Xiao never cheats people. Sister Xiao Xiao has cured so many people. These people still talk about her like this. It really pisses me off. The year before last, the smallpox in Longan City. If Sister Xiao Xiao didn't give the prescription to the Su family's pharmacy, I don't know how many children would have suffered. And the year before last, the plague in the southwest of the country. It was Sister Xiao Xiao who also gave the plague in the southwest the year before last. Is also Xiao Xiao's sister gave them the prescription cured. Otherwise the plague ravaged the whole Tianlong country, followed plagues. And last year, under the waterfall of Tian Wolf Village, a 12-year-old boy in a strong suit, sitting on the boulder where he used to play, with a dog's tail grass in his mouth and pebbles in his hand. He was indignant while throwing the pebbles in his hand one after another into the pool of water in front of him. And the pool of water, which was once so deep and so wide as amber in his eyes, seems to be nothing more than an ordinary pool of water nowadays. If you look closely, you can see that the teenager's face still has some baby fat, as cute as he was when he was a child. It's just a pity that this teenager with a baby face is pretending to be deep and tense his little face, making an expression that doesn't match his looks at all. Just then, the teenager sensed the aura of danger, only to see an object directly towards his face. The teenager subconsciously caught it, and when he looked at it, he directly stuffed it into his mouth. Sis, you're going to murder your own brother, the teenager shouted vaguely as he ate the pastry that flew over to him. Throw pastry culprit stood up, a goose yellow skirt, petite, a cute little round face. At this time stood at the edge of the gazebo, hands crossed, eyes glaring. Wang Xiaoman, you're not finished, is not it? From the back of the rambling muttering Twitter to now. You with us cursing and swearing with what use? You have the ability to go to those who say bad things about Xiao Xiao or poison Muda, chattering like a sparrow. Colorful lights are quieter than you. Xiaoman really did not expect. How long has it been? This is still his gentle and skillful and considerate sister? It couldn't have been possessed by some mountain spirit. Kotomitsu got theatrical and pleaded for help towards the young girl sitting leisurely behind Jojo. The young girl sitting behind Jojo was amused by him and snorted out a laugh as if it were a silver bell. The young girl just sat there, with a fiery red fox on her lap, a lazy face lying down to enjoy, peeling melons in her hands, eating one herself and feeding one to the little fat bird lying on the table. 6 years passed. Now Xiao Xiao has grown into a big girl, slender body, skin like solid fat, delicate and exquisite features, face like peach blossom, small mouth pink and tender, such as red rhombuses tender, smile up the corner of the mouth and 2 sweet dimples. She just watched her siblings bicker, stoned on her melon and watching the show. Xiao Xiao couldn't bear it any longer and directly flew out of the gazebo, heading straight for Xiaoman. Xiaoman saw that he had annoyed his sister, got up and ran, and the 2 siblings chased after each other right next to the waterhole, with Xiao Xiao cursing and Xiaoman laughing and ducking. It was hilarious. Alright, Xiao Xiao. Xiaoman is rarely back, so just let him go. Lin Xiao Xiao leaned over the railing and shouted with a smile. Ashikawa ducked while agreeing. That's right. Xiao Xiao stopped after all, pointed at Wang Xiaoman with her waist crossed, and said angrily, you wait for me. The colored lights took flight with a flip. This kid looked so well behaved when he was a kid. How did he grow up to be so beat up that he dares to poke your master lantern in the stomach? The colored lamp spat angrily. Lin Xiao Xiao was filled with helplessness, letting the colorful lantern fall on her shoulder and feeding him 2 melon seeds before calming him down. Before she looked at Xiaoman and asked, is brother Xinglan okay? 3 years ago, Tao Xinglan practiced martial arts day and night, and finally achieved something. And with his grandfather's permission, he left the Tian Wolf village with a group of experts from Tianxinglu, and returned to Fine Rain House to get back everything that belonged to him. Although Tao Xinglan repeatedly emphasized that he wanted to kill his enemy with his own hands, when he was parting, Lin Xiao Xiao still gave him several kinds of poison, the kind that no one in the world but her could cure, just in case. He finally came back after he left for half a year. Lin Xiao Xiao didn't know how he did it, but he did do it, cleansing the Fine Rain House of all the spies, capturing Tao Jin, and in front of his parents' and grandfather's graves, he personally wasted Tao Jin's martial arts skills in arms and legs, leaving him begging for his life and his death. Lin Xiao Xiao had asked Tao Xinglan why she didn't kill him, and Tao Xinglan had told her that some people might suffer more by letting them live than by killing them outright. Now Tao Jin was locked up by Tao Xinglan in the water prison of the Fine Rain building, suffering daily, wanting to die but unable to do so, and I don't know if he regretted for a moment that he had killed Tao Xinglan's family while going through all of this. In these few years, Tao Xinglan had stayed at the Fine Rain building to deal with the affairs of the Fine Rain building, and Wang Xiaoman, the little follower, also followed Tao Xinglan to the Fine Rain building after he took it back, and like Tao Xinglan, he would only return to the Skywolf village once in a very long time, and although 6 years have passed, about Lin Xiaoxiao's body star house but not a little progress, The whole Tianlong country surnamed Lin's family how much? Even according to Lin Xiaoxiao's body clothes material judgment of her original family home conditions are good. But in line with this point, surnamed Lin's family is also quite a lot. It's just that no family has ever lost a child more than 10 years ago, and there are quite a few that have died. But none of them match up with Lin Xiaoxiao. Did she just pop out of a rock? Today's Tianwan village has also changed greatly. The village people's days have changed for the better. The Xiao family got the peanuts and began to promote and plant on a large scale, as well as the introduction of the oil press, a direct solution to the problem of a lot of people cannot afford to eat oil. An elder shouted what he said he would do. Every year he would send someone to send the dividends from the oil press. 30% for Lin Xiaoxiao and 10% for the village people. But even this 10% is not a small amount of money. With money, the village improved its living conditions, but even then, the village never thought of leaving to live in the flowery world outside. Since they do not want to leave, then send people out to learn the technology back. They learn to burn their own bricks, but also learn to burn their own porcelain. Even the weaving technology are much better than before, really achieve complete self-sufficiency. There are Tianyuanzi's misty trail formation in the mountain outside. The people cannot come in. They closed the door to live their own little life. Elder Xiao hadn't come back to the village since he left, and only occasionally had people from Tianxing Lu send letters to Lin Xiaoxiao and Tianyuanzi to tell them about the progress of the sea voyage, and had people draw them a searching diagram of a large ship. Unfortunately, in the first year, the Xiao family's seafaring experiment failed, and the people who went out to sea disappeared into the sea, their lives and deaths unknown. Xiao old man will not stop until he reaches his goal. The next year to continue to manufacture large ships, gather people. Even if the previous sea voyage, even the ship with the people, including that a whole ship of goods together lost all the money, still can't stop him to open up the route out of the vigor. If it wasn't for the strong financial support of the Xiao family, I'm afraid that he would have been tossed out of business long ago. It wasn't until the third year, after waiting for the better part of a year, when everyone had originally begun to be disappointed and had even considered starting over again, that the third ship, which had been away from the voyage for 7 long months, returned. Not only came back, the goods on the ship were sold out. The people sent by the Xiao family did not return without success. They followed what Master Xiao said, passing through a variety of countries along the way, sold their own things and then began to search for other countries, those outside the country at this time to know. In the Far East, there is such a magical country. More and more countries began to join this route. Now 6 years in the past, the Xiao family before the loss into the silver have been earned back, and even more out of a lot. As the proposed sea voyage Lin Xiaoxiao, Xiao old master with his most direct way of caring, the Xiao family sea voyage dividends and divided her into 30%, when it really should be the sentence. The girl should be rich. Xiao family members know that behind this business of the Xiao family's HNA, there is a mysterious shareholder, and that is the ghost doctor, the life-saving benefactor of Master Xiao. The entire Xiao family, in addition to Master Xiao and Xiao Jingzi, none of them know that the ghost doctor is Lin Xiaoxiao, and for the ghost doctor to take 30% of the dividends of the HNA, no one dares to say a word of disapproval. Elder Xiao couldn't find the time to come to the Tian Wolf village to visit Lin Xiaoxiao and Tian Yuanzi, and he didn't know how many times he had urged the two to go to the Xiao family to find him by letter, but the grandparents and grandchildren were too lazy to move their nests, and they dragged their feet again and again. Lin Xiaoxiao would go back to the wolf cave every month to stay for 10 days and half a month to accompany her family, and didn't forget her family just because she had lived in the human world for a long time. In her heart, the Tianlang village was an interface between her and the world, and her real home was the wolf cave on the Wolf Mountain. Wolf's second brother and his wolf companion also added 3 young wolves. The third sister Wu Shui is still the marriage object that the whole family worries about. Wolf fourth brother is still like a middle-aged teenager in general, jumping up and down the whole day. Wolf fifth brother is still the same sullen and implicitly behaved wolf fifth brother. The only change is that the little girl that they dote on has grown up. Lin Xiaoxiao recalled the events of the past few years and had the illusion that they happened as if it was only yesterday. The 3 of them played by the water pool for a while before they returned to the village together, and just as they walked into the small courtyard, they heard a commotion coming from behind them, only to see the dark guards of the Heavenly Star building carrying a villager of the Tian Wolf village on their backs, and all the way they even used lightness of being, and came straight to them. Lin thought someone was hurt. What happened? The villager on the dark guard's back hurriedly struggled down as soon as he saw Lin Xiaoxiao. Only then did Lin Xiaoxiao get a good look at him. His hair was messy, covered in dirt, and the clothes on his body were scratched and torn. The whole person was in a sorry state, and Lin Xiaoxiao was also sensitive to the smell of blood. Uncle Daio, what's wrong with you? Xiao Qiao and Lin Xiaoxiao asked in surprise. Wang Daio was anxious and agitated. Miss Xiaoxiao, something happened. I went to the city to buy something and saw that someone had taken Master 5 away. What? Lin Xiao Xiao, Xiao Qiao, Xiao Man, including the secret guards who came over carrying Wang Daiyou, and Tian Yuanzi, who came out from the house when he heard the commotion, all froze in surprise. Who did you say was arrested? Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Wang Daiyou's arm. Wang Daiyou endured the pain and cried anxiously, Master Fifth. It's Master Fifth who was captured. I saw those people put Master Fifth in a cage and dragged him onto the carriage and left. I followed them all the way out of the city. And when I saw that the situation was not right, I rushed back to report the news. But in the middle of the day I accidentally fell down the mountain and was knocked unconscious. I don't know how long I fainted. Miss Xiao Xiao. I'm sorry. I'm too useless. I should have properly followed the group to practice martial arts. Then I could have come back earlier to report the news. I'm sorry, Master Fifth. I'm sorry, Miss Xiao Xiao. Lin Xiaoxiao's entire head was now exploding. Filled with only a few words. Fifth brother had been arrested. Fifth brother was arrested. The villagers who heard the news were dumbfounded when they heard the news. The black wolves have always never left Wolf Mountain. And there is still a misty array on the mountain laid down by the old master. Not to mention that the fifth master's hands are so good. So how did he get captured? Regardless of why. The most important thing now was to get Master 5 out first. Wang Xiao was the first to roll up his sleeves. Brothers, copy the weapons and save the fifth prince. As soon as Wang Xiao called out, anyone in the Tianlang village who had followed the martial arts training started to run to their homes, ready to take a shortcut to save Wolf Fifth Brother. Lin Xiaoxiao was still in shock from Wolf Fifth Brother's capture, and the villagers' reaction warmed her heart. Right at this moment, Tian Yuanzi roared, all stand still. He looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, what are you all arguing about? How to save? Where to save do you guys know? Get things straight first. After saying that, Tian Yuanzi looked at Wang Daiyou and asked, tell me clearly what happened. When did you see it? Where did you see it? And do you still remember the appearance and features of those people? And which city gate did their carriage go out from? And in what direction? All of these give me a clear account. Wang Daiyou endured the pain. Back to, it is the day I went out to buy things. I just arrived in the city. On the city, people said that the east of the city, someone caught a big guy, a wolf, or live. A lot of people go to the east of the city to see the fun. Longdon City around the total of so many mountains. They talk about the wolf, I think of our Wolf Mountain. I don't even buy the things on the rush to the east of the city, just to see those people. I just saw those people swaggering to move an iron cage on the carriage. I see clearly. Inside is the fifth master. The fifth master lying in the cage, motionless. Wang Daiyou said and cried. 7-foot man just so in that pain. But he still continued to say, if not to see the fifth master chest is still heaving. I am afraid of. They have more than 10 people. I dare not act rashly. I can only follow from afar. I see them out of the city gate to the east. I wanted to come back to report, but fell down the mountain to fall dizzy. As soon as I woke up I rushed to run back. Wang Daiyou's family heard with anxious. His mother cried loudly, bad. This is bad. From you go out have been over 5 days. You this coward. How do you only come back now? Wang Daiyou also looked self-condemned. Tian Yuanzi's brows were wrinkled to death. The Black Wolf clan was different from other wolf clans. It was impossible that they would be captured so easily. And according to Wang Daiyou's description, Old Five must have been injured before they captured him. He followed up with the question, did you get a good look at what those people looked like? Wang Daiyou nodded his head repeatedly. See clearly, more than 10 people are all practicing. Strong and sturdy. They don't look like any good people. Right. I've inquired with the people around me. Those people are not locals. And some people said that the words they said were the accent of the capital city. Lin Xiaoxiao listened to his words. Imagined the appearance of the fifth brother at that time. The heart clenched in clenched pain. Her eyes are red. Tears will fall at any time. Look. The wolf on the Wolf Mountain is nourished by the spiritual spring. The body has long changed. Not to say that 100 poisons are not clear, but also will not be easily confused by the people. The fifth brother was unconscious. Must have been injured to be like this. But the fifth brother of the same kind of body, how could it be so easy to be caught by the people? Most importantly, he had been on Wolf Mountain, and there was a formation laid down by Grandpa on the mountain, so ordinary people couldn't even get up there. So how did fifth brother meet up with those people? Lin Xiaoxiao put down Hong Hong and instructed her and the colorful lanterns. Quickly go back and inform Adad and Anyang so that they can make a trip down the mountain. The voice was tinged with trembling. Hong Hong and colorful lantern didn't dare to delay and directly scurried out of the crowd towards the mountain. Tian Yuanzi's heart ached when he saw her anxious appearance. Xiao, don't be anxious. Things have been over for so many days. Those people now where we don't know. Now anxious also useless. The key is to find the whereabouts of Old Five. Those people captured him but didn't kill him, but put him in a cage and transported him away. It means that Old Five's life is now guaranteed. They may have other purposes to capture the Old Five. Don't be anxious first. Wait for the Wolf King and the wolf after down the mountain to ask the situation first. The wolf clan will not go out of the mountain easily, and the people outside can't get in. Then how was Old Five captured by those people? All of these have to be asked clearly before we can arrange what to do next. Old Five must be saved. It's best not to let the old man know which son of a bitch did it. The old man won't peel his skin. After comforting Lin Xiaoxiao, Tian Yuanzi coldly called out a few secret guards and commanded, "You guys go along the east side now and see if you can find the whereabouts of Old Five." Those people took Old Five with them and couldn't go far. Yes. The several secret guards immediately responded, saluted and left. Tian Yuanzi looked at the villagers who followed the anxious fire, anxious to go to fight with people, said, "I know you are anxious. All go back first. There are people in the Heavenly Star building. It is not your turn to worry about this matter." The villagers looked at each other. The village chief directly said, "Master, we can listen to you on other things, but not this matter. It concerns the Black Wolf clan. We can't just ignore it. We know that the people of your old Heavenly Star building are all capable, but guarding the Black Wolf clan is the responsibility of every single person in our Heavenly Wolf village. Yeah, we're not going back. We're just going to wait here. Gramps, we'll wait piece by piece." Seeing the villagers like this, Tian Yuanzi heart but mixed feelings. The same are people. Some loyal support, some but the loss of conscience. For so many years, as Xiao Zhao's grandfather, he had long since treated the Wolf King's family as his own, all of whom were his juniors, and he didn't want any of his family members to be harmed. Good. Then the group will all wait together, and when the Wolf King arrives we'll discuss how to get Old Five back. The entrance to the small courtyard was full of people sitting or standing. Even the usually naughty children were obediently waiting by their parents without saying a word. In the Wolf Cave, Hong Hong and Colorful Lantern finally explained the matter clearly to the Black Wolf King with their 7 words. The eldest daughter-in-law and the second daughter-in-law stay in the cave to look after the children. We'll go down the mountain. With the Black Wolf King's order, the Wolf King's family, except for Wolf Fifth Brother, took Hong Hong and Colorful Lantern and went straight down the mountain. Learning that their son had been captured, the couple didn't dare to delay for a moment, and used the fastest speed to arrive at the Tianwu village. Movement among the trees instantly attracted attention. His Highness the Wolf King and the Wolf Queen are here, someone exclaimed, and the entire Skywolf village stood up. The Black Wolf King arrived at the entrance of the small courtyard with a robust stride, his eyes beaming with a ghostly light as he looked at Wang Dao, who had already taken care of his injuries and had gauze wrapped around his head and hands and legs. Wang Dao flopped down on his knees. "Your Highness, the Wolf King, it's me who's useless." Black Wolf King has long heard red and colorful lamp said things, although upside-down logic is wrong. But in the end he still figured out the truth of the matter. He did not blame Wang Dao meaning. On the contrary, he is very grateful to Wang Dao rushed back to the village to report the news. Xiao, you let him get up. This matter is not his fault. Instead I have to thank him for coming back to report the news. Otherwise we wouldn't even know that something happened to Old Five now. The Wolf King said to Lin Xiao. There was no way. These villagers couldn't understand him. Lin Xiao helped Wang Dao up. "Uncle Dao, don't be like this. Father and Auntie won't blame you. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even know that Fifth Brother had been captured right now. You're still injured. Get up." Although he said so, Wang Dao still blamed himself. "If I hadn't fallen, I could have come back earlier to report the news, and now Master Five doesn't know where he's been dragged to." Lin Xiao left Wang Dao in the care of the villagers and returned to the Black Wolf King. Wolf Queen eyes full of tears, even if it is big that are her children. Now out of the matter of life and death do not know. Her heart worried. Dawn, will your fifth brother be okay? The Wolf Queen choked. Wu Shui rubbed against her and opened her mouth to comfort. Mother, Old Five will be fine. Don't worry. The Wolf Queen whimpered and whimpered. And the villagers wiped up their tears as they smelled sadness and listened to tears. Tian Yuanzi looked at the Black Wolf King's family and spoke. Nowadays is the time to figure out how Old Five was captured. He stayed in the mountains properly. How did he get captured? The Black Wolf King has never restricted his children's freedom. So this time Wolf Fifth Brother did not return to the Wolf Cave for a few days and he did not get suspicious. In his heart, the Black Wolf clan's power is not afraid of any dangers. But he has forgotten that his own son is also an ordinary living being. And he will also run into trouble that cannot be solved. Hearing Tian Yuanzi ask, the Black Wolf King only recalled that it seemed like this time, Old Five did not say where he was going. He swiped his head around to look at the oldest. Did Old Five say what he went out for? Wolf Fourth Brother hurriedly replied. He just said that he went out to have a look around. Then he didn't come back. I thought he was greedy and went to other mountains. Usually how much his brother disliked himself. That was his own brother. This will know that he was captured. Wolf Fourth Brother was more anxious than anyone else. Father, I'll go get Old Five back. I have a good nose. I can follow his traces to find him. Wolf Fourth volunteered. The Black Wolf King looked at him, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the several wolves in Tian Yuanzi and the villagers of Tian Wolf Village and suddenly said, "Father, Mother, Grandpa, I'm going to look for fifth brother." "No way." The Black Wolf King refused without thinking. And the Wolf Queen was even more direct. "Xiao Xiao, you haven't been out of the mountains much. If you go in case something happens to you again, what will you let Adad and Anyang do?" Although the people from the Sky Wolf Village couldn't understand the Wolf King and Wolf Queen, they guessed something by looking at their reactions and followed suit. "Miss Xiao Xiao, it's better for us to go. We'll save Master 5 even if we have to fight for our lives." Big Brother Wolf, Second Brother Wolf, and Fourth Brother Wolf also said that they should go and get Old 5 back. Even the always lonely and arrogant Wu Shui mentioned those who captured Fifth Brother Wolf with a glance of anger. Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head to look at the villagers and the village chief. "Grandpa Village Chief, you let everyone go back first. It won't help if they all wait here. I'll discuss with Grandpa and Adad what exactly we should do, and let you know if we need help from the group." The mayor was a bit hesitant. You guys just listen to Xiao Xiao and go back first." Tian Yuanzi waved his hand. The village chief looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and the Black Wolf King. One wolf and one person both nodded. The village chief then responded, "Good. Then the group will disperse first. Wait for His Highness the Wolf King and Miss Xiaoxiao to discuss a constitution before informing the group. Don't crowd here all. Disperse." The villagers only stepped back 3 times to leave. The small courtyard door immediately empty. The village head did not go. He was never assured, or decided to stay and listen to the crowd to pick up firewood. More than one person can be more than one way. Several people in the Black Wolf King's family entered the courtyard. Tian Yuanzi sat down on the stool, frowned and said, "Old 5 should have been caught in someone else's trap accidentally. He should have come out of the mountain. As for what he came out to do, only to find him to know. I've already sent people to look for the whereabouts of Old 5 along the east side. The most critical thing now is to find him first and figure out those who caught him for the purpose." In addition, De Yu also said, "Those people are all with martial arts. The depth of the other party's martial arts is not known. It is not advisable to come hard." After saying that, Tian Yuanzi glanced at Wolf's elder brother, second brother, and fourth brother, and directly said, "You few can't go." The 3 wolves protested in low voices about why they couldn't go, and Tian Yuanzi couldn't understand them anyway, and just swung around and ignored them. He also said to the Black Wolf King couple, "You two don't need to worry. I promise you, as long as we find Xiao Wu, no matter what the cost, we'll definitely bring him back in one piece. You can't go out rashly. Not only you can't go out, but you also need to keep an eye on these 3. Don't go out to add to the chaos." Tian Yuanzi pointed at the 3 brothers. Ouch! The 3 brothers protest. Tian Yuanzi continues to swing. Unintelligible. Protests invalid. "Grandpa, let me go. I'll go find fifth brother and bring him back." Lin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth. The Black Wolf King and Wolf Queen of course disagreed. Lin Xiaoxiao sat beside them both and looked at them seriously, only saying a sentence that the others couldn't understand. "Father, Auntie, I'm not a little kid anymore. You guys know that. I can protect myself. I definitely can't sit still if I'm allowed to stay here and wait for the news. So let me go. There are people from the Heavenly Star building who are following me. It's going to be fine. And fifth brother should be injured. I can treat him in time if I find him." The Black Wolf King and Wolf Queen of course knew that Lin Xiaoxiao wasn't really a small child, and that she wasn't too young now. She was already a 15 or 16-year-old girl, but they were still unsure. "Xiao Xiao, you haven't been out before. Amma is not at ease." The Wolf Queen rubbed her face against her heartbrokenly. Lin Xiaoxiao hugged the Wolf Queen's neck and leaned on her to be pampered. "Ah Niang, there's Grandpa and the people from the Heavenly Star building to protect me. And I myself know martial arts now. Even if I can't beat them, I can run no matter what. I can still hide." She squeezed her eyes towards the Wolf Queen. Her big deal is that she can still hide in space when she encounters danger, making sure that the Heavenly King can't find her when he comes. The whole time Tian Yuanzi didn't interject a word. He just sat quietly, seemingly thinking about something. He saw that Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to have persuaded the Black Wolf King and his wife, and only then did he ask, "Girl, do you really want to go?" Lin Xiaoxiao nodded her head obediently. "Grandpa, fifth brother and I grew up together. I definitely can't stand it if you let me stay here and wait for news. I don't feel at ease." Fifth brother's love for her never comes out. He expresses it with his actions. Since childhood, fifth brother protects her all the time. This time, it's time for her to protect fifth brother. Although Tian Yuanzi had never asked, he had always known that Lin Xiaoxiao had some means that were unknown to him. Except for the Black Wolf King's family of course. Sometimes he was really quite envious of the Black Wolf King's family. At least Xiaoxiao never had to hide anything in front of them. and she wasn't little anymore. It was time to go out and travel a bit, and her life. They couldn't protect this child in this mountain for the rest of her life. After a heavenly battle, Tian Yuanzi finally made up his mind. Then let Xiao Xiao go. The secret guards that Grandpa brought to Tianlang village are the top secret guards in Tian Xinglu. You pick 10 to take with you. Bring Xiao Qiao and Hong Ying with you. It's also convenient to take care of you on the way. Good. Lin Xiao Xiao nodded her head. She couldn't refuse and knew that she couldn't refuse. If she refused the secret guards arranged by her grandfather, she dared to say that she wouldn't even be able to leave this village. Grandpa agreed. But the Black Wolf King never made a statement, and Lin Xiao Xiao looked at him, waiting for him to speak. The Black Wolf King stared at Lin Xiao Xiao for a long time before finally nodding. Xiao Xiao, come with me for a moment. Wu Shui, you come over as well. After the Black Wolf King finished speaking, he jumped onto the courtyard wall and went into the forest behind him, with Wu Shui and Lin Xiao Xiao following close behind. When they reached the forest, where the people outside couldn't see, the Black Wolf King then said, "Let your third sister follow you. You put her in your hut. Your third sister can still protect you if necessary." It was then that Wu Shui realized the purpose of the Black Wolf King calling her out together. She and Xiao Xiao were both girls. Following Xiao Xiao was just right. Don't worry, father, I will not let anyone harm Xiao Xiao. Wu Shui raised her head, her beautiful fur glistening in the sunlight. Lin Xiao Xiao couldn't refuse and could only oblige. She sent Wu Shui to the space and followed the Black Wolf King back to the small courtyard. One of the two wolves went out and one came back in. And when the Wolf Queen saw this, she asked, "Where's Ukshu? I asked her to follow Dawn to protect her, and now she has been sent to her hut by Dawn." The Black Wolf King replied. The others couldn't understand anyway, chatting generously. The three brothers were not calm. "Father, why don't you let us follow Xiao Xiao? We can protect Xiao Xiao too." The Black Wolf King glanced at the elder wolf brother, who lowered his head. He was the next Wolf King and could not leave Wolf Mountain at will. The Black Wolf King looked at Wolf Ergo again, and Wolf Ergo lowered his head. He understood what father meant. He had to stay home and take care of the children. The Black Wolf King finally looked at Wolf Fourth Brother. His expression was light, but the words that came out struck Wolf Fourth Brother completely. "Can you beat your third sister?" The fourth wolf brother lay on the ground with a wail just short of spilling his guts. It hurt the wolf too much. Was it his fault that he couldn't beat that bitch of a third sister? Alright, it's settled. Wu Shui accompanies Xiao Xiao. They're both girls and it's convenient for them on the way. The Black Wolf King finished looking at Lin Xiao Xiao, explaining, "No matter what, your safety is the most important thing. Hide back in the hut if necessary. Got it?" Lin Xiao Xiao nodded obediently. "I know." Only then did the Black Wolf King look at Tian Yuanzi and solemnly nodded to him. Words were unintelligible, so let's use some actions to express his gratitude. This human grandfather of Xiao Xiao's did indeed love Xiao Xiao on the tip of his heart. With the guarantee of Wu Shui following, the Black Wolf King and the Wolf Queen were quite relieved, and Tian Yuanzi's side also summoned all the dark guards in the Tianlang village to the small courtyard, personally selecting 10 of the best skilled ones to follow Lin Xiao Xiao, together with Xiao Qiao and Red Tassel, a total of 13, and set out on the journey to rescue Wolf Fifth Brother with a wolf, a fox, and a bird. The secret guards were all following in the shadows, and Lin Xiao Xiao brought Xiao Qiao and Hong Ying dressed as ordinary people into Longyan City. Even though she was dressed in ordinary clothes, Lin Xiao Xiao's appearance still caused many people to look sideways, and the kind that stared at Lin Xiao Xiao all the time would be warned by Xiao Qiao's eyes. Lin Xiao Xiao found a place where no one was around and released the colorful lamp from the bag, actually from the space, and told him to go around the city and try to find a way to inquire about what happened that day when Fifth Brother was taken away. The colored lights flapped their wings and flew away, and Jojo saw them fly away before asking, "Miss, where are we going now?" Before coming out, Lin Chunhua and the village chief had explained to Xiao Qiao that when she left the village, she and Miss Xiao Xiao could no longer be as ungrateful as they were in the village, and that in the future, outside, she would have to call Miss Xiao Xiao Miss. Lin Xiao Xiao glanced at the east of the city. Go to the east of the city and find an inn to stay at first. When they arrived at the east of the city, it was obvious that this side was much more lively and prosperous than the south gate where they entered the city. The three of them found an inn, and Hong Ying went to ask for an upper room. This is the kind of thing that obviously Red Riding Hood, who is always on the go, is better at. Innkeepers see three people dressed in ordinary, but very generous, and immediately guessed that it is afraid of which the young lady ought to play, for fear of exposing the identity of this low profile, and immediately and enthusiastically personally led the three people on the third floor of the upper room. "Boss, prepare a table of food and send it up." Hong Ying faintly instructed the shopkeeper, and dismissed the person. Lin Xiao Xiao stood next to the window, pushing it open to see the east city gate not far away, looking a little worried. This is where Fifth Brother was taken from. "Young lord, what are we going to do now?" Red Coma asked. Red Coma had gone from being shocked to see the Wolf Clan, to being shocked that Lin Xiaoxiao and the Wolf Clan were like family, to now having accepted and adapted to the truth, and being filled with only one thought, that their young lord was really not an ordinary person. Lin Xiaoxiao withdrew her sight and sat down. Wait. The other people from the Heavenly Star building had already gone after Fifth Brother's whereabouts. What she needed to figure out now was who these people were and what exactly they were going to do with Fifth Brother when they captured him. And she also didn't know if Kai Lantern had found any of the more familiar critters that mingled in this town to ask for information. The three stayed in the room until the sun set in the evening, when the colored lamp flew in through the window, but instead of coming in, he stood on the windowsill and kept looking down, as if waiting for something. What are you doing? Did you inquire? Lin Xiaoxiao asked in a small voice as she stepped forward. The colorful lamp waved its wings. There's nothing that can't be done with Master Lamp out of the way. Wait. I'll call a clearer one over to tell you in person. Soon. A small head poked out of the window, curiously surveying Lin Xiaoxiao, and the corner of Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched when she saw the small thing lying on the window. Xiaoxiao glanced over and almost made a sound of shock, but fortunately she reacted quickly and hurriedly covered her mouth. Lin Xiaoxiao swept a glance at the colored lights and the little mole and said to Xiaoxiao and Red Cherry, "You guys go stand guard at the entrance." Yes, the two answered, and Jojo gave the little mole another look before leaving. It was the first time she had seen such a fat mole. His name is Too Fatty. He's a mole who lives in the city. He said he's seen those people and he's seen Fifth Brother. I was afraid that I wouldn't relay it well, so I brought him back. Colored lights waited for them to leave before explaining. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the fleshy little mole. This feeling is a little strange. A mole that lives in the city. And it seems to be a mole that has a good meal. Look at this fat. They are called Too Fat. Erfan? Lin Xiaoxiao shouted. Little mole Too Fatty bristled and stared in disbelief. She called him by his name. You. Are you the Xiaoxiao that the colored lights were talking about? I heard you can understand us. Little mole Erfan spoke curiously, his voice not sounding very old. Lin Xiaoxiao had Fifth Brother's matter on her mind and nodded. Yes, Erfan, can you tell me a little bit about what those people you saw were doing? And why they wanted to capture that wolf? Where are they sending him? The little fat mole just sat on the window frame, cocked his head in thought, wrinkled his brow into a frown, and said, "There's a bad vibe about those people that's just very off-putting and annoying." Lin Xiaoxiao was a bit confused by his words. Scent? What kind of scent would make an animal hate it? She moved a stool over and sat down to be level with Erfan, her voice soft as she continued to ask, "Why don't you like it?" The second fat head shook like a rattledrum. "I don't know. It doesn't feel good. I don't like them. As soon as I get close to them, it's very uncomfortable. The hairs are standing up." While saying so, he also pointed to the hair on his body, and also pulled up a handful of performances to Lin Xiaoxiao to see how to stand up. Lin Xiaoxiao put his little paw down and felt a handful of melons out from her space, peeling them as she fed them. "Then what do they catch wolves for, do you know?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked, following her lead. The second fat, as soon as he ate melon seeds, know that this is good. Animals are inherently much more sensitive than people, especially who is good to him and who is not good to him, can feel it at once. The second fat little mouth barking the melon ate, said, "They said the master will have a reward." After saying this, second fatty seemed to be sure, nodded his head heavily. Yes, they are saying that the master will have a reward for catching the wolf. They also said that they originally wanted to come and take their chances, but they didn't expect to have so much luck this time, and got such a good deal. Master? Cargo? How dare they treat Fifth Brother like cargo? The second fat continued. They also said, "This time this good goods must not be killed." I also heard them quarrel. The one who led the fight also scolded the underlings do not know the lightness of the hand. In case of death injured, back how to hand over. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart violently seized up. The Fifth Brother was also beaten. Beaten into what kind? Is he badly hurt? Is that wolf hurt bad? Where did they hit him? Lin Xiaoxiao asked anxiously. Second fatty hurriedly replied. It seems to be quite serious. He can't even move. But they've medicated him. He's so big. I don't dare to go over there. I'm afraid he'll eat me. The information brought by Second Fatty shows that Fifth Brother's life will not be in danger for the time being. But who exactly is the master behind them, and what is the reason for arresting Fifth Brother? The Black Wolf Clan had never been out of the mountains. It was impossible that they were running towards the Black Wolf Clan. The animals were simple. And those words that Erfan repeated also showed that these people just wanted to come and take their chances. But they didn't expect to run into the Fifth Brother. The most crucial thing now, had to find out the whereabouts of Fifth Brother first. Where exactly Fifth Brother had been taken by them. On those people, there is a dead aura. All the dead aura of beasts. That's why this little thing is scared. A pitch-black crow slowly landed on the branch outside the window, speaking with a shrill voice. Lin Xiaoxiao and the colorful lamps and Second Fatty then looked at it. The hairs on Second Fatty's body really stood up this time, and he violently scurried into the house, hiding behind Lin Xiaoxiao. Trembling, Uncle Crow. Second Fatty shouted the polite address, but his body shivered, hating that the crow couldn't see him. The crow did not bother to pay attention to him, and just swept a glance and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. A man and a raven stared at each other. We crows are naturally sensitive to death aura. Those who captured the black wolf carry death aura on their bodies, and it's the death aura of beasts and animals. There must be quite a number of animals that have died in their hands, and I'm afraid that the black wolf won't be able to do well if it falls into their hands. Raven's sharp voice continued. Lin Xiaoxiao's face sank. No, she would never let anyone hurt fifth brother. Thanks. So do you know where they're taking my fifth brother? Lin Xiaoxiao asked directly. Raven looked her up and down and asked in confusion. Fifth brother? You're a human. He's a wolf. You can't be a wolf changeling. How can he be your brother? Lin Xiaoxiao did not answer. The raven could not wait for an answer to his curiosity and did not pursue it. Instead he said two words. The capital. But they have been gone for many days. Where they have gone to now I don't know anymore. You look for those animals along the way to inquire about them. But little girl, those people are very difficult to deal with. How are you going to save that black wolf just by yourself? The little mole poked his head out. Sister Xiaoxiao has help. After saying that, he shrunk back. The crow glanced at Air Fatty, knowing that all these fart animals in the city were afraid of themselves, so it fluttered its wings, looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, and said, Little girl, good luck then. Save your brother early. I'm leaving. After saying that, he flew away. Only after the crows flew away did Erfan come out from behind Lin Xiaoxiao and climbed back up to the window to sit down and let out a deep breath with a hasty look on his face. I've told you everything that needs to be said. I'm going to go back. Sister Xiaoxiao, I hope you'll be able to save your brother sooner than later. Second Fatty stood up. Wait. Lin Xiaoxiao called out to him and took a fruit with some spiritual chi from the space and handed it to Erfat. This is a thank you gift for you. And this, help me pass it on to that Uncle Wu just now. And help me thank him as well. He left too quickly just now and didn't have time. Lin Xiaoxiao slipped one to Air Fatty and took out another one. The second fat cannot hold. Lin Xiaoxiao took a small handkerchief, wrapped the fruit, made into a small package for the second fat on the back. Although a little afraid of Uncle Wu, but the second fat still nodded. To ensure that the things will be delivered on the original way down the stairs, scampered into the courtyard wall below the disappearance. Kai Lantern watched him leave before asking Lin Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, what now? Lin Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and called in Red Cherry and Xiaoxiao. Any news from the people who went after fifth brother? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Red Sakura shook her head. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't wait any longer. The thought that fifth brother was being tortured was too much for her. Can you ride a horse? Lin Xiaoxiao asked Red Sakura. Red Sakura nodded. Alright, go and ask the shopkeeper to buy a few good horses for us. We'll leave the city now. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the sky outside. It was already almost dark, but fifth brother. Red Sakura went to the shopkeeper. But when the horse was bought back, the shopkeeper told Red Sakura that the city gates were closed and that she could not leave the city until the next morning. Although Lin Xiaoxiao was anxious, there was nothing she could do but wait another night. To the next day, once the city gates opened, Lin Xiaoxiao settled the bill and took Red Cherry and Xiaoxiao rode out of the city. Xiaoxiao does not know how to ride a horse. Red Cherry took her. The three of them as soon as they got out of the city and followed her 10 secret guards to meet up, and ran in the direction of the capital, ready to chase all the way to wait for news of the Tianxing Lu people. After rushing non-stop for 2 days, he finally got in touch with the people from the Heavenly Star Building, and they sent the message that those who escorted Wolf Fifth Brother were in a place called Jade River Water City in front of him. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others could only accelerate their speed throughout the night and finally arrived at Jade River Water City. As soon as they entered the city, Tianxing Lu's secret guards found Lin Xiaoxiao and reported the whereabouts of those people. Young master, those people have chartered a small inn, just on that street in front. My subordinate then they are not far away also chartered an inn. The backyard of the two inns are separated by just a yard. A group of people arrived at the inn that the secret guards said. They were generous. The innkeeper was very enthusiastic. See Lin Xiaoxiao, a little girl followed by so many people. Of course, do not dare to have half a bit of slowness. Early will be the best room packed out. Lin Xiaoxiao hated to rush over to save Wolf Fifth Brother now, but in broad daylight. The strength of those people is not yet known. More than a dozen people on her side. The other side is also more than a dozen people. And really fight again in the city. It will hurt innocent people, not to mention that it may also lead to the officials. Lin Xiaoxiao released the colorful lanterns. Colorful lanterns. Go find Fifth Brother and see how he is now. Those people would never have thought that Lin Xiaoxiao would send a bird to spy on the enemy. The colored lights fluttered their wings and flew away, landing on the next yard wall. The rooms in that backyard were all closed at this time, and only 2 men were guarding the door of one of them with a lazy look. Colored Light moved his ears, not hearing Wolf Fifth's voice, and he flew back up to the guarded roof, taking advantage of the fact that the 2 men guarding the door weren't paying attention. Before he got inside through the small hole in the eaves that let in air below, the room was empty and nothing was there, except for a large 4-square box in the center, covered with a black cloth. The colored lights flew to the ground and struggled to get into the black cloth, only to see that this 4-square thing was actually a cage, and what was lying in the cage was clearly Wolf Fifth Brother. Fifth Brother. Colored Lights hurriedly flew over and stood on Wolf Fifth Brother's head trying to wake him up. Wolfie slowly opened his eyes and saw a bird standing on his nose, which on closer inspection turned out to be Colored Lights. Colored Lights? Why are you here? Where's Xiao Xiao? Wolf Fifth Brother immediately stood up, but his body stumbled. Kai Lantern's wings flapped anxiously. Fifth Brother, are you badly hurt? Xiao Xiao was worried to death. She followed out to save you, and we're right next door in the next courtyard. Wolf Fifth Brother followed in his anxiety once he heard that Xiao Xiao was here. These people are very good at martial arts. You tell Xiao Xiao to never act rashly, Wolf Fifth Brother said. The colored lights kept shaking their heads. No, we must get you out of here. Although he was shrouded by a black cloth, the wolf could see as if it were day at night. He looked at the cage that held him and gently shook his head. I don't know what kind of material this iron cage is made out of. I can't even knock it open. Kai Lantern, go back and tell Xiao Xiao first. These people aren't that simple, so that she mustn't come to take any risks. At this time, the watchers outside the house also heard the movement inside the house. Surprisingly, there were birds chirping, and the wolf, who was dead silent, was whimpering and lowing, and they didn't know what they were calling for. With a bang, the door was pushed open, and Colored Lights and Wolfie 5 blushed. Wolfie 5 rushed down, and Colored Lights rushed to hide under his neck. One of them kicked the cage as soon as he came in. What are you screaming for? Scream again and be careful of the big master to clean you up. An animal also dare to call our bluff. If not to see that you are still a bit useful, I stabbed you to death and pulled out your skin to make boots. Yuck. Another person hurriedly tugged him, whispered, such a good goods you give me attention. Let the boss know you can't eat. Then don't involve me to be scolded. This time take good care of his injuries to recuperate. Get back to the capital, must be able to make a big profit. The man was persuaded to be a little more restrained, but still kicked the cage and left the room with the other man, both conversing as they went. Didn't you just hear birds chirping? You heard it wrong. Maybe it's not the house. It's the birds outside. Come on. You're really getting back to life, fighting with an animal like this. It wasn't until the door to the room was locked that the colored lamps got out from under Wolf Fifth's neck, shaking with anger. How dare they do this to you? Pissed off. Simply pissed off at his lamplighter. He was going to go and facet these sons of bitches to death. Wolf Fifth Brother pressed his paw against Kai Lantern and instructed him in a low voice. Kai Lantern, you go back now and tell Xiao Xiao not to act rashly. For the time being, follow these people to see what they really want to do. I won't be in any danger here. And you tell Xiao Xiao not to worry. The aura of these people is not right. I suspect that there are still some unseen secrets behind these people. The colored lights were anxious. How can this be? We are here to save you. Listen to me. That's what you'll tell Xiao Xiao. She'll understand what I mean. Just go. Don't let them catch you. Wolf Fifth explained in a low voice, and pushed the colored lights out of the cage before continuing to lie there on his back and close his eyes. The colored lanterns gave him a deep look before returning the way they came and relaying Wolf Fifth Brother's words to Lin Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, what does Fifth Brother mean by this? When are we going to save Fifth Brother? The colored lamps were anxiously spinning on the table. There was only one person and one bird in the room, and Lin Xiao Xiao tapped her fingers lightly on the desktop while thinking about what Wolf Fifth Brother meant by this. After a moment, Lin Xiao Xiao slowly said, Fifth Brother is asking me not to impulsively rush to save him. First follow these people to see what they really want. Fifth Brother won't say that for no reason. Let's press on. I'll go meet Fifth Brother at night. Colored light, but that yard is guarded. Lin Xiao Xiao hooked her lips. They can't stop me. In the middle of the night, Lin Xiao Xiao explained that the dark guards and Red Tassel and the others should not follow her. So she herself scaled the wall and followed the colored lanterns to find the courtyard where Wolf Fifth Brother was being held. I don't know if these people were too confident in themselves, or if they simply couldn't imagine that someone would come to save a wolf. So the courtyard was barely guarded, except for a man who was still holding a wine jar leaning against the porch, already in a daze from drinking. Under the color of the night, Lin Xiao Xiao just smiled faintly, and a rice grain-sized ecstasy was flicked into the man's mouth by her, and then with a mouthful of wine down, to ensure that he slept for 3 days and 3 nights and couldn't wake up. 3, 2, 1, down. Lin Xiao Xiao counted the time and watched the man fall before she scurried inside with the colored lanterns, lifting the black cloth covering the cage as soon as she could. Fifth Brother. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly turned red when she saw the wolf fifth brother lying in the cage. The worry and aggression she had been feeling for many days exploded at this moment, only to see big tears fall from her eyes. When wolf fifth brother saw Lin Xiaoxiao appear here, he was just about to say why she didn't listen to him, but when he saw Lin Xiaoxiao crying, his heart instantly softened. Don't cry. Fifth brother is fine. Wolf fifth brother tried to comfort Lin Xiaoxiao like he did when he was a child, but separated by a cage. He was unsuccessful in the end, and could only stretch out his paw and gently rub the back of his paw against her face. Lin Xiaoxiao sniffled and grabbed wolf fifth brother's paw before leading him into space. Fifth brother, let me take a look at your injuries. Lin Xiaoxiao's tears barfed down her face, and with the space free of the cage, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly checked wolf fifth brother's injuries. Wu Shui ran out of the villa at the first opportunity. Seeing her brother beaten up like this, she immediately became furious and told Lin Xiaoxiao to let her out. She was going to bite those people to death. Lin Xiaoxiao ignored her and instead hurriedly checked wolf fifth brother. It didn't matter if she didn't check. Once she did, Lin Xiaoxiao realized that wolf fifth brother had fractured bones in several places, and her tears couldn't be controlled and started to fall down. Wolf fifth brother was very distressed as he watched her fall into tears, and Hong Hong squatted next to her and gently rubbed against Lin Xiaoxiao, wordlessly comforting her. Wu Shui didn't dare to open her mouth when she saw this. She just looked at her brother worriedly, disgusted and heartbroken. Why did you make yourself look like this? Wolf fifth brother glanced sheepishly at his third sister and chose to remain silent or he would surely continue to be counted. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't say a word, just lowered her head to help wolf fifth brother deal with the injuries on his body, and the small medicine box was even beside her, constantly spitting things out, internal and external, spitting them out like they didn't need money. The medicine was applied and about to be bandaged when wolf fifth stopped him. Dawn, no more wrapping, just medicate it before someone finds out, wolf fifth brother said. Wu Shui almost slapped a claw on it. Think about it and put it down with heartache. Afraid of what people will find. You stay here with me. Who will find you? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him and reddened her eyes. Fifth brother, we're here to take you back. These people were so bad. She wanted to go out and get them killed right now. Wolf fifth brother sat up. Their family's physique had already been altered by Xiaoxiao, and with the spiritual spring in the space, it would have been beneficial to his body's recovery, and this would already feel much better. Fifth brother, how did you get caught by them? Lin Xiaoxiao remembered to ask at this time, and Wu Shui looked at him as well. Wolf fifth's face was a little unnatural, but luckily he had hair on his face and couldn't see it. It was me who was gullible. That day after I went out I was originally going to take a look around the nearby mountains. Sensing that some people had gone up the mountain, I wanted to take a look to scare them away. As a result, I met up with them. There were too many of them, and I didn't pay attention for a moment before I was captured by them. Speaking of it was really a bit humiliating. His intention was to scare these people away, but he didn't expect to fall into their hands instead. Wu Shui directly rewarded him with a big blank stare in disgust. Lin Xiaoxiao was even more at a loss for what to say for a moment. Luckily, she had found fifth brother now, so she only needed to bring him back. But wolf fifth brother's next words caused Lin Xiaoxiao and Wu Shui to freeze directly. Xiaoxiao, we can't go back yet, wolf fifth brother said. Lin Xiaoxiao and Wu Shui spoke at the same time. Why? Wolf fifth then told them what he had discovered in the past few days. These days I listen to them chatting. This group of people are specialized in hunting all kinds of fierce beasts, and after catching them, they won't kill them. Instead they will heal their wounds and send them to a fixed place in the capital. Although I don't know the specific situation, but it's probably a place for people to have fun, and their fun is to be captured by these fierce beasts. And most importantly, I also found that there is very heavy of death. You know, we wolves are always sensitive to these. They should have killed quite a few of our kind, and since they want to send me to that place, I want to go and see what's going on, and if it's not a good place, stir it up. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. She didn't want to put fifth brother in danger. Wolf fifth brother knew what she was thinking just by looking at her like this. Simply said directly, since it's all out, it's okay to go and take a look. We'll secretly keep in touch all the time and improvise when we get to the place. With you and third sister, I'm not afraid of not being able to escape. Don't you guys think so? Akshu grunted. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him and suddenly wanted to ask, fifth brother, do you want to investigate the truth or do you want to go out and have fun? If it wasn't for the fact that this was fifth brother in front of her, she would have wondered if it was fourth and fifth brother who had switched. Fifth brother, you don't think you want to take the opportunity to go out and play? Lin Xiaoxiao, this time what sadness, what heartache are gone. Unbelievably looking at his own fifth brother. Can't believe that this is his own. That steady and reticent fifth brother set out words. Wolfie 5 is still the same. I'm here anyway. God damn it. They're all here. Fifth brother, since you said that these people should have killed a lot of animals on their hands, What if they do something to you and we can't get there in time? Lin Xiaoxiao was still worried. Wolf fifth brother, however, was unusually confident. No, these people treated my injuries before you came. They don't want me to die. Looking at their reaction, catching me should still be very satisfying. I heard that they still want to make a big profit with me. Thinking of those people's faces, Wolf fifth brother revealed a cold smile. Seeing his elder sister and younger sister worried, Wolf fifth brother simply said, "Don't worry, I was gullible before I fell into their way. If they really want to be unfavorable to me, I'll escape and go to you guys. Run, they can't always run away from me. And if that place they said there are still our kind, since we all came here we certainly can't sit back and do nothing." Well, that's a good reason. He was going to be a savior, not trying to play. Lin Xiaoxiao was also interested in what these people are doing behind the scenes. If it is really as the fifth brother said that these people are doing some unscrupulous and murderous deeds, then they met their siblings three even if they have met their nemesis. Not to give him to stir up a heaven and earth is simply sorry for their years in the Wolf Mountain to fight the river and the mountain. Lin Xiaoxiao and Wu Shui glanced at each other before nodding. Fifth brother, let's do it then. Fifth brother was right. We're here anyway. Wolf fifth brother's eyes lit up with excitement. I'm much better. Xiao, you sent fifth brother out. How did you get here? Don't let them find out. These people are good at what they do. You have to be careful. Wolf fifth brother said. Although Lin Xiaoxiao promised him, she still remembered that these people had hurt his fifth brother, and the words she uttered were extremely nonchalant. If I find out, I'll poison them to get rid of them once and for all. Wu Shui slanted him a glance as well. You think I'm dead? The corner of Wolf V's mouth twitched as he shut up. Okay? Alright, you guys hurry back, don't get caught. Let's keep in touch, and let the colorful lamp send a message in the future if anything happens. Wolf fifth stood up slowly, shaking the fur on his body. Lin Xiaoxiao gave a hum, also afraid that someone would suddenly come over and find the cage empty, hurriedly taking Wolf fifth brother out of the space. Wolf fifth brother returned to the cage. Lin Xiaoxiao told him to be careful and touched back the way he came from with the colorful lamps. As soon as she returned to the inn, Lin Xiaoxiao found the red tassel and the captain of the dark guards who followed her out this time. A handsome uncle named Xin Ming. Sister Honging, Uncle Shun, do you know of a place that specializes in keeping wild beasts for people to have fun? Lin Xiaoxiao asked directly. Honging frowned and shook her head. She hadn't been out of the building much, so she hadn't heard of it, but Xin Ming's brow furrowed as he directly asked, Young lord, where did you hear about this place? Lin Xiaoxiao said directly, I suspect that these people who have captured fifth brother are from that place, and that they captured fifth brother just to go for fun. Xin Ming's face is very bad. He is the earliest to follow the master of the building to the Tian Wolf village of the Dark Guards, but also the first batch of Dark Guards have seen the Black Wolf King. The significance of the Black Wolf clan to the young master he is the most aware of. Here inevitably angry, sullenly said, there is indeed such a place, called the 100 Beasts of the Garden, which captive breeding of countless animals, from large to ferocious lions, tigers, and wolves and bears, as small as the monkeys, specifically for the entertainment of those dignitaries. Those dignitaries' entertainment, as long as the silver, you can watch those beasts kill, life and death regardless. If those animals do not obey will suffer inhuman treatment. Light is not hungry to give something to eat. Heavy will be directly killed. And even there is a twisted heart will be dedicated to spend money to go there to abuse those animals. All kinds of torture, as long as the money to give more, to death are no one cares. Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned bad, and her hands gradually tightened. Seeing him like this, Shen Ming helplessly said, Young master, the world all think that those animals are beasts. Life and death for them simply do not care about. Sometimes not to mention these animals, is the human. The latter word Shen Ming did not say anymore, because he knows, to their young master's intelligence and how not to understand. Lin Xiaoxiao of course understand. This era, not to mention animals, is a person. The deal is also a normal phenomenon, holding the other party's contract of sale, that is, tortured to death. As long as not to make a big deal there will be no one to care about it. This is the sadness of the different times. She couldn't do that to abuse any living being anyway. Uncle Shun, how much do you know about this 100 Beasts Garden? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Since she was going to stir him up, she had to know her enemy. Shen Ming shook his head. The 100 Beasts Garden is an open secret in the upper echelon of dignitaries by default, but no one knows who is behind it. It's not like the Heavenly Star building didn't check it out and didn't find it out. I'm afraid that the master behind him isn't a simple character, and after so many years of subliminal influence, many people have acquiesced to the existence of the 100 Beasts Garden. There is a place for them to settle their selfish desires without having to lay hands on other people. In fact, many people recognize this practice. After saying that, Shen Ming directly said, Young lord, The fifth prince fell into their hands. I'm afraid it's dangerous. Although Lin Xiaoxiao was worried, this was something she had faith in fifth brother. Fifth brother is right. Anyway, come all the way here. Do not do something is really sorry that they catch fifth brother for a game. Uncle Shun, notify the others. Continue to monitor this group. We'll go wherever they go. Follow them. I'd like to see what kind of demonic characters are in this 100 Beasts garden. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as she said this, a sneer at the corner of her mouth. And as Xin Ming looked at her, he suddenly felt that even though the young master and the old master weren't biological, there were some parts that were really similar. Yes, subordinate will go and make arrangements. Shen Ming saluted, then thought of something and hurriedly added, Young lord, the left protector is in the capital. Should we notify him and ask him to send someone to keep an eye on the 100 Beasts garden first? Third uncle? Good. Let third uncle find out what not to act rashly first. Wait until we arrive. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Then fifth prince him? Shen Ming was still a little worried about Wolf fifth brother's safety. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. Fifth brother will be fine. He knows in his heart. Just send someone to keep an eye on these people. Don't let them find out. Yes, subordinate will go and make arrangements. Shen Ming cupped his fists and saluted then exited the room. The group didn't stay in Jade River Water City for much longer. They only stayed for 2 days before departing to continue their journey. Wolf fifth brother and Lin Xiaoxiao started to become cooperative after they said goodbye. Usually they ate when they came to feed them, and didn't make any noise. They just stayed honestly in the cage, which made the men very proud. Thinking that Wolf fifth brother had already been beaten honestly by them, virtually every move each of them made was watched by fifth brother. Almost as soon as they departed, Lin Xiaoxiao and her party followed suit, but this time they didn't ride horses. Instead they changed their attire and disguised themselves as a great lady who had gone out to visit her relatives, with 2 maids and a coachman. The 2 maids were Hong Ying and Xiao Qiao, and the driver was Xin Ming. Several people not far from following those people, along the way did not dare to scare the snake. Until the next city, the line of people did not follow, but turned the road to other inns to settle. Those people were packing up the entire in every place they went, so it would seem too deliberate if they got together again. However, it was the short distance that Lin Xiaoxiao stepped down from the carriage and walked into the inn that they were targeted. The 2 people sitting in the corner of the inn froze from the moment Lin Xiaoxiao entered, a pair of eyes unblinking as they looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, even forgetting about the tea they were pouring in their hands, and as a result, they got themselves covered in water. Lin Xiaoxiao sensed someone staring at them, and with just a faintly unseen sweep, she saw 2 lewd-looking people sitting in the corner, staring at them. Lin Xiaoxiao led Xiao Qiao and Honging up the stairs without a trace. And where people couldn't see it, a tiny kingfisher flew out of her sleeve, flew out of the door, and landed on the window next to those 2 people's seats. A bird that drew no reaction from the people, just a bird from outside that flew into the inn. The 2 were heard saying as soon as the colored lights stopped, Big brother, this is really a stunning beauty. If we get our hands on this, we'll be rich. The lewd man who was called Big Brother had a scar on the corner of his right eye that went all the way up to his ear, and if he looked closely he would have realized that his ear had also been shaved off by a small amount. And after listening to his little brother's words, the scarred man's eyes looked towards the second floor of the inn, the door of the room that had only just been closed. He rubbed his chin and thought, check the situation first, see how many people were brought, pick the right time to strike, and say hello to the shopkeeper. The scarred man whispered, that little brother is thin and small, but has a pair of eyes like a rat's eye. Listening to the words of the scarred man, hands together and rubbed the corners of his mouth, almost have saliva flowed down, nodded his head repeatedly. Big brother, rest assured, I will definitely ask around. The colored lights listened to them for a while longer before they flew away, circling around to the back of the inn and burrowing into the window of Lin Xiaoxiao's room. Kirika learned all of their conversations to Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. This was the moment she went out and encountered human traffickers? And this inn? So the innkeeper was also colluding with them? Listening to the tone of the duo, it wasn't the first time they had done this kind of thing. Although the sale of human beings in this era is legal, but that is through the formal dental office to do the formalities to the government stamped. It is clear that these 2 people do not belong to this category. Lin Xiaoxiao touched food from space and fed it to the colorful lamp. Lamp, keep an eye on them and see what they want. Colorful lights, eat and drink enough to go to the stakeout. But also do not forget to fly to the side of the 5th brother to see how the 5th brother has lived. See, those people now do not need to cover the 5th brother with a black cloth. Colorful lights are also assured a little bit. Fluttering wings to go to the stakeout that the 2 traffickers to go. Lin Xiaoxiao sat beside the table with her head propped up. What was she doing? Lucky or unlucky? The moment she came out, she was targeted by human traffickers, and it was no wonder that her father, mother and grandfather were worried that she would be bullied if she left Wolf Mountain. With them? Knowing that she was being watched, Lin Xiaoxiao instructed the dark guards of Tian Xinglu to stay in the shadows and not come out easily, so that she could deal with things on her own, and also explained to Qiao Qiao and Honging not to expose the fact that she had martial arts. Not only that, she also brought her 2 maids to go shopping in a big way. She wanted to see how these people were going to collude with the inn's owner to do bad things. After strolling around all afternoon, the innkeeper warmly welcomed him as soon as he returned to the inn. "Miss, come back." Seeing the enthusiastic shopkeeper, Lin Xiaoxiao laughed coldly in her heart, but on her face, she knowingly nodded her head with a band. "Shopkeeper." The shopkeeper swept a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao's face wearing a veil. In the morning a glimpse, he was really stunned. This will even wear a veil. Still can't block that stunning appearance. Pity. The shopkeeper silently lamented in his heart, then greeted Lin Xiaoxiao with a smile and went upstairs, even asking her enthusiastically what kind of meal she would like to eat tonight so that he could have the people in the kitchen prepare it. Lin Xiaoxiao was waiting for them, and immediately smiled. "We are also passing through here, and we are not familiar with the situation here, so we still need to trouble the shopkeeper to prepare some local specialties, so we can also have a taste." After saying that, he gave a wink to Qiao Qiao, who immediately took out 5 taels of silver and gave it to the shopkeeper. "Tough on the shopkeeper. My young lady usually prefers lighter tastes," Qiao Qiao said. The shopkeeper's eyebrows opened smile. "Only feel that this young lady is really extraordinary. Is this side of the maid? A cool, a lively and lovely. Long are also good looking. Such a girl is being stared at. I do not know what happened to the family should be more anxious, but it's not his business. He only takes the silver to do the job, but the rest is none of his business." "Okay, miss, I'll take care of it. Then I'll go and have the kitchen prepare it for miss." Lin Xiaoxiao nodded faintly. It was only after the shopkeeper left that Qiao Qiao changed her face. "Miss, this shopkeeper looks humanoid, but I didn't expect to be doing those underhanded things as well." Lin Xiaoxiao patted her clothes indifferently. "Xiao Qiao, you can't judge a book by its cover. Some people look harmless, but actually have a lot of bad intentions. You have to be careful. Don't show your colors." After saying that, Lin Xiaoxiao took out 2 antidote pills from her bag. "I suspect that they'll drug the meal. You guys take the antidote first and improvise later." "Yes." The duo answered at the same time, took the antidote pill and ate it. Red Sakura swallowed the antidote pills. There are already no waves in the heart. The antidote pills that the outside pick up the head to snatch, her young master gave them as sugar pills to eat, used to antidote the psychedelic medicine. This if let those people know. TSK shall not be depressed to vomit blood. In the back kitchen, the dark guards of the Heavenly Star building who were crouching in the shadows just watched as that cook drugged their young master's meal while he was cooking, and each and every one of them had an expression of 10,000 sympathies on their faces, playing with poison with their young master. This is bumping into the poison ancestor. "Brother, do we not care?" A dark guard who was slightly younger and came to the Skywolf village later asked the dark guard who had been in the Skywolf village all along. That dark guard didn't lift his eyes for a moment, only said, "What do you care? Just wait and see their bad luck." Dare to play with the young master's mind. These people are going to have bad luck. The other secret guards were silent, doing what they had to do. Will the young master suffer? Do you think the old man taught you all these years for nothing? The back kitchen prepared the meal, and the shopkeeper personally brought it to the room. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the wide array of meals on the table and thought it was a shame. It might have been really good if she hadn't gotten off the drugs. "That looks really good. Jojo, reward." Qiao Qiao immediately took another 5 taels of silver and gave it to the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper has worked hard. Give the group some tea." Qiao Qiao was heartbroken to give money to these scum, but there was no way around it. Who made their young lady play the role of a rich lady with stupid money right now? The shopkeeper's gums came out with a smile, respectfully saluted and withdrew with his fellows. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the meal on the table. "It looks good. You guys should eat together too." Red Sakura and Jojo immediately ate with her in a calm manner, although the shopkeeper left, but has been guarding the door, heard the movement of the house face a triumphant smile, turned around and gestured toward the 2 people in the corner downstairs. The 2 men got up and left at once. Late at night, squatting in the dark guards are beginning to yawn. Sheng Ming is more Chinese medicine fell asleep in the past. Quiet in the inn, only a few wild cats cry from time to time. Lin Xiaoxiao was lying on the soft couch in her room when she heard them discussing who was going to be unlucky again. It seemed that this inn had already victimized a lot of people, and this time she would give them a clean slate. Soon, 4 or 5 men in black appeared in the backyard of the inn in the night. The dark guards crouching in the shadows immediately came to life, shaking their fists, leaping forward. If not for the young master's explanation, they would have done it now. "Here it comes! Here it comes!" Finally, several men in black went up to the second floor of the inn in the dark, and led by the shopkeeper pushed open the door of Lin Xiaoxiao's room. and saw Lin Xiaoxiao's master and servant lying on the soft couch and lying on their backs beside the table, all of them already unconscious. Perhaps thinking that they never missed a beat, a few people blatantly lit candles, and suddenly the house was brightly lit. The scarred man came to Lin Xiaoxiao's side and cupped her chin in his hand and sized her up. What a stunner! Lin Xiaoxiao forced herself to hold back her nausea not to break his hand on the spot. At this time, one of Scarred Man's men came over to get his hands on him, and was kicked away by Scarred Man. Get lost, don't fucking touch anyone, no one is allowed to give me a hand with this good stuff. Let me know who dares to do it. I'll waste him, the Scarred Man said in a cold voice. At his command, the few people who were still ready to take advantage of Chow Chow and Red Sakura immediately put away their petty thoughts and didn't dare to move. The Scarred Man carried Lin Xiaoxiao himself and looked at the others. Don't dawdle, hurry up and carry the person away. Seeing the shopkeeper, the Scarred Man directly threw over a money bag, bulging at a glance quite a lot. The pal happily took it. Brother Scarred, don't forget little brother next time you get rich. A shopkeeper of a certain age actually called himself little brother in front of Scarman. The Scarred Man smiled lewdly. Don't worry, do a good job with us. You won't be able to do any less good in the future, and you'll have to trouble the shopkeeper to erase what should be erased. The shopkeeper nodded. Yes, 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 understood. A group of people carrying the sleeping Lin Xiaoxiao master and servant ran downstairs to the backyard. Lin Xiaoxiao was carried on the shoulders of the Scarred Man, and heard the wildcat and his companions discussing, this is more beautiful than the previous ones. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her eyes to look at it just then, opening them fraudulently and startling the wildcat. Holy shit! Wildcat let out a scream that was unusually shrill to Scarab's ears and theirs. Where did the wildcat come from? Scaring me. Scarred Man's subordinate rushed up and tried to kick the wildcat. Don't delay. Hurry up, the Scarred Man shouted. Taking advantage of this opening, several wildcats also scurried up the wall. A few people left through the small door in the backyard of the inn and drove off with the carriage as soon as they threw Lin Xiaoxiao and Red Cherry Chow Chow onto the carriage. The secret guards then moved, leaving 3 of them to make good at the inn, and the rest all followed. A couple of feral cats crouched on the wall. Big brother, what just happened to you? Tabby asked. A big fat orange was shocked. Just now that girl opened her eyes and looked at me, scaring me to death. The civet cat spoke up. Big brother, are you saying that the chick faked it? Big Orange swept a glance at the 2 cats. It was not a question of pretending or not. It was that he had just finished saying something bad about this chick. And no, it wasn't really bad. After all, he had complimented her on her beauty, and she had just finished glaring at herself. Or else would she have been scared like this? How can you not be afraid of being caught talking behind someone's back? Just as Big Orange was thinking hard, Shen Ming, who had been mesmerized and thrown in the firewood room, opened his eyes and walked out directly from the firewood room. The civet cat screamed. Big brother, this one's awake. They're really faking it. Big Orange looked at the 3 secret guards who were called out by Shen Ming, and suddenly smiled. This fat old man is going to have bad luck. Brothers, let's go. Watch the fun. After saying that, he led the cat minions to chase after Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. The shopkeeper is squatting in his room to count the money. Happy and happy. I did not expect the door of the room was kicked open at this time. That son of a bitch. Before he finished cursing, he saw Shen Ming who appeared in the doorway. The shopkeeper's eyes glared and his voice trembled. You. Shen Ming sneered and waved his hand at the secret guards behind him, and immediately some of them rushed into the house and escorted the shopkeeper to his knees on the ground. Tie it up and throw it into the firewood room. Shen Ming coldly glanced at him. As for how to deal with it, wait for the young lord to come back and then clean it up together. In addition to the innkeeper, the fellows in the inn, the kitchen, even the odd job workers were all tied up and thrown into the kitchen. The shopkeeper knew that the matter had been exposed, and his heart was as if it were dead, and he kept begging for forgiveness. Good man, spare your life. Good man, spare your life. They made me do it. Shen Ming was so annoyed by what he heard that he directly had someone pull a tablecloth to wipe the mouths of a group of people. Leave 2 men to guard these people and report to the officials first thing in the morning, while the others come with me to meet the young lord. Shen Ming led the men after Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. When they got on the carriage, Lin Xiaoxiao's 3 eyes opened, and there was vigilance on their faces. Jojo whispered, Miss, what do we do now? Lin Xiaoxiao gave her a look of calmness. See what happens in a moment. They must have captured more than just us. There are others. Let's see what happens first. Red Sakura and Jojo nodded. The carriage did not know how long it had been running on the official road before it turned onto a small road, and it was obvious that the carriage had bumped a lot, and it had probably traveled for more than an hour before the carriage came to a stop. The 3 immediately pretended to be dizzy. Lin Xiaoxiao then heard the people outside asking what good stuff Scarred Man had gotten again, and Scarred Man returned with a comment that it was definitely top quality, followed by the wagon door being opened and all 3 being moved down. Seeing the three, there were voices of approval all around them, and there were even hands touching Lin Xiaoxiao's face. She held back her anger as she was carried all the way into the house. As soon as the door opened, Lin Xiaoxiao heard quite a few frightened cries of alarm. It seemed that there were quite a few people locked up in this room. The scarred man put her on the bed and had two of his subordinates put Jojo and Red Sakura down before warning the rest of the house before leaving. As soon as they left, Lin Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and saw that there were at least 10 or so little girls about her age in the room. The girls all cowered in fear when they saw Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes open. Looking at them with curiosity and fear and worry, Red Sakura and Jojo followed suit and sat up, anger welling up on both of their faces when they saw the people in the room. Xiao Xiao was just about to speak when Lin Xiaoxiao made a silent gesture, then got up and went to the door, listening to the movement outside. The call of the colored lights came. Dawn, there are 2 men guarding the gate, 4 more in the yard, and 10 drinking out front. The only thing the crowd heard was a few good bird calls. 16 people. Lin pondered the odds. She went back inside and looked over at the 10 or so girls huddled together. Everyone looked at her in surprise, seemingly curious as to why she wasn't afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned close to a few people and whispered. A few girls heard. The timid immediately whimpered and cried, and some of the bold ones hurriedly covered those who cried, fearing that they would draw people in. Lin Xiaoxiao found the girl who seemed to have the most guts and was the calmest among them. At 17 or 18 years old, she was much calmer than the others. She made a gesture of silence and asked in a whisper, "Recognize words?" The girl froze for a moment, then nodded. Recognizing words would be nice. Lin Xiaoxiao fished out paper and charcoal pens from her bag and wrote, "Is there anyone else arrested besides you?" The girl nodded and took the charcoal pencil and wrote, "Yes, there are 7 or 8 other people locked up in the other room." Lin Xiaoxiao, all girls? The girl nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao almost broke the charcoal pencil in anger and asked again, "What are they arresting you for?" That girl saw these words face brushes a moment changed. The bottom of the eyes have panic. Hurriedly wrote, "Sold to the greenhouse or dark door son. There are beautiful will be given to those lustful dignitaries." Fuck. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the shrunken girls and asked again, "How long have you been captured?" The girl shook her head and wrote, "Half a month." Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment before asking, Did they hurt you?" The girl was silent this time. And the answer was obvious as Lin broke the charcoal pencil in her hand into 3 pieces almost instantly. The girl hurriedly pressed her hand at the sight and shook her head gently. This time Lin Xiaoxiao stopped writing and said directly, "I will definitely take you guys out." Right at this moment, the colorful lantern's voice sounded again. "Xiao Xiao, Shun Ming and the others have arrived." In the darkness Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes erupted with a murderous intent. The girl was startled by Lin Xiaoxiao's appearance and subconsciously pulled her hand. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her back and explained, "In a moment, you guys find a place to hide, and you guys don't come out until I call out to you." Before that girl could react, Lin Xiaoxiao gave a wink to Hong Cherry and Xiao Qiao, and the 3 of them walked directly towards the door. With a bang, the door was kicked down by Lin Xiaoxiao directly from the inside. Lin Xiaoxiao kicked on the door panel. The lock that was fastened on the outside of the door snapped off in response, and the 2 doors flew straight out, knocking the 2 people guarding the outside of the house out as far as they could go. Lin Xiaoxiao stood with Hong Ying and Xiao Qiao on her left and right, just looking at them coldly. The girls in the room lost their voices in fear and screamed. Or the girl who was conversing with Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly covered their mouths and pulled them to hide in the corner. At this time, in their eyes, Lin Xiaoxiao was like a god descending from the heavens. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't even turn her head back, only saying, "Don't come out until I call out to you." With that, he lifted his foot and walked out. The other 4 people in the courtyard were startled by the commotion over here and all ran out, including one who was unclothed. Lin Xiaoxiao's face sank a few more points. Bitch, together. Several people were enraged and rushed over together. The girls in the house turned pale. "Girl, be careful." This cry of concern made Lin Xiaoxiao want to get these traffickers killed even more. Xiao Qiao and Red Tassel rushed out in an instant, fighting with a few people, and there was one who wasn't afraid to die, coming directly towards Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao saw the person coming and revealed a cold smile. "Really, there is a way to heaven you don't go. There is no door to hell you barge in." Only to see her toes lightly pointing a step to leap up. Before the person could get close to her, she took the initiative to meet him. A spinning body directly kicked the person. A kick to the chest. A kick to the lower body. With a scream, the man was kicked out, and Lin Xiaoxiao used his force to land on the ground with a beautiful flip, standing firmly. Good. What a handsome kung fu. The sudden praise and applause made Lin Xiaoxiao freeze for a moment. She looked towards the source of the sound and saw a young girl standing at the door of another room, dressed in dark red. Not like those girls in the room who were in a sorry state. Instead, she was all valiant, and by the look of her, she was also vaguely excited. The girl turned and closed the door to the room behind her, admonishing the people in the house, "Don't come out. Lin Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, and the girl was already coming towards her. Jiang Nan Chao Gang Muing Xue. Muing Xue clasped her hands to Lin Xiaoxiao and introduced herself. Very crisp. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled slightly. Lin Xiaoxiao. At this time those people from the outer courtyard had already heard the commotion and barged in. The scarred man at the head's face changed the moment he saw Lin Xiaoxiao. Knowing that he had been tricked, the scarred man was unusually angry. Bitch, give it to me. 10 or so people joined the fray. And soon Red Tassel and Xiao Xiao couldn't cope, and Lin Xiaoxiao and Muing Xue were in a pair of twos. Just at this moment, the arriving Shen Ming led people to join the battle directly. Muing Xue saw this and directly raised her hand into the air and released a sleeve arrow. 4 black-clothed people ran in from outside the courtyard in a moment. Seeing that the new ones were going to fight against Shen Ming and the others, Muing Xue shouted, "This is a friendly army. Fight these." As soon as the words left her mouth, the trafficker in front of her was kicked out. The 4 black-clothed men immediately turned their targets to these traffickers, with Shen Ming and the others joining them. In just a few rounds, all 16 traffickers had been knocked to the ground, injured and disabled. Shen Ming personally escorted Scarred Man to kneel in the middle of the courtyard. Lin Xiaoxiao's face was expressionless, but the bottom of her eyes contained dark killing intent, and she walked over step by step, looking at him condescendingly. The Scarred Man was held immobile by Shen Ming and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with indignation, not expecting that after so many years of doing this, he would actually end up in the hands of such a little bitch. Seeing that the Scarred Man still dared to stare at their young master even now, the dark guard on the side went up and slapped him, and the Scarred Man's teeth were knocked out twice. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her hand and the dark guard retreated. "Young lord, what about these people?" Shen Ming asked. Lin Xiaoxiao swept a glance at the group of people in 7 different directions and the Scarred Man in front of her, without a bit of temperature under her eyes. "Xiao Qiao, go bring them out," Lin Xiaoxiao said. Xiao Qiao put away her weapon and turned around towards the Scarred Man and ran back to the house. Soon the 10 or so girls in the house helped each other out in fear. Seeing the scene in front of them, all of them stood still. Muing Xue also called out all the other girls in that room of hers. A group of girls looked at these bad people who had hurt them at this time were beaten and killed like this. All of them cried out. That girl Lin Xiaoxiao asked bit her lip, her eyes unblinking staring at the Scarred Man who was being detained by Shen Ming. In the bottom of her eyes was a strong hatred. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at her and asked, "Are you counting the right number of people?" The girl hurriedly counted the number of people, and suddenly her face changed, 1 less. The girls in Muing Xue's house also reacted at this time and hurriedly said, They took a girl from our side today." Lin Xiaoxiao didn't know what came to her mind. Her face changed with a brush. The secret guards around her moved faster than her and hurriedly ran to the other few rooms whose doors were closed. "Young lord!" Suddenly one of the secret guards shouted out, and Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly ran towards his room, with Muing Xue following close behind. Standing at the door, Lin Xiaoxiao's footsteps were a beat, and Muing Xue's face turned white when she saw the scene in front of her. All that could be seen was a disheveled girl in the room, just hanging herself from a beam with her own belt. That secret guard quickly drew his sword and cut his belt, placing the girl on the ground, and quickly took off his own outer shirt to cover her onto his body. Looking towards Lin Xiaoxiao, Lin Xiaoxiao's fingers rested on her neck, her face becoming more and more ugly. "Still, is there salvation?" Muing Xue's face showed sadness as she carefully asked Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao gently shook her head and pulled the dark guard's outer shirt upwards, covering the girl's face. Muing Xue's eyes instantly turned red, her heart filled with guilt. "I should have done it earlier. So wouldn't she have been taken away and not died?" The more Muing Xue thought about it, the more sad she felt, and tears barfed down her face. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at her. She didn't know how this girl got here. Seeing as how she dared to mingle here with just 4 people, it was evident that she had a lot of guts, and she should have done the same thing as she did in order to save people. "It's none of your business. It's those people who deserve to die." Muing Xue only brought 4 people, and their hands were far worse than Shen Ming's and theirs. 4 people, even if they added Muing Xue, their chances of winning against 16 people were still unknown. If she really took it easy, perhaps the fate that awaited her would not be any better. "You guys clean her up." Lin Xiaoxiao instructed Hong Ying and Xiao Qiao to try to give the deceased the utmost respect. She thought that the girl must not want to appear in front of people in the state she was in. Jojo and Red Raider stepped forward, and the only other male in the room, the dark guard, retreated at that moment. Muing Xue wiped her tears clean. "I'm going to kill them." Muing Xue snatched her guard's sword and carried it towards the person who had been kicked to the corner at the very beginning by Lin Xiaoxiao, covering the upper and lower half of his body in pain and still unable to get up. When that person saw Muing Xue walking towards him with a sword, he couldn't care less about the pain and stepped back in fear. "Spare me, Lady Warrior. Spare me, Lady Warrior." Muing Xue, however, stared at him dead in the face and said angrily, "When they begged you to spare them, did you spare them?" As soon as the words fell, The sword in Muing Shue's hand stabbed into the man's body, but it didn't kill him, only causing him to scream in pain. As soon as Muing Shue pulled it out, she stabbed the sword again, this time at his lower body. The intense pain made the man tremble and his entire body twisted in pain. Blood dripped down the long sword and onto the ground. The man still didn't die, only the pain made him yell madly. The mournful screams were unusually pronounced in the quiet night. The few feral cats crouching on the wall only felt creepy and their cat hairs stood up when they saw the scene. That's horrible. The civet cat ducked behind Big Orange, unable to resist sticking her head down again. Big Orange, however, felt that he had followed the right people by coming here. These people were really going to be in bad luck. That pretty-looking little girl was really not an ordinary person. What are you afraid of? They deserve it. Someone should have cleaned them up a long time ago. Bunch of bad guys, Big Orange said. Lin Xiaoxiao heard their conversation and turned her head to look at the wall. Gah! Meow! The large orange that met Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes again nearly fell off the wall. Big Orange looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. I don't know if it was his illusion. How did he feel that every time he spoke this little girl looked at him? It was really weird. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't care about the cats watching anymore, but came to Muing Shue's side, grabbed her hand that was going to continue stabbing, and took out a bottle from her bag. Spread this on his wound, Lin Xiaoxiao said without any emotion, stabbing someone so easily with one sword after another. Muing Shui looked at her strangely, then looked at the bottle in her hand, and without saying a word opened the lid and poured all the medicinal powder inside onto this man's wound. All of a sudden, even more miserable screams than just a moment ago resounded in the small courtyard. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Kill me! Please kill me! It hurts too much! Kill me! Big brother! Big brother save me! Big brother! Kill me! It hurts too much! It hurts too much! The man was rolling on the ground in pain. The other traffickers who were caught were scared straight to piss by his appearance. Seeing such a drastic reaction from the man, Muing Shui looked at the bottle in her hand and asked Lin Xiaoxiao, "What is this?" Lin Xiaoxiao walked back without looking back. A poison that can make a wound hurt 100 times more. When Muing Shui heard this, she hurriedly picked up the bottle and checked it, realizing that it had already been poured out by her, and was a bit remorseful. She should have saved some for the next person. The other traffickers were frightened by the man's screams and begged for mercy. Finally the man couldn't stand the pain any longer and slammed his head against the steps, his brains coming out, dying a miserable death. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't even look at them. She just looked at the group of girls. What do you want to do with these people? Lin Xiaoxiao asked for their opinions, listening to them whether they wanted to kill or die today. As for the law, fuck the law. She wanted to kill them now. The girls were stunned, each crying and shaking their heads, not knowing what to do. Only the girl who started out calmly looked at Lin Xiaoxiao without saying a word, and suddenly curtsied to Lin Xiaoxiao. Thank you for saving my life. My daughter has an unkind request. You say. The girl glanced at the scarred man and spoke with a face full of hatred. My little girl asks the girl to give me a chance. I want to take revenge myself. Lin Xiaoxiao slightly pondered for a moment, then passed a glance to the secret guard at the side, who immediately handed the girl the sword in her hand. The girl looked at the sword that was stretched out in front of her, and picked it up with trembling hands. The long sword was heavy and she struggled a bit to hold it, but despite that she held it steadily in a death grip, and walked towards the scarred man with a trembling step. The scarred man finally began to feel fear at this moment. What are you going to do? You little bitch. One day husband and wife. You. Before the words were finished, the girl had already shouted angrily and lifted her sword to slash at him in a frenzy. Shen Ming hurriedly dodged, lest he hurt the innocent. Once, twice, the girl cut and cried at the same time, seeming to vent all the anger in her heart at once. Scarman has been invalidated. There is no power to fight back. The girl screamed and cried while hacking. I do not know how long to hack. The ground is all the blood of the Scarman, scattered all over the ground, and the Scarman has long fallen into a pool of blood and did not move. His ears were shaved off. His face was hacked to pieces, his neck was broken in half, and blood kept gushing out. Shen Ming waited until she was almost done venting and staggered to fall down when he hurriedly held the person up. He's dead, Shen Ming said, snatching the sword from the girl's hand, and with quite a bit of effort. Her grip was too tight. The girl finally recovered a trace of sanity, leaned on Shen Ming and let out a loud cry. The humiliation of these days, the fear seemed to break the dike at this moment. That girl's emotion infected the others. And when some bold girls saw what happened to the scarred man, they suddenly grabbed the swords in the hands of the secret guards in anger, and ran towards the people they wanted to kill with loud screams. Even if their feet stumbled, even if the long swords were heavy for them, the aggression and humiliation they had suffered all these days were released when they personally slashed at those people one by one with their swords. The dark guards of the Celestial Star Building just moved out of the way, handing them a weapon if they needed it, and then helping the person back up when they were done chopping. After 5 or 6 more people died, Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the remaining girls who didn't dare to come forward to take revenge themselves, and with just one look, the hidden guards of the Heavenly Star building wiped the necks of all the remaining traffickers. Hands and feet are sharp and clean. Mu Yingshui and her 4 guards had been standing silently by the side, and even though they were prepared in their hearts, they were still shocked by the scene in front of them, especially Mu Yingshui. Her eyes became eager when she looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. She didn't expect such a beautiful girl to be so powerful, killing and punishing the wicked. She loves it so much. The human traffickers died out. The dark guards of the Heavenly Star building silently began to clean up the battlefield. After all, there is still a room full of girls. A bunch of corpses lying here is really creepy. But seeing Mu Yingshui's 4 guards standing still, they were all a bit disgusted. Don't know how to give a hand. Really, Mu Yingshui now had a brainwave of wanting to make friends with Lin Xiaoxiao. Seeing this, she hurriedly let her guards go and help. Then she herself followed Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao gathered the girls in a clean room. Now that these people are dead, where is your home? I'll send someone to send you back, Lin Xiaoxiao said. Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, the girls looked at each other, their faces confused and helpless. Going home? Will they ever go home? What's wrong? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at them strangely. Was it bad to send them home? Mu Yingshui, however, secretly beckoned to her. Miss Lin, come here. Lin Xiaoxiao followed her to the outside of the house, and Mu Yingshui sneaked a glance into the house before she lowered her voice and said to Lin Xiaoxiao, they are all girls from good families, not to mention whether they have been bullied, or if they have been taken captive for such a long period of time. I'm afraid that they will be criticized when they go back home, and I guess they are hesitant to do so because of this. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. This era was too harsh on women's name and honor. In their situation, if they were the kind of reasonable family, they might still have a good. On the contrary, I'm afraid that to send them back is to send them back to another fire pit. Shen Ming came over at this time carrying a bundle. Young lord, these are the gold and silver seized from them. Lin Xiaoxiao took a look at it, and there were quite a lot of silver checks, more than 2,000 taels. Looking at the money, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly had an idea. She let Shen Ming carry the money and returned to the house with her. And when she saw Shen Ming come in, the girls silently took a step back and lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. In order to prevent them from being uncomfortable, Shen Ming put down the silver and went out. Guarding the door, Lin Xiaoxiao asked once more, where is your home? I'll arrange for someone to send you back. The girls were no longer silent this time, although they still looked at each other. One of them curtsied and said, Miss, truth be told girl, even if we go home like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive. The spittle alone was enough to drown them. Mu Yingshui was anxious. What then? You guys can't stay here for the rest of your lives, right? After saying that, Mu Yingshui suddenly thought of something. You guys aren't going to wait for us to leave and go kill yourselves again, right? Many of the girls who had moved this thought lowered their heads in shame. Their benefactor had gone through a lot of trouble to save them, but they were even thinking of dying. Mu Yingshui understood as soon as she saw it. She was furious and walked back and forth in the room, while angrily saying, do you guys understand the reasoning that it's better to die than to live? We managed to free you with great difficulty. Are you going to trample on your own lives so easily? A girl gave a bitter smile, bowed to Mu Yingshui, and spoke. We are grateful for the kindness of the girl and the warriors in saving our lives. But, now that most of us are no longer intact, and we have been insulted by the thieves, this is a great humiliation for ourselves and our families, and only a death can save our reputation. Is fame that important? Is it more important than your own lives? Consider yourselves bitten by a dog. Can it be that just for this so-called honor, this so-called reputation you're going to lose your lives? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at them and asked. The girls whimpered and cried. Only after a while did a girl slowly walk out and salute Lin Xiaoxiao and Mu Yingshui, the two heroines. I want to go home. I'm the only daughter in my family. My father and mother love me the most. They will be sad if I don't go back. If I go back and my father and mother dislike me, I'll have a big deal to leave again. But if I don't go back now, they will be very sad. Lin Xiaoxiao and Mu Yingshui breathed a sigh of relief. Finally there was someone who thought straight. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed to the money on the table and said, this money was seized from these people, a total of more than 2,000 taels. Just as the girl just said, if you don't go back, your family will be worried and your parents will be sad. But you're worried that if you go back, you'll be hindering your family's reputation, and that you'll be harshly criticized, or even forced to die. Lin Xiaoxiao paused, looked at them, continued, I believe you can persist until today. Must not be a person who will easily give up his life. These money you divided into 1 point, are hidden. I will arrange for people to send you back home. If the family does not dislike, accept you, then take this money to take the family to move away from the place where you originally lived. Go to a place where no one knows you to resettle your home and start over again. If your family dislikes you or feels that you have dishonored your family's reputation, then you can take this money and start over in a place where no one knows you. You remember that suicide is the most stupid and unworthy solution in this world. There is no problem that can't be solved. There is no suffering that can't be gotten through. We shouldn't punish ourselves with the wrongs committed by others. Living may be bitter, but I've always been convinced that at the end of the suffering there will be sweetness. The girls seemed to have listened to Lin Xiaoxiao's words, and one by one, their eyes were red and falling, as if they were still hesitating. It was Mu Yingxue who was impressed by Lin Xiaoxiao's words and said to the crowd, "My parents once told me that I'm a girl, and if there are some dangers encountered that can't be avoided, I was told to save my own life. After all, the only thing that matters is to be alive." Waiting until they had almost cried, Lin Xiaoxiao asked, "It's almost dawn. Those who want to go home come over. I'll divide the money among you and arrange for someone to send you home. Those who really don't want to go home, take the money and go wherever you want to relive, and we'll make arrangements for you as well." The girls looked at each other and the one who had first offered to go home was the first to step forward and take the money, choosing to go home, followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, more and more came forward to receive the money and stood on the side of home. Of course, there are those who know what kind of family they have chose to take the money and go to other places to start life again. Lin Xiaoxiao respected their choices. In the end, 8 of the 18 chose to go home and the rest chose to start over somewhere else. Lin Xiaoxiao instructed Shen Ming to arrange for 2 secret guards to take the few who were going home into the city. Then find a car dealership to arrange for a carriage to take them home. Send the people back, and when appropriate, tell a good-natured lie. Those 8 girls left, and Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the remaining 10. "Is there anywhere you guys want to go?" Lin asked. Among those who didn't leave was the girl with the biggest guts. 10 people looked at each other. Someone shook his head. Back to the words of the benefactor. "None of us have ever traveled far. We don't know where to go. Home is impossible to return to. With the nature of my father and mother, knowing that all this has happened to me, and knowing that I've gotten so much silver, they'll definitely force me to die, and then snatch all this silver away to give my younger brothers a daughter-in-law." Her comments seemed to resonate, and several nodded along, indicating they were in the same situation. Others have stated that the family is a stepmother and going back is even less likely to end well. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the girl with the most guts. She was the only one who hadn't said anything. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao looking at her, the girl gave a bitter smile. "I was sold to these people by my fiancé." Lin Xiaoxiao and Mu Yingxue opened their mouths. In the end, they didn't ask about her in public. In Lin Xiaoxiao's opinion, this was her own privacy. Being treated like this by her fiancé was already extremely painful. If she were to reveal the details in front of others, she was afraid that it would be even more embarrassing. The two looked at each other and changed the subject. Looking at the girls, "Have you thought about it? Decided not to go home?" A few people looked at each other, then nodded. 2 benefactors, "We have thought it over. We won't go back." The benefactors are right. It is better to die than to live. Before that kind of situation didn't dare to die. Now let me die. I'm afraid I still don't dare to do so. It's just that none of us have been out of the house before. We just begged the benefactors to show us a clear path. Lin Xiaoxiao fell into meditation. This thing she really cannot help. She is to know a lot of people, but the place she is really do not know. Long so big this is still the first time to go out it. Cannot get people back to the village? That's certainly not Wolf Mountain or Wolf Village. Too much secrecy. Lin Xiaoxiao do not want to take risks. Lin Xiaoxiao sneaked a look at Mu Yingxue. What did she say she was doing? Chao Gang? Just as Lin Xiaoxiao was considering how to get this big miss to contribute something, this big miss herself spoke up. "If you really don't have a place to go to Jiangnan. The mountains there are beautiful, and you're all women. Jiangnan has many embroidery workshops, and there's a lot of embroiderers from all over the world there to make a living. And if you're willing to do that, I'll let someone help you get a new identity when I get back. And of course, it doesn't matter if you guys have a better place to go. We will also send Buddha to the west." Wu Ningxue greatly patted his chest to ensure. Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her head and hooked the corner of her lips. It was quite good, but she still pretended to look up and frowned. "This, Miss Mu, would it be too much trouble for you?" Wu Ningxue small hand wave. "No trouble, no trouble. A small matter. Your business is my business. Well, do not need to be so polite." Lin Xiaoxiao gave her a look. What, just her business is her business? Ahem. Okay then. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at a few girls. "What do you think?" A few girls looked at each other and discussed in low voices for a while, then bowed together. "Thank you 2 benefactors. We are all good at embroidery. We can definitely support ourselves." Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly clapped her hands. "Then it's settled. Miss Mu, they'll be troubling you. I still have things I need to go to the capital, so I won't be able to accompany the girl to send them to Jiangnan. When Muing Shui heard this, she hurriedly said, "Are you going to the capital? Can I go with you? I've never been to the capital either." The corner of Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched, a bit overwhelmed by Muing Shui's enthusiasm. She hurriedly glanced at those girls and whispered, "What about them when you go to the capital with me? They are in need of someone by their side right now, and it's ultimately a bit inconvenient if you let those guards send them there. Don't you think so? If you really let her follow, how can you mess things up yourself?" Muing Shui thought about how these girls were scared when they saw men, but she wanted to be friends with Lin Xiaoxiao so badly. Then Xiaoxiao, when I send them to Jiangnan, can I go to the capital to look for you? Muing Shui asked pitifully. Lin Xiaoxiao had a bit of a headache. "No, girl, what did you have to find me for? But I'm just going to the capital on business. I don't know how long I'll be in the capital." Lin Xiaoxiao honestly said that if it wasn't for fifth brother saying that he was going to get things done, they would all be on their way back by now. However, if they didn't have to follow to the capital to investigate clearly about that 100 Beasts garden, they wouldn't have saved these poor girls, which is kind of karma. Muing Shui again wanted to be friends with Lin Xiaoxiao, and indeed as she said, she was uneasy about these girls. It was really hard to decide for a while, and in the end it was Lin Xiaoxiao who gave her a peace of mind. "Tell you what, I'll finish my business in the capital and go to Jiangnan to find you to play." The torn and depressed little girl was instantly cured. Okay, you said yes, don't lie to me. I'll send them to Jiangnan first. When you're still in the capital I'll come to the capital to look for you, and I can also come to pick you up if you've finished your business and come to Jiangnan. Lin Xiaoxiao, it's not good, it's too much trouble. Wu Ningshui smiled brightly. No trouble, we are friends. How can there be trouble between friends? Lin Xiaoxiao was infected by her smile and smiled along with her. If she wasn't out on an errand this time and was simply out to have fun, then she might have diverted to Jiangnan with Muing Shui. This girl was greatly generous and had a narrow heart, which she also liked. "Well, there's no need to be polite between friends, so I'll send you a letter when I'm done with my work and come to Jiangnan to play with you." The two so set the Jiangnan appointment. However, things are unpredictable. In Jiangnan bitterly waiting for Lin Xiaoxiao not come, Wu Ningshui finally did not hold back, chased to the capital. Everyone else decided to follow Muing Shui to Jiangnan. Only the oldest girl had been silent, and Lin Xiaoxiao called her aside. Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, thinking about how to comfort the girl. That girl, however, knelt straight down, kneeling in front of Lin Xiaoxiao and giving her a heavy kowtow. "Don't be like this, let bygones be bygones. You've also avenged yourself with your own hands. There are still long days ahead. Follow Miss Mu to Jiangnan to start afresh. As for that scumbag, I believe that evil will be rewarded for evil in this world. It's not that it won't be rewarded, it's just that the time hasn't come yet." Lin Xiaoxiao pulled her up. The girl smiled bitterly, continued, "I called Wan Yang, this year 18, since young, and he set marriage. Originally in my 16 years we should be married, but in the eve of the marriage of my parents but suddenly died in an accident. I have no relatives, can only defect to his family. 3 years of mourning, the marriage can only be pushed back. Well, we have a marriage contract in the body. There is no one to gossip, only waiting for the mourning period. The good thing is that we have a marriage contract in the body, but no one gossip. Just waiting for the mourning period will be married." Seeing the two in the corner of the Wu Ningshui also came over. As soon as he came over, he heard Wan Yang say his story, so he walked over to listen quietly. Wan Yang's tears slowly fell. "I worked hard in his home, running the household, serving the future in-laws. He is also personally care. At first okay, and then he started that up mind. I do not think not yet married, cannot overstep the bounds of etiquette. I did not think that he was like a different person. Began to pick on me, lightly reprimanded, serious scolding. I did not think of leaving, but he said that I and his 3 matchmaking 6 wedding book gunpost should be in his hands. I can run to where?" Lin Xiaoxiao took out a handkerchief and wiped her tears, listening quietly. Wan Yang continued, "Later he brought back a woman. The woman is pregnant. He wants to marry her as a wife. So put me in what? I naturally do not want to. He will be on my hands. His parents also help together. They will be locked up in the woodshed. Do not give me food. I fainted with hunger. Woke up again, will be here. The scar, that animal will be forced to occupy me, perhaps to stimulate me, or let me hard dead obedience. Will tell me the truth, or let me hard dead obedience." Then told me the truth. I originally thought it was taken captive, but in fact it was actually he colluded with Scar. Sold me. Son of a bitch. This kind of son of a bitch deserves death by 1,000 cuts. Muing Shui was furious, itching to rush over and beat the scummy man up right now. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled her back and asked Wan Yang, "Now that Scar is dead, what do you want to do? Want to seek revenge on your fiancé? Right. If you want to take revenge you just say so. We'll help you, Mu Yingshui said bluntly. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded along even though she didn't explicitly say so. Wan Yang looked at the two men and suddenly knelt down again. You. Mu Yingshui reached out to pull. Lin Xiaoxiao stopped her and just looked at Wan Yang. Only heard Wan Yang said, Wan Yang do not want anything. Only want to let the negative people deserve. In their family these 2 years, I have never done anything more than a gift, but also the housework all-inclusive. Wait for the in-laws, aunts and uncles. Not only that, they live in the Li family house. Are left behind by my parents. Our Shu family and the parents before the accident a little bit of thin property, and now in the hands of their family. The two benefactors. Wan Yang agreed does not matter, but do not want a parents of a lifetime of hard work industry fell in the hands of thieves. That's simple. We'll just hit the door and ask them to return it to you. Mu Yingshui said. No. I didn't want Wan Yang to refuse, and directly said, I'm going to report to the officials. I'm going to make them, the Li family, never be able to raise their heads in Qingshui town, and I'm going to make Li Mu lose his reputation. Clearwater? Where is Qingshui town? Mu Yingshui looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with a bewildered expression. Lin Xiaoxiao was speechless. You don't even know and I know? Miss, the inn we're staying at is Clearwater town. Xiao Qiao reminded softly in Lin Xiaoxiao's ear. It dawned on Lin that she hadn't even paid attention to what that place was. In that case. But, now that Scar is dead. What if they are dead to rights? After all, death is no proof. Lin Xiaoxiao said. Wan Yang, however, said, there is a paperwork. That Li Mu sold me to Scar. A paperwork was made, and Scar showed it to me. Lin Xiaoxiao passed Red Cherry a wink, and Red Cherry retreated, looking for the paperwork. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled Wan Yang up. Think about it, if you really want to report to the police, you yourself. She didn't finish her words, but she knew Wan Yang could understand. Wan Yang smiled bitterly. Things have come to this point. This reputation I have long not cared about. I just want to take revenge. As for the reputation, I will take back my parents' things. Sold the family property to live in a different place. Who will still recognize me? This is not the benefactor you said. Also it's good that you're open-minded. When this matter is over, you'll follow Miss Mu to Jiangnan to start over. Lin Xiaoxiao gently patted her shoulder as a sign of comfort. Wan Yang, however, glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and seemed to have something to say, but in the end, she said nothing, because Wan Yang wanted to sue the negative man. The group had to continue to stay in Qingshui town, and return to the inn overnight. The people of the inn had been sent to the government office, and the secret guards wrote the sign of stopping business and hung it on the door, closing the door. In fact, they still stayed here, and those girls who were going to follow Mu Yingshui to Jiangnan stayed here together and waited. The next morning, Lin Xiaoxiao asked Hong Cherry and Xiao Qiao to go to the city's cloth store to buy some clothes for these girls to change into, and saw that most of them have pulled the woman's hair in a bun, and when they arrive at a new place, they just say that they are divorced or widowed, and only 2 of the younger ones are still the same as before. And it was only then that Lin Xiaoxiao realized that not all of them have been harmed by those human traffickers, but these 2 little girls refused to go home even though they were still intact, and Lin Xiaoxiao didn't force them. Everyone has a problem, and they made that choice, so it should be that there's nothing in that home for them to stay in. Since he was going to sue, there was no way he could give Li Mu and the Li family a chance to turn the tables, so he had to be prepared for anything before suing. Lin Xiaoxiao called Shen Ming, explaining that he went to check the Li family. After listening to what happened to Wan Yang, Shen Ming glanced at the girl who stood aside without saying a word. After this incident can still hold on. This girl is a strong-hearted subordinate will go now. Shen mindfully took down Lin Xiaoxiao's command and bowed and retreated. Wan Yang didn't quietly glance towards the door until after Shen Ming had left. Shen Ming was worthy of being one of the most capable few secret guards beside the old master. And only in a day's time he had found out everything about the Li family up and down even to the 8th generation of the ancestors. When Lin Xiaoxiang know that the Li family with the things of the Wan Yang family now live a prosperous life, really is angry. This kind of scum should be pressed to death in the ground. Not only that, Shen Ming also found out that the woman Li Mu brought home is not a good woman at all, but a secret prostitute in the city's dark door, called Feng Di, but this matter is not much known, including that Li Mu. This Feng Di lives in the city with her cousin's family, but in fact her so-called cousin and sister-in-law are no good, always doing this kind of flesh business. The cousin is a pimp. And the cousin's sister-in-law is also a secret prostitute. This cousin met Li Mu by chance, looked at his family's property, and learned that Li Mu and the family is not happy. There is a fiancé but cannot touch. So he made a scheme to unite Feng Di counted Li Mu. As for the child in the stomach of Feng Di, is not Li Mu's or not yet known. Lin Xiaoxiao listened to Shen Ming's report, suddenly laughed. Really there is a cycle of heaven. The heavens have spared no one. This Li Mu went to great lengths to think that the true love but in fact fell into someone else's calculations. Born to be sincere to treat his people pushed into the abyss. Now is the time he should pay back. So the shopkeeper sent it to the government office. How is it going? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Shen Ming replied, this Qingshui town magistrate is very smooth. Usually handle the cases also over and over. Cannot be counted as what a clean and honest good official. But this person is a great filial son. His family has a 70-year-old mother. Usually to his mother is very filial, but also thanks to his mother detained him. This person did not do anything to cheat the world's bad things. But recently, his mother seems to be sick. This magistrate everywhere to ask doctors to his mother to see a doctor. Not much care about the county office. Sick. This magistrate everywhere to ask the doctor to his mother to see a doctor. Not much care about the matter of the county office. That shopkeeper a group of people this will still be in the dungeon of the county office to stay it. Lin Xiaoxiao tapped her fingers on the table one after another, and after thinking for a while, said, go to him and tell him that as long as he gets this case done, the ghost doctor will give his old mother a medical treatment. Shen Ming was a bit surprised. Young lord, you really want to treat her? How high their young lord's worth was. Lin Xiaoxiao was indifferent. It's not like he's going to lose anything by seeing a doctor. As long as he gets this case done. Just because his old mother will restrain him from doing anything corrupt or bribe-taking. This old lady is worth seeing. You just go and tell him when this case is over and when to send his old mother for treatment. Shen Ming answered. And in his heart, he silently lit a candle for those people from the Li family and the innkeeper first. Lin Xiaoxiao never thought that her reputation would work so well. Shen Ming just went to notify the magistrate of Qingshui town, and then received news that the magistrate had risen to try the case. Lin Xiaoxiao told Wan Yang about this. Now is the best time to report to the police. Have you thought about it? If you regret now it's not too late, Lin Xiaoxiao said. Wan Yang had already made up her mind long ago and made a bow. Thank you for your concern, I've thought it over. The Li family must pay the price. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. Okay, then I'll ask Uncle Shen to accompany you. It's not convenient for me to come out. The magistrate had seen Shen Ming and knew what to do when he saw him there. Wan Yang bowed again. Many thanks, benefactor. After giving Lin Xiaoxiao a bow he bowed to Shen Ming again. Many thanks, Master Shen. Shen Ming sighed slightly in the bottom of his heart. This girl is putting her whole life on the line to avenge this revenge. Is a ruthless person. Miss Xu is polite. It's better to be early than late. Take advantage of the fact that the county magistrate is now ascending to the hall. Let's go. After Shen Ming finished speaking, he cupped his fist to Lin Xiaoxiao and walked out. Wan Yang also curtsied to Lin Xiaoxiao and Muing Xue and followed Shen Ming to leave. As soon as they left, Muing Xue finally found a chance to get in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. She looked at Lin Xiaoxiao excitedly and asked, Xiaoxiao, what kind of person are you? How come everyone around you is so powerful? Lin Xiaoxiao smiled. Just ordinary people. They're all my grandfather's people, not mine. Muing Xue beamed. Xiaoxiao didn't tell her the truth, but it didn't matter. She believed that if she treated Xiaoxiao well, Xiaoxiao would one day tell her who she was. I have to say, our Miss Mu is really extremely good at self-regulation, and quickly put this bit of unpleasantness behind her, and turned to say excitedly, let's go and watch the fun. If you can't show up, why don't you go and watch the fun? Lin Xiaoxiao thought about it. It wouldn't hurt to go and take a look since she was idle anyway. The two of them changed into low-profile clothes, and with Hong Ying and Xiaoxiao in tow, they went out through the back door of the inn. At this time the street is full of people. Lively discussion of half a month has not been elevated to hear the case of the county magistrate. How to suddenly elevated to hear the case. People were talking and discussing, all of them discussing that they didn't expect that shopkeeper to be such a person, even colluding with others to abduct and sell young girls. Lin Xiaoxiao and Muing Xue followed the crowd to the county office, only to see that the place was already full of people. They don't even talk about watching the crowd. Just looking at the headcount is enough. Qiao Qiao looked around and found an embroidery shop directly across from the county government office, which had a second floor and could almost see the inside of the county government office when standing on it. Miss, there. Qiao Qiao showed Lin Xiaoxiao. Muing Xue followed Qiao Qiao's hand and looked over. Her eyes lit up as she pulled Lin Xiaoxiao away. Xiaoxiao, come on, let's go over there. The two entered the embroidery workshop, although dressed in ordinary, but the two looks will not be like an ordinary family lady. The shopkeeper rushed to welcome up, thought they are here to buy things. Unexpectedly, Muing Xue directly said, Boss, want to borrow your second floor to see a lively. The shopkeeper's face was bad when he heard, watching the fun to see him here, just about to open his mouth to refuse. Muing Xue directly handed a 10 taels of silver ingots over, brew a pot of good tea up. It is best to prepare some snacks again. The shopkeeper's face that was 180-degree change, instantly fawningly smiled, bowed and made the gesture of invitation. The two girls upstairs please, I'll go and prepare. Muing Shue squeezed her eyes towards Lin Xiaoxiao. See, this is how money makes the devil work. Dawn, come on, you won't be able to see it for a while. Lin Xiaoxiao helplessly let Wuting Shue pulled her up the stairs. Embroidery shopkeeper smiled and collected the silver to prepare tea and snacks to go. It seems that he opened this small building opposite the county government offices not without its own disadvantages, and later may be able to open up a new route to wealth. A few people went upstairs, pushed open the window really see the real. Even that the county magistrate sitting on top of the public hall to see clearly. They came up when the magistrate is to the innkeeper and fellows with torture. One by one were racked on the stool to beat the board. Screams they heard upstairs. TSK, 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 are these people not eating? The beating is so light. If I were to do it, I'd have to beat the skin off their bones. Muing Shue said with disgust. The embroidery shopkeeper who sent the tea and snacks up almost dropped the tray in his hand, glanced at Muing Shue, and secretly spat in his heart. This girl is also a little too tigerish. However, the face is still smiling to serve tea and snacks. By the way to look out. See the scene of the county government offices cannot help but lamented a sentence. This Unjuin's innkeeper looked at the people like a dog. But even do this kind of collusion behind the scenes, weekdays really cannot be seen at all. Lin Xiaoxiao was suddenly a bit curious. Boss, the boss of this Unjuin is helping those people with human trafficking, and the ones they are abducting are all young girls. Haven't there been any families who have lost their girls who have come to report the case? The shopkeeper simply do not go down with them together in the upstairs to see the fun. Immediately back to, there is how can there be no, but cannot be found. Long time things will not be settled. Who also do not know that those girls have been sold to where to go. If it is not this time there is a chivalrous man to see past the piece of the inn's shopkeeper bundled up sent to the county magistrate. This matter is afraid that it is still not found out it. If it is not this time, I don't know which road of chivalry. Well done. This kind of person should be arrested and die by 1,000 cuts. Who is not a father's mother? Those girls which is not a father's and mother's pearl. All let them trample on these beasts. The warrior Lin Xiaoxiao silently picked up the tea and took a sip, deep in his heart. Suddenly, the shopkeeper pointed to the door of the county yamen and said in surprise, ouch. Someone came to beat the drums to call for justice again. This day this county yamen can be really lively. Why does this girl look so familiar? In order to see clearly, the embroidery shopkeeper also came forward. Suddenly whispered, this is not the Zhu family's little lady well, how she is here. This is Su who came. Lin Xiaoxiao and Muing Shue looked at each other and asked, the shopkeeper knows her? The shopkeeper nodded, recognize. This Zhu family little lady do a handful of good embroidery work. The family did not have an accident before the family conditions. Although the family is good, but occasionally will take some large embroidery work to make up for the family. The town of Qingxue is so little big. Go out and turn the corner can also run into a relative, but not on the acquaintance. After boasting, the shopkeeper shook his head again, with a look of pity. It's a pity. If her family is not in trouble, and this girl is an only daughter, how would she get mixed up to be a parasite on the kind of shabby family of the Li family, if not relying on those things left behind by the Zhu family? Who would take care of him? That's not a polite thing for the shopkeeper to say. Muing Shue asked curiously, can't this Li family member? The shopkeeper sighed, said, it is not that cannot. This Li family it was not live in the town, is below the village, but Li Mu this person since childhood reading is good. Small age on the examination of the Shiokai. At that time, Zhu master is also on the boy on the progress. The future is promising. The Li family it is not a complicated family. The family in addition to the Li Mu there is a younger brother and a younger sister. The parents are also honest. The parents are also honest farmers. So they settled on this marriage. You think this Zhu family girl is the only daughter. The future of these properties are not all her it. Zhu master must also want to find a reliable. Their own family is a merchant family. Want to find a scholar to change the family. A few years ago, the Li family is also honest. Since the betrothal Zhu family has been funded to Li Mu study, but also for the Li family to do some of the property. And then the Zhu master and his wife had an accident. Went out and ran into the bandits. The two men were letting the people killed. The Zhu girl alone and young. This time the Li family door to help her take care of the affairs. Busy, and logically lived in the Zhu family. After the accident, Zhu's girl was small and young. And then the Li family came to the door to help her take care of the affairs. Busy, logically lived in Zhu's family. TSK. The result, this person's face is revealed. Into the Zhu family. Zhu's family things are all for themselves. And then began to yell and shout in this town. That Li's old lady. Every time she went out to the gold and silver to wear all over the body. The whole of the old lady of the Li family. Every time she goes out, she hates to put all those gold and silver on her body. And she is a whole tycoon. Not realizing that the pheasant is also a pheasant and can't be a phoenix. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned. Isn't this a typical phoenix man? Or a soft and hard-eating phoenix man? After finishing his speech, the shopkeeper continued to look towards the entrance of the yamen and lamented. I don't know who this Yu family girl is trying to sue. Lin Xiaoxiao sneered. Sue that family of thugs you're talking about. Ah, the shopkeeper's dumbfounded, just ready to ask down to hear the movement underneath. The county magistrate over there has called Wan Yang to go in. Thought it was 2 cases. Did not think that actually 2 cases pulled together. In the county government office, the county magistrate, who was already in his 40s, looked at Zhu Wanyang, who was brought in, and had 2 big heads, that the case of human trafficking had not yet been finished, so why did this one come again? But thinking of the news sent by the ghost doctor's people, the county magistrate hurriedly shot the interrogation. Who was in the hall? That aura screamed a sufficient one. Wanyang knelt in the center of the public hall and respectfully replied, My daughter, Zhu Wanyang, has met with your excellency. The county governor only then recognized this haggard face in front of the person as the only daughter of the Zhu family. When the Zhu master and his wife robbers killed the case or he dealt with it. But unfortunately the last person also did not catch. On the end, it is not possible that this Zhu Wanyan want to revisit the old things not? The county magistrate silently prayed in his heart. But don't be, otherwise it's been so many years. Didn't find out back then, can you find out now? Why do you beat the drum? But you have a complaint to make. Wanyang cowed out and replied aloud. My lord, my daughter would like to sue her fiancé, Li Mu's family, for appropriating other people's property, colluding with outlaws to traffic in human beings, and brutalizing my daughter. The county magistrate was dumbfounded. What is this with what It is the crowd outside watching the crowd are all in an uproar. The county magistrate was just about to ask Wanyang, aren't you living with the Li family? And where did this accusation come from? When he saw a man walk into the public hall and just stood in the doorway looking at him, the county magistrate sat up straight with a jolt. Shen Ming was not masked when he met him, so he saw clearly. Wasn't that the person sent by the ghost doctor? The county governor to mouth the question at once became, what is going on? You give this official truthfully. Satisfied, Shen Ming took a slight step backward and returned to the crowd. The magistrate was relieved that he had guessed correctly that he was awesome. Wan Yang kneeled above the public hall. Will be Li Mu family over the years is how the Zhu family property for themselves. Li Mu and how to treat her. And how to collude with Scar in the case of her not sober to sell the people. And even later Scar on her bullying. And to her to say those things and show her paperwork all the things in detail. But also will be the evidence of the county magistrate. Embroidery shopkeeper and Lin Xiaoxiao they stood upstairs simply cannot hear. See the situation anxious. And hurriedly instructed the fellows to go to inquire about what is going on. And only then continued to look up. The county governor listened to Wan Yang's account, not to mention that he now requires the ghost doctor to see the patient must try the case. Is Wan Yang's own words that he heard these are angry. With a bang, the shocking wood knocked heavily on the table, and the county magistrate said angrily, come on, go and bring Li Mu's family to this official. Immediately there are a few magistrates ran out. The onlookers hurriedly let the position. Have been talking about the Li family is too not something. Of course, there are also people in the pity of the Wan Yang. Think she now let the fiancé's family to ruin. A good girl in the future how to live Shen Ming listened to these murmurs and just looked at the girl kneeling above the public hall with her back straight and shook her head full of helplessness. Wan Yang also heard the murmurs, but she didn't care now. Embroidery building fellows quickly inquired about the specific things ran up to learn to the shopkeeper and Lin Xiaoxiao they listen. Lin Xiaoxiao and Wu Shui is aware of what happened. There is no reaction. The shopkeeper but listened to the dumbfounded. This Li family is also too much of a bad thing. It was simply outrageous. The fellow also followed and said, Boss, that Li family's wife came to our store a few days ago and ordered several pairs of cloths, saying that it was to be prepared for her daughter-in-law and her future grandson. After all, it's all with the money of the other Zhu girl. The shopkeeper is also furious to the extreme. Sell a ghost to them. They are also worthy. All give me a refund. No. Don't refund. All this money turned back to return to Miss Xu. It is really a family of blood-sucking leeches. Beneficent beasts. Lin Xiaoxiao quite admired this shopkeeper. The curse words were really a set of words. As the two men indignantly cursed each other, the fellow pointed downstairs and shouted, Boss, the Li family is here. A few people looked downstairs in unison, and saw that the magistrates of the county government office had escorted the Li family, Li's wife and Li's old man, Li Mu and his daughter-in-law with a big belly, one and not less, and even Li's siblings were escorted, and along the way, that Li's wife was not honest, cursing and swearing. The shopkeeper couldn't sit still. Go. Let's go down and look. After saying this, he also cupped his fists to Lin Xiaoxiao and Wu Shui. You two girls, you take your time to sit down. I'll go down and take a look. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Make yourself at home, shopkeeper. Only then did the shopkeeper lead his mate downstairs and decided to squeeze his way to the front to see what was going on. In the county court, the Li family saw Wan Yang like seeing a ghost. The heart is weak. The county magistrate a few words down let them kneel down, but that Li Mu also insisted on refusing to kneel. I do not know what he said to the county magistrate. The county magistrate angry stood up, scolded a couple of words, and directly let a person hard pressure to kneel down. If Lin Xiaoxiao and Muing Shui were down there, they would have heard the county magistrate scolding. Shiokai can't kneel? Still a Shiokai. You deserve to be this Shiokai. This official will cut your Shiokai merit right now. Originally, the Li family people do not admit, even if there is Li Mu personally set up to Scar's note is also dead, but never thought that the two cases are tried together, are involved in this called Scar's traffickers. Anjuin's boss did not resist the penalty. Directly a brain to all confessed, but also will be Li Mu to climb into the, said that this Li Mu and Scar in his inn to negotiate the price of the note. And even Zhu Wanyang were taken from his inn and another girl at the time. The first time I saw him, he was in his inn with another girl and was taken away together. This time the witnesses and material evidence. Li Mu want to deny cannot. Li old lady also want to try to tear Wanyang. Scolded her heart of the dog lung. Their Li family treat her not thin. Not only to help her handle her parents' affairs, but also to help her take care of the family's property. Said that the name of a crown? But the facts in front of us. Who is right and who is wrong? We are clear. Finally Li Mu human trafficking, abuse of fiancé, combined with Li mother and Li father encroachment of the Zhu family property. Li Mu deprived of merit, sentenced to exile. Li mother and Li father is an accomplice. According to the law of imprisonment for 3 years, the return of all the property of the Zhu family Zhu Wanyang fields, including the first Zhu master and wife to finance the study of the Li Mu of the 200 taels of silver to help Li buy the land. All the return of the Li family still not if the Li family can't pay the money. They will sell the original property of the Li family and return it to them. Such a sentence is nothing but the greatest compensation for Zhu Wanyang. But the money can be recovered. But her innocence can never come back. Finally, strong to the present girl, in the county magistrate sentenced down the moment sobbing. Onlookers of the people have empathy strong are followed by wiping up the tears. There is also a joke in the middle. That Feng Di see the Li family has gone. Fear that they will be implicated. Immediately to clear the relationship with the Li family. Anyway, she has no matchmaking, no employment, and is not a serious daughter-in-law of the Li family. Naturally, cannot follow the Li family together to suffer. This can be the Li mother was furious, in front of the public hall on her cursing, but also said that her stomach and their Li family seed. Now Li Mu was sentenced to exile, cannot come back alive do not know. Feng Di's stomach this child is their hope for the Li family. Who would like to think that this Feng Di is also a tough person? Directly in front of the public hall magistrate and the onlookers of the people admitted to their own counting Li Mu. The child in the womb is not even. The child in her womb is not Li Mu's at all. Li Mu was angry on the spot spitting blood. Li mother is directly angry fainted. The Li family's 2 younger siblings are crying. The entire public hall in chaos. This Feng Di is determined to get rid of the relationship with the Li family. Said the words that call a hard to hear. Will be Li Mu is nothing? Even between the beds of incompetence words are said. Really is not a bit of cheek. Li Mu fought Feng Di on the spot. You guys didn't see it. You saw blood. I guess the child in the belly of this lady Feng is afraid that she won't be able to keep it. Embroidery shopkeeper came back to Lin Xiaoxiao and Muing Shui learned about the matter in the court. In fact, the 2 people in the upstairs to see clearly. The shopkeeper finished also did not forget to lament. This Li family is also regarded as deserved. Is the pity of the Zhu family little lady? This can be how to do in the future. Lin Xiaoxiao and Muing Shui excused themselves and left. And the shopkeeper was still a bit reluctant to leave. This is leaving. It was so hard for someone to eat melon with him. How could he leave? The shopkeeper sent the 2 to the door, not forgetting to wave his hand. Come again next time. Lin Xiaoxiao thought this shopkeeper was also cute. I don't even know if I'll see you again. However, this county magistrate's efficiency Lin Xiaoxiao is still very satisfied. Although in the middle may be more than some of his preconceived notions. Torture to force confessions and condescend to confessions. But at least those bad guys were ambushed, and also got the retribution they deserved. Anjuin's boss is involved in too many cases, pitched a lot of good women, directly sentenced to beheading, those building fellows, but also in accordance with the severity of the crime or accompanied him as a companion, or with Li Mu as a companion. In short, there is no good end. County magistrate adults anxious to let the ghost doctor to his mother treatment. The case of follow-up is personally supervise. Not only sent people to sell the Li family property to make up for the Wan Yang, but also sent people to the scar all their bodies dragged back to the righteous village, to be reported to the Ministry of Justice directly to the case thrown to the mass grave. Li Mu exile. Li mother and Li father in prison. The two younger siblings' county governor did not bother Wan Yang, directly sent back to the Li family relatives. As for how they live in the future, it is not his business. He only need to do the things that the ghost doctor accounted for on the line. Lin Xiaoxiao did what she said. Let Xinming notify the county magistrate. At night, let him get the old lady ready. The ghost doctor will send someone to pick up. Can only take away the old lady alone. If the ghost doctor finds out that the county magistrate dares to send someone to follow or engage in small actions, the disease will not be cured. The magistrate, which has the guts, immediately guaranteed that today will definitely clean up the old lady to see the ghost doctor. Old man. Xinming heard him call him this, and held back from slapping him in the face. Old man. Your whole family is old. Back at the inn, Wan Yang knelt down as soon as she saw Lin Xiaoxiao, first heavily kowtowing 3 times. Lin Xiaoxiao let her finish kowtowing before letting Xiao Qiao help the person up, advising, now that the Li family has gotten what it deserves, pack up and go to Jiangnan with Miss Mu to make a fresh start. This Qing Shui town, Wan Yang should not be able to stay, although now everyone is sympathizing with her. But what about the near future? No one can guarantee that there won't be a rehash of old stories in the future. The safest thing to do would be to leave and start over. And anyway, she'd be able to get by wherever she went after selling off the Zhu family's fortune. Who knows that Wan Yang suddenly knelt down again. Benefactor. Wan Yang doesn't want to go to Jiangnan. Lin Xiaoxiao froze, and after a while she said, it's fine if you have a place to go. I'll send someone to send you there, and since I saved you guys, I'll take care of it to the end if I said I would. You don't have to worry. Wan Yang, however, shook her head. Benefactor. Wan Yang knows that she has become a tainted person and is not worthy of serving by the side of Benefactor, and only begs that Benefactor can give Wan Yang a chance, even if it is to be the lowest of the lowly sprinkler maids, and begs that Benefactor will give Wan Yang a chance to repay her kindness. Ha! No way! Lin Xiaoxiao subconsciously refused. Wan Yang eyes flashed a flash of despair. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, do not misunderstand. I do not dislike you, but I still have important things to do. The past 2 days in order to your business has been delayed for some time, such as to settle you. I'm afraid that I will have to non-stop rush. In fact, you have money in your hands. Where to go can be well. Why do you have to follow her? She saved people just by doing it. She didn't even think of asking them to return the favor. The slave girl will not delay the benefactor. Wan Yang kowtowed and prayed. Come on, the slave girls are all called. Hey, I understand that you're emotionally on top of your head right now. You'd better think about it. Anyway, Miss Mu and the others won't leave for Jiangnan until tomorrow, so go back and think about it. Tomorrow? Lin Xiaoxiao said. After dismissing Wan Yang, Lin Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Jojo asked, what now, miss? Lin Xiaoxiao thought about it and escorted Fifth Brother's group of people who had already redeparted for the capital yesterday. And Fifth Brother asked Kai Lantern to bring her a message that he would leave her a message along the way, letting her finish this side of the matter and then go after him, saying that these people are also pitiful, and that now that she has the ability, she can help out as much as she wants to, and consider it to be a good karmic gesture. Anyway, Kai Lantern followed Fifth Brother all the way. She had nothing to be uneasy about. Along the way Kai Lantern would surely find a way to send her a letter. Even if those people escorted Fifth Brother to the ends of the earth she would be able to find him. Lin Xiaoxiao was filled with helplessness. What else can we do? Once the city gates open we'll run away. That night Let Xinming will be the county master's old lady brought. Lin Xiaoxiao to her after examination found that it is not a serious disease. Only the old man is old. Resistance is poor. So a disease like a mountain. As long as a good medicine, toning, raise a period of time will be able to get well. After prescribing the medicine and writing the precautions and usual diet, Lin Xiaoxiao let Xinming send the old lady back again, after which she quietly packed her bags and ran straight away. By the time Muing Shui realized that Lin Xiaoxiao had disappeared, it was already dawn, and in Lin Xiaoxiao's room, Muing Shui only found a letter and a bottle that Lin Xiaoxiao had left for her. Lin Xiaoxiao wrote on the letter, Shui Shui, I really have something urgent to go. When I am finished I will go to Jiangnan to find you to play. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. There are 3 antidote pills made by the ghost doctor in this bottle. It is a gift for you to keep as a memento for emergencies. Don't be thankful. Let's see each other again with destiny. Lin Xiaoxiao. Muing Shui almost dropped her jaw in shock. She opened the bottle. A fresh and light medicinal fragrance wafted out from the bottle. She felt her spirit lifted after just a single sniff. She hurriedly put the lid on, her hands shaking as she gripped the bottle. Antidote pills? Those people squeezed their heads to want the antidote pills made by the ghost doctor. Xiaoxiao gave her 3 of them at once. 3 ah. After being surprised Muing Shui suddenly cried again. Xiaoxiao is so good. Xiaoxiao is really too good to her. Whoa. Not waiting for Muing Shui to express her emotions, the door rang out urgent shouts. Mu Yingxue hurriedly dried her tears and went out, and saw that the few girls who were going to follow her to Jiangnan were in a hurry. Miss Mu, Wan Yang has disappeared. What? Mu Yingxue was afraid of retaliation from the Li family until someone found the letter she left behind from Wan Yang's room. There are still a few simple words on it. Miss Mu, I won't go to Jiangnan with you. These girls are all poor people, so I'll ask Miss Mu to take good care of them, and I'll leave this money behind as my congratulatory gift to them for starting over. Mu Yingxue picked up a few silver bills from under the teacups on the table, all of which were properties taken back from the Li family. Would Yingxue grieved eyes are red? How one by one even say goodbye? Do not say goodbye. Face to say goodbye is so difficult? Gathering her emotions, Mu Yingxue put away the letters left by Lin Xiaoxiao and Wan Yang, and told them about the money Wan Yang left for these girls. Wan Yang is worried about you all, so she left all the money from the Li family's compensation. You guys pack up, let's leave today. Go to Jiangnan. No one will recognize you. Forget about this past. I know that the harm you have suffered can't be repaired, so let time wash it away. Girls, everything will be fine, Mu Yingxue said. The girls' eyes instantly reddened and tears barred down their faces, but even so, they were strong enough to return to their rooms, pack up their things, put on their bags, and bravely take that step to follow Mu Yingxue towards their new lives. On the official road outside of Qingshui town, Lin Xiaoxiao received a message from her secret guards and lifted the curtain to see the person who was struggling to trot all the way behind the carriage. It looked like she had been running along for a long time. Her face was pale, her hair was messy, and the whole thing looked in a state of disarray. She even fell several times, but she didn't catch up and yell at them. She just followed so far away. Xiaoxiao see her some heart, miss. She is also too obsessive. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. She thought that she could sneak away, but as a result, they left in the front foot, and Wan Yang caught up with her bag in the back foot, and it was only after they had walked for a long distance that they realized that this person was following them, and they were a horse carriage. Ah, and this person was hardened to follow the horse carriage for several miles. Uncle Shun, stop. Lin Xiaoxiao called out to Shen Ming. Shen Ming stopped the carriage, and Lin Xiaoxiao asked Hong Ying to go over and bring Wan Yang over. Wan Yang stumbled on her feet, already close to her limit, but she still clenched her teeth and held on, and when she stumbled to the ground again, she saw a pair of dark green embroidered shoes appear in front of her, and as soon as she raised her head, she was confronted with Hong Lian's cool face that didn't have much of an expression on it. Wan Yang cringed. Miss Hong Ying, Hong Ying helped her up. Miss wants to see you. After saying that, she half-supported, half-carried Wan Yang to the side of the carriage. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the embroidered shoes on Wan Yang's feet that were worn out. Why are you doing this? Isn't it good to follow Miss Mu to Jiangnan? Lin Xiaoxiao was helpless. Wan Yang just hung her head down, her thin body shaking, but still clenched her teeth and insisted. Wan Yang has nothing else to ask for in this life. She only wants to repay the favor. If it wasn't for Miss, Wan Yang would already be a corpse at this time. How are you so stubborn? My miss help you to save you and not figure you to return the favor. Now this is made like my miss is not. Save you also be you haunted. Xiao Qiao said nonchalantly. Jojo. Lin shook her head at her. Wan Yang's body was already shaky. Xiao Qiao's words also made her change her face. She directly knelt down and kept explaining. Wan Yang didn't mean to pester miss. I really didn't. I really just wanted to repay the favor. You get up first. Wait until we discuss this. Lin Xiaoxiao went back inside the carriage and called Shen Ming in as well. Uncle Shun, you come in as well. Shen Ming followed Lin Xiaoxiao's master and servant into the carriage. Sitting in the carriage, the three girls looked at Shen Ming in unison. Shen Ming was confused. Young lord, what are you looking at me for? Lin Xiaoxiao spread her hands rightfully. Uncle Shun, you're the oldest here. You come up with an idea. After all, she was going to go with fifth brother to get things going. Bringing someone without martial arts around her would require her to take care of her in case of a fight. Shen Ming asked, is young lord leaving her behind? Lin Xiaoxiao asked rhetorically. Whisked away? She didn't hate Wan Yang as a person. On the contrary, she quite appreciated her decisiveness and determination, as well as her stoicism. She just felt that she was a bit too pedantic, and just for the sake of repaying a favor, she almost ran herself out of business. Now that the people have followed up, they can't be lost again halfway. Shen Ming hesitated for a moment before saying, it's not quite appropriate to take her on the road. Why don't we send her to the right guardian? The right guardian's mostly women. It's more convenient to take care of her a bit. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Yes, there's still her aunt. After several people discussed, they got off the carriage. Lin Xiaoxiao said to Wan Yang, since you don't want to stay in Qingshui town, and don't want to go to Jiangnan, I'll send you to a place where there will be someone to take good care of you. I have something to do right now. There's no way I can bring you around, But I want to make it clear to you that since you've decided to follow me, there's no room for betrayal. I'm not a person with much of a temper, but I am not a person to be taken advantage of. You can hold on to this day. I'm not a man with a temper, but I'm also not a man to be pinned down and counted. You can insist on today. It shows that your own heart is a person with an idea. I don't care why you must follow me. Repayment of kindness or other or not. We have to say in front of the ugly words. If there is a day that I find that you betrayed me or have a different heart, I will not let you off so easily. Do you understand? Wan Yang knelt and nodded her head. Slave girl knows. Slave girl has nothing else to ask for but to repay master for saving her life. From now on, Wan Yang's life is master's. Slave girl swears to heaven that she will never betray master to harm him, or else she will not be allowed to die by heavenly punishment. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded silently. Xiao Xiao handed over a piece of paper. This is the deed of sale. You sign it. Wan Yang took over and signed her name and fingerprints, before taking out the land deed and house deed in her baggage to give to Lin Xiaoxiao. Slave girl left those properties of the Li family to the wooden girl to resettle those girls. This is all that's left. Slave girl's life was saved by the master. Although these are not much, they are also a little bit of the slave girl's heart to the master. Lin Xiaoxiao doesn't want it. These are what your parents left you. Keep them for yourself. In the future when you meet someone you like, keep them as a dowry. Get up. We have to hurry. When we get to the next town you take a rest. I'll have someone send you to my aunt's place. You'll stay at my aunt's place for now. I'll go look for you when I'm done. Wan Yang didn't dare to have any objections and cowed out and answered yes. The group set off again. Lin Xiaoxiao asked her to enter the carriage to rest. Wan Yang refused. She followed the run all the way. Her body was covered in dirt. Don't dirty the master's carriage. So she just stayed outside and sat on the edge of the carriage with Shin Ming. On the way Wan Yang didn't say a word, just sat honestly. Shin Ming looked at her a few times and sighed helplessly. The group traveled for a few days before arriving at the next city. And just as they entered the city, a sparrow flew onto Lin Xiaoxiao's carriage, chirping. Lin Xiaoxiao stretched out her hand, and the little sparrow landed on Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, its beak still chirping. Other people do not understand, but Lin Xiaoxiao understand. This is the color lamp let come to give her message friend. The small sparrow told Lin Xiaoxiao. Fifth brother they just left this morning. Color lamp let it again here to wait for Lin Xiaoxiao, so that Lin Xiaoxiao do not have to worry about the fifth brother along the way quite good. In addition to being locked in a cage, those who eat and drink did not treat him poorly. Lin Xiaoxiao was relieved and pretended to get something from her bag, but instead, she touched a handful of grain from space and fed it to the little sparrow to let it go. This place is called Xingdan City. It is already not far from the capital. Knowing that fifth brother is fine, Lin Xiaoxiao is not in a hurry to leave, and the group temporarily stayed in Xingdan City. Compared to the previous few towns, this place, because of its proximity to the capital and being the hub city in the middle, had a large population and the city was more prosperous, and the group found an inn to stay in. All the way Wan Yang was doing her best to do her job, busy serving Lin Xiaoxiao, looking at her dedicated appearance. If she didn't have important things to do on her trip to the capital, Lin Xiaoxiao might have taken her with her. Packing up the bed for Lin Xiaoxiao, Wan Yang retreated to guard the door. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, since Wan Yang wanted to stay. Then in the future it would be her people. This is not the Tianlang village. The people aren't as simple and kind as the people in the village, and Wan Yang is still so adamant that she wants to follow her. To be honest, Lin Xiaoxiao wouldn't trust her so easily. However, since she had chosen herself, Lin Xiaoxiao would also give her a chance. And if Wan Yang really had no other agenda and did absolute loyalty to her, she would not treat Wan Yang poorly. Miss, it's so lively down there. Xiao Qiao leaned next to the window and looked at the street not far away. People coming and going was very lively. The roadside was full of stalls. People of all shapes and sizes were walking around on the street. Lin Xiaoxiao thought that all the way over, they hadn't had a good time. And now that they weren't in a hurry to catch up with fifth brother, they could go for a stroll and have some fun, as well as check out the local customs. It's still early in the hour. Let's just go out for a stroll, Lin Xiaoxiao said. Jojo was overjoyed. Great. The three of them packed up steadily and went out. Wan Yang was at the door. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao come out, she respectfully wanted to salute. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand. Don't be too nervous. There aren't that many rules when you go out. Let's go. Let's go out and sneak around and see the customs of this Xingdan city. Yes. Wan Yang respectfully answered and walked behind Xiao Qiao. The four of them went downstairs together, and the fellow saw them come down and hurriedly greeted them, asking with a wide-eyed smile, Miss, are you going out? I don't blame him for being enthusiastic. It's really because this young lady is beautiful and generous. Just now he was rewarded with 2 taels of silver. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and asked, Little brother too, we are passing through here. May I ask if there are any interesting places in this town? Little brother heard. Hurriedly counted, "Miss, if you want to shop to buy things on this street in front of our door. This is the most lively street in Shingdan City. The street store is a wide range of stores. Miss, want to buy what can be bought? Buy clothes, jewelry to the east to go. There is a row of several, which belongs to the Xiao family's business is the best. The latest style." In addition to the small, also heard that the Xiao family store also sells a kind of rouge powder called medicinal makeup, which I heard that added a variety of valuable herbs. The skin can be good. Lin Xiaoxiao heard the corners of her mouth twitching. Medicinal makeup, that is something she tinkered with. In the beginning just to give Xiao George's face pimples, and then was seen by Xiao to back to the village, and then it was out of control. What about the others? Lin asked. The fellow added, "If Miss wants to try the various cuisines of our Shingdan city, then head west. There's a snack street over there that's full of our Shingdan city's specialties." After saying that, he carefully glanced over to the counter before whispering, "Miss, if you want to eat it, go to the Xiao family's restaurant. Their family has something called hot pot. It's called a delicacy, and it's not a usual enjoyable meal." Xiao Xiao is going to be unable to hold back. "Can we have something they don't know? The hot pot is still there, young lady made it. Where are these not? Are there any other fun places?" Jojo said directly. The fellow scratched his head and said with a smile, "There are really not many places suitable for a girl to play, but there is a Lingyin pavilion in the south of the city, where there are specialists in listening to books and singing songs, and if the timing is good, you can also stumble upon a song and dance performance." Lin Xiaoxiao decided not to asking half the time about her own stuff. "Thank you, little brother, too. Let's go stroll around by ourselves." Lin Xiaoxiao nodded slightly and led Xiao Qiao's trio to prepare to leave, just as a carriage stopped outside the inn, and from the carriage came down an old woman dressed in rich clothes, accompanied by a small maid serving respectfully. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't want to get in the way of the owner's business, so she moved to the side a bit so that the old man and the young man could come in. Lin Xiaoxiao was still discussing with Xiao Qiao about where to go shopping in a while, but the old woman who had entered the door suddenly stopped, her eyes staring straight at her, the bottom of her eyes full of astonishment and incredulity. "Madam?" the old woman almost blurted out. Then realizing what she had said, she hurriedly changed her face, retracted the gaze that had fallen on Lin Xiaoxiao's face, and pretended not to see her as she generally entered the inn. Lin Xiaoxiao gave her back a strange look, her eyebrows slightly raised, completely missing the old woman's nervousness as she was helped by her maid to walk past her. "Let's go." Lin Xiaoxiao swept a glance at the old woman and led the three of them out of the inn. Almost as soon as the four of them had left, the old woman turned her head and chased after them to the door, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's back and muttering, "How is this possible?" The little maid at her side looked at her strangely. "Sister, what's wrong?" A flicker of panic flashed under the old woman's eyes and she shook her head. "It's nothing." It so happened that at this time the fellow who had just come over to ask if they were going to stay in the store, the old woman fished out a couple of silver from her bosom and gave it to the fellow, and asked directly, "Please ask little brother, did that young lady just now live here?" The fellow smiled and collected the reward money and replied, "Yes." The old woman, not knowing what she was thinking, asked again, "Is she alone?" The fellow's heart immediately alerted. This old woman, as soon as she entered the door to inquire about a young girl, it does not have any ideas. Just now he saw this old woman staring at the other lady half a day. Is this because you see a pretty lady and want to pry? That young lady had given him a reward of 2 taels of silver. He couldn't do anything to apologize to others, so he smiled and replied back, I'm a fellow who doesn't know much about it." The old sister understood that this was not going to be said, and knowing that it would not be possible to find out from the fellow's mouth, the old sister had the maid do the checking in, and went up the stairs as well. Once Lin Xiaoxiao and the girls were out the door, she passed a wink to Hong Ying, who nodded slightly and walked away. Xiao Qiao glanced at her and didn't ask anything, but silently stood up to where Hong Ying had been before and accompanied Lin Xiaoxiao in her stroll, and Wan Yang was still a half a step behind and following closely. After Red Tassel left, she found the secret guards following them and sent someone back to keep an eye on that pair of master and servant. The way that old woman looked at the young master, there was definitely something wrong. Lin Xiaoxiao might not have paid attention when she was talking to Xiao Qiao, but she had noticed the whole time that the first thing that came out of this old woman's eyes when she saw the young master was shock and fear, followed by surprise. Their young master had hardly ever left Wolf Mountain, and had never met with this old woman, so why was she so scared to see the young master? After instructing the secret guards, Hong Ying returned to Lin Xiaoxiao's side. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Qiao were walking and strolling around, checking out the knickknacks that were set up on the roadside stalls every now and then, and when Hong Ying came back, Lin Xiaoxiao was holding a mask in her hands. "Young lord, it's done," Red Tassel reported back. Lin nodded and put the half-fox mask on her face, smiling and asking, "How is it? Does it look good?" Hong Ying had always been unsmiling, but seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's smile still eased the look on her face, revealing a smile. It looks good. The young lord looks good in anything. Lin Xiaoxiao happily put the mask right back on, and Xiaoxiao silently went up and paid for it. With the mask covering her, there were always fewer people on the street looking at her. A few people wandered all the way over. Lin Xiaoxiao looked bye-bye. Even Wan Yang's head was inserted into a very chic bead flower. Red tassel hand is a big bag carrying. Sister Honging, let me get it for you. Wan Yang mustered half a day's worth of courage before she dared to go and talk to Honging. The red tassel was not polite with her, and put half of it directly into her hand, and followed it up again without a word. Wan Yang hurriedly picked up her things and chased after them. Strolling around, they arrived at the street with many stores that the fellow said. Xiao Xiao pointed to a large Xiao character hanging on the side of a store not far away. Miss, the Xiao family's embroidery building. Lin Xiaoxiao held up the mask on her face and walked over that way. Let's go and see if they've gotten anything good lately. And by the way, I'll add a few new clothes for you guys. Lin Xiaoxiao also just casually said that if the Xiao family got something good, they would all send it to the village at the first opportunity. And there were already quite a few piled up in her space. Once into the store, the inside of the female staff to welcome out. The Xiao family. This embroidery building is a set of several categories as one. Fabric, clothing, rouge and powder, jewelry, just like a modern large-scale women's shopping plaza. A total of 3 floors, in addition to a variety of displays on the first floor. Is something ordinary? Good things are on the second floor. The third floor, the national embroidery building of the Xiao family are the same. Lin Xiaoxiao wore a mask and was alone with 3 more maids, attracting the attention of those customers in the store as soon as she entered. Come here to shop are some ladies and young ladies. In addition to the initial curiosity, Lin Xiaoxiao followed the guys to go shopping to retrieve the curious eyes of their own shopping their own. Lin Xiaoxiao turned around on the first floor and spoke directly to the female fellow. Go upstairs and take a stroll. The female fellow's eyes lit up and she hurriedly and respectfully led Lin Xiaoxiao's 4 people up to the second floor. Compared to the first floor, the things on the second floor are much more exquisite. Lin Xiaoxiao casually strolled around, from time to time picking up those fabrics to look at, but also just look at it and then put it down. They are now buying material is not convenient to make clothes. Still have to rush it, or have to buy ready-made clothes. The female fellow learned of their needs and hurriedly led the 4 to the room where the ready-made clothes were hung. Seeing the 2 tall mannequins at the door, Lin Xiaoxiao almost didn't laugh. She didn't think that Brother Xiao had also put a wig on these models. It was really like that. After turning around, Lin Xiaoxiao picked 2 sets of clothes for Hongying Xiaoxiao and Wan Yang. Hongying and Xiaoxiao were used to it, but Wan Yang was flattered. Master, slave girl doesn't need it. Wan Yang hurriedly refused. She followed her benefactor. How could she still let her benefactor buy things for her? Lin Xiaoxiao took a buff-colored dress and compared it to her body. Nodding, you still fit this color. Spirit, it's it. Lin Xiaoxiao handed the dress to the female fellow. The female fellow smiled happily and wrote down this dress on Lin Xiaoxiao's shopping list, waiting until finally Lin Xiaoxiao had picked them all out before packing them together and sending them to the mansion. What about the third floor? Anything good on the third floor yet? Turned half a day. Lin Xiaoxiao bought them a lot, but they did not pick the same. Once she heard that she wants to go to the third floor, the female fellow that isn't excited and happy today can be considered to meet a big patron. Even the price do not ask. Directly let her wrap up. If this goes to the third floor, as long as this young lady casually looks at one thing on the third floor, then her bonus for this month will be secure. Just now the third floor. Female fellow's heart a tangle, but in the end her want-to-do performance overrides the heart of that a trace of scruples. As long as the time to go up a little attention, do not let the 2 people against should be fine. However, the female fellow still explained to Lin Xiaoxiao in advance. Miss, the third floor has indeed come with a lot of new goods. It's just that there's a valued guest upstairs right now. Miss, if you don't mind, I'll lead Miss up. Well, it's fine. We'll stroll around on our own. We won't cause any trouble for you, Lin Xiaoxiao said very sweetly. The female fellow appreciated Lin Xiaoxiao's understanding and led her up to the third floor. Not compared to the first floor and second floor. The third floor of the Xiao family embroidery building is designed to be a fresh and elegant, noble. Even the pattern and layout are different from the downstairs. The third floor, in addition to the center of the round hall, surrounded by a number of private rooms. The guests only need to sit and drink tea and eat snacks in the private rooms. There will be people to send things up to the guests to choose. Lin Xiaoxiao saw that there was already someone in one of the private rooms, because the entire third floor waiters were concentrated at the entrance of that room. She just couldn't even think of not paying attention. The female fellow saw the situation is a little embarrassed, hastily invited Lin Xiaoxiao into the private room and sat down, and hurriedly poured the tea, took down the snacks from the cabinet and set up, gave Lin Xiaoxiao to compensate for the gift and rushed to go over there to call the people. Unexpectedly that female fellow not only people did not call over a few, but also by the people in that room was scolded. I don't know if the other party did it on purpose, but the sound was so loud that even Lin Xiaoxiao's side heard it. My lady hasn't chosen yet. What's the hurry? The female fellow made a burst of amends and said that she didn't need too many people, just 2 people to give her a hand. But she didn't want that arrogant voice to ring out again. Then let her wait until our young lady finishes choosing. The female fellow was on the verge of tears. Had she known she would have brought that young lady up later. Just at this moment, the master of the private room spoke up. Green Summer, it's just 2 people. You let her lead them away. Why start a verbal fight with them? It's out of character. Right. You first see who's here. If it's a sister please come over and join them. The voices on their side Lin Xiaoxiao on their side heard everything. Xiao Xiao skimmed her mouth and muttered. Really good at pretending. Really so understanding. That female fellow should have let go when she went over to ask for someone. Lin Xiaoxiao silently picked up her teacup and drank tea. The arrogant and bossy maid called Green Summer really did look their way out of the booth. And Xiao Xiao glared straight back. That Green Summer looked at half a day. Saw a few dress ordinary vulgar maids. Go back to return a sentence. Miss, slave girl has not seen. This Jinqiu building is now really not pay attention at all. What shabby people dare to bring to the 3rd floor? A laugh came from the private room. Followed by, LV Xia. How many times have I told you not to judge people by their appearance? This temper of yours, really let me spoil it. The female fellow's face reddened. In the end, she had no choice but to return with an indignant salute, only to see that the shopping list recorded in her hand was pinched and wrinkled with anger, and her eyes were red. She apologized to Lin Xiaoxiao. Miss, I really can't apologize to Miss. It's all because I didn't think it through. If you don't mind, I'll just make a few more trips, and if you want to look at anything, the slave girl will get it for you herself. Xiao Xiao hummed. Looked at the female fellow this appearance, directly skimmed the mouth and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. It's not your fault. Straighten your back. You are a fellow of this store, not someone's lackey. Humph. Don't be intimidated by some dogfighting things. A few words for you. Stand straight. How can you take something to my lady later like this? The female fellow wanted to cry without tears. The heart also repented. Should come up later. See Chow Chow like this. The female fellow hurriedly pulled her to keep shaking her head. Explained in a low voice. Over there is the governor's family's daughter. A word said pitifully. These nobles are not they can offend these people. Xiao Chow simply do not buy the account. Directly said, I care what she thousands of gold. This embroidery building open door business. Door are customers. This 3 floors and not only entertain her one person. Why let people all have to serve her one? Why does she need so many people? When did the rules of Fairview House become like this? Besides, if so many people take half a day's worth of food, can they all buy it? They're just picking and choosing and only end up buying 1 or 2 items, all with 1 nose and 2 eyes. So what's the point of pretending? Lin Xiaoxiao continued to drink tea silently, but the corners of her mouth couldn't hold back the smile, leaving space for Xiao Xiao to play. After all, Jojo's fighting strength was such that he could scold all the small and big boys in the Skywolf village all by himself. Xiao Xiao was really not polite at all. That side directly can't sit still. They taunted Lin Xiaoxiao and her party shabby. Xiao Xiao directly yin and yang they can't afford it. Who can sit still? Greensia directly rushed out, pointing at Xiao Xiao and said angrily, who are you saying can't afford it? Xiao Xiao sneered, her arms around her chest. Who should say who chanting? What? Here your home open I speak delay you thing? Greensia pointed at Xiao Xiao. And what are you that dares to be arrogant here? Do you know who my lady is? I don't care who you are. I'm just asking you if this place is owned by your family. Can you afford to serve so many people by yourself? This is still a small number of customers today. What if there are more customers today? All have to wait for you? Who do you think you are? Xiao Xiao grunted twice. Small like. Dare to quarrel with me. Angry or not you. You. Green Summer really anxious. Where she has seen this kind of battle. Those family ladies even quarrel that is also weak. When have met such as the city shrew while scolding the street people. Stifled half a day. Green Summer only to top a sentence back. Then you and what a thing. Here your family opened it you care so much. Xiao Xiao raised an eyebrow. You say is not a coincidence. But also really their family miss open. This embroidery building her family miss but accounted for the dividends. In the head of a variety of things their family miss can be contributed to the design. The governor's daughter in the private room was finally unable to sit still, and personally walked out wanting to see what kind of person dared to be so arrogant, not even giving face to her. The governor's daughter. But a glance over, only to see 3 shabbily dressed maids. The one sitting is also plainly dressed, also wearing a mask. Even the real face does not dare to show people. The governor's daughter's face instantly sank, and she said directly to the 3rd floor steward, Are none of the guests of the Fairview house picky anymore? What kind of messy people can come up to the third floor to buy things now? Xiao Xiao was just about to dislike her back when Lin Xiaoxiao's ears twitched and she tugged on Xiao Xiao's sleeve without a trace. Xiao Xiao froze for a moment, thinking that the lady had something to command, when she heard a voice as warm as the warm sun coming from the other side of the staircase. Indeed, my 3 floors should be reorganized, and I shouldn't put up any cats and dogs. Hearing this voice, the governor's daughter's face was pleased and she hurriedly changed her posture. Lin Xiaoxiao sat steadily, but it was Xiao Xiao who curiously glanced that way, always feeling that the voice was somewhat familiar. Not long after, from the stairs that came up to a young man in his 20s, a folding fan in his hand, a long shirt in moonlight white, a jade crown to tie his hair on top of his head. It is really warm and gentle as jade, a jade tree, a wind. Boss Xiao, the governor's daughter shyly and timidly made a bow. That really is a good girl who knows what she's doing. Where is the shadow of the arrogance of a moment ago? Jojo's eyes lit up. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. After seeing the governor's daughter again this way, Xiao Xiao disgustedly skimmed his mouth. What the hell? This change of face speed not to go to be a playwright are a pity. As soon as Xiao Jingzi came up, he first glanced at the young girl wearing a small fox mask over there before noticing the governor's daughter. He nodded lightly. So it's Ms. Chun. He still thought it was someone who dared to mess with their Xiao family's treasure, but it was just a governor's daughter. Simply not self-conscious. When Chen Mingzhu saw Xiao Jingzi greet her, her face instantly reddened, and it was so charming and attractive. Trouble for Boss Xiao. Mingzhu is just hearing that new goods have come to Fairview House today, so she is ready to come and pick a few pieces. But she didn't want to meet such unreasonable people. Fortunately Boss Xiao came. Otherwise Mingzhu wouldn't know what to do. This wickedness is really well acted. Xiao Jingzi didn't have much of an expression. He just slowly shook his folding fan to look at the third floor steward. Your bonus for this month is gone. When that steward heard that, her face just turned white, but she still honestly answered. Fortunately it was just deducting this month's bonus, not directly letting her roll away. Chen Mingzhu see the situation hurriedly understanding opening. Xiao boss, not about the stewardship of the matter. Really they come up indiscriminately to be served. My side really did not choose to delay for a while. Did not expect them to begin to sneer. Is really. What a desire to smear Lin Xiaoxiao and the girls. Xiao Xiao laughed coldly. Opened, really should be the words. The dog that bites are not silent. This lady said that it is are not. We did not say anything from the up. This fellow is just the pass to borrow 2 people to give her a hand. Did not say that we have to call all the people over. It was your maid to the life of a good humiliation, but also ridiculed us shabby. So many people are serving you one. Several idle. According to you so say this brocade building to do your business alone. You have the money you can afford. You buy all the things on the 3rd floor. That's what you will do. I'll serve you one. Several idle. According to you so say, this embroidery building will do your business. You have money you can afford. You buy all the things of the 3 floors. Then we now immediately go. You? I have never said so. You guys are too deceitful. Chen Mingzhu's eyes reddened. When she was really aggrieved to the extreme, she reddened her eyes and looked at Xiao Jingzi with an aggrieved and pitiful face. Boss Xiao. Xiao Xiao laughed again. Yo. You look like this to whom to see it. If I remember correctly, if the boss has been married to Xiao, right? People in Mrs. Married. You put this with who winks it. Do not know shame. Xiao Jingzi was speechless for a while. This Xiao Xiao was still the same as before. Really didn't change at all. But Xiao Xiao was right. He had to stay away from these women. Xiao Jingzi silently took a few steps to the side and moved away from Chen Mingzhu. Chen Mingzhu, perhaps having been poked and prodded, and seeing this reaction from Xiao Jingzi, instantly turned pale. Green Summer saw her own master being humiliated. Where could she stand? And immediately said angrily, you bitch, you dare to insult my young lady's innocence. Let's see if I don't tear your mouth off. He said that he was going to come up and hit Jojo. Xiao Jingzi held his forehead and hurriedly asked someone to stop Green Summer. He was doing it for her own good, or else he would have really rushed up there and he would have ended up having to pay for the medical bills, which was just not cost effective. Chen Mingzhu was really crying this time. She was soft and weak to fall down and looked at Xiao Jingzi. Is Boss Xiao just going to watch these unruly people humiliate me? Xiao Jingzi's eyelids jumped, scolding their family's precious unruly people. If this is known to Grandpa, not to mention one governor, even 10 governors will have bad luck. Miss Chen. Things I have heard clearly before downstairs. How the fact that Miss Chen own heart clear. And why make a mess? Everyone is embarrassed it. This Jinsho building to open the door to do business, but also is not only to do Miss Chen a person's business. Door to door is a guest. There is no reason not to entertain. After saying this, Xiao Jingzi glanced at Xiao Xiao again, full of helplessness, and opened his mouth. Just now this girl said something really not too good. How about this? What Miss Chen looks at today? as shall a certain girl for this girl to Miss Chen to make amends. Come on people. Send the things that Miss Chen picks to the governor's mansion. Even if Chen Mingzhu wanted to hit Xiao Jing's idea, this time she was also angry. Boss Xiao, I am at least the miss of the governor's family. Why do you have to help these unruly people humiliate me? Xiao Jingza opened his folding fan and fanned it in a dashing manner. Does Miss Chen have to have Xiao make a big deal out of it? The people in my building are not stupid nor blind and deaf. Xiao Jingza smiled slightly, but his eyes were icy cold, looking at Chen Mingzhu a shiver. But she was still not happy. On what grounds? She's nothing. Does Boss Xiao really want to offend my father for such a wild girl? Xiao Jingza's face instantly sank. Miss Chen, be careful what you say. You should know that trouble comes out of the mouth. Lin Xiaoxiao saw Xiao Jingza getting angry, and only then did she speak. Forget it, she's at least the daughter of a governor's family. Don't go too far. Xiao Jingza, who am I overdoing it for? What a heartless little girl. Xiao Jingza slowly walked over to Lin Xiaoxiao's side and touched her head with a doting face. Why didn't you let anyone notify me when you came? If it wasn't for Xiao Jian seeing Shen Ming, I wouldn't have known that you had come. Lin Xiaoxiao laughed, a touch of innocence. I didn't know you were here either. It's been a long time cruising around the family business, and I just happened to arrive here. Tired, aren't you? I had someone prepare your favorite snacks. They will be sent up in a moment. Xiao Jingza's face was soft. The doting in his eyes was even more to overflow, looking at Chen Mingzhu with envy and jealousy. At this time, where could she not see that Xiao Jingza and this wild girl knew each other? She could not help but say angrily, is this the way of hospitality at Boss Zhao's Jinsho house? Joining forces to bully a weak girl like me. As soon as Xiao Jingza's folding fan was closed and he was about to kick people out, someone else came up on the other side of the stairs. Then I'd like to see what kind of weak woman can be so forceful. As soon as Xiao Jingza heard the voice, he immediately changed his face and looked over to the stairs with a big smile, only to see a graceful young lady with a big belly being helped up the stairs by the maids and maids. Seeing the visitor, Chen Mingzhu's face just changed. Xiao Jingza had already walked over quickly. Why did you come? Still with a big belly over, how inconvenient. The young lady smiled, put her hand on Xiao Jingza's hand and ranted. Where is so delicate? Xiao said. I should just walk around more. There are two in this belly. More walking to give birth easily. Xiao Jingza helped his wife walk over, and Chen Mingzhu hurriedly saluted. Greetings to County Lord Fuan. County Lord Fuan coldly glanced at Chen Mingzhu. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be Miss Chen. What? Does Miss Chen mean that my husband bullied you? Chen Mingzhu's face sank. No, Mingzhu wouldn't dare. Humph. This county mistress sees that you dare. County Lord Fuan was not polite at all. Chen Mingzhu's face went white. 2 years ago Xiao Jingza married today's His Highness the King of Fu's Pearl Fuan County Lord. Married when Lin Xiaoxiao and Tian Yuanzi also quietly came to drink the wedding wine. After the marriage of the two have not been children. Found Lin Xiaoxiao. After Lin Xiaoxiao's conditioning, Fuan County Lord finally conceived. And also at once to get two. Can be the Xiao family and the King of Fu are very happy. Lin Xiaoxiao is even more grateful to not be able to. Fu Wang has never asked about the government. Is the Tianlong state's famous king of the free, followed by the Xiao family to do business at sea, earned a lot of money. The money is more than half of all the money into the treasury. Fuan County, as a blessed king of the pearl, but also to get the heart of the Holy Spirit. In the Tianlong state's status and the status of the princess is no different. At this time Chen Mingzhu was here. She did not even look at a glance. Directly came to Lin Xiaoxiao's side, pulling her to talk. How to still wear a mask. This person look how to be thin again. I said that the mountains are no longer good, but also do not feed people. Let you come to live in the Xiao family and you refuse. Let me see. Can be bullied? Lin Xiaoxiao obediently took off her mask and sweetly called out. Sister-in-law. AI. You're really something too. You didn't tell us when you came. If we hadn't come over today, wouldn't you have been foolishly bullied by some cat or dog? Sheriff Fuan pulled Lin Xiaoxiao to sit down, pressing Chen Mingzhu. It wasn't until she chatted with Lin Xiaoxiao for a while and asked her about this journey over that after half a day it was as if she had remembered Chen Mingzhu in general that she faintly said, why is Miss Chen still here? Is it possible that you still want this county princess to give you any explanation? Chen Mingzhu face a burst of green, a burst of white, angry fast to the handkerchief in the hand to crush, directly said, County Master do not know. Just now is clearly they bully too much. This girl is even more coarse and despicable. Abused my maid Green Summer. Even. Chen Mingzhu wanted to say something, and those eyes kept glancing towards Xiao Jingza's body. Countess Fu Wen's face instantly darkened. Sister. Slap your mouth. The sister who followed Countess Fu Wen directly stepped forward without saying a word and gave Chen Mingzhu a big mouth. And that hit was a clean hit. Chen Mingzhu was directly struck silly. Inertia made her fall to the ground, and LV Xia rushed forward to support her. Sheriff, although you are the sheriff, but you can't indiscriminately beat people. Miss, How are you doing, miss? Green Summer blurted out in a hurry. County Lord Fuan just slightly raised her eyebrows. That sister had already pulled Green Xia up by her hair, and directly slapped a few times left and right and threw them on the ground. Where did the dog slaves come from? And also dare to speak to our county lord like this? Come on, people. Drag them down and beat them to death with random sticks. Green Xia came back to her senses from her surprise. Only panic remained, and began to beg for mercy. Sheriff Master, spare your life. Sheriff Master, spare your life. Slave girl didn't do it on purpose. Slave girl is worried about my young lady. Please, Sheriff Master, spare your life. The sister didn't even care and directly ordered the maid she brought with her in a cold voice. What are you all standing there for? Don't drag them down yet. The two maids went up and pulled Green Xia, who was so scared that she cried incoherently, Miss, save me, miss. Chen Mingzhu sat crookedly on the ground, unable to believe that Sheriff Fuan was really going to pull her maid down and beat her to death. She was angry and jealous, but the identity is inferior. Chen Mingzhu had to endure, but in her heart, she held a grudge against this wild girl who suddenly appeared. If not for her, how could she be so humiliated? Sheriff Lord, Green Summer, she didn't do it on purpose. I beg Sheriff Lord to be merciful. In the end, she was her own maid. If she really let County Lord Fuan dispose of Alexia today, in the future, how would she, the governor's daughter, still be able to gain a foothold in Qingdan City? Seeing this, Countess Fuan faintly raised her hand, and the maid stopped and threw Greensia to the ground. Greensia didn't dare to open her mouth again, and could only kneel on the ground and shiver. Fuan County Lord does not really want to dispose of anyone. She has never been a person who indiscriminately shouts and kills. That is, the subordinate of the house made a mistake, also just directly sold. She did this, is to tell Chen Mingzhu, what people can be messed with, what people cannot be messed with. Since Miss Chen is pleading for her, then this county princess will ignore her rudeness. This is for Miss Chen's sake. Chen Mingzhu's mouthful of silver teeth were clenched, but she still had to respectfully say thank you. Yes, many thanks to County Princess. County Lord Fuan added. Miss Chen just now didn't seem to finish her words. I wonder what else this girl Chow Chow said, so that Miss Chen can be so unforgiving. Chen Mingzhu's mouthful of old blood was about to spurt out. Who in the world was the one who was unforgiving? Her face was flushed red. The slap marks on her face were still evident. Now where would she dare to say what Xiao Xiao had just said? If she let County Lord Fuan know that someone was thinking about her husband, the consequences could be imagined. Nope, nothing more. Chen Mingzhu hurriedly replied. Xiao Xiao, however, didn't want to let her go, and directly said, reporting to the county princess. Just now, the slave girl was able to see it clearly. She was throwing winks to the Grand Duke one after another, and also pretended to be pitiful in front of the Grand Duke, saying that we were bullying her. Fortunately, the Grand Duke was not paying attention to her at all, or else she still didn't know what she was going to do. Xiao Jingza was caught in the crossfire and hurriedly denied it. Yes, daughter-in-law, I didn't. I came up to look at Xiao Xiao's sister. I didn't pick her up. Lin Xiao Xiao nodded. Well, I testify that brother Xiao really didn't look at her. Countess Fuan glared at Xiao Jingza. Measure you wouldn't dare. Chen Mingzhu secretly hated the fact that they were humiliating themselves in unison, but she also knew what to say and do at this time, and hurriedly denied it. Sheriff, don't listen to her. There is no such thing. I just want to look for Boss Xiao to administer justice. And there is nothing of the sort that she said. Really? Then it seems it's all a misunderstanding. I think we should just let this matter go. Miss Chen is a great lady. She will definitely not take it personally, right? County Lord Fuan looked at her with a smile, as if she had forgotten about the fact that she had just let someone slap her across the face. Chen Mingzhu was indignant in her heart, but she could only break her teeth and swallow it in her stomach. What the county princess said was a misunderstanding. Of course, if one ignores that red palm print on her face, only then did County Lord Fuan let her go, and said softly to Xiao Jingzhe, Sir, Miss Chen was frightened. We should make amends. Just now Sir also said that the things Miss Chen picked out today will be given to her. I think it's feasible. Just take it as our amends to Miss Chen. How about it? Xiao Jingzhe hurriedly nodded his head. Of course. Then, listen to Madam. Although County Lord Fuan was speaking to Xiao Jingzhe, those eyes kept looking at Chen Mingzhu. Sheriff Lord, there's no need. Chen Mingzhu instead refused directly. Countess Fuan didn't give her a chance to refuse. To be. Come on people. Send the things that Miss Chen is interested in directly to the governor's family. If the governor or the other people ask, just tell the truth. Miss Chen suffered from the wrongs in our Jinqiu building. These are the county's reparation gifts. Chen Mingzhu is more disgusting than eating a fly. This is not plainly telling the people of Jinqiu House that there is no need to hide today's events, but on the contrary, she cannot refuse. Otherwise in the eyes of Countess Fuan is not to know how to appreciate. Chen Mingzhu had never imagined that one day she would be humiliated like this in Qingdan City, but there was nothing she could do about it. Then thank you, Sheriff Master and Boss Xiao. Mingzhu will leave first. Chen Mingzhu held back the anger in her heart, saluted and left the Jinqiu building with Alexia, and before she left, she also glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao with eyes full of hatred. Lin Xiaoxiao returned a smile to her. The sarcasm in her eyes was undisguised, making Chen Mingzhu more and more cynical about her. She didn't think that under the mask of this wild girl was such a stunning beauty, but what she was more curious about now was who this wild girl really was. That she could make the Xiao family's Grand Duke and the County Lord Fuan to take sides like this. LV Xia tremblingly left after Chen Mingzhu, still shivering even after getting into the carriage. Snap! Chen Mingzhu directly sent her anger to Green Xia, who hurriedly knelt down to apologize and kowtow. Miss! Chen Mingzhu tore the xiaopa in her hand into two halves in a raw manner. The anger in her heart all erupted at this moment without any concealment, and her originally pretty face became distorted. Returning to the mansion, I definitely won't let today's matter go just like that. The Xiao family is rich and powerful, but so what? This is Qingdan City. The person who is in charge of this Qingdan City is still her father. She doesn't believe that this Xiao Jingze and County Lord Fuan can stay in Qingdan City for the rest of their lives. The carriage left the Jinqiu building and headed towards the governor's house. Xiao Qiao leaned against the third-floor window and watched them leave before she clapped her hands and came back. The nasty people can be considered gone. Sheriff Fuan laughed out. It's a pity that I came late, or else I would have been able to see you infuriate her to the point that her 7 orifices would explode. Xiao Qiao smiled in embarrassment. In front of Sheriff Fuan in the end she was still a bit formal. Then it's better to forget about it. Don't let people like this defile the sheriff's eyes. Nowadays the sheriff can be precious. You can't let these messy people get angry. After saying that, he bent his knees to Xiao Jingze again and spoke. Grand Duke, I'm really sorry for causing trouble for Grand Duke today. Xiao Jingze did not put Chen Mingzhu in his eyes at all, and while shaking his folding fan, he said, You've done a good job. That's the way to deal with people like this. After saying that, Xiao Jingze looked towards the crowd of stewards and female fellows on the 3rd floor who were already dumbfounded, including that female fellow who had brought Lin Xiaoxiao upstairs. After the main battlefield had turned into Xiao Jingze and Countess Fuan, they had realized that this girl who looked like she was dressed normally was not a simple character. Xiao Jingze looked at them and pointed at Lin Xiaoxiao. Do you know who she is? The crowd looked at each other and then shook their heads. Xiao Jingze did not hide. She is the treasure of our Xiao family. My Xiao Jingze's righteous sister, but also the other proprietor of this Jinqiu building? Every year, those new products launched by Jinqiu building, most of them come from her hand. Those medicinal cosmetics, but also her hand to start. Now you know who she is? Puff! The 3rd floor steward with a group of 10 or so female fellows hollered and knelt down. The slave maids had the eyes to recognize NT. Tai and didn't take care of the proprietor. Please forgive me, proprietor. The 3rd floor steward opened his mouth. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't call them up. She just said lightly, the business principle of Jinqiu House is that the customer is God. All guests are customers. You can't favor one over the other. Today because of the governor's daughter you can neglect other guests. Then in the future there will be a general's daughter, the royal historian's daughter, the prime minister's daughter. Will you do the same thing as you did today? A line of people knelt, half afraid to make a sound. Lin Xiaoxiao added, in the event of a verbal altercation or conflict between customers, as the building's fellows and stewards, the first thing you should do is to come out and mediate. And what did you do? 3rd floor steward, the slave girl knows she's wrong and will never do it again. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't respond to her. She just continued. The last point, judging people by their appearance. You should have seen it from the moment I stepped into the 3rd floor. And you didn't put us in your eyes by the way a few of us were dressed up. And when Miss Chen's maid was making things difficult for her, you, as a steward, only watched as she was humiliated by Miss Chen's maid but didn't say a word. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at the fellow who brought her up. The head of the 3rd floor steward quickly kowtowed. The slave girl is wrong. The slave girl never dares again. The proprietor rests his anger. The slave girl is just thinking of putting things to rest. After all, it's okay for us to be fellows even if we are scolded by the guests for a few moments. But if we make the guests unhappy, the final loss is still the store's business. Please be clear about it. Please the proprietor. Lin Xiaoxiao laughed and said faintly, if you think so, then you're wrong. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Xiao Jingze. Xiao Jingze gave her a you are free to do as you please look. Lin Xiaoxiao had a number in her heart, and directly said, from today onwards the 3rd floor is not under your control. Go to the 1st floor and be an ordinary fellow. If you can't even do a good job on the 1st floor you don't have to continue to stay in the Jinqiu building. The 3rd floor steward raised his head in disbelief and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, as if he couldn't believe her words. Then he looked at Xiao Jingze and prayed, Dongjia, don't Dongjia, the slave girl knows that she's wrong. I begged the donja to give the slave girl another chance. The slave girl will definitely correct herself properly, and won't make such a mistake again. Donja. Xiao Jingzi silently turned his head to get snacks for his daughter-in-law without even looking at her. Lin Xiaoxiao sneered. Looks like you don't even want to stay on the first floor. When these words came out, the third-floor steward turned pale. No, don't. Slave girl go. Don't drive the slave girl away. Slave girl go to the first floor. Go to the first floor. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. How good it would have been earlier. She looked again at the female fellow who had been entertaining earnestly and working diligently since she entered, and asked, "What's your name?" The female fellow was flattered and hurriedly replied, "Slave girl Zhang Rong. From today onwards, you're the steward of the third floor." Lin Xiaoxiao said. Zhang Rong thought she had misheard, not expecting this huge surprise to suddenly hit her. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her with a smile. What? You don't want to? Zhang Rong suddenly burst into tears, choking back sobs and kowtowing non-stop. Slave servant is willing. Slave servant is willing. Thank you, proprietor. Slave servant will definitely do a good job, and will definitely not let the proprietor down. Well, as long as you do a good job, the wage bonus will never treat you poorly. Get up. Lin Xiaoxiao let her get up before she looked at the remaining female fellows on the third floor and directly said, "As for you guys, fine 1 month's wages, in addition to copying the store rules 10 times each. Do you have any complaints?" The crowd hurriedly kowtowed. The slave girls didn't. The slave girls recognized the punishment. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and pointed at Zhang Rong. From now on, the third floor will be under the control of Steward Zhang. If I know of anyone who doesn't do their job properly, trips Steward Zhang behind his back or intentionally makes things difficult for Steward Zhang, then roll your own store and leave. The slave girls will definitely assist Steward Zhang properly. The crowd hurriedly expressed their loyalty. Only then did Lin Xiaoxiao let them get up and do what they needed to do. When County Lord Fuan saw her finish cleaning up the building, she then pulled Lin Xiaoxiao and said, all right, leave the business matters to Xiao Jingzi. Let him get busy. You quickly go back to the other courtyard with your sister-in-law. Come all the way here. Keep your sister-in-law company." Lin Xiaoxiao, however, refused. "No, sister-in-law, we've booked all the inns, and I'm just passing through, so I came out to buy something today, and perhaps I'll have to continue my journey tomorrow." How was she going to figure out what was going on with that old sister if she didn't go back to the inn? After she managed to convince County Lord Fuan and Xiao Jingzi, Lin Xiaoxiao accompanied them for dinner, examined County Lord Fuan, and left behind some medicinal pills made from the spirit spring to warm her up, before she took Xiao Qiao and the three of them back to the inn. On the way, the secret guards came to report that the old sister hadn't gone out today, and had stayed in her room since she entered it, but her maid had come out a couple of times. And the secret guards also told Lin Xiaoxiao that the maid seemed to be inquiring about Lin Xiaoxiao and her party, whether intentionally or not. Lin Xiaoxiao stated that she knew, and in her heart, she was even more certain that this old sister might have something to do with herself, and that her subconscious reaction when she saw her could not be wrong. Is she so lucky? Not only did she come out to do something big with fifth brother, but she was also able to get to the bottom of her own birth. When he entered the door, the fellow greeted him. Even though Lin Xiaoxiao wore a mask this time, he recognized the few maids around Lin Xiaoxiao. "Mrs. Back, how was your stroll?" The fellow warmly greeted them as they entered. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. "It was quite good. I bought quite a few things, and I have to thank you for showing me the way." The fellow smiled honestly, fought and whispered, "Miss, you have to be careful. At noon when you went out someone approached me to inquire about you. It is that granny and maid that you met when you went out. I don't know what they are going to do, but miss, you look so beautiful. It is better to be careful. I heard that lately quite a lot of flower shooters." Lin Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised. She didn't expect this little dude to come and talk to her about this, but she took note of this kindness. "Thank you, little brother. I'll be careful." Lin Xiaoxiao smiled. The fellow then hemmed and hawed, bowed and made a pleased gesture, and said aloud, "Miss, go upstairs. I'll bring you hot water up in a while." Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and had Xiao Qiao give the fellow another 2 taels of silver as a way of thanking him for the reminder. When they went upstairs, before they entered the room, the door of the next room opened, and 2 people came out from it, and Lin Xiaoxiao touched them head-on. It was that old and young man from the morning. This time when she saw Lin Xiaoxiao again, the old grandma's face didn't have the surprise from the morning. It was very calm. When she saw Lin Xiaoxiao and her group, she even nodded calmly to show her friendship. Lin Xiaoxiao hooked her lips and nodded the same way and led Xiao Qiao and the girls into the house. That old grandma didn't change the look on her face until Lin Xiaoxiao entered the room, and said to the maid beside her, "Have the coachman pack up. We're leaving now." The little maids obviously didn't expect it to be so fast. According to their rushing plan, they should have rested for 2 days in Xingdan City before continuing their journey. "Sister, if you leave now, I'm afraid your body won't be able to take it. Instead, the old sister chilled her face. Don't talk nonsense. Have the coachman prepare the car and pack up to go back to the capital. The little maid didn't dare to have any objections and hurriedly went to make arrangements. And the old maids took another deep look at Lin Xiaoxiao's room, the bottom of their eyes obscure and unknown, not knowing what they were thinking. When the maid and the coachman were ready, the three of them left the inn straight away. Red Tassel received a message from the secret guards and came to report to Lin Xiaoxiao. Gone? Lin Xiaoxiao tapped the desktop one after another. Pondering, she was sure that this old grandma must have something to do with her life. When she saw herself it seemed like she saw another person. Was it because she looked like someone else? And who was that person? Soon Lin Xiaoxiao made a decision and instructed Hong Ying, send someone to follow them and find out where this person is coming from. Yes. Hong Ying answered and retreated out to find Shen Ming to make arrangements. The young master's side of the secret guards originally brought out not much. Send two to follow the fifth master's gang. Now contact the building to keep an eye on this old sister is definitely too late. Can only send a clever follow-up, and then contact the other people, just so the young master's side of the people become less. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned on the table with her head propped up with one hand. It seems like she can gain a lot of things this time out. However, the sky has unpredictable winds and clouds. A sudden downpour has trapped Lin Xiaoxiao and her party in Xingdan City for 3 days. Although it is possible to catch the road in the rain, but Lin Xiaoxiao thinks it is unnecessary. She is sitting comfortably in the carriage, but Shen Ming is driving the car, and the dark guards who are following secretly are going to be drenched by the rain. So there is no hurry now. So why not just wait until the rain stops and then go? Lin Xiaoxiao didn't live in the inn anymore either, and directly moved to the Xiao family's other compound in Xingdan City, which made Sheriff Fu Wen very happy. During this period, because there were not many secret guards left around Lin Xiaoxiao met with the steward of Xingdan City's Linging Pavilion and handed Wan Yang over to her. There was no way that she could no longer spare anyone to send Wan Yang to her aunt's place. Wan Yang didn't complain. When Lin Xiaoxiao arranged for her to leave after the steward, she left honestly, no longer stalking and following Lin Xiaoxiao like before. After 5 days in Xingdan City, amidst the reluctance of Countess Fuan and Xiao Jingzi, Lin Xiaoxiao and her group continued to embark on the road to the capital. Not long after leaving the city, the hidden guards following in the shadows sent word. Young lord, someone is following us. What man? Lin asked. It's either people from the Jianghu, or just some groundhog punks. The dark guard replied. Lin Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised. She thought it was some kind of Heavenly Star House's enemies who had targeted them, but it was actually a few punks. Go to 2 people to settle it. Don't hurt anyone's life. Teach them a lesson and ask them who sent them here. Lin Xiaoxiao commanded. The dark guards answered yes and dodged and disappeared beside the carriage. Lin Xiaoxiao pressed on, leaning on the carriage and looking out the window. After the heavy rain, the weather is really comfortable. The wind blows cool, and the air is still mixed with the smell of the soil and the fragrance of the flowers on the roadside. Just like when I was still in the mountains. I really miss home. I wonder how my father and mother are doing. And the old man. And the people in the village. How is everyone? After about half an hour had passed, the dark guards who had gone to teach those punks a lesson returned. These are all uneducated punks in Xingdan City. They don't know who is behind them. It was someone who approached them with silver and told them to follow the young master and give him some lessons after leaving the city. The other party also told those punks that the young master is a good-looking man of the country and only has 3 maids and a coachman with him. So that's why they followed him out of the city wanting to find a chance to get their hands on the young master. Originally they still want to listen to the young master, teach a lesson on it. The result of asking the words, "a not fall all to waste," only left half life so that they can crawl back. Who let them want to make a bad to his family young master? Lin Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, and the dark guards asked again. Young master, do you want to check the people behind this? They said that the one who came to them was a female. It should be a maid or something like that. A woman? Then Lin could probably guess who it was. She rarely left Wolf Mountain. Even if she left, our grandfather Sneak never sinned against anyone. Exactly. The ghost doctor offended people. But she did not. She can always be a good boy, okay? To say that she was offended. Who else could think of finding someone to teach her a lesson but that Chen Mingzhu, who had no boobs, no ass, and no brain? Sending a maid to do something bad is not brainless. If it were her, she would make sure that no one could catch her. Young lord? The dark guard shouted again, with the momentum that as long as the young lord gives an order, they will kill back to the governor's office and lift it up. Lin Xiaoxiao thought that she has been delayed in Xingdan City for 5 days, and I do not know how the 5th brother is now. And now fall back to clean up that Chen Ming pig is really not Ro. Forget it, keep her, and then slowly clean up later. Still, it's okay to charge a little interest up front. You send a message to the building and check up on this Xingdan City's governor lord of ours. Lin Xiaoxiao hooked her lips and revealed a smile. The dark guard's eyes lit up. If their young master smiled like that, then someone was going to have bad luck. Okay, Lou, subordinate, this will go to send a letter to the building. The secret guards flashed away with a swoosh, following the young master to eat and drink well, all the way to play freely. They almost forgot their old profession. At this time, in a carriage on the outskirts of the capital, the successive days of rushing made the people on the carriage suffer a lot, and their faces looked very bad, especially the old granny who was older, this time leaning against the carriage with added mattresses. They were all still bumped up and their faces turned white. The little maid was no better, but she served the old sister dutifully. Sister, it's really too much for your body to endure such a rush. We've already arrived at the outskirts of the capital. Why don't we stop and rest for a while? The old sister, however, sat up and lifted the curtain to look outside, and although it was hard to bear, she held her tongue and said, "We can't stop, we'll go straight back to the house. I have something very important to tell the lady." Seeing her like this, the little maid could only give up her persuasion and urged the driver of the car outside to try to go as fast as possible while taking a flatter road. By the time it was dark, the carriage finally entered the city and drove in 7 turns to the back door of a huge mansion. The young maid helped the old sister out of the carriage, and the concierge who opened the door almost didn't recognize anyone. "Sister Zhu?" The concierge's mouth opened wide, full of surprise. Sister Zhu's footsteps were weak, and she entered the mansion with the support of her little maid, heading straight to the backyard. "Madam, Sister Zhu is back." The maid guarding the courtyard entrance saw Sister Zhu and hurriedly ran into the house to reply. The soft couch in the house. A 30-something-year-old beautiful woman leans lazily on the soft couch, beside a maid gently fanning the fan. There are 2 maids massaging her shoulders and legs. Even if she is already in her 30s and almost 40 years old, she still maintains her body as if she is a woman in her 20s. Upon hearing the maid's report, Zhu Songyun then slightly opened those demonic beauty eyes and faintly said, "Sister Zhu went back to her hometown to visit her relatives, and she came back so soon?" The maid lowered her head. "Back to ma'am. Yes, it's at the door now." As soon as the words fell, Sister Zhu's voice came from outside the room. "Your ladyship, the old slave has something important to report to your ladyship." Only when Zhu Songyun heard her voice did he slowly sit up, waving his hand to dismiss the few maids around him, and Sister Zhu also came in with the help of her little maid, not even having the time to change her clothes. Very haggard and wretched, Zhu Songyun was startled. "What's wrong with sister? How did you get into this state?" Sister Zhu had served by Zhu Songyun's side since she was a child. Compared to ordinary subordinates, Zhu Songyun trusted and was very close to Sister Zhu, and now that he saw her in this state, he thought that she had been bullied, and his face was very unsightly. Sister Zhu swept a glance at the maids in the room and put on her usual grandmotherly demeanor. "All of you go down." Zhu Songyun was puzzled, but she still waved her hand for the maids to retreat, and only then did she look at Sister Zhu, full of puzzlement. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Only then did Sister Zhu come forward and whisper a few words in Zhu Songyun's ear. Zhu Songyun's face changed drastically. "Really? You can see it clearly." Sister Zhu nodded heavily. "See clearly? Simply identical." Slave girl also afraid of their own see wrong. In that and waited for a long time, until the person came back to confirm again. "Ma'am, can't be wrong. Looks like the age is also right." Zhu Songyun's face turned white. "How is this possible?" She looked fiercely at Sister Zhu and asked, "Didn't those people say back then that they had already determined that they were broken?" Sister Zhu's face wasn't looking too good either, but she still nodded steadily. "It does say that it's broken. The old slave personally touched it, but the old slave is definitely not old and dim-eyed and saw it clearly. And Xia's face? How could the old slave possibly recognize it wrongly?" Zhu Songyun directly got up from the soft couch and walked back and forth in the room. Sister Zhu saw her like this and hurriedly opened her mouth. "Ma'am, now that His Highness Tai-sun is already on his way back to the capital, ma'am should think about what to do earlier. Just by her face, as long as she enters the capital, I'm afraid that she will be recognized. After all, back then, before Sister Zhu's words fell, she was interrupted by Zhu Songyun. "What year? That bitch surnamed Xia doesn't just have a good-looking face? Where is she better than me? So what if she has a worldly face? Isn't she still a pile of yellow earth now?" Sister Zhu silently swallowed back the words that followed. After how many years, her lady would still lose her mind when she mentioned Xia. "Ma'am, this is not the time to count on this. What ma'am should be thinking about is what will happen if this person appears in the capital," Sister Zhu reminded. Zhu Songyun's face was gloomy. "Then don't let her appear in the capital. Regardless of whether or not she was that child back then, if she could kill her once, she could kill her a second time." Zhu Songyun took out a token from her dressing cabinet and handed it to Sister Zhu, saying in a cold voice, "You know what to do." Sister Zhu took the token and bowed. "The old slave will go and make arrangements." As soon as Sister Zhu left, Zhu Songyun waved his hand, and his cloud sleeve directly swept the vase on the shelf to the ground, and the vase that was worth thousands of dollars just shattered into pieces of porcelain. She narrowed her eyes and looked out the window at the gloomy black night. Xiao Wanji, you really are a ghost that won't leave you alone. Back then you robbed me of everything. Do you think that now I will let that bitch you gave birth to come back and rob my daughter of everything? This life, the next life you won't be able to turn over in my hands, ever. And at this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's group had just entered a small town and was looking for an inn to rest. The carriage stopped at the door of the inn. Shen Ming went up to ask if there were any more rooms, but was told that the inn had been chartered. Young master, the shopkeeper said that the inn has been chartered. This one can't be lived in. But the shopkeeper pointed out another one to his subordinate, only that the environment over there might not be as good as the one here. Shen Ming whispered beside the carriage. Lin Xiaoxiao sat in the carriage and didn't show her face. Then go to another one. It's just for one night. We have to continue our journey tomorrow. It's the same wherever we stay. She had lived in the mountains and forests for so many years, and honestly, she really wasn't very picky about the environment in which she lived. It was just enough to be able to bathe and sleep. Shen Ming set up the carriage to leave. And just as he left on the front foot, a carriage stopped at the entrance of this inn on the back foot, and the boy sitting on the rim of the carriage popped straight down and said to the carriage, "Your Excellency, it's here," immediately followed by a pair of bony, long-fingered hands then held onto the carriage's door curtain, slowly lifting it to reveal the face behind it. The features are clear, as if carefully carved. Cheeks are more angular, tough but not loose handsome, a green long shirt, waist tied with a piece of sheep's white jade, long spikes with his movements gently swinging, in his bending out, but also can be hidden on the neck hanging a red rope, and his outfit is extremely mismatched, well hidden in the clothes, do not look at it carefully cannot be seen. Your Excellency, this inn is the best inn in this town, so Your Excellency should just settle for one night, and wait until tomorrow when we arrive at the next town, and then rest properly. The boy servant smiled and opened his mouth. The male glanced at the inn and directly returned. It's quite good. Hurry up and go in. Don't block here and delay the other bosses from doing business. The boy smiled. It's fine. The lackey wrapped it up for the inn. The male's footsteps into the inn gave a beat, and he slowly said, "All right, the money for the packaged inn will be deducted from your monthly silver." When the boy heard this, he immediately wailed, "Gongzi, who am I doing this for? How again this month's monthly money is deducted?" After the male finished speaking, the person had already entered the inn. The guard who parked the carriage and came over looked at the boy, raised his hand and patted his shoulder. What did the prince say to you before he came out? Have you forgotten? Don't make any special arrangements. Don't disturb the people. Where have you memorized all that? After saying this, he also followed into the room, leaving the boy messing up in place, regretting and stomping his feet. Shen Ming drove the carriage and brought Lin Xiaoxiao to another inn pointed out by that shopkeeper, and paid for the room and stayed there temporarily. As soon as Xiao Qiao entered the door, she went to put her luggage away, while Hong Ying stood next to the window and surveyed the outside environment. But Lin Xiaoxiao had already laid down on the bed. The carriage had been bumping around for a day, and it was really fast for her bones to be broken. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao hurried over and told Lin Xiaoxiao to get down while she gave her a squeeze. Lin Xiaoxiao was really tired and hurriedly rolled over to let Xiao Qiao do whatever she wanted on her body, while asking Hong Ying, "How far away is this place from the capital?" Red Tassel closed the window behind her and replied, "If you hoof it there's about 3 more days to get there. 5 or so if you walk slowly. Take your time. There's no rush anyway." Lin Xiaoxiao is really kneeling. She misses the modern airplanes and high-speed trains. No more. A green train is also okay. Take the carriage to catch the road. A day or 2 days is okay. A long time is really cannot stand. This way over. Even though Uncle Shen's driving skills were already very good, trying to take the flat places, she was still turned upside down and her organs were coming out. In the future, when she had time, she would definitely get a carriage with good shock absorption out. And if not, she would repair the road, so that the carriage could travel smoothly and steadily. Xiao Qiao rubbed Lin Xiaoxiao's waist to make it less uncomfortable. Lin Xiaoxiao rolled over after lying on her back for a while, making Xiao Qiao stop. "You guys go rest too. It's been a long day. I'm so tired. I really need to get some sleep." Hong Ying was fine. Xiao Qiao, like Lin Xiaoxiao, had never been on a carriage for so long before, and was also exhausted. Seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao was so tired, she told her to take a good rest, and left the room with Hong Ying. This inn wasn't big, so the rooms weren't big either, and there was only one bed in a room, just enough for one person, so Xiao Qiao and Hong Ying could only live next door to Lin Xiaoxiao. Waiting for the two of them to leave the door, Lin Xiaoxiao quietly came to the door and tied the door shut, closed the window, and made sure that no one could discover it before directly entering the space with a flash. When Wu Shui saw her come in, she ran over, and Lin Xiaoxiao directly jumped onto Wu Shui. Third sister, I'm dying of exhaustion. Lin Xiaoxiao relied on Wu Shui. She had been on the carriage every day for the past few days. She didn't have the time to come in and see third sister. If it wasn't for Hong Hong accompanying third sister in space, she would have died of guilt. Wu Shui was also heartbroken to see Lin Xiaoxiao tired like this. This human carriage is not as fast as we can run by ourselves. Why don't third sister take you directly from the mountains? Definitely tomorrow we can reach the capital and rescue old five. Lin Xiaoxiao hugged Wu Shui's neck and lay on top of her, not moving, like a sloth. It's better not to. If they see you suddenly appearing here, they mustn't be scared to death. And then when they ask you how you suddenly appeared, what can I say? I'll say that I transformed out of thin air? The more Lin Xiaoxiao said, the more mischievous she became. When the time comes, I'll just do this, Chuas, and turn you out, blinding their titanium eyes. Wu Shui burst out laughing. Then you're afraid that you'll immediately be arrested as a wolf demon, and then you'll disappear into thin air. Wow. Then you'll be famous. I'm not afraid of it. A wolf demon is a wolf demon. When the time comes, I'll let Dad come and scare them to death, so they can see the divine might of the Black Wolf King. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice became smaller and smaller as she spoke, and slowly lost her voice. Just like when she was a child, she snuggled up to Wu Shui's side and fell asleep. Although it was constant temperature in the space, Wu Shui was still afraid that Lin Xiaoxiao would catch a cold if she fell asleep, and asked Hong Hong to go to the sofa in the living room to drag blankets to cover Lin Xiaoxiao, and then just lie down where she was to guard Lin Xiaoxiao as she slept, silently counting the hours, and waking Lin Xiaoxiao when it got light outside lest she be discovered by the others. Lin Xiaoxiao slept unusually soundly this night next to Wu Shui, only to open her eyes the next day and realize that she had actually fallen asleep in space, and hurriedly spoke to Wu Shui and went back to her bed in her room. The soft third sister turned into a hard bed. Lin Xiaoxiao rolled around and simply stopped sleeping, climbing up and sitting on the bed to practice for a while until Qiao Qiao knocked on the door. After letting Qiao Qiao find the inn and ask for hot water, Lin Xiaoxiao took a bath. The group ate breakfast again, packed dry food for the road and food for the secret guards, and started on the road again. They had to hurry to get to the next town before it got dark or they would have to stay in the middle of nowhere tonight. The weather in July and August, that is to say, change. Only halfway to start dark clouds, lightning and thunder. Look at this situation. The rain is not small. Young lord, it's going to rain, Shen Ming said outside. Lin Xiaoxiao lifted the curtains and looked at the sky, which was so dark that it was directly dark in the middle of the afternoon. Find a place to get out of the rain. Shen Ming nodded slightly and directly sent 2 secret guards forward, looking for places where they could take shelter from the rain. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the weather and frowned. It's still a good climate in the Wolf Mountain. This outside day is like a woman's face, changing at the drop of a hat. Soon the 2 secret guards who scouted the road returned. Young lord, there is a rather large broken temple 2 miles ahead. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Then let's go there first to hide. Let everyone come out. There's no one on the road. It's important to hurry. This rain is not small, I'm afraid. Yes. As Shen Ming accelerated his speed, those secret guards who were originally hidden in the woods or treetops ran out and followed beside the carriage, and the group rushed towards the broken temple in front of them as fast as they could, finally entering the broken temple before the rain fell. Said it was a broken temple. In fact, it was quite big. They did not even get wet because they rushed in time. It was this rain that fell, and in an instant the sky was completely dark. Even the outside of the broken temple could not be seen clearly. Shen Ming circled around the broken temple and urged the others, be careful with all of them. Yes, the secret guards answered and all found their own places to hide. Not long after they had settled down, suddenly 2 things came scurrying in from outside the broken temple, too fast to see them clearly, but stopped when they entered the temple. When Shen Ming saw the 2 weasels, the hand that had already touched the sword loosened again and continued to look for something to build a fire. The 2 weasels that scurried into the broken temple were also stunned and frozen by the people that appeared in the broken temple, and hurriedly braked their feet at the doorway, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao and the others, wide-eyed. Grandpa, our house is occupied. The smaller weasel cowered behind the older one. Don't move around. In a moment I'll call out for you to run. You'll run towards the hole. The old weasel just looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and her group, and was not afraid. If the enemy did not move, it did not move. If the enemy moved, he had to make sure that he and his grandson ran fast enough. Lin Xiaoxiao almost laughed out loud, took 2 pieces of dried meat out of her bag and put them not far away. In the midst of the thoughts of an old and a young weasel pondering how to run away from these humans, she opened her mouth. We were passing through here and encountered heavy rain. We had to come in to take shelter from the rain. If we startled you 2 immortals, this is a little bit of compensation from me. We'll be leaving once the rain stops. Weasel Well, also known as the Yellow Fairy, The old man's favorite words to scare the children is disobedient to let the yellow fairy to catch you. Then there's the familiar hysteria. The weasel pays a visit to the chicken. And it's unsettling. In short, none of it is good. That's why people mostly avoid weasels when they see them. Lin Xiaoxiao's words made both weasels freeze for a moment. The smaller one smelled the meat and tugged at the older weasel. Grandpa. She gave us food. While saying this, the little paw tried to reach forward. The old weasel slapped him back in a flash. Be careful. People can be tricky. The little weasel twitched his nose. But it smelled so good. Lin Xiaoxiao had no choice but to take a piece for herself and put it in her mouth. Chewing. Here. It's edible. On the side of Shen Ming and Hong Ying, they did what they should do. Laying hay. Looking for firewood to make a fire. For Lin Xiaoxiao would talk to these animals when she was fine. They were already used to it. And just took it as Lin Xiaoxiao's habit that she had developed in the Wolf Mountain. And no one thought it was strange. Grandpa. She ate it. After the little weasel finished speaking, in the end, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and aroma, and trotted over to hold a piece of jerky back. And seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao really didn't move, and the others acted as if they hadn't seen it, he boldly went to hold the other piece back. The old weasel thought about it, and seeing that his grandson did want to eat it, he told him, "Then you can keep it, they are here to shelter from the rain, and we will go back to the cave." The little weasel happily clutched 2 pieces of jerky and prepared to follow his grandfather as he was about to leave. Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to ask them about fifth brother and the colored lanterns, and when she saw the grandparents and grandchildren leave, she got up, patted the dust on her skirt, and told Xiao Xiao and the girls, "I'm going to go take a stroll around the back. This broken temple is quite big, with a number of houses in the front and back." Xiao Xiao wanted to follow, but Lin Xiaoxiao said she wanted to turn around by herself, so Xiao Xiao stayed behind. Anyway, they were surrounded by the secret guards they had brought, and the young lady had the ability to defend herself. Lin Xiaoxiao went around to the back of the main hall and released Hong Hong. Let's go find that grandparent and grandson." With a twitch of his nose, Red scurried out towards the back of the great hall, and soon Lin Xiaoxiao heard 2 sharp cries. When they got to the place, they saw that Red had cornered the grandparents and grandchildren who had forced their way out of the hole and were shivering. "Hong Hong, don't scare them," Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly spoke, afraid that Hong Hong would give them a fright. Red sat back and replied, "I didn't scare them. They scared themselves to see me." Lin Xiaoxiao walked up to the 2 weasels and lowered her voice. "Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. I'm trying to find you to inquire about something." The old weasel shielded the young weasel behind his back and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and Hong Hong defensively. Red raised his paw. "Xiaoxiao asked you a question." The old weasel looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and suddenly thought of something and asked, "You're Xiaoxiao?" Lin nodded. "Looks like Boss Fairy knows me." The old weasel's pupils widened. It thought that the bird had lied to it, but it didn't expect it to be true. "I know you," that fat bird said. "You can understand us," the old weasel said, but still defended Lin Xiaoxiao, shielding his little grandson well. The little weasel seemed to be scared and hid in the corner and kept shivering. Lin Xiaoxiao felt guilty in her heart and hurriedly took a cup of spirit spring out from space and put it in front of the grandparents and grandchildren. "I'm sorry, Hong Hong didn't mean to scare you guys. These will be my reparation." The old weasel nose moved. Eyes are bright. Hurriedly went up and drank a mouthful. Immediately felt refreshed. Even the mind is to clear a lot. They know this is good stuff. And hurry to let their own little grandchildren to drink. A large part of the little grandchildren into the stomach. The old weasel finished drinking the spirit spring before looking at Lin Xiaoxiao and asking, "You're going to ask about that fat bird and that wolf?" Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly nodded. "Yes. Have you seen them? When? How are they now?" "That wolf is being kept in a cage, but those people seem to be taking care of him and nothing is wrong with him. That fat bird has been avoiding those people and they stopped here some time ago. That fat bird told me to let me look for you if you pass by here. That wolf said that he asked me to let you know that they went to the capital first, so that you could go straight to the capital to look for them. And also that you don't have to worry about him. He will take care of himself." The old weasel relayed the words of fifth brother and the colored lanterns as they were. Lin Xiaoxiao was slightly relieved, and apologized to the old and young for scaring them, and gave the little weasel a lot of jerky that it liked to eat, before letting Hong Hong return to the space, and slowly slipping back on her own. Knowing that everything was fine with fifth brother and the colored lanterns made Lin Xiaoxiao's mood much more relaxed. It was still raining outside, and it was getting worse. Just after walking to the main hall, Lin Xiaoxiao's ears twitched. Then she looked into the gray rain, and the 3 of them, Shen Ming, also heard the movement outside. There was the neighing of horses, and the sound of wagons pressed against the ground at a gallop. Someone had come this way, and should have wanted to get out of the rain as well. Lin Xiaoxiao led the 3 of them to the corner, firstly to avoid bumping into the new arrivals, and secondly because it was less windy here. Soon there is a carriage into the broken temple. The other side also seems to have not thought that there are already people here. But this is the only one broken temple for miles around that can shelter from the wind and rain. So let's make do first. The carriage stopped, and a boy-like man jumped off the carriage first, then opened his umbrella and waited for the other person in the car to come down. Lin Xiaoxiao had her back to the doorway, and when she heard the commotion she just turned her head to look. But unfortunately she only saw a piece of the hem of her coat and the large umbrella before withdrawing her gaze. When the other party entered the broken temple, the boy politely smiled at Xin Ming, who was facing them, and then helped the person beside him to go to another corner. The guard in charge of driving soon also parked the carriage and led the horses to the side hall where they couldn't get wet before coming over. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao several people in the corner over there, the guard nodded his head as a form of greeting before coming over to the other two. Luckily there's a broken temple here that can still hide from the rain. Otherwise we'd have to brave the rain to make our way, that boy said while looking for dry grass and broken wood to build a fire. The hem of his son's clothes were wet and had to be roasted dry in a hurry. The guard hung the straw raincoat outside to dry, and when he saw the boy making a fire he asked with some displeasure, "Stone, where are the dry rations and food that I asked you to prepare?" Stone didn't raise his head. "Wasn't it in the wagon?" The guard snorted coldly. "Is it? It's in the wagon somewhere. Go find it." "I can't." The seated male looked up at the guard, and at the sight of his expression of holding back his anger he raised his hand to support his forehead. "It's over. Going hungry." Stone still didn't know the seriousness of the matter, cursing and getting up. "It's not just in the carriage. Wait, I'll go find it." The guard grunted coldly and sat down, picking up a stick and poking the fire to make it burn brighter. And the gentleman was just about to ask something when he heard the sound of the rain outside interspersed with the yelling of a stone. "Ah, where's the food? I clearly put it here. Where's my food?" "Duke, guessed it right." This side of the commotion is so big that even Lin Xiaoxiao heard it on their side, and could not help but look sideways to see what had happened, and saw that the skinny boy with an umbrella jumping anxiously in the rain, and then ran back in a hurry, with a face that was about to cry, "Gongzi, Minion forgot the food at the inn." The male was silent. The male didn't want to talk. "Xin, why don't you remind me?" Little Stone's eyes were red. His heart was remorseful, anxiously taking his hand to pat his head, choking. "It's all because of Minion. It's all because of Minion's bad memory. How could I forget about Gungzi's food?" Although Squire Jane was angry that he had forgotten such an important thing, but seeing him like this or soft-hearted, hurriedly pulled him to sit down, and blocked to not allow him to go and hit his head again, said, "Forget it, when the rain is a little less we will set off," and rushed to the next city early. "No one blames you." Little Stone sat absent-mindedly next to the fire, his heart filled with guilt. "Gongzi, it's Stone who is useless." Little Stone sat there holding his legs in frustration. Xia Xiaoran looked at him like this and abruptly remembered that in his previous life when he returned to the palace with both his legs ruined, everyone looked at him with sympathy and pity, and it was the little stone that stayed with him. At that time his legs were ruined, became the people's mouth of the invalid, and his own character also in the experience of both legs were abolished after becoming distorted, often scolding the palace people. Over time, not only the royal grandfather of his own began to disappointment alienation, is the palace of the palace people also began to gradually slow down their own. That time the eunuchs in the palace carried him to the garden to sunbathe and left him there and left him alone. Who knew that the weather, which was sunny and clear one moment, would start raining the next? He couldn't move but let the raindrops fall drop by drop on his face, body, and heart. Just when he was in despair, only 7 or 8 years old Small Stone holding a large umbrella, trembling stood next to him to shelter him from the wind and rain. The gale almost blew him away even with the umbrella, but the boy gritted his teeth and held on, blew away and hurriedly propped up back again. The little man just like this guarded him, saying, "Your Highness, don't be afraid, I'll give you an umbrella," even if they both ended up getting drenched. After that day he got sick. The royal grandfather beheaded all the palace people on that day. Only the little stone was left. From then on he and the little stone depended on each other until the royal grandfather died of a sudden illness, until the Ruiwan uncle sat on the throne, until he watched the little stone being thrown into the pool where the tigers and leopards were kept in captivity. In this life, just after returning to the palace, Xia Xiaoran found little stone and kept him by his side, taking him along to the border guarded by his maternal grandfather to experience and grow up. In an encounter with the enemy outside the front encounter, the small stone and in order to block the attack for him, head injury, although the life back, but then the memory is getting worse and worse, but in spite of this, Xia Xiaoran will still take him with him. No matter how many things the small stone forgets, Xia Xiaoran do not take it up with him. The memories of his previous life deeply pierced Xia Xiaoran's heart. Looking at the self-blaming little stone, Xia Xiaoran gently raised his hand and touched his head, softly soothing, "Okay, it's okay, We used to often only eat one meal a day. Sometimes a meal can't be eaten it. Don't blame yourself. Don't blame you. After thinking about it, Xia Xiaoran added, it's all Jane Xian's fault, who told him not to check. Although they didn't have any food, but Lin Xiaoxiao and the others did. Not only did they have food, Xin Ming also touched out a pot from under the carriage, set it on the fire and started to boil hot water. Jojo skillfully brought in the bag for the food, took out 4 instant noodle patties and put them in, then pulled out a seasoning bottle and poured some into the pan, even breaking 4 eggs. In a matter of moments, the aroma of the noodles filled the entire hall of the broken temple and drifted over to Xia Xiaoran and their side. Stone smelled the fragrance that wafted in. He had never smelled such a fragrant smell before. His stomach rumbled afterward. Not only him, Xia Xiaoran and Jian Xian's stomachs also rumbled a few times, thanks to the fact that we brought instant noodles. Otherwise we would have had to chew dry food together. It smells so good. Next time I have to ask my mother to make some more, Chow Chow said while mixing the soaked noodles, then took a bowl and started to portion them out. The first bowl was given to Lin Xiaoxiao, then Xin Ming's, Hong Ying's, and finally her own. The 4 of them feasted on the food, and although the dark guards hiding in the shadows couldn't eat it even though they smelled it and wanted to eat it, they had dried food and jerky prepared by the young master, and they also smelled good. They were eating well, pitying the 3 masters and servants. Stone sneaked a few glances towards Lin Xiaoxiao and their side, and finally couldn't help it. Your Excellency, why don't you have a slave go find them and buy some food? We can't let Your Excellency go hungry. Xia Xiaoran smelled the fragrance that filled the air and gulped. He was really hungry. Forget it, what's face or no face? To hell with it. Fill your stomach is important. Okay, talk to people properly. If they don't want to, forget it, Xia Xiaoran said. Stone nodded and happily climbed up and headed over to Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. Jane Xian looked at the figure of the stone past, saw him over there with those few people with a smile to ask for food, heart indescribably sour and hard to say. Gongzi, little stone's memory is already getting worse now, it has almost dropped and forgotten, Jian Xian said in a low, muffled voice. Xia Xiaoran's mood sank as he asked, still no news from the ghost doctor? Jian Xian shook his head. This ghost doctor is godlike. No one knows what he really looks like. The news came from the side of the Heavenly Star building. The ghost doctor recently went out. If you want to seek medical treatment you can only wait for him to come back. Gongzi, the stone's in this situation. Can it still wait? Xia Xiaoran's eyes grew heavy. Keep looking. Make sure to find the whereabouts of the ghost doctor. After a moment of silence, Xia Xiaoran slowly said, even if in the future, little stone turns into a fool into a dullard, I will always carry him with me. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxiao heard the 2 people sitting over there mention the ghost doctor in a trance, so she twisted her head to take a look, only to see a side face. But you can tell just by looking at a side face that this guy must be good looking. That's it. It looks familiar. But Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't recall where she had seen it before. Xia Xiaoran was keenly aware of a line of sight falling on him, but when he looked back, he only saw a slim back, the young girl's hair hanging behind her like a waterfall, and he only saw the back of a dark head. This side of the small stone with a few people to explain the purpose of the visit, and sincerely said that they are willing to pay for it. Lin Xiaoxiao was not indifferent to go out. Just now the small stone and the rain stomping his feet in a hurry does not look like pretending. It seems that they really forgot to bring dry food, so he nodded to Qiao Qiao. Only then did Qiao Qiao say, you go back first. I'll cook it and bring it to you. Little stone hurriedly waved his hand. No need. No need. Don't bother the girl. Just teach me how to get it. Qiao Qiao glanced over there. The gentleman looked at the clothing is not extraordinary. Think also what has the status of people. Preventing people from that set of things she knows. Do not want her to get just right. Save trouble. Okay, you can have the pot. Do you have the water to cook the noodles? Jojo asked. Little Stone nodded with a red face. Yes, water. He did fill several water bladders and put them in the carriage. Jojo then taught him how to cook instant noodles and gave him 3 more noodle cubes and 3 more eggs. Little Stone gratefully took the things and hurried back, and ran to the carriage again to fetch the water bladder, then began to cook the instant noodles according to the steps taught by Chow Chow. Xia Xiaoran looked at the dough. Into a cake of noodles is very rare. In the sea the small stone will be put into the cake in the boiling water, but a little bit of effort will be a small cake has been soaked soft, into a big pot, the small stone to add seasoning, and plate 3 eggs into, a little bit of cooking a while a burst of flavor to come. When the time came, the little stone hurriedly divided into 3 bowls, 1 for each of them, and without waiting for Xia Xiaoran to start eating, the little stone himself had already eaten 2 bites. Gongzi, this noodle is so delicious. It doesn't need to be cooked for too long before it's soft, and the seasoning is so fragrant. Xia Xiaoran held the bowl, looked at the curled noodles on the chopsticks, took a bite, his eyes lit up. It was even better than fresh noodles. And so a small piece of pastry boiled surprisingly so much. If used in the army, the generals will not have to eat those hard dry food and steamed bread on the march. What Xie Xiaoran thought of Jane Xin naturally also thought of. The two looked at each other and decided to find an opportunity to inquire with each other about where the noodle was bought. They could go and ask. As for the little stone, he was already indulging in the food and could not think of such a profound question for him. All three of them ate a big meal. The small stone also cleaned the pots and bowls, and took 5 taels of silver to send together. Miss, this is the money to buy food. 5 taels of silver, I don't know if it's enough. I'll get more if it's not. Jojo takes the pots and pans back. But the money is confiscated. My young lady said to treat you all to a meal. It's not easy to go out. It's only right to take care of each other when you're in trouble. Little Stone was immediately embarrassed. How can this be good? Lin Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. It's fine. A show of hands. Little Stone only thinks that this lady is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. Then thank you, miss. Miss is truly beautiful and kind. Little Stone giggled and quipped. Lin Xiaoxiao was getting a little embarrassed by him, and it was only then that Little Rock thanked a few people and ran back to his side. Sir, that young lady is really nice. She doesn't want the slave's money. After saying that, the small stone carefully stole a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao's side, then approached Xie Xiaoran and lowered his voice mysteriously and said, Sir, that young lady is also very pretty. Is the most beautiful person that slave has ever seen? Prettier than the palace's maidens and princesses. And the county lords are all pretty. Just after the words were said, Xie Xiaoran knocked a chestnut onto his head and chided in a low voice. How many times have I told you not to talk about people behind their backs? Little Stone deflated his mouth and rubbed his head. Minion didn't suggest it either. Minion was complimenting that young lady's beauty. It's really beautiful. Xie Xiaoran raised his hand. And say. Little Rock ducked away and spat. No more, no more. However, Xie Xiaoran's curiosity was still aroused by the little stone, and he couldn't help but look towards the few people over there, still only seeing that back. However, this time, Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to sense the line of sight behind her, and when Xie Xiaoran was unprepared, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly turned her head back. Their gazes met in the air, just so suddenly, so off guard, and both of them froze. With just a glance, Lin Xiaoxiao thought she saw ancient male gods coming out of the television set, even much better looking than them. In addition to stunning, the rest is the awkwardness of looking at each other between two strangers. Lin Xiaoxiao silently turned back. Xie Xiaoran also hurriedly retracted his gaze, turned around and sat down. If you look closely, you can see that this person is sitting in a stiff posture. This look, Lin Xiaoxiao more and more feel that this person looks familiar, especially that pair of eyes. Let her have a sense of déjà vu. Want to take a closer look, but feel that staring at a big handsome man is not very good. Lin Xiaoxiao can only give up. This side, Xie Xiaoran also felt the same. The moment he saw Lin Xiaoxiao, a familiar feeling surged to his heart. He raised his hand to support the location of his heart. Here, it was beating fast. It's not that he hasn't seen beautiful women, but he doesn't have this kind of feeling. And that glance just now actually made his heart feel like it was going to jump out of his chest. That familiar feeling that he wanted to scrutinize but couldn't quite grasp. Not long after that, the dark clouds outside slowly dispersed. The rain also became smaller. Look surprisingly have to stop the momentum, but the remaining time they are afraid that they will not be able to catch up with the next town. And just after the torrential rain, the road is full of mud. The carriage is not good to go. Shen Ming went out to take a look and came back. Young lord, I'm afraid it's not a good idea to hurry. Lin Xiaoxiao took a look at the weather outside and frowned slightly. Ever since she left the mountain she always felt that she kept running into rain, especially after she met Brother Xiao. It rained without moving. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but think of the legend about a certain rain god in her previous life. TSK, could it be that Brother Xiao and his name only differed by one word, but their abilities were not comparable? Lin Xiaoxiao made herself laugh. If Brother Xiao really has such a role, wherever there is a big drought in the future, let him stay. I see that there are quite a few houses behind this broken temple, so I really can't just make do here for the night today, and dry some on the road tomorrow before leaving, Lin Xiaoxiao said. Shen Ming nodded. It could only be that way. On the other side, Jian Xian also said the same thing. Xie Xiaoran, for some reason, subconsciously glanced towards Lin Xiaoxiao and their side. This time Lin Xiaoxiao was no longer turning her back to him, and when she saw Xie Xiaoran looking at them, Lin Xiaoxiao even nodded her head in a friendly manner. After all, we just ate bubbly together. Xie Xiaoran also nodded, then said to Jian Xian, then let's rest here for the night before leaving. The familiarity grew stronger, and it was like a voice in the underworld was imploring him not to go. Just as well, he was trying to figure out where this sense of familiarity was coming from, and there was no rush to get back, so he'd stay here for one more night. Since they were going to spend the night, they couldn't ask Lin Xiaoxiao and the others for food. Then my subordinate will have the dark guards go to the forest to hunt some prey, Jian Xin said. Xia Xiaoran nodded, although he still wanted to eat that noodle, but asking for it once couldn't be cheeky enough to ask for it a second time. Lin Xiaoxiao moved to the house behind the broken temple when they decided to stay for the night, separating from Xia Xiaoran and the others. Not waiting for the secret guards that Xia Xiaoran had brought back from hunting, Xiao Qiao arrived, carrying 2 bags. Little Rock. Jojo stood by the door and called out to Little Rock. Little Stone hurriedly climbed up and ran over. Miss Xiao Qiao, what brings you here? Xiao Qiao shook the bag in her hand. My lady knows that you guys didn't bring any food, so she asked me to bring you some food. The little stone was overjoyed and hurriedly ran to Xia Xiaoran. Gongzi Gongzi, just now that young lady gave us food. Xiao Qiao walked over and placed the bag next to the small stone and spoke. Sir, my lady said that this is not in front of the village and behind the store, and you guys don't have food with you, and there's no place to buy it, so she asked me to send these to you. Xia Xiaoran looked at the bag and wanted to say that his men had already gone hunting, but the words that came out of his mouth were, then thank you, miss, and ask for Mrs. name, and which mansion she is from, and I will definitely have someone send a thank you gift when I return in the future. No need, we also brought more. Then I will go back first. By the way, just now we looked. There are still pots that can be used in the small kitchen at the back of this broken temple. We also only brought 1 pot, so I will commission your son to use the one in this broken temple. Just wash it. After saying that, Xiao Qiao slightly blessed her body and left. Little Stone hurriedly opened the bag and said happily, Gongzi, there is that noodle we eat. This bag is full of dry food. Why is this still divided into 2 bags? Xia Xiaoran looked at these 2 bags of food. If he remembers correctly, Lin Xiaoxiao they only ate this noodle, and did not eat dry food, and sent the noodle has been enough for him and Jane Xin to eat with the small stone. Then this bag of dry food, counting the number inside again. Xia Xiaoran suddenly laughed. He thought that his secret guards were hiding very well, but he didn't know that people had already known, and even counted the heads of the people he brought with him. If the other party was an enemy, this would be a time when he was afraid that he wouldn't be sitting here properly anymore. Put it away. When the secret guards come back from hunting, send some of the prey over to them, Xia Xiaoran said. The little stone hurriedly packed the bag and put it in a clean place, and also patted it uneasily, before returning to sit beside Xia Xiaoran with satisfaction. Xia Xiaoran looked at him and wanted to ask Xiao Shi if he knew what the young lady's name was, but on second thought, it really wasn't good for him, a big man, to inquire about a girl's name, so he gave up. The maid called Xiao Qiao obviously does not want to say more. He is not good to ask. Turn around and let people check it. Send some thick gifts over, or thank the favor of these 2 meals. Jojo returned to the back. Miss, it's delivered. Aha. Lin Xiaoxiao answered in a low voice, and Xiao Qiao sat down beside her, a little worried. Miss, what's wrong with you? It seems like there's something on your mind. Lin Xiaoxiao tapped the stick in her hand on the ground one after another and asked Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao, have you seen that mail before? Every time she went out Xiao Qiao would follow. Maybe Xiao Qiao could remember. Jojo shook her head without even thinking. No. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. Think carefully? Xiao Qiao thought very seriously again, then still shook her head. Really no. If I had seen him I would have remembered. After all, that male was quite good looking. Not as good looking as their family Xiao Xiao, but not bad either. Xiao Qiao was so firm. Then it meant that Xiao Qiao really hadn't seen him before. So what was the bottom of this inexplicable familiarity of his own? Jane Xin and the dark guards froze for a moment when they came back from hunting and saw the 2 bags of food on the ground, and gave their son a somewhat strange look. When did their son ever accept anything from others? Could it be because that noodle at noon was so delicious that their son wanted to eat it again? There wasn't much wildlife in the forest after the rain, and Jianchen and the 2 secret guards ran quite a ways before catching 3 rabbits that had come out for air. Xia Xiaoran let the secret guards take away the dry food and share it, then looked at the 3 rabbits and said, send 2 to the back. Jensen froze. There were only 3 in total. Sending 2 to the back would leave them with 1? The next moment the bag of spaghetti was seen, and Jensen walked away carrying 2 rabbits. It's still noodle scented. Xia Xiaoran still want to let Jane Xin want to find a way to inquire about the identity of a few people. See him go so dry. A time actually choked, do not know what to say good. What's the rush for officers? This one. Jane Xin sent rabbits. Lin Xiaoxiao was not polite. Xin Ming received directly to take to the back of the well to deal with. Their young masters sent out so much food, but also 2 rabbits should be. Jane Xin came back and also carried their own one to follow to deal with. Xia Xiaoran's words were once again stuck in his throat. Never mind. He doesn't ask. Small Stone really in the temple's backyard kitchen found a small piece of the missing pot, but cooking noodles is still no problem. get to the well to wash and brush to get clean, and hurriedly cooked noodles. Compared to the first time, it is obvious that this time much more skillful. After cooking the noodles, they started to roast the rabbit again. The seasoning of the noodles was left some, and the rabbit was roasted and sprinkled with some of it. It was really fragrant. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others in the back did the same. Both rabbits were roasted, but the spices they sprinkled on them were a bit more fragrant. The little weasel that stayed in its own hole smelled the aroma and ran out. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao and the others, it only dared to stand far away and peek at them, but its mouth watered with gluttony. Lin Xiaoxiao saw him and waved at him. The little weasel ran over to him. Lin Xiaoxiao gave him 2 rabbit legs. The little weasel thanked him and ran away with a hug. In the middle of the night, Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiaoqiao leaned on top of a pile of hay together and rested with their eyes closed. But that little weasel suddenly scurried over and tugged on her finger. Xiaoxiao, there's a bad guy coming. Hide. The little weasel yelled as it tugged at Lin Xiaoxiao. The weasel's cry woke up Shen Ming and Hong Ying. Even Xiaoqiao and Lin Xiaoxiao woke up. And Shen Ming saw by the light of the fire that the little weasel was holding Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. And in his hand there was instantly more of a dagger. Lin Xiaoxiao scooped up the little weasel with one hand, sleepy, and whispered to a few people, "Someone's coming this way. Be careful." Shen Ming's face sank as he hurriedly ordered everyone to be on guard. Lin Xiaoxiao put the little weasel on the ground and pushed, "Go back and hide. And don't come out no matter what movement you hear." The little weasel was still worried, but Grandpa told you to hide. He said there were a lot of people. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed him again. "I know. Go back." At this point, Shen Ming and the others were no longer concerned about why Lin Xiaoxiao knew that someone was coming this way. Anyway, there were too many strange things going on with their young master. They were already used to it. Maybe it's the weasel that's come to report it? Unlikely though. I've already sent people to check it out. Shen Ming said. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. The little weasel wouldn't lie to her. And why was it the little weasel who came to report? Where was the old weasel? Where did he run off to? Several people were sleepy, and soon the secret guards that had been sent out returned. "Young lord, it seems to be someone from the Rakshasa Alliance," the secret guards reported back. Shen Ming's eyes were grim. "Did you see it clearly?" The dark guard himself wasn't sure. It was too dark to see too clearly, but their martial arts stances looked like those of the Rakshasa Alliance, and a dozen or so killers came towards our side. As soon as he saw the people from the Rakshasa Alliance, he hurried back to report the news, and now those Rakshasa Alliance people were almost arriving. But how did the Rakshasa Alliance know that the young lord was here? Moreover, why is the Rakshasa Alliance after the young lord? Even though the Rakshasa Alliance and the delicate rain building don't get along, could they be trying to capture the young lord to threaten the Tao building master? It wasn't right. How did the people from the Rakshasa Alliance know about the relationship between the young master and the Tao floor master? Moreover, their young master hadn't been seen by many people except for them, their close friends. Shen Ming and the secret guards who came to report couldn't figure it out. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, glanced in the direction of the large hall in front and spoke. "Maybe it's not coming at me." There was still one staying in front. Could it be that those killers from the Rakshasa League were coming for him? One sent out more than 10 killers. The Rakshasa Alliance is really blood money. This person in the end, who is it? Who is this person? It's worth for the Rakshasa League to organize so much. Moreover, he just brought a few secret guards. Can he beat these people of the Rakshasa League? Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't figured out where that inexplicable sense of familiarity came from, but she was sure that she and this person definitely knew each other. But she really couldn't remember where she'd seen him, so she couldn't just go up to him and ask, "Do we know each other?" But she really couldn't remember where she'd met him, so she couldn't just go up and ask him if we knew each other. Can't it be that this body's memories are from before it was 3 years old? That's even more ridiculous. Before the age of 3 can remember a Dara. In just a moment's time, the sounds of fighting had already come from the main hall in front of them. Shen Ming and the others were relieved. It was good that it wasn't directed at them. "Young lord, let's leave while we can. After all, it was none of their business. What if it was an enemy seeking revenge? It was better to stay out of this kind of thing." Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him with a helpless face. "Uncle Shun, how can we go? The carriage is still in front of us. Maybe these people from the Rakshasa Alliance will still treat us as if we're together." Just as Lin Xiaoxiao's words fell, a shout came from over there. "Boss, there are a few more over here." Lin Xiaoxiao gave them a look. "How was it? What did I say? People are coming to the door. So what else can we do if we don't fight?" Lin Xiaoxiao actually wanted to do it herself. It was actually quite hard to always not have the chance to practice. But right before she drew her soft sword out, Xiao Qiao and Red Tassel had already grabbed a hand and pulled her into a corner, protecting her behind her back. Shen Ming and the other dark guards even showed up directly entangled with the people from the Rakshasa Alliance. The Rakshasa Alliance only rushed in with 2 or 3 people and quickly fell behind. One of them saw this and hurriedly ran to the front to call out for help. Xia Xiaoran's side was originally surrounded by more than 10 killers. The other side are experts. And his side, only himself and Jane Xin. Although the small stone will be a bit of martial arts, against these professional killers is not enough for them to stuff their teeth. He brought 5 secret guards as very soon to be unable to fight. Just then, a shout came from the direction of the backyard. Big brother, there's more in the back. Xia Xiaoran's heartbeat steeply slowed down by half a beat, and he immediately stopped towards those killers heading towards the backyard, saying in a cold voice, "Your target is me. It has nothing to do with the people in the back." That killer greeted Xia Xiaoran's body while saying in a deep voice, "Humph, it's a sentient boy. Don't worry, one of you won't be missing in a while, and you'll have a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs." Xia Xiaoran did not lose the slightest bit of ground. The sounds of fighting in the backyard became more frequent. Xia Xiaoran wanted to go over and take a look, but he was being pestered. Just as he was distracted, the other party found an opportunity to directly graze his shoulder with a sword. Xia Xiaoran snapped back to his senses and dodged, but his arm was still scratched to a very shallow cut. The wound instantly turned black. The assassin of the Rakshasa Alliance was instantly delighted, and wanted to follow the trend to pursue, but fortunately, the dark guards arrived in time to block the attack, and entangled with this assassin, and the two of them combined their efforts to directly subdue the person, and wiped out his neck with a sword. Seeing the wound change color, Xia Xiaoran hurriedly sealed the acupoints of his left hand. On this side of the backyard, Shen Ming and the others had already resolved the 3 killers and sent them to meet the King of Hell, and the remaining killers of the Rakshasa Alliance saw that their brothers were dead, and immediately swarmed up shouting that they wanted to avenge their brothers. Shen Ming and his group looked at them with gloomy eyes. Their heavenly star house never liked to kill innocents indiscriminately. Since they sent themselves up to seek death, then it was no wonder that they were to blame. It was just right. Slaughtering them would also allow them to take credit with Duke Tao. Seeing that the dark guards had solved the assassin who had stayed behind to deal with him, Xia Xiaoran ordered them to hurry to the backyard to help. However, before they could leave, another group of black-clothed men rushed into the broken temple. He froze for a moment when he saw them. However, this would be the time when Xia Xiaoran was already furious. There's no end to it. At this moment, Xia Xiaoran and his secret guards thought of these later black-clothed men and those killers just now as a wave of people going over to help and stopping these people from going over to help. It was obvious that the latter was closer, and with almost only a moment's hesitation, Xia Xiaoran's secret guards and Jianshan rushed out to tangle with these later black-clothed men. Lin Xiaoxiao stayed in the backyard, and occasionally when Shen Ming and the others beat over the killers, she went to make up for it, either kicking them off or kicking them back to Shen Ming and the others to continue their abuse. As she was playing, she saw the old weasel scurrying through the crowd towards her. Lin Xiaoxiao's face became grave as she hurriedly dodged forward to scoop up the old weasel and leapt back to safety. "Why did you come out? Go back and hide." Lin Xiaoxiao put him on the ground and urged him to hurry. The old weasel looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and hurriedly said, "There's a mistake. These people aren't here to find you. They're here to deal with that kid in front of them. There's another set of people. They're here to find you. I heard them say that they wanted to kill the one that looked the prettiest. And isn't the one that looked the prettiest you, Lin Xiaoxiao? So, is there really a set of people who are still coming for her? Could it be that Chen Mingzhu saw that the mongrels had failed, so she found someone more powerful to deal with her? This woman, if it were really her, she would have preferred the delay to go back and hold her down. It's not over yet. I know. You go back first. Don't ever come out." Lin Xiaoxiao watched the old weasel scurry back into the hole before she looked at the battlefield again. Shen Ming and the dozen or so of them were the existence of the most elite of the Heavenly Star Building, and were also the elite that Grandpa had personally coached and selected, or else they wouldn't have been left behind in the Heavenly Wolf Village in the first place. And they follow themselves. Lin Xiaoxiao will surely give them a kickstart from time to time. Anyway, the spirits spring in the space and no money, nothing to drink, good health, but also can strengthen the body, doubling the power. These dark guards benefit, not to mention now, is that before these Rakshasa Alliance people are not necessarily able to beat them? Now, of course, that is only to be crushed the share. It didn't take long for more than a dozen assassins to be down to 2 or 3, and they were surrounded. "Who the hell are you guys?" The only 3 remaining assassins looked at the crowd of the Heavenly Star Building, already knowing that they wouldn't be able to run away today, but they had to die as an understanding ghost. Shen Ming took out a handkerchief to wipe his sword. He couldn't see blood on it, and it was the blood of these scum, so when he heard it, he looked at him coldly and said, "Now you're the ones who came to kill us, and you're asking us who we are in return. Do all of you from the Rakshasa Alliance not have a brain?" Killer's pupils shrank. How did he know he was from the Rakshasa League? The people we want to kill are the people outside. It has nothing to do with you. If you let us go, we, the Rakshasa Alliance, can leave this incident alone. That killer said. Shen Ming wiped his sword clean, and the piece of handkerchief was directly thrown away. Which one of you? What a big face. Still our Rakshasa Alliance. What kind of virtue do you Rakshasa Alliance think I don't know? After saying that, Shen Ming walked straight in Lin Xiaoxiao's direction, while ordering the others, send them to meet their good brothers. If you're not clamoring to avenge your brothers, then go be a companion to your good brothers. Anyone who disturbs people's sleep deserves to die. What kind of assassination is going on at night when you're not sleeping? You're sick. Soon the three also fell. The secret guards began to clean up the battlefield, checking to see if there were any leaks. The sound of the fight in the outer courtyard continued. Shen Ming asked, "Young lord, do you want to go and help? Anyway, I'm awake. Let's finish the fight at once." Lin Xiaoxiao counted the heads. The Rakshasa Alliance is missing one other are here. The remaining one cannot be so strong can support until now. Then that male and his guards dark guards also to waste. If she had guessed correctly, they would have met up with the gang looking for them outside. She looked at the field of bodies and said outright, "Wait and see." She helped him with the Rakshasa League. It's not too much to ask for him to keep the locusts at bay for her, right? It didn't take long for the sounds of fighting in the Great Hall to stop. "Miss, it can't be all dead." Xiao Qiao stood on her tiptoes to look ahead, but unfortunately she couldn't see anything in the darkness. "I'll go take a look." Shen Ming walked out quickly, and what he saw was Xie Xiaoran's people cleaning up the scene, while Xie Xiaoran was being helped to sit next to him by Xiao Shi, and his face didn't seem to look too good. Shen Ming came back and said in a low voice, "The front is also solved, but that gentleman seems to be injured. His face doesn't look quite right." The dark guard responsible for cleaning up the scene spoke up at this time. "Young lord, these people have poison smeared on their swords." Smearing poison on the sword. This is really something that the Rakshasa Alliance can do. It's detrimental enough. As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao heard that he might have been poisoned, she stood up. Go to the front and take a look." Leaving the dark guards to deal with those Rakshasa Alliance assassins, Lin Xiaoxiao led Shen Ming and the others to the front hall. Gongzi, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare little stone ah, Jian Xin. Gongzi is poisoned. What to do? As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao arrived, she heard the cries of the little stone, and Jianshan was also half kneeling at a loss for words, only to keep rummaging through her bag, trying to find medicine that could cure the poison. In Xie Xiaoran's days, he saw a young girl squatting in front of him, and this feeling was exactly like when he first met that person more than 10 years ago. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Xie Xiaoran, who was already delirious, and asked Little Stone to hurry up and show her the wound. The Little Stone was also a tiger, and directly pulled their male's clothes off his shoulders. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Xie Xiaoran, who was exposing half of his chest, and was just about to look at his injuries when she was attracted by something hanging on a red rope around Xie Xiaoran's neck. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the wolf's tooth hanging on his chest, and the memories instantly gushed out like a spring. She remembered. She thought they wouldn't meet again in this life, but she didn't realize that fate was so wonderful. 10 years ago she saved him, and now, 10 years later, she was needed to save him again. What a coincidence! Xie Xiaoran neck on the red rope, hanging a wolf tooth. This is the fourth brother to replace the teeth when Lin Xiaoxiao put away the wolf tooth. At that time want to send a gift to Xiaoran. Space and the things are all modern products. Lin Xiaoxiao afraid to give themselves trouble, so from the fourth brother to replace the wolf tooth picked a with a rope tethered to give him. I didn't realize that he had kept it and carried it close to his body. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Xie Xiaoran's face, and after matching it with her memories, she finally gradually reunited this face with the one from 10 years ago. Lin Xiaoxiao mumbled in her heart, "It's been a long time, my first friend. Gongzi, wake up, don't you sleep." Little Stone's cries pulled back Lin Xiaoxiao's thoughts. She quickly touched Xie Xiaoran's pulse and her face sank. Even though Xie Xiaoran had closed his left hand's acupuncture points in the first place, the toxicity had still spread along the blood. Without delay, Lin Xiaoxiao directly touched an antidote pill from her bag and stuffed it into Xie Xiaoran's mouth. What did you give my son?" Little Stone asked with a dumbfounded expression. Lin Xiaoxiao replied, "The ghost doctor made antidote pills." Gah! The Little Stone was instantly stuck, and it was Jensen who froze. The antidote pill made by the ghost doctor? The antidote pill they didn't buy? After being surprised, Little Stone hurriedly came back to his senses, picked up the water bag and fed water to Xie Xiaoran. Seeing Xie Xiaoran open his mouth and drink the water, Little Stone was on the verge of crying. He handed Xie Xiaoran over to Jian Xin and knelt on the ground before kowtowing to Lin Xiaoxiao. Thank you miss, for saving my son." Little Stone kowtows to you. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled him up, not letting him continue to kowtow. She could feel that the Little Stone was frightened. Lin Xiaoxiao's tone couldn't help but ease up. "I've already given him the antidote pill. He'll be fine. He'll be able to wake up in a while." Xiaoshi's face was filled with tears as he nodded repeatedly and hurried to take care of Xie Xiaoran again. The effect of the antidote pill came very quickly. It did not take long for Xie Xiaoran to wake up. When he opened his eyes he saw that he was surrounded by people. Xiaoshi cried his face. Jianchen was also worried. And the girl. Are you guys alright? Xie Xiaoran looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. And the first thing he said when he opened his mouth was actually this. After he finished speaking, he explained with great guilt. I'm sorry, those people were rushing towards me. It's me who dragged the girl down. If the person who dragged the girl down was injured, I'm willing to compensate. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at this familiar face, and this familiar person, and suddenly smiled, and directly said, good. Besides this, you just ate one of my antidote pills made by the ghost doctor. How do you plan to compensate? This time it was Xie Xiaoran who froze. He ate the antidote pill made by the ghost doctor? It was only then that he realized that the signs of his poisoning were gone. And now the person surprisingly didn't feel any discomfort except for the fact that he was still a bit powerless. The poison he was given. It's gone? Lin Xiaoxiao continued. The antidote pill made by the ghost doctor is hard to find in a single pill. If you are able to be hunted by the Rakshasa Alliance's people, you must not be a small person, so you won't be unaware of the value of this antidote pill. Shen Ming and Xiao Qiao, who were following by the side, expressed silence. For this kind of antidote pill that they could usually eat as sugar beans, they couldn't understand how hard it was for others to find one. Xie Xiaoran sat up. Xia Mao thanked the girl for saving her life. This antidote pill are hard to find. How many people have money cannot buy? Since the girl is willing to use him to save Xia Mao's life, Xia Mao naturally will not treat the girl poorly. The girl wants what? Just open your mouth. As long as Xia Mao can satisfy the Xia Mao will definitely meet with full force. Xia. Good. It turns out that before in Wolf Mountain, the name he told her was not his real name. It turns out that his surname is Xie, not Xiao at all. Gongzi's surname is Xie? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Xie Xiaoran didn't know why Lin Xiaoxiao asked this question, but he still nodded. My name is Xie Xiaoran. Shaughnessy. Thank Shaughnessy. Humph. Liar. It looks like Xie Xiaoran didn't recognize her, and it's no wonder. Back then she was only 6 years old when she saved him, and now after 10 years, she has long changed her appearance, so he naturally couldn't recognize her. Since this was the case, Lin Xiaoxiao wasn't prepared to tell him so easily that she was the little girl who had saved him back then. Consider it as his punishment for lying to her. Since that's the case, then please ask Mr. Xia to just make a note. It's fine to write an IOU. The medical fees for my people's injuries, and this antidote pill, well, I don't ask for much. It's just 100,000 taels. Mr. Xia shouldn't think it's expensive. After all, your life should be worth more than 100,000 taels, right? Lin Xiaoxiao hooked her lips and smiled. Xie Xiaoran do not know why. I feel that the girl in front of him is a bit aimed at their own meaning. Although the ghost doctor to do the antidote pill are hard to find, but outside the highest selling price is only 80,000 taels of silver. This girl will be 100,000. Either is to take advantage of the opportunity to extortion, or is intentionally hold him, just want to see him take out of this money. And she was right. Her own life was worth much more than the 100,000 taels of silver. Good. After I return to the capital, I'll send the 100,000 taels of silver tickets to the girl. But where should I look for the girl at that time? Xie Xiaoran smoothly asked Lin Xiaoxiao's name and place of residence. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't fall for it and directly said, don't worry, I'll naturally send someone to pick it up when you're ready. But before that, Your Excellency should still write the note first. As for whether she goes to pick it up or not, depends on the mood. Xiao Qiao dutifully took out a pen and paper, and also thoughtfully helped Xie Xiaoran find a wooden board to use as a table. Xie Xiaoran glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and saw her raise an eyebrow, signaling him to write quickly. Only then did Xie Xiaoran put pen to paper and write a note, signing his name at the end. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the words he wrote, and suddenly felt that she wrote like a dog crawling. Sadness. Satisfied. Lin Xiaoxiao put away the note before slowly saying, since Gongzi is so generous, then I will tell you another news. Well, these killers are all people of the Rakshasa Alliance. The Rakshasa Alliance it has always been only take money to do things, never ask questions. It seems that Gongzi is offended by someone who wants to lay a death sentence on you. This time it's me, but next time I may not be so lucky. Xie Xiaoran, however, just hooked his lips and smiled, saying, in that case, then I owe the girl 100,000 taels. Why don't I write another note to the girl, and the girl sells an antidote pill to me? Anyway, money owed debt is not afraid of debt. Lin Xiaoxiao look at him like an idiot. You think this is a sugar bean? Can't have this one is good. This is still I spend a lot of money to snatch it. They are not yet used it is cheap for nothing, but also want to ask for another one. What do you think? You want to test her? You're so beautiful. Lin Xiaoxiao carried the note back to the backyard and glanced at Xie Xiaoran before leaving. It's good that he's alive and well. As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao and the others left, Jian Xian went up to check on Xie Xiaoran's condition. I'm fine. The poison has been detoxified, Xie Xiaoran said, glancing in the direction Lin Xiaoxiao left. Just now that moment, he thought he saw that little girl, the familiar feeling of treating him too strong. He had been staying at the border. There was no way to come back to look for her, but he had always sent people to look for her, but they all came back to no avail. At that time, he wondered if that girl had already left Wolf Mountain. Looking down at the wolf teeth that had run out of his clothes at some point, Xie Xiaoran carefully placed them back into his clothes. She must have seen this wolf's tooth just now, and if it was her, why didn't she recognize herself? Had she already forgotten herself? Will she forget him? Gongzi, Gongzi? Little Stone saw Xie Xiaoran touching his wolf's teeth and walking away, and shouted several times without answering. Xie Xiaoran put the wolf teeth back into his clothes before he said, "These are not people from the Rakshasa Alliance. The martial arts paths are all different. Obviously the later group of people's kung fu is much lower than the people in front of the Rakshasa Alliance. The Rakshasa Alliance can't possibly send this kind of people to smash their own rice bowls, and it's obvious that this group of people froze for a moment when they saw them when they entered the door. Search." Xie Xiaoran's breath instantly went cold. Jian Xian led the people to start rummaging through these already dead black-clothed men, and finally rummaged through one of them and found something. Jian Xian's face instantly changed, sprinting over and handing Xie Xiaoran a token. Xingui Gongfu? Seeing the words on it, Xie Xiaoran froze for a moment. How could it be? Jian Xian looked grave. Gongzi. A small Xingui Gongfu also dared to lay hands on Gongzi. This surname Lin's guts are also too big. Does he not know that this time Gongzi returned to the capital? Jian Xin. Xie Xiaoran steeply interrupted Jian Xian's words. He subconsciously didn't want to listen to the words that followed. He turned over the token in his hand. These people weren't rushing at him. The Duke of Jin didn't have a reason to lay his hands on him, so there was only one possibility. It was rushing at her. But why were the people of the Zhengguo Gongfu going after a little girl? And what did she have to do with the Zhengguo Gongfu? You find out where this girl came from, Xie Xiaoran said to Jian Xian. He also wanted to determine if she was the one he had been looking for or not. Lin Xiaoxiao heard this as soon as she came over and opened her mouth with a smile. Who does Mr. Xia want to check? Xie Xiaoran, it's true that you can't talk about people behind their backs. Jensen, does this girl walk without a sound? Girl. Xie Xiaoran completely did not have the embarrassment of being caught talking behind someone's back and greeted Lin Xiaoxiao very calmly. On the contrary, it was Jensen, with an embarrassed face, who didn't know whether he should leave or stay. Just as he hesitated, Lin Xiaoxiao had already walked over, reaching out towards Xie Xiaoran. Xie Xiaoran put the token of the Xingui Gongfu in his hand very consciously into Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. Xingui Gongfu? Lin Xiaoxiao played with the token in her hand. She had never heard of this name before, let alone that she would have a grudge. It couldn't be that these Xingui Gongfu people would even kill the wrong people. I've always refrained from making enemies. I'm afraid this person isn't here to kill you as well, right? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Xie Xiaoran, who was a full head taller than her, and standing with him herself only reached his shoulders. When she was young, she thought this kid was good looking, but she didn't realize that he had grown up to become even better looking, so she couldn't help but want to look at him more. Xie Xiaoran just said faintly, he wouldn't dare. Lin Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders. Okay, growing up is not as cute as when she was a kid. She wasn't this conceited when she was a kid. What's the name of this Xingui Gong? Maybe it's Grandpa's enemy? Can't find Grandpa to take it out on her? Lin Dihai. Xie Xiaoran directly uttered a name. Lin Xiaoxiao's grip on the token tightened steeply. Last name Lin? Thanks. Lin Xiaoxiao took the Xingui Gongfu's token and prepared to leave. And in the meantime, she threw 2 more bottles to Jian Xin. Inside here is some gold sore medicine. You apply it to them. These secret guards of Xie Xiaoran were in the end injured in order to help her block the talents of the Xingui Gongfu, and it was reasonable for her to give some injury medicine. Xie Xiaoran had been watching Lin Xiaoxiao. Naturally he took in all her reactions. He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's departing back. The corner of his mouth slowly pulled open a gentle arc. Perhaps he hadn't recognized the wrong person. His little girl is surnamed Lin Ah. Little girl. She seems to have grown up. Gongzi, the token. Jian Xian watched Lin Xiaoxiao take away the Xingui Gongfu's token, but as a result, the male son only stared at the other girl and had to be reminded. Xie Xiaoran retracted his sight. The gentleness from earlier disappeared and was replaced by a cold chill. Go and check the people of the Xingui Gongfu, who exactly sent these people. He would like to see just who is so bold to dare to hurt the person he has been longing for so many years. When Jian Xian looked at this expression on his own master's face, he knew that this Xingui Gongfu was going to be in bad luck. but he still couldn't help but ask curiously, Gongzi, that girl. Xia Xiaoran just slanted him a glance. Jianchen resolutely shut up. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask or you will die a horrible death. Lin Xiaoxiao returned to the backyard, her face a little bad, and threw the token in her hand directly to Shen Ming. Shen Gui Gongfu? Shen Ming looked at the token and then at Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao slowly sat down. Those black-clothed men in front were searched out. Uncle Shun, how much do you know about this Xingui Gongfu? Shen Ming sat down opposite her, slowly said, Xingui Gong is a hereditary title. When the old Xingui Gong accompanied the emperor to fight in the north and south, set up a great battle, the emperor gave the old Xingui Gong after the stability of the dynasty in Tianlong country. Hereditary, that is to say, as long as the Lin family does not rebel, will be able to be the Xingui Gong for many generations, and unlike the other dukes of state, the Duke of Jin is allowed to participate in political affairs. Today's Duke of Jin is called Lin Dihai. The old Duke of Jin fell ill once more than 10 years ago, and since then his health has not been good, so his eldest son, Lin Dihai, inherited the title of the Duke of Jin. Lin Xiaoxiao stared at the fire in front of her and slowly said, what a coincidence, also surnamed Lin. Shen Ming's face changed abruptly, suddenly thinking of something, and he fiercely looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Young lord, Lin Xiaoxiao asked again, when grandpa looked into my birth, did he check the Xingui Gongfu? Shen Ming did not hesitate to nod, that is naturally checked. The current Duke of Jin's wife is not in fact the original Duke of Jin's wife. The original Duke of Jin's wife died in childbirth, and gave birth to a baby girl is also a stillborn. And the original Duke of Jin's wife was buried with the current Duke of Jin's wife as the second year before marrying into the Duke of Jin's house. Baby girl, stillborn. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the fire, her eyes obscure, the firelight reflecting in her black and white eyes. What year did that Duchess of Xingui give birth? Lin Xiaoxiao asked directly. Shen Ming thought carefully, then broke his fingers and counted before answering. If the math is correct, it was 16 years ago. She's also exactly 16. Is that a coincidence? What if, back then, that child didn't die? Lin Xiaoxiao had a very strong feeling that this Xingui Gongfu definitely had something to do with her. Shen Ming also seemed to have thought of what she was thinking and his face changed. If that's the case, then they were misled by that message in the first place. If that baby girl wasn't dead, it matched the age of their young master. No wonder they couldn't find the young lord's body for so many years. When Tian Xinglu investigated her birth, the reason why the Xingui Gongfu was excluded was that although the age was right, the baby girl born in the Xingui Gongfu was already stillborn when she was born, while she was not thrown to Wolf Mountain until she was 3 years old, and she had crossed over with absolutely no memories in her mind from before the age of 3. Not a single one. And the old sister I met at the inn, her reaction to seeing herself, why, did she look like someone with this face? Could it be her mother? Or her father? If she really was that baby girl back then it all made sense. These black-clothed men were really coming for her. Lin Xiaoxiao thin lips cannot help but slightly hooked up a cold smile. Really more and more interesting. The other side, even by virtue of one side of the edge, will not hesitate to send blood to stop here to kill her. It seems that the other side really cannot tolerate her. We'll leave at first light tomorrow. She would like to go and see who the person behind this is, and what happened to her own 3-year gap back then. If the former Duchess of Jin was really her mother, then she obviously did not die but lied to the outside world that she was stillborn. Was it dropped? Or was it itself a calculated piece of conspiracy? This one piece at a time. All must be clarified. Several people just sat there until dawn, and as the sun slowly rose, the weather warmed up. Lin Xiaoxiao and her group didn't delay a moment and directly packed up their things and left. Xia Xiaoran was injured, and Jian Xin and several of the secret guards, including Little Stone, were injured to varying degrees, so they were a step slower. He just stood in front of the broken gate of the Great Hall and watched Lin Xiaoxiao get into the carriage and leave without looking back. Xia Xiaoran was a bit heartbroken. She didn't even look at him. Did she really forget about him? It was also true that at that time, although she behaved like an adult, her age was only 6 years old in the end, and now that 10 years had passed, it wasn't surprising that she had forgotten the things of the past. But it doesn't matter. He will let her slowly think about it. Once upon a time he couldn't defend himself and couldn't take her away from Wolf Mountain. But it's different now. He has been practicing at the border for 10 years, and he has also developed his own forces with the help of his maternal grandfather. Nowadays he is long since not the same teenager that was left to his own devices 10 years ago. Not only did he need to have the ability to fight against Uncle Rui Wang, he also needed to become stronger so that he could protect that little girl. The knot that had been pent up in Xia Xiaoran's heart for 10 years or so seemed to be cured at this very moment, and the carriage in the distance had turned into a small dot, almost about to be invisible. Let's pack up and head back to the capital as well. Xia Xiaoran's carriage followed after Lin Xiaoxiao left for a while. On the other hand, far away from the capital. King Rui looked at the letter from the Rakshasa Alliance's ally, and was so angry that he swept all the things on the bookcase to the ground. None of the Minders in the study dared to speak at this time. All of them are wastes. The Rakshasa Alliance, known as the #1 assassin organization in the Jianghu, can't even kill a hairy child. All of them are wastes. King Rui slammed the letter heavily on the table. A crack sprouted on the table in an instant. After a long time, seeing that King Rui had calmed down a lot, only then did one of his inner circle stand up and salute. Your Highness, getting angry now will not help. If we let the Tai-sun succeed in returning to the capital, I'm afraid that our big event will be a bit difficult to handle. Already over 40 years old, Rui Wang faced gloomy, very ugly. This little wild seed, 10 years ago let him run away. Not only did not die, but also while alive back, but also said a whole lot of grand words, secretly poking and prodding to tell the father king that some people want to harm him. So he has to go to the foreign ancestor to follow the foreign ancestor to learn to march and fight, and later grow up to be able to help the father king to protect the frontier. Said more than sung better than the good news. But father king ate this set of his. These years, although the person is not in front of the eyes, but all the time in front of father king. Father king's eyes simply do not have us these sons. Several beloved silent, did not refute. After all, this is the truth. As the saint is getting older and older, and now even more body is not as good as it used to be, but also let the people in the palace to hide. If not, their prince had the foresight to install manpower in the palace. I am afraid that they are also being kept in the dark. Your Highness, now that His Majesty's body is getting worse day by day, my subordinate has heard that the dragon guards are already secretly searching for the whereabouts of the ghost doctor. If we let them find the ghost doctor, King Rui's eyes were shadowy, then let them never find it. A few of his Minders looked at each other, looked at King Rui, and hastened to advise. Your Majesty, this ghost doctor is indeed a capable person. If he can be used for us, it will not be a great help to your Majesty. King Rui looked at the person who had spoken. The gloom under his eyes was a little less. He frowned and said, this ghost doctor, all these years God has been out of sight. He doesn't even know if it's a man or a woman, if it's tall, if it's short, if it's fat or if it's skinny, not to mention using it for the king. He can't even find the person. One of the Minders immediately saluted. Your Highness, my subordinate heard a message from elsewhere the other day that the ghost doctor had gone out on a trip, and that whenever he appeared, he would leave traces behind. Rui Wang pondered. He respected his father and had loved him, but his father was really too long as an emperor. The crown prince has died for so many years, but never mentioned the matter of re-establishing the crown prince. All day long, he was guarding Xie Xiaoran, that little bitch, and turned a blind eye to them. His sons, where he is worse than the prince. Since childhood, he is better than the prince in all subjects, but the father emperor cannot see him. Eyes and heart only prince. Even if the consumptive ghost has died, the matter of searching for the ghost doctor will be left to you. If you can find the ghost doctor and have him used for this king will credit you with a great merit. King Rui looked at the beloved one who had come up with the idea and said. The man's face was delighted as he respectfully rose and saluted. Don't worry, your Majesty, my subordinates will do their best to find the whereabouts of the ghost doctor. King Rui did hope to find the ghost doctor. As long as the ghost doctor could return to him, then there was no worry that the great things would not be accomplished. After all, the old man of the Shao family was cured by the ghost doctor, and with the ghost doctor subservient to him, would the Shao family be far behind? Finding the ghost doctor is a big deal, but Xie Xiaoran, this little bitch can't be kept either. Let the Rakshasa alliance continue. As long as this little bitch doesn't die, this king's heart will be uneasy. No matter how much money the Rakshasa alliance asks for, this king only wants him to die. Do you understand? King Rui's eyes looked at his staff's Minders sorrowfully and said. Several people hurriedly got up and respectfully responded. When Lin Xiaoxiao and her group were halfway there, the secret guard who had followed Sister Zhu to the capital came back and gave Lin Xiaoxiao a report on how he had followed Sister Zhu all the way. He did not expect this wife even in order to go back to the capital. All the way on the hoof, he tossed half of his own life, just to return to the capital sooner. That old woman went into the Jinguigong mansion. The reason why my subordinate came back late is that I stayed in the capital to investigate the identity of this old woman. She is the milkmaid beside the Jinguigong's wife, Zhu, and she married into the Jinguigong mansion after Zhu. The secret guards did not yet know that Lin Xiaoxiao and the others had already encountered a killer. Lin Xiaoxiao played with the token of the Jinguigongfu in her hand. We already know. Ha! The dark guard was a bit surprised. The companion beside him briefly told him about the situation, and this dark guard immediately clasped his fists and saluted. It's my subordinate who is late in coming back. I asked the young lord to forgive me. Lin shook her head. How can I blame you for this? We kind of made a mistake, but you did a good job. At least so it seems we already know who wants me dead. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the returning dark guard and asked, "Did you run into fifth brother and the others on your way back?" The dark guard nodded. "Yes, our people are following it. The fifth master is living quite well. Just no freedom, but it is the colorful lanterns. They have lost a lot of weight." Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. "Wait until we get to the capital. We have to make up for our lamp fat." Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Xin Ming again. "Uncle Shun, how long until we reach the capital?" Xin Ming replied while rushing the car. "There are still 2 days' journey. There is a town not far ahead, so you can rest and recuperate in the town. Or do you want to continue the journey?" Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. In the past 2 days they had been rushing, not to mention that she was tired of sitting in the car. But the Dark Guard's elder brothers and uncles were also tired of running all the way after them. "Take a day's rest in the town ahead of us and let everyone get some rest." Shen Ming knew that Lin Xiaoxiao was heartbroken for them, so he nodded. The group accelerated and arrived at the town that Shen Ming said was a bit larger than Changshui town. And Shen Ming looked for the inn where he landed. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the name of the inn and memorized it, then said to Shen Ming, Hong Ying and Xiao Qiao, "I'm going out to do some errands. I might not be able to make it back at night, so you guys can wait for me here." "Miss, where are you going?" "Slave girl accompany you," Xiao Qiao hurriedly said. Since she knew about the Jingui Gongfu, Xiao Qiao even followed Lin Xiaoxiao without moving an inch for fear that something would happen to her. When she saw Lin Xiaoxiao wanting to go out on her own, she immediately became anxious. Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to go find fifth brother, so of course she couldn't bring anyone else with her. So she said, "I'm just going out for a bit. I'll be back soon. You and sister Hong Yao wait here for me. But MS, don't worry, it'll be fine. Those people can't help me, and I can't beat them. I can still poison them. So what are you afraid of?" Lin Xiaoxiao smiled, just so confident. She had said so. Xiao Qiao couldn't follow hard, and could only bark worriedly. "Then miss, come back early, and be sure to stay safe." "Aha." Lin Xiaoxiao put a veil on herself after she finished speaking, jumped out of the carriage, and rushed out of the city before darkness closed the city gates. Shen Ming looked in the direction Lin Xiaoxiao had left and called on Hong Ying and Xiao Qiao to enter the inn. Lin Xiaoxiao avoided the crowd all the way and used her light power to scurry into the forest next to the official road. And after turning around to make sure no one was there, she dodged into space. Third sister. Lin Xiaoxiao looked for Wu Shui as soon as she entered the space. The aura of the space was much denser than outside, and nourished by the spiritual spring. Wu Shui really benefited from being in the space. Whether it was her stance or her sense of hearing and smell, they all got a qualitative improvement. When she heard Lin Xiaoxiao call out to her, she directly scurried out of the small villa. "Dawn, what's wrong?" Lin Xiaoxiao immediately jumped into Wu Shui's arms and hugged her tightly. It was only in front of the Wolf King's family that Lin Xiaoxiao would act like a little child, acting recklessly when she was happy, letting out a cry when she was sad, and showing her aggression when she was wronged. Such as right now, when Lin Xiaoxiao was sadly hugging Wu Shui and not letting go of her hand. Wu Shui sensed that her sister's mood was not right and was anxious. "Xiaoxiao, what's wrong with you? Is someone bullying you? Tell third sister. Third sister will go and bite him to death." Lin Xiaoxiao sniffled, and any further aggression was cured. She raised her head and looked at Wu Shui. "Third sister, I seem to have found my family, but the situation doesn't seem to be quite what we thought." Lin Xiaoxiao then told Wu Shui everything from the time she met Sister Zhu, until she was later assassinated by the people of the Jingui Gongfu. And then she and Xie Shaoran accidentally blocked each other's troubles. And then the secret guards who chased after Sister Zhu came back to report the news to her. Wu Shui's eyes instantly erupted with intense killing intent. "Xiao, you let me out. I'll go bite this family to death." What the hell? It was against the law for people to kill, but it wasn't against the law for them wolves to kill. Third sister, I'll investigate this matter myself. Wouldn't it be too cheap to kill them just like that? And there might be other truths in between. Let's figure it out first. Lin Xiaoxiao said. Wu Shui's solution was simple and rough, but what she wanted to know more was the truth. Seeing her like this, Wu Shui sat down to keep her company and added, "You just said Xiaoran. You met that kid again?" Lin Xiaoxiao's face finally saw some smiles and nodded. "Well, he's grown up. He's even better looking than before, and he has a lot more people around him to protect him." Wu Shui skimmed her mouth in disgust. "What's the use of having a lot of people? In the end it's not still relying on you." Lin Xiaoxiao choked, wanting to retort as if she was powerless to do so. After all, it was the truth, but she still said, "But he also helped me out of trouble." Aksha gave her a look. "This kid doesn't even remember you, and you're still speaking for him." Lin Xiaoxiao propped her head up with both hands and replied, "Then it's been so many years. I've grown up. It's normal that he doesn't recognize it, and I didn't tell him it was me." There is a feeling that her own girl's arm is turned outward. Wu Shui now doesn't want to bite those people in the Zhengua Gongfu. She wants to bite this brat. "Then what are you going to do now?" Wu Shui was just about to ask Lin Xiaoxiao what she was going to do now, when she saw Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly jumped up in a flash and hurriedly said, "Oops, almost forgot the main thing. Third sister, we have to go to find fifth brother, and tell him that there has been a plan has changed." Since she had to stay in the capital to investigate the truth, she couldn't mess things up for a while, and fifth brother couldn't continue to stay over there. What if he was in some kind of danger? The sisters went out of the space, and anyway, they were in the mountains and forests. Lin Xiaoxiao directly jumped onto Wu Shui's back, and Wu Shui sped out as if it were lightning, going over the mountains without a problem. Sisters all the way and encountered those animals to inquire. Good, in the color lamp has been left a heart, all the way to make friends. This way over the animals encountered, more or less know some of the color lamp and the whereabouts of the fifth brother. Following their guidance, Lin Xiaoxiao and Wu Shui found the place where the people escorting fifth brother and his group had landed before dawn. This was a manor house nestled in the mountains and surrounded by water, and the sparrows around told Lin Xiaoxiao that these people had been staying here for several days, seemingly waiting for someone. Lin Xiaoxiao fed these sparrows the grains in the space and told them to go get the colored lights. Lin Xiaoxiao and Wu Shui were parked on the hill behind the manor. It didn't take long for the colorful lanterns to fly over. As soon as they arrived, they jumped into Lin Xiaoxiao's arms and cried out in aggravation, "Xiaoxiao, finally I see you. I can't live this day. Look at me. I'm all starved and thin." The colored lanterns were splashing around in Lin Xiaoxiao's arms until they felt a sharp line of sight fall on them, and only then did the colored lanterns slowly twist their heads to look, and they were met with Wu Shui's green eyes. The colored lantern hurriedly flew out of Lin Xiaoxiao's arms and landed on her shoulder, not forgetting to hurriedly straighten out her feathers. "Third sister is also here, ah." Wu Shui coldly swept a glance at him and hummed softly, not daring to make too much noise for fear of attracting the attention of the people in the manor. "Colored lights. Where's fifth brother?" Colored lights pointed with one wing to a courtyard in the manor. "There it is." Lin Xiaoxiao looked down, but could only see a generalization. There was no cage off of fifth brother in the yard. It should be in the room. These people have stopped here for several days, listening to them say that they are waiting for someone to pick up the goods. "Xiaoxiao, when do we do it, ah?" The colored lights were anxious before they waited to try to do something big. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, softly said, "There may be a change in plans. I'm going to see fifth brother. Are there many people guarding over there?" Kai Lantern shook his head. "There are not many people. In addition to the two manor house working long workers as those people, they see the fifth brother obedient. They did not care much about him. The fifth brother yard is no one to guard. Only a feeder each a few hours will come to a trip." Lin Xiaoxiao was delighted. That would be good. Sending Wu Shui into the space, under the guidance of the colorful lamps, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly touched the backyard wall of the manor, and from here she tumbled in, and then another small courtyard was where fifth brother was. Lin Xiaoxiao carefully avoided the people in the manor, then catapulted herself to the place where Wolf fifth brother was being held. The colored lights flew to the door of a room and softly shouted, "Dawn, here." The Wolf 5 that was staying in the cage in the house felt something in his heart and opened his eyes abruptly. "Xiaoxiao." Wolf fifth brother was a bit surprised to see Lin Xiaoxiao, obviously not expecting Xiaoxiao to come after him so quickly, but he hadn't found those people's den yet. "What are you doing here?" Wolf fifth said in a lowered voice, afraid of attracting someone from outside. Lin Xiaoxiao made a silent gesture to him and led him into the space with the colored lights. "Fifth brother, there's been a change in plans. I'm afraid I'll have to stay in the capital for a while longer." After Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she told fifth brother and Kai Lantern about running into Sister Zhu along the way, and then later being assassinated by the Jingui Gongfu's people. Compared to Wu Shui, who was about to go and bite the Jingui Gongfu's people when she heard that, fifth brother was much calmer. On the contrary, he had been following these people during this period of time, and listened to all their chats and conversations into his ears, and had more or less gained some cognition of the complex world of human beings. "What are you going to do?" fifth brother asked. No matter what Xiaoxiao did, their Black Wolf clan would be her most solid backing. Lin Xiaoxiao had already thought about it before she came. The capital city she must go, and also have to meet this Xingua Gongfu, at least to figure out why she was stillborn back then, and her mother passed away. What about her father? There is also that Jingua Gong lady. Sister Zhu is her people. Sister Zhu just returned to the capital. There are killers to assassinate her. This matter that has nothing to do with that Jingua Gong lady she does not believe. Lin Xiaoxiao is also very curious to know, how in the world did she get in the way of this lady? According to those cheesy plots, even if this Xingui Gong lady and her own mother are not dealing with each other, then there is no need to have her die. It's just as okay to raise wasted. But time and time again they have laid down a killer. More than 10 years ago it was like this, and more than 10 years later it's still like this today. There was also that 3-year absence, and why exactly she had to find out. Fifth brother, if that's the case I don't know how long I'll have to stay in the capital. Today, Third sister and I are here to pick you up. That 100 beasts garden doesn't need to go for the time being. When the matter of birth is clarified, we'll go and clean them up again. Lin Xiaoxiao said. Fifth brother paced slowly in place, considering for a long time, and finally said, the 100 beasts garden still needs to go. At least we need to figure out what the hell is going on in that place. I'm relieved to have third sister by your side. You don't need to worry about me. I'll see what I can do when I get to the 100 beasts garden. How could Lin Xiaoxiao be relieved that fifth brother would go to the 100 beasts garden alone? No, fifth brother, that would be too dangerous. Xin Ming said that the animals in that 100 beasts garden are not taken seriously at all. They can beat them if they want to, they can kill them if they want to, and there are countless animals that have died in their hands. If something happens to you, what do you want me to do in the future? And how can I explain this to my father and my mother? Xiao, listen to fifth brother. I heard them say in the past few days that they stopped here to wait for another wave of people, and I heard that they captured 2 tigers. Think about it, fifth brother is now voluntarily following them, or else they won't be able to trap me. And at that time, if the situation is not right, I'll gather the other animals together. And the big thing is that they'll have a fight and then run away. You listen to me. Your birth is important. The matter of the 100 beasts garden should also be clarified. It's not a conflict. The 100 beasts garden side is left to fifth brother. You feel at ease investigating the matter of your birth. If there's a situation, I'll let the little animals give you a message. Wolf fifth brother tried to convince Lin Xiaoxiao in a serious manner. Lin Xiaoxiao really didn't want to put fifth brother in danger, but fifth brother insisted. And in the end Lin Xiaoxiao could only compromise. Then you must be careful. Fifth brother, if something happens don't hold on. Your life is more important than anything else. Lin Xiaoxiao said as she wrapped her arms around Wolf fifth brother's neck. Wolf fifth brother's heart instantly softened. You too. Humans hooking up is much more complicated than the straightforwardness between animals. You must be careful. If it doesn't work out, we'll go back to Wolf Mountain. There's still father and auntie and us to love you. Good. From the space out. Lin Xiaoxiao for the color lantern a lot of spiritual spring water and space-grown grains. Until the color lantern really cannot eat and drink to stop. She couldn't take the colored lamps with her this time. After all, she still needed them to keep an eye on this side of the world to give her the news. When things are settled over here, we'll go back to Wolf Mountain and live happily in the mountains from now on. Never coming out again. It's been hard on you during this time. Lin Xiaoxiao stroked the beautiful feathers on the colorful lamp. Although Kai Lantern complained about the bitterness on her lips, she nodded firmly. Well, don't worry, I will guard fifth brother. Lin Xiaoxiao laughed, gently bouncing the colorful lantern's little head. Not just fifth brother, but yourself as well. We all have to be good. If we come out together we have to go back together. Kai Lantern listened to a burst of sourness in his heart. He was still not suitable for this kind of sensationalism. Okay, hurry back. You should also be careful. Don't be bullied again. Aha. Lin Xiaoxiao raised his hand and the colored lights flew away, returning to the courtyard where fifth brother stayed, finding a treetop to hide himself in. It was a good thing that he was small enough to hide in a random corner and no one would notice. Only after sending off the colored lights did Lin Xiaoxiao roll over onto Wu Shui's back. Let's go. Wu Shui took a deep look at where her brother was and leapt up to leave with Lin Xiaoxiao. And before going back, the sisters scurried up to the hills outside the capital and took a faraway look at the incredibly bustling capital. The large city was indeed more opulent than all the cities they had seen before. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the distant capital with a deep gaze, and Wu Shui quickly faded into the darkness. When he came, he had to inquire all the way, so he was slower, and when he went back, he was faster. And at dawn Lin Xiaoxiao entered the city. There were not many people in the town in the early morning. The street vendors had just come out of their stalls, and the stores selling breakfast on the side of the road had prepared fragrant buns early, and the steamer baskets were bubbling with hot air to attract the people coming and going. Lin Xiaoxiao found a wonton stand and ate a bowl of wontons before slowly wandering back to the inn. Chow Chow and Honging stayed up all night, seeing Lin Xiaoxiao come back safe and sound only to be completely relieved, and then hurriedly wait for Lin Xiaoxiao to wash up and wait for her to take a nap. When Lin Xiaoxiao woke up from her nap, it was already past noon, and Xiao Qiao hurriedly let the people from the inn send up the meals. When Lin Xiaoxiao finished eating, Xiao Qiao said, "Miss, the male we met at the Broken Temple has also taken up residence." Lin Xiaoxiao gave a start. Xia Xiaoran had arrived too? When? In the morning, Miss would have slept then. So the slave girl didn't wake up Miss. Xiao Qiao replied. Lin Xiaoxiao just gave a hum and didn't say much. Xia Xiaoran didn't recognize her, so there was no need for her to come up and say more. It seems that she heard him say before that he was also going to the capital. So what was his status? What is he going to do in the capital? You call Uncle Shun over, Lin Xiaoxiao said. Soon Xiao Qiao called Shen Ming in. Lin Xiaoxiao helped Shen Ming pour a glass of water. Shen Ming sat down opposite her. Young lord, you're looking for me, Lin Xiaoxiao asked bluntly. The man we met at the broken temple, can we find out what he is? Shen Ming nodded. This was the most basic operation of their heavenly star house. So he asked, what's his name? Does the young lord know? Thanks Xiaoran. Shen Ming, however, frowned. Young lord, the Xie surname is a royal surname, and there is only one person with that name amongst the royal family. Lin looked up at him. Who? The present-day grandson. Shen Ming's words caused Lin Xiaoxiao to freeze for a moment. Was he in such a high status? Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao thought of something and let Shen Ming wait before drilling into the inner room, then took out the jade pendant that Xie Xiaoran had given her back then from the space. At that time Xie Xiaoran handed her the jade pendant, had not told her where to find him. Those people outside the mountain came looking for him. Dad directly let Big Brother send him away. This piece of jade pendant that she threw into the space with her has been in her drawer to put 10 years has never been taken out to look at it. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao realized that the jade quality and workmanship of this jade pendant was very fine, and she who was used to seeing good things recognized at once that this jade pendant was worth a lot of money. Lin Xiaoxiao handed the jade pendant to Shen Ming. Shen Ming picked it up and took a look. His face changed. Young lord, where did young lord get this jade pendant from? Lin Xiaoxiao didn't say much, but just said faintly, I saved someone 10 years ago, and this is what that person gave me at the time. Shen Ming looked grave as he handed the jade pendant to Lin Xiaoxiao's face, pointing to the small, finely carved characters somewhere in it. Young master, this is something from the Eastern Palace. Look here, there is the seal of the Eastern Palace, where the Crown Prince resides, and then look here, there is a small Ran character engraved, and if my subordinate guessed correctly, the person that the young master saved that year should have been His Royal Highness, the Tazan, of the Eastern Palace, which was the prince we met in the broken temple before. After speaking, Shen Ming quietly glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and whispered, young master saved him back then, and he surprisingly didn't recognize young master, Tai's son. 10 years ago, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered Guansu, whom she had once treated, and when she investigated Guansu's background, she had mentioned that Tai's son had disappeared for a while, and then went to the border, and that Mr. Guan had resigned from his post to return to his hometown to become a teacher at that time. Once you sort it out like that, it all lines up. Lin Xiaoxiao turned the jade pendant over in her hands and smiled. I was only 6 years old 10 years ago. It's not surprising that he wouldn't recognize it. It's just that she didn't expect that the little brother who fled to Wolf Mountain covered in wounds back then would be today's His Royal Highness the Tai son. Lin Xiaoxiao was really a bit surprised. Shen Ming thought of the Zhengguo Gongfu and said, why doesn't the young master recognize him? You have saved his life. The Zhengguo Gongfu will want to move you in the future, but also have to weigh. And it seems that the young master has saved him once again. Lin Xiaoxiao looked out the window. Yes, she had saved him once again, but let her take the gift of salvation to him? Then would he think he had other plans? After all, it's been 10 years. She can't tell what kind of nature he has now, in case he's already forgotten what happened back then. Moreover, such a status of people, very jealous of others know his past. Right. I'm afraid that by then the grace of life saving into the grace of life will be troublesome. A Zhengguo Gongfu is enough of a headache, and then messed with this His Royal Highness Tai son is not even more troublesome? Just when Lin Xiaoxiao tangled, Shen Ming opened his mouth. Young master, this great-grandson His Highness can be remarkable. When missing for a period of time after returning to the capital, no noise, no fuss, with the emperor asked for orders to go to follow the grandfather to guard the border. To the border, only 13 years old began to follow the General Chu on the battlefield to kill the enemy. Although the noble great-grandson, but made countless achievements, and the great-grandson His Highness on the people is also very good, and has a very high reputation among the people. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows. So it seems that she should not be an ungrateful person. If Xie Xiaoran is such an identity, then it is not surprising that he was hunted down and killed. It is nothing more than a struggle for power that's set. After all, today's emperor is not young. The crown prince, although he died of illness, but underneath the prince quite a lot, he is the son of the crown prince. Although the emperor has never said that they want to set up him as a grandson of the emperor, but the discerning person who can see the emperor is very valued to this grandson. Looks like the brat is in the way of some uncle and is being treated like a thorn in the side. Uncle Shun, who do you think could have done this to him? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Shen Ming thought for a moment and shook his head. This is really hard to say. In addition to the king of Fu we have seen, the other princes are more or less unaccountable, more or less mindful of that position. The more powerful is the royal princess of Ruei Wang, and Ruei Wang's sibling brother in Wang. And Wang, although on the surface of the Ruei Wang's obedience, but in Wang, this person is calculating. The brothers who count who do not know it. Then there's the Qi king born to consort Shu, and finally the Kong king born to consort Jing. But the Kong king has always been from the East Palace faction, and the crown prince had a very good relationship with the Kong king before he passed away. And Duke Xia was basically taken care of by the Kong king before he went to the border with General Chu. Lin Xiaoxiao likes to take her fingers and tap something once she thinks about things. At this moment, her fingers tapped gently on the table one after another, combing through the relationship of these several princes. Except for the king of Fu, Xia Xiaoran was taken care of by the king of Kong. Then the king of Kong should be unlikely. Then that would leave the other few, King Rui and King Qi. Who will it be? Just as Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Ming were about to continue their discussion, Xiao Xiao's voice rang out from outside the room. Little Stone, why are you here? Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Ming looked at each other. Lin Xiaoxiao put away the jade pendant on the table, and both of them stopped talking. Little Stone said at the door, Miss Xiaoxiao, what a coincidence. My son saw your carriage was there, before Miss saved my son, so my son wanted to treat Miss to a casual dinner, and asked Little to ask Miss if she was free. Xiaoxiao didn't expect Little Stone to come for this, and directly said, but my young lady has already eaten. Little Rock went on to say, never mind, dinner is fine. Jojo told him to wait and came in to ask Lin Xiaoxiao, Miss, Duke Xia wants to invite Miss to dinner. Lin Xiaoxiao counted the hours. At this point, mealtime had already passed, right? Hasn't Xia Xiaoran eaten yet? It wasn't surprising though, hadn't she just woken up from a nap and eaten? Maybe he just wasn't hungry and that's why he hadn't eaten by this time. To go or not to go? Anyway, it's already very close to the capital. The young master should go if he wants to. It doesn't matter if it's a day early or a day late. Shen Ming could see Lin Xiaoxiao's entanglement. So he said, it's best to let His Highness Taisun recognize that their young master is his savior. And in the future, the young master will have another layer of protection. Although it may not be too useful either. Alright then, after saving his life, it's not too much to eat a meal from him. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Xiao Xiao went out and returned to Little Stone, who was overjoyed. Then does Miss have any taboo food? The little one can go and prepare it. That's not true, Jojo replied. Okay Lu. The Little Stone was overjoyed and arched his hand at Jojo, turning and running away happily. Jojo looked at his cheerful demeanor and thought the man was more of a child than her brother. Because they had to have dinner with Xia Xiaoran, they couldn't leave this afternoon. So Lin Xiaoxiao let Xiao Xiao guard the doorway, and burrowed herself into space to rub pills while chatting with Wu Shui. To the hour, Lin Xiaoxiao only from the space out. Xiao Xiao and the gifts turned a light pink skirt. Is this time in Handan City Xiao young master stuff to Lin Xiaoxiao? Said the material is extremely rare. Fuan County princess pregnant wear cannot be worn. All do Lin Xiaoxiao's size. This is to be sent to the village. This time met directly to her to take away. This skirt looks ordinary, but in the sunlight will give off a strange light, as if the sea like sparkling. There are legends that this is the beautiful sea mermaid weaving cloth, and later taught to the people on the shore. And weaving material is from the sea. That's why it's called the mermaid weaving. Lin Xiaoxiao changed into her clothes and turned around in front of the bronze mirror. Seeing her gorgeous self in the mirror, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, wouldn't this be too ostentatious? She was just going for a meal. As far as that goes, Miss can be really good looking when she was young, even better looking when she grew up, even better looking when she wears this dress. Xiao Xiao's eyes were starry, a face of adoration and fascination. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her hand and then knocked her on the head, and with her hands she was about to unbuckle her belt. It's better to change it. Xiao Xiao hurriedly stopped her. Don't clothes made to be used to wear. Besides the time is too late. Just now the slave girl have heard the small stone and Uncle Shen talking voice. Afraid to ask. Don't change. Really quite good. Safekeeping let that Xie Gengzi see the eyes can't move. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly blushed, asking him to move his eyes for what? Really good? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at herself in the mirror again and twirled her skirt, and the candlelight printed on it had the same effect as the sunlight. Jojo nodded repeatedly. Yes, absolutely. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't dwell on it. That's it then. Let's go. Xiao Xiao immediately happily helped Lin Xiaoxiao out of the room. As soon as she came out, she saw the stairs where Little Stone was standing and talking to Shen Ming. As soon as she saw Lin Xiaoxiao, Little Stone's eyes looked straight. Shen Ming saw it and stood in the center with an unhappy face, blocking Little Rock's line of sight. As soon as Little Stone looked up, he met Shen Ming's unhappy face, and only then was he startled to realize that he had lost his temper, and hurriedly smiled awkwardly and stood to the side, avoiding the line of sight. Lin Xiaoxiao came closer. Where is your son? Little Stone was again stunned, but fortunately reacted quickly and hurriedly replied, it's downstairs. The mail is already waiting for Miss. Lin nodded and walked down the stairs. Xia Xiaoran raised his head at that moment. He couldn't move his eyes with just one glance. Lin Xiaoxiao in a long pink dress, under the illumination of the candlelight, as if she was a fairy walking on the water. She slowly walked towards him from the stairs, the warm candlelight printed on her face, tinting her cheeks with a warm color, just like a fairy. Lin Xiaoxiao looked downstairs, and the two of them just saw each other. Xie Xiaoran changed from his previous green-colored tunic to a set of moon-white robes, with a white jade belt around his waist and a jade crown on his head, making him handsome. Not to mention Xie Xiaoran, the shopkeepers and fellows downstairs all looked dumbfounded. Xie Xiaoran's eyes suddenly sank, and he directly got up when Lin Xiaoxiao was halfway down the stairs. This downstairs is too empty. It's better to eat upstairs. Lin Xiaoxiao's footsteps lurched as she looked at Xie Xiaoran. This brat, teasing her. She has come down and told her to go upstairs to eat. Xie Xiaoran saw Lin Xiaoxiao's slightly frowning expression and thought to himself that he was afraid that the little girl was unhappy. It's Xie who is not well thought out. People come and go downstairs for fear that it's not very convenient for Miss. It's better to go upstairs and eat. Shopkeeper, send the meal upstairs. After Xie Xiaoran finished speaking, he walked up the stairs very naturally, completely blocking Lin Xiaoxiao's way downstairs. Being pulled back into the thoughts of Xie Xiaoran, both the shopkeeper and the fellow froze for a moment. The shopkeeper was even more strange. The inn has been let down by this prince. Where do people come and go? Gongzi, it's not. The shopkeeper tried to open his mouth, and was coldly glared at by Xie Xiaoran. The shopkeeper shut up. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at this man who changed in a while, and grunted unhappily in her heart. This is the first time that Mr. Xia has invited someone to dinner, right? Which person invites someone to dinner and still changes the place halfway? Xie Xiaoran smiled faintly. Change from downstairs to upstairs can't be counted as halfway to change the place. Not to mention that the girl is not down yet. At most it can only be counted as halfway. Lin Xiaoxiao was speechless and hummed softly. Strong words. Girl please. Xie Xiaoran had stopped in front of her and made a gesture of invitation. The position? Towards the upstairs. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Xiao had to go back upstairs again. Xie Xiaoran said it was upstairs, but it was actually his room. The rooms here are all front and back, with the inner room being a place to sleep and rest, and the front room set up with tables and chairs for guests to eat and gather. Xie Xiaoran skillfully poured tea and water for Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiao Shi saw this and hurriedly went up to help. How can this kind of thing be done by the male son? Xie Xiaoran just slightly glanced sideways at them, and Jian Xian immediately pulled Xiao Shi with a quick eye. Jensen, what are you pulling me for? Little Rock was confused. Genshin looked at her own son and gently nudged the small stone in the direction of the door. Go see if the back kitchen is ready, and hurry things along. Oh, then you keep an eye on it. Have a bit of eye candy, and serve the Duke well. Little Stone finished his explanation before he saluted Xie Xiaoran and Lin Xiaoxiao. Sir, miss, I'll go down to see if the food is ready. Aha! Xie Xiaoran hummed, and the little stone then walked away. Jian Xian looked at his dumbfounded back as he left, and sneaked a look at Xie Xiaoran. His heart slandered. He didn't know who was the one with no eyesight, him and the little stone. His own son has been so many years. When has he ever been so attached to a girl? He also let him specially inquire about which inn people were staying at, and followed them over with his ass. He didn't know when his son was still in the palace, but after so many years at the border, this was the first time he had ever seen it. I don't know exactly which family's young lady this girl is. Looking at the demeanor and the stature of the people around her, I think her status is not bad. Jane Xin secretly surveyed the two. Since ancient times, heroes match beauties. Their son and this girl are a good match. It's that the girl would be nice if she were a little more gentle and skillful. Jian Xin silently daydreamed in her mind. This side Lin Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and watched as Xie Xiaoran poured himself a cup of tea and then poured a cup for himself before putting the teapot back in its original position, not realizing that His Highness, the towering Tai Sun, would also pour his own tea. Thanks a lot. Lin Xiaoxiao calmly thanked her. Xie Xiaoran, I should. Lin Xiaoxiao calmly sipped her tea. She had saved his life. She really deserved it. Why is Mr. Xia here? I thought you had returned to the capital. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him. The closer she got the clearer she saw him. Although he had grown up, his eyebrows were still the same as when he was a child. Xie Xiaoran replied frankly. I wasn't in a hurry to catch up, so I wandered here, and I didn't expect to see the girl here. Lin Xiaoxiao almost laughed out loud. Exasperated. Eunuch Xia really has a big heart. Knowing that there are people who want you dead, he is still in the mood to slowly sway. Lin Xiaoxiao snorted coldly. She had gone through so much effort to save him, although she had more than enough of the antidote pill thing, but it was expensive to sell outside. She didn't hesitate to give it to him, but as a result, this person was so unsympathetic to his life. Xie Xiaoran remained calm. How can I meet the girl here if I don't shake? What's wrong with this person? Talking to other girls are so frivolous? In vain, She had just listened to Shen Ming's words and still thought he was a decent man, a good man with both virtue and talent. Lin Xiaoxiao was a bit unhappy. Then Mr. Xia is really wiggling coincidentally. This town is so big, and he happened to live in the same house as me, and now he's going to treat me to dinner. Mr. Xia won't be treating me to dinner just for the sake of treating me to dinner alone. According to the logic of the ancients, the other party would hasten to deny it even if she asked this with a purpose. Yet Xia Xiaoran nodded and directly hummed. Ha! How unorthodox of the man. Xia Xiaoran nodded his head with a serious and sincere face, and directly said, Indeed not, I just want to ask the girl's name, so that I can repay her in the future. Crap? What about the promised ancient subtlety? Who said that? Stand out, she must not beat him to death. In her heart, Lin Xiaoxiao did not lose any momentum, and directly said, There is no need to repay. Mr. Xia has already written me an IOU, and when I get the money, we'll get the money and the goods. So there is no such thing as repaying or not repaying. Xia Xiaoran just smiled. The grace of saving one's life is still to be repaid. Lin Xiaoxiao always felt that there was a bit of a hint of something in his words when he said this, but when she looked at Xia Xiaoran, his gaze was very frank. When she thought of the plots in those martial arts dramas, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her mouth and asked, How is Mr. Xia going to repay? By giving his body in return? Jensen instantly widened his eyes and pricked up his ears. Geez, what did he hear? It's a good thing Little Rock is gone or he wouldn't have jumped up and down when he heard that. Xiao Qiao was even more dumbfounded. Their young lady was flirting with a beautiful man? Right, miss. Xiao Qiao anxiously and quietly tugged on Lin Xiaoxiao and gave her a squeeze. Such words could be said casually? Lin Xiaoxiao then remembered that this phrase was not to be spoken indiscriminately to these ancients, and immediately tried to digress. Don't mind if Mr. Xia does. I was just joking with you. Xia Xiaoran, however, looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes with a serious and earnest look on his face, and his voice, like him as a person, looked and sounded very gentle. It's not like I can't do it if Miss wants to. Pust. Lin Xiaoxiao sprayed Xia Xiaoran with tea. Sorry. I didn't mean it. Let me wipe you off. Lin Xiaoxiao said while pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the water on Xia Xiaoran's body. Little Stone saw this scene as soon as he entered the door and ran over before Lin Xiaoxiao's hand reached over and touched Xia Xiaoran. What's wrong with you, my lord? Jianchen held her forehead. Little Stone, what are you doing here at this time? Can't you see that His Excellency's face is getting dark? Lin Xiaoxiao saw the Little Stone pouncing over and hurriedly put away her handkerchief and sat far away from Xia Xiaoran, even with a little bit of a small heart. She didn't mean it. She really didn't mean it. She could only blame this brat for talking scary. It just scared the baby to death. And say what is not no. Line what line? Who wants him to give his body? Little Stone had already taken a handkerchief to help Xia Xiaoran wipe the water off his body, but the tea sprayed out by Lin Xiaoxiao still left traces on Xia Xiaoran's clothes, and the yellowish tea stains in Xia Xiaoran's moonlight white long shirt were exceptionally mismatched. Why don't you change your clothes first and we'll eat again? Mr. Xie? Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and added, It's okay, I'll compensate you for this dress. Xia Xiaoran sighed helplessly in his heart, lamenting that it wasn't really the right time for Little Stone to come in, but he quickly gathered his emotions. It's okay. There'll be plenty of opportunities later. There's no need to change. This is quite good. Xia Xiaoran finished speaking and looked directly at Little Stone. Is the meal ready? Let them serve the food. The small stone stared blankly for a moment before steeply remembering. Ah, yes, the food. After saying this, he saluted again and hurriedly retreated to let the back kitchen serve the food. Xia Xiaoran looked at the eyes of the small stone with some guilt, but was given a fright by his clothes getting wet. The small stone immediately forgot about the meal. If he couldn't find the ghost doctor again, what would become of the small stone? Xia Xiaoran didn't dare to think about it. In his last life, he hadn't let Little Stone follow him to a good life. Could it be that in this life, with all his calculations, he still couldn't protect the people around him? As a doctor, Lin Xiaoxiao had an innate sensitivity to some things, and she also noticed at this time that something was not right with the Little Stone. She frowned slightly. Little Stone he is? Sick? Xia Xiaoran thought of Lin Xiaoxiao once treating her own injuries, and knowing that she was also skilled in healing, he did not hide the Little Stone's condition. Hurt my head and it's been like that ever since. It gets worse every once in a while, and lately a lot of things are forgotten when I turn my head. That's why at the Broken Temple Little Rock blamed himself for not bringing food. Lin Xiaoxiao thought of the embarrassment they felt in the Broken Temple when they hadn't brought any food in Little Rock's guilt, and understood at once. It seems to have injured the brain, but we'll have to see which one it is to find out. Xia Xiaoran couldn't help but think of the antidote pill in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. I've asked all the famous doctors, but none of them could cure Little Stone. And those doctors said that maybe the only way to cure Little Stone is to find the ghost doctor. And the strangest thing was that in his previous life until his death he had never heard of the ghost doctor as a person, so there was no way to find him even if he wanted to now. It seemed like a lot of things changed after he returned from Wolf Mountain in one piece. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him, thinking that she was not an immortal, and that she would have to see the patient to see if she could cure him, so perhaps she would have to find a chance to show the little stone. Little stone is your attendant. You seem to care about him? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Xia Xiaoran froze. Everything that Little Stone had experienced in his previous life appeared in his mind again. When he was thrown down into the pool full of fierce beasts, the last words Little Stone said to him were still, "Your Highness, your slave will never be able to serve you again. You must live well." What the Little Stone didn't know was that after he left, he himself would be buried in the mouth of those beasts in the near future. Just like him, and not even a piece of bone would be left. Seeing Xie Xiaoran's steeply tightened hand, Lin Xiaoxiao wondered what was wrong with him, so she gently called out, "Mr. Xie?" Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was like a splash of fresh water, instantly injecting itself into Xie Xiaoran's memory, pulling him out of that unpleasant memory. "Is the girl going to the capital as well?" Xie Xiaoran resumed his appearance as a fluttering gentleman just now, as if nothing had happened just now. Seeing that he was fine, Lin Xiaoxiao didn't pursue the matter and nodded. "Well, going to the capital to run some errands." Xie Xiaoran smiled. "I am also going to the capital. Since the heavens have allowed us to meet again, why don't we go together? And when we get to the capital we can also give me a chance to repay my kindness." Xie Xiaoran made a double entendre. At the mention of repaying her kindness, Lin Xiaoxiao thought of that ridiculous conversation just now and blushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled as she snickered. "You don't think you're afraid that you'll meet a killer again and you won't be able to defeat them with enough people on your own, so you want to come with me, right?" Lin Xiaoxiao originally just wanted to poke fun at him, but she didn't expect Xie Xiaoran to admit it frankly and unguardedly. Nothing can be hidden from the girl. The girl is surrounded by experts, and the girl with the girl to go together naturally more security. The girl also do not want me to die in the middle of the road, or not back to that 100,000 tails. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly had the feeling that she had moved a stone and smashed her own foot. What kind of IOU did she want properly? "It's not appropriate to be alone," Lin Xiaoxiao said. Xie Xiaoran pointed at Jianshan. "Jianshan and the others are also human. Jensen really would appreciate it." Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him. "Anyway, refuse this person will also follow. Forget it, put under their own noses is better than when he was blocked again. She saved the life as her. Who wants to take away also ask her first with or without consent. Whatever." Lin Xiaoxiao threw him 2 words. Xie Xiaoran's handsome face immediately blossomed into a smile. The sight of Jian Xian looked on and felt like she was going blind. When had their highness ever smiled like this? This makes Jian Xian more and more feel that their highness is looking at this girl. But unfortunately, around to now do not even know what people's last name is called. As his highness's closest chief of guards, Jensen felt that he had the need and obligation to give their highness a hand. "Your Excellency, do you need to ask the benefactor what the girl's surname is? Otherwise how should the subordinates address them along the way? Are they just going to keep calling them girl?" Jian Xian appeared to be whispering with Xie Xiaoran, but the voice was so loud that even Xiao Qiao could hear it. "Lin Xiaoxiao, will you please restrain yourself? She's still sitting here." Xie Xiaoran looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with a smile on his face. "Jian Xian has a point. Since we have to catch up together in the future, can the girl tell me her name, so that I can also know what kind of person's life-saving grace I've inherited, and where this grace should be repaid in the future? Can we please stop talking about repaying favors? Disturbing. My name is Lin Xiaoxiao." Lin Xiaoxiao kept looking at Xie Xiaoran as she said those 3 words, trying to see his reaction when he heard the name. The result was that after half a day of looking, but found that this person's face didn't even have a little fluctuation. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't say why, but her heart was actually a little blocked. The brat actually did forget about her. However, under Xie Xiaoran's calm and unperturbed appearance he had long ago been unable to suppress his excitement. It was really her. He really wasn't mistaken. "Miss Lin, nice to meet you." As if that year, she looked at herself and said, "My name is Lin Xiaoxiao. Nice to meet you." On the official road, the 2 carriages were one in front of the other, and it was not difficult to see that the carriage following behind had been controlling its speed, maintaining a smooth following, steadily following the carriage in front. Little Stone sat cross-legged in the car, looking at the master who opened the curtains with great interest and kept looking at the carriage in front of him, and also enjoyed a little bit of fun from time to time. Very puzzled. "Your Highness, we're all about to arrive at the capital. Why do we still have to follow someone else?" Miss Lin, with a deadpan face, the driving Jian Xian almost threw the horse whip in his hand. If he didn't have to take care of where the carriage was going, he would have turned around and given a thumbs up to Little Rock right now. What a deadbeat. His Highness will be furious, won't he? As expected, Little Rock took a brain pop. What do you know? Xia Xiaoran continued to look at the carriage in front of him. How hard was it for him to find her again, do you know? Little Stone rubbed the bag on his head that was almost but not quite bulging, and bristled. He didn't understand, and His Highness didn't say anything. Driving Jane Xin helplessly smiled, but also on His Highness to the small stone tolerance. Otherwise this change others, afraid that has already been disposed of by His Highness. But in front of the car Shin Big Brother, really do not care at all, they follow behind if not his car skills, are not necessarily keep up with it. Xia Xiaoran changed to a more comfortable position to sit and asked Jian Xin, have you found out clearly? Who in the Duke of Jin's mansion sent those people? Jane Xin while driving also have to accompany their highness to talk. Raise 12 points of attention. Back, those are the Jingui Gongfu cultivated secret guards, only at the command of the Jingui Gongfu. But the Jingui Gongfu favored the step-room Zhus. In the hands of Zhus there is a token can be adjusted to order the secret guards. His Highness did not pay much attention to the Jingui Gongfu, so the Jingui Gongfu did not have our people. The investigation is a little slow, but it is certain that the Duke of Jin in addition to these two people, no one can make these secret guards. Moreover, my subordinate has discovered a problem, which is that the secret guards who came this time were obviously all just trained not long ago, and are not skilled in any way. After saying that, Jian Xin looked at the carriage in front of him. A bold and absurd thought suddenly popped up in his head. It couldn't be that the people in this Xinguogong's residence were unpredictable and knew that their highnesses would meet Miss Lin on the road, and were afraid that Miss Lin would get in their way. So they laid their hands on Miss Lin? Do not have to think carefully. Jane Xin will be their own this absurd idea to throw out of the head. How is it possible? Even they themselves do not know how they will meet with Miss Lin. Not to mention the Jingui Gongfu those people. However, this Jingui Gongfu, since the old Jingui Gong abdicated after a year is not as good as a year. Now the Jingui Gong is just a strong and dry straw man. That Jews not to mention. A lot of people are saying in private, let alone this Jews how. Not as much as more than 10 years ago. Jin Gongfu wife of the same beautiful atmosphere. That is really is the noblewoman of the famous family. No matter the looks, identity and talent, are not Jews can be compared to. It's a pity that the beauty didn't live long. She died early and didn't even have a child that survived. Otherwise, the one that their highness was going to marry should have been the one that did. Your highness, the saints summoned you to the capital this time for the marriage of the Duke of Jin's family. Would it not be too good for us to investigate their family so directly? Jian Xin said after thinking about it. Xia Xiaoran's soft gaze that was originally staring at the carriage in front of him instantly chilled, and he faintly said, I came back to the capital to visit my royal grandfather, as well as to look for the whereabouts of the ghost doctor. So what does it have to do with the Duke of Jin's residence? But, Jian Xin, you've been talking a bit too much lately. Xia Xiaoran's voice carried displeasure. Jane Xin sighed, Your Highness, this matter is not you do not let subordinates say subordinates do not have to say. You still think about what to do after you go back. And this Lin girl, your eyes are almost long on others. You at least is the great-grandson of the Highness. A little bit of reserve. Let's be a little bit more reserved. Okay? Xia Xiaoran kicked over, and Jianshan dodged sideways as if she had eyes behind her. Your Highness, it's not good to engage in sneak attacks. Xia Xiaoran hummed and said faintly, that Lin Sihan is nothing but an embroidered straw bag. Whoever loves to marry whoever they want to marry. Anyway, this person couldn't be him. There was only one person he wanted to marry in his heart since the beginning. Jian Xin could now imagine His Majesty's reaction when he heard His Highness's words. But this person that Xia Xiaoran mentioned. Your Highness, you are reminding my subordinate. My subordinate suddenly remembered. Miss Lin and Miss Lin. Looks like there is a little bit like it. Jane Xion's brain silently compared the two. Looks, Miss Lin to be slightly better. That Lin Sihan although beautiful, but always feel like wearing a layer of masks. False very. The other thing is the character. Although Miss Lin does not say on the surface, he can feel that Miss Lin is a very warm-hearted person. And Miss Lin has a straightforward character, greatly generous, so that people feel comfortable when they come into contact with her. It is a kind of spring breeze feeling. Of course, ignoring the fact that Miss Lin sometimes dislikes their highnesses. That Lin Sihanet, although people outside say that she is beautiful and kind-hearted, and extremely understanding, gentle and lovely, know the book, outstanding talent, or a zither in chess, calligraphy and painting are not a master of the great talent. Treating people is also affinity. But Jane Xin always feel that there is something through the strength of the pretense. As for the identity of okay, Lin girl what identity he does not know. But look at her side of those masters. Certainly not ordinary people. That Lin Sihan, Xinguo Gongfu identity of the First Lady. But also pass. If their highness this time back to the capital really want to discuss a daughter-in-law, he felt were Lin girl such a girl suitable for their highness. The kind of red sleeves, poetry, their highness seems to be not too much to use, and soft and weak wind blowing on the fall, not move to cry, but also have to coax their highness to go. By then, not to mention their highnesses, they might be exhausted along with them. The more Jian Xin thought about it, the more she felt evil. If their highness really married a woman with this kind of appearance, Jian Xin brainstormed that image. Ouch! Goosebumps all over. Are you cold? What are you shaking? Xia Xiaoran suddenly said. Jian Xin hurriedly sat down and drove with full concentration. As for those chaotic thoughts just now, he hurriedly forgot about them. If he let his highness know that he was deluding himself about his private life, he was afraid that he would be directly peeled off his skin. Compared to the lone 3 people on Xia Xiaoran's side, Lin Xiaoxiao's carriage had the same 3 people in it, plus Shen Ming it was 4, and they had food, drink and fun. A hand of cards over, Jojo lifted the curtain to look behind and hurriedly lowered it again. Miss, this person is really thick-skinned and really follows all the way. He shouldn't really expect us to escort him to the capital. Lin Xiaoxiao shuffled the cards while not even lifting her head. It doesn't matter. We'll just take it as protecting our 100,000 taels of silver. After saying that, she put the cards away, raised her head to look at Xiao Qiao and asked, "Don't you want the money?" Xiao Qiao thought about sitting back and continued to play cards. That is certainly not. Money is still necessary. 100,002 for their family, miss, although not much, but it is also a lot of many money, can help miss buy a lot of medicinal herbs, save a lot of people. Forget it, whatever. Follow them if you like. Just like the lady said, think of it as protecting their money. 1 on 3. The 3 opened a new round of fighting. After traveling for another 2 hours, Shen Ming slowly lowered the speed of the carriage and finally stopped at the roadside. Young lord, there's a tea house up ahead. Take a break. The horse also needs to eat and rest. Shen Ming said towards the carriage. Lin Xiaoxiao threw down the cards in her hand and returned the silver she had just won from Qiao Qiao and Hong Ying to them before peeking out of the carriage to take a look. This was a fork in the road, and there were quite a few pedestrians coming and going, all sitting and resting in the tea house in front of them. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and put on her veil and got off the carriage with Qiao Qiao and the girls. The 3 Xia Xiaoran behind them saw that they had stopped and followed suit, and it was almost as if Lin Xiaoxiao had only gotten off her horse and stood still when Xia Xiaoran walked up to her with little stone. Why have you suddenly stopped? Xia Xiaoran thought she was ready to enter the capital with a bang. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the tea house over there. Rest for a while. The horses are also tired after running all day. And although she and Xiao Qiao were playing cards in the carriage to kill time, she couldn't stand the bumpy ride all the way over. So she just came down to get some air. Lin Xiaoxiao and her group stood here, and someone from the tea house over there immediately welcomed them out. You're honored guests, but you want to drink tea and rest. I've cleaned the place very well, and the tea is all from the spring water brought down from the mountains, and there is also grass to help your honored guests feed their horses. The fellow's face was fawning, and that waist couldn't wait to bend to the ground. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, so Qiao Qiao helped her towards the tea house, while ordering the fellow, bring up the best tea you have here, and do you have anything to eat? Serve some as well, and bring some grass to help us feed the horses. After Qiao Qiao finished speaking, she gave the fellow 1 or 2 silver pieces. The fellow joyfully received the money, introduced them to the tea house and sat down, and also thoughtfully wiped the bench and table again. With excellent service, Lin Xiaoxiao took her seat, and Xia Xiaoran naturally sat on her other side. Next to them were several other tables, and at this time there were several nearby villagers who were in a hurry sitting around the table, drinking tea and talking together in 2s and 3s. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't notice anything strange at first until she heard a few heartbreaking cries. Bad guys, I'll bite you bad guys. Lin Xiaoxiao looked towards the source of the sound, and only then realized that there was a big yellow dog chained under the tree behind the tea house. It looked like it wasn't small anymore, and at this moment, it was hissing angrily towards the side, with a furious cry like it was trying to scream through its throat. However, not only the fellows in the tea house, even the villagers sitting there were indifferent. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. The situation was not right. She swept a glance at the people working in the tea house over there. Behind the stove there were 2 people making food and brewing tea. Before she didn't think there was anything, but at this time when she took a closer look Lin Xiaoxiao realized that although the movements of these 2 people were practiced and skillful, the way they handled the ingredients still exposed the fact that they were novices. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the others again without a trace, and found that although these villagers were dressed as ordinary people, the shoes did not look like the cloth shoes or straw shoes that ordinary people wore. Instead, they were boots, and even though they were hidden under a long skirt or in the pants, Lin Xiaoxiao could still see the problem from the soles of the shoes. The big yellow dog over there was still growling and kept shouting to bite these bad guys to death. The corners of Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth under her veil gently ticked. Should I say they were too lucky or too unlucky? Lin Xiaoxiao got up and walked towards the snarling big yellow dog while the food was still not ready over there. The fellow saw Lin Xiaoxiao leave and hurriedly followed. Is the lady leaving? The maid asked. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head and pointed at the big yellow dog by the big tree, shaking the jerky in her hand. I saw it barking so hard that I was afraid it was hungry. So I brought it some jerky. The fellow glanced at the big yellow dog next to the big tree and hurriedly apologized to Lin Xiaoxiao with a low brow. I really can't apologize to Miss. This dog is noisy, Miss resting. I'll get it somewhere else. It won't disturb Miss. Miss is better to go back to sit and rest. The food is almost ready. Can't eat it. These are all bad guys. They're all bad guys. The big yellow dog barked and barked, almost breaking his voice. The fellow saw this and directly kicked over, knocking the big yellow dog into a tree. Lin Xiaoxiao did not have time to take action and could only watch as the big yellow dog was injured. What are you doing? It's just barking a few times. Even though it's noisy, it's probably just hungry. Why are you treating it like this? Lin Xiaoxiao was already sure that there was something wrong with this tea house, but she still didn't move and scolded the fellow by pretending to pity this big yellow dog. A flash of sullenness flashed under the fellow's eyes. He hurriedly hid it and apologized. I was afraid that it would scare Miss. Go go go. Do what you need to do. My young lady loves these little animals the most. Look what you've done. Xiao Xiao directly pushed the fellow and pushed him back a step. Lin Xiaoxiao this opening had already gone up to the front of the big yellow dog and squatted down. Buddy, see her like this? The bottom of the eyes flashed disdain. The upper head also specially accounted for what to be careful Xie Xiaoran's side of the woman. But it is a beautiful looking woman. This is a beast. He is kicked to death and what can be done? Surprisingly heartbroken into such. In the end is a pampered young lady, dying but also rotten kindness. Or to a dog. Miss, be careful. This dog will bite. The fellow said. If they weren't afraid that people would see the signs, they wouldn't have left the dog behind. They should have settled it together a long time ago. I don't want you to care. Go go go. Hurry up and go prepare food and drink. Starving my young lady, can you afford to take the blame? Chow chow, but the evil slave to the best interpretation. Thanks to the previous green summer. Otherwise she would not have learned so like. The fellow had to leave. And as soon as he turned around a flash of disdain flashed under his eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao squatted in front of the big yellow dog. That fellow, this kick cannot be light. Plus this big yellow dog is old. I'm afraid that there is some trouble. Lin Xiaoxiao said directly. Don't be afraid. What's going on when you say they're bad people? The big yellow dog steeply widened its eyes, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao with disbelief, and weakly barked twice. You understand? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded slightly and continued to ask in a low voice as she pretended to feed it with something. These people aren't the owners of the tea house? The big yellow dog looked at the villagers not far away in the tea house to do the work of the fellows. The corner of the eye slowly shed tears. No, they killed the old dog's master's family. The body is in the back of the forest. They pretended to be the master's family, as if they want to assassinate others here. Poor old dog, that master's family, all died a terrible death. They are the bad guys. You must not eat their food. The big yellow dog whimpered lowly and told Lin Xiaoxiao the situation. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned slightly when she saw it like this. Stop talking. You're hurt a bit badly. I'll heal your injuries first. The big yellow dog, however, shed tears and said with a whimper, no cure. The old dog is also old. And now that the master's family is gone, the old dog doesn't want to live anymore. Since the girl can understand the old dog's speech, the girl had better leave as soon as possible. The old dog doesn't know who they are going to harm. But just now that fellow is afraid that he is staring at the girl. So go quickly. Lin Xiaoxiao was ready to pull out the medicine made from the spirit spring from her sleeve. After hearing its words she hesitated for a moment and then lowered her hand. The fellow's kick just now had broken several of the big yellow dog's ribs. Even if she used the space spirit spring to cure it, it wouldn't live for long. Do you have any wishes you wish me to fulfill for you? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. The big yellow dog looked at her and suddenly said, can the girl ask for the old dog's body and take the old dog to the old dog's owner? The big yellow dog's breathing was getting weaker as it spoke, and Lin Xiaoxiao smiled gently at it. Good. Sleep in peace. I'll send you to your master. The big yellow dog seemed a bit more relieved before slowly leaning on the ground, getting weaker and weaker, and his eyes were open looking at the bad guys who had killed his master, wanting to take revenge but unable to do anything about it. It hadn't gagged and just lay there staring. In the tea house, tea and food had already been set up on the table, and Lin Xiaoxiao took one last look at the big yellow dog and turned around to return to the tea house. Seeing the tea and food steaming on the table, Lin Xiaoxiao knew there was something wrong just by the smell of her nose. She stood still. Xia Xiaoran looked at her face not looking too good, hurriedly stood up and asked with concern, what's wrong? Lin Xiaoxiao raised her hand and gently pressed the card of the veil on her hair to prevent it from falling down easily. And in the middle of Xia Xiaoran's astonished gaze, Lin Xiaoxiao directly raised her breath and leaped up, and actually kicked the fellow hard. Her speed was too fast. Good thing that fellow's hands were also good. Quickly reacted, but still couldn't dodge. Was kicked in the shoulder by Lin Xiaoxiao. Even flew out directly. Lin Xiaoxiao landed firmly on the ground and spoke coldly. Don't pretend. As her words fell, all the fellows and people in the tea house changed their faces. And instantly, one by one, their faces showed murderous intent, and they drew their long swords from underneath the tabletops, underneath the tables, and instantly lined up in a line to become antagonistic with Lin Xiaoxiao and the rest of them. The big yellow dog was already slowly waiting for death. Seeing the scene, struggled to get up, but failed, and could only lie and watch from afar, his eyes glistening with tears, his lips trembling with excitement. Lin Xiaoxiao's thin lips hooked up a bloodthirsty cold smile. What she hated most in her life was people who abused small animals. Humph. I didn't expect that I would actually be recognized by this little bitch of yours. His Highness Tai-san is really surrounded by crouching tigers and hidden dragons. That fellow climbed up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and directly hooked his foot from underneath the stove, and a long sword fell into his hand. Xia Xiaoran took a step forward and pulled Lin Xiaoxiao behind him, looking at the fellow across the street and smiling faintly. It seems that you Rakshasa Alliance haven't grown a long memory from the lesson you learned last time. The fellow's face became even more ugly as he sheathed his long sword in his hand and pointed it at Xia Xiaoran. After killing so many of our brothers from the Rakshasa Alliance, do you think you can run away? Your Highness Tai-san, the voice doesn't need to be that loud. This Highness can hear you. Xia Xiaoran had a fearless face with one hand behind his back, his other hand still grasping Lin Xiaoxiao's hand without letting go. Bah! Dead to the world and still posing your Tyson spectrum for whoever. This isn't the palace, and I'm not one of your courtiers. The fellow looked angrily at Xia Xiaoran and Lin Xiaoxiao, coldly gritted his teeth and said, do it, slaughter them to avenge their dead brothers. Xia Xiaoran hooked his lips into a smile. That's probably unlikely, but you guys can go down and accompany them. The killer's sword stabbed over with a cross. Xia Xiaoran hooked a bench by his feet and kicked it over. The killer's long sword chopped the bench in half, and in this blink of an eye, Xia Xiaoran had already wrapped his arms around Lin Xiaoxiao and retreated directly backward. Shen Ming and Jian Xian stepped forward almost simultaneously to block the assassin's attack. Xiao Qiao and Hong Ying also moved their hands, and the Tianxing Lu's secret guards who were hiding in the dark directly raised their qi and ran that way. But more than a dozen skilled secret guards suddenly emerged from the surrounding area and ran in front of them. The Tianxing Lu's secret guards' faces changed to attack. Those people hurriedly opened their mouths. Brothers, our own people, before it was hard for you to protect my highness. This time it's our turn to come. You guys take a break. After saying that, without waiting for the reaction of the dark guards of the Heavenly Star Building, he led his men to directly join the battlefield and surrounded all those killers. The dark guards of the Heavenly Star Building were half a beat slower because of them, but they still arrived quickly. Those killers' face changed greatly. Fought only a few people. The result suddenly came out so many people. Originally on Xia Xiaoran, suddenly more of those secret guards they can still barely deal with. Fight to the death, can still try to assassinate, cannot be successful. The result is that it came out so many people. The situation is not right. Withdraw. Don't let any of them go. Jian Xian ordered in a cold voice. And those secret guards of Xia Xiaoran began to lay down their deadly hands, almost killing with every move. Seeing that they really didn't need any help, the secret guards of the Heavenly Star Building were about to go protect Lin Xiaoxiao when they saw that their young master was actually being embraced by Xia Xiaoran. The dark guards instantly blushed. Young master. 8 people ran next to Lin Xiaoxiao in unison, and one of them even directly rushed between Lin Xiaoxiao and Xia Xiaoran, directly ripping Xia Xiaoran's hand away without any fear. Then a few people came together and shielded Lin Xiaoxiao in the center, separating Xia Xiaoran in a raw manner. That dark guard who ripped Xia Xiaoran away also faintly swept a glance at Xia Xiaoran's hand before turning to ask Lin Xiaoxiao, young lord, are you alright? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at this human wall of theirs, and then looked at the confused Xia Xiaoran over there, and suddenly wanted to laugh a little. I'm fine. You guys go help. A few dark guards stayed put. No need. They said they didn't need our help. The purpose of the protection was very obvious. The denizens should never come near their young master again. Xia Xiaoran's secret guards joined in, and the Rakshasa Alliance's men were quickly defeated, dying and being captured, letting them fight to the death. The secret guards by Lin Xiaoxiao's side just didn't move, and even Xiao Qiao and Hong Sakura ended up putting away their swords and returning to Lin Xiaoxiao's side. Shen Ming and Jian Xian subdued the lead killer and escorted him to kneel on the ground. The Rakshasa Alliance really labored to kill me. Xia Xiaoran snapped back from the loss of being peeled away and slowly walked over. The killer struggled a bit and gritted his teeth. Kill if you want to. It's my bad luck to fall into your hands. Ha! Jensen sneered. You think you can live? I don't care who sent you guys. But before and after this, the Rakshasa Alliance has lost quite a few people. Right. From the time I returned to the capital, This is the first few times. Xia Xiaoran pretended to think. Little Stone hurriedly replied, Your Highness. For the 4th time. 4 times now. And I wonder how much the people behind it gave you guys. Have you lost any money? Xia Xiaoran was full of mockery. Killer struggles. To no avail. Clean it up. Xia Xiaoran swept a faint glance at him before turning around to find Lin Xiaoxiao. Behind her, Jensen's hand was sharp, and the assassin fell straight down. Shen Ming glanced at Jian Xin and collected his sword to walk away. This one looks harmless, but one is more ruthless than the other when it comes to laying hands on him. Xia Xiaoran came in front of Lin Xiaoxiao and seemed to want to say something, but he was instantly mute when he met Lin Xiaoxiao's smirking expression. His Highness Tai-sun? Mr. Xia is really deep in hiding. Since His Highness has so many experts around him, why do you still have to follow me? Lin Xiaoxiao snorted coldly. Little liar. Xia Xiaoran had a helpless look on his face. Things had come to this. He didn't want to pretend anymore. Xiaoxiao, do you really not remember me? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him. Little man, now you want to admit it? What does eunuch Xia think I should remember? Since His Highness has so many experts around him, I guess there's no need to follow me anymore. The sky is high and the road is far. So let's part ways. Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking and turned around with Xiao Qiao and Red Cherry and left. Xiao. Xia Xiaoran chased after him, but was stopped in his tracks by Lin Xiaoxiao's secret guards. Shen Ming looked at him and said directly, Your Highness, stay back. Xia Xiaoran looked at Lin Xiaoxiao who was walking towards the big tree, and the look on her face was a bit sad. Xiao. Xia Xiaoran shouted. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't look back. The little girl seemed angry. Was she angry that he hadn't recognized her first? Xiao. Xia Xiaoran wanted to explain to the mouth words but stopped alive. He did not dare to guarantee that there is no Rakshasa Alliance people in this neighborhood. If this time to recognize each other, perhaps it will bring trouble to Xiao. In just a moment of hesitation, Lin Xiaoxiao had already walked away. Shen Ming saw that he was no longer chasing after him before he faintly said, If your highness is truly for the good of our young lord, stay away from our young lord in the future. After saying this, he also swept a glance at the bodies of the Rakshasa Alliance killers not far away. Xia Xiaoran understood his words. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for Xiao. Shen Ming glanced at him. It's good that your highness knows in your heart. Before leaving, Shen Ming added, Your highness should be clear that you and my young master are not on the same path. Your highness take care. Shen Ming's words caused Xia Xiaoran to stand in place and freeze for a long time. In his previous life, he had lived a gray life, and originally thought that this life would be the same. It was Lin Xiaoxiao who gave him a bright light, but now that bright light was slowly moving away from him, which made Xia Xiaoran's heart feel like a knife twisting. Your highness, Miss Lin has left. Little Stone suddenly came over and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's departing back, always feeling that there was something strange between their highness and Miss Lin. Xia Xiaoran gave the little stone a somewhat angry look. He could see that he didn't need to be reminded once more. Jensen, Xia Xiaoran shouted. Jian Xin ran over and heard Xia Xiaoran speak. Pull back the people from Longgan City. Jianshan froze. Your highness, the person is not looking? Xia Xiaoran looked at the figure and shook his head. No more searching. Already found. Ha? Jensen was confused. Lin Xiaoxiao came to the big tree, and the big yellow dog was already out of breath. I'll send you to your master, Lin Xiaoxiao said softly. The big yellow dog could no longer speak. Only a soft whimper remained. Lin Xiaoxiao let a secret guard hold the big yellow dog and led them into the forest, and soon found a few members of the family of Teapatch in the forest. Long dead. Lin Xiaoxiao had her secret guards put the big yellow dog with their family, bury them properly. At Lin Xiaoxiao's command, the secret guards started digging a pit, using the swords they had in their hands if they didn't have any handy tools. The big yellow dog lay beside his master, gave Lin Xiaoxiao a grateful look, and slowly closed his eyes. An hour later, the family of the owner of the tea mistress had been buried in the ground, and there was a small grave next to theirs, so let Rhubarb continue to guard the family well. Rakshasa Alliance. Lin Xiaoxiao coldly spat out these 3 words. There is no longer any need for such an organization to continue to exist when it will do anything to achieve its goals. Shen Ming knew with just one glance that their young master was angry, but in his place he would have been angry as well. The Rakshasa Alliance was doing things too cruelly. After burying the family of the tea mistress owner, Lin Xiaoxiao and her group went out of the forest. The secret guards had already hidden themselves, leaving only Lin Xiaoxiao and the 4 of them. The tea cozy has been cleaned up, but sadly all that remains is an empty tea cozy. Xia Xiaoran stood there, seemingly waiting for her. Lin Xiaoxiao just glanced at him and walked towards her carriage. Since the beginning, not a single word was said to Xia Xiaoran. Watching her get into the carriage, Xia Xiaoran didn't even have the courage to walk over to her until Lin Xiaoxiao's carriage left and he was still standing in the same place. Leave 4 people behind. Everyone else follow Miss Lin and protect her safety, Xia Xiaoran directly ordered. Before investigating clearly why the people of the Jingguo Gongfu wanted to harm Xiao Xiao, he must not let anything happen to her. Jian Xin was not expecting this. Your Highness, if we encounter the Rakshasa Alliance's people again. Xia Xiaoran just glanced at him, and Jian Xin swallowed back the words behind him. Although their Highness usually looked easygoing, he also knew that their Highness had always said one thing but not another. Yes, subordinate will go and make arrangements. Jian Xin saluted and left. Xia Xiaoran looked at the carriage that was traveling away, just like the distance between him and Xiao Xiao, which was getting farther and farther away. No, that's not what he wants. Imperial grandfather summoned him back to the capital this time, on one hand because of his health problems, and on the other hand, he was also asked to come back to fulfill the marriage contract with the Jingguo Gongfu, and he was willing to come back in order to withdraw from this marriage. Xia Xiaoran let out a bitter smile. Before he was born, the royal grandfather and the old Jingguo Gong set up a marriage. In the future, if the crown prince is born a boy, he will marry the Jingguo Gongfu's firstborn young lady, and if it's a girl, he will marry the next Jingguo Gong. But he didn't want to marry Lin Sihan at all. The encounter 10 years ago had long since made him have someone to remember, and how could he marry someone else? Lin Xiaoxiao got on the carriage and wrote a letter with only 3 words on it, Rakshasa League, and on top of Rakshasa League greatly drew a fork with a red pen, and had the letter sent to Tao Xinglan. She didn't need to say anything, Brother Starland would understand her. With the matter of the tea house, Xin Ming decided that there would be no more stops along the way, and they would go straight into the capital. And the secret guards who had followed the carriage all the way suddenly found a few more tails behind them, recognizing them as those of Xia Xiaoran's secret guards. Brother, what should we do? Should we ask the young lord? The youngest Dark 11 asked the older Dark 3 for advice. Dark 3 dared to directly rip Xia Xiaoran's hand away, so he didn't bring any fear of these secret guards that came out of the palace. You guys continue to follow the young lord to protect the young lord. 11 stays behind. Dark 3 ordered as the other dark guards chased after Lin Xiaoxiao's carriage while he stopped and blocked Xia Xiaoran's dark guards with Dark 11. Brother, one of our own. The dark guard who had been instructed by Xia Xiaoran to properly protect Lin Xiaoxiao was very knowledgeable in getting close to Dark San. Who's with your own? Dark San only looked at them coldly, with a defensive face. Your masters seem to be behind you. The meaning of the rush was clear. Xia Xiaoran's secret guards thought of their own task, and could only come forward with a thick skin. Brothers, you see, we are all doing secret guards. Doing is to protect the master's work. Our master let us come to protect Miss Lin. We are also acting under orders. The master has ordered. We definitely have to properly protect Miss Lin. You say is not. My young master doesn't need your protection. Rather, it's your master who seems to need more protection than my young master. Aren't you afraid that he'll be slaughtered again after you leave? Dark San spoke without ceremony, disliking him hard. His Royal Highness, so what? Dare to hold their young master's hand, but also dare to hold her. The owner of the building knows that no matter what, you are the crown prince grandson. Keep chopping it thrown into the river to feed the fish. The several secret guards choked, wanting to explain that their master wasn't that weak, but why their master was pretending to be soft in front of Miss Lin, they didn't understand either. And the broken temple that time, that was really an accident. They were sent by their master to do something else, which let the Rakshasa Alliance people take advantage of the opportunity. It really wasn't intentional. Although the master did end up quite miserable, listening to other people say, if it wasn't for the Lin girl, their master would have to go to see the King of Hell. Although they were worried about the master, since the master had asked them to protect Miss Lin, they could only follow orders, and the first rule of the secret guards code was obedience. We promise to only follow and not make trouble, and we will definitely be the first to rush up when we encounter danger. Xia Xiaoran's secret guards could only do their best to show their usefulness. As a result, Dark San looked at them coldly and said, "What? Do you still expect my young master to be in danger?" Xia Xiaoran's secret guards, "It's not true. It's absolutely not true." Dark 3 glanced at them and directly said, "Everyone should do what you need to do. By the way, convey to your master that my young master doesn't need his protection. Our young master we will protect ourselves. It's better for him to protect himself first. Don't follow. 11, let's go." After Dark 3 finished giving them a deep and warning look, he led Dark 11 to chase after Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. Xia Xiaoran's secret guards looked at each other in place. What to do? Back or with? Back? If you are not afraid of being scolded by His Highness, then feel free to go back. Go. They won't let us follow. The big deal is to follow farther away. A few more followed. Dark 3 and Dark 11 returned to the group and realized that these people were still following. They really wanted to send them to sleep for a few days with a handful of medicine. But in the end, they decided to go and ask Lin Xiaoxiao what she meant first. Lin Xiaoxiao froze for a moment when she realized that Xie Xiaoran still sent people to protect her. He sent his men to follow her. What about himself? What if the Rakshasa League's men come back again? My subordinate told them to go back, but these people are stubborn and are still following. Dark 3 said. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. Forget it, just follow if you want to. We've already entered the boundaries of the capital. I think he's not far away. Let's slow down a bit. If he encounters anything, these people of his can just rush back in time. But the Rakshasa Alliance has just been hit hard. They shouldn't be able to send anyone else in a short period of time. So whatever they do. Yes. Dark 3 answered and disappeared beside the carriage again. This time they just hurried on their way, no longer caring about the few tails following behind. Young lord, it's just ahead. Shen Ming's voice sounded outside, and Lin Xiaoxiao lifted the curtain, and at a glance, she saw the city wall standing tall and imposing not far away. People come and go at the gates of the city, even if it was only for a short while. The moment Lin Xiaoxiao lifted the curtain, there were still quite a few people who saw it. Noticing the sights from all directions, Lin Xiaoxiao returned to the carriage. Uncle Shun, go straight into the city to find third uncle, Lin Xiaoxiao said. Shen Ming nodded and drove his carriage to the back of the line of carriages entering the city. The capital city was worthy of being the capital city, and the screening alone was much stricter than other towns. The officer and soldier guarding the city saw Shen Ming driving the carriage and sized him up. Where did you come from? I haven't seen you before. As a city watch officer, they more or less had some impression of the cars and people that came and went, but they had never seen Shen Ming before. Shen Ming jumped off the carriage and cupped his fists at the city watch officer. Sir, we're from Longan City, coming to the capital to see the family's third master. Saying this, he handed over 2 pieces of broken silver. The city watchman collected the silver without a trace and looked at the carriage. Who was sitting in the carriage? Shen Ming was just about to speak when Lin Xiaoxiao had already lifted the car curtain. Uncle Shun, what's wrong? As soon as Shen Ming raised his head, he saw a handsome and extraordinary male, who was lifting the curtain to look at them. Shen Ming immediately responded. Your Excellency, wait a moment, the officials over here are checking. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the city watch officer, sat back and lowered the curtain, slightly relieved, afraid that Shen Ming had just said the wrong thing. After all, she had changed her clothes. It was only then that Shen Ming clasped his fists at the city watch officer. Sir, in the carriage is my young son. The city watchman was called back to his senses by him, the moment he saw Lin Xiaoxiao just now. The first reaction of the city watchman was that he was a handsome young man. He was still young. If he grew up, what would happen? If he grows up, what if he grows up? Then all those gentlemen in the capital who think they are handsome and extraordinary will not be compared to him? Don't look at this carriage, looks shabby. But just now that little gentleman's temperament is definitely not ordinary people can have. I'm afraid that again, which is the city's relatives of the powerful. This capital falls down, a brick may hit upon official, who is not his little city guard can offend. The city watch officer was just about to casually ask a few questions and release them, when a man ran over to the side of the city gate out of breath. Shen Ming, Shen Ming. Shen Ming and the city watch officer looked at the visitor. Shen Ming, you finally arrived. Little, the young gentleman is in the car. Shen Ming hurriedly interrupted him, afraid that he would ask where the young lady was. The visitor froze for a moment, then instantly changed his tone. Gu, but we're finally here. The third master is still asking about it today, and asked me to come and wait at the city gates for fear that the young gentleman won't recognize the way to his home. The city watchman saw the visitor and recognized him. Isn't this Boss Chi from Deyunlu? Do you guys know each other? Boss Chi smiled. Yes, this is our little son. Came all the way to the capital to find the third master to play. You see, I've been around here for a few days, finally waiting. Only then did the city guard reveal a smile. So it's the young son of Duan third master's family. Look at this mess. Hurry up and let go. Let go. Boss Chi thanked him repeatedly and slipped the city watch officer another sign made of pure copper. The poor master is free to come to the building for tea. The city watchman took a look. His eyes instantly widened. Surprise surged to his heart. The huge VIP 3 marks on the sign actually is the VIP card of the Virtue Luck House. What silver is not as good as this card to the real awe. Now who in the capital is not proud to be able to enter the Dayun building to listen to books? After all, the Dayun building is not something that anyone can go in. In addition to that, there is also the Linging Pavilion songs and dances, and that are not a place that he, an ordinary guardian of the city official, can afford to spend money on. But with this VIP card it's a different story. Chi shopkeeper, look at you. Polite, right? It's all my fault. Delayed the young gentleman home. Hurry up, get out of the way. The city watchman's mouth is polite, but the hand is half nonchalant, hurriedly put the card away, while letting people let go. Boss Chi clasped his fists and thanked him before he jumped on the carriage and sat outside with Shin Ming, driving the carriage into the city. As soon as they left, the other officials rushed to the side of the city watch officer, each with a face full of envy. Chief, when you go call on the brothers we also want to go to the Dayun building to see the world. The main thing, we can also experience a first listen to the fast. Yes, Chief, although those tea houses outside also talk about the books in Dayunlu, they can only talk about them half a month after Dayunlu opens, which makes it not enjoyable for the brothers to listen to them, and the storytellers outside are not as good as those in Dayunlu. The city watchman covered the place where he put his VIP card, fearing that he would be robbed by these brats, and seeing them speak one word to another, he said, "Work well for me," and so on down the value. The next time the Dayun building opens for a lecture, I'll take you guys there. But first say yes. After you go in, the alcohol will be paid out by yourselves. Don't expect me to pay for you guys. The crowd nodded in agreement. I know. The city watchman then sat back down contentedly and watched his brothers actively work to inventory the wagons behind him. 4 years ago, the capital suddenly opened a Dayunlu, a tea house, which has a storyteller to tell stories. At first only thought it was a ordinary tea house. The results later came out of the building of those stories. One more than a wonderful. So that people how to listen to hear not enough. Especially that the Qitian de Shang story. It is more so that people listen to a time and want to listen to a second time. Tribute to the 4 great masterpieces. Mr. Sher Nayan, Mr. Chao Shuachin and Mr. Gao Osprey, Mr. Luo Guanzhong and Mr. Wu Chang'an. After the fame opens, the Dayun building on the withdrawal of this VIP card. A limited number of sales. With this can have the right to priority positioning. Daily only receive 10 tables of casual customers. The rest have to be VIP can be set. That period of time this VIP card or let people to grab crazy. The owner of this virtue luck building is also a magical character. Suddenly appeared such a number of people. Only a few years' time in the capital to stand firm. Many officials in the court with him is close to call brother and brother. I heard that the one in the palace also wanted to hear the story, but also secretly called him into the palace. But this is also the people outside the rumor. The specific how no one knows. But the present city watchman knew that with this card he would not have to run to the little tea house to hear the sequel in the future. Although the Dayunlu's spending was high, his city watch officer had a lot of oil, and he could afford to spend money on a sequel that came out once a month. On the carriage, shopkeeper Chi asked Shin Ming in a low voice, "Why are you only arriving now? Didn't you send word before that you were almost there? Did something happen on the road?" Shin Ming drove the carriage and looked at the bustling street next to him. "Something happened. Go back first." When Boss Chi saw him like this, he knocked on the doorframe of the carriage. Only then did Xiao Qiao lift the curtain, and Boss Chi immediately checked on Lin Xiaoxiao's condition, and only felt relieved when he saw that she was fine. "Uncle Chi, long time no see." Lin Xiaoxiao greeted with a smile. Chi shopkeeper was called by this Chi uncle's heart all melted. Well, a long time no see. Subordinate almost cannot recognize the small male, when it is really a female. Big 18 changes. Their young master is growing more and more good looking, even where men's clothing are so handsome and dashing. Seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao was fine, shopkeeper Chi was also relieved and lowered the curtain to sit back down, saving these people on the side of the road from peeking into the carriage to see their young master. The capital was really big enough. They entered the city gates and walked for nearly half an hour or so before arriving at Duan Jingqing's residence in the capital. This is not the main street. The yard is not big. The good thing is that it is close to the Dayun building, and it is convenient to come and go. The carriage drove straight into the mansion. Basically, as soon as the side door was closed, shopkeeper Chi hurriedly jumped down from the carriage and happily greeted Lin Xiaoxiao. "Ouch! Slow down. Boss Chi carefully escorted her out of the carriage, his face full of relief and joy. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled brightly. "Uncle Chi, I'm not a child anymore." Boss Chi glared at her. "That's not the way to put it. How big you've grown is a treasure in our hands." Lin Xiaoxiao had just stood still when she sensed a palm wind coming from the side. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly pushed Chi Boss away and turned to meet him, catching 3 hard moves before standing firmly. The people in the room had seen it all before. Not bad. There is growth. It seems that there is no delay in practicing. Duan Zhengqing, who was in his 30s and in the prime of his life, was dressed in a green robe, changing his previous habits of a Jianghu man, with a long shirt and jade belt, and a jasper crown on his head. If he didn't make a move or open his mouth, he was really more of a Svengali than a Svengali. "Haven't seen you for half a year. Why did third uncle beat me up as soon as we met?" Lin Xiaoxiao laughed and came over, pulling on Duan Jingqing's arm to pamper her. Duan Jingqing changed his serious look from just now and had a doting look on his face. "Why did you just arrive today?" Lin Xiaoxiao held him forward while saying, "Don't mention it. I met Brother Xiao in Handan City, and it rained heavily for a few days, and then I encountered some trouble. Right. Third Master, do you know anything about the Xingui Gongfu? Duan Zhengqing froze. Xingui Gongfu, what did they do? Lin Xiaoxiao whispered a few words into his ear, and Duan Zhengqing's face changed. How dare they? Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly held Duan Zhengqing's arm and pouted. Don't be angry, Third Master Uncle. Let's feel them out first. Other people may not know, but Lin Xiaoxiao is very clear. This seemingly well-mannered third uncle of hers is the most hot-tempered and the most straightforward one among the three senior uncles. The so-called character and looks are completely opposite. In his world, it really is the words, if you don't serve, then do it. Upon hearing that Lin Xiaoxiao had been sent after by the people of the Xingui Gongfu, Duan Zhengqing's face instantly darkened, anger welling up under his eyes, and he was about to go find trouble with the people of the Xingui Gongfu right away. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled him back. Third Master Uncle, it's not that bad. This is the capital after all. Let's discuss countermeasures. Discuss what? I think they don't want to live, Duan Zhengqing said in a cold voice. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart was warmed. No matter whether it was her grandfather, her uncles and aunts, or the secret guards who bitterly followed her to the capital, they all cared for her and loved her so much, just as if they couldn't afford to let her suffer a single bit of anger. Duan Zhengqing was still pacified by Lin Xiaoxiao in the end. This irascible Duan Third Master, even the old man couldn't suppress it, and ever since he met Lin Xiaoxiao, he was completely taken by this little niece. You've been rushing all day, take a good rest. This mansion is full of people from the building. You don't need to be formal here. Leave the matter of the Xingui Gongfu to the third uncle. I'll take care of it, Duan Zhengqing softly said. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. She was indeed tired. This time she just wanted to comfortably soak in a hot bath and then lie flat on the bed, having someone take Lin Xiaoxiao to her courtyard. The soft look on Duan Zhengqing's face disappeared. Old Qi, properly check the Xingui Gongfu's old background, and check all 3 generations of ancestors for me, Duan Zhengqing coldly said. Boss Qi froze for a moment. He didn't hear Lin Xiaoxiao and Duan Zhengqing whispering, so he didn't know what was going on. He could only tell that the third master was angry. Third Master, what happened? Duan Zhengqing's eyes were gloomy with bloodlust. Dare to touch Xiaoxiao, when we few old guys are all dead. Boss Qi's face changed. What do you mean? Duan Zhengqing raised his hand to signal him to keep quiet for now and shouted to the door. Call Shen Ming here. Soon. Shen Ming was brought over by the subordinates of the mansion. As the secret guard of the Heavenly Star House, Shen Ming used to be under the control of Duan Zhengqing. To be precise, the training of the secret guards were all under the responsibility of Duan Zhengqing, a rigid and upright man. A few years ago, Duan Zhengqing was injured while on a mission and was saved by Lin Xiaoxiao, after which Lin Xiaoxiao wouldn't let him go out on dangerous missions anymore, and gave him the idea of finding a place to open a tea house for storytelling. Places like tea houses and inns and restaurants, mixed with fish and dragons, were the easiest places to gather intelligence and news, which led to the Deluxe House. Duan Zhengqing also knows how to pick a place, directly opened at the foot of the capital, and in just a few years, the capital has been infiltrated. Seeing the former leader, Shen Ming respectfully saluted. Third Master, Xiaoxiao didn't tell me in detail. Tell me what's going on. What have you guys encountered along the way? Duan Zhengqing said. Even Boss Qi looked at Shen Ming with bated breath. Shen Ming then talked about the things they had encountered along the way, and when it came to Xie Xiaoran, Duan Zhengqing's brows knitted. How did he meet up with you guys? Shen Ming returned. Coincidence? It suddenly rained on the road that day. We met when we went to the Broken Temple to avoid the rain. Then the killers from the Rakshasa Alliance came to assassinate Tai Sun, and happened to be lured by our people, solving the crisis for him, and then there was another wave of killers, who were stopped by Tyson's people outside the temple, and searched for the Duke of Jin's house's token from those people. It is impossible for the Xingui Gongfu to dare to make a move on the Tai Sun. Then their target would only be the young master. And it was only later that they learned that one of the old sisters that the young master encountered in Handan City was the milking sister next to the Xingui Gongfu's wife, and that the old sister behaved very abnormally when she saw the young master, and had just stayed at the inn and left in a hurry. By the way, Third Master, the Rakshasa Alliance's assassins had poison-coated their swords, and it was the young master who saved Tai Sun, and later the young master told his subordinates that it was also the young master who saved Tai Sun during the period when he disappeared 10 years ago. Shen Ming can hardly imagine. How old was their young master at that time? 6 years old. Ah, 6-year-old girl in other people's homes is the age of being pampered and playful, and their young master has been living on Wolf Mountain for 3 years. A little 6-year-old girl who has to save lives. It hurts to think about it. Shen Ming's words caused Duan Zhengqing's face to turn blue, and even Boss Qi was enraged. What kind of thing is the Xingui Gongfu? How did the young master, a little girl, provoke them to do this to the young master? Boss Chi said angrily, then cupped his fists and saluted Duan Zhengqing. Don't worry, third master. My subordinates will definitely turn the Zhengui Gongfu upside down. Duan Zhengqing was silent and acquiesced. Qi's shopkeeper saluted and retreated out. A good Zhengui Gongfu. Humph. Only Duan Zhengqing and Xin Ming remained in the room. And Duan Zhengqing looked directly at Xin Ming and asked, "What's going on with this Tai-sun?" Shen Ming then told Duan Zhengqing about some of Xie Xiaoran's behavior along the way. Duan Zhengqing glanced at him. "Are you saying that this His Royal Highness Tai-sun also recognized Xiao Xiao as the little girl who saved him back then?" Shen Ming nodded his head. "It should be. He also sent his own secret guards to protect the young lord. And he should be looking into the matter of the Zhengui Gongfu as well." Duan Zhengqing almost didn't even think about it before he directly said, "Throw the people away. When did my heavenly star house still need royal secret guards to protect it? As for the Zhengui Gongfu, he can investigate if he wants to. Don't worry about him." "Yes," Shen Ming answered. After asking the question, Duan Zhengqing slowly said, "This child has also suffered a lot along the way. Let her rest and rest well at home in these few days. And if she wants to go out to play, make sure to arrange for secret guards to follow." "Subordinate understands," Shen Ming responded again. Only then did Duan Zhengqing see the dusty body of Shen Ming and said, "You also go and rest for a while. You don't need to be too nervous when you arrive home. It's been hard on you guys for this period of time." Shen Ming hurriedly half-kneeled and saluted. This is all what the subordinates should do. Go on. Only then did Shen Ming retreat. Duan Zhengqing stood in the house and looked at the empty courtyard. His eyes narrowed. They looked for so many years of Xiao Xiao's life, but did not expect that it would be a barrier to blow up. He would have to check it out. If Xiao Xiao is really the child who died prematurely in Zhengui Gongfu that year, why did Zhengui Gongfu have to falsely claim that the child had died? And Zhengui Gongfu, so many people up and down the house, did no one find out? Or is it that everyone in the Zhengui Gongfu is a knower? If this is the case, it is really a nest of snakes and rats. Such a home not to go back. Anyway, Xiao Xiao now have them paying. The young master of the Tianqing house is not more powerful than his Zhengui Gongfu's eldest miss? In the Zhengui Gong mansion, Zhu Songyun was already furious, not expecting that none of the people he had sent had returned. All gone. Because of her private transfer order, secret guards of the matter was also known by the Zhengui Gong. Fortunately their own clever to round over. But now that little bitch even has peacefully come to the capital, Zhu Songyun didn't dare to imagine what kind of furor would be caused if her face, which resembled Xiao Wanji's, appeared in the capital. All a bunch of losers, can't even solve a teenage girl. Zhu Songyun's nails clasped the palms of his hands. They were about to break. His demonic face was full of scorn at this moment. Sister Zhu hurriedly advised her to be relieved, as it would be easy to grow wrinkles. Zhu Songyun shook off Sister Zhu's hand and said angrily, "What do I care about wrinkles or not now? I'm bored to death." Over the years, in order to seduce the heart of the Duke of Jin, Zhu Songyun had worked hard on her face, which was why she was obviously the mother of 3 children and still looked like a young girl in her 20s. "No, sister, now that His Royal Highness the Great Sun has returned to the capital, this little bitch must not be allowed to appear in front of those people in the capital before the holy decree to bestow the marriage comes down. Sister, quickly help me think of a way." Zhu Songyun pulled on Sister Zhu with a face full of dependence. When Sister Zhu looked at such Zhu Songyun, it was as if she had seen that little girl 20 years ago, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying, pulling her hand and asking her what she should do. Sister Zhu's heart was instantly hardened and she said, "Madam, the people in the house cannot be counted on now. Perhaps we can try something else." "What way?" Zhu Songyun was as if he had grabbed a life preserver. Sister Zhu narrowed her eyes. "Money makes the world go round." Zhu Songyun's eyes lit up. "You mean?" Sister Zhu gently patted Zhu Songyun's hand and softly said, "Don't be afraid. Miss, leave this to the old slave. The old slave will help you out." Zhu Songyun froze for a moment. Sister Zhu's voice of this young lady put her in a trance. Since marrying the Duke of Jingua, everyone called her madam, except for Sister Zhu, who sometimes still called her miss, as if no matter how many years had passed, how old she had grown to be, and how many wrinkles had grown on her face, in Sister Zhu's eyes, she was always the uninitiated young lady. "Sister, then I'll work hard for you. Just let me know what you need." It was not without reason that Zhu Songyun had trusted Sister Zhu for so many years. The more famous killer organizations in the Jianghu are the Rakshasa Alliance and the Fine Rain House. The other small killer organizations that are not climatic. Sister Zhu pressed the thought. This kind of thing, or you have to rely on word of mouth to rely on the strength of the line. Compared to the two families, the Rakshasa Alliance is more ruthless. In order to complete the task will also do whatever it takes. On the contrary, the Fine Rain building but more rules. Always confined, those killers are not good to play. Sister Zhu made many inquiries and found the Rakshasa League's stronghold in the capital. A small, Unassuming tailor's store. Before the person in charge of the Rakshasa Alliance could even see his face, Sister Zhu was rejected. The Rakshasa Alliance had other things to be busy with lately. They really had no time to take care of this, and told Sister Zhu to wait for a while if she wasn't in a hurry, and to wait for them to settle this big order they were working on before they dealt with Sister Zhu's. Where Sister Zhu could wait any longer, she thought of Drizzle House. The stronghold of the Fine Rain building was a pawnshop, which was even more of a doorstop than the tailor stores of the Rakshasa Alliance. When Sister Zhu walked into the pawnshop, there was no one inside, except for a fellow behind the pawn cabinet who was dozing off. "Anyone?" Sister Zhu shouted. With a jolt, the fellow who had been sitting and napping saw someone outside the counter and poked his head out to take a look around, then sat back down. "What to pawn?" Sister Zhu handed up a piece of white paper. "When 1,000 taels of silver." The fellow was instantly refreshed, took the white paper, looked at Sister Zhu, and stepped out from behind the pawnbroker's cabinet and opened the little door. "Inside, please." Sister Zhu told the maid to wait for herself outside and followed the fellow through the small door inside the pawnshop. The pawnshop's shopkeeper would be sitting under the big tree in the backyard to cool off, his rocking chair swaying comfortably. The fellow took the white paper and went over and whispered a few words before the shopkeeper slowly sat up and glanced at Sister Zhu. "What the old lady wants to be?" the shopkeeper asked. Sister Zhu drew a portrait from her sleeve, opened it and handed it over. When the shopkeeper saw the person on the portrait, the bottom of his eyes flashed with an unknown meaning. He put the portrait away, slowly got up and came to the table, ordering the fellow, "Serve tea." The fellow went to make tea. The shopkeeper made a gesture of invitation, and Sister Zhu took a seat at the stone table in the courtyard, pulling out the prepared silver ticket and pushing it over. "This is 2,000 taels, and there will be another 3,000 taels after the deed is done," Sister Zhu directly said. The shopkeeper swept the two 1,002 silver bills and didn't move. "What? Not enough?" Sister Zhu's face was a bit ugly. The shopkeeper shook his head. "That's not true. It's just that I'm curious. The person on that portrait, it looks like he's only 15 or 16 years old. In the end, what kind of hatred and what kind of grudge can make the old madam go out of her way to buy a murderer and kill him?" Sister Zhu was displeased. "This is not something you should be in charge of. Just tell me whether to take it or not. If you don't take it, I'll find someone else." The shopkeeper swept her a glance and put away the silver ticket. "We'll take this business at Fine Rain House." Sister Zhu was slightly relieved. "When will it be finished?" The shopkeeper smiled. "Depends on where the person is. Does the old lady know where she is?" Sister Zhu's face became even more ugly. They only knew that Lin Xiao had entered the capital. Where she finally was she really didn't know. And what her name was now Sister Zhu didn't know. What she had was just a portrait she drew from memory. It was only thanks to the fact that the little bitch looked so much like her mother that she wouldn't forget. "The person is in the capital. You guys look for him," Sister Zhu said in a deep voice. The shopkeeper smiled. "This finder is a different price." Although Sister Zhu was a bit fleshed out, she still asked, "How much?" The shopkeeper stroked his beard and thought about it, and said, "Then it's 1,000 taels. The brothers work hard too. This capital is so big, it's really not easy to find someone." Sister Zhu was tempted to say that they took advantage of the fire, but thinking of the purpose of her trip, in the end, she took out 1,000 taels of silver tickets and gave them to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper collected the silver ticket and the portrait, and began to rush people. "I will notify you when it's done." Sister Zhu frowned. "Just how long will it take? Can't you give a definite answer?" The shopkeeper glanced at her and got up to walk towards his own recliner, while saying, Fine Rain House, always emphasize on honesty in my work. Since I have answered your request, I will do it. At most no more than a month. Go back and wait for the news." Of course, if there were special circumstances, they couldn't be blamed. After saying that, the person had sat back down on the recliner and continued to rock on. The fellow appeared to see off the guests. Sister Zhu wanted to say something more, but in the end, she still held back. The integrity of the Fine Rain House was indeed better than the Rakshasa Alliance. Otherwise she wouldn't have come over. "Good, but I still hope that you can solve it as soon as possible, and if you solve it early, there is additional reward money," Sister Zhu said. The shopkeeper didn't even answer and waved his hand to drive them away. The fellow urged Sister Zhu, who left the pawnshop although she was a little angry. Returning to the carriage, Sister Zhu glanced at the unassuming pawnshop in the corner and told the driver to return to the house. Only she didn't notice that as soon as she left, someone followed her from the shadows. In the backyard of the pawnshop, the shopkeeper had already sat up, opened the portrait given to him by Sister Zhu, and carefully examined it. The more familiar it looked, the more it looked like "Incoming!" the shopkeeper shouted, and soon a man in black landed at his side. The shopkeeper folded the portrait carefully, and took the silver ticket given by Sister Zhu along with it to the man in black, and instructed, Be sure to hand it over to the young master, and tell him that it was someone who found their way to the building, and be quick." The man in black nodded and left as directly as he had come. The shopkeeper looked at the empty courtyard, where there was still the heart to sit in a rocking chair. It didn't take long for a well-built man to return to the yard. "Well, which one is it?" the shopkeeper asked directly. The man replied, "She took many detours in the city and ended up in the small gate of the Jinguigong mansion." The shopkeeper murmured these 4 words and directly said, "Continue to go and keep an eye on it. Don't act rashly before the owner returns the letter." The shopkeeper felt that if he hadn't read it wrong, the old woman's portrait depicted their family's eldest daughter. Unless there was someone else in the world who looked very much like their family's eldest daughter. Otherwise that portrait was their family's eldest daughter in any case. If it is really Missy, then this is a big trouble. Missy has always been unquestioning. Usually stay in the mountains. Almost do not come out. How can they mess with the people of the Zhenguigongfu? And also do not hesitate to buy a murderer. Under the dead hand. This is. No. Just now that old woman said people are in the capital. Missy went to the capital? I'm going out. The shopkeeper left the small courtyard after saying that, leaving only one fellow to continue dozing in the front facade. The shopkeeper went straight to the Dayun building. "Where's your boss?" The Dayun Lu's fellow recognized him and hurriedly went forward to greet him warmly. "Boss LV, coming to drink with our boss again." LV Choyang backhands directly into the Dayun building. This will not yet to the Dayun building business the best hour. The building only a few tea guests in the idle chat. Lu Choyang didn't see Boss Chi. "Where is your shopkeeper?" Lu Choyang asked the fellow who followed him in. The fellow hurriedly replied, "You left too quickly. I didn't even have time to speak." The shopkeeper went to the third master's residence and hasn't returned yet. When Lu Choyang heard that, he was at Duan Jingqing's place? Could it be that Missy is there too? Immediately, he turned around and left without even saying hello to his buddy. The fellow saw it and went on about his business. Lu Choyang came all the way to the Duan mansion again, and when he arrived at the door, he directly took a token out, and the concierge let the person in. Someone from the mansion immediately led him to meet Duan Zhengqing. Duan Zhengqing will still be pondering the matter of the Jinguigongfu, holding a stack of information in his hand, all of which are things related to the Jinguigongfu collected by Chi Boss. As soon as LV Choyang entered the door, he saw Duan Zhengqing reading the information. "Third master." Lu Choyang cupped his fists and saluted. Boss Chi was a bit surprised to see him. "Old Lu, why are you here? If we don't come again, something big is going to happen." After saying this, Lu Choyang directly asked, "Is Missy here?" Duan Zhengqing looked up. Chi Boss also looked at him. Lin Xiaoxiao's entry into the capital is only known to the people of Tianxing Lu, and the news has not leaked out. Even if Tao Xinglan knows, Lu Choyang should not know. Where did you know that? Duan Zhengqing asked directly. LV Choyang smiled. "It seems it's really Missy. This morning an old woman came to the building with Missy's portrait to place an order." Duan Zhengqing and Boss Chi frowned with God-synchronized expressions. "Looks like someone is dying of impatience. Is that old woman kind-looking but ratty? About this tall?" Outside the study, Lin Xiaoxiao slowly wandered in with her hands behind her back, raising her hand to compare the height just as Lu Choyang looked over. LV Choyang was delighted. It was really Lin Xiaoxiao. LV Choyang greets the great lady. LV Choyang bowed respectfully to Lin Xiaoxiao, the girl who had saved their young master's life. They, the old building master's loyal subordinates, had always respected her. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded to him. "Uncle Lu doesn't need to be polite. We're all on our own here. Sit down and talk." Good. Lu Choyang followed the three and sat down. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the information laid out on the table and casually picked it up and flipped through it. What was written on it was all about the last 3 generations of the Jinguigongfu. How the old Jinguigong made war achievements and how to get from the dragon are written clearly. Even the old Jinguigong's heroic deeds in this life are written. Seeing the dripping words on the information, Lin Xiaoxiao still had some admiration for this old Jinguigong. Then looked down. Is the term of the Jinguigong Lin Di Hai? Casually flipped through a few pages. Lin Xiaoxiao think really dragon-born 9 sons. Son of different. This old Jinguigong a life of fame how to give birth to a straw man. Looking over this Lin Di Hai's life, he is just like a riceworm who waits for death. A dude who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. Still, there was still some skill in his youth, or at least some talent to his name. As Lin Xiaoxiao scrolled down, it was the former Duchess of Zhengui information. Lin Xiaoxiao put all the others down and picked up these ones to look at them carefully. Her fingers brushed over the top 3 words, and an inexplicable stirring appeared in the back of her mind. Xia Wanji. That's a very pretty name. Xia Wanji. His Majesty's pro-appointed Tianyu County Princess. Yu is the beautiful jade. This name means the best jade in Tianlong country. Her birth mother is the most honored Princess Xia Min's side of the big maid Qing also. and the princess grew up together, like sisters, but also many times to protect the princess, loyal to the princess. The eldest princess pregnant with the eldest son on the green also opened the face to the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team as a side room. Difficult to give birth to the Tianyu sheriff. Hemorrhage did not save. The eldest princess will be Tianyu sheriff raised in their own side, but also begged the saint to give Xia's family name, the seal of the sheriff. At the same time, this Tianyu County princess was also the first beauty and the first talented girl in the capital city in those years. No matter talent or beauty are unrivaled. Tianlong's 17 years by the emperor gave marriage. Married to Jin Guigong's eldest son Lin Dihai. The second year after the wedding gave birth to the eldest son Lin Yu. The third year after the wedding pregnant again. But in labor, the birth of a baby girl also became stillborn. Tianyu County is because of blood loss died of death. There are people say, this is genetic. After all, her biological mother is also because of childbirth and died. Lin Dihai lost his wife and daughter overnight and was devastated. And the princess was even more distressed about her beloved daughter and turned white overnight. A year later, Lin Dihai remarried. The princess is afraid of Lin Yu stay in the Jingguo Gongfu not good. They beg the imperial decree will be received by their side to raise. But Lin Yu's body is also 3 days a small disease, 5 days a big disease. Because of this, these years have been raised in the princess house. Rarely appear in front of people. After reading Xia Wanji's information, Lin Xiaoxiao put it aside alone and looked at this new Duchess of Jingguo's information again. Zhu Tsongyun, whose father is Zhu Linmao, the minister of the household department, is a year younger than Xia Wanji, and was quite famous in the capital when he was young, only that he is inferior to Tianyu County princess. A year after the death of county mistress Tianyu, Zhu Tsongyun married into the Duke of Jin Mansion and became the mistress of the Duke of Jin Mansion. Married in January was pregnant, then gave birth to Jingguo Gongfu first eldest daughter Lin Sihan, followed by the birth of the second son Lin Xijia, the youngest daughter Lin Xiyu. When Lin Xiaoxiao saw this, she thought that this person was really capable of giving birth. One a year after another. The Duke of Jin also has many concubines in his backyard, but none of them can affect the status of Zhu Tsongyun. In the heart of the Duke of Jin, Zhu Tsongyun's weight is extremely heavy, and even the transfer orders of the private soldiers and secret guards of the house can be given to her. Although the old Jin Guigong has handed over the military power not to ask about politics, but the Lin family is a real family base saved by military service. The hand is allowed to have 2,000 private soldiers. These soldiers do not belong to the Ministry of War, only belongs to the Jin Guigong house. After reading Zhu Tsongyun's profile, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at a few of her children's, but saw Xie Xiaoran's name at Lin Sihan's marriage. The old Duke of Jingguo and the Emperor are life and death brothers. They have always trusted each other. This was set before. The great-grandson consort must be a full-blooded girl from the Duke of Jingguo's house. This is an open secret in the capital. Although there has not been a clear decree to bestow the marriage, everyone knows that the Lin family's girl will be in the Eastern Palace in the future. Duan Zhengqing saw Lin Xiaoxiao staring there, so he explained it to her. Lin Xiaoxiao's hand holding the information involuntarily shook. If she hadn't been a stillborn back then, wouldn't the marriage have been her own? Duan Zhengqing suddenly came back to his senses after explaining to Lin Xiaoxiao. I see. Duan Zhengqing's eyes were gloomy. No wonder they would stare at Xiaoxiao. A wave of assassins didn't work, and they wanted to buy Jianghu assassins to continue assassinating Xiaoxiao. Boss Qi and Lu Qiuyang were confused, and Duan Zhengqing sneered. So it's Xiaoxiao who got in their way. After saying that, Duan Zhengqing looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and said with full of heartache, Xiaoxiao good. What great-grandson? We don't care. In the future, third uncle will surely find the best male in the whole Tianlong country for you to slowly pick, and marry whoever you want to marry. Lin Xiaoxiao snorted and laughed out. Third master uncle. You're picking a cabbage. Boss Qi and LV Qiuyan finally came back to their senses. So it was because of this that they went after the young lord/Missy. But how can they be sure that Missy is the same child that was born to County Lord Tianyu back then? Lu Qiuyang said strangely. I was left at Wolf Mountain when I was 3 years old. If they were worried about this, then why did they wait until I was 3 years old to do it? And I don't remember anything before I was 3 years old at all. All my memories are a blank. Lin Xiaoxiao finished and added. I met the sister beside Zhu Tsongyun when I was in Qingdan City, and she reacted as if she was scared at the time. Perhaps, because my mother and I look alike? Chi Boss angrily slammed the table. Outrageous, just based on the looks of such a killer. This is still the young master encountered. If it is other innocent people, they cannot be killed not? Perhaps this is a case of preferring to kill the wrong person rather than letting them go. Lin Xiaoxiao said in a light tone, and laughed. What about the great-grandson consort? In the future there is a great possibility that she will become the empress. This is the most honorable woman in the whole world. This kind of temptation is not something that the average person can resist. Not to mention that Jinhua Gongfu has now become a gold and jade outside of its own, and wants the Jinhua Gongfu to continue to thrive. What's more concise and convenient than a great-grandson consort or an empress in your family? What's more concise and convenient than having a grandson consort or empress in the family? The three were silent. It was indeed the truth. Lin Xiaoxiao put away all the information and organized herself, saying with a sense of relief, "They're so afraid of me, then I'm too embarrassed to hide it instead." "What do you want?" Duan Zhengqing asked. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled. "I'm going to meet this Duchess of Jinhua. Aren't they afraid of her? Wouldn't it be a shame if they didn't let her have a little scare?" The people from Tianqinglu investigated Zhu Songyun's usual course of action, and Lin Xiaoxiao sorted it out and found that this woman was very much in love with beauty, and would go to the Xiao family's Jinqiu house every so often to take a stroll. Lin Xiaoxiao even joked with Xiao Qiao and Honging when she found out. "It seems that this Duke of Jin is still our gold master." Xiao Qiao was the most furious, and directly said, "Miss should have just let them hang a sign at the entrance of the Jinqiu building that no one from the Jinhua Gongfu or dogs are allowed to enter." Lin Xiaoxiao thought seriously. "We'll do that when we have the chance in the future." Xiao Qiao pleasured. "When is Miss going to go and have a chance encounter with her?" Thinking about it made her excited and fist-pumping. Where in the village before was it so much fun now? Give a message to the people at the Jinqiu building. As long as the people from the Jinhua Gongfu come, let them come and inform me. Anyway, I'm going to wait here for news from fifth brother in the next few days. There's no rush, Lin Xiaoxiao said. When Xiao Qiao heard this, she hurriedly went to make arrangements, and in her heart, she hoped that this Duchess of Jin would go to the Xiao family's store earlier, so that their young lady could make a magnificent appearance. Just ask the feeling of having the person you want to kill the most dangling in front of you, and you can't do anything about it. It's just a huge psychological torture. Originally, Lin Xiaoxiao thought that this day would take a long time to come, but she didn't expect that it would only take 2 days for the people from the Jinqiu building to send a message saying that Mrs. Jinguigong brought the 2 young ladies of the Jinguigong's residence to the Jinqiu building to customize their clothes. As soon as Xiao Qiao heard this, she hurriedly started rummaging through the cupboards to dress up Lin Xiaoxiao, determined to wear all the good and expensive things sent from the side of the Jinqiu building on Lin Xiaoxiao's body. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Qiao rummaging around. Even the jewelry turned out several sets. A helpless face. I want to really dress like this. Not to mention going out. Is to walk to the door can exhaust me. So it's like this, and then do not go to the people are gone. She wore a light green long dress today, and her whole body looked very spiritual. Anyway, Lin Xiaoxiao was quite satisfied with her outfit today. When Xiao Qiao heard this, she directly threw her things away. Then hurry up and go. Lin Xiaoxiao spoke to Duan Zhengqing and took Xiao Qiao and Honging out the door. Shen Ming drove, and the 4 of them headed towards the Jinqiu building in the capital. Compared to the Jinqiu house in other places, the Xiao family's Jinqiu house in the capital was only a big one, with 4 or 5 even-headed facades on the first floor alone, as well as the second and third floors. Shen Ming drove the carriage to the entrance of Fairview House, and immediately a fellow guarding the entrance brought over a footstool. Lin Xiaoxiao had a veil over her face and got off the carriage bit by bit with Xiao Qiao's help. People came and went in front of the door of the Jinqiu building. Even if Lin Xiaoxiao just revealed a pair of eyes, she still attracted the attention of the people around her. Lin Xiaoxiao got off the carriage and ignored the gazes of those around her, leading Xiao Qiao and Honging into the gate. Shen Ming swept a glance towards several hidden places around him to make sure that the secret guards were all nearby before following the fellows from the Jinqiu building to park the car. An open space was set aside next to the Jinqiu building, specially used to park the carriages of each family, and Shen Ming's carriage was arranged next to the carriage of the Duke of Jin's house. After parking the carriage, there would be a special person to bring fresh grass for the horses. Then 2 more fellows would come over with buckets of water and start to wash the carriage. And even the driving horses would have a one-stop service of food and drink, washing and rinsing. Shen Ming glanced at the carriage and horse of the Jinhua Gongfu next to him, his gaze obscure. While pretending to check his own carriage, he unobtrusively flicked something towards the next door Jinhua Gongfu's carriage coup. This side, Lin Xiaoxiao entered the Jinqiu building, according to the news sent to her. At this time, Xu Songyun should be on the 2nd floor with his 2 daughters, Lin Sihan and Lin Siyu. In other places, perhaps the 3rd floor of the brocade building is the best thing, but in the capital's brocade building, the 2nd floor is equivalent to the 3rd floor of other places, and here on the 3rd floor, there are better. Most of them are treasures brought back from overseas. Of course, the price is not usually expensive. Not everyone can afford to buy. What's more, Xu Songyun had just spent a huge sum of 3,000 taels to hire an assassin to kill himself, so he shouldn't have that much money to go shopping on the 3rd floor at this time. Go straight to the 2nd floor, Lin Xiaoxiao said indifferently. All right, miss, please follow me. The female fellow immediately led Lin Xiaoxiao up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor has a lot of guests today. Lin Xiaoxiao searched for that mother and daughter trio as soon as she came up. Although she had never seen Ju Song-yoon, Lin Xiaoxiao still saw the trio over there who were picking out the material and style of the clothes at a glance. Have to admit, this shoe is indeed as written on the information. Completely unable to see that it is a person who is almost 40, with 2 daughters shopping. Those who don't know still think that it is with 2 sisters. They seem to be talking about something, and Ju Song-yoon was holding an excellent piece of material and comparing it to the young girl next to him, who seemed to be a bit displeased, and her face didn't look very good. Ju Song-yoon seemed to be explaining with her, saying a lot before the young girl's face looked slightly better. It's not hard to guess. This should be the one who was going to marry to the East Palace to marry the great-grandson of the Jingwa Gongfu, that big miss. Indeed is a good beauty, although younger than their own 2 years, but people are really long. That body concave and convex, to have breasts, to have a waist, whether it is features or makeup, or the body clothing with the perfect. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but brainstorm the scene where she and Xie Xiaoran stood together. It was really a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a natural pair. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly wondered if that brat would be as brazen and playful as he was when he was following her when he was dealing with such a beauty. Just the moment they stood there, the mother and daughter trio over there also saw Lin Xiaoxiao. However, Lin Xiaoxiao was wearing a veil, so she couldn't really see, and when Lin Sihan saw that there were outsiders looking their way, that face became faster than turning the pages of a book, and in an instant, she turned into a gentle and wonderful woman. Next to her was a young girl in her teens, thought to be Zhu's youngest daughter, Lin Siyu. Lin Xiaoxiao walked straight over. The second floor was filled with fabrics and ready-made garments, and the array of patterns and delicate fabrics filled several rows, each one displaying its virtues in the most perfect manner. As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao came over, she directly picked up the material that Ju Song-yoon had just compared on Lin Sihan's body, and she had to say that Ju Song-yoon really deserved to be a person who had loved beauty for decades, and her vision was quite good, and amongst so many materials, this one that she was holding was the most suitable for Lin Sihan. Unfortunately, she is here today to give this mother and daughter a hard time. Just this one. I'll take it. Wrap it up. Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful red lips under the veil lightly opened and slowly said. Lin Sihan's face changed. Mother said she now has no extra money in hand. Originally should go up to the 3rd floor to pick, but had to settle for second best on the 2nd floor. Although the one on the 2nd floor is also very good, but in the end it is not as good as the one on the 3rd floor. She came here this time to pick the best looking material to make the most beautiful dress, so that she can show off at the reception banquet prepared by the saint for the great-grandson, so that the great-grandson can see how beautiful she is. Because of this, Lin Sihan had been in trouble with Shu since she came in, but no matter what she said, her mother just wouldn't take her up to the 3rd floor, and this cloth was considered the best of these cloths on the 2nd floor, and both the color and the pattern matched her temperament and status. But now, out of nowhere, a Changbite was trying to steal it from her. Lin Sihan couldn't bear it and directly said, "This girl, we saw this cloth first." Lin Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. "Did you pay?" Lin Sihan choked. When she turned her head to look at her mother, she realized that her mother was staring at someone else. Her brows immediately furrowed. "Mother." Ju Song-yoon's pupils violently shrunk from the moment he saw these eyes of Lin Xiaoxiao, and the samples in his hand fell onto the table. Lin Sihan didn't even hear her when she shouted. She just looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and blurted out, "You, mother, she's going to grab this cloth." Lin Sihan was on the verge of tears. If she couldn't even buy this, then how could she be colorful on the day she arrived at the palace banquet? How could she make His Highness the Great Sun notice her? Ju Song-yoon came back to his senses and furrowed his brows. "This girl, this cloth is what we saw first. It's not good for the girl to come up and grab it, I'm afraid." Lin Xiaoxiao gave a hearty laugh and asked the female fellow accompanying Ju Song-yoon's mother and daughter, "Did they pay?" The female fellow hesitated for a moment, looking at Ju Song-yoon and then Lin Xiaoxiao, and could think of the rules of the building, so she shook her head stiffly. "No." "So did they say they wanted the cloth?" Lin asked again. The female fellow noticed the line of sight projected by Ju Song-yoon's mother and daughter and her body trembled a little, but in the end she still gritted her teeth and shook her head. "No." Lin Xiaoxiao nodded silently, scrupulously observing her duty and not being afraid of power. She had to give this young lady a raise. "Why can't I buy it if I haven't ordered it or paid for it? I've had my eye on this cloth since I came back last time, so I bought it as soon as I came. Is there a problem?" Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the mother and daughter's ugly faces. Her heart was doubly happy. "And you want to buy a murderer to kill her? That's a joke. Someone who can kill her hasn't even been born yet." Sure enough, Lin Xiaoxiao's arrogant provocation made Ju Song-yoon unable to sit still, wanting to directly bring out her identity to pressure people. "Does the girl know who this madam is? Is the girl trying to offend the Jingwa Gongfu?" Lin Xiaoxiao made a surprised expression and even tilted her body back slightly, and just when Ju Song-yoon thought he had scared the other party with his identity, Lin Xiaoxiao lazily straightened her skirt and returned. Xingui Gongfu? Never heard of it. You. Xu Songyun didn't expect such a result and was choked there for a moment. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand at Xiao Qiao, who directly gave the female fellow beside her 1,000 taels of silver tickets. My lady wants this cloth. The rest of the money is for your reward. Originally, Lin Sihan saw that Lin Xiaoxiao wasn't dressed very well and thought that she must not be able to afford it. But when she saw Xiao Qiao casually take out 1,000 taels of silver tickets, her face turned green. The female fellow took the silver ticket, looked at Zhu Songyun, hesitated for a moment and simply picked up the cloth, bowed her head and saluted. I'll go wrap it up for the girl. After saying that, he slipped away. When Zhu Songyun saw that Lin Xiaoxiao really let the material be carried away directly, his face was as ugly as it could be. Where did the wild girl come from? Bullying people like this? Not even daring to show her true colors. Zhu Songyun said angrily. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows at her and faintly said, I was afraid that I would scare you. Look, she was wearing a veil out of kindness. Seeing her own mother and sister being bullied by the wild girl that came out of nowhere, the youngest Lin Siyu directly pointed at Lin Xiaoxiao and yelled, Ugly bitch, do you know who we are? My mother is the Duchess of Xinhua, and my sister is going to marry His Highness the Tai Sun. If you dare to bully my sister, His Highness the Tai Sun will definitely not let you go. It's good not to talk about this, but to talk about this. Lin Xiaoxiao scrutinized Lin Sihan. If Xie Xiaoran's vision was this bad, then she had really misjudged him. When Lin Siyu brought up His Highness the great-grandson, Lin Sihan's face was immediately colored with a touch of petulance, but Lin Xiaoxiao's scrutinizing gaze was too naked, causing Lin Sihan's petulance to quickly turn into anger. She looked at Lin Xiaoxiao angrily. What did this wild girl mean by that look? Looking down on her? Xie Xiaoran wants to marry you? Lin Xiaoxiao said while scrutinizing, her face full of disdain. Lin Sihan's face changed, and she scolded in a delicate voice. Bold, how dare you call out the name of the great sun? Someone come, slap your mouth. Zhu Songyun's mother and daughter had brought 4 or 5 maids with them, and as soon as they heard Lin Sihan's order, a few maids pounced over. Before they could get close, they were stopped by Xiao Qiao and Hong Ying, not to mention slapping them. They couldn't even get close to Lin Xiaoxiao. The second floor to pick something of the guests, although not much, but there are still a few. This will all do not pick. Directly stop to watch the fun. A female fellow saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly ran downstairs to find the shopkeeper. As a result, when the shopkeeper came in a hurry, he just went up the stairs and saw a few people. First he didn't recognize Lin Xiaoxiao, but when he saw the spirited Xiao Qiao beside Lin Xiaoxiao, the shopkeeper stopped directly and turned around. Boss? The fellow didn't understand how the shopkeeper came up and left. The treasurer of the capital's embroidery building is an old man in his 50s. Because the embroidery building receives more female customers, so usually seldom come to the front store, are in the backyard account room to stay to deal with things. This will be directly away. Followed by the fellows are baffled. The old shopkeeper went straight down the stairs with his hands behind his back, and waved at them. Do what you need to do. A fellow worriedly glanced at the situation over there with swords drawn, and asked in a low voice, Boss, don't care? That's the Duke of Jin's wife. In case if something happens in our building, the Duke of Jin will pursue it. Before the old shopkeeper came to listen to the woman just now said what happened. It is obvious that the little ancestor is looking for trouble. What is wrong with the Jinhua Gongfu? What is wrong with the Jinhua Gongfu? If they offend the little ancestor, they deserve it. Pursue what to pursue. Our embroidery building who do not know. One hand to pay, one hand delivery. She did not pay, two did not book. Other people look at the first by a way who blame. People did not pay the silver? The old shopkeeper directly said. The female fellow froze for a moment. Paid, and paid 1,000 taels. How much? The old shopkeeper looked back at her. 1,000 taels. The female fellow replied. The old shopkeeper continued to go back to the backyard, while pondering how to return this money to the little ancestor. And also, how did she come to the capital? Did not receive news. The female fellow saw the old shopkeeper really flung his hand directly away. Simply ran back up the stairs to continue to watch the fun. In the capital this is everywhere in the place of the dignitaries and nobles of the royal relatives. Xingui Gongfu although powerful, but it is not really rare. But being punched directly in the face is rare. Not to mention these fellows. It's those noble women who buy things on the second floor who are all watching the fun fly. This Xingui Gongfu has been relying on the favor of the emperor. And because they are rumored Xingui Gongfu girl to be married into the East Palace to marry His Royal Highness the grandson, so usually no less than in front of them to pose. And now it is good. Directly to let the people rode up to the neck of this hilarious is not when you can see. There is the town of the Duke's wife. Obviously are half an old woman, but every day dressed up flamboyantly, relying on their own a few points of beauty. A smile is the style. not less hooked on those who fall on the eyes of the men in her body. The man is so proud of it that he thinks he's still as glamorous as he was when he was young. If it were possible, I would really like to have the people in the Fairview house serve them a few plates of melon seeds and peanuts or something, and eat them while watching. And that little girl with the veil. I haven't seen her before. Which family's young lady? You've got a lot of nerve. Lin Xiaojiao sighed. The maids of the Jingguo Gongfu had no way to get close to Lin Xiaoxiao, not to mention slapping her. They and Xiao Xiao pushed and shoved with Hong Ying and didn't know how these two people did it. Touching a few times on their bodies, they wailed in pain. Xiao Xiao and Hong Ying along with Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly took 2 steps backward. Far away from them. Don't touch the porcelain. We didn't do anything. A few maids were in pain and hated the tears, pointing at Xiao Xiao and Hong Ying angrily. You dare to hit us. Xiao Xiao raised her hands. I didn't. Ladies and ladies, the slave girl didn't touch them. You all saw it. It was they who suddenly rushed up to hit my lady. We as slave girls naturally had to stop them. We were always on the defensive, but we didn't do anything. There are watching the people giggled out, and then raised his voice. Indeed, people are blocking a block. Did not do with you? How one of them are crying out in pain like this? Fear is not to see people generous intentionally want to blackmail it. When Jingguo Gongfu so lack of money, also have to rely on blackmail to make money. Xu Songyun's face darkened when she heard this. She turned her head to look at the person who spoke and her face changed again. She must not have read the yellow calendar when she left the house today. How come this nasty woman was also here? Ma Minyu, it's none of your business. Xu Songyun spoke with an ugly face. Ma Minyu casually placed the teacups on the table and got up and slowly walked towards them. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Ma Minyu, looking like she was in her 20s, but still dressed as a young lady, and all the way over, without the swaying stance of those big girls, but instead came out with a valiant feeling. Lin Xiaoxiao could tell at a glance that this was a practiced man, and that Ma Minyu was invisibly giving off a sense of oppression despite the faint smile on her face. But the way Zhu Songyun looked at her, surprisingly, there was still dislike and contempt in his eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't even need to scrutinize to see that these two were not dealing with each other. As the saying goes, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Lin Xiaoxiao instantly soared in favor of this valiant sister. Thank you, sister, for your righteousness. Otherwise this servant girl of mine would be afraid that I wouldn't be able to wash myself even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and nodded her head. Ma Minyu looked at her and smiled, then looked at Xiao Xiao and Hong Ying and winked at Lin Xiaoxiao. If others couldn't see it, would she not? Lin Xiaoxiao was first stunned. Then she realized, this pretty sister was afraid that she knew everything. Since we all understand, it's much better. I didn't know that the original Jingguo Gongfu was still short of money. No wonder it can only pick and choose things on the second floor. Lin Xiaoxiao said with a leathery smile. Ma Minyu covered mouth a smile. Directly picked up, little sister. This you do not know it. This brocade building of the third floor is not what people can go up. Also not what people can afford. Is that we these people usually only in this second floor shopping? Of course, like the Jingguo Gong wife of the status of the people. I did not think that will be the same as us to shop on the second floor at the capital who do not know. Xinguofu long ago not like when the old Jingguo still managed the time. Now Zhenguo not do the right thing. All day just no eat, drink and have fun, but also good face. The Jingguo misses, is even more. The degree of extravagance is not inferior to them that Jingguo. I had heard before that this Duchess of Jin had gone so far as to spend twice the price in order to grab a bottle of jade skin cream for a small injury on her hand that had been scalded by the tea. If it is not for the fact that the Jingguo Gongfu has some family background over the years, coupled with those dowry properties of the former Jingguo Gongfu's wife back then, as well as those dowries and properties brought by Zhu Songyun when she married over, the Jingguo Gongfu was afraid that it would have been lost by these two goods. Thinking of the Tianyu County lord back then, Ma Minyu felt some pity. She was only 10 years old at that time. She went to the Jingguo Gongfu to attend the banquet. The first time she saw the Tianyu County lord she was astonished by the heavenly beauty, and she resolved that in the future she would be a good person like the Tianyu County lord. Unfortunately, in just a year's time, the beauty died, and she cried for a long time over it. Lin Xiaoxiao saw Zhu Songyun's angry and iron-blue face, but did not have an attack. Being taunted by Ma Minyu so much, Zhu Songyun could still be so calm. This Shu seems not to be stupid. It was hard to calm the anger that welled up in his heart. Zhu Songyun coldly looked at Ma Minyu and spoke. This is not for Ma Girl to worry about. Ma Girl is still worrying about herself. This time back to the capital. I'm afraid General Ma didn't have a lot of running around for Ma Girl's affairs. Thinking that she had poked the other party's sore spot, Zhu Songyun was all set to be smug, but she saw that Ma Minyu had a calm face, and even had the leisure time to straighten and organize her belt and skirt, and was not moved by her words in the slightest. Lin Xiaoxiao looked curiously at the pretty sister beside her. What was it? It seemed to be quite serious. Zhu Songyun's expression looked smug. But the pretty sister didn't seem to look like she cared too much. I didn't expect Mrs. Lin to be so concerned about me. What? Is Mrs. Lin prepared to be a middleman to help me draw a line and build a bridge? Then Minyu can thank you in advance. Ma Minyu smiled back. Zhu Songyun's punch was like hitting cotton, not advancing or retreating, making it hard for himself to die. Thinking you're poking someone where it hurts, who knows they don't care and throw the pit back. Can master the Jingui Gongfu so many years? Zhu Songyun is not vegetarian. Immediately returned, I'm afraid to let Miss Ma disappointment. This lady knows of the young talent among the young people cannot with the age of Miss Ma match. After all, like the Ma girl such as 26 has not yet married girl, not to mention the capital, is to look at the whole Tianlong country is afraid to find out the second. Lin Xiaoxiao some surprise, quietly looked at the beautiful sister. 26 has not married. In this kind of conservative thinking of the ancient times, but also really exceptional. No wonder Zhu Songyun faced complacent. This is to do in general. Was so humiliated long ago cannot stand. However, Lin Xiaoxiao was curious as to why the pretty sister was so good looking and seemed like she had a pretty good personality. So how come she wasn't married? Although Ma Minyu did not say anything, but the maid beside her directly disliked Mrs. Lin prudent words. My general although not married, but my general for the guarding of the border has made countless achievements. If Mrs. Lin still want to humiliate my general in this way, then we inevitably have to go to the saint in front of the good to talk about it. Lin Xiaoxiao was watching the action, although she didn't know why it was clearly her battlefield, and as a result, the domination of the battlefield became her once her pretty sister came. But that didn't stop Lin Xiaoxiao from eating her melon. As soon as she heard that her pretty sister was a general, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened at once. General? Pretty sister, or a general? Are there already women in the army at this time? No wonder the pretty sister had a hidden aura of death on her. Pretty sister is so awesome. Zhu Songyun can't do anything about Ma Minyu, but he can't deal with a maid? This madam is talking to Miss Ma. When is it the turn of a maid to interrupt? Since Miss Ma can't control her subordinates well, then this madam will do it for Miss Ma. Come on, give me a slap. Unfortunately, the few maids she brought here have not slowed down yet, not to mention slapping them. Even if they are allowed to stand up straight, they may not be able to stand up straight. Ma Minyu looked sternly at Zhu Songyun and said lightly, good then Mrs. Lin just do it. However, don't blame this general for not reminding Mrs. Lin, although she is the general's maid, she is also a lieutenant of the 7th rank. If Mrs. Lin's slap goes down, then don't blame this general for suing the lady for the crime of assaulting a military general. Then don't talk about the Duke of Jin, or the Taisun. His Highness himself has come. This general will also have to settle things with Madam. After Ma Minyu finished speaking, she coldly swept a glance at Lin Sihan. Lin Sihan only felt a coldness from the bottom of her feet instantly went up to the sky. The thought that Taisun would have a bad impression of herself because of this matter. Lin Sihan panicked at once. She quickly thought of a response in her mind. Miss Ma, this matter is a misunderstanding from the beginning to the end. My mother she is also being furious hard before she will be confused to say these words. We are properly here to buy things. Suddenly a person comes out to target us mother and daughter at every turn. Just ask if this matter happens to Miss Ma. Miss Ma will how to deal with it. Lin Sihan's two simple words circled the matter around to Lin Xiaoxiao, making it clear that if Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't come looking for trouble, her mother wouldn't have gotten angry, wouldn't have gotten into a fight with Ma Minyu, and to put it bluntly, the main culprit should be Lin Xiaoxiao, not them. Ma Minyu swept a glance at Lin Sihan. Sure enough, the women who could marry into the Eastern Palace in the future were not stupid. Then Miss Lin or quickly help Mrs. Lin to go back to have a good rest. Save the gas bad body. This Jinxiu building opened the door to do business. Since the other girl and paid the money first, the thing is the other person's. Since it is someone else's things. Or don't think about it. Miss Lin you say right. If she didn't know that her birth was still a mystery, Lin Xiaoxiao would have to think that this pretty sister didn't know something. And look at these last few words. There was a technique. Lin Sihan's face was ugly, but she still tried to maintain the appearance of a lady of the house and nodded her head with a smile. Miss Ma is right. Since this girl likes it so much, then it's not good for Sihan to fight with the girl, so she'll let it go to the girl. All as a way to make a friend. Lin Xiaoxiao had only one reaction as she listened to these words. Good tea. Let what let? Obviously it is her real money to buy herself. Lin Sihan's pretentious appearance fell in Ma Mingyu's eyes and was also very disliked. If Xiaoxiao Ran really married such a pretentious woman, then the days would definitely not be able to live. Just when Ma Minyu thought that this would just go away, the little girl who looked petite and small wearing a veil spoke up. When did you ever let me? How come I don't know? Did you guys see her let me? Lin Xiaoxiao finished and even pretended to ask Xiaoxiao and Hong Ying. No, Jojo replied, and the redhead shook her head. You, Lin Sihan face ugly. See, these people on the second floor are talking about it. She just wanna put things to rest, generous and decent to deal with this matter. But I did not expect Lin Xiaoxiao is so difficult to deal with. Her face changed, shaking softly and weakly directly said, try to ask me. Xinguo Gongfu has never offended the girl. Why the girl is still this kind of target everywhere? That little look is really, I feel sorry for you. This Lin Sihan is really president. Specifically picked Zhu Songyun's advantages long. The rest should be like her father who has never met. Not only that, even Zhu Songyun's dainty and charming appearance are inherited. If she had been a man, she might have been heartbroken and softened. But alas, does it even need a reason? If you really need a reason, then you can just assume that I'm idle. Lin Xiaoxiao said indifferently. Zhu Songyun mother and daughter's faces were almost catching up with the dye pot. But it was Ma Mingyu who heard Lin Xiaoxiao's words and laughed out directly and without any hesitation. Even those other people who were secretly watching couldn't help but be amused. They had never seen a man who could make the excuse of idleness so grand. Lin Sihan couldn't pretend anymore and directly cried on the spot in anger. Seeing her big sister being angry and crying, Lin Xiu became anxious and pointed at Lin Xiaoxiao and said angrily, you dare to bully my sister. Just wait, I'll go tell His Highness the great-grandson so he can clean you up. Ugly. Lin Xiaoxiao is not afraid at all. Go and call to even scold him together. Lin Sihan cried with a pearly blossom. Zhu Songyun was really heartbroken. Pointing at Lin Xiaoxiao and Ma Mingyu, her hands were trembling with anger. You guys wait for me. I won't let this matter go just like that. See you. Hold your sister. Let's go. Lin Xiaoxiao was still a bit reluctant to leave. You're just leaving? No more shopping? Hey, it's a shame that the money wasn't earned. Zhu Songyun left without looking back. Lin Xiu supported the crying Lin Sihan, followed by a few maids who couldn't even straighten their backs, and hooted and hollered as they descended the stairs. It wasn't until they were gone that those giggles on the second floor stopped being muffled. Some of those who knew Ma Mingyu came straight over to say hello. Mingyu, you've offended the Xinguo Gongfu this time. The beautiful woman who came over glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and nodded as a greeting before speaking to Ma Mingyu. Ma Mingyu waved her hand indifferently. It's not like I've offended them for a day or two. I just can't stand her. Just such a good-for-nothing. What gives her the right to enjoy everything that county head Tianyu has? After saying that, Ma Mingyu looked at the beautiful woman and said, Mrs. Chang has bought her things? The beautiful woman smiled and shook her head. Not yet. I was just picking when I saw a quarrel over here. While saying this, she also sneaked a look at Lin Xiaoxiao, guessing which family's girl this was, to be so interesting. However, Lin Xiaoxiao was veiled, so Mrs. Chang couldn't really see, so she had to give up. Then I'll go and take another look. And in a few days the palace banquet will make a beautiful dress for the children at home. Ma Mingyu directly clasped her fists. Then ma'am, go and get busy. I'll stroll around by myself. Mrs. Chen looked at this unorthodox salute of hers and smiled with a helpless smile and went to continue picking her own. Only when there were only two people left here did Ma Mingyu look at Xiao Xiao and Hong Ying and said, you can. Practiced? Xiao Xiao and Hong Ying didn't react to what Ma Mingyu meant at once, so Lin Xiaoxiao answered for them. I've studied for a few years. No wonder. Knowing to go for the points that hurt the most. Xiao Xiao came back to her senses at this time. Her face changed a bit. She thought that no one could find out. She didn't expect that people would just see through it and help them. Xiao Xiao hurriedly bowed and thanked. Thank you, girl, for your righteousness. Ma Mingyu waved her hand. No need to be polite. I'm annoyed with her too. After saying that, Ma Mingyu worriedly glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and continued. But Zhu's a person who holds quite a grudge. You're targeting the mother and daughter like this today. I'm afraid that she won't let you off easily. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't care. She was afraid they wouldn't come. Thanks for your concern, pretty sister. I'll be careful. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled. Ma Mingyu froze for a moment. Pretty sister? What kind of name is this? But praising her for being pretty, it's still quite flattering. My name is Ma Mingyu, not some pretty sister. My home is in the Jinshi General's residence. You can go find me to play when you are free. I will stay in the capital during this period of time. By the way, what about you? What's your name? Where is home? Ma Mingyu said. My name is Lin Xiaoxiao. I came to the capital to see my third uncle. It's in the Duan mansion behind the Deyun building. Lin Xiaoxiao answered truthfully. When she heard about the Duan mansion, Ma Mingyu froze for a moment. She resized Lin Xiaoxiao and suddenly asked, what kind of person is Duan Zhengqing to you? Lin Xiaoxiao was also a bit surprised. Could it be an acquaintance of third uncle? He's my third uncle. Pretty sister knows my third uncle? Ma Mingyu's face was unnatural as she coughed. Well, the owner of Deyun Lu well. All know each other. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her. Yes? But why did it feel like pretty sister was a little weird? Sue was afraid that Lin Xiaoxiao could see what was going on. Ma Mingyu quickly collected her expression and once again instructed Lin Xiaoxiao. Zhu's person is vindictive. You have nothing to do for a while, so stay at home. It's best to go back and talk to your third uncle about what just happened. Lin Xiaoxiao responded dumbfounded. How did she feel that in just a moment's time? The way her pretty sister looked at her had changed. What's the deal with getting a little compassionate? After instructing Lin Xiaoxiao, Ma Mingyu excused herself and left without even buying anything. And as Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her departing figure, she always had a feeling of fleeing. Do you guys have a feeling that this pretty sister doesn't seem quite right? Lin Xiaoxiao didn't know where her sixth sense came from. In any case, that's how she felt. Xiao Qiao and Hong Ying didn't find anything strange. It was only Xiao Qiao who pulled Lin Xiaoxiao and said with an excited face, Miss, is Miss Ma really a general? A female general? So handsome. Lin Xiaoxiao also think it is very rare, because as far as she knows, from ancient times to the present day there are really very few female generals. After all, the women in ancient times, more than bound, and all pay attention to a 3 from the 4 virtues. From the army, this kind of thing for these people is to throw their heads out of the window, is not allowed by the world. But there's actually a female general here. Lin Xiaoxiao is here to block Zhu Songyun mother and daughter. This will achieve the purpose is ready to flash. She called the female fellow just now, directly said, will I buy that cloth to the Jinshi general's residence? Oh yes, where is your shopkeeper? The female fellow froze for a moment, a little surprised, but still saluted. The shopkeeper usually doesn't come to the front. They are all at the back in the accounts room. I'll go find him, Lin Xiaoxiao said and led Xiao Qiao and Hong Ying downstairs, and the female fellow hurriedly chased after her. As soon as they left, the people on the second floor slowly gathered in one place. A man said, that girl just now, whose family is she? What a nerve. Another person said, I don't see her as coming to buy things, but rather, she wants to deliberately come to block Zhu's mother and daughter. The other went on to say, I seem to have just heard this girl call out the name of His Highness Tai Sun. The others brushed their eyes at the person who spoke, and that person tried to recall a bit, then nodded heavily. It's true. I did hear her say a word about Xia Xiaoran. Xia Xiaoran, isn't that our Tai Sun Highness's name? The crowd was surprised. Their mouths were almost able to stuff down an egg. This girl looks unassuming. In the end, which family is it? Mrs. Chang is also in the gossip column. Directly said, I do see that girl is somewhat familiar, although wearing a veil, but just feel like where I have seen. A few people were guessing, but in the end, they couldn't guess Lin Xiaoxiao's identity, so they called it quits. But anyone who brought up today's events was all excited. Zhu Songyun, this person, relying on the Jingguo Gongfu, relying on the saint to favor the Jingguo Gongfu, has always been arrogant. Today to see her defeat, regardless of whether there is no festival, feel quite funny. Turn back to go home to have to learn from the rest of the family. Over here, Lin Xiaoxiao went downstairs and went straight to the backyard, familiarizing herself with the way, stunning the female fellows who followed. Girl. The female fellows were afraid that if Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly barged into the backyard, the shopkeeper would blame them for not doing their job properly. Lin Xiaoxiao turned a deaf ear and went straight into the backyard, heading straight for the location of the accountant's office. In the account room, the shopkeeper is sitting and looking at the books, but the mind is not in the books at all. From time to time, raise his head to look out, that want to go out and cannot go out of the appearance, really anxious to die personally. When he saw Lin Xiaoxiao appear at the entrance of the account office, the shopkeeper thought he had misread the situation. Egu, little auntie, it's really you. Lin Xiaoxiao took down her veil, and the shopkeeper ran out from behind the table with a cry of surprise. The female fellow also caught up at this time, and said with an anxious face, the shopkeeper, this girl she was instantly stunned when she looked up and saw Lin Xiaoxiao's face with the veil removed. Alright, there's no more business for you here. Go down. The shopkeeper squared his face and directly whisked people away. Yes. The female fellow quietly glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao as she prepared to leave. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, called out to her, wait a minute. Then he twisted his head to look at the shopkeeper. I just met a pretty sister who did me a favor. I want to give her something as a gift. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper directly instructed the female fellow, you go up to the 3rd floor and pick a set of our recently launched heads and faces and send them there. After saying this, he looked at Lin Xiaoxiao again. Where to send them? General Jinshi's residence. The shopkeeper waved his hand. Send it to General Jinshi's residence. The female fellow was even more surprised. She knew how expensive the things on the 3rd floor were, and this girl casually said that the shopkeeper would directly send a set out? Who is this girl in the end? But curiosity aside, the female fellow still saluted and said, boss, then what should I say when I send it over? Although she was asking the shopkeeper, she was looking at Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, Just say it directly. Yes, I understand. The female fellow then bowed and retreated. The expression on the shopkeeper's face changed instantly, and he was overjoyed. What brings you here? It is good that he is the treasurer of the Xiao family. But the Jinqiu building was tossed by the eldest young master and this little ancestor in front of him. Although it was a modification of the previous jewelry building of the Xiao family. Previously, when the Fairview house was established, all of them senior shopkeepers had gone to the meeting, so naturally they had seen Lin Xiaoxiao, came to the capital to run some errands. Just in time to take a look, Lin Xiaoxiao sat down familiarly and poured herself some tea. Seeing this, Xiao Wuan hurriedly took the kettle in her hand and poured a cup of tea for Lin Xiaoxiao, then stood by the side to reply. Boss Xiao, take a seat. There aren't that many rules here, Lin Xiaoxiao said. Only then did Xiao Wuan take a seat opposite her, and as soon as he sat down, he couldn't help but ask, did the one from the Zhenhua Gongfu offend you? Lin Xiaoxiao took a sip of tea and said faintly, there are some faults. Other people don't know. Xiao Wana is very clear. This little ancestor's temper is how good. Can let her say a little bit of a fault this kind of words? This Xinbui Gongfu's people are afraid to do what the wrath of God and people's grudges. He also has a number in his heart. It seems that in the future, the business of the Xinbui Gongfu will have to be weighed and then do. Shopkeeper Xiao, you've been in the capital for so long. Have you heard of the 100 Beasts Garden? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Fifth brother doesn't know how it is. The colored lanterns haven't come to send her a letter for such a long time. Lin Xiaoxiao looks calm, but in her heart she is still worried. Xiao Wuan was a bit surprised, but still replied, more than hearing about it, my subordinate has even been there. Xiao Wuan then said, in fact, it is not my own want to go, is a friend had to take me, said that place can relax, before although heard some rumors, but in the end have not seen, they went to the place to know where, everywhere is to animal cruelty for the fun of the people, if the money to give more than enough, but also can pick up 1 or 2 beasts, to see them kill each other. The first time I went there, I realized that it was full of people who took pleasure in torturing animals. My subordinate felt that such a thing was too inhumane and stayed for a while before leaving. Mentioning that experience, Xiao Wuan's face didn't even look good. Obviously the shadow left on him at that time was too severe. Where? Lin Xiaoxiao asked directly. No, she would just kill her way there. I did not expect Xiao Wuan but shook his head. Specifically in which position? Subordinates are not too clear. We went to the time is to sit in their specialized carriage. That carriage what cannot be seen outside. Just know that the carriage on the road for a very long time. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. Everyone goes like this? Xiao Wuan nodded. Yes, although many people know about the 100 Beasts Garden, no one really knows exactly where it is located. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. This would be a bit difficult. Doesn't anyone think that the 100 Beasts Garden shouldn't exist? Lin Xiaoxiao said angrily. Xiao Wuan gently shook his head. Of course there are, but most people think that those are just beasts. Every year the royal hunt slaughtered so many prey, and no one has any objections. Those who think that the 100 Beasts Garden is too brutal, in the end, all of them are treated as deviants. The main reason is that it is there, and it can allow many people to satisfy their desires that normally can't be fulfilled. Let's say, usually look gentle and elegant a person, perhaps to the 100 Beasts Garden will be beastly. To abuse those animals for fun to vent their usual dissatisfaction and resentment, after venting back to their original life, it is still a fluttering gentleman, gentle and nice. In the 100 Beasts Garden, everyone will not show their true colors, are wearing masks, who do not know who the other is. This thing, speak not clear, purely, it depends on the conscience, right? If you can't pass your conscience, you think it's not possible, but if you can pass your conscience, you think it's not a big deal. Leaving from the Fairview house, Lin Xiaoxiao was all preoccupied. I don't know what's going on with fifth brother now. Shen Ming drove the carriage slowly and leisurely down the street. Lin Xiaoxiao sat in the carriage, looking at the people coming and going on the street. Perhaps you would have to inquire about it from somewhere else. I just don't know if it's because the capital is the capital city. They have been strolling on the street for such a long time, but they haven't even run into a wild dog, which is really strange. Let's wait for the evening. Let's send Hong Hong out for the evening. Lin Xiaoxiao's side slowly returned to Duanfu. The other side of the Ma Mingyu has already returned to the Jinqi general's residence, but only just entered the door of the house. Heard the concierge say that the Jinqiu building came to deliver something. Ma Mingyu had a strange look on her face. I didn't buy anything today. Inviting the people from the Fairview house in before seeing the piece of cloth they had sent. The corner of Ma Mingyu's mouth twitched. Miss Ma, this is what that girl asked the little ones to send. In addition, there is also this. The female fellow of the Jinqiu house placed an exquisite jewelry box on the table, and as soon as it was opened the room was suddenly glittering with beads. Only in the box lay an exquisite set of head and face jewelry, worth a fortune at first glance. with every gemstone set so perfectly that not even the cut of the edges could be seen in any bit of reverie. This is our building's new product. It hasn't been officially sold to the public yet, the female fellow proudly introduced. Ma Minyu wanted to pick it up and take a look, but she couldn't lay her hands on it, so exquisite that she really couldn't touch it, let alone wear it out. This is too expensive. You'd better take it back. Ma Minyu averted her eyes from the jewelry. No merit, not to mention that girl. No, 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 I can't take it. If I take it, Ma Minyu will become someone else. But in his heart, he couldn't help but glance upwards. It's really pretty. The female fellow smiled. This little one can't do the main thing. The order we received is to let's send the things over. As for how the miss wants to dispose of it, that's the miss's thing. Now the goods have been delivered. The miss signed for a little bit of the little ones are going to go back. The carriage is still waiting outside. After the female fellow finished speaking, she handed over a receipt, checked things one by one, and asked Ma Minyu to check the appearance, then asked her to sign. Holding the pen, Ma Minyu was neither signing nor not signing. After a lot of heavenly battles, Ma Minyu still signed her name in the end, and asked the maid to give the reward money to all the people in the Jinsho house before letting the maid send them out. Waiting for people are gone. Ma Minyu carefully appreciate up this set of jewelry. Really love it. She always wear in the battlefield. Rarely dress up. Do not like to dress up. Just the barracks are men. She is also in the barracks are doing men dress up. Also dress up. Now that I'm back in the capital, I've had the chance to get back into women's clothes. Sis, what are you doing? Suddenly a voice came from the doorway, and Ma Minyu's gaze softened as she looked at the visitor. Hope, come on. Ma Minyu waved at her. A 15 or 16-year-old girl, in a fiery red riding suit striding in, a doll face looking very cute, but walking in a windy manner. Jinshi General Ma Yongrui life only married a wife, gave birth to 2 daughters. The eldest daughter Ma Minyu since the age of 14 and maturity will aspire to be a female general. Ma Yongrui has always loved his daughter, and he felt that the children of the Ma family, regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl, should be brave and good at war. That year, in spite of Mrs. Ma's obstruction, directly took Ma Minyu to the battlefield, and then Mrs. Ma gave birth to a second daughter, Ma Minyuan. The sisters are 10 years apart. To this sister, Ma Minyu is more than ever love. There are Jinshi General and Ma Minyu, the same mixed to the general's sister in. Ma Minyuan from a young age, is also a greatly generous, thunder and lightning character. She does not learn those curves and roundabouts of the back home, but is the same as the big sister like to practice martial arts. But Ma Minyuan in the end is raised in the knowledgeable in front of Mrs. Ma. Mrs. Ma does not want the youngest daughter to become the same as the eldest daughter, all day long shouting to kill. They only allowed the martial arts teacher to teach her some self-defense techniques, but not allowed to teach her more powerful martial arts, fought so that the little girl will not grow crooked. Unfortunately, things go against their wishes. No, it is things go against the wishes of Mrs. Ma thought. This second Miss Ma in the capital circle of noble women is famous for the second generation. Other people calling, play Sue soft that set. She is good, big and bold, don't care about reputation, don't care whether things will make a big fuss, whether it will affect the reputation of the girl family. A 1 is a 1, a 2 is a 2. There is absolutely no point in bending around the circle. Those noble women who grew up learning all sorts of tactics in the backyard were bitterly disappointed, and privately didn't scold her for her vulgarity. But it is such a vulgar girl in their eyes, but more favored than any of them. Father favored, mother favored, and there is a sister who is a general. That's not to mention, when it comes to Ma Minyu, many women of the same age in the capital have even more headaches. Of course, because of Ma Minyuan's lively and straightforward nature, and her sincerity in treating people, she still has a lot of good friends in the capital. When she saw the cloth and jewelry on her sister's table, Ma Minyuan's eyes just lit up. Sister, which gentleman sent you this gift? Ma Minyu was unconcerned and smiled back. Do you think there would be any gentleman who would send these things to your sister? Who doesn't know that I like swords, guns and sticks more than these? Ma Minyuan looked at the engraved seal of Jinsho House on the box, and then looked at the exquisite jewelry in the box. Her eyes were wide open. Her mouth was even wowed, and she hurriedly and impatiently took a strut and wore it to Ma Minyu's hair. It's nice. It's really nice. The jewelry looks nice. My sister looks better. The maid hurriedly carried the mirror over, and Ma Minyu looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but look from side to side. Try the others on too. Ma Minwan was excited to dress up her own sister. Ma Minyu however stopped her. Just this walking rock is enough. You take the rest back. And this cloth. Sis doesn't look good in it. Go and ask mother to make you a beautiful dress to wear at the reception banquet for the great-grandson to be held by the saint in a few days. That's not good. These are sisters. What do I need them for? I have enough jewelry. It's better for you to wear them, Ma Minyuan said while still continuing to put it on her head. Ma Minyu but how also refused to wear it. Directly said, forget it, dressed up so flamboyant. Back to those who have nothing to do again behind the back of the editorial me. And these jewelry styles are suitable for a young girl of your age. Wear good looking. Ma Minyuan sat down and picked up the jewelry in the box and looked back and forth. Sis, you really don't want it? At least it's a gift from someone else. Oh yeah, who sent it? A friend I met today when I went to Fairview House. Ma Minyu didn't know what came to her mind, and her face was slightly colored with a slight blush. Luckily, Ma Minwan's attention was on the jewelry and she didn't notice, and sniffed without thinking and asked directly, what kind of friend? Male or female? Female. Ma Minwan continued. Then this friend of yours must be very rich. Ma Minyu thought of something and nodded helplessly. Yes, quite rich. De Yunlu's business was so good. As his niece, could she not have money? However, Miss Lin is his niece, and the jewelry is a gift from Miss Lin. So rounding it up, isn't it considered a gift from him? Ma Minyu suddenly some regret boasted all to the sister. But see sister so like, in the end or not give up to come back. Good thing she also left herself a steprock. Ma Minwan relied on her for a while longer before she happily left with her fabrics and jewelry in her arms. Seeing her joyful steps to leave, Ma Minyu smiled. She had nothing else to ask for. She only wished that her sister could always live so heartlessly. It was enough for the Ma family to have her, although she was not a male. But one day she would prove to the world that women were not useless, and could just as well go into battle and kill the enemy. After looking in the mirror for a while, Ma Minyu carefully removed the step shaker and placed it in her jewelry box, the top layer, where she could look at it at any time. Eldest miss, something big has happened outside. The maid who just sent Jinxiu house ran all the way over, even forgetting the rules, directly reporting like in the barracks, Miss, the Lin family's carriage doesn't know what's going on. The wheels broke halfway. The carriage directly turned over. Mrs. Jin Guigong and the two young ladies rolled directly out of the carriage. The appearance of that to be more woeful and more woeful. The maid laughed even more happily. The street was full of people at the time. Mrs. Lin let her maid pull her clothes out from under the carriage in several places, and her face was green. Really? Ma Minyu laughed twice. See, I told you that you can't be too arrogant. You'll get retribution. And this retribution didn't come? Shu Tsongyun, this woman so love beauty love face, now in the street rolled under the carriage, but also so woeful appearance let a person to see. She dares to say, in less than half a day's time, Jingui Gongfu's carriage overturned. Jingui Gongfu wife and the two young ladies in public under the woeful gossip will be spread throughout the capital. It was a painful thing to think about. And she'd be able to eat 2 more bowls of rice today. When Xie Xiaoran returned to the East Palace from the Emperor's chambers, he only heard that Lin Xiaoxiao had gone to the Jinxiu building today and even confronted Zhu's mother and daughter head-on. And even what they said in the building, the secret guards repeated everything to Xie Xiaoran in detail. When he heard that Lin Xiyu had gone so far as to mouth off in public and put him and Lin Xihan in one place, Xie Xiaoran's heart was inexplicably a bit nasty. In his previous life, he came back from the Wolf Mountain 9 deaths, legs ruined, Xingui Gongfu on his avoidance. The royal grandfather and the old Xingui Gong set up the marriage has also become the top priority of their avoidance. All day long worry that the royal grandfather will suddenly give the decree to give the marriage. Finally waited until Lin Xihan and maturity that year. The imperial grandfather finally gave the imperial decree of marriage. However, what Xie Xiaoran did not expect was that the Lin family refused. The Xingui Gongfu would rather resist the decree than marry Lin Xihan to him. The most ridiculous thing is that, after Uncle Rui Wang accomplished the matter, the 2 daughters of the Lin family were actually sent to the palace at the same time, and Xingui Gong Lin Dihai used his 2 daughters and exchanged them for another life of glory and wealth. Now that he had returned reborn and his legs were not ruined, he was still the towering Taisun. However, this time, he would not give Lin Xihan the chance to resist the decree, because this decree, pressed on, would not go down. Whether it was the little girl that the Xingui Gongfu wanted to hurt him, or all the insults that the Xingui Gongfu had inflicted on him in his previous life, he would slowly settle the score with the Xingui Gongfu people. After reporting what happened in the Fairview house, the secret guards also told the story of the carriage wheel of the Duke of Jin's residence suddenly breaking, and the Duke of Jin's wife and the 2 eldest young ladies rolling out of the carriage in public. After Xie Xiaoran heard this, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. He was more willing to believe that this was man-made than accidental. Go down. Although the people of the Heavenly Star building are not allowed to follow you, you can't slack off. You must protect Miss Lin well during this period of time, and come back in time to report if anything happens. Yes, my subordinate will retire. The dark guard flashed out through the doorway after saying that. Xie Xiaoran looked at the dark sky outside, thinking about the situation of the imperial grandfather today. The previous life of the imperial grandfather's disease only lasted less than a year. And now the entire imperial hospital is at its wits' end with regard to the imperial grandfather's disease. And everyone's hopes are pinned on the ghost doctor who was a god of the gods. Ghost doctor. Who was this person who never appeared in his previous life? I'm the cute divider. In the small courtyard of the Duan mansion, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the few small things that Hong Hong had brought back, and for a moment she couldn't find the adjectives to express her feelings. I saw them when I was going around the neighborhood, when this cat was catching these 3 mice. So I brought them all back. Xiao Xiao. See if you can get enough. Not enough, I'll go around again. Hong Hong explained very seriously. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at a cat and 3 mice, all cornered by red. Shivering, the 3 gray-headed mice were even hugging each other tightly in a ball. There was a fox in front and a cat behind. And now there was an extra person. All 3 mice had the same thought in their minds. Their mouse life was going to be over. That cat was also messy. It just wanted to come out to catch a few mice, but was blocked by a fox, tried to run and was still beaten up. It could only obediently follow over, but didn't expect to see a person here. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll even beat you up. Hong Hong glared at it with a pair of fox eyes, causing that black cat to shrink back again. Obviously a girl. Why so fierce? I didn't do anything bad. The black cat rushed to make its position clear. The cat catches the mouse natural and natural. This is not a bad thing. It is hard not to be able to catch the mouse cannot be caught these days. It looked at the 3 rats, gritted its teeth to endure its hunger, and said, big deal. I'm not going to catch them anymore, so just leave me alone. The 3 mice were delighted. However, they were even more afraid after seeing red. The fox was scarier than the cat. Lin Xiaoxiao laughed out loud as she listened to their bull-headed conversation. She soothingly smoothed Red's fur before saying, I found you guys here because I wanted to ask you about something. No offense. The black cat and the 3 little mice looked at Lin Xiaoxiao at the same time. Hey, this guy's talking to them? Lin Xiaoxiao squatted a bit hard, so she got up and said to Hong Hong, take them into the room. After saying that, she went back to the room. Hong Hong looked at the black cat and the 3 little mice and brightened her paws. What are you still waiting for? Go. The 4 had to follow slowly into the room. The clean and dry room left the 4 dumbfounded. Usually in the city, not to mention such a beautiful and clean room, is that they appeared in the street will be shouted at? Never come in. The black cat was a little better. He could at least sometimes crouch on someone's wall to take a look, but this would be about the same expression as the 3 little mice. Lin Xiaoxiao sat next to the table, which had 2 plates of snacks on it. Red had jumped up onto the table, picking up a snack with both paws and nibbling on it. The black cat and the 3 mice looked on enviously and gulped. There were 4 of them. The 3 little ones were trying to get out to find food, and a big one was also out to find food, but before the food could be found, the 3 little ones were blocked by a big one, and as a result, the big one was blocked by a fox before it could be eaten. Lin Xiaoxiao saw that the 4 of them weren't moving and beckoned. Come up. The black cat twitched his nose. The treats smelled good. The 3 mice twitched their noses. The treats smelled so good. After hesitating for a while, the black cat jumped on the table first. The 3 mice saw this, squeaked in disgust for a while, then climbed up along the table. On the table is also walking around the edge. Try to be far away from the fox and the black cat. Lin Xiaoxiao took a look at the 3 little mice, clean and dry, with no unpleasant smell on them, and sighed in relief. Here you go. Lin Xiaoxiao took 3 treats and put them in front of them, and then took some for the black cat as well. The 3 mice looked at the large snack in front of them. It was enough for them to eat for many days, and it smelled so good. They could smell the sweetness. Eat it, there shouldn't be any medicine. The foxes eat it all. The 3 little mice sneaked a look at Lin Xiaoxiao. One hugged a piece and gently bit a small piece. After tasting the sweetness, the small bite turned into a big bite. Seeing them eating so favorably, Lin Xiaoxiao then asked, how come I don't see a single wild dog or wild cat or anything on the street during the day? The magistrate will catch it, so we all hide, and only sneak out at night to find something to eat. The black cat had eaten 2 snacks and wasn't very hungry anymore, so he answered when he heard Lin Xiaoxiao ask. People invited them to dinner, so of course she had to answer, and she couldn't understand anyway. I didn't expect Lin Xiaoxiao to follow and ask, why are you being arrested? The black cat was almost killed by the treats in its own mouth. Its mouth was one by one and half a day without vomiting. Lin Xiaoxiao's face changed. Hong Hong had already slapped a paw over with her quick eyes, slapping it on the back of the black cat, and the treats that were stuck in its throat were slapped out at once, spraying all over the 3 little mice. Ah, my treats got dirty. A little mouse jumped to his feet, not caring about the crumbs of treats all over himself, and rushed to rescue his treats. The other 2 rushed to clean up their treats and get another one off of themselves, and all 3 together glared at the black cat in unison with anger and a look of accusation. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly poured a cup of water and pushed it over. The black cat drank a few mouthfuls to slow down. It looked at Lin Xiaoxiao dumbfounded. Motherfucker, this guy understands them. What's your name? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. The black cat hadn't recovered from the shock. The three little mice finally saw something. This beautiful lady is a good person. Do not shout at them, and give them food, and do not dislike them. Most of all, she seemed to understand them. His name is Black Fatty. A little mouse snaps and points to himself again. My name is Big Fatty. Pointing next to him, this is my brother. 2 Fatty. Then he pointed to the smallest one on the far side. This is the youngest brother. 3 Fatty. The corners of Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. Where did they associate with fat? Black Fat angry. Who said I called Black Fat? Black Master called Black. And then nonsense, I will eat you all. Big Fatty shrunk his neck, but still insisted. I saw it all. I saw Huang and the others bullying you and calling you Black Fatty. They said you were a calamity with you, they couldn't even find food. And I also saw them beating you. You still say that? Black Fatty's fur stood up in anger. Didn't he want a cat face? If it wasn't for the fact that Black Fatty was a cat with a pitch black body, Lin Xiaoxiao would have been able to see that his face was now red with shame. Big Fatty scowled and shut up. Black Fatty sat up straight. As if that was the way to forget the embarrassing things Big Fatty had just said about it. What is it you want to inquire about? Black Fatty asked Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao is somewhat sympathetic to the Black Fat. This era does not have any concept of keeping pets, much less like modern people, will be treated as their own children to care for pets, especially the Black Fat such as pitch black cats, but also be regarded as people as unsettling, feel that the black cat permeated with the evil spirit. However, Lin Xiaoxiao felt that a cat like Black Fat, which was pitch black with no hint of mixed colors, was the only one that looked good, and his eyes were still green. Do you guys know where the 100 Beasts garden is? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Not only Black Fatty, but also the 3 little mice froze, as if they had thought of something terrible, and vaguely shivered a little. Black Fatty was a bit more calm and asked directly, what are you asking about the 100 Beasts garden for? Lin Xiaoxiao didn't hide anything and said directly, my brother was captured by them. Black Fatty and the 3 little mice were wide-eyed. Your brother? Are you a demon? Second Fatty tugged on Big Fatty's front paw and whispered, is she one of those demons that can turn into a human being after hundreds and thousands of years of cultivation that Grandpa's stories talk about? Big Fatty directly knocked its head. Those are all stories told by the storytellers in the Doyun building. Lying. Where are the monsters that can turn into people? If that's the case, we still need to stay here? Oh. Second Fatty was hurt and covered its head without squeaking. It thought it had seen a legendary demon. Lin Xiaoxiao cried as she listened. Were all those stories on her bookshelf already so hot? Even the animal kingdom had them. I'm a human, but I was raised by wolves, so my brother is a wolf, but he was captured by the people of the 100 Beasts garden. My 5th brother and I agreed before that we would find a way to communicate, but I haven't received any news from my 5th brother for a very long time now, Lin Xiaoxiao explained to the 4. Black Fatty took a few steps back and forth across the table. You're worried that something happened to him in the 100 Beasts garden? Although she didn't want to think so, Lin Xiaoxiao still nodded, the worried look under her eyes unusually obvious. Black Fatty had eaten Lin Xiaoxiao's snacks. This time his stomach wasn't hungry anymore. When he saw her like this, he said, don't be in a hurry. Although I don't know where the 100 Beasts garden is, there is a person who might know. After saying that, Black Fatty glanced at the 3 Big Fatty brothers, who shivered. Go get your master. Big Fatty shivered. My grandpa is too old to eat. If you want to eat, just eat us. Black Fat directly rolled his eyes. Look at you, that no interest in the appearance. I really want to eat you. You can live to today? Hurry up and go. Looking for him to have business. Big Fatty hesitated for a moment, looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and then at the leftover snacks in front of him, gritted his teeth, and left his 2 younger brothers behind. You guys wait here, I'll go call Grandpa. It believes that this girl is good and won't hurt its 2 brothers, and she gives them food. The 2 younger brothers were scared, seeing that their brother had said so, still nodded and obediently stayed in the corner. Fatty Black explained to Lin Xiaoxiao, their family moved in from outside the city a few years ago, and they live in the cellar underneath the Daeyun building, and its grandfather knows a lot of animals outside, so ask him if he might know. Lin nodded and waited quietly. It didn't take long for a few squeaks to come from outside the door, and the 2nd and 3rd fatties immediately climbed up and looked at their grandfather, who had brought the big fat one in through the door. Grandpa! The 2 hurriedly jumped off the table and hid behind their grandfather. On the way, Big Fatty had basically told Grandpa Old Pole about the current situation, and Old Pole climbed onto the table and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao curiously. My name is Old Pole. Thank you for feeding my 3 grandchildren. Even though our family are rats, we know that eating people's mouths is short. If there's anything you want to know, just ask. Old Pole said. Black Fatty lay on the side and didn't move. Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Black Fatty said you know about the 100 Beasts Garden. Do you know where the 100 Beasts Garden is? Can you take me there? Black what fat? My name is Blackie. Blackie. Black Fat protested. Red clawed it down, protesting ineffectively. Received another claw. The Black Fat not move. But the heart of the heart. But a million dislike of this little fox. The mother is not a mother like. It's not far actually. It's just 30 miles outside of town in a mountain. It's not hard to find really. But you might not be able to get in very well. Old Pole shook his head and said. Why? Old Pole looked at her. There are people guarding around the 100 Beasts Garden. Trying to sneak in is basically impossible. Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to say that she had space, so it wasn't necessarily impossible to get in. But after some thought, she didn't say anything and only said, I'm worried about my fifth brother. The old Pole walked back and forth on the table in a sophisticated manner, and Lin Xiaoxiao watched it, a mouse thinking. The scene was as funny as it could be, but Lin Xiaoxiao didn't make fun of it because she knew that the old Pole was giving her an idea. After a while, the old Pole said, although you can't get in, we can get in. And if we can't, we'll make a run for you to see how your fifth brother is doing first. Now, not to mention Lin Xiaoxiao, even Black Fatty raised his head and looked at Old Rod. With your body, you'll have to swallow your breath before you can run to the 100 Beasts Garden. Slap. Another claw. Shut up if you can't talk. Hong Hong glared at him, but had to admit that Black Fatty was right. The old Pole was a handful of years old, running such a long way back and forth. I'm afraid it's not too good. I'll go with you. I'm a fast runner. Hong Hong volunteered to help. Who knows that the old Pole but directly shook his head. You can't. You're too beautiful. And the color of your fur is too conspicuous. You can't hide it if you really encounter trouble. Red. Looking pretty is still wrong, is it? I'm good with my hands. Red was immensely proud. Old Pole, however, still shook his head. Can you be better than so many people? With the color of your fur, I dare say that as soon as you show your face, more than a few people will want to grab you. And by that time, with even better hands, you won't be able to run away. After Old Pole finished speaking, he looked around the room and finally landed his gaze on Black Fatty's body and directly said, You're coming with me. Meow. Black Fatty stood up. Me? Old Pole nodded straight away. Yes, you're dark and people can't see you. Gam. Trying to tickle it to death right now. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the Black Fat who was about to blow up, and suddenly said, If you help me find my fifth brother, I'll raise you in the future. In modern times a rarely seen black fat fur color so pure black cat. Lin Xiaoxiao has always had the idea of wanting to raise a cat, but unfortunately the hospital is too busy. She cannot find time to take care of the kitten. It has been shelved. If Black Fatty could really find fifth brother, then she would keep it from now on. Black Fatty froze for a long time because of Lin Xiaoxiao's words, and only after the silence passed did Black Fatty ask, You don't mind my bad luck? Although Black Fatty looked like he didn't care, Lin Xiaoxiao still felt the tension and uneasiness when it said this. You're so good looking. How could I dislike you? Lin Xiaoxiao said truthfully. This time, Black Fatty completely froze. It was black from birth, without a little bit of mixed colors, except for the cat mother. All the same kind of people disliked it. Not only that, it tried to get close to those humans, trying to get them to kindly give themselves some food, but everyone who saw it shunned it, taking it as an ominous sign. Over time, its kind grew to dislike it, even reject it, scold it, shoo it away, and even deliberately lure humans to see it, just to teach it a lesson. As the past came back to life, Black Fatty suddenly stood up straight as if he had made some kind of determination. I'll go. Only the old Pole here knew the way, so it could only be followed by it to follow Black Fatty. And before leaving, the old Pole gave his 3 grandchildren to Lin Xiaoxiao to take care of. You guys be good and wait here for Grandpa to come back. Old Pole had a premonition that as long as this time the job was done right, in the future it and its 3 grandchildren would never go hungry again because they couldn't find food. After pacifying his 3 grandchildren, Old Pole looked at Black Fatty and spoke without the slightest fear. Squat down. Black Fatty almost exploded again, but looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, he could only resign himself to squatting down. And the old Pole just jumped onto Black Fatty's back, a cat carrying a mouse on its back. How strange but inexplicably harmonious this image is. Big Fatty 2 Fatty 3 Fatty looked at his own grandfather sitting steadily on the back of the Black Fat. Have been stunned, dumbfounded. Look at the old rod in the eyes only worship. Their grandfather was so good, he dared to ride the Black Fat. Lin Xiaoxiao wrapped 2 small packages. The Black Fat one is small dried fish. The old Pole's small package is 2 snacks. Hang it up for them before admonishing. My fifth brother is called Black Electricity, a black wolf, taller than normal wolves. And there is also a kingfisher called Colored Lights. Go to the 100 Beasts Garden and find them and tell them that I told you to go. Got it. Let's go, Black Fatty answered. Carrying the old pole on his back, he jumped straight out of the window and went up the wall with a strong hand. The secret guards thought they were mistaken when they left the Duan mansion. That cat just now, was it carrying a mouse? Everyone thought they must be hallucinating. The next day Xiao Xiao came to wait for Lin Xiaoxiao to get up, and as soon as she entered the door she saw 3 mice in the corner. Ah! Jojo screamed out in shock. The maids who came afterward rushed in. What's wrong? What happened? Xiao Xiao pointed to the 2 fatties and 3 fatties in the corner who had just woken up from the cot that Lin Xiaoxiao had temporarily made, and now those maids jumped to their feet and looked for brooms. Big Fatty, Second Fatty and Third Fatty were terrified and shivered as they cowered in their little bunks. Lin Xiaoxiao was woken up by Xiao Xiao's shriek, and when she saw them in this position, she instantly sobered up. You guys get out. With this order from Lin Xiaoxiao, Xiao Xiao suddenly thought of something. Her face changed a bit, and the maids that were originally urging them to hurry up and shoo the rats changed direction and started shooing these maids out. The maids looked puzzled and were all whisked out. Boom! The door slammed. What to do? The rats are still there? Will Missy blame us for not cleaning the yard? Miss Xiao Xiao let us out, so I think we'll be fine. So let's forget about it for now and hurry up to check if there are any rats in the rest of the yard. After saying that, a few maids started to go searching in separate directions. Inside the house, Lin Xiaoxiao was sitting on the bed, and Xiao Xiao was standing by the bed, looking at Big Fatty, Second Fatty, and Third Fatty with a helpless and lustful look on her face. Lin Xiaoxiao kindly introduced her. This is Big Fatty, 2 Fatty and 3 Fatty. The 3 mice also cooperated very well and stood in order of height to make it easier for Xiao Xiao to tell which of them was the big fat one and which was the second fat one and which was the third fat one. The corner of Jojo's mouth twitched, full of helplessness. Miss, Lin Xiaoxiao yawned. Yesterday, in order not to be discovered by the others, she let Hong Hong go out most of the night, and discussed with Old Pole and the others until almost dawn. This would still be sleepy. Their grandpa helped me to go look for Fifth Brother and the colorful lanterns, entrusting the 3 of them to me for the time being. Don't let anyone come in this room from now on, and you'll bring them something to eat every day, Lin Xiaoxiao said. It dawned on Xiao Xiao that she never asked why these animals could be so close to Lin Xiaoxiao. As long as Lin Xiaoxiao said something, she listened, and if Lin Xiaoxiao told her to take care of these 3 little mice, then she would take good care of them. Xiao Xiao find it don't want a wooden box, to the inside of the soft cushion, but also thoughtful to each little mouse prepared a small pillow. The box will be placed in the corner behind the screen, to prevent in case there are not long eyes come in to see the noise scared people, just like forgetting who was just scared of a shriek. Big Fat, 2 Fat, 3 Fat never slept in such a soft bed. Stay in the box or refusing to come out, but also hold their own little pillow roll around. Jojo watched in dumbfounded amazement, never having imagined that the rat that everyone usually beat up could have such a cute side. On the other side, Black Fatty carried Old Rod out of the city and went straight to the mountains, picking the nearest road. Along the way, the combination of a cat and a mouse unusually attracted attention, and those birds in the forest, squirrels, rabbits, were all stunned, and one thought they had misread. With no distractions, Black Fatty ran wildly in the direction the old pole had pointed. Old Pole sat on its back, literally turning his old bones upside down, never having imagined that riding on a cat would taste like this. The closer we get to our destination, the fewer animals there are around us, and we can barely even see a bird in the woods. Old Pole held back the nausea from the bumpy ride over and patted Black Fatty's neck. Stop for now. We can't go forward for a while. Fatty Black stopped and looked at the buildings hidden in the forest not far away. It's all coming up. Old Rod pointed to the sky. Wait for darkness. Black Fat had no choice but to find a water pond next to rest, drank a few mouths of water, and left the old pole to help it unload the small dried fish package. Painfully ate 2 small dried fish. It really wore it out all the way over here. Old Pole also opened his own little bundle and broke off a morsel and ate it slowly and leisurely, stooping now and then to drink some water from the pond. Black Fatty looked at it with curiosity as he ate something without spilling it on the floor. I've never seen rats in the whole town that love cleanliness more than your family. Are you really rats? I'm afraid I'm not mistaken. A rat that loves cleanliness more than their cat. What a hell. The old Rod is not slow to eat and drink. Said, this life not others into what you have to live into what kind of. I know. We are the rat race is disgusting. After all, there is an old saying called the rats across the street. Everyone shouting, but born into this race, this is also no way. But you can't live in self-loathing because of this, and go rummaging through the gutters like the rest of the rat race? Or steal food from other people's stoves? Or steal food from other people's stoves? Or go to other people's granaries? Not all rats are like this. Anyway, clean living is also a day. Like they are like a broken pot is also a day. It would be better to live a little more comfortable, at least one day in the street in case of people see, killed, Their own walk is also clean and decent. Black Fatty sniffed and didn't ask anything more, just lowered his head and continued to eat his own small dried fish, peeking at the old pole every now and then. Seeing it finish its treat, it rewrapped its little bundle and hid under the big tree next to it, then ran to the watering hole to get its paws all cleaned up. Black Fatty looked down at the open bundle and dried small fish in front of him and spoke. "Why don't you help me hide them as well?" "Okay." Old Pole helped it all load up again and hid it next to his own, before climbing up the big tree and standing at the top of the tree looking at the 100 Beasts garden from afar. "There's a hole in the ground in that corner over there. We'll go in through there in a minute." A cat and a mouse stayed in the tree until dark, until the startled birds fluttered away from the forest, and a cat and a mouse jumped out of the tree and ran in the direction the old pole pointed. Along the way, Black Fatty tried to lower his footsteps as much as possible, playing up the cat's characteristic of walking noiselessly to the extreme, for fear of attracting the attention of the surrounding watchmen. And in the dark of night, a fat black body is the best cover. Soon they were next to the hole in the ground that Old Pole had mentioned. The hole in the ground was covered with all kinds of weeds next to it, so that if you didn't look closely you couldn't even tell, and it was barely big enough for just one cat to pass through. The old pole made a shush to Blackfat and then catapulted in, quickly running out again before letting Blackfat follow it in. With only a wall separating them, Black Fatty went in and instantly detected an aura that made it uncomfortable and in a cranky mood. The old pole was on its back, and just as Black Fat was about to lose his mind, the old pole smoothed its fur. The gentle touch calmed Black Fatty down. It blushed hard and lowered its voice. "This place is also too evil." Old Pole looked around. They didn't know where they were in this position, and it was afraid that it would be really hard to find the black electricity that Xiao Xiao was looking for. "Let's find a place to ask around first to see if we can find Xiao Xiao's fifth brother," Old Rod whispered. Blackfat nodded and scurried off into the night, running along the base of the wall and into the garden of the 100 Beasts. As they went further in, the various screams and hisses that came to their ears increased, and the hairs on Black Fatty's body stood up. A cat and a mouse ran outside a room, and they heard a very small and faint plea for mercy coming from inside, a sound that made both Fatty Black and Old Rod turn pale. It was clearly the sound of cubs. Black Fatty climbed up to the beams of the room and looked in through the skylight. The cat hairs on his body stood straight up, exasperated. It's the old pole that's grasping its claws, only to see the house. A masked dress very young woman. At this time in the hands of the two looks only a few months old cat pups, one after another pressed down in front of the water basin. Watched them struggle, screaming miserably, then picking them up again, and holding them down again when they'd caught their breath, one at a time, harumphing and laughing, her smile thrilling at how weak the two kittens' pleas for mercy were. Black Fatty gritted his teeth and watched this angrily. In his ears was the sound of the two cat pups constantly begging for mercy, but the woman couldn't understand. Not everyone was like Xiao Xiao, could understand them begging for mercy. The cries of the two little cubs kept echoing in their ears, making the old pole and Black Fatty's feet unable to take any steps. Fuck! Black Fatty couldn't stand it anymore in the end. Kirsten jumped in through the skylight, the old pole grabbing its fur to keep from falling. A cat and a mouse landed directly in front of the woman, and the sudden appearance of a black cat and a mouse scared the woman to the point where she lost her voice and screamed, "Cat! There's a cat! Ah 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 ah!" Her screams drew the men waiting outside the door, and at a glance they saw Fatty Black and Old Pole at the table. Where did the black cat come from? Grab it! The people from the 100 Beasts garden pounced straight towards Black Fatty, carrying the old pole on his back. Black Fatty jumped up and down in the room, dodging the men's roundup, and in the process Black Fatty even jumped next to the woman from time to time, stretching out his claws to tickle her in an attempt to scratch the mask off of her face. But after a couple of fruitless attempts, instead the woman was given a protective hand and screamed to leave and not play. Business is business, Old Pole reminded Black Fatty. The two kittens on the table were still crying, and Black Fatty gave them a look that the woman shouldn't be torturing them anymore. Taking advantage of the effort to avoid, Black Fat crashed through the window, jumped out into the darkness. Just now the people chased out. Where can still see the Black Fat and the old pole figure. Damn, let it get away. Someone cursed. Alright, a black cat. Maybe it's a wild cat that ran in from outside. Sooner or later people will catch it, but we can call it a day after it's been stirred up. Someone advised. Let's go. Send the guests away and return those two kittens back to the mother cat. These people's hearts are too hard. They specifically want to play with a few-month-old milk cat, or a girl. I'm really curious as to whose young lady is with this kind of hobby. Someone muttered curiously. Alright, this is not something we should be prying into. Hurry up and send the people away so we can go back and deliver. As the conversational voices left the backyard, it was only then that Fatty Black and Old Rod revealed two pairs of eyes from the darkness. They had heard all of these people's conversations and were quite relieved to know that the two kittens would be returned to their mother. I was looking for an animal to ask about Wolf Fifth and the colored lights, but I almost gave myself away. Old Pole didn't forget to admonish Black Fatty on the way forward. Don't be so impulsive next time. In case they do catch you, it'll be you who drowns in that water basin. Black Fatty gasped and didn't say a word. The old rod sighed helplessly and sat back down to continue looking for a place where he could ask for information. The further inside, Black Fatty realized that what they had just seen was just the tip of the iceberg. Let me know which son of a bitch made this 100 beasts garden. Master Cat, I will bite him to death. Black Fatty and Old Pole hid in the corner, avoiding the patrolling people, and whispered angrily. The old pole hurriedly covered its mouth, fearing that the patrol heard the cat's cry and looked for it. Only when the patrol was gone did Old Rod release his front paws and whispered, "We're not going to find it this way. We need to find where these animals are being held." How does the Black Fat not know that they have to look for it so? But they have spared half a day here, and all of them are this kind of separate small courtyards, each of which is guarded by someone. The old Rod thought for a moment and looked at this place they were in. The man in the room seemed to have had his fun and was asking the men who served him to send him away. The old Rod's eyes rolled. If anyone comes out later, follow them. Black Fat nodded, although unwilling to admit, but it really is not as smart as the old pole. This 100 beasts garden is so evil, it is better to listen to it. Finally, the guests in this room left, and one of the two men who were waiting in the courtyard sent the guests away, while the other stayed behind to clean up the mess. When Black Fatty and Old Pole saw the man come out carrying a beaten and bloodied monkey, both of their faces didn't look too good, but Black Fatty still gritted his teeth and followed him. Just see this person first carry the injured monkey to a place. There are special people to the monkey to deal with the body of a variety of whip injuries, knife injuries, and fall injuries. After the treatment, this person with a cage to reload the monkey to carry out the door. Fatty Black hid in the beams of the cloister and followed cat-like all the way. It was only after about half a quarter of an hour of walking through 3 cloisters and a garden that Black Fatty and Old Rod followed the man to a very large courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Black Fatty could hear all sorts of noises inside. The man gave the cage in his hand to the guard who was watching over this courtyard and walked away. Black Fat looked at the high courtyard wall, circled around and looked for a circle, finally found a suitable place to roll in. Just see everywhere in the yard all kinds of cages, inside either sitting, or lying on all kinds of animals. There are monkeys, rabbits, dogs, cats, and a few scaly deer antlers have been broken, and so on, without exception. The eyes of all the animals were empty and numb. The guard casually found a place to put down the injured monkey, and covered his nose again and left the courtyard. It was really the smell in this courtyard. It was very unpleasant, with so many animals, eating, drinking and pooping in this iron cage. Can it not stink? The old pole looked at the scene of this courtyard, originally prepared to come down and walk by himself, hesitated for a moment or stayed on the back of the Black Fat, commanding it. Let's start with a random one and ask. The old pole spoke. Black Fat looked around, and finally the pack found a cat in a cage than the old pole. Black Fat was still more accustomed to communicating with his own kind than the others. Seeing Black Fatty, the cat in the cage seemed to be a bit surprised, and upon seeing the old pole carried on Black Fatty's back, the cat in the cage finally found a trace of focus, and looked incredulously at the one cat and one rat outside the cage. This must be that it has been beaten for too long and is hallucinating. Don't yell. Black Fatty was the first to voice a low reminder to it. The cat in the cage finally showed some reaction. It looked at Black Fatty and seemed unfamiliar. Who are you? Why are you here? Black Fatty was afraid that his shouts would attract the people outside, so he whispered, "It doesn't matter who I am. I want to ask you, do you know if there is a black wolf called Black Lightning here? A very big one of that kind." The cat in the cage froze. Black Power? What a strange name. Wolves, I know there's a dozen or so locked up over at the Mastodon, but I don't know if it's the black wolf you're looking for. You'd better look over there. Perhaps the conversation between the two cats attracted the attention of the people outside. The door was pushed from the outside. Black Fatty's face changed, and he directly scurried to the back of the cage with Old Pole, trying his best to collect his breath. Seeing this, the cat in the cage rushed to open his mouth to call out to the other cats around him, "Hurry up and purr, all of you." As it meowed, more and more meows sounded, and the guards walked over, stopping before they reached Black Fatty's position, and kicked a cat cage closest to the door, which instantly collapsed to the floor. "All of you shut up. If you make any more noise you'll be arrested and slaughtered today." The screaming stopped before the man seemed satisfied and strutted out. Wafat came out from the corner behind the cage and looked sympathetically at his own kind and the other animals. Once upon a time when he was ostracized by his own kind and bullied by his peers, he had never been as sad as he was today. Now, however, the fat black man's nose was sore and he wanted to cry. With the guidance of the cat in the cage, Black Fatty and Old Pole found their way, and before leaving, Black Fatty looked at the animals in the yard with numb gazes, and finally gritted his teeth and came to the front of the cage, and said to the cat that showed them the way, "Live well, and soon you will be free, and I will bring someone to rescue you, for sure." A momentary light flared in the eyes of the caged cat, which looked deeply at the black fat man before slowly dimming again. Gritting his teeth, Black Fatty got up and left the yard. This time, Black Fat was even more silent than before. With that cat's guidance, one cat and one mouse never took a wrong turn again, and soon arrived at the Colosseum that the cat had mentioned. The Colosseum is actually a house built on top of a Colosseum, with bleachers lined up on top of the house, waiting to be opened until there's a match or whichever two rich guests are battling it out. Anyone who buys a ticket can come here to watch the beasts fight, and of course, half of the proceeds from the tickets will go to the Beast Park, and half to the guests who spend the money. Typically, the bigger the slugfest the higher the price. The Colosseum was quiet today, with only a few watchmen and patrols walking around. According to what the cat had said, the place where the large beasts were kept was underneath the Colosseum, along with a few yards around it. After all, being far away, it was easy for them to be sent here halfway through the game, and if the place of confinement was connected to the Colosseum, the guards would only need to open a few gates to drive them directly from the place of confinement to the tournament arena. The smell of blood was strong here, making it hard for Fatty Black, and his originally green eyes were starting to turn a little red. When the guards weren't looking, a cat and a mouse scurried into the arena's spectator stands, and then set off on a journey to find the wolf fifth brother. A low hissing sound could still barely be heard from the audience stage coming from underneath the feet. Black Fatty and Old Rod looked down, and Old Rod said directly, "Let's go down." Old Pole gave the order. Black Fat put it into action, and soon found the intersection down the stairs. It was only after coming down that I realized that underneath the Colosseum was another world. Various passages made of iron frames connected large iron cages in different directions, and in each of these large cages lay a huge object. Bears, tigers, lions, wolves, like the animals seen earlier. Every behemoth here looked numb. Black Fat jumped down with Old Pole on his back, and the sudden appearance of the creatures caught the attention of all the behemoths in the cage, which slowly either stood up or stood their heads on end, and all their eyes stared in unison at the completely mismatched pair of Black Fat and Old Pole. For the first time being stared at by so many fierce beasts, even Black Fatty, who thought he had a lot of guts, couldn't help but shiver, not to mention Old Pole, whose rat spile was about to be scared out of his wits. "You speak." Black Fatty shivered and urged Old Pole, "Don't you pull my hair. It hurts." Old Pole two paws tightly grasped the hair on the back of the Black Fat. Nervous cold sweat are out. All kinds of eyes around. "These are the king of the mountain casually out of a can rule a mountain existence. This will be trapped in this four-square iron cage. Cannot do anything." Old Pole gulped and tried for half a day before mustering up the courage to ask the nearest bear, "Great king, may I ask if you've ever seen a black wolf called Black Lightning?" The big brown bear sitting cross-legged in the cage looked at it, then at Black Fatty, and couldn't help but smile despite his numb expression. "A cat? A mouse? What a spectacle. Ha, where did you guys come from? What are you looking for him for?" Old Pole took a deep breath before continuing. "We were entrusted to find him. Bear King, do you know where he is?" The bear in the cage scowled at Fatty Black and Old Pole before slowly saying, "He's not locked up with us." Old Pole and Black Fatty were overjoyed. This was knowing where Wolf Fifth Brother was. "Where is he?" Old Rod pursued. The brown bear looked at them and pointed in a direction. "There's a passageway through here and up the steps is where he stays." Black Fatty and Old Pole were ready to thank them and leave, going straight to Wolf Fifth Brother. When Brown Bear called out to them, he told us he would find a way to get us out of here. Black Fat's footsteps a beat. Think of those scenes outside. Black Fat and the Old Pole color are very heavy. Black Fat even said, "Do you believe him?" The brown bear froze. Even the other caged beasts froze. They had been locked up here for a long time. They didn't even see the sun every day. Usually only the people who fed them would come in, until someone paid a lot of money to try and watch them kill each other. Then they would be let out. However, releasing them isn't much better because they have to hurt their own kind in front of those humans. However, since the arrival of this black wolf, everything seemed to be different. He being new and taller and more powerful than the other wolves. So as soon as he arrived, there were people paying good money wanting to see him fight the other animals. And the first opponent chosen was this brown bear. Among the beasts here, the brown bear belongs to the higher force value. So the first one is him. After getting on the field, he thought that it would be the same as before. In order to survive, the same kind of people killed each other. However, what he did not expect was that the black wolf directly told him that he was not here to hurt them, and in a moment to fight. He will be careful when he strikes, and he won't really hurt the brown bears, only that the skin injuries are inevitable, and he will have to act out the drama to show to those people. He also tells the brown bear that he's here to save them, to keep them alive no matter what, and that he'll take them away. He lost miserably that day. The wounds on his body were drenched in blood. The humans in the stands were shouting with excitement. However, only he himself knew that these wounds were just superficial wounds, and he would be fine after a little bit of recuperation, and never again fight for his life as he did before. Since then, that black wolf had met several more opponents, all with the same result as his, and they had learned his name: Black Power. Fast as lightning. He'll do it. With those words dropped, Black Fatty ran off with the old pole on his back in the direction the brown bear had said. The empty basement was instantly quiet again. Old Brown, do you think what he said about Black Bolt is true? Do we really have a chance to get out of here? A white tiger not far away suddenly asked. The brown bear looked at him. Once the king of the jungle, had been brutalized here for most of the year, had long since lost his previous kingly aura, and like him, was only left to languish. Maybe we should trust him. Black Bolt isn't like us, haven't you guys noticed? He seems to have more powerful opportunities than we do. The white tiger lay on his back in his cage, thinking about the brown bear and what Black Bolt had said earlier. After a long time, the white tiger said softly, I want to go home so much, and I don't know if that mountain has been taken over by another tiger since I was captured. Carrying the old pole on his back, Black Fatty climbed the steps and then saw the huge iron cage that sat in the room. Wolf Fifth Brother had been fretting about how to contact Xiao Xiao for the past few days, and with the colored lights gone, he would have liked to just run away. But once he was gone, what about the animals locked up in the basement and outside? Just then, Wolf Fifth smelled a mouse and a cat and turned his head directly to the mouth of the steps. Black Fatty and Old Pole just about fell back as Wolf Fifth Brother's green eyes stared at them. This aura was even stronger than when they had just seen those beasts in the basement. Xiao Xiao asked us to come. Black Fatty was afraid that he and Old Pole would be eaten and hurriedly identified himself. However, he forgot that Wolf Fifth Brother would be locked in a cage, so even if he really wanted to eat them, I'm afraid he would have to go through a lot of trouble. Wolf Fifth Brother stood straight up when he heard Xiao Xiao's name. Where's Dawn? Are you Black Bolt? Black Fatty asked one more question just to be sure. Wolf V nodded. Where's Xiao Xiao? With a big sigh of relief that he had finally found the right person, Black Fatty jumped into the cage with the old pole on his back and stopped in front of Wolf Fifth Brother. Holding his head high, he looked at the wolf in front of him who was many times more enormous than himself, and let out a sigh of exclamation. You're really big. The corners of Wolf V's mouth twitched. Let's not worry about how big he is at this point. Why did Xiao Xiao let you guys come? Is she in trouble in the capital? Wolf Fifth Brother was still more worried about Xiao Xiao's safety by now. Fatty Black shook his head. No, she's fine. It's just that she's worried about you, so she asked me to bring the old pole to you. After saying this, the Black Fat only remembered and hurriedly introduced himself. I am called Black Fat. It is the old pole. Forget it, Black Fat on Black Fat. Anyway, he emphasized several times they will not change their mouth. Wolf Fifth Brother sized up the Black Fat. Black is quite black. Fat, it's a bit of a stretch. Miss Xiao Xiao is worried about you, but the 100 Beasts Garden is not easy to enter, so she could only let us come to look for you. And by the way, to look for a kingfisher called Colorful Lanterns. She said that you are together. Old Pole briefly and succinctly explained the reason for his visit. At the mention of the colored lantern, Wolf Fifth Brother also looked worried. I haven't seen the colored lantern for a few days either, and I suspect it has been captured by the people here. Black Fatty and Old Pole turned pale at the sound of it. What then? The Garden of the 100 Beasts is so big. Where do they have to go to find that bird? They haven't seen him either, and it's just a bird. In case, Fatty Black and Old Rod didn't dare to think about it. Will he have? Whispered Black Fatty, looking carefully at Wolf Fifth Brother. Wolf Fifth Brother frowned, unwilling to think in that direction. But the colored lanterns had been missing for so many days, he didn't dare to think about it. If something happened to the colored lanterns, how sad Xiao Xiao would be. Have you seen any other animals since you came in? Wolf V asked. A cat and a mouse nodded their heads in succession, and Black Fatty even told Wolf Fifth Brother about the ones he and Old Pole had seen. These people are simply more than animals. Speaking of angry places, the cat hairs on Black Fatty's body stood up, and Old Pole also had an angry face. Wolf Fifth Brother's gaze was eerie. We'll clean them up later. Right now the most important thing is to find the colored lights first. You guys. Wolf Fifth Brother looked at a cat and a mouse, frowning slightly. In this place, any animal is dangerous. If they are allowed to find the colorful lamps, if they are caught, he is afraid that they will end up the same as those animals outside. But if they don't find them, without news of the colorful lamps, he is worried. Black Fatty looked at Wolf Fifth Brother adoringly, and suddenly he lifted his front paw and patted his chest. Leave it to us. We'll go find the other animals to inquire about the whereabouts of the colored lanterns now. The old pole looked at the Black Fat. In the end did not say anything. Wolf fifth brother nodded. Then I'll be troubling you. And I'll be sure to thank you properly when I get out. Now the hour is still early. Black Fat and Old Rod have to seize the time. And the Wolf five brothers said a word from the original way back. Began to full of the 100 Beasts garden to find the whereabouts of the colored lanterns. Basically, you run into an animal and ask about it. It ended up back where they first met the cats. Seeing Black Fatty and the others coming back again, the cat in that cage stood up straight away. Why are you guys back again? It expected them to leave. Black Fat a word, a sentence or two cannot say clearly. I ask you see have not seen a very beautiful kingfisher, called the colorful lamp. The cat shook his head. No, we are caged every day and only taken out when someone needs us. Never seen this kingfisher you speak of. Black Fat and Old Rod heart tightened. They have searched all over. Can ask all asked. There is no news of colorful lamps. Is it really captured by someone to get dead? Just as the two of them were thinking about what to do, the cat in the cage continued. But I know they have a place here that specializes in birds, and those birds will be bought by the people who come to the garden. And the good-looking ones are treated much better than we are. And those people will buy them back to keep them in good food and drink. Black Fatty and Old Pole looked at each other and spoke at the same time. Where is it? The cat in the cage pointed in a westerly direction. In that corner building to the west. Black Fatty and Old Pole simultaneously turned their heads to look to the west. Their last hope was there. If they couldn't find the colored lights there again, they would have to hurry back to get back to Xiao Xiao with the news. Let's go take a look. Black Fatty carried the old pole on his back and prepared to go. Took 2 steps and fell back. Looked at the cat in the cage, hesitated for a moment and said, should we find a way to help you guys open the cage? The cages were open so they could escape. The cat in the cage was stunned for a moment. Its eyes lit up. However, it quickly went out. It shook its head. It's useless. Even if we open the cage and run out, we won't be able to run out of the 100 Beasts garden before we get caught. If we're lucky, we'll be sent back to continue to be locked up. If we're unlucky, we'll be killed straight away. There were animals that attempted to run through before, and in the end, they were thrown back with a dead body that was still right here in front of us, and watching it stink and rot until the men couldn't stand the stench anymore before cleaning it up. Black Fatty was furious and wanted to curse, but there was no way. These animals were more or less injured, and the chances of escaping by themselves were really not great. Then you must stay alive until I go back and ask Xiao Xiao, and then think of a way to come to your rescue. The cat in the cage nodded. Okay, we'll wait here. Black Fatty looked at it, then at the animals around him who were looking at him with hopeful eyes, and suddenly felt a heavy burden on him. It nodded to the crowd of animals and ran off with the old pole on its back. A cat and a mouse followed the roots of the wall and finally found what they said was a 3-story corner building, and before they even got close, they heard a lot of people inside. Black Fatty and Old Pole looked at each other, not daring to make a sound, and Old Pole pointed to the back of the corner building, signaling Black Fatty to go over. Black Fatty nodded and walked slowly along the base of the wall, then saw a guarded yard with the sound of birds chirping from time to time. Old Pole's face was pleased, patting Black Fatty to continue in. It seemed they had found the right place. Black Fat scurried around in the darkness of the night, avoiding the sight of those people into the small courtyard. All kinds of birds chirping became more and more obvious, all from these rooms in the courtyard. A cat and a mouse sneaked in, and saw that all these houses were filled with bird cages of various kinds, in which the birds were chattering and quarreling, or arguing, or disliking the other birds as not being as good looking as they were, or clamoring to go home, or being quiet and not saying a word. The birds are obviously somewhat more unaware of the evils of the human heart than the animals who have been so tragically mistreated. Colored lights. Colored lights. Black Fat voice is too obvious, so only the old pole to shout. They have never seen colorful lights, can only use this most stupid method. Shout. The sudden squeaking of a mouse coming from the house made all these twittering birds stop, and when they heard it clearly that it was shouting about the colored lamps, a bird called out, "The colored lamps aren't here. The colored lamps have already been taken to the auction. And today is the day of the auction of the colored lamps." Auction? Colored lights? Black Fat and Old Pole dumbfounded. Not dead is not dead, but to be sold, what can be done? At this time, the corner building was filled with people wearing masks, and on the stage in the center, there were 3 gold wire bird cages hanging, and in the cages were 3 birds that were ready to be auctioned today. One of them is a colored lamp. At this time, the colorful lamp hangs his head, hate to give himself a big ear. He still miscalculated in the end. Actually caught. Thought that the bird life ends here. Did not think that it is good to eat and drink for, to today only to know that he is going to be sold. If he was sold, what would happen to fifth brother? What would happen to Xiao Xiao? Who must be worried sick if he hadn't sent word to Xiao Xiao for so long. Colored Light wanted to cry, but anytime he showed the slightest bit of lethargy, the man tending the cage behind him would zap him with a very thin needle, hurting him so much that he would have to fly. His fur was already beautiful, and when he flew up like this, and then was illuminated by the lights on the stage, it was simply glorious, and many people showed their mouths watering. Among the people waiting for the auction, there was a person who had been fidgeting the moment he saw the colored lights, constantly tugging at the sleeves of the people around him to say something, and even though he was wearing a mask, he could feel his eagerness. Brother, it's emerald. It's emerald. Even after so many years apart, when he saw the kingfisher in the cage, he still instantly recognized that it was his jadeite from back then. That look, that soulful look, completely unchanged. But jadeite was clearly in Longan City. How did she run to the capital and get caught in this 100 beasts garden? If they weren't wearing masks at this time, and the colorful lanterns noticed this side, they would definitely be able to recognize that the two people sitting here were the two brothers, Su Jijie and Su Jian, who they had met in Longan City. At this moment, Su Ershao couldn't wait for his entire body to hang on his own big brother's body, begging him to make sure to buy the colored lights. Su Dashao is aware of this kingfisher. When the younger brother let go, the results after a month to the younger brother sent back to the small Jasper. To the present, small Jasper is still the family's first favorite, not to mention the younger brother. That is, the parents and his daughter-in-law children are all on the small Jasper love. Pampered. He has not seen which bird was raised as such. Are you sure that is jade? Compared to that year, Su Jijie more and more calm. Now the Su family business, although cannot say rich, but also in various places have opened a store. This time into the capital is because of the capital side of the business. And Su Jian because I heard that there is 100 beasts garden in the capital. There is 100 bird garden will auction a wide variety of rare birds. Will follow. This time they managed to get the tickets to come in with great difficulty, and as soon as they came in, someone brought them directly to the 100 birds garden. As for the rest of the 100 beasts garden, they hadn't seen it yet. Su Jian kept nodding his head. Even in his 20s it was still the same as it was back then, living recklessly in front of his brother. I'm sure, brother, it's definitely an emerald. Brother, you must buy the emerald back. Su Jian begged bitterly. Su Jijie's face behind the mask frowned slightly, looking at so many people. I'm afraid it's not easy to be able to shoot, but his brother is like this. Su Jijie has no way to refuse. Okay, we'll see what happens in a bit. Only then did Su Jian quiet down and looked at the colored lights on the stage, itching to take them away now, as the host on the stage introduced the 3 birds to be auctioned. The first 2, a brightly colored red and green macaw, sold for 3,000 taels, and the other, a long-crowned pachyderm with a snow-white circumference, also sold for 3,500 taels. The last one, the smallest and most beautifully colored kingfisher of the day. With the host's order, the field began to resound with a variety of bidding sounds. 500 taels, 1,000 taels, 1,100 taels, 1,400 taels. The price is higher than once. Su Jian is anxious like ants on a hot pot, pulling Su Jijie's arm, wishing he could raise his own card to call the price. Su Jijie patted his hand. Be at ease, wait a little longer. The price at the bottom continued, and someone had already called for 4,000 taels. After 4,000 taels, the number of people who called for the price became less, although it was beautiful, but let them spend 4,000 taels to buy a bird back. Many people still couldn't afford to part with it. However, there were still people who were not short of money, and those who liked it continued to call for it, and it soon reached 5,500 taels. No one continued to shout for a long time after that, just as the man who had called for 500 taels was feeling smug, thinking that the kingfisher would definitely belong to him. Su Jijie waved to the fellow guarding the side, then whispered, and the fellow instantly came to life and shouted, 6,000 taels. When this price came out, the whole room was in an uproar, and everyone was curious as to what kind of person would offer such a price. The face of the man who bid 500 taels was green, and if it wasn't for the mask blocking it, it would definitely be hard to see. Su Jijie could feel the unkind gaze of that person looking over through the mask. However, he was not afraid. Here are wearing masks, cannot show his true face. He was afraid of nothing. Coldly glaring back, Su Jijie calmly shouted the price. On the side, Su Jian could worship his own big brother too much and clapped for him vigorously. The man was provoked and directly shouted, 7,000 taels. Su Jijie frowned. 7,000 taels was indeed a bit expensive, but seeing his younger brother, Su Jijie instructed the fellow again, and the fellow immediately shouted, 7,500 taels. The man seemed to be at loggerheads with Su Jijie, and only hesitated for a moment before directly shouting, 9,500 taels. Hiss! Everyone present drew a breath of cool air. This price could already be said to be the highest price in the auction history of the 100 bird garden. If the price was raised again, it would be 10,000 taels. Although they are not short of money, No one would spend 10,000 taels to buy a bird, in case they buy it back and can't keep it alive. Wouldn't it be 10,000 taels down the drain? That person was just certain that no one would be so stupid, and as a result, Su Jijie didn't even need a fellow, and directly shouted out 10,000 taels. The room exploded. Even the hosts got excited. 10,000 taels. Is there anything higher? 10,000 taels. The person who robbed with Su Jijie also hesitated. 9,500 taels is already his limit, and also just gambling in the case of shouting out. Originally also worried that if Su Jijie does not continue to the top, then he will have to spend this 9,500 taels. Now that Su Jijie not only didn't back down, but also directly shouted to 10,000 taels, he couldn't afford to continue to add more. Don't want it. Humph. 10,000 taels for a broken bird. It's not known if you can keep it or not if you buy it back. The crowd tried to get up in arms at the sight, but he said no. The colored lantern in the cage was also stunned. Looking at the person who shouted 10,000 taels, wearing a mask, he couldn't tell who it was, but as soon as he thought that he was going to be bought by someone else, and there was no way for him to continue to deliver the message to fifth brother and Xiao Xiao, the colored lantern was furious and kept banging on the cage. Someone saw it and laughed. Look, you guys, the bird is happy like this. The colored lights are angry and happy. Your whole family is happy. He's going to be in a hurry. Not only him, but Black Fatty and Old Pole, who were hiding in the dark, were even more anxious. But there were too many people here, and they didn't dare to make a sound for fear of being discovered. The auction ended with 10,000 taels set, and immediately someone came to Su Jijie to collect the money. Su Jijie helplessly pulled out 10,000 taels of silver bills. This was all the money he had brought today, and at the same time, he was relieved that if the man added more money, the money he had brought with him would not be enough. Handing over the money with one hand, the silver ticket was taken away, and soon someone delivered the gold silk birdcage with colored lanterns to Su Jijie. Su Jian took the cage first, and his joy was overflowing, but unfortunately he couldn't see anything with his mask on. Jadeite, don't be afraid. I'll take you back. Su Jian whispered to the still furious colored lantern in the cage. The colored lights bumping against the cage stopped abruptly. The name Emerald. So familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere. Seeing his dumbfounded appearance, Su Jian hurriedly spoke. Jadeite. It's me. It's me. Don't you remember me? Su Jijie looked at his brother like a fool. A bird. How can remember him? It seems that his brother stayed with these animals for a long time. People are stupid. Kai Lantern froze for half a day before he suddenly remembered why this name was so familiar. Wasn't this the name given to him by that idiot from the Su family? Could it be that the person in front of him was that two-timing fool from the Su family? The colored lights were fluttering their wings again, but this time they were happy. Great! Meeting an acquaintance. Meeting an acquaintance makes things easier. He must take this opportunity to go and deliver a message to Xiao Xiao. Seeing him like this, Su Jian excitedly pulled Su Jijie. Brother, Jade, he remembers me. He remembers me. Su Jijie sighed helplessly, spoke to the fellow serving them, and left his seat with Su Jian, who looked like a fool. Outside the 100 Birds garden, there were already people from the 100 Beasts garden arranging for a carriage to leave, and Su Jijie pulled his second foolish brother into the carriage. It wasn't until the carriage drove out of the boundaries of the 100 Beasts garden that Su Jijie removed the mask from his face. Kai Lantern was on the verge of crying with excitement. It was really that pair of spiteful brothers and sisters from the Su family. The author has something to say, please civilized reading. Comment area can discuss the plot. You can talk about the personage. You can also express their own views. But please do not personal attacks, verbal abuse of the author or other readers. Do not want to look at the bookshelf directly out of the bookshelf. Do not ask you to see, because it is a serial text can come up to scold the author. Serial, then two big words, cannot see it? Like to see the end of the text to go to see the end of the text. No one to stop you. Really convinced? Sleep. Su Jian also took off his mask and brought his face to the front of the cage. Emerald, it's me. The colored lights whimpered twice, and he was out. He was finally out. Su Jian, however, was anxious. Jade, what's wrong with you? Is it because they don't give you food? The colored lights kept shaking their heads. You let me out. I'm going to find Xiao Xiao. Su Jian, however, only heard the colorful lanterns chirping and screaming, and thought that he was hungry, and hurriedly tried to find something for the colorful lanterns to eat, only to find that the carriage was not theirs, and there was nothing inside. Jade, there's no food here. Wait to go back. There'll be food when we get back. The colored lanterns were going to die of anxiety. I don't want food. I want to go out. I want to find Xiao Xiao. Emerald, take it easy. You don't want to hit the cage. You'll get hurt. The colored lights were going to cry. It was so hard not being able to communicate. Colored Lights tried to calm himself down, then pecked at the lock of the cage. Open, open. The Colored Lights barked as they pecked. Su Jian froze for a moment. Emerald, you're coming out? The colored lamps nodded in delight. Su Jian was stunned, and Su Jia was also dumbfounded. It's like listening to them? The Colored Lights continue to peck at the lock. Su Jian panicked. Jade, what are you doing? Big brother, what should I do? Su Jijia's brows furrowed as he kept his eyes on the Colored Lights. After hesitating for a moment, Su Jijia tried to ask, are you asking us to release you? Nod your head if you are, and shake your head if you are not. He didn't know if he was crazy to talk to a bird. To my surprise, however, the Colored Lights nodded. Su Jijia changed his face. Big brother? Su Jian looked at his own big brother with some bewilderment, not knowing what to do about it. After all, the emerald was bought back by Big Brother for 10,000 taels. Su Jijie pondered for half a second before speaking. This is still the range of the 100 Beasts Garden. This carriage is theirs. I'll let you out when we return to the capital. Kai Lantern thought about it, and rightly so. He couldn't be taken back just after being rescued by this pair of wrong species brothers. So he nodded his head and sort of agreed to Su Jijie. Now the brothers were even more certain that the Colored Lights could understand them. And Su Jian didn't feel scared at all, but excited instead. Emerald, were you captured by them? Aren't you in Longan City? How come you came to the capital? It's a shame little Jasper didn't come, or she would have been happy to see you. The Colored Lantern sat in the cage listening to him ramble on and on, almost disturbed to death, and couldn't help but growl. Don't ask. You won't understand me if I say it. Su Jian, however, was overjoyed. Big brother, Emerald returned to me, but it's a pity I can't understand what he's saying. He must be thanking us. The Colored Lights rolled their eyes, but said, thank you, indeed. If it weren't for the two brothers, one wouldn't even know who would buy him back, let alone come out. While Su Jian continued to ramble on and talk to the Colored Lights, Su Jia looked at him and thought. Outside the carriage, Black Fatty followed all the way with Old Pole on his back, ready to find a chance to save the colorful lanterns. And just like that, the carriage and a cat and a mouse went back to the capital. When they arrived at a specific place, the carriage stopped. Su Jia put on his mask again, and Su Jian also got off the carriage together as he did. The man who had sent them back saluted and drove off in his carriage. Only then did Su Jia take Su Jian out of this courtyard and onto his family's carriage. The mask came off and was thrown straight out the window by him. Just then, a black cat and a mouse jumped onto the wagon. Even though Su Jia had seen these critters in his brother's place over the years, he still froze for a moment when he saw such a peculiar combination. As soon as Black Fatty got on the carriage, he said to Colorful Lantern, Xiao Xiao told us to come find you. The colorful lamp heard, Xiao Xiao, where is she? Black Fatty glanced at the cage of Colored Lights and then at Su Jia. Ghostly Su Jia actually read that the cat was asking him to open the cage. The Colored Lights also hurriedly pecked at the lock, allowing him to open it. Su Jia hesitated for a moment, then opened the cage. The colorful lamp got free and hurriedly flew around in the carriage, finally landing on Black Fatty's body. Glancing at Old Pole, then said, Go, take me to find Xiao Xiao. Black Fatty glanced at the brothers and jumped out of the wagon with the Colored Lights and the Old Pole on his back. Jade, Su Jian pounced over, but there was nowhere outside the carriage where the colored lanterns and the shadow of Black Fatty were. Brother. Su Jian was a little weak when he thought of his brother's 10,000 tails. Su Jia looked at the empty cage and sighed helplessly. At least there's a cage left. Su Jian thought about it and carefully placed the cage to the side. Yeah, well at least there's a cage left. Brother, Emerald he seems to be different from other birds, Su Jian said. Su Jijia's thoughts, however, went back to when he had encountered the Black Wolf on Wolf Mountain a few years ago. Suddenly the saying that everything has a spirit comes to mind. Go back. We'll see you again if there is fate. Su Jia comforted his brother. As for the 10,000 tails, forget it, can't think about it, heartache, flesh ache, everywhere hurts. Along the way color lamps cannot wait to ask the Black Fat and the old rod is who, only bent on letting the Black Fat faster back to find Xiao Xiao. Lin Xiao Xiao and Big Fatty 2 Fatty 3 Fatty had been waiting in the Duan mansion, getting more and more anxious the longer the time went on. Finally, Lin Xiao Xiao heard a cat call, followed by the familiar chittering voice of the colorful lamps, and almost as soon as Lin Xiao Xiao opened the door, the colorful lamps pounced on her. The colored lights cried so much that they made the three fatties look silly. Immediately after the three saw the old pole and Black Fat, Al ran over and hugged his grandfather crying more than the colorful lamp. The whole house was left with the fat black man staying there, not knowing where to go. No one's picking it up. There was some sadness in the Black Fat heart. Just at this moment, a pair of small hands suddenly appeared under the body of the Black Fat. Will it a hand to pick up? It turned out to be Chow Chow. See the black fat standing alone in this. It will pick it up. The first time being held in the arms of a person. The black fat body stiff, it dare not admit to itself. But this feeling, as if it is not bad. Jojo hugged him, gently stroking his head, and stood quietly waiting for the colorful light to chirp and cry. Although he couldn't understand or read it, Jojo just could feel that the colored lights were crying. And look at the little wings shaking. Xiao Xiao. You almost won't see you again. The colorful lamp cried and relied on Lin Xiao Xiao to huff and puff. Lin Xiao Xiao picked him up by his wings and asked, "Where have you been all this time?" Kai Lantern cried as she told Lin Xiao Xiao what had happened during this time. Lin Xiao Xiao then realized that the original colorful lamp followed fifth brother to the 100 Beasts garden. And it was fine at first, but it turned out that once he was accidentally seen by the people in the garden, they actually started to arrest him. I could have run away, but it turned out that there were experts in that 100 Beasts garden, and a few people combined their efforts to cover me with a net, and I was locked up by them. And I tried to get the other animals to send a message to fifth brother, but all the other animals were guarded very tightly, so they didn't have a chance to go and report the message at all. I thought that was the end of it, but it turned out that those people kept me for a few days and were about to sell me. Luckily I met Suerji. He had his big brother buy me back. And then I met this cat and this mouse. And then I met you. Ooh, Xiao Xiao. I miss you so much. Although Kai Lantern spoke upside down, Lin Xiao Xiao at least understood. She didn't expect Su Jie and Su Zhuan to come to the capital as well, and coincidentally saved Kai Lantern. It's just that for a place like the Beast Garden, how could Su Jian go there if he loves animals so much? Does he know the true nature of the Beast Garden? Lin Xiao Xiao put the colored lanterns on the table and hurriedly poured the spirit spring water and grains for him to eat, before looking at the old pole who had finished talking to the three little ones and Black Fatty who was being held by Chow Chow. Have you found fifth brother? Found it. Black Fatty struggled out of Jojo's arms and jumped onto the table, sniffing at the water the colored lights were drinking from. Sensitive, it only smelled it to know that this is good stuff. But unfortunately this will be its task is not yet completed. Do not dare to expect the same treatment as the colorful lamps, and only envy the part. Lin Xiao Xiao wasn't stingy, picking up the kettle and pouring a cup of water for Black Fatty as well, which was actually the spiritual spring water that had been drawn out. Black Fat eyes lit up, hurriedly couldn't wait to take a sip. Suddenly the whole cat life is clear. It's going to follow her. We found your fifth brother in the Colosseum. He's fine, but there are a lot of beasts like him locked up there, in the basement of the Colosseum, and the critters, locked up in a separate yard, and they're being mistreated terribly. Black Fatty and Old Pole spoke to each other and told Lin Xiao Xiao what they had seen and heard in the 100 Beasts garden. All Jojo could hear was a room full of cats and mice and birds, and without asking anything, she went straight out and closed the door from the outside, and then stood guard at the door. Lin Xiao Xiao also roughly understood the situation in the 100 Beasts garden from Old Pole and Black Fatty. Her brows knitted tightly. Fifth brother's situation was okay, but the situation of the other animals wasn't so good, especially Black Fatty who said that it had been prepared to release those animals, but they couldn't escape at all, making Lin Xiao Xiao even more disturbed. There are quite a few masters around that garden, Colored Light added. Black Fatty gritted its teeth. It could never forget the woman who abused the kitten, and said indignantly, "Let me meet that woman again. I will definitely catch her dead." Their words made Lin Xiao Xiao fall into deep thought. It seems that the method of directly fighting her way in is not very realistic, not to mention how many experts there are around the 100 Beasts garden, or the people behind it. Even the Heavenly Star building can't find out the real owner behind the 100 Beasts garden. I'm afraid that it's only a bit troublesome. Black Fatty suddenly jumped up. Bad. We only cared about following the colored lanterns out. We forgot to send a message to your fifth brother. He still doesn't know that the colored lanterns were rescued. Old Pole also looked remorseful. Had he known, they should have split up. I'll go back again, the fat black man said directly. Since it would be Lin Xiao Xiao's cat from now on, it had to do something for her. Old Pole stepped forward as well. I'll go with you. Black Fatty glanced at him and shook his head. Don't go. I'll have to take care of you if I take you with me. I'll go by myself. I already know the way. I'll be back soon. Lin Xiao Xiao nodded. Now she could only let Black Fatty make another trip, or else fifth brother might still be worried. Do you want to rest for a while? Lin Xiao Xiao was worried that Black Fatty and Old Pole couldn't take it with their sleepless bodies running all the way back. Black Fat but shook the hair on the body. All the strength Lin Xiao Xiao gave it to drink the spiritual spring water has been its loss of the past few days all make up for it. It will be energetic, not to mention dozens of miles. Is to run continuously for hundreds of miles are not a problem. No. Do you have anything to say to fifth brother? Black Fatty asked. He heard Colorful Lantern follow suit and call out for fifth brother, and now that he was his own cat, he was familiar with changing his mouth as well. Tell fifth brother to be careful and pay more attention to what's going on in the 100 Beasts garden. I'll find a way to find out who's behind the 100 Beasts garden on the outside, and then we'll figure out how to get everyone out. Lin Xiaoxiao said. Black Fat made a mental note. I'm leaving, wait for me to come back. With that, Black Fat jumped off the table, then jumped up onto the windowsill and ran away. The colored lights were a little worried. Will it work? Old Pole picked up. Black Fatty's in good shape. He knows what to do. Now that there is news about fifth brother, and the colored lanterns have been rescued, Lin Xiaoxiao looks at the Old Pole family and thinks about how to house them. They can't just keep letting them live here on their own. They have to go home sometime. Where is your house? Lin Xiaoxiao asked the Old Pole. Old Pole didn't hide anything and said directly, it's in the cellar of the Dayun building, where I dug a hole. Ah, the Dayun building. That's good. The next day, Lin Xiaoxiao called in Boss Chi, screened out everyone else in the yard, and called out the Old Pole's family of 4. When shopkeeper Chi saw the sudden appearance of the rats, he was startled, and immediately wanted to blame the subordinates of the mansion for not taking care of Lin Xiaoxiao, who knew that Lin Xiaoxiao introduced him. Uncle Chi, this is the Old Pole and his grandson, Big Fatty, 2 Fatty, and 3 Fatty. Kiba was dumbfounded. 4 rats with names. Young lord, so what is this? He couldn't have been called here to specifically look at rats. Lin Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and coughed, and said awkwardly, it's like this. The Old Pole and his family live in the cellar of the Dayun building, and it's not like they did me a favor. So, the corner of Chi's mouth twitched. He understood. They were already not surprised by these strange and bizarre things on their young master, and immediately nodded their heads and said, my subordinates know what to do. Don't worry, young master. My subordinates will arrange for someone to take care of them. However, the Old Pole, this name is in line. As for the Big Fat, 2 Fat, 3 Fat, Chi shopkeeper looked at the 3 curious and he looked at the 3 mice. Which were fat? It seems to be in line with them, this name. Have to feed properly. Boss Chi answered Lin Xiaoxiao, and Lin Xiaoxiao immediately let the Old Pole family of 4 go home and wait first. Never in his life had Chi boss thought that he would one day give food to rats. When he took the food and went down to the cellar, there was only a faint firelight in the dark cellar, and after a moment's hesitation Boss Chi called out, Old Pole. Soon, a rat ran out of the rat hole in the corner, the very same old rod that he had seen at Lin Xiaoxiao's place. Boss Chi calculated the size of this family of 4 and the amount of food they could eat, and took some steamed buns and 2 hard-boiled eggs, and even a few pieces of jerky on a small plate. This will see the location of the rat hole. Chi Papa simply walked over and put the plate in the hole. The Old Pole looked at him. Also know that this person is not understand his own speech, so just straighten up to his fist and arch paw. Boss Chi had a rare look on his face. Even rats can salute these days. Okay, from now on every day I will send you some food, to ensure that you do not starve. But I have to make it clear to you first. I'm a tea house. You can live here, but you cannot casually run out to scare the guests outside. Otherwise I have to talk to the young master. Boss Chi didn't care if he could hear him or not. Anyway, the ugly words were said in advance. But after so many years of the deluxe house being open, it's amazing that he didn't even know that there was actually a family of rats living in the cellar. But looking at the clean cellar, and the clean rat holes, and the clean old poles, it looks like a family of clean rats after all. Anyway, the young master is happy to keep them. So as long as they don't go out and scare the guests, let them be as happy as the young master wants them to be. The Old Pole looked like it understood, and made a bow to Boss Chi again, who looked at its funny appearance and laughed. I'm off. You go back. Boss Chi laughed. I didn't realize that the mouse actually did carry the food and went back. Shopkeeper Chi let out another laugh. How rare rats can get by these days. After saying this, he left the cellar with his hands behind his back. In the mouse hole, the Old Pole looked at the 3 grandchildren eating deliciously, and was incredibly happy that he had made the right bet. Black Fat only came back in the afternoon. To Lin Xiaoxiao brought back the words of Wolf Fifth Brother. Wolf Fifth Brother told her to let her not be in a hurry. First to find out the other side of the bottom before saying, don't act rashly. In addition, he will also be in the 100 Beasts garden to inquire more, and try to all the animals to unite, and then in Lin Xiaoxiao on the inside and outside of the collusion, to destroy this unscrupulous place. The colored lights could not continue to go back, so the job of passing on the message in the future was given to the new member, Black Fatty. Black Fatty was also honored with a cat's nest made by Xiao Xiao herself, which was placed in Lin Xiaoxiao's yard. And it was only a day before the entire Duan house knew that Missy had raised a black cat. Black Fat is no longer a stray cat. At the same time, Lin Xiaoxiao gave orders to Shen Ming, so that the people of Tianxing Lu, in addition to checking on the Jingguo Gongfu, also had to keep a good eye on the 100 Beasts garden, and it would be best to find out who was behind the 100 Beasts garden. In addition, thinking of the colorful lanterns, Lin Xiaoxiao also asked Shen Ming to check on how the two Su family brothers would come to the capital. Jingui Gongfu's matter is like that. Now they already have a target. And many things Lin Xiaoxiao has already guessed are rough. Just need to check and verify it. The main thing to check is that year Tianyu County princess gave birth to a stillborn child. And the 3 years of her memory blank. In the end, why is it? The matter of the 100 Beasts Garden was not investigated so quickly. But why the two Su brothers came to the capital was quickly investigated. Knowing that their Su family business had reached the capital, Lin Xiaoxiao thought of how she looked when she met Su Jijie back then, as well as the Su family's family style and rules, and it wasn't surprising that they were able to make their business bigger. This time Su Jijie is to come to the capital to talk about business. Su Jian is incidental. He also accidentally heard that the capital has 100 beasts of the garden, such a place. Inside a lot of animals for people to appreciate. Like him, such a love of small animals of people naturally want to come to see some of the. Only he hadn't had a chance to visit the other animals in the garden of the beasts before he came across the colored lights. Lin Xiaoxiao thought of the simple appearance of that two fools, but also thanks to him not to see the real appearance of the 100 beasts garden. Otherwise on this two fools of the character how to stand. Now that he owed them this favor, he had to find a way to pay it back. I don't know how Mrs. Su's body is. When Su Jijie begged for mountain ginseng and went back, she never came back, and she also forgot about these two brothers to the back of her mind. Lin Xiaoxiao went into the space to rummage around and finally found the handkerchief that Aunt Xiaoqin had made for her back then, when she had made several of them, using the fabric left over from making clothes. She remembered that she had taken a piece of wrapped ginseng and sent it to Su Jijie. What kind of piece was there at that time? Lin Xiaoxiao no longer remembered, and could only find a piece of the same fabric, and then called for Dark 3. You run to the Su family's other compound in the capital, find Su Jijie, show him this handkerchief, ask him if his mother's health has gotten better, and then give him this 10,000 taels of silver tickets. Thank him for saving Kai Lantern, and don't say anything else. Lin Xiaoxiao gave the things to Dark 3 and instructed that if Mrs. Su's body was still the same as it was back then she might be able to help her take a look at it, and it would be a way of returning the favor of the Su family brothers for saving Kai Lantern. Darksan took his stuff and left. When the Su family first took their business to the capital, they bought a small courtyard in the capital, and since the colorful lanterns left on their own, Su Jian has been worried, and Su Jijie has seen his younger brother like this and is not surprised to see him dealing with his own affairs. However, he was reading the ledger properly when a fight and shout suddenly came from outside the house. Su Jijie hurriedly got up and went to the door to check it out, and saw the Su family's guards surrounding a man in black. What person? The Su family guards didn't dare to move. This person's skill was definitely above theirs. Surprisingly, he entered the eldest young master's courtyard without a sound. If it wasn't for the fact that this person intentionally revealed his movements, they wouldn't have been able to discover it at all. Darksan looked at the Su family's guards and then at Su Jijie, who had already come out. My master asked me to come and find young Master Su for something. Su Jijie raised his hand to signal the guards to stand down and asked, May I ask who your master is? He had limited connections in the capital, but those people weren't so bad that they would have people come to them at night. What could they not say during the day? Darksan swept a glance at the guards and said nothing, but Su Jijie understood. Go down, all of you. Young master. The guards looked at him worriedly. Su Jijie took a look at Dark 3 and smiled helplessly. With people's skill, if they really wanted to be unfavorable to him, I'm afraid he wouldn't be standing here by now. Strong man, speak inside. Su Jijie went back to the study. Darksan followed him in, and the Su family guards didn't dare to stay too far away, so they stood guard at the entrance. In the study, Su Jijie looked at Darksan, dressed in a black strong suit with his face masked. Darksan didn't beat around the bush and directly took out the handkerchief and silver ticket that Lin Xiaoxiao had given him and put them on the table in front of Su Jijie. My master said to show you this, you will know. In addition, this 10,000 taels is to thank young Master Su for saving the colorful lanterns. My master said, it's not good to let young Master Su pay out 10,000 taels in full. Su Jijie looked at the two things in front of him, froze for a moment when he saw the handkerchief, then changed his face as he picked it up to look at Darksan. Your master is? This style is different, but this handkerchief and the handkerchief wrapped ginseng texture is the same. Su Jijie has always known that the master of the Wolf Mountain cured his mother. However, over the years, no matter how to send people up the mountain, cannot enter the Wolf Mountain inside, not to mention to find the benefactor. Now the handkerchief reappeared, and it was the other side that had sought it out specifically. Dark 3 upholds the principle of being cool to the end, and faintly said, my master's identity, young Master Su, don't ask. Today I come. One is to send back the silver that young Master Su saved the colorful lanterns. Su Jijie froze. Colorful lights? You mean emerald? Did that bird turn out to have an owner? Dark 3 do not know who the emerald. But I heard that the color lamp was the Su family two young masters to take back and also gave a name. The specific name of what they really do not know. Then said, the color lamp is my home master raised birds. Missing for a period of time did not think it was caught by the beast garden people. Good luck to meet the Su family two young masters Su and young masters to be free from the suffering. So my home masters specially asked me to send 10,002 back to the. Also, my master asked me to ask if Mrs. Su's health is well. Su Jijia did not think that the benefactor still remembered his mother's body. Then respectfully said, when the benefactor gave the mountain ginseng eaten after my mother's disease as well. Now in Longan City home. So many years are disease-free. Thanks to the benefactor that year to give medication. I do not know the emerald. Oh, no. The color lamp turned out to be the benefactor was actually raised. When the color lamp in our Su family also has some affinity. To save him should be. The money is never want. Also please strong man will take the silver ticket back. Benefactor's money is never want, but also please strong man will take the silver ticket back. Dark 3 frowned. His young master was not poor in money, but favors must not be owed. So he said coldly, I am only following orders. Young master Su had better take the money. I will take my leave. After saying that Dark 3 was about to leave. Before leaving, Dark 3 thought of Lin Xiaoxiao's instructions and said to Su Jijia, my master said, young master Su Air is kind by nature. If young master Su doesn't want anything to happen to young master Su Air in the capital, don't let him touch the 100 Beasts garden again. There, it's not suitable for young master Su Air. After saying that, the Dark 3 do not care about Su Jijia's obstruction. Directly flashed away. When Su Jijia chased out where there is still the shadow of the Dark 3. Even the guards in the courtyard do not know when the Dark 3 left. Su Jijia looked at the handkerchief in his hand and carefully folded it. The silver ticket on the table in the house was still there. Su Jijia didn't understand what Dark 3 meant by the words he said before he left. But since the benefactor said so, there must be his reasoning. It seems that he has to send Lauer back. Go and call the second young master over. Su Jijia commanded and then turned back to the study. Will be silver tickets to put away? Although the money is back, but his heart is really difficult. Benefactor that year to give medicine to cure his mother. But now even 10,000 tales are divided with him so clearly. Hey! And he still does not know the benefactor in the end is who. This favor is to want to report also have no place to report. But at least there's news of the benefactor, and they should be happy to tell their parents when they get back. It didn't take long for the listless Su Jian to arrive, and seeing his younger brother, who was still innocent and harmless today, Su Jijia put away the thoughts under his eyes and his eyes became soft. Elder, we've been out for a while now, and I don't feel at ease with my parents and children at home, so I'm going to have someone send you back first. Su Jijia directly said. Su Jian froze, not understanding what had happened. Why was he suddenly being sent back to Longan City? Big brother, haven't we just arrived in the capital? And I haven't been to the rest of the 100 Beasts garden yet. It is this 100 Beasts garden. If there is no problem if the benefactor will not specifically mention such a sentence. Immediately said, on the home to raise a bunch of IC also almost catch up with the 100 Beasts garden. By the way, the owner of the emerald. What? The master of the emerald? Emerald what master? Brother, have you heard from Jadeite? Where is he? Is he alright? Su Jian's barrage of questions interrupted Su Jijia's words as he glared at his brother. Su Jian shrunk his neck and was silently quiet. People are not called Jadeite. They are called Colorful Lantern. They have an owner. Just now his owner sent someone to send back 10,000 taels of silver tickets. He is now back to his owner. It's good. You don't need to worry anymore. Su Jijia comforted his brother. Of course he knew that his brother had been worried about Jadeite. No, Colorful Lantern. But the name of the colorful lamp. That kingfisher's fur color is indeed colorful, very nice. Also really like colorful glazed lamps in general. No wonder it will be called such a name. Su Jian only had a moment of loss before he was joyful again. That's great. I was worried that he would suffer outside. It's good to return to his master. Ah, brother, could it be that the little Jasper was also raised by the owner of the colorful lamps and then specially sent to me? He hadn't forgotten that little Jasper was a colorful light delivery back then. Su Jijia froze for a moment. It seems like this is the case. Back then, Xiaobiyu was sent to the Su family by the colorful lamp. Turns out the benefactor knew about them all along. Su Jijia looked at his stupid brother. Really have to say, stupid people have stupid blessings. This kid, this love of animal strength sometimes really can bring him good luck. Su Jijia smiled and continued. The owner of the colored lights. Do you know who it is? Su Jian looked puzzled. Su Jijia continued. Back then that little girl sold to our family mountain ginseng played a vital role in mother's disease. Later I listened to her up the wolf mountain to look for mountain ginseng, but was stopped by the wolves outside the mountain. But then the mountain ginseng was found. Mother's disease was cured. In fact, the mountain ginseng is not I found, but the owner of the mountain ginseng let the wolves to give me today the master of colorful lanterns. In addition to send today, the owner of the colored lanterns not only sent the silver tickets, but also sent a token, which was the handkerchief that wrapped the mountain ginseng back then. So, the owner of the colored lanterns not only gave you the little Jasper to you back then, also cured my mother's disease, is our Sue family's benefactor. By mistake, we saved the colored lanterns again this time. What a fucking ape turd. Su Jian sighed with emotion. So that's how it is. No wonder at that time, so many of us couldn't catch the colored lights. That little girl caught them as soon as she did. Suddenly, Su Jian thought of something and directly jumped up. Oops. No wonder only she can catch the colored lanterns. Brother, the first time the mountain ginseng was sold to us by her, and the colored lanterns were also caught by her and given to me. Do you think it's possible that the father who understands the medical skills that little girl said is the benefactor of our family? Su Jijia looked at his younger brother and was quite pleased that he was finally smart for once. But before he could open his mouth to praise him, Su Jian shouted again. Then she framed me on purpose at that time, and also framed me for 10 taels of silver. Duanfu's backyard, Black Fatty and Red. When the night is dark and the wind is high, when it's time to kill and set fire, go, take you to revenge. Red shook the beautiful fur on his body. It was called a stream of color. It was called a demonic beauty. Black Fatty looked at her and really couldn't figure out how a girl's family could yell and scream all day long. Seeing Black Fatty not moving, Red glanced at him in disgust. You shouldn't be afraid. Black Fatty shuddered. Who's afraid? He just felt that it was a bit humiliating to let a maiden go and help himself out. Red gave him a paw. Then don't dawdle. Go, lead the way. And see if I don't help you give those cats that bullied you a good beating tonight. I'll write my name backwards. The black fat man was suddenly a little touched. Alright, you'll be one of us from now on. Of course I'm going to help you. Hurry up. We won't be able to go if Xiao Xiao finds out later. She won't let me fight. Hong urged, jumping up the wall. Black Fatty hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he followed. This night, in all corners of the capital city, from time to time, there will be miserable catcalls. Catcalls one more than one sharp. Listening to the night watchmen are creepy. There are even more evil. There are still night watchmen said to see a black shadow, a red shadow. A number of places are rumored to be haunted things. However, the culprit who led to all this, dashingly beat up most of the wild cats in the capital before comfortably returning to the backyard of the Duanfu, not forgetting to run to the water's edge to wash his paws and face, transforming into that noble and beautiful red fox again. On the contrary, it was Black Fatty, who followed Red throughout the whole process, listening to her emphasizing over and over again to those of his kind that he, Black Fatty, would be covered by someone in the future, and if anyone dared to bully him again, then her claws would be nonchalant. This feeling of being guarded and protected and having someone stand up for it is really awesome. Sister Hong, do you want to eat fish? I can catch fish. Black Fat's self touched half a day, and hurriedly came up to be attentive. Red flicked his beautiful tail, said not to eat, and then slowly waddled toward the courtyard where they live. Black Fat followed, a moment jumped to the left, a moment jumped to the right, even saw a stone on the road will hurry to run over to sweep the stone with his tail first. In the study of the Eastern Palace, Xia Xiaoran stood next to the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the moon outside the window, and on the ground behind him knelt a black-clothed man's secret guard. Your Highness, everything about Miss Lin. Forgive my subordinate's incompetence. I can't find out anything. I can only find out that she is now the young master of the Heavenly Star Building, and is the granddaughter of the Heavenly Star Building's owner, Elder Tian Yuan Zi, and the other subordinates are. Xia Xiaoran sighed helplessly. The Heavenly Star Building can be called the #1 intelligence organization in the world. Its ability is naturally unquestionable. They don't want you to find out about Xiao Zhao's affairs. Unless you use special means, you won't be able to find out about it, but that would be unnecessary. The Heavenly Star Building was Xiao Zhao's. He didn't want to create conflicts with Xiao Xiao. Then the people under him couldn't offend the Heavenly Star Building. Yes, but Your Highness, although we can't find out about Miss Lin, there's news from the Zhenghua Gongfu side, the secret guard said. Only then did Xia Xiaoran turn to look at him, and the secret guards immediately reported. According to the information that my people have found out, the reason why the Duke of Zhen's wife wants to poison Miss Lin is because Miss Lin looks so much like the former Duke of Zhen's wife, also known as the County Lord of Tianyu, and judging by the reaction of the Zhu clan and the sisters by her side, it's likely that Miss Lin is the one who died young that year. That child. They were afraid that Miss Lin's face, which looks so much like County Lord Tianyu's, would appear in the capital, and that's why they killed Miss Lin. Xia Xiaoran's expressionless face finally changed at this time. And Tianyu? Some dusty memories slowly flashed through his mind, and Xie Xiaoran steeply recalled that time, when a bright and beautiful woman smilingly took his hand and placed it on her stomach, then teased him with a smile. Your Highness, guess whether it's a boy or a girl. How did he get back then? The memory was too distant to be relived. These were past lives to him, but now he remembered. He answered then with a categorical, it's a girl. At that time, father, mother consort, Aunt Tian Yu, and Aunt Grandma Rapunzel were all laughing and teasing him for wanting to marry a daughter-in-law when he was a tiny person. Yes, Aunt Tian Yu is the rightful Duchess of Jin, and the one he wants to marry should be Aunt Tian Yu's daughter. He was only 6 years old when Aunt Tian Yu's accident happened, and had long forgotten what Aunt Tian Yu looked like, and now that he thinks about it, Xiao Xiao and the face in his memory are slowly matching up. She really looks like Auntie Tin Yu. Xie Xiaoran suddenly smiled. The corners of his mouth could not be restrained from rising. The joy was felt even by the dark guards kneeling on the ground. The dark guards were puzzled. How come Miss Lin was still smiling so happily even though her highness was being chased by Zhu? Continue to send people to keep an eye on the Jin Guigong mansion, but whenever Zhu wants to do anything come and report in time. In addition, strengthen the manpower to protect Xiao Xiao. Yes, Xie Xiaoran thought of Lin Xiaoxiao being Aunt Tian Yu's daughter. He couldn't hold down the thumping of this heart, and it was not easy to calm down before Xie Xiaoran covered his mouth and coughed and asked, what has Uncle Rui Wang been doing lately? The secret guard returned. King Rui has recently been searching for the whereabouts of the ghost doctor. On top of that, he's also trying to draw on the Xiao family. The saint is going to hold a reception banquet for his highness, and the Xiao family is amongst the invitations, and I think that they should be arriving at the capital within the next couple of days. And my subordinate is worried that the King Rui will use this opportunity to get in touch with the Xiao family. The Xiao family, the money tree of the Tianlong kingdom. No wonder Uncle Rui had moved on. It was several treasuries. However, the Xiao family in this life is completely different from the Xiao family in the previous life. The Xiao family in the previous life didn't end up well because the Xiao family is a royalist faction, always loyal only to the emperor, and all the proceeds earned will be sent partially to the treasury. Later, the old master of the Xiao family suffered a sudden illness and died not long after. The eldest son of the Xiao family inherited the Xiao family, but within a year also died in an accident, intercepted and killed by bandits. Bandits? What kind of person is the Xiao family? Can an ordinary bandit kill someone from the Xiao family? After that is the Xiao family grandson Xiao Jingze inherited the Xiao family. Xiao Jingze is the Xiao family most like the Xiao old man. Su is young and vigorous, doing too much obstinacy, and see the Xiao family decline inevitably anxious about some, but counterproductive. So that Rui Wang uncle drilled a hole in his own daughter married to the Xiao Jingze. The Xiao family is slowly also by the Rui Wang uncle to the control of the hands. But this life, Xiao Laozi is still alive and well. Xiao Jingze also married Uncle Fu Wang's daughter. Xiao family business is bigger and bigger, but also opened the sailing line. Do the first to eat crabs to do sea trade people. Not only himself, but a lot of things in this life were completely different from the last after he came back from Wolf Mountain. Just like Xiao Xiao. In his previous life, he had never heard about Aunt Tian Yu's daughter until he died. And the only firstborn first miss of the Jinhua Gongfu was Lin Sihan. But in this life, Xiao Zhao's appearance, Zhu or Lin Sihan, all have to take a back seat. If Xiao Xiao was really Aunt Tian Yu's daughter, then she would be the rightful fullborn first miss of the Jinhua Gongfu. He's Xie Xiaoran's fiancé. Duan mentioned study. Duan Jingqing already knew that Xie Xiaoran had found out that Lin Xiaoxiao could possibly be the same child born to Tian Yu county mistress back in the day, and Duan Jingqing had always been repulsed by this matter. Royal pandemonium. They do not want to let Xiao Xiao involved in the royal struggle. Now surnamed Xie Boy not only knows Xiao Xiao may be the child, actually sent additional manpower to guard their Duan house, which let Duan Jingqing, this extremely spoiled children's uncle, how to stand. It's tolerable to have one's own treasure missed. He looked at Boss Qi and directly said, whisk away those secret guards he sent. In addition, you personally go to the kid surnamed Xie's place and warn him that he is not allowed to come one step closer to Xiao Xiao, or else I'll definitely break his legs. I don't care what kind of a Taisun crown prince he is. The corner of Qi Boss's mouth twitched. The third master's temper had gotten much better in the past few years, but once it came to the young master's business, it started again. Third master, in the end it's his highness the great-grandson. This isn't too good. And it's not like the young lord doesn't know. The young lord didn't even say anything. Why are you following and worrying? Duan Zhengqing coldly snorted. Don't think I don't know what this kid wants to do. The royal those bends are not suitable for Xiao Xiao. He wants to really have a number. Should be far away from Xiao Xiao. Don't involve her. This will be the Rakshasa League. People still think how to kill him. I got the news. The Rakshasa League this time, but they send out their vice master. This kid can't even live, don't know. Third uncle, are you there? Lin Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly sounded outside. Duan Zhengqing and Boss Qi glanced at each other. Both tacitly agreed not to say anything more about Xie Xiaoran. Come in. Duan Zhengqing sat down. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed the door in and saw that Boss Qi was also there. So she smiled and nodded. Third uncle, you guys are busy? Duan Zhengqing's face was doting. No. What's wrong? It's just that I wanted to go out for a stroll and came to tell you. Lin Xiaoxiao revealed a smile. Well behaved. Duan Zhengqing nodded. Go. You haven't gone out to play properly since you've been in the capital for so long. Bring more people to follow. Okay, then you guys keep chatting. I'm leaving. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand and left the study. The two watched Lin Xiaoxiao leave and didn't continue their earlier conversation, but instead chatted about what was going on in the Dayun building and other news or orders they had recently received. On this side, Lin Xiaoxiao went out of her yard, and it wasn't long before a little mouse whimpered and ran to her feet, and together they turned back to her yard. In the room, Lin Xiaoxiao watched Big Fatty imitate Duan Jingqing and Boss Qi's conversation on the table in a marvelous manner. It originally sneaked out to sneak around after Boss Qi, but it ended up hearing Boss Qi and Duan Jingqing's conversation, and originally wanted to sneak to the backyard to find Lin Xiaoxiao, but heard them talking about Xiaoxiao's name, so it hid in the corner and eavesdropped for half a day. Big Fatty finished his imitation before asking Lin Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, who is this man, and why did your third uncle break his legs? Is he a bad guy? Let's go tickle him then. The corner of Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. How can I say this? Isn't it a common problem of every old father? Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly brainstormed the scene of third uncle chasing after Xie Xiaoran and beating him up, then burst out laughing. I don't know how good he is at kung fu and if he can beat Uncle Sam. Lin Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, it's not a bad guy, but is Uncle Sam overthinking it? She is just treating Xie Xiaoran as a friend. After all, it is the first friend she came into contact with in this world. Uncle Sam is going to rush to break people's legs. This spreads out this old face of hers still want it. Big Fatty, do you know the rats in the palace? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Xie Xiaoran was the grandson and lived in the East Palace. The East Palace should be in the palace, right? Big Fatty tried hard to recall and said, the cousin of the Stone family that I often play with sans in-laws seem to live at the root of the palace wall, and he always brags to us about having a relative who lives in the palace. Lin Xiaoxiao was dizzy by this seven-way relationship, but still said, then can I ask you for a favor? I won't let you make a trip for nothing. After Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she poured a small cup of spirit spring water out and gave it to Big Fatty. Big Fat gulped a few mouths to drink. This water is good stuff. He felt that he drank this water not only become smarter, that is, his hands are also flexible. Big Fat nodded, you say it, wrapped in me. Lin Xiaoxiao took out a pen and paper and wrote a small note, folded it very, very small, and handed it to Big Fatty. Can you help me send this to the Eastern Palace? To His Highness the Great Sun. The Rakshasa Alliance wants to kill him. It's almost to the point of immortality. Is this Rakshasa Alliance crazy? This time, the deputy sect master of the Rakshasa Alliance came in person, and he didn't know if he could cope with it, so it would be good to tell him first and have a preparation in advance. Compared to having the dark guards make a trip, Lin Xiaoxiao felt that these small animals that were not easy to spot were more reliable. Big Fatty cradled the note and nodded. Okay, I'll go find Stone now and ask him to take me to his family's relatives in the palace. Lin Xiaoxiao stroked its head. Well, when you come back let your little friends come. I'll prepare thank you gifts for them. Big Fatty left with the note in his pocket, and only then did Lin Xiaoxiao call Xiao Xiao and Honging to come in, and the three of them changed their clothes and swaggered out the door. Shen Ming stood guard by the carriage and waited, and saw a handsome and peerless male with a guard and an entourage slowly walk out. Your Excellency. Shen Ming saluted. Lin Xiaoxiao jumped onto the carriage and directly ordered, Uncle Shun, let's go around the city. Shen Ming answered and drove the carriage directly towards the outside of the city. On the other hand, the Big Fat to find that called the Stone of the Mouse, explained the intention. Now the Big Fat family in the city to meet the nobility of the comfortable things have long been rumored in the rat tribe to spread. The Stone to see the Big Fat to eat and drink well, envious of no one. As soon as he heard the Big Fat said as long as he took the Big Fat into the palace to find their family relatives living in the palace, and so things are done Big Fat will give him good food. The Stone a mouthful of promise, with Big Fat directly to the direction of the palace to run. It was hard to get into the palace. Found the Stone and the palace relatives. Did not expect the other side of the high and mighty look down on them. These relatives from the countryside. The Big Fat is not subjected to this kind of aggravation, and directly take the Stone on the way out. But in the huge palace, where should they go to find the Tai Sun that Xiao Xiao was looking for? The two rats were confused. Before, when cousin showed off, he said that the best food in the palace is in the imperial cuisine room, which is specialized in cooking for the masters in the palace, and he even took me to secretly go there. Why don't we go there to have a look? Stone said. Big Fatty glared at Stone. He was here on business, not to steal food. And he didn't need to steal food right now. Forget it, you go back first before you get caught. I'll look for myself, Big Fatty said. The palace was so big, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find a kindred spirit to show him the way. On the wall, a sparrow stared at the two mating rats for half a day, waiting until the stone was gone before it flew down and landed opposite Big Fat, sizing him up. When Big Fatty saw Sparrow, he took 2 steps back defensively and locked eyes with it, calculating in his heart what his chances of victory would be if he fought in a moment. Size? Well, he's big. Flexible? Well, he's more flexible. It's the sparrow that can fly, right? He can't. Hey, if only he could fly too. What are you doing? Big Fatty preempted. Sparrow took a curious look at him and asked directly, you came in from outside the palace? What are you doing in the palace? Looking for someone. Big Fatty thought about it and tried to ask, do you know which direction the East Palace is? Sparrow cocked his head. What are you doing in the Eastern Palace? If you want to steal food, shouldn't you go to the Imperial cuisine? Big Fatty was so angry that he stomped his feet. Who came to steal the food? I came to deliver the letter. You love to say no. Do not say I find myself. The small note in his arms was held tightly. Sparrow, rare, sized up Big Fatty and suddenly asked, you wouldn't be the family of rats that were raised by humans, would you? Big Fatty looked at Sparrow with a defensive face. Sparrow laughed, it's really true. Your family, and that black cat. Now the animals in the capital can be spread all over the city. There is no one who doesn't know about you. Let me ask you, can that person really understand us? Big Fatty grunted. Why should I tell you? He wouldn't do anything to betray his master. Sparrow's eyes rolled. If you tell me, I'll take you to the Eastern Palace. I'm familiar with the Imperial Palace. This, Big Fat hesitated, after a while before shaking his head. No, you do not say even if I find myself. Sparrow looked at this dumbfounded Big Fatty, and shook its head helplessly. It was actually just curious, and not really wanting to do anything, so it slowly flew up, and said to Big Fatty, let's go. I'll take you there. Follow me. Big Fat looked at it, hesitated for a moment or followed, with the sparrow's lead, but also along the way with the Big Fat say where someone came over, so that the Big Fat to avoid a number of sets of palace maids eunuchs in the palace, until Sparrow stopped in front of a palace gate and said to Big Fatty, this is the Eastern Palace. What person are you looking for? Maybe I know. Big Fatty thought for a moment. His Royal Highness, Tai Sun. That's what Xiao said. Sparrow paused briefly before continuing to take off. Follow me. There is a sparrow's lead. Big Fat directly into Xie Xiaoran's bedchamber. Bedchamber inside and outside the guards only saw a sparrow flew in, and did not take it seriously. Big Fat along the wall pit. Hide and seek also to the bedchamber outside. This left side is the study of His Royal Highness Tai Sun. The right side is his bedchamber. There are so many people guarding around. He will either be in the study or in the bedchamber this time. You find it yourself. Sparrow to Big Fat said and flew away. Big Fat want to say thank you cannot. Afraid of their own voice will expose themselves. Big Fat in the study outside the search for half a day. Finally found a do not know which predecessor left a small hole. Straight into the study. The study is brightly lit. A man sitting behind the desk is writing something. Next to the guard a yawning boy. There is a guard. It seemed that the man sitting behind the table was the His Highness Tai Sun that Xiao had spoken of. Tightening the small note in his arms, Big Fatty began to figure out how to give it to him. Throw it over? He is not strong enough. Directly out? Will he be killed? After a few tries, throwing it over there just wasn't practical, so I had to send it out myself. Big Fatty gritted his teeth and rushed out, clutching the little note and squeaking twice to alert them that he was here. Little Stone yawned straight away at the sound of the mouse's call and jumped up. Where did the mouse come from? Jensen even went straight for the Big Fat one. Big Fatty's eyes were wide open. He knew that he was going to be caught. Good thing Xiao gave him spiritual spring water to drink. Big Fatty hurriedly dodged Jian, jumped on Xie Xiaoran's desk, and hurriedly took out the small note he was holding at the critical moment and shook it. Jian's men were about to grab Big Fatty in a second, but Xie Xiaoran's pupils suddenly shrunk and raised his hand to stop him. Slow. Jensen's body swayed, and he skewed to the side in order to collect his strength before stabilizing himself. On the table, Big Fatty sat paralyzed on the paper that Xie Xiaoran had written the rest of, still holding the note in his arms with a death grip. That's a tough job delivering mail. Silence fell around it, and Big Fatty hurriedly looked at what was in front of him. The man who had grabbed him had stopped. The little eunuch was 3 feet away from it, fear written all over his face, and directly across from it was the good-looking man sitting behind the desk, looking at the little note in its arms. With a jolt, Big Fatty hurriedly sent the small note over and placed it in front of Xie Xiaoran. Xia Xiaoran looked at the little mouse that had withdrawn a long way away and opened the note, which only had 8 words written on it. Rakshasa League, Vice Master, be careful, the beautiful font is from a woman's hand. Xia Xiaoran suddenly smiled. Wolf Mountain's life for more than a month is still vivid in his mind. Only she has this ability to let a mouse to send a letter to himself. The Vice Sect Master of the Rakshasa Alliance has come out. Uncle Rui Wang has put in his blood this time. Just when Big Fatty thought his mission was accomplished and he could bolt, a hand directly picked up its tail. Lock it up for now and feed it well. Xia Xiaoran handed Big Fatty to Jian Xian. Big Fatty froze for a moment then began to struggle. Brother, you don't speak martial arts. Although Jane Xian was a bit disgusted, but still honestly carried Big Fatty, found a cage to lock it up, and the little stone was no longer afraid, and brought treats for it to eat. Big Fat is thrashing around the cage in a hurry. Let me out. But in the ears of Xia Xiaoran, Jian Xian and Little Stone there was only the squeaking of rats. Little Stone looked curiously at the mouse that was getting angry. Although he couldn't see the expression on the mouse's face, he just felt that the mouse was angry. Your Highness, do you really want to keep it? Little Stone asked uncertainly. Raising a mouse in the palace? Their Highness is the first one, right? Xia Xiaoran carefully put away the note Lin Xiaoxiao gave him and nodded. Well, I'll personally send him back to his master's hands. It just so happens that he doesn't know how to meet Xiaoxiao. Isn't this an opportunity delivered to his door? Big Fatty ejaculated. Personally sending him back? Thankfully, the man wasn't going to slaughter himself. Big Fatty relaxed and sat down in the cage, still afterward patting his chest with his little paw, and Little Rock squealed in excitement at the sight of it. Your Highness, he's so much fun too. Look at him flapping his chest. Xia Xiaoran glanced at Big Fatty with a soft expression and came up with a summary. Well, Xiaoxiao raised, even the rats are so cute. You like it so much, then I'll leave it to you to take care of it for the next 2 days. Xia Xiaoran gave the task to Little Stone. The little rock froze. He did see it as cute, but he wasn't trying to keep it. Outside the city gates, Lin Xiaoxiao's carriage had already left the capital quite far away. Opening the curtains, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the mountains outside, pondering on where it would be better to go up the mountain from. She is still not assured of the 5th brother. Decided to personally go to see the situation of the 100 Beasts Garden. Good thing that the Black Fat know the way. Find a chance to go up the mountain. She put the 3rd sister out. Go over to explore the situation before. Just as Lin Xiaoxiao was wondering where to go from there were cries for help from not far away, and Xiaoqiao, who was closest to the door, hurriedly lifted the curtain so that they could see more clearly. Just see not far away. A carriage out of control hit the roadside tree lying on the ground. The driver fell to the side, do not know dead. Pulling the horse seems to be injured. Lying on the ground, struggled a few times, cannot get up. The wagon had fallen to the ground and was falling apart, and it was from the wagon that the cries for help came. Go take a look. Lin Xiaoxiao ordered on the spot, and Shen Ming directly drove the carriage and ran over. This road is not a proper official road. It is a forest path. There is almost no one on the road. Because Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to find the opportunity to go up the mountain, only purposely take this path. I did not expect to meet someone here. Carriage accident. Shen Ming pulled the carriage to the side, went up to check on the driver's condition, touched his nose, and turned back to Lin Xiaoxiao and shook his head. Help! Help! A cry for help came from the carriage. Shen Ming hurriedly went forward and lifted the curtain of the carriage. Only then did Lin Xiaoxiao's 3 see what was going on in the carriage. An old sister was crushed underneath by the carriage's scattered shelves, and in her arms she was holding a 5 or 6-year-old little girl, who appeared to have been smashed in the head by something, and now her face was covered in blood. The situation of the old ma was not much better, being pressed down half of her body by the carriage. If not for the little girl in her arms, it would have been the little girl who would have been pressed down, and some parts of the old ma's body were bruised, and her clothes were all scratched up. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately asked Shen Ming and Xiaoqiao to rescue the 3 of them, while she went to check on the cart driver's condition. Sudden heart attack. The person is dead. There is no way back. She went to look at the horse again, only to see that it had landed with 1 foot in a pit, and had suddenly fallen with its leg broken hard indirectly, with the reins on it, and the gravity of the wagons tugging at it so that it couldn't stand up. Lin Xiaoxiao felt out the dagger in her boot and cut the rope between the carriage and the horse. With Shen Ming there, in 3 tries, he lifted the carriage that was pressed against the old mama and carried the person out, and Hong Ying followed suit and carried the already unconscious little girl out as well. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Quickly take a look at my young miss. The old sister cried out in pain, not caring about her own injuries, and kept pouncing over to the little girl's side, but she herself was smashed by the carriage, and only just stood up before collapsing. Shen Ming's quick eyes and hands pulled the person to a stop, while calling out to Lin Xiaoxiao, Gongzi, Honging also carried the little girl to Lin Xiaoxiao. His head was smashed and he had a cut on his forehead from a piece of wood, from which the blood on his face flowed. Breathing steadily, he was knocked out by the smash. But with such a young child, I'm afraid he's prone to concussions. Carry her to the carriage. I'll treat her wounds. At Lin Xiaoxiao's command, Honging carried the child to the carriage again, with Lin Xiaoxiao following closely behind. He also gave Honging a few bottles of medicine for treating external injuries, so that she and Xiao Chao could first treat the injuries on the old sister. The old sister remembered the little girl and kept crying. My male son is a doctor. Don't worry. Xiao Chao comforted her when she saw her crying. Old sister was blaming herself. It's all the old slave's fault. It's all the old slave's fault. If the old slave hadn't said to take this road, how could the carriage have overturned? And how could the young lady have been injured? Honging and Xiao Chao examined her. Fortunately they were all superficial wounds. The old sister cried for a while before looking around and getting up. Where's the coachman? Shen Ming pointed to the cart driver lying on the ground who had already swallowed his breath. Dead. The senior sister's face changed dramatically. How? Shen Ming shook his head. He couldn't judge the cause of death. It was still necessary for the young master to know. But the young master would be treating that little girl. He couldn't be disturbed. The old sister looked at the carter's body, cried into tears, and kept blaming herself. In the carriage, Lin Xiaoxiao flattened the little girl and pulled out the small medicine box directly from the space, which started taking things out without saying a word. Lin Xiaoxiao checked the little girl and was relieved to find that it was only a slight concussion, fed her some spiritual spring water, took out a golden needle and administered a few stitches, and cleaned up the blood on her face before realizing that the wound on her forehead was 5 centimeters long, and it went all the way from her forehead to her eyebrow, which was going to disfigure her. The kid is still so young. For some reason, Lin Xiaoxiao's heart inexplicably tugged at her heart when she saw this little girl get hurt, carefully cleaning the wound and then sewing it up. For fear of the little girl waking up from the pain, Lin Xiaoxiao sprayed anesthetic on her skin, but midway through the suture the little girl still woke up and just mumbled for her mother. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart instantly softened, softly coaxing, "Don't be afraid. It's okay." The little girl seemed to hear her and slowly quieted down. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly stitched up the wound as beautifully as she could, but as beautiful as it was, the little girl's face still had marks like a centipede. It's a good thing she's still young. When the wound is healed, apply the jade skin cream and the scar will slowly grow back. The little girl hadn't woken up yet, so Lin Xiaoxiao let her rest in the carriage and got off to check on the old grandma. Earlier, the old mama had been worried about the little girl's injuries and hadn't paid much attention to her savior. This time when Lin Xiaoxiao got off the carriage, the old mama froze the moment she saw Lin Xiaoxiao. Her eyes stared at Lin Xiaoxiao with a deadly stare. Her already red and swollen eyes instantly welled up with tears again. Her lips trembled, and her person struggled to stand up. She excitedly surveyed Lin Xiaoxiao, shaking her head uncontrollably as if she couldn't believe it, until the old sister cried out with an agitated look, "Sheriff!" Lin Xiaoxiao's footsteps lurched. The sound of a sheriff's lord caused her heart to clench for a moment, and almost instantly Lin Xiaoxiao returned to normal. "What's wrong with Grandma?" The moment she opened her mouth, it was actually a male voice. Although it was childish, it was not a woman at first hearing. Since Lin Xiaoxiao was going to disguise herself, naturally it was impossible for people to see the cracks, and this feat of utilizing her breath to change her voice was still something that her aunt had taught her. The old maids steeply returned to their senses, and only then did they see that what was across from them was a handsome young lord, not their county princess at all. But how can it be so much like that? It's almost too much like that. This face, it was clearly the sheriff's young appearance. "Is this carriage driver from your mansion?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked, with the man's voice in her ears once again. The old sister was finally sure that what was in front of her was a male son and not their sheriff. She wiped the tears from her eyes and choked on a stiff salute. "Many thanks to the benefactor for saving our master and servant. Yes, he is the coachman of our house." Lin Xiaoxiao briefly explained the cause of the coachman's death. "This belongs to a sudden illness, which is usually not visible. I think it should be a sudden attack on the way of driving just now. I didn't control the horse well enough to let the carriage go to the side. The horse's foot stepped on a pothole on the side of the road and fell down, bringing down the carriage, but unfortunately it took too long to save it. Old sister had thought that they were being set up by someone, but I didn't realize that it was just the carter himself who had an attack. So it seems that it's all just a coincidence. Just pitying the young lady." "Eunuch, how is my young lady?" Old sister asked hurriedly. Lin Xiaoxiao replied, "Just hit her head. I have already given her a needle. Nothing serious. Go back and take a few pairs of medicine to calm the spirit and nourish the brain. It will be fine. Just the injuries on her face." The sister's face changed greatly, and without caring about the pain in her own body she flung herself to the carriage, and when she lifted the curtain and saw the circle of gauze wrapped around the head of the tiny, floppy little girl, The whole of her knelt down to the ground in self-condemnation. He slapped himself 2 times and cried, "What can we do? How is the old slave going to explain back? Miss, she is only 6 years old. If her face has a scar, what can she do in the future? It's all the fault of the old slave. It's the old slave who didn't take care of the young lady. The old slave deserves to die for his sins." Lin Xiaoxiao sighed and opened her mouth to comfort. "Sister, you can't be blamed for this. It was just an accident, and you've already done a good job. If you hadn't shielded her in time, the carriage smashed down directly. She's such a small child, couldn't stand it at all. As for the injuries on her face, as far as I know, the jade muscle ointment made by the ghost doctor has a very good effect, and as she's still small in age, she'll only need to apply it for a period of time. After the injuries have healed, the jade muscle cream will recover as before." Old sister stopped the tears on her face and gave Lin Xiaoxiao 3 heavy kowtows. "Thank you, Your Excellency. It's just that now that our master and servant's carriage has been destroyed, the driver is dead, and the horse is injured. Can you please ask Your Excellency to send our master and servant back? The old slave will definitely report to the master at home and properly thank you for saving our lives." Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand. "It's just a show of hands. I've written a prescription for the medicine. It's right next to the little girl. Uncle Shun, you send them back. We'll stroll around the neighborhood ourselves." Shen Ming saluted. "Yes, Your Excellency." Xiao Qiao helped the old grandma onto the carriage, but the old grandma was still staring at Lin Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and said, "The old slave is a house slave of the eldest princess's residence. I dare to ask for the name of the benefactor and where the residence is. When the old slave goes back to report to Her Highness, the eldest princess, she will definitely repay the benefactor properly." The old grandma kept her eyes on Lin Xiaoxiao, not missing any expression on her face. However, Lin Xiaoxiao didn't have much of a reaction when she heard about the eldest princess's residence. She only revealed some unexpected looks before replying back. "Happening to pass by is just a matter of lifting my hand. I don't dare to bother the eldest princess to think about it." Disappointment flashed under the old sister's eyes, and she thanked Lin Xiaoxiao again before entering the carriage. After entering the carriage and holding the young lady in her arms, only then did the old grandma redden her eyes and sigh. The reason why she said the name of the eldest princess's house was to see if there was any reaction from this young male. But there was nothing. But he was just too much like the county princess. Could it be that there were really 2 people in the world who looked so similar? As soon as she lowered her head and saw the little girl in her arms, the old grandma instantly reddened her eyes again and couldn't care less about Lin Xiaoxiao. The young lady fell like this. How should she go back and explain to Her Royal Highness the princess and the Grand Master? Shen Ming was responsible for sending the master and servant back, and Lin Xiaoxiao asked Hong Ying and Xiao Qiao to carry the car driver's body to the side of the road and wait for the eldest princess residence to come and collect the body, in addition to the horse's injuries, which should be dealt with as well. "The leg is broken. I've fixed it for you by connecting it. I'm just afraid I won't be able to run in the future." Lin Xiaoxiao connected the horse's broken hoof and found a few wooden sticks to bind and fix it before saying. The old horse was lying on its back, with tears in its eyes. Of course it knew that it was all its fault for accidentally stepping out of the way, or else it wouldn't have been such a big deal. But luckily the lady was fine. Lin Xiaoxiao took care of its injuries. Only then did the old horse slowly move to the side of the chevron and arched his nose. The chevron lay motionless. Only then did the old horse slowly plop down next to him, keeping watch. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. Life is unpredictable. The original good people who could not imagine that the next moment will never wake up. Xiao Qiao came to Lin Xiaoxiao's side and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "My lord, just now that sister said that she was from the eldest princess residence. The young lady's life. All of them who were close to her knew about it. They just didn't expect to meet someone from the eldest princess residence in such a situation." Lin Xiaoxiao's complexion only at this time there is some change. The eldest princess. If no accident, that is their own grandmother. No wonder just now she saw that little girl injured will have a kind of inexplicable gripping heart. Think that the child should be the eldest princess residence. Just do not know that this age is their own cousin or niece. Go back and tell the people in the building that if someone from the eldest princess's mansion comes to buy the jade muscle cream, sell it directly to them. Lin Xiaoxiao had wanted to send it directly, but with the current situation, it wasn't appropriate for her to have too much contact with the eldest princess's mansion for the time being. "Good," Jojo responded. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the mountain next to her and said, "You guys stay here and wait for Uncle Shen to come back. I'm going to make a trip to the 100 Beasts Garden." When Xiao Qiao and Hong Ying heard this, their faces changed. "Gongzi, you're going alone?" Of course Lin Xiaoxiao could only go alone. Third sister, Black Fatty, Colorful Lantern and Hong Hong were all in the space. If she brought the others with her, how would she let them out? "Well, when Uncle Shen comes back you guys wait for me nearby. I'll be back as soon as I can." "But the Duke, I'm leaving." Lin Xiaoxiao said and took a rising leap into the forest. Xiao Qiao chased after her 2 steps or stopped. She knew Lin Xiaoxiao would be fine, but she still couldn't help but worry. Honging also had a worried look on her face, but Lin Xiaoxiao told her to wait here. Lin Xiaoxiao went into the mountains by herself and released third sister and colorful lantern and the others when she reached a place where no one could see them. Early in the space, Wu Shui had heard Black Fatty talk about the 100 Beasts Garden. This would come out. She directly said, Xiao Xiao, we will now go and take this what the 100 Beasts Garden in one pot. What the hell? Black Fat now look at Lin Xiaoxiao is almost full of stars. Into the space he realized what is the paradise of the world. See Wu Shui to know what is amazing. Follow such a master. His cat life is absolutely brilliant. Let's go check out the situation first. Black Fatty, lead the way. Lin Xiaoxiao rolled over onto Wu Shui's back, and Black Fatty led the way in front, setting off directly. Only a short distance away Wu Shui disliked Black Fatty's speed and threw him directly into Lin Xiaoxiao's arms. Black Fat for the first time did not blow up because of being disliked. On the contrary, through a trace of excitement. Such a feeling is really too good. Just like flying, Aksha stopped at a hill some distance away from the 100 Beasts Garden, because Black Fatty said it was there, up ahead. But when Lin Xiaoxiao looked around, she didn't see the so-called 100 Beasts Garden, only endless mountains and hills. Lin Xiaoxiao sneered, playing blindfold with her? Wu Shui carried Lin Xiaoxiao around in a circle, and Lin Xiaoxiao quickly found a way to crack it, directly letting Wu Shui enter the forest and follow her instructions. Black Fatty didn't understand why it was obvious that when he and Old Pole came before they were fine, but this time they were different. Lin Xiaoxiao guessed that this formation should only be effective for people. Animals see different perspectives than humans, so the Old Pole and Black Fatty weren't affected when they came before, but it was different when she came. Compared to the misty trail formation that Grandpa had laid around the Tianlang village in Wolf Mountain, which was a formation that Grandpa and Dad had improved together and even animals would get lost if they went in. This one was simply child's play. Although it was child's play for her, it could really fool those who didn't know about formations. No wonder no one knew the exact location of the 100 Beasts Garden for such a long time. It seems that the master behind this still has a few capable people around him. Unfortunately, this time he ran into the ancestor who played with formations. If she couldn't even break this small barrier formation, it was really a waste of Grandpa's many years of careful teaching. Soon, Lin Xiaoxiao commanded Wu Shui up a hill. Lin Xiaoxiao went straight up a tree, stood at the top of the tree and pulled out her own binoculars, and the situation in the 100 Beasts Garden became clear. There weren't many people in the 100 Beasts Garden during the daytime. Only the people who were responsible for feeding those animals were busy in the garden. The layout was somewhat like a modern zoo. The only difference was that there were houses in each yard, and in addition to that, there were also many tiny yards. According to Fatty Black's description, those small houses should be places that supply those with special needs to abuse animals. Lin Xiaoxiao found the courtyard that Black Fatty said held a lot of small animals. The courtyard was quite large, surrounded by all kinds of cages. Those animals were lying in the cages, listless, and there wasn't even a place to cover the sun. Those people were scolding those animals through the cages. It was inhuman. There were quite a few people patrolling around, and that was just what Lin Xiaoxiao could see. There should still be some people hiding in the unseen shadows. Retracting the binoculars, Lin Xiaoxiao projected what were the chances of going in now. After all, it was daytime and not very well hidden. Even if she had space, it was inevitable that she wouldn't be discovered. Wait for it to get dark. Lin Xiaoxiao directly led Wu Shui and the others into space, and there was even room for a nap during the waiting time. It wasn't until the alarm clock's time was pointing to 8 o'clock in the evening that Lin Xiaoxiao changed into her night clothes and came out of the space. And alone, she performed her light power to weave her way through the forest towards the 100 Beasts Garden. The closer she got, the more careful Lin Xiaoxiao became, carefully checking if there were any secret guards guarding around her, picking a place where there was no one, and directly scaling the wall to get in. The 100 Beasts Garden was brightly lit at night, and Lin Xiaoxiao carefully avoided the people on patrol and the dark sentries guarding around the fence, and quietly felt her way in towards the middle of the garden where the most people were, hiding in the shadows. Lin Xiaoxiao found that everyone who entered the 100 Beasts Garden was wearing a mask just like Xiao Wuan said, and it was impossible to tell who the person was through the mask. Even if they ran into an acquaintance, they wouldn't necessarily be able to recognize them. Lin Xiaoxiao waited for a while and then set her sights on a man who was alone. The man seemed to have drunk a bit of wine. He walked staggeringly, and there were no people from the 100 Beasts Garden following him around, so it was a good time to make a move. Lin Xiaoxiao wiped the darkness scurrying over. Finger gently point that person on both eyes. A stare slowly fell down. For this kind of to the 100 Beast Garden to find happy people, Lin Xiaoxiao simply not polite, directly carrying the person scurrying into the side of the bushes, casually thrown to the ground, and then pulled down the mask on his face. but also spit a mouthful of hard. Lin Xiaoxiao peeled off his mask and dashed into space to change back into the clothes she wore in the morning, then put on the mask and strutted out. As for the man who fainted, she drugged him, so let him sleep here for a few days. As for when he will be discovered, that's none of her business. Such psychopaths deserve to die. Lin Xiaoxiao, who had successfully changed her costume, swaggered around the courtyard blindly shaking her folding fan. And soon someone from the 100 Beasts garden spotted her and hurriedly ran over to salute. This garden is big, and at any time you may encounter fierce beasts, so it's better for the prince not to run around. Although her tone was respectful, Lin Xiaoxiao still heard some warning. She shook her fan and spoke in a disguised voice. I just wanted to come out for convenience, and I got lost. Luckily you guys came, or else I wouldn't have known where I was going. The two attendants of the 100 Beasts garden looked at each other without saying anything and led her out of the small, unoccupied courtyard. As for the man still passed out behind the bush, no one noticed at all. Under the guidance of the two men, Lin Xiaoxiao arrived at the most crowded place in the 100 Beasts garden, which was the Colosseum that Fatty Black had mentioned. At this time, the Colosseum was about to fill up, and Lin Xiaoxiao was just about to go in, but she was stopped in her tracks by the Colosseum gatekeeper. Where's the ticket? The doorman held out his hand expressionlessly. Lin Xiaoxiao's face behind her mask changed slightly. She should have known that she should have searched that person's body. Now let her where to get a ticket. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoxiao reacted in time and said in a cold voice, this young master just went out from here, just to go for convenience. What? You won't let me in after a trip? Is this the rule of your 100 Beasts garden? The two doormen looked at each other and sized up Lin Xiaoxiao. Well, this mask they felt familiar, and they also saw that Lin Xiaoxiao was not to be messed with. Which of the people who could come here to play were not the dignitaries of the capital? It was not for the likes of them to be messed with. The two doormen considered slightly for a moment, then stepped aside and respectfully made a gesture of invitation. Please go inside. Your Excellency. Lin Xiaoxiao played the dude to the hilt, humming heavily as she entered the fighting arena with a smug stride. The two doormen resumed their stations, waiting for the next guest to come in and check their tickets. When she entered the Colosseum, the match hadn't started yet, but the stands were all about to fill up, and she frowned at it all. Everyone here was well dressed, but after putting on all kinds of masks, they turned into all kinds of devils. Behind each hideous mask, perhaps a modest gentleman in front of people, perhaps a decent man who was happy for people, or a pretty woman with talent and beauty all in one, all in all. But after putting on this mask, he becomes another person. A mask that exposes the most brutal and disgusting aspects of human nature. Lin Xiaoxiao found a seat in the corner and sat down. Immediately an attendant served her tea. Lin Xiaoxiao casually threw in a reward and then waited, checking out the surroundings as she waited. The center field was almost as big as a quarter of a soccer field. A deep pit dug down, surrounded by tier upon tier of bleachers that wrapped the center field inside. The bleachers were stepped, in order to allow everyone to see the middle of the Colosseum field. Lin Xiaoxiao found the entrance at the bottom based on Fatty Black's description, but this would be locked with an iron fence, and the shouts of the beasts inside could be faintly heard. Lin Xiaoxiao listened sideways. There was no fifth brother. It's also true that Fatty Black and Old Rod said that fifth brother was being held in solitary confinement. As time passed, the atmosphere in the arena became more and more heated, and many people began to urge when it would start. I heard that the one who's going to be on tonight is the new wolf that the 100 Beasts garden got, and that size is several times bigger than the average wolf. Some people around them started talking, so Lin Xiaoxiao pretended to watch the fun without meaning to, but her ears were always on their conversations. That one I know, can be powerful? That blind bear before couldn't even beat him. So who is fighting him tonight, do you know? Another man rubbed his hands in anticipation. It's that white tiger. It's a pity. It's been in several fights, and the fur on its body has been injured. Or else when it's dead go back and strip the skin to make a cushion. It's comfortable and airy. Forget it, even if it's for sale. It's not our turn. Let's just look at it. The two of them muttered for a while before talking about something else, but Lin Xiaoxiao frowned at their words. Soon, along with the enthusiastic cries from the field, Lin Xiaoxiao distinctly heard the sound of chains moving. She hurriedly looked to the middle of the field, only to see that someone had already opened the iron fence, and then quickly left. Not long after, Lin Xiaoxiao heard a tiger whistle, followed by a huge white tiger slowly and leisurely walking out from behind the iron gate. The scene was abuzz with people cheering non-stop, and Lin Xiaoxiao's face was ugly under her mask. The white tiger's eyes looked ferociously at these people around him. The bottom of his eyes were full of anger and contempt. Born as a human being, but these people were not even as good as animals. Soon, the iron door on the other side opened, and when no movement came for a long time, everyone was impatient and kept shouting Wolf King, Wolf King. However, in a few moments of effort, A black wolf with a lazy demeanor and a domineering aura appeared in the middle of the crowd's line of sight. The cry of the Wolf King in the stands grew louder and louder. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, tightened her grip on the fan in her hand at once the moment Wolf Fifth Brother appeared. And the moment she saw Fifth Brother, Lin Xiaoxiao's entire heart ached. It was a good thing that Fifth Brother wasn't injured. But even so, when she saw Fifth Brother standing there, Lin Xiaoxiao's heart still hurt. Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to rush up and yell out to Fifth Brother and then poison all these people. The fan in her hand was already getting scratched out of shape. As soon as Wolf Fifth Brother appeared, the white tiger revealed a defensive stance. One tiger and one wolf were in an antagonistic stance, looking at each other with a ferocious look in their eyes. Black Bolt, how do we fight? White Tiger yelled, seemingly demonstrating, but consulting with Wolf Fifth Brother. Wolf Fifth Brother was in an offensive stance, and returned, be careful to avoid the key points. I will pay attention to the strength, and will only hurt your skin and flesh, and you have to do your best, so you can't let them see the cracks. The white tiger looked up to the sky and shouted, good, Wolf Fifth Brother, I'm coming then. After saying that, he rushed over. The white tiger also changed its defensive stance and immediately rushed up. One wolf and one tiger collided together. Wolf Fifth Brother raised his claws and grabbed. His mouth shouted, duck. The white tiger immediately insensitively avoided Wolf Fifth Brother's claws, then turned around and swept over with his tail. Be careful. Everyone was in a frenzy of excitement at the sight of their back-and-forth fight, and many people even got down on the guardrail around the stands, yelling non-stop, beat him to death, beat him to death. Lin Xiaoxiao listened to Fifth Brother and White Tiger discussing the act with each other, but even though she knew it was an act, Lin Xiaoxiao was still worried. She had found a corner of the first row, and this time she had simply moved closer to the edge of the fence as well, trying to get a better look. White Tiger and Wolf Fifth Brother had been trading blows for several rounds, and White Tiger was already hanging from his body. However, Lin Xiaoxiao knew that it was only a superficial wound, and that Fifth Brother had been collecting his force, looking ferocious but not really injuring the White Tiger. On the contrary, the White Tiger had attacked Fifth Brother several times, but Fifth Brother had dodged it, although the White Tiger had warned in advance. But even if it didn't, Lin Xiaoxiao knew that Fifth Brother would be able to dodge it. White Tiger and Wolf Fifth Brother both know that this fight will take a small half hour, so they are not in a hurry. You hit me a little, I hit you a little. Although it's all about White Tiger unilaterally taking a beating. However, this time, in the face of the White Tiger's attack, Wolf Fifth Brother unexpectedly failed to dodge it in the first place, and received a hard claw from the White Tiger, grasping at his neck. Lin Xiaoxiao's face went white with fear and she blurted it out, Fifth Brother. White Tiger himself was startled and cried out worriedly, Black Bolt, how are you? Wolf Fifth fell to the side and quickly stood up, sharply whispering back, I smell my sister. My sister is here. When Wolf Fifth Brother finished speaking, Lin Xiaoxiao knew that Fifth Brother knew that she had come, but just now in her haste a cry of Fifth Brother came out of her mouth, and there were already several people around her who looked at her a few times, so Lin Xiaoxiao didn't dare to take the risk, but could only be dry and anxious, and her hand gripping the guardrail so hard that her tendons were exposed. The people around her saw it and just assumed that she was excited because everyone is pretty much the same around here. Seeing these beasts kill each other just gets you excited. Wolf Fifth Brother began to look for Lin Xiaoxiao in the stands. White Tiger rushed to cover for him, and together the two began to turn in circles against each other, when in fact Wolf Fifth Brother's eyes were always on these masked people in the stands, until he saw the skinny little figure in the corner, even if it was wearing a mask, but he just knew that it was Xiaoxiao. Over there, Wolf Fifth Brother called out and jumped directly towards the White Tiger. The White Tiger instantly cooperated and dodged, and Wolf Fifth Brother landed firmly where the White Tiger had just been, just below Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, is that you? Wolf Fifth Brother shouted. The unique medicinal scent on Xiaoxiao's body was absolutely not wrong. Don't you say anything? If it's you then you swing your hand 3 times. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly raised her hand and waved it 3 times, which seemed to others to be just cheering, but Wolf Fifth Brother's heart lifted with it. It's dangerous here. What are you doing here? Quickly go back. Wolf Fifth Brother shouted anxiously. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with tears and she kept shaking her head. Seeing her fifth brother like this, how could she still feel at ease going back? Wolf Fifth Brother is getting antsy and discusses with White Tiger deciding to end the fight quickly, only to see Wolf Fifth Brother suddenly start to go crazy. The White Tiger was beaten without any strength, and soon collapsed on the ground covered in blood gasping for air. In order to do a full set of drama, Wolf Fifth Brother was still going to pounce on it and tear it, but at that moment, a rope flew over from a short distance away, and steadily set on Wolf Fifth Brother's neck. The rope tightened, and Wolf Fifth Brother was directly yanked to the ground. Lin Xiaoxiao's qi and blood around her body instantly surged upwards, and she angrily looked at the person who had thrown out the rope. only to see him tighten the rope in his hand and pull fifth brother back. However, this glance from Lin Xiaoxiao still made that person notice, only to see him fiercely looking over this way. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart jumped at the tip of her heart and hurriedly avoided the line of sight, but her face under the mask was unusually ugly. This rope lasso was awesome. Fifth brother was pulled back behind the iron door, which had fallen into lock, and fifth brother was still banging on the iron door, but was talking to Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, take care of yourself, there are a lot of experts here. Lin Xiaoxiao watched as fifth brother stepped back, and on the other side, the white tiger climbed up warily and walked back to its side under the control of those people, and before entering the iron gate, it even looked up at Lin Xiaoxiao. All the animals were curious about this sister in Black Bolt's mouth who could understand them. The battle ended, and people began to come to clear the field. Some who were ready to go home would have the 100 Beasts Gardens carriages sent back to the capital. Some who still wanted a bit of a private show would stay. As for the Colosseum, the show was all over, so naturally it had to be closed. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Xiaoxiao walked to a corner and directly flashed into space, ready to wait until no one was here before coming out to see what was going on. As soon as she entered the space, Lin Xiaoxiao took off her mask and Wu Shui and the others gathered around, only to see Lin Xiaoxiao's face in tears and her eyes red. Xiaoxiao, what's wrong? Achu asked with a worried look on her face. Lin Xiaoxiao wiped her face clean. Third sister, I saw fifth brother. Thinking of her brother, Wu Shui couldn't help but ask, where is he? Lin Xiaoxiao told Wu Shui about what happened just now, and Wu Shui was calm when she heard it. Luckily he was the one who got caught. If it was Lao Si, humph, the old 5 is also smart and calm. If it were the old 4 or the old 2, may be able to toss themselves in. Don't you worry, your fifth brother knows in his heart. What's the situation outside now? Wu Shui asked. We're on the Colosseum right now, but right now it's full of people outside. There's no way to go in and check the situation. I'm going to wait until no one's around to go out and take a look. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the clock on the wall. It was now past 11 and almost 12 at night. Waiting until midnight to go out should be deserted. A man, a wolf, a fox, a cat, and a bird crouched in the space, waiting for the minutes to pass. It was hard to stay up until 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, so Lin Xiaoxiao changed into her night clothes and flashed out of the space. This place she chose was a corner. Even if there were still people here, her sudden appearance wouldn't be the first thing to be noticed, and if she came out and saw that there were still people here, she would be able to hide back in space in time. Luckily for her, all she could see when she came out was pitch black. The Colosseum was locked up, the lanterns and candles were out, and there were only a few lanterns hanging sporadically around a few corners, with very weak lights. There's no one here anymore, except for 2 more guards at the door. Black Fat and the old pole walk that way she cannot go. Iron door are locked. She cannot have Black Fat that small body. Drill cannot go through, can only fly eaves and walk on the wall. Along the direction of the Black Fat finger, Lin Xiaoxiao slowly touched the Wolf 5 brother where the yard. The road also ran into the patrol. Good thing she reacted in time to jump to the tree to hide, and hide the breath, or else to be caught in flagrante delicto. It was hard to feel into fifth brother's courtyard, and there was actually someone guarding the place. The 2 guards, just next door to fifth brother, were having a good time eating small dishes and drinking wine. Lin Xiaoxiao was now on fire at the sight of the 100 Beasts Gardens people, and quietly touched over to sprinkle a handful of medicinal powder into the air, and the 2 men quickly fell to the ground. She watched for a moment, then jumped straight off the roof, kicked one of them hard, then shoved a pill into each of their mouths and moved them back to sit at the table, pretending to be drunk. As for what they would become when they woke up, that was all the punishment they deserved. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't kill them, but fed each of them a hallucinogenic drug. The effect of this drug was that it would infinitely amplify the things that people feared in their hearts, and since they were so fond of abusing animals, Lin Xiaoxiao let them be haunted by nightmares all the time, so that they could feel the pain of that kind of torture and abuse. After settling the 2 guards, Lin Xiaoxiao swaggered into Wolf 5th brother's room. The huge iron cage locked Wolf 5th brother inside. He seemed to have smelled Lin Xiaoxiao for a long time and had been waiting until he saw Lin Xiaoxiao appear in the room. Wolf 5th brother couldn't wait to pace back and forth in the cage. Lin Xiaoxiao directly rushed forward and grabbed Wolf 5th brother and went into space. 5th brother, let me take a look at your injuries. Lin Xiaoxiao let Wolf 5th brother get down to check the wounds on his body before he could stand still. The white tiger's claw going down was not a light scratch. Lin Xiaoxiao brought the small medicine box and began to sterilize him and treat his wounds. Achu then walked around next to the 2 of them twice, not saying anything on her lips, but the bottom of her eyes looking at her brother was still full of heartache. It wasn't until the wound was taken care of that Wolf 5th brother got up and shook the fur from his body and asked, "What brings you here?" Lin Xiaoxiao replied, "Black Fatty and Colorful Lantern went back and told me about the situation over here. so I came over to take a look because I wasn't worried. Fifth brother, are you alright? Wolf fifth brother shook his head. I'm fine. It's just that the other animals aren't doing too well. Although I controlled the force every time, they were still injured in the end. By the way, Xiao Xiao, can you go and take a look at the group? Quite a few of them have injuries on their bodies. If they are going to run in the back, they can't beat those people like that. Lin Xiao Xiao immediately responded, and led Wolf fifth brother again in the dark to the basement where the other animals were being held. Under the dim light, all the animals were locked in cages. The white tiger who also fought with Wolf fifth brother today licked his wounds while telling the other animals about Lin Xiao Xiao. As soon as the crowd of beasts heard that the magical sister of Black Lightning had come to the Colosseum, each and every one of them, who had already been numb, became curious. Just as they were discussing heatedly, Lin Xiao Xiao suddenly poked out a small head from outside, waved her hand at the beasts and whispered, "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Xiao Xiao." Behind her, there stood a huge wolf, none other than Wolf fifth brother, who at this moment was looking at his sister with a doting face. Where was his brutal and ferocious appearance at night? Lin Xiao Xiao's sudden arrival stunned the animals locked in the basement. Isn't that a boy? Didn't Black Bolt say he was a sister? More than a dozen beasts together to discuss the issue. At once the entire basement, the wolf barking, tiger whistling, bear blind grunts abound. Listening to them this movement, Lin Xiao Xiao really afraid that they will lead the patrol to the people. Keep your voice down. Xiao Xiao purposely wore men's clothing to make it easier to enter and exit the 100 Beasts garden. She's here to treat your injuries. Wolf fifth brother finished speaking and gave his place to Lin Xiao Xiao. Lin Xiao Xiao looked at so many animals. Not that she hadn't thought of directly receiving them into the space and then taking them out, but without them, the 100 Beasts garden would still have other animals captured. A steady stream, more than endless. So if she wanted to fundamentally solve this trouble, she still had to completely end the 100 Beasts garden. There were a dozen beasts here, and all of them were carrying injuries, leaving Lin Xiao Xiao not much time to start examining the ones closest to her. These animals are more or less carrying some old injuries. Even with their strong self-healing ability, there are some that can't be recovered. With medicine, Lin Xiao Xiao is worried that it will be discovered by the people who come to feed them. So there is only a simple and direct way to feed them: the spiritual springs. Feed the medicinal herbs in the space that are grown by the spiritual springs containment, to improve their own ability. Lin Xiao Xiao shuttled back and forth to the basement, pouring pots and pots of spiritual spring to them to drink. And those medicinal herbs in the space for curing injuries were pulled out as if they didn't need any money. The small medicine box kept opening and closing the lid in a hurry in space, snapping and snapping, and Lin Xiao Xiao acted as if she didn't see it. He doesn't want to be a vet, but he wants to help. Finally, after feeding the last one, Lin Xiao Xiao only saw the angry little medicine box, looked at it, peeled out a bunch of veterinary medicine. One by one, give it all stuffed back. Soft voice appeasement: these temporarily cannot be used, such as out after they have time to slowly conditioned and then use. Good boy. The little pillbox seemed to understand, and did not make any noise, and put away all those animal medicines. Lin Xiao Xiao waited until they finished drinking the spirit spring and took back the pots one by one. Seeing the beasts with a completely different spirit, Lin Xiao Xiao was relieved. I went around inside a few times tonight. There are quite a lot of experts here. If you resist rashly, after all, it's hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. So during this period of time I'll come to feed you guys every few days. I don't expect you guys to be able to be like my 5th brother. You can maneuver around those experts. At least you have the ability to avoid them. Don't be in a hurry yet everyone. I'll surely think of a way to bring you all out. Lin Xiao Xiao whispered to the beasts. All the beasts were listening to Lin Xiao Xiao quietly at this time. Lin Xiao Xiao gave them a drink of the spiritual spring. The beasts only drank a mouthful and then realized that their bodies were changing. No wonder the black electricity was so strong. It turned out that there was such a big plug-in beside them. And Lin Xiao Xiao had a point. If they could beat these people, they wouldn't be locked up here now. Girl, we'll listen to you. The big brown bear was the first to take a stand, and the white tiger shut up next to it nodded along. Lin Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that these beasts that were used to being the king of the mountain would act impulsively. I'll be indebted to you all for this period of time. I'll find a way to find the person behind the 100 Beasts garden, and when the time is right, I'll notify 5th brother, and we'll escape together at that time. Lin Xiao Xiao spoke words that uplifted the beasts' hearts. The beasts had just drank the spiritual spring water, feeling that the entire beast's ability had returned to its peak, and there was an inexhaustible energy in their bodies. And encouraged by her like this, more than a dozen fierce beasts all cheered together. Escape together. Yes, escape together. More than a dozen fierce beasts were all together. The sound was so great that Lin Xiaoxiao's face changed, and in the next second, 5th brother really said directly, "Someone's coming." As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao pulled 5th brother and put him into the space, She herself took a rising leap straight up to the top of the big brown bear's cage, ready to take a look at the situation, and then hide in the space if it didn't work out. The big brown bear hurriedly adjusted his position, blocking Lin Xiaoxiao from the backlight. Soon the iron door outside was opened and a fierce man walked in with an iron bar in his hand. As soon as he came in, he started slamming the cage. Scream, 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 scream again, and none of them will eat tomorrow if they fucking scream. The group was enraged at the sight of this man who hadn't usually abused them, and some of them were already snarling menacingly at him. Across the iron cage, the man was not afraid. Directly an iron bar smashed over. Fortunately the animal inside dodged in time. Otherwise it would have been smashed squarely. This sensitive reaction didn't arouse the man's suspicion either, and he cursed and turned around, realizing that there was no abnormality before cursing and leaving. It wasn't until he left that all the animals breathed a sigh of relief. The big brown bear turned back to check on Lin Xiaoxiao, and was greatly relieved to see her lying on her cage, hidden in the darkness in her nightclothes. Even though they knew Lin Xiaoxiao wouldn't be caught, they were still worried for a moment. Girl, you quickly go back. Don't worry about us. We will see what happens with your brother. The big brown bear whispered. It didn't dare to be too loud. It was afraid that it would lure the people back again. This girl couldn't leave. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and jumped down from the cage. Looking around and seeing all the beasts looking at her, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly felt that the burden on her shoulders had become very heavy. Trust me. I'll get you all out of here. The beasts nodded. We believe you. Girl, go now. Be careful. Don't let them find out. Be careful. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, her nose inexplicably sour, and then jogged all the way towards the passageway that led to Wolf Fifth Brother's side. She didn't dare to turn back. She was afraid that after she turned back she wouldn't be able to control herself to put them all into the space and take them away. The door on this side was locked, but for Lin Xiaoxiao this was no big deal. She fished out a hairpin and opened the lock straight away, and then locked it again as it was after she went out. The original path sent Wolf Fifth back to the courtyard where he had just been. Before leaving, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the Wolf Fifth Brother in the cage. Fifth Brother, take care. Don't worry. They still need me to make money now. They won't hurt me. It's you. Be careful when you go back. Don't let them find out. Wolf Fifth Brother softly said. Lin Xiaoxiao gave a hum and looked deeply at Wolf Fifth Brother, dodged and scurried into the darkness, returning along the same path, not forgetting to take a look at the hypocrite that she had made unconscious. Seeing that he was still lying there properly, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with a cold color and she twisted her head to leave. As for when he would be discovered, it was pressed out of her consideration. Leaving the 100 Beasts Garden, Lin Xiaoxiao re-entered the forest and released Wu Shui and the others, turning around to look at the 100 Beasts Garden hidden in the formation. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't care who the person behind it really was. She would first give him a big gift. Lin Xiaoxiao got on Wu Shui's back and circled around the 100 Beasts Garden before leaving. At this time, if someone who knew about formations had appeared here, they would have realized that the original barrier formation outside the 100 Beasts Garden had already changed silently. Lin Xiaoxiao was lying on Wu Shui's back. The wind in the darkness of the night brushed her cheeks and blew the hair on her head, but her complexion was icy cold. These people had prepared a blindfold. Then she would send them a mesmerizing array. She also transplanted a few poisonous grasses from her space that she had touched from that forbidden place of the Hong Hong family. The poisonous grasses would emit a flavor that was not fatal, but was hallucinogenic, and the medicine that she had fed to the 2 guards before was made from this. Lin Xiaoxiao had only dug up a few plants and planted them in her space just for medicinal purposes, but now a single formation had used up several of her plants, but Lin Xiaoxiao didn't feel any pain at all. The formation had been altered. As long as someone stepped inside the formation, they would be affected by it, and with the poisonous herbs she had planted inside, it would be enough for them to eat a pot. All the way Lin Xiaoxiao was thinking about what happened in the 100 Beasts Garden. Originally she wanted to go and see those cats that Black Fatty said, and those small animals, but there wasn't enough time anymore. She just hoped that they could hold out for a few more days until she came back. At the place where they encountered the carriage of the eldest princess's house, the eldest princess's house had already come to take away the driver and the old horse, and Shen Ming and Xiao Qiao and Hong Ying had been guarding the spot waiting for Lin Xiaoxiao to come back. In addition to the 3 of them, there were 12 other people in the forest, all dressed as secret guards. There was no one else here, so they didn't bother to hide. They directly sat or stood to stay in the forest. Xia Xiaoran sent to protect Lin Xiaoxiao's royal secret guards were all on guard, but the other 6 secret guards of Tianqing Lu were either resting against a tree, or talking together, and some of them were directly lying down on the ground to sleep, completely treating these royal secret guards as air. Seeing that it was almost dawn, the royal secret guards couldn't take it anymore. Is this how your hidden guards of the Heavenly Star building protect their master? It's almost dawn and you guys aren't worried about Miss Lin at all? Shao Si, the captain of the secret guards who was sent over by Xie Xiaoran, looked at these few secret guards of Tianxing Lu and couldn't bear it anymore. Xiao Si suddenly seethed, causing the 6 people who were each doing their own thing in the Heavenly Star building to freeze for a moment before looking at him in unison. And Dark 3, who was resting against a large tree, also opened his eyes. After a short period of stunned silence, several people continued to do what they should do, as if they did not take Xiao Si's 6 people seriously. Worrying about their young master would be better than worrying about the unlucky person who ran into their young master. Why are you guys still here? Darksan spoke faintly. Xiao Si choked. What do you mean why are they still here? We were ordered to protect Miss Lin. Their Highness had asked the 6 of them to be responsible for protecting Miss Lin's safety from now on, but when they arrived outside of the Duan mansion, they were whisked away, and it was hard to follow them here. Miss Lin went into the mountains by herself, and they were even stopped when they tried to follow them, and the ones who stopped them were still Miss Lin's own secret guards. It's even if they themselves don't chase after them to protect their master, they actually stop them from going as well. Dark 3 swept the several people with a disdainful face. My young master doesn't need your protection. In the end is also good intentions. Dark 3 did not say words too harsh, otherwise on these few annoying spirit, he would have opened curses. Xiao Si was very anxious. After all, Miss Lin has been in for so long. People have not seen. He is really worried about what happened to Miss Lin is not good to explain to His Highness. So he softened his attitude a little and opened his mouth. Brothers, I really don't understand. You don't allow us to follow even if it's not enough. Why don't you yourselves follow to protect Miss Lin, and let her leave alone? In case, before he could even get out, he was coldly glared at by Darksan, the eyes carrying killing intent, with the momentum that if his next words were not good, Darksan would take action with him on the spot. Xiao Si was directly dumbfounded. Are all the people of Tianxing Lu so unruly? Isn't the duty of the secret guards to protect the master? How come these guards are all so unruly? Should I say no? He was a little envious. Would they dare do that to their highness? After thinking about it, it doesn't seem too daring. Just when Xiao Si was still going to argue with Darksan about the duties of the dark guards, Darksan's ears twitched and he directly got up. It's back. Xiao Si then saw that the several secret guards who had just been hanging around, instantly their aura became different. All of them got up and stood after them, looking into the forest. Xiao Si and the others also followed to look, and soon saw a person wearing a nightclothes scurrying out from between the jungles, so fast that even Xiao Si himself didn't dare to say whether he could catch up with this speed. Lin Xiaoxiao saw so many people when she scurried out of the forest and froze for a moment before removing the mask from her face. What are you guys doing? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Dark 3 and the others, then at Xiao Si and the others. Did they fight? Young Lord. Dark 3 and the others saluted. Shen Ming, who had been staying beside the carriage and not participating in the secret guards fight, and the 3 of them, Xiao Chao Honging, greeted Lin Xiaoxiao the moment she appeared. Miss. Xiao Chao hurriedly ran over to check if Lin Xiaoxiao was injured first, and was relieved to see that she hadn't even lost a single strand of hair. What took you so long? Jojo glared at her angrily. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled. I've kept you waiting for a long time. Things are done. Go home. Hearing this, Dark 3 and the others directly and consciously disappeared in place, hiding in the trees to continue protecting the young lord. Only Xiao Si's 6 people were still in the midst of surprise that the person who was extremely fast just now was actually Miss Lin. Miss Lin. This stance. It's not even worse than their highness, right? No, it's their highness who may not be able to catch up with Miss Lin's speed. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xin Ming several people were ready to leave. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Xiao Si several people. You guys, aren't you leaving? Xiao Si steeply returned to his senses and respectfully saluted, then hurriedly disappeared with his people. Only then did Lin Xiaoxiao climb onto the carriage and put the mask she had smuggled back from the 100 Beasts garden into her space. Miss, soon after you left the people from the elder princess's residence came. They took the driver and the old horse away, followed by the steward of the elder princess's residence, asking where our home is, to repay Miss for saving their lady's life. As soon as Xiao Xiao sat down, she told Lin Xiaoxiao about what happened after she left, but the slave girl didn't say. That steward saw that we wouldn't say anything, and as if he was in a hurry to go back and reply, he left with the people. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded her head as she took off her night clothes and changed into her normal clothes. Well, you've done a good job. Arrange for 2 people to pay attention to the eldest princess mansion in the next 2 days, and listen for news about that girl. Xiao Xiao nodded her head and talked to Lin Xiaoxiao about the identity of that child. Miss, that little girl you saved is the Grand Master of the eldest princess's residence. That is, the eldest princess's eldest son Jiang Yan's youngest daughter, the Jiang family's 6th Miss Jiang Linlin, who was 6 years old this year. Jiang Yan? Isn't that her great-uncle? Princess Xia Min, married to the 2nd son of the Jiang family, Jiang Sheng, before marrying the princess. Jiang Shang is a small civil official of the Hanlin Academy. Many people thought that Jiang Shang married the princess will be able to soar, but decades have passed. He is still in the Hanlin Academy as a small official. Every day to the point of the dots, to the point of the end of the day. Others say that he has no talent. Eat soft rice. He was happy, after all, the royal family's soft rice, but not something that people can eat. Anyway, the Jiang family lintel has his big brother to support. He and the princess live their own little life on the line. Others love to talk about it. Lin Xiaoxiao felt at the time when she investigated the Rapunzel's residence that this maternal grandfather was truly a breath of fresh air. After giving birth to Tianyu County, she died of hemorrhage. Rapunzel remembered the love of Qing also, but also afraid of this child and the future identity is criticized. They begged the emperor to give the royal name, sealed the county, personally raised. Later, the princess gave birth to the second son Jiang Yu, the third son Jiang Kuan, a stream of boys. The only girl on the Tianyu County princess will be more favored. No wonder she felt her heart tugging at her heart when she showed the child's injuries. It turned out to be the connection between the bloodlines. After returning to the capital, Hong Ying, go to the eldest princess residence and send the jade muscle ointment over. Lin Xiaoxiao thought of that child's injury. Wait until the people from the eldest princess's mansion find Tian Xinglu and then buy the jade muscle ointment. How long would it take? This ointment will be better if it is smeared early. As for whether or not she would expose herself, Lin Xiaoxiao didn't think about it for the time being. The eldest princess mansion, she would have to go there sooner or later. After all, she still had a brother, didn't she? But this brother of hers, even the Star House can find out the news are limited. Only know that after her mother died was received by the princess house. After that, because of the body is not good, has been raised in the princess house, rarely go out. So many years only by chance a few times showed up. I heard that it is a sickly beauty, and the rest is gone. Could this brother of hers have such a low sense of existence? Lin Xiaoxiao did not believe it, not to mention the eldest princess's favor towards him. But his status as the eldest son of the Jingguo Gongfu should not be ignored so much. Unless he did it on purpose. Lin Xiaoxiao's finger on the carriage window tapped lightly. It seemed to be getting more and more interesting. A group of people rushed back to the capital. Just happened to run into the city gates open. Happened to guard the door again before encountered the city guard officer. Saw Shen Ming, they directly let in. After all, De Yunlu VIP card is still in it. Lin Xiaoxiao also incidentally led them to eat a breakfast. Busy all night. The morning when hungry to a bowl of hot soup wontons. Simply absolute sun. Eat, drink and go home to catch up on your sleep. By the time Lin Xiaoxiao woke up from a nap, it was almost afternoon, and Xiao Xiao saw her awake and hurriedly prepared the meal. While Lin Xiaoxiao was eating and pondering about what was going on in the 100 Beasts garden, Old Rod came at this time. Yeah, just in time. Eat some. Lin Xiaoxiao greeted Old Rod. The Old Rod consciously did not get on the table. Right next to the ground. Still do not forget to stay away from Lin Xiaoxiao's table. After all, people say that they rats are not clean, even if he bathed every day, but also afraid of others' dislike. Xiao Xiao, is Big Fatty here with you? Old Pole asked. The boy hadn't been home all day and didn't know where he had gone. The spoon in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand directly put down. Big Fatty hasn't come back yet? Old Pole froze. You know where Big Fatty went? Lin Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed. I asked him to run an errand yesterday, and I thought he'd come back. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't eat her meal and externally shouted, Black Fatty. Soon Black Fatty scurried in, and when he saw Old Pole he didn't forget to pick at him with his paw, causing Old Pole to glare at him. What? Black Fatty felt that the atmosphere wasn't quite right. Lin Xiaoxiao directly said, I let Big Fatty go to the East Palace yesterday to send a letter to Xie Xiaoran, but as a result, Big Fatty hasn't come back yet. You're more familiar with the capital. Hurry up and inquire if any other animals saw Big Fatty. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly regretted. I knew that I would not let the Big Fat to go. If something happened to the Big Fat, so that she how to explain to the Old Pole, where to compensate the Old Pole a grandson. Big Fatty went to the palace? After thinking about it, Black Fat flicked his tail. Leave it to me, I'll go and ask around. You guys wait for me here. After saying that, Black Fat ran away. If it was before, maybe he went out to inquire about Black Fatty's news. Will still be other animals or the same clan to make things difficult. But since Sister Hong helped him out, not he Fatty bragged, this capital city there is no animal dare to mess with him. Seeing the Old Pole's anxious appearance, Lin Xiaoxiao blamed herself. It's my poor thinking. Sorry, don't worry. Big Fat will be fine. Big Fat is so resourceful. The more Lin Xiaoxiao said, the more she lost her confidence. After such a long time Big Fatty has not returned. Unless he was captured. The latter Lin Xiaoxiao did not dare to think about it anymore. Now we'll just have to wait for Black Fat to come back. However, the Big Fat one they were thinking about would be in a cage. Slumped over, head thrown back, on all fours, lifeless. In the study, Xia Xiaoran was pondering on writing a letter to Lin Xiaoxiao and asking her to come out to meet. But where would be the right place to ask? A restaurant? Will there be too many people? It doesn't seem good to have a lot of people. Ask her to go to the outskirts of the capital? Forget it, these views in the outskirts of the capital are far worse than Wolf Mountain. An appointment at home? But Xiao Xiao can't get in the palace unless she lets her royal grandfather know. No. If imperial grandfather knew about Xiao Xiao, it would be even more troublesome. Thinking about it, Xia Xiaoran decided that he would simply log on and personally send that little mouse back. Xiao Xiao would be happy, right? Thinking of the little mouse, Xia Xiaoran twisted his head to look at the stone. Little stone, where is the little mouse that I asked you to feed yesterday? Xiao Shi, who was studying ink and muttering about what he should do today, heard Xia Xiaoran ask him about mice and froze. Your Highness, what mice? There are mice in our palace? This can't be done. I'll have someone carefully clean the palace and outside the palace. Absolutely not a single mouse can be found. Xia Xiaoran suddenly had a bad premonition, and his face changed as he shouted outward. Jen Xin. When Jane Xin found the cage holding Big Fatty in the side hall, Big Fatty was lying motionless in the cage, which scared Jane Xin. It's over. They've killed Miss Lin's rat. Their highnesses are going to be finished. It was good that as soon as he picked up the cage, the big fat inside woke up. He had been sleeping because Grandpa said that his stomach wouldn't be hungry when he fell asleep. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the enlarged version of Jansen put up in front of the cage, and he almost scared the rat's guts out of him. OMG. Monsters. Big Fatty screamed, shrinking into a ball. Jen Xin was relieved to see that he was still squeaking and could still move, and hurriedly carried the cage to Xia Xiaoran. When the cage was placed on Xia Xiaoran's table, Little Stone's memory recovered a little bit. His face went from red to white, and with a flutter, he knelt down. Your Highness, slave should be damned. Slave forgot to feed him. Jen Xin was also scared to death and hurriedly said, when my subordinate went in, it was lying motionless in the cage. I was afraid it had died. Xia Xiaoran wouldn't really blame the little stone and opened his mouth. Get up, hurry and get some food and drinks. Little Stone hurriedly climbed up and ran his ass out to find food and drink. Xia Xiaoran looked at Big Fatty and rubbed his brow. Fortunately he didn't starve to death. And then there was Little Stone. Are the people of the Heavenly Star building still refusing to say where the ghost doctor is? Xia Xiaoran asked. Now not only the Little Stone, the imperial grandfather's illness also needed the ghost doctor to take a look. Since the heavens had allowed him to relive his life, he wouldn't go back to the old ways of the past. He would definitely think of a way to find someone to cure imperial grandfather's illness. Jen Xin similarly frowned. The people of the Heavenly Star building said that they are also not clear about the whereabouts of the ghost doctor. Your Highness, my subordinate has a way. I do not know. Say. Jen Xin hesitated for a moment before saying, Your Highness, Miss Lin is the young master of the Heavenly Star House. Why don't Your Highness ask Miss Lin directly? Perhaps Miss Lin will reveal a bit or two to us for the sake of Your Highness. Xia Xiaoran suddenly wanted to laugh a little. Face? Does he still have face in front of Xiao Xiao? And the words that Uncle Duan-san sent someone to say. Xia Xiaoran was just about to say something. Little Stone had already come in with food and drink, and he hurriedly fed it to Big Fatty, making amends as he did so. Big Fatty looked at this crying human, disgustedly hugged the treats and gnawed away with his back to the Little Stone. It was afraid that later the Little Stone's snot and tears would be sprayed on top of the treats. As a result, the Little Stone cried even more when it saw this reaction from it. Your Highness, slave really didn't mean it. It seems to be angry. Look, it even turned its back and didn't look at me. Big Fatty sniffed and rolled his eyes, then continued to nibble on the snack. What was he angry about? How could it be angry? He was purely afraid of getting dirty, and he was also really hungry. After eating a whole snack, Big Fatty finally felt alive and drank some more water, then stood next to the cup, dipping his little paws into the water and washing his face, his fur, and a few of his little paws. After doing this, Big Fatty sat down comfortably and looked at Xia Xiaoran and asked, when are you going to send me home? Unfortunately, Xia Xiaoran couldn't understand and could only hear squeaking, full of squeaks. In order to prevent Little Stone from forgetting to feed Big Fatty again, Xia Xiaoran left Big Fatty in his own chambers, and then asked Jen Xin to make a personal run to send a sealed post to Lin Xiaoxiao, telling her that he would be visiting today. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the time of the visit and could only say that Xia Xiaoran was too chicken thief. Did she still have to treat him to dinner when she came over at this time? But there was one thing to be happy about, and that was that Xia Xiaoran had told her that he would personally send her pet back later. This should be talking about Big Fatty. After all, Big Fatty went to the East Palace, looking for him. Big Fatty is fine. He's just been left as a guest by my friend. I'll send him back at night. You go back first. I'll personally send Big Fatty home at night, Lin Xiaoxiao assured the old Pole. Old Pole believed Lin Xiaoxiao, nodded and went home. Lin Xiaoxiao read the post over and over again a few times, then called out, "Dark Uncle 3. As Dark 3 landed in the courtyard, Lin Xiaoxiao put the post away and said, "Were the secret guards sent by Xie Xiaoran blocked out?" Dark 3 nodded. "That must definitely be blocked outside. The bag could not let them into the mansion. As for the outside, want to stay as much as possible. That would be nice. You run a trip. Let them randomly who go back to say a word to Xie Xiaoran. The evening directly to Yun Lu Si. By the way, let Uncle Chi to me to stay a private room. He came to all come. Have to ask him to eat a meal, but also have to send Big Fat home it. Arranged in the Dayun building is the best, and can eat and listen, but also can send Big Fat, to avoid going back and forth 2 more trips." Dark 3 answered and touched out of the mansion very precisely to find the location where Xiao Si and the others were hiding. Dark 3's sudden appearance startled Xiao Si and the others, thinking that he had come to whisk them away again. "Brothers, we have already withdrawn 10 meters away from the mansion. This place is not under your control. We are all brothers. Don't make things difficult for the younger brothers, okay?" Xiao Si spoke directly. Dark 3's face was expressionless, and he only said faintly, "My young master asks you to go back and tell your master that he will see you at night at the Dayun building." After saying, Dark 3 left, leaving Xiao Si several people all kinds of speculation, all kinds of wind mess. Is this Miss Lin's way of asking your highness to go to the Dayun building to listen to a book? But why do I feel something is wrong? Xiao Si looked at them and suddenly felt that after hanging out with the dark guards of the Heavenly Star building for a long time this time, some things had been submerged. If this were in the past, who among them as secret guards would dare to talk behind their master's back? "Don't you want to die? You guys stand guard here. I'll go back and report to His Highness." Xiao Si left after saying that, and everyone else went to their own places, continuing to do the boring life of a secret guard like 100 years as one day. Should not say. They are really envious of the dark guards of the Heavenly Star building. The same as squatting sentry. Obviously the dark guards of the Heavenly Star building are much more comfortable. Xiao Si went back to the East Palace, reported back to Xie Xiaoran, thought about it and told Xie Xiaoran about Lin Xiaoxiao leaving alone yesterday. Xie Xiaoran frowned slightly. Alone? Without even a secret guard? Where would Xiaoxiao go? He'd always known there was something different about Dawn, and it must have been important to be able to leave the dark guard behind. In the future, if there is this situation again, if none of the dark guards of the Heavenly Star building follow, you guys don't have to follow either. Xie Xiaoran had a hard time hating the iron. I am asking you guys to protect Xiaoxiao. I am not asking you guys to pull hate for me. The first rule of the Secret Guards Code, obedience. Despite a bellyful of doubts, Xiao Si still answered yes in a disciplined manner. Whatever the master said, he would do. After sending Xiao Si away, Xie Xiaoran began to think about going to see Lin Xiaoxiao in the evening, and hurriedly packed up and left, so as not to make Xiaoxiao wait. Author's words, today's 2 more. This week should be 2 more. I will try to write more when I have time. Thank you for your concern. Love you. Read it and go to bed early all. Sometimes the author of the article after the author has something to say will not be able to brush out. I'll just say it to you here. Xie Xiaoran took Big Fatty with him and came to Dayun Lu in a carriage, because the Dayun house would be talking about a new chapter today. It was surprisingly crowded, and the guys at the door helping with parking were too busy. Jen Sin looked at the stance. Your Highness, there are quite a few people. For Lin Girl let their family palace to come to the place where there are so many people. Jane Xin guessed that Lin Girl is not intentional. His Highness since the return to the capital. Not to stay in the East Palace is to go to the Emperor's chambers to accompany the Emperor. Not to mention will go to participate in what the banquet and so on the occasion of the people. This is still the first time to go out of the palace to come to such a large number of people place. Xie Xiaoran naturally saw it. Go straight over. Seeing these people, Xie Xiaoran inevitably thought of his previous life when he was looked down upon by the crowd and humiliated by those people. The hand placed on his lap was slightly clenched. Xie Xiaoran took a deep breath. This life had been completely different. He had not become an invalid, nor had he turned into that psychologically twisted Tyson that everyone detested. Everything still had a chance to start over. Big Fatty sat in the cage and looked at him, wondering how this human was suddenly covered in sadness, but it still reached out its paw from the cage and gently patted Xie Xiaoran's arm like Grandpa usually coaxed them. Xie Xiaoran froze, looked down at the cage placed in his hand. Big Fatty was also looking at him. One person and one rat stared at each other for half a second. Xie Xiaoran suddenly laughed. I'm sorry, Little Stone didn't do it on purpose. He's just sick here so he forgot. Xie Xiaoran pointed to his head. Big Fatty froze. It wasn't angry. Soon Xie Xiaoran's carriage attracted the attention of the people coming from the surrounding area. Many people noticed this carriage with the Eastern Palace logo and stopped to make way. The road, which had been somewhat congested, was soon clear. Jensen had something to say about that. It seemed that identity was still useful. We all know who is sitting in the carriage, so this will not dare to discuss. After all, this grandson left the capital for so many years, suddenly came back and never show up. Who are not sure now this is a what temperament. Boss Chi received the news and greeted him from the building, and Xia Xiaoran's carriage also happened to arrive at the door. He didn't have Little Rock with him today, only Jensen. Getting down from the carriage, Xia Xiaoran was still carrying a cage in his hand, but it was covered with a cloth, so no one could see who was inside. On the contrary, Chi Boss stared at the cage for a few eyes, and could not wait to lift it now to see if Big Fat was inside. As soon as Xia Xiaoran appeared, the people around him immediately knelt down and saluted. Boss Qi was among them. Xia Xiaoran glanced at him. This person had run to the Eastern Palace 2 days ago to warn him. This would be respectful. All get up. This Highness is also here today to listen to the books in Di Yunlu. You guys should do what you need to do. No need to be formal. Xia Xiaoran said indifferently. Thank you, Your Highness. Only then did the crowd rise, and Boss Qi greeted them. Your Highness, the private room is ready. Xia Xiaoran nodded indifferently and followed Boss Qi into the Doyun building, and it wasn't until he went up the stairs that the others dared to go in, but without the casualness of previous days, they were all a little more careful. Along the way, shopkeeper Qi wanted to take the cage in Xia Xiaoran's hand, but he acted as if he didn't see it and carried himself into the private room. Shopkeeper Qi hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth. Your Highness, this will be handed over to the villain. Xia Xiaoran pretended not to understand and placed the cage on the table. Don't bother Boss Qi. In a moment, His Highness will hand it over to its owner. Boss Qi secretly rolled his eyes, wanting to see the young master just once to see the young master, and still looking for reasons. Alright, then Your Highness sit down for a moment. The young lord will be here in a moment. Boss Qi clasped his fists and retreated. Xia Xiaoran lifted the cloth on the cage, and Big Fatty looked around and was relieved to find that he was home. Don't be in a hurry. Xiao Xiao will be here in a while, Xia Xiaoran said to Big Fatty. Big Fatty is in no hurry. Big Fatty sits obediently. The third floor of the Dianlo private rooms are decorated in a very fresh and elegant way. From the house open the window will be able to see downstairs. On the stage will be on the stage of Mr. Storyteller. In the private rooms, not only can comfortably listen to the book, but also enjoy the Dianlu every month on the new variety of snacks and refreshments. Xia Xiaoran has long heard that the stories in the Dayun building are novel, and the various snacks are also a masterpiece, but there has been no opportunity. I did not expect to be able to dilly-dally with a meal of Xiao Xiao today. It wasn't long before the door to the private room opened again, and Lin Xiao Xiao, dressed in male attire, walked in, accompanied by Xiao Xiao, who was also dressed as an attendant. Xia Xiaoran froze for a moment when he saw Lin Xiao Xiao in this attire for the first time. With looks like that, Xiao Xiao would be a beautiful man even if she dressed up as a man. Xiao Xiao. Xia Xiaoran stood up. After so many years of separation, he finally had a chance to properly talk to Xiao Xiao. Lin Xiao Xiao looked at him, then saw Big Fatty on the table. Big Fatty also froze for a moment before recognizing Lin Xiao Xiao, picking at the cage and calling out, Xiao Xiao. Lin Xiao Xiao looked at Xia Xiaoran. You locked it up? Good lord. She asked Big Fatty to deliver a letter, and this person locked Big Fatty up? Xia Xiaoran. He didn't mean to do it. He was thinking of sending this little mouse back himself, but would Xiao Xiao believe it if he said it? I was trying to personally send him back. Xia Xiaoran was a bit overwhelmed as he explained. Lin Xiao Xiao looked at Big Fatty, who looked at her and then at Xia Xiaoran, hesitating for a moment or nodding. Well, that's what he said. Although he didn't know what the little mouse was squeaking about. Xia Xiaoran was relieved when he saw Lin Xiao Xiao's face ease up a bit. Lin sat down and teased Big Fatty with her fingers. Xia Xiaoran also sat down on the opposite side, very consciously pouring tea for Lin Xiao Xiao and pushing the snacks in front of her. They all say that the snacks in dim sum at the Luck House are one of the best, so try it. Lin Xiao Xiao looked at this fool. Nonsense. All these things were pounded out by her. Would she not know if they were good to eat? But looking at how careful this person was, Lin Xiao Xiao still forgave him. And you brought Jensen out? Didn't you see the letter I sent you? Lin Xiao Xiao asked. Here. She wasn't worried at all about having ears through the walls. After all, the two private rooms next door were empty, and Boss Chi knew that she was going to meet with Xia Xiaoran here. So naturally it was impossible for their conversation to be overheard by others. The corners of Xia Xiaoran's mouth grinned at once, instantly happy. Xiao Xiao still cared about him. See, Xia Xiaoran confessed honestly. Lin Xiao Xiao wanted to give him a big blank stare, seeing that she still dared to go out alone. Don't you want to die? I won't save you the next time, Lin Xiao Xiao said without a trace of anger. Xia Xiaoran wanted to tell Lin Xiao Xiao that he had grown up a lot over the years, and was not only able to protect himself, but equally able to protect her as well. but the words that came to my lips became, "With you, I'm not afraid." Ouch. That's a lot of confidence in her. But also, a Rakshasa Alliance's deputy master is just. She really didn't put in her eyes. Came just in time to help Xinglan brother to get him killed. Xiao Xiao, how have you been doing all these years? I later sent people to Wolf Mountain, but I couldn't find you guys. How are the Wolf King and the Wolf Queen? And Big Brother, how are they? Xia Xiaoran had too many words he wanted to say to Lin Xiaoxiao and too many questions he wanted to ask her. Wanted to know if she had been well these years. Wanted to know if she had been wrong these years. Wanted to know if she, these years, had thought of herself. Xiao Xiao had been in the private room. Hearing Xia Xiaoran's words, a flash of surprise flashed across the bottom of his eyes. He actually knew about His Highness the Wolf King and the Wolf Queen, Lin Xiaoxiao. However, noticed his sentence about sending people to Wolf Mountain, and thought of those people who had been blocked out by Tianqing Lu's secret guards and formations before. Could it be that all of them had been sent by Xia Xiaoran? A father and mother are quite good. Lin Xiaoxiao skirted around the topic of Xia Xiaoran sending people there. After all, she was the one who drove the people away. There was no way around it. It's not like she knew that those people were sent by Xia Xiaoran. She thought that they were some kind of bad guys from outside. Xia Xiaoran looked at her. After not seeing her for 10 years, Xiao Xiao had really changed. Why did you suddenly come to the capital? Xia Xiaoran asked cautiously. Could it be that Xiao Xiao came for her own birth? Then does Xiao Xiao already know that she is the eldest miss of the Zhenwei Gongfu? And his engagement to her, did she know about it? There are some things that Xia Xiaoran is aware of. He knows all of his father, mother and brothers. Lin Xiaoxiao thought of the 100 Beasts garden that she had checked nothing about. Maybe Xia Xiaoran knows some information about it? Fifth brother has been captured. As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao's words fell, Xia Xiaoran was shocked. What? How? Among his memories, the wolves of Wolf Mountain were all very powerful. When Big Brother Wolf sent him away, even the dragon guards couldn't discover Big Brother Wolf's traces. So how could fifth brother be captured? Suddenly, Xia Xiaoran thought of something and his eyes went cold. Is it someone from the 100 Beasts garden? If Wolf fifth brother was captured, then there was only possibility that it was someone from the 100 Beasts garden. After all, it was impossible for ordinary hunters to capture the Wolf King's family. Lin Xiaoxiao thought of her fifth brother and sorrow colored her heart. Nodding, do you know about the situation in the 100 Beasts garden? Xia Xiaoran's hand under the table trembled slightly. He knew. Of course he knew. No one knew better than him what kind of place it was. It was simply his nightmare in his last life. Even now when he dreamed in the middle of the night, he would remember everything that had happened in the garden of the 100 Beasts. The scene of the little stone being torn apart by the beasts and the pain that he felt when he was being parted from the food. Fifth brother is in the 100 Beasts garden now? Xia Xiaoran asked. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Xia Xiaoran was very remorseful. He should have thought of it. The 100 Beasts garden had recently acquired a very powerful black wolf, and Xiao Xiao had appeared in the capital. He should have thought of it being the Black Wolf clan. It's dangerous there. Xiao Xiao, leave the matter of the 100 Beasts garden to me. I'll find a way to get fifth brother out, Xia Xiaoran directly said. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him and asked, do you know who is behind the 100 Beasts garden? Xia Xiaoran's pupils shrunk slightly, his fingers clasping the palms of his hands, and even though he didn't say it, Lin Xiaoxiao could see it in his expression. Who is it? Xiao Xiao. The situation in the 100 Beasts garden is very complicated. I promise you that I will bring fifth brother back in one piece. You, who is it? Lin Xiaoxiao asked again. Her tone was flat, but Xia Xiaoran knew that if he didn't say anything, Xiao Xiao would get angry. On the two things of protecting Xiao Xiao and being afraid of Xiao Xiao's anger, Xia Xiaoran decisively chose the latter. There are many ways to protect Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Xiao is afraid that she will not be able to coax herself when she is angry. It's Uncle Rui Wang. After saying that, Xia Xiaoran continued. Xiao Xiao, the situation in the 100 Beasts garden isn't as simple as you think. Leave fifth brother's matter to me, and you can wait for news here without fear. Boss Qi was right. He shouldn't have involved Xiao Xiao in the middle of the royal family's fight, so the best way to protect her was to keep her far away from these people in the royal family and not get involved. Lin Xiaoxiao's fingers on the table gently tapped the desktop. King Rui? The big gold master behind the Rakshasa Alliance's pursuit of you wouldn't be him as well, would it? Xia Xiaoran had a helpless look on his face. He really didn't want Xiao Xiao to get involved in these rights and wrongs. Lin looked at him. You knew all along? Xia Xiaoran nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes and gave Xia Xiaoran a rather sympathetic look. Being chased by his own uncle. What was this called? He wants to be the emperor. Oh. Lin Xiaoxiao said directly. The crown prince is gone. Now there is Xia Xiaoran left as the grandson. According to the current emperor's degree of favor towards Xia Xiaoran, it is likely that he will pass the throne to him. If he does not want to be the emperor, what is the point of punching him? It's possible that 10 years ago when Xie Xiaoran was seriously injured and fled to Wolf Mountain, it was also the work of King Rui. Good guy. At that time Xie Xiaoran only how old 12 years old? This Rui Wang is also too ruthless. This is his own nephew It's true that royalty has been ruthless since the beginning of time, but who cares if he wants to be the emperor or not, if he dares to arrest fifth brother. This Rui Wang has messed with her. Tell me about the 100 Beasts Garden. Lin Xiaoxiao had just finished speaking when a lively cheer came from downstairs, and it looked like it was time to start talking about the book. Lin Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and felt that this didn't seem like a suitable place to conspire, so she immediately said, "Do you want to listen to a book?" Xie Xiaoran froze for a moment before shaking his head. He was here to see Xiao Xiao today. It didn't matter if he listened or not. Lin Xiaoxiao saw him nod and stood up straight away. Not listening then. Talk somewhere else. Not forgetting to pick up Big Fatty's cage on the way out. Xie Xiaoran hurriedly got up to follow. This private room is specially prepared for Lin Xiaoxiao by Chi Boss. Although there is a distance from the staircase, but from here out the back there is a secret door is leading to the backyard, in order to facilitate Lin Xiaoxiao over to see Xie Xiaoran. After all, their young master was a young girl who hadn't even left the house yet, and it would be bad for her reputation for people to see her meeting a man in private. Lin Xiaoxiao led Xie Xiaoran into the dark door, and Jian Xin, who was guarding the doorway, silently followed. The four of them descended the stairs and headed straight for the backyard. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't forget that there was another thing today, sending Big Fatty home. She led Xie Xiaoran 7 turns to the cellar door in the backyard. Xie Xiaoran looked at the place and the corner of his mouth twitched. The place Xiaoxiao picked was really special. You guys stand guard here. I'll send Big Fatty back first. Lin Xiaoxiao said to Qiao Qiao and Jian Xin and carried the cage down to the cellar. Xie Xiaoran followed close behind. Jian Xin looked at his own family followed the drilling cellar of His Highness. Really no eyes. Hall of the great-grandson of His Highness drilling cellar. Set out no one believe. The lights in the cellar were dim. Lin Xiaoxiao called out to the old Pole and released Big Fatty. The old Pole was relieved to see his grandson back, and seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao had brought a man down with her, she took one look and took Big Fatty home first, leaving the space for Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't rush up, but found a place to sit down directly and said, "Sit down. Tell me what's going on in this 100 Beasts Garden. Doesn't anyone control such a place in the capital?" Xie Xiaoran also found a place to sit down. Slowly said, "The capital city mixed. What kind of people are there? Some people on the surface seem to be morally upright. In fact, but do not see the light of the hooks of the many. Do not think that here is the foot of the Son of Heaven on how clean." Xie Xiaoran's tone was calm, but the words he said were full of mockery, especially since the imperial grandfather's body had gotten worse in recent years. Many people had become emboldened. Lin Xiaoxiao was not in a good position to comment. She grew up in an era of wealth, democracy and peace, and although there were occasional injustices that existed, they were in the minority, and more often than not, all she saw was the country's strength and beauty, so she just quietly listened. At the very beginning, the 100 Beasts Garden was founded under the banner of adopting those homeless animals, and there would be a collection of animals for people to enjoy, and I don't know when it started. The 100 Beasts Garden began to use animal performances to entertain these people, and gradually it began to change. Some people were afraid that their own twisted behaviors would become a laughingstock in other people's mouths, so they began to camouflage themselves. Slowly the people who entered the Beast Park began to wear masks. At the beginning of those 2 years, there would still be people who would start a crusade because they were not used to some of the behavioral styles inside. But do you know what, Xiao? The lives of these animals are worthless in the eyes of these people, and when they're killed, and those underlings who signed the death contract will be killed at will, let alone these defenseless animals. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned, but Xie Xiaoran didn't stop, but continued. The existence of the 100 Beasts Garden satisfies some people's selfish desires. So it looks like this 100 Beasts Garden is Rui Wangjuan's. But there are too many people involved behind the scenes. They need the 100 Beasts Garden to vent their violence. And because of this, Rui Wangjun has mastered the side of them that they don't know, and hold each other back, and take advantage of each other. And just like what I've said, it's not like no one has come forward to denounce it, but no one wants to be offended. Not to mention that those who denounce it don't end up in a very good place. So gradually no one cares. Lin Xiaoxiao listened to him and suddenly said, "That's not right." Xie Xiaoran gave a start and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Under the dim light, Lin Xiaoxiao's small face was even softer, but now this small face was frowning, only to hear her say, "The people from Tianxing Lu found out that the proprietor of the 100 Beasts Garden is a person called Yi Shan, and this person I also checked, is a businessman who started out by selling game and furs, and settled down in the capital city only after founding the 100 Beasts Garden. No matter how my people how to check, it only comes to him, and I also don't believe that such a place would be owned by an ordinary person. So I have been sending people to keep an eye on this Yishan, but with no luck. How do you know that the person behind the 100 Beasts garden is the king of Rui? Xia Xiaoran's heart thumped, but in the face of Xiao Xiao, he was unwilling to hide it. The person who chased me 10 years ago was him, so I've been keeping an eye on him since I came back from Wolf Mountain after a big disaster. And I also found out by chance that he had a connection with Yishan. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him, always feeling as if something wasn't quite right, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong. So it is. Seeing that she didn't pursue, Xia Xiaoran quietly sighed in relief. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about telling Lin Xiaoxiao the truth, but if he said it, would Xiaoxiao believe it? Would she treat him as a demon or devil and stay away from him? If Lin Xiaoxiao knew what he would be thinking at this point, she would probably shake a paw with him and shout, "Brother, what a coincidence! We're half a caddy." Seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao stopped asking, Xia Xiaoran became a bit curious. "Xiao Xiao, what do you want to do?" Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to find a place to tap her fingers, and when she couldn't find a suitable place she touched her chin instead and said, "I want to give it a potpourri. I don't care if he's a king of Rui or whatever. Grabbing my fifth brother, then I'll count that debt on his head." When she said this, the little girl's eyes were sparkling with essence, making Xia Xiaoran feel that this girl was not joking. She was serious. His own last life is a complete invalid. It is not easy to relive a life. In order to take revenge, only this living carefully, no matter what to do is to take one step to see 3 steps. Do not dare to act rashly, even if he knows that the person who harmed himself is Ruiwang uncle, but also never face up to him head-on. He thought that he was biding his time, but when he saw that Xiao Xiao did not hesitate to say that sentence, "I want to give it a pot," Xia Xiaoran suddenly felt that he was even inferior to a little girl. Even she was not afraid of Uncle Ruiwang and dared to confront him head-on. What was she afraid of? He was no longer the invalid who was at the mercy of others in his previous life. Xia Xiaoran touched his leg. He was now not that invalid with a broken leg. Anyway, people who had died once, what was there to be afraid of? God had given him a chance to regain his life. It was already earned. Something that opens up in this moment. Dawn, thank you. Thank you to God for letting me meet you 10 years ago, and thank you for living recklessly now. This inexplicable thank you made Lin Xiaoxiao confused. Did you take the wrong medicine? Xia Xiaoran just smiled. How do you want to end it? I will help you. After thinking about it, Xia Xiaoran was not afraid of it. The soldiers came to stop the water to cover the earth. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him with big eyes and asked, "You're not afraid that he'll find you in trouble?" Oh. Xia Xiaoran spread his hands. How bad can it be to find more? It's nothing more than sending a few more assassins. Also, Lin Xiaoxiao shrugged. How much worse could it get? It was killing him. Since the two were in agreement, it was a good thing. I went there. Besides fifth brother, there are also lions, tigers, bears, blind men, and a few other wolves from other wolf clans locked up there. So if we're going to make a move, it's inevitable that we'll have to collaborate with them inside and out. Lin Xiaoxiao began to discuss with Xia Xiaoran about the plan to end the 100 Beasts garden in one pot. Xia Xiaoran, however, noticed something else. You've already been inside? Lin blinked. Yeah, last night when you went out by yourself, you went to the 100 Beasts garden? Xia Xiaoran's heart seized. Xiao Xiao left alone actually went to the 100 Beasts garden. It was so dangerous there, in case she was discovered. Xia Xiaoran didn't dare to think about it. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, frowned. You sent someone to spy on me? Xia Xiaoran's face changed, waving his hands. No, absolutely not. It's Xiao Si. I asked him to protect you. You asked him to come back and bring me a message. Just told me that yesterday you went out on your own, and didn't allow the secret guards to follow you, and that they almost fought with your secret guards. I swear to God, there was absolutely no intention to send someone to spy on you. I was just worried that you were in danger in the capital city. That's why I wanted to send someone to protect you. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't think much about it. She just said, let them go back. You need protection more than I do. The Rakshasa Alliance is now laying hands on Xia Xiaoran, definitely not only related to King Rui. Xia Xiaoran killed so many of them. I'm afraid that the master of the Rakshasa Alliance will count this account to Xia Xiaoran's head, or else he won't directly send out the deputy master of the gate. That person in the Rakshasa Alliance is known as the god of killing. There is no mission that he can't accomplish. Xia Xiaoran breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Xiao Xiao didn't misunderstand. So he said, I still have people. Don't worry about me. Even though you are protected by people from the Heavenly Star Building, there is no harm in having many people. Speaking of the Heavenly Star Building, Xia Xiaoran asked curiously, Xiao Xiao, aren't you in Wolf Mountain? How did you get involved with the Heavenly Star Building, and even became the young master of the Heavenly Star Building? It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Let's still talk about the 100 Beasts Garden first. Lin Xiaoxiao continued to tell Xie Xiaoran about her intentions after she finished speaking. Before, she didn't know who the master behind the 100 Beasts Garden was, that's why she didn't move her troops. Now that she knew that the main master was King Rui, it would be much better. With fifth brother and their cooperation, it would be a matter of time before the 100 Beasts Garden would be terminated. Only now the white tiger and the big brown bear have injuries on their bodies. They have to let them recover from their injuries first, and then use the spirit spring to stimulate their abilities, so that when the time comes to fight they will have a better chance of winning. However, Lin Xiaoxiao hid the matter of the spiritual spring from Xie Xiaoran, only saying that she had to let those big buddies of fifth brother recuperate from their injuries first. Xie Xiaoran finished listening to her plan, thought about it and added, "Go to the 100 Beasts Garden. Those people are not good people. Since they want to mess that mess in the end, well, they hide their true colors to go to the 100 Beasts Garden is not afraid to be known by their own tyrannical and cruel side of it. Then let them expose to the people." Xie Xiaoran has even thought of how those who usually look like a dignified person would look like after removing their hypocritical masks. Surprisingly, I'm looking forward to it a little bit. Lin Xiaoxiao gave him a smiling look. "Brother, a bit detrimental." Xie Xiaoran laughed. It wasn't him who was disgraced anyway, but the name Xiao Xiao. About the Jingui Gongfu, Xie Xiaoran tried to say. Lin Xiaoxiao straightened her clothes without a care in the world and said, "Ah, I know. Not only do you know, but she's been to see Ju." Xie Xiaoran was a little confused by this indifferent look of hers. So is it a matter of knowing or not knowing? He really wanted to ask a question. "Then do you know about the matter of the marriage contract between the Jingui Gongfu and me?" After hesitating for a while, Xie Xiaoran still decided not to ask. He didn't dare. "What are you going to do?" Xie Xiaoran asked directly. Lin Xiaoxiao moved her somewhat sore legs. "Sitting in this cellar is really still uncomfortable. I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet." Recently, she had only been thinking about the 100 Beasts Garden, and hadn't had the heart to think about the affairs of the Jingui Gongfu. "You and An Tian, you are very similar," Xie Xiaoran said. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him. "Also, this cheap mother of hers is a county princess, the daughter of the eldest princess. Xie Xiaoran is the great-grandson. The eldest princess is his aunt's milk. Of course he has seen her mother." Just as Lin Xiaoxiao was about to ask Xie Xiaoran about this cheap mother of hers, Chao Qiao on top of the cellar suddenly came down. "Miss, the third master is here." Duan Jingqing came over when he knew that Lin Xiaoxiao was at the Yunlu, and he also knew that Xie Xiaoran was also here, so he came over directly. Lin Xiaoxiao shrunk her neck. "Why is Uncle San here? Let's call it a day. You'll wait for my message when we do it." Lin Xiaoxiao was about to go up after saying that. Xie Xiaoran followed and got up, thinking that he hadn't asked about the ghost doctor yet, so he opened his mouth and said, Xiao, there's something else." Lin looked back at him. "I've been looking for the ghost doctor, but the people from the Heavenly Star building refused to say the whereabouts of the ghost doctor." Xiao, can I ask you to do me a favor and ask the whereabouts of the ghost doctor? I have someone very important that I want to ask the ghost doctor to take a look at." Lin Xiaoxiao froze for a moment, and Xiao couldn't help but glance at Xie Xiaoran before looking at her own young lady and lowering her head. "What are you looking for? The man is right in front of you." "But if the lady doesn't say anything?" "She doesn't say anything." Lin asked. "Who's sick?" Xie Xiaoran didn't hide it either. "Imperial grandfather. And also, Little Stone." The Little Stone she knew. She felt something was wrong with the Little Stone last time. But the emperor was sick too? This nominal uncle of hers. Isn't there a lot of eunuchs in the palace that can't cure it? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Why did she have to look for her? Those eunuchs are all just eating rice. Oh. Xie Xiaoran let out a bitter smile and shook his head. If the palace eunuchs were useful, there would be no need to go through all the trouble of finding a ghost doctor. Thinking that his royal grandfather had died of illness in less than a year in his previous life, Xie Xiaoran's heart gripped together. Since his father had passed away, his royal grandfather seemed to have aged 10 years at once. But despite this, he had always been taking care of him with all his heart and nurturing him. In his last life, he broke his royal grandfather's heart because of his self-hatred. And in this life, he didn't want to see his royal grandfather go like that. So no matter whether the ghost doctor could cure his royal grandfather or not, he wanted to try, even if there was only a little bit of hope. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at his sad expression and guessed in her heart, could the emperor really be very sick? I will help you to convey. But I have to tell you first, the ghost doctor is not omnipotent. She also has diseases that can't be cured, so you can't expect too much. The Tai hospital has gathered the best doctors in the whole Tianlong country. If even they don't have a solution, the ghost doctor doesn't necessarily have a solution either. All things are said in advance. Lin Xiaoxiao, although holding space this big plug-in, also do not dare to guarantee that they can cure all diseases. With this word from Lin Xiaoxiao, Xie Xiaoran was quite relieved. I know, but if there's any hope at all, I want to try. Lin Xiaoxiao hummed and walked towards the outside of the cellar, and Xie Xiaoran followed onto the ground. Duan Zhengqing would be standing in the courtyard of the cellar with his hands behind his back, and everyone else in the courtyard had been sent away by him. Jensen just stood there, not daring to move, and not knowing what to say to ease this awkward atmosphere. It wasn't until a sound came from the cellar that Lin Xiaoxiao came up from the cellar with Xiao Qiao, followed by Xie Xiaoran behind her. Your Highness. Jensen hurriedly ran over and stood behind their Highness. Hell knows how embarrassing it was for him to be standing here alone. Only when he heard the commotion did Duan Zhengqing turn around to look at the several people. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and then at Xie Xiaoran. Your Highness is really in good spirits, especially running to my Dayun building to drill the cellar. Duan Zhengqing said coldly. It seems like this kid didn't take his words seriously. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Duan Zhengqing, then at Xie Xiaoran, and suddenly thought of what Big Fatty had told her. Gu, third uncle wouldn't really let Boss Chi go warn Xie Xiaoran, right? Xie Xiaoran let him watch. Very calm, not feeling the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with him following Xiao Xiao into the cellar like this. Boss Duan's Dayun house is beautifully designed, and even the cellar has a better view than the others. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. There was really no one else in this person's serious and awkward conversation. Duan Zhengqing looked at him, and suddenly he looked around, trying to see where there was a handy stick. Duan Zhengqing, don't think that I won't be able to find you if you hide here. Duan Zhengqing's stick did not find, but it is outside the small courtyard suddenly broke in a person. The wind and fire. People have not yet arrived voice first. Everyone in the yard, in unison, looked toward the door. Ma Minyu had already stepped in with one foot, and when she saw the situation in the courtyard, her latter foot suddenly didn't know whether to go in or out. She thought Duan Zhengqing was the only one. She shopkeeper rushed slowly to catch up. To see the situation is first to cover the mouth cough to convergence of their gloating expression, and only then a face of distress to the Duan Zhengqing said, Third Master, the small cannot stop said Chi shopkeeper also found something wrong. A lift of the eyes to see Lin Xiaoxiao and Xie Xiaoran is also in, and look at the third master of this situation. These two are letting the third master blocked here? He subconsciously glanced at Xie Xiaoran's leg. Well, fortunately, Master San didn't do anything. Lin Xiaoxiao instantly recognized this as the pretty sister she had met at the Fairview house. Duan Zhengqing frowned. Why are you here again? Things have come to this point. Ma Minyu also do not backward, walked straight in, to see that there stood really is His Highness Tai Sun. Ma Minyu also thought that he saw wrong. Your Highness? Xie Xiaoran nodded with a bashful face. General Ma. He didn't address Miss Ma, but directly called General Ma Minyu. In his eyes, those who protect their families and their country deserve respect, regardless of their gender. Ma Minyu steeply returned to his senses and hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted. I see Your Highness Tai Sun. Xie Xiaoran glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and gave a faint Be excused. Only then did Ma Minyu stand up straight. Only the atmosphere was quite awkward. Boss Chi told her that Duan Zhengqing was in the backyard, so she came over. Only she didn't realize that His Royal Highness Tai Sun was also here. And there was another one. Ma Minyu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Her eyes lit up. What a pretty handsome little brother. Just looking. Why does it look so familiar? Lin Xiaoxiao's heart of gossip was already burning, and when she saw Ma Minyu looking at her, she waved her hand. Pretty sister. Hello. The sound of a pretty sister made Ma Minyu pause. And you are? My niece. Duan Zhengqing glared at Lin Xiaoxiao, without a proper form. Ma Minyu pointing at Lin Xiaoxiao, it's you. But you are not. A girl last time I saw it? How this dress? Duan Zhengqing's face became even darker. It's simply nonsense. Don't go back yet. Duan Zhengqing said to Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao spat out her tongue and greeted Ma Minyu. Pretty sister. I'll leave first. If she stayed any longer, Uncle San would beat her up. Oh, good. Ma Minyu responded dully and suddenly came back to her senses. By the way, thank you for the gift. You're welcome. Thanks for doing me a favor last time. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand and led Xiao Qiao to bolt. Xie Xiaoran watched Lin Xiaoxiao walk away and also touched his nose awkwardly. This highness has things to do. Next time come back to Dayun Lu to listen to books properly. Duan Zhengqing looked disgusted. Your Highness, take your time. I won't see you off. Ma Minyu also hurriedly saluted. Your Highness, take your time. Xie Xiaoran hurriedly followed Lin Xiaoxiao with a confused Xian. Out of the courtyard door Lin Xiaoxiao saw Boss Chi, who was cat speaking there. Uncle Chi. Lin Xiaoxiao shouted. Chi shopkeeper hurriedly made a hush gesture, and then continued to pickpocket the courtyard door to peep. Lin Xiaoxiao curiously over the small head also followed the lively. Xie Xiaoran was about to leave, but when he saw Lin Xiaoxiao stop, he also stopped and stretched his head to follow. Jojo and Jansen saw their masters peeking and followed suit, and all of a sudden there were 5 heads by the tiny courtyard door. In the courtyard, Ma Mingyu and Duan Zhengcheng were left. Why are you here again? Duan Zhengcheng asked. Ma Mingyu looked at him with her hands behind her back. What? I still can't come? I made an appointment to spar before, and you never came to me, so I'll have to come to you. Duan Zhengcheng had a serious face. You can't beat me. The bottom of Ma Mingyu's eyes flashed with a touch of loss, but soon her fighting spirit was high again. Whether you can fight or not, you'll have to fight to know. Do it. After saying that, she attacked towards Duan Zhengcheng. The line of people outside the door in addition to Chi shopkeeper are stunned. This said to fight ah? Duan Zhengcheng also did not have the slightest pity for Jade, meaning, directly with Ma Mingyu you and I fought, but a few back and forth, Ma Mingyu fell down, and Duan Zhengcheng did not let her, meaning, even directly will Ma Mingyu back several steps. Lin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of pouncing out, but was pulled back by Boss Qi, who shook his head at her. In the courtyard, Ma Mingyu was knocked back several steps by Duan Zhengcheng's palm winds, but she didn't budge at all. Duan Zhengcheng stopped and just looked at her, no expression on his face. I said you can't beat me, don't come back in the future. Ma Mingyu rubbed her somewhat sore chest and directly said, then teach me martial arts. Duan Zhengcheng frowned slightly. Our division's martial arts are not outsourced, and your martial arts aren't bad, so you don't need me to teach you. Then it's always okay for you to point me out once in a while, just like just now. Why did I lose? You tell me about my shortcomings. You know, like me who often goes to the battlefield. If there are shortcomings it's easy to be backstabbed by the enemy. Ma Mingyu picked up again. Duan Zhengcheng's brows were furrowed and he seemed to be hesitating, but he swept a glance in the direction of the courtyard door, and with a wave of his hand, a gust of palm wind directly struck over. Several people rushed back to avoid being hit. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly pulled Xiaoqiao and ran away. Xia Xiaoran also followed when he saw this, and Boss Qi followed closely behind. Only when she climbed up to the second floor did Lin Xiaoxiao hide by the window and sneak a look into the backyard, only to see that Duan Zhengcheng was really instructing Ma Mingyu. No matter how she looks at it, the pretty sister is looking for abuse. Looking for who is not good to look for his third uncle. That's a person who will even beat her up. What is the pretty sister looking for? Rushing to find Uncle Sam to beat her up? Sensitively, she smelled something different. Uncle Qi, what's going on here? Lin Xiaoxiao aimed at Boss Qi. Boss Qi sighed. He deliberately put Ma Mingyu in. Is it easy for him? The third master is really hopeless. Humph. The third master is hopeless. Boss Qi obviously didn't want to say more, flung his sleeves and walked away. Even he could see this Miss Ma's heart for the third master. Only the third master himself. Elm brain. One tendon. The big iron tree that won't blossom for 10,000 years. Hopeless. With hindsight, Lin Xiaoxiao let out a low cry. Damn. Pretty sister doesn't like her third uncle, does she? Lin Xiaoxiao continued to pick the window to peek. When she saw that Uncle San was really instructing pretty sister in martial arts in a serious manner, the two were so close that she could feel pretty sister's shyness. Uncle San's expression was still serious, in a serious manner, and was even more straightforward than when he was teaching her. Lin Xiaoxiao held her forehead. She wouldn't have let Uncle San beat people away before she could call on her pretty sister. Auntie San. Xia Xiaoran didn't know when he also stood behind her and followed her to look at the two people in the courtyard. General Ma's womanhood is a model among women. Just like her father, she is a rare general talent, but unfortunately being a woman, there are many more constraints. Xia Xiaoran said. Lin Xiaoxiao turned back when she heard the voice, and when she turned around, she almost collided with Xia Xiaoran, who was afraid that she would fall through the window and hurriedly held the person up. This brought the two closer together. Such close contact made Xia Xiaoran's heart leak half a beat, and such a face-to-face confrontation made Lin Xiaoxiao also stunned for a moment, then hurriedly backed away, looked down at his feet, and apologized with a look on her face. I'm sorry, I stepped on your feet. In her haste just now, her foot took a step forward and stepped right on Xia Xiaoran's foot. It was so embarrassing. The ripples that had just been ignited instantly dissipated, and Xia Xiaoran silently shrank her feet back. It's fine. The atmosphere froze there for a moment, and both of them felt a bit awkward, not knowing how to ease this somewhat strange atmosphere. The sound of applause after applause in the building quickly washed away the strange atmosphere between the two. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced towards the backyard. Duan Zhengcheng and Ma Mingyu had left at some point. She looked at Xia Xiaoran. I have to go back first. Xia Xiaoran nodded his head despite his reluctance. Well, don't do anything on your own about the 100 Beasts Garden. Be sure to tell me if there's anything. I'll accompany you. Lin Xiaoxiao looked into his eyes and nodded. Good. Xia Xiaoran stood still, looking at the dark passage on the other side, and spoke very gently. I'll watch you go back. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't tell what kind of mood she was in. She knew she should go back, but she wanted to stay a little longer. But it was just a thought that flashed by, and was quickly suppressed by her. Saying goodbye to Xia Xiaoran, Lin Xiaoxiao walked into another dark passageway until she was out of sight. And only then did Jianchen go up and call out to Xie Xiaoran. Your Highness, what about us? He originally also thought that today followed the temple down to the Dayun building may also be able to dip a light to hear a new chapter. But who thought that he actually guarded the cellar for one night for nothing? What story did not hear? Go back. Xie Xiaoran's purpose of coming here today was also just to see Xiao Xiao. And now that the person had been seen, it was time to go back. Jensen wanted to cry so badly, but obediently followed His Highness back into the booth and sauntered away. The people in the building would be so focused on listening to the story that no one noticed when Xie Xiaoran left. Lin Xiaoxiao returned home, changed back into women's clothes, and when she sat in front of the mirror to comb her hair, she looked at herself in the mirror, and suddenly Xie Xiaoran's face popped into her mind. At that time, the two of them seemed to be quite close. He's still as good looking as he was as a kid. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly returned to her senses and continued combing her hair in the mirror, crediting the sudden thought of Xie Xiaoran's face as being because he was good looking. Xie Xiaoran's carriage went all the way back to the palace. At this time, the gate of the palace had already been locked, and would only be reopened in the morning when he had to go to the morning court. However, the side door was open, and when Xie Xiaoran revealed his identity, the Forbidden Army opened the side door. Xie Xiaoran looked at the huge palace. It seems that living in the palace is really inconvenient. Why don't we talk to the royal grandfather and move out? That way it would be much more convenient to see Xiao Xiao. When he thought of Lin Xiaoxiao's frozen appearance when she turned around just now, as well as her embarrassed appearance when she stepped on his foot, the corners of Xie Xiaoran's mouth couldn't help but rise. Returning to the Eastern Palace, Xie Xiaoran went straight back to his study. Xiao Xiao was going to end the 100 Beasts Garden, so he always had to do something about it. After slightly thinking for a while, Xie Xiaoran put up his pen and started to write. The candle flame jumped, reflecting on his angular face. At this time, Xie Xiaoran's face did not have the tenderness that he had when he faced Lin Xiaoxiao, nor did he have the casualness that he had when he faced Jianchen and Xiaoshi when they were facing him. There was only a cold look and ice-cold eyes. In front of him, as Xie Xiaoran's last stroke fell, a list of names appeared on the paper. The people on these lists were the hypocrites of the previous life who appeared to be moralistic on the surface, but behind their backs, they were doing nefarious things in the 100 Beasts Garden, and among them, there were many important ministers of the court, and there were even the so-called royalists, and the people who were under the hands of his father when he was still alive. All of these people were ostensibly loyal to His Majesty and to the Crown Prince, but in reality, they had already been Uncle Rui's people long ago. In his previous life, Uncle Rui Wang succeeded in sitting on the dragon chair, and all these people could be credited for that. The 100 Beasts Garden is a big card in the hands of Uncle Rui. In his previous life, just relying on the 100 Beasts Garden, Uncle Rui amassed countless riches, and then with the support of the Xiao family, the financial power will be there. And because the 100 Beasts Garden held a lot of people back, so in terms of connections, Uncle Rui Wang didn't fall behind. Royal grandfather's illness during that time, Rui Wang uncle began to intervene in the dynasty. The beautiful name, the royal grandfather is sick. The crown prince died after the crown prince did not set up again. He as the second son of the emperor, should be for the imperial grandfather to share the worry. On this somewhat far-fetched reason, actually more than half of the courtiers agreed. So, until the death of the royal grandfather, Rui Wang uncle obedience to the fate of heaven rightfully ascended to the throne, and even did not even need a transmission of the imperial decree to sit on the throne. Thinking of the past life, Xie Xiaoran more and more think that the death of the emperor grandfather in the past life through the strange. Those years, although the emperor grandfather body occasionally uncomfortable, the doctor also said that the emperor grandfather is a disease of accumulation of labor. Too much worry about the reason, only need to be well recuperated on the okay. But in just half a year's time, imperial grandfather suddenly became terminally ill, and there was no cure in medicine or stone. Now there was less than a year left before his imperial grandfather died of his illness, and before then, he must find the ghost doctor who had never appeared in his previous life. Who is this mysterious figure who cured the Xiao family's old man and changed the trajectory of the Xiao family's previous life? At this time Lin Xiaoxiao, who was obediently staying in her house, suddenly sneezed. It startled Jojo. "Miss, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong?" Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head and rubbed her somewhat itchy nose. "It's fine. Is third uncle back?" Jojo shook her head. "I don't know. Why don't I go ask?" Lin Xiaoxiao didn't let her go. Instead she decided to go over there herself to take a look. Today Uncle Chi left in a huff, and she hadn't gotten to eat any melons yet. Pretty sister and Uncle Sam? Hey, don't tell me. It's quite a match. A female general. If the pretty sister really becomes her third aunt, it must be very powerful. With a pleasant mood, Lin Xiaoxiao came to Duan Jinqing's courtyard to look for him. wanting to ask him what was going on with his pretty sister, ready to come and eat a big melon firsthand. But as soon as she entered the door, she only saw Duan Jingqing's face sitting on a chair, just looking at her fixedly. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart thumped. Bad. Is it too late to run? Lin Xiaoxiao was trying to run, but it was too late to run when she was here, so she could only walk in with a stiff upper lip. Third uncle, I have something to tell you. It's about the 100 Beasts Garden. Lin Xiaoxiao decided to make a preemptive strike, bringing the topic off before third uncle started his lecture. Who knew that Duan Jingqing wouldn't eat this at all? We'll talk about the 100 Beasts Garden later. What's going on with you and the kid named Xie? Drilling in the cellar? Ha? Lin Xiaoxiao sat down and said with a serious face, that's what I want to talk to you about. Third uncle, I already know who the real owner behind the 100 Beasts Garden is. Duan Jingqing had been watching Lin Xiaoxiao, seeing her mention Xie Xiaoran without half a twist. Frank and open and bright. His heart did not know why. Relieved. The kid surnamed Xie told you? Duan Jingqing asked. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and told Duan Jingqing roughly what Xie Xiaoran had told her. So that's what you two were talking about when you were squatting in the cellar? Lin Xiaoxiao dutifully nodded. Well, by the way, I'll send Big Fatty home. Oh, it's those rats I had Uncle Chi feed that live in the cellar of Dayun building. Duan Jingqing looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with disgust, and did not know where the problem came from. Even if he raised cats, now he even raised rats. But he could not say anything. If it is Rui Wang's words, it makes sense. Since the crown prince is gone, Rui Wang's voice in the dynasty is high, but the old emperor delayed to establish the crown prince again. So there are a lot of people who speculate. Some people say that the old emperor is in the test of a few other imperial sons, and some people say that the old emperor is waiting for the great-grandson to grow up, and be able to take charge of his own and then pass on the throne to him. In previous years, Duan Jingqing wouldn't care about the affairs of the court at all. It's just that after coming to the capital, there are some things that he just doesn't want to pay attention to, not to mention that being in their line of work, the more information you get, the better of course. After saying that, Duan Jingqing glared at Lin Xiaoxiao. You and that kid surnamed Xie also try to have as little interaction as possible. The royal fight is not something that we, the Jianghu people, can meddle in. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him and sighed with her hand propped up on her head. Third uncle, it's not something I can stay away from just because I want to. Duan Jingqing froze, thinking of Lin Xiaoxiao's life. The old emperor is sick. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly said. Duan Jingqing frowned slightly. Truly speaking, Xiaoxiao is also a royal person. The eldest princess is her grandmother. The eldest princess and the emperor is a brother and sister. What a pain in the ass. Did the kid surnamed Xie tell you that too? Duan Jingqing asked. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. He's looking for a ghost doctor. The emperor's illness should be more serious than the rumors outside that he's just tired. Otherwise he wouldn't be looking for me. Duan Jingqing was silent for a while before saying. Speaking of which, Xiaoxiao, there's something I want to have to let you know. Your grandmother was sick. The people from the eldest princess's house looked for the heavenly star house, wanting to find the ghost doctor. It's just that we didn't know about your birth before, and we didn't want you to get too involved with the royal family, so we didn't tell you. Duan Jingqing sighed, just as Xiaoxiao said. There are some things that she can't avoid just by avoiding them, and there are some people that she can't just say she doesn't care about, not to mention the eldest princess. But that brother of Xiaoxiao's is also a sickly child. Hey, they hold in the heart of the baby, but have to face so many things. If the princess is also like the Jingua Gongfu, Xiaoxiao do not care about it. But this princess Xiaoxiao her mother loved to the bone. This is still she does not know Xiaoxiao is still alive. If she knows that Xiaoxiao is still alive, I am afraid of Xiaoxiao will be even more love. One more person loving Xiaoxiao wasn't a bad thing for them, but it became troublesome when the royal family was involved. When was it? Lin Xiaoxiao on the contrary, much calmer. To these relatives, she did not have contact. So really, there is no emotional ties, except that they are in the end their own bloodline relatives. Lin Xiaoxiao in her previous life experienced so much. After the death of her grandfather was even more almost and the little uncle turned against her. So the kinship bloodline can be said to be a lack for her. 3 months ago. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. 3 months ago. How is that eldest princess now? Third uncle, tell them about the ghost doctor. I can't hide it for the rest of my life. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. Duan Jingqing was shocked. You're going to show yourself as a ghost doctor? Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. No, I just want to meet the eldest princess first. Duan Jingqing understood. This was preparing to give the princess a first look as a ghost doctor, and then see how the princess would behave when she saw her. I will make arrangements. Although there was some reluctance for Xiaoxiao to face this, the child was older and they couldn't protect her for the rest of her life. As for the emperor, let's meet the princess first. The two of them discussed the 100 Beasts Garden for a while longer before Lin Xiaoxiao was ready to go back. Xiao Xiao, how are you going to handle the matter of the Zhengguo Gongfu? Shu is afraid that she won't let you off so easily. Duan Zhengqing asked. Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. Then find something for her to do first. I don't have time to clean them up right now. The Zhengguo Gongfu has long been an empty shelf, relying on Zhu's and my mother's dowry to hold it up. Brother Xiao should be arriving in the capital very soon, and then this matter will be handed over to him. And they aren't used to a good life of paper drunkenness. Well, then let them suffer a little bit, and it's kind of a way to collect a little bit of interest first. Duan Zhengqing nodded. Do what you say, but Xiao Xiao, you remember, you are the baby we hold in our hands and grow up. No one can let you be aggrieved. What you want to do is to rest assured and boldly go to do it. The third uncle will always support you, and the whole heavenly star house will support you. Lin Xiaoxiao was touched in her heart and went forward to hold Duan Zhengqing's arm, her head leaning on his shoulder. Thank you, third uncle. Duan Zhengqing's expression softened and gently patted Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. Silly child. Lin Xiaoxiao hemmed and hawed before asking, third uncle, what's up with you and the Ma family sister? Isn't she a great general? How did you guys meet? When it came to Ma Mingyu, Duan Zhengqing also had a headache. Remember when Uncle San was injured 4 years ago? If it wasn't for the medicine you gave Uncle San, I'm afraid that Uncle San wouldn't have survived to come back to see you. That's when we met that time. Duan Zhengqing wasn't going to hide anything and told Lin Xiaoxiao about what happened then. That time Duan Zhengqing went to the southwest to do business, but ran into the Ma Mingyu was surrounded by people. Where this is the border between the two countries, fighting occurs from time to time. Duan Zhengqing did not want to meddle in the affairs of the people, but Ma Mingyu's maid found him, begged him to save her family generals. Duan Zhengqing had to go out. With his skill, it was easy to deal with ordinary soldiers, but the other party seemed determined to kill Ma Mingyu. Not only ordinary soldiers, but also a lot of experts. Duan Zhengqing saved Ma Mingyu, and resolved those people at the same time also suffered serious injuries. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao understood. So it was a hero saving a beauty. What happened afterward? Lin Xiaoxiao pursued. Duan Zhengqing continued. Those Huzar Kingdom's masters didn't seem to be ready to kill her at first. They just wanted to catch her. And then they started to lay their hands on her after I intervened. And I couldn't understand what they were saying. And I remembered that there was a flute in the hand of one of them. And when he blew it, I suddenly felt distracted. And I was injured by them. And I thought that I was poisoned. And I ate an antidote pill you gave me. And instantly became awake and injured both of them. I thought I was poisoned. So I took an antidote pill you gave me. And instantly came to my senses and wounded both of them. The man couldn't seem to believe that I would be out of his control. Yakking and talking to the others then running off. And since I was injured she took me back to the barracks and didn't bring me back until the man I took out came looking for me. Lin Xiaoxiao listened with great interest. This was much more exciting than those stories in the study that she had read for I don't know how many times. And then Sister Ma kept chasing after you? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Duan Zhengqing didn't hear what was so strange about this sentence. Just said, I don't know how she found me. Even chased me to the capital. Like her, the generals who need to guard the borders can't go back to the capital at will. Last time she didn't stay in the capital for much longer. Who knows that this time she came back again. And I don't know which one of her tendons is wrong. And she has to pester me to teach her martial arts. Lin Xiaoxiao gave her own third uncle a disgusted look. People that are drunken. Uncle Chi is right. Third uncle is an elm brain. Third uncle, don't you have any other ideas? Sister Ma is so beautiful. And she's also a female general. A heroine. Lin Xiaoxiao asked tentatively. Duan Zhengqing looked at her with a frank face. What can I have in mind? I don't take on disciples. But indeed, this is something I still appreciate about her. Where do the ordinary women have the courage to go into battle and kill the enemy to protect the country? Lin Xiaoxiao was about to choke to death. Just appreciation? Nothing else? What else? Duan Zhengqing was puzzled. Wasn't appreciation enough? You child. What exactly do you want to say? Lin Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. And in her heart she silently lit a wax for Uncle San. Letting a girl as good as pretty sister not cherish. In the future there will be Uncle San crying. Uncle San was at this age. And Lin Xiaoxiao also hoped that her pretty sister would step up her game and get Uncle San fixed earlier. Nothing. I'm leaving. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand and walked away, walking to the door and suddenly turning back to ask, third uncle, so can I go play with my pretty sister? Lin Xiaoxiao, this mouthful of a pretty sister. Duan Zhengqing recalled Ma Mingyu's looks. Well, it really deserves their family. Xiaoxiao shouting a pretty sister. Miss Ma is a bright person. It's not bad for you to make friends with her. Duan Zhengqing nodded. Okay, drop. See you later, Uncle Sam. Lin Xiaoxiao also encountered shopkeeper Qi when she went out, greeted him and went back to her courtyard. Shopkeeper Qi came in and found Duan Zhengqing, saluted before saying, Third Master, you injured Miss Mai today. Do you want my subordinates to send some reparation gifts over? Duan Zhengqing frowned slightly. Injured? He didn't hit him hard. How could he be injured? She shopkeeper white eyes are almost rolled up to the sky to go this cannot see. Can only say, 3 masters you shot not a lightweight. People in the end Miss Ma is a girl family. Where can stand you so hit? When Duan Zhengqing thought about it, it was also true. Even though it was she herself who had to find herself to spar. You see to it. He still wasn't good at this kind of thing. And it was better to leave it to Chi Boss who was good at it. Boss Chi answered yes and retreated. Then began to think about what to send over. It is rare to meet such a good girl. And to their third master single-minded. In order to see the third master would rather send Dor to get beaten up. How rare how precious no matter what. Absolutely can't let the third master this elm brain miss such a good girl. He has to pick well. Shall wandering side of the good things. Find him to go. Yeah, get him. Boss Chi immediately went out with half a bag of good tea. Half a bag of tea leaves when he left the house. When he came back, he pulled a bunch of big bags and small bags. And at dawn the next day, this pile of stuff was all sent to the Jinshi general's residence. Duan Zhengqing remembered the matter of the eldest princess's residence. And the next day, he sent someone to send a message to the Qin family's grandfather, Jiang Yan, that the ghost doctor was willing to give the eldest princess a medical treatment, but he would only see the eldest princess alone, and that other idle people could not follow. If Jiang Yan agrees, Heavenly Star House will send someone to pick up the princess. Jiang Yan pondered for a while before saying, please convey to the third master that this matter allows us to discuss it. People to the middle-aged Jiang Yan, full of books, looks completely with his father Jiang Shang. When Jiang Shan was young, there is the capital of the first beautiful man of the name, otherwise would not have been the princess love at first sight. Nan he did not marry. As the son of the eldest princess and Jiang Shang, Jiang Yan is naturally not bad. Even now at an older age he is a handsome uncle. The secret guards from the Heavenly Star building didn't talk nonsense and directly saluted and left. As soon as the people left, Jiang Yan came out of the study and headed straight to his parents' courtyard, while instructing the people around him, call the second and third masters here and tell them to come to mother's courtyard quickly. I have something to find them. The subordinate rushed to find Jiang Yu, the second master of Jiang, and Jiang Kuan, the third master of Jiang. Jiang Yan came to the courtyard of the eldest princess and Jiang Shang. Jiang Yan's wife Tang had been waiting over here and greeted him when she heard the subordinate say that Jiang Yan had come. Master. Tang saluted. Jiang Yan helped her up and asked, how is mother today? Tang's brow furrowed. It's still the same. Not much spirit, but today it's better. And he even went out into the yard for a while. Since the mother-in-law after the illness of their sisters-in-law take turns to come over to serve the disease. Now 3 months have passed. The medicine is eaten a lot. The doctor also ran a day a trip, but it is not better. Regardless of how the eunuchs look at it, the result they get is that they are overly worried and depressed. So they can only take their time to recuperate. Jiang Yan sighed. His mother's heart disease, how could he not know? But the person has been dead for so many years. Now that my mother is suddenly ill, it is only because the Tai son has returned to the capital. And according to the agreement between the emperor's uncle and the old Duke of Jin, the Tai son is to marry the first miss of the Duke of Jin's house, and the sister is no longer there. But the marriage contract is still in place. Not to mention his mother. Even sometimes when he thinks about this, his heart is diaphragmatic. That Zhu's mother and daughter are worthy to be compared with his sister? Standing in the doorway, Jiang Yan took a deep breath to adjust his emotions, lifted the curtain and walked in. At this time, the house, emaciated Princess Xiamin half leaning on the soft couch. Next to her, the same has been an extra horse harnessed by the side of a team of horse harnessed by the side of a team of the emperor's side holding a book in his hand, is reading to her to listen to. Jiang Yan was very envious that no matter how many years had passed, his father and mother still had such a good relationship. Son has met father. Mother. Jiang Yan bowed and saluted. The eldest princess slowly opened her eyes and revealed a loving smile. Yenner is here. Jiang Yan rushed forward and helped the eldest princess sit up. Jiang Shang glanced at his eldest son. Why did you come over at this hour? Father, the Heavenly Star building has written back, and the ghost doctor is willing to treat mother. Jiang Yan said. Jiang Shan was instantly delighted and said excitedly, great, when will the ghost doctor come? Rather, the Rapunzel was much more calm. I've said not to toss. So many years have come and gone, and I'm this old, but also want you guys to follow and worry. Jiang Shang glared at his old wife angrily. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Shang knows better than anyone that his old wife's illness is a disease of the heart. And how could he not feel uncomfortable and diaphragmatic? Only that after so many years, his old wife's body is getting worse day by day, and he is more anxious than anyone else. In the end, it was still that the couple didn't do enough to receive the news first, and by the time they received the news and brought the eunuchs over, there was already no way back. In order to this matter, the couple did not less angry with the people of the Zhenghua Gongfu. Even now, with the Zhenghua Gongfu is also old and dead. Now that the grandson has returned, those disgusting ghosts of the Zhenghua Gongfu have begun to make a demon again. Cannot be annoyed. The old wife was already in poor health, and when she was so angry, she became directly ill. But there is no way. The golden tongue. The saint opened this mouth. Cannot be retracted. He knows. The saint is not satisfied. Otherwise it would not be delayed again and again. This time if not Jin Guogong mentioned Lin Sihan is about to reach maturity. I'm afraid the saint will not be the grandson to the Beijing recall. The breath just stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down. Thinking about what the people from the Heavenly Star building had said, Zhang Yan didn't reply to Zhang Shang and just said, let's wait until the second and third come. It didn't take long for Zhang Ershi and Zhang Sancher to rush over with their own daughters-in-law, and several of the family's children also received the news and rushed over. Even Zhang Linlin, who was still injured and had gauze wrapped around her head, came. Zhang Yan was in such a hurry to find second Master Jiang and third Master Zhang that they thought something had happened on the Rapunzel side. Even Lin Yu, who had always been reluctant to go out, came over with the help of his boy. Rapunzel and Zhang Shang looked at the crowds of so many people that had suddenly appeared and were filled with helplessness. Look at you all. How come you all came over? Quickly come over and sit down. Your body is weak. The eunuchs have said that you can't see the wind. Come over in such a hurry. In a while it should be difficult again. The eldest princess from a crowd of grandchildren. A glance to see this grandson. Lin Yu was 3 years older than Lin Xiaoxiao, and similarly looked like County Lord Tian Yu, except that in him, the shadow of Jingguigon Lin Dihai could be seen more or less. Every time she saw this child, the eldest princess would think of Tian Yu Sheriff. The eldest princess has 3 sons in her life. The eldest son Zhang Yan, the second son Zhang Yu, the third son Zhang Kuan. Zhang Yan married the daughter of the university scholar Tang family, gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter. The son Jiang Mingho and Lin Yu in the same year. This year 19. The youngest son Jiang Mingjin 12. The youngest daughter Jiang Linlin 6 years old. Jiang Yu married the first daughter of the Hanlin Academy's Lord Lin's family, gave birth to 3 daughters and a son. The eldest daughter Jiang Yeye 16 years old. The second daughter Jiang Yaoyao 14 years old. The third daughter Jiang Candy 10 years old. And the son Jiang Mingyi and Jiang Yeye are twins, and this year is also 16 years old. The oldest 3, Jiang Kuan, married the daughter of the Wang family of the world, and had 2 daughters, Jiang Shanshan, 13, and Jiang Qiqi, 9, together with Lin Yu. The room was full. Lin Yu turned pale and shook his head. Grandmother, I'm fine. The youngest Jiang Linlin, with gauze still wrapped around her head, ran to the edge of the soft collapse and hugged the eldest princess's leg. Grandmother, where are you uncomfortable? Liner will blow on you. The eldest princess looked at her children and grandchildren with a loving face, and then gently touched Jiang Linlin's head with a heartbreaking feeling. Does Liner still hurt? Jiang Linlin shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Mother put ointment on me. It's cool and comfortable. Tang then followed. That day came a girl. Sent the jade muscle cream over. Said their son let sent to Liner. This jade muscle cream I have heard of before. Can be said to have money cannot buy. Liner this is to meet a nobleman. Otherwise this face if the scar. The future can be troublesome. The eldest princess's expression changed into a trance as she murmured. Is it the gentleman who saved Liner and sister Xiao? Who said that he looked extremely like Jier? As the words of the eldest princess fell, several adults in the room changed their faces, and Tang even hurried to look at Lin Yu's expression. Mother, maybe it's just a coincidence, and since sister Xiao is so old, maybe she's mistaken. Don't think about it, Jiang Yan hurriedly advised. Seeing them in such a tense state, the eldest princess sighed helplessly. Don't be nervous either. There are some things that I know in my heart and have put down, so don't worry about them. The people in the room don't believe it. If you really put it down, would you still be like this now? In order to break the atmosphere, Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Yan and hurriedly changed the topic. Big brother, what happened when you hurriedly brought us here? Jiang Yan also hurriedly rushed words to change the topic and said, before we looked for a ghost doctor to cure our mother's illness. There is news. The crowd rejoiced. Great. Where is the ghost doctor? When can you come and show mother? Jiang Yan sighed. This ghost doctor is acting in a perverse and eccentric manner. He is promising to give his mother a medical treatment. But, Zhang Yu and Zhang Kuan were both anxious. Big brother, if there's anything you can say directly, it's already time and you're still selling out. Jiang Yan glared at his 2 younger brothers. The ghost doctor said that it's fine to cure mother, but he only sees mother alone. No one is allowed to follow. If we promise, Tian Xinglu will send someone to pick up mother. Don't mention us. Even the secret guards of the mansion aren't allowed to follow. Or else how he picks up mother. He will send mother back how he wants. How is this going to work? Jiang Yan explained. As far as I know, the ghost doctor has always acted like this. The patients he has seen are all picked up by the Heavenly Star Building and sent back after they are cured. We have a request to make, so it's not good to ask for too much. But mother's status is honored. Can it be that he, a small doctor, still doesn't put our eldest princess house in his eyes? The oldest third, Jiang Kuan, was impatient and blurted out directly. Jiang Yan looked at his brother and said directly, "Then do you have a better way to ask him to come and see mother?" Jiang Kuan choked and grunted heavily, clearly upset. The eldest princess and Jiang Shan watched the two of their brothers arguing over this matter. Both of them felt bad in their hearts. The eldest princess helped Jiang Shan's hand to sit up and said, "I'm at this age, so don't toss and turn. Since the ghost doctor has already agreed to this, why don't we just let them bring Yuer there, and let the ghost doctor take a look at Yuer?" The face of the people in the room changed as soon as the eldest princess's words fell, and Lin Yu directly got up and saluted. "Grandmother, you mustn't." Cough cough cough. When Lin Yu coughed, the house was in chaos again. Three aunts and uncles rushed to pour water. Fanning Fan, and Roy Jiang Mingho, who is the same age as him, rushed to support him to smooth out his breath. Seeing his family like this, a flash of guilt flashed under Lin Yu's eyes. He pushed away the cup of water handed over by his third aunt. "Thank you, third aunt. No need." Wang looked at him like this, heartbroken and helpless, and in the end only sighed. "Grandmother, 10,000 times impossible." Lin Yu refused. He knew better than anyone what kind of body he had. He was lucky to be able to live until now. He didn't dare to ask for too much, but grandmother was different. "Yuer." The eldest princess saw the sickly grandson. More and more heartache and guilt. But if she was a little stronger back then, rejected the emperor's brother, rejected the Zhenhua Gongfu, is not now everything is different. Seeing that the Rapunzel was about to cry again, Jiang Shang hurriedly stepped forward and coaxed, not forgetting to glare at these unfilial children and grandchildren for a few moments. "Mother, you and Yuer don't push and push. Since the ghost doctor has been found, let's see them all. See them first, mother. Then I'll find them to talk to Yuer to see them, no matter what he wants. As long as I can give it, I'll promise him," Jiang Yan directly said. Jiang Shang has long been regardless of the family's affairs. The whole day just accompanied the princess. The princess house large and small things are now Jiang Yan do the lord. Jiang Yan, this words the people agreed. Can only be so, but it has not been much to say. Jiang Yu suddenly opened his mouth. "Big brother, Tianxing loose people can be relied on? After all, do not let people follow the eldest princess alone, they are certainly not assured." Jiang Yan glanced at his brother. "This is also the reason why I'm looking for you guys to come. The ghost doctor is a ghost. No one knows his real identity. Now he is willing to promise to give mother a medical treatment. I'm also not sure whether I should believe in the end or not, but one thing that should be true is that this ghost doctor is a real ghost doctor. Heavenly Star House won't do anything to smash their own signboards. That's why I'm looking for you guys to discuss whether to let the mother to go." It's not that Jiang Yan didn't think of inviting a ghost doctor to the princess's residence, but only after mentioning it, the other party directly refused, either not to treat the person, or to send him over. No one said anything, because no one dared to open that mouth. In the end, it was Lin Yu who first broke the silence. "Let grandmother go." Jiang Shang looked at him, and then silently took his eyes back to look at his old wife, and the hands of the two families were clasped together, neither of them speaking. Jiang Yan did not expect that the first one to agree was this nephew, but he was the only one who opened his mouth. The others remained silent. Even Jiang Yu and Jiang Kuan didn't make a sound, obviously still somewhat hesitant. In the end, it was the eldest princess herself who nodded. "Go, Yenner, you go back to the people of the Heavenly Star Building. I'll go. Have been this age, really do not want to see the children at home for their own worry. More do not want to see them because of their gap." Jiang Shang had been accompanying her from the side, and only after seeing her finish did he impatiently wave his hand and start to drive people away. All right, don't all stand around here. All go back, do what you need to do." The old master rushed the people, so they had to salute and leave. But Jiang Shang left Lin Yu behind. You stay." The crowd looked at Lin Yu, and Roy Jiang Mingzhao gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder, whispered "I'll leave first," and followed his parents away. Lin Yu re-entered the house, and Jiang Shang waved his hand, whisking all the underlings in the room out. All of a sudden the three of them were the only ones left in the room. Jiang Shan looked at Lin Yu, and his entire aura steeply changed, his face serious and his eyes majestic. Tell us your reason," Jiang Shang said in a cold voice. Seeing him like this, the eldest princess couldn't help but reach out and slap him. "What are you doing? If you want to play the bully, go out and play. Don't get in my way here." The momentum Jiang Shang had just put up instantly deflated, and softly said, All right, listen to you. Only then did the eldest princess glare at him angrily and beckon towards Lin Yu. Come over here. Lin Yu went up and sat on the stool in front of the soft collapse, and the eldest princess took his hand, her eyes full of heartache. Jiang Shang looked at him, then at his old wife, and sighed helplessly. When he didn't love the child? This was his own grandson. How could he not love it? You haven't fallen behind in your practicing lately, have you? Jiang Shang asked. Lin Yu nodded. No. Jiang Shang sighed. Your body must insist on practicing kung fu. It's hard to find a suitable kung fu that can nourish your body after so many years. You mustn't be lazy, otherwise beware of my stick. A sentence that provoked another slap from the Rapunzel. Jiang Shang skimmed his lips and left it alone. Is this ghost doctor really that powerful? Then can we find him to give you a look? Rapunzel said. Facing the princess, Lin Yu's eyes were soft, slowly said, rumor has it that there is no ghost doctor can't cure the disease, but this person's whereabouts are bizarre. His identity is a mystery, and the Heavenly Star building is as solid as a golden soup. It's very difficult to want to spy on the ghost doctor's news, but he should have some real skills, or else he wouldn't have been rumored to be divine. When the old man of the Shao family was declared not long to live, but he was alive and kicking again after seeing the ghost doctor. After that he came back to life. So grandmother, go and try. Maybe he can really be cured. The eldest princess was surprised. Even the dragon guards can't find out anything about him? Rinyo nodded. The princess was surprised. This person actually hid so well. But the high people, there are always high people's way. She tenderly touched Lin Yu's head and smiled. Grandmother, this is a heart disease you are not unaware of. What can be done with a cure? Such a good opportunity might as well be given to you. You're still young. The good days are still ahead. Lin Yu held her hand. The eldest princess then felt that this grandson even had cold hands, and became more and more distressed. Grandmother, in my grandson's heart, you are the most important. You should go. As for the reason, my grandson can't say. It's just a kind of feeling that you should go, and you must go. The eldest princess saw that he was a little tired after such a long sentence, so she nodded. Good. I'll go. As long as you're well, grandmother will be happier than anything else. And you too. Rest more if you're weak. Don't ever tire yourself out. Aha. After Lin Yu left, the eldest princess's eyes turned red, and with an exasperated sigh, she reached out and pinched Jiang Shang several times, choking as she did so. You're in such a poor condition, and you're still handing over the burden to him. You just can't see that this child is good. Jiang Shang face helpless. This which with which how again blame on me? You yourself at first is not also promised it, said to give this child a leaning on, a life preserver. Now how again all blame on me? The Rapunzel grunted in exasperation. I don't care. I'll rely on you anyway. Jiang Shang hurriedly admitted his mistake. Yes. Blame me. Okay? Don't be angry. It's not worth it to be angry. Lin Xiaoxiao and Duan Zhangcheng received a reply from the elder princess's residence, and Duan Zhangcheng directly said, in a moment when it gets dark, I'll personally go pick up the elder princess. Aha. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded gratefully. Thank you, third uncle. Duan Zhangcheng touched her head favorably, a rare smile on his face. Silly child. What nonsense. Get ready. I'll go make arrangements. Good. As soon as Duan Zhangcheng left, Lin Xiaoxiao asked Xiaoqiao, I'm like this. Is it okay? She was dressed in men's clothes. She looked like a beautiful boy, but her face was still the same. Would the eldest princess recognize her when she saw her? Xiaoqiao nodded repeatedly. Okay. Although she hadn't seen Mrs. Mother, but Miss looks the same in both male and female clothing. This should be recognizable. Lin Xiaoxiao was relieved and waited peacefully. At night, Duan Zhangqing personally drove the carriage, followed by more than a dozen of Tiang Xinglu's secret guards in the dark, and arrived at the side door of the Rapunzel's residence. Jiang Yan did not expect that it was Duan Zhangqing who personally came to pick up. Think about it. What is the status of the mother? And how could the Heavenly Star building be slow? Zhangqing, my mother is in your hands. Jiang Yan went forward and patted Duan Zhangqing's shoulder. Duan Zhangqing glanced at him, and Duan Sanjun, who had always disliked having contact with people, endured, silently comforting himself that this was Xiaoxiao's uncle, a family member. Soon Jiang Shang personally helped the Rapunzel come to the side door, and no one else in the mansion was alarmed. Jiang Shang glanced at Duan Zhangcheng, then instructed his old wife, I'll wait at home for you to come back. The Rapunzel shook Jiang Shang's hand back and smiled gently. Good. The old couple's appearance and deeply hit some Jiang Yan. Duan Zhangcheng is not much reaction. This situation, in the building to see more. The two every time in front of him to perform a parting of the life and death. The feelings of this thing, really annoying. Fortunately, he did not have to marry a daughter-in-law in this life. Jiang Shang personally escorted the princess to the carriage and cupped his fists to Duan Zhengqing again. Trouble boss Duan. Duan Zhengqing's eyes were quick to avoid it. Old master, don't worry. Tianqing Lu won't neglect the eldest princess. Jiang Shang nodded. Of course he knew. Don't look at only Duan Zhengqing driving alone. But the darkness hides a lot of experts. At least the old wife's safety is guaranteed. In the carriage, the eldest princess waved her hand at them. Go back. I'll be back in a few days. Only then did Jiang Shang and Jiang Yan move to the side, and Duan Zhengqing was not of the abrasive nature. Nodding to the two of them, he drove off directly without even the slightest hesitation. Rapunzel was sitting in the carriage and almost stumbled by his sudden running up, but luckily she stabilized herself. This was the first time in her life that the Rapunzel had gone out alone, without a single person, not even a secret guard following her, and this feeling was somewhat new to her. Although she couldn't see anything outside, the Rapunzel couldn't help but lift the curtains and look out. Carriage has been going down the alley. 7 turns of the Rapunzel did not know where to turn. Walked for a while, only slowly put down the speed to. Duan House of the subordinates have long been ready to see the carriage directly open the side door. Will be the carriage to welcome in. The carriage stopped. Duan Zhengqing hurriedly jumped down to receive the eldest princess down. The people waiting in the courtyard were already waiting. Your Highness, it's here. Only then did the princess lift the curtains of the car and take a look at where she was and the maids waiting in the courtyard. She froze for a moment and then smiled. Trouble for Boss Duan. Not troublesome, but it is wronged your old man condescending in my small courtyard. Duan Zhengqing carefully helped the princess down. The maids waiting over there rushed to meet up. And when the princess stood up well, they hurriedly assisted her with one left and one right. The maids here are all rigorously trained. They don't talk nonsense or talk too much, and they know the rules. And they are all handpicked by Xiao Xiao herself, and they are all stable. Your Highness, the slave maids will escort you to rest first. One of the maids softly said. Princess did not ask more questions, nodded to let them help, slowly went to the courtyard arranged for her. Along the way, the princess did not ask the ghost doctor a sentence, only quiet listened to the arrangements. It wasn't until she was helped away by the maids that Lin Xiao Xiao walked out from around the corner, only just looked at the child from afar. Lin Xiao Xiao can see, the eldest princess, this is a long-term depression in the heart of the symptoms. Want a cure? Not only need to medication on the conditioning, the most important thing is still have to relax. Depression dispersed, the disease is naturally good. Let her old man have a good rest today first. I lit a tranquilizing incense in her room. She should be able to get a good night's sleep. Originally, Lin Xiao Xiao was prepared to meet the elder princess today, but seeing the tired color under her eyes, Lin Xiao Xiao decided that it would be better to meet her tomorrow, lest the elder princess get agitated and sleep even worse at night. Duan Zhengqing has no opinion. Just called Xin Ming commanded this period of time to strengthen the mansion's defense. The princess house side will find someone to replace the princess to pretend. This side also cannot leak the wind. Shen Ming saluted. My subordinate will go and make arrangements. Lin Xiao Xiao greeted Duan Zhengqing and followed her to the courtyard where the eldest princess was temporarily staying, right next door to her own. Finding a suitable position, Lin Xiao Xiao squatted on the wall and watched the maids in the house dutifully wait for the eldest princess to rest, taking good care of the person before she was relieved. In the room was the tranquilizing incense she had made with the spiritual spring water, and it didn't take long for the eldest princess to fall asleep against the soft couch. The maids serving in the room were all martial arts skilled. One of them picked up the sleeping Rapunzel directly, gently put her on the bed, and covered her up, leaving 2 people to guard the house, and the rest of them were guarding the outside of the house. Lin Xiao Xiao jumped down from the wall at this time. The maids were immediately alert, and when they saw the visitor clearly, each of them saluted in unison. Young lord. Lin made a shushing gesture and went inside. The eldest princess was lying on the bed, already asleep. Seeing that she was still lightly frowning as she slept, Lin Xiao Xiao carefully reached out and smoothed her brow. The eldest princess has a kind eyebrow, although her face is full of wrinkles, but people can see that it is the kind of old lady with a kind heart. Lin Xiao Xiao stared at her for a while, before pulling over the eldest princess's hand to check her pulse. As she thought, depression in the heart, accumulation of depression into a disease. Such a situation cannot yet use fierce medicine, and the eldest princess is so old. It is best to take the most gentle warm tonic conditioning method, starting from the diet. She also needs to be allowed to relax and be cheerful in general, which will help the depression to dissipate and the body to recover. Grandmother. Even though she knew she couldn't hear, Lin Xiao Xiao still softly shouted. The sleeping Rapunzel didn't know if she had heard it or not, and she only saw her fingers, which Lin Xiao Xiao was holding. Gently move. Lin Xiao Xiao sat with her for a while longer before carefully placing the eldest princess's hand back under the covers and leaving the room. As soon as the next day dawned, the Rapunzel opened her eyes and realized that she had changed places. First she froze for a moment before remembering that she was now alone and had left the Rapunzel's mansion, and had come to the territory of the heavenly star house. The maids waiting inside and outside the house heard the commotion and entered like fish, and soon there were several flowery maids standing in the house, some carrying water pots, some holding handkerchiefs, standing in a row in a regular manner. The two maids who held up the eldest princess last night respectfully stepped forward. "Your Highness, you're awake." The Rapunzel still remembered these two maids, smiled and softly said, "Trouble you again. By the way, what are your names?" The maid on the left respectfully said, "Slave servant Mei Xiang." The maid on the right respectfully said, "Slave servant Huxiang." After introducing themselves, the two waited on Rapunzel to get up, dress, freshen up, and put her hair in a relaxed bun. Rapunzel looked at the mirror as if the ordinary people old lady's self, looked around very satisfied. Usually in the princess house, those who serve will not let themselves be so casual, even in their own state of relaxation in their own courtyard. Her image has to be maintained. In case of a sudden visit, there is a loss of face of the royal family. Now that this was the case, it allowed her to relax for a few more days, much more comfortable without all those rules. "Your Highness, breakfast is ready." Mei Xiang slowly helped the eldest princess to the table, only to see a bowl of clear porridge and a few small dishes on the table, simple but appetizing at first glance. I don't know if it was because she slept well yesterday, but today she woke up and actually felt hungry. A spoonful of warm porridge enters the mouth. The eldest princess brightens up and asks, "Is there something added to this porridge?" It was as if she tasted the herbs, but it wasn't, because it was delicious. Both the flavor and the softness of the porridge was just right for her. Mei Xiang nodded. "Your Highness can be really powerful. This can be tasted out." Indeed added some herb stewed chicken soup, and then boiled this porridge. Rapunzel was a little embarrassed by her praise, and even ate several mouthfuls before slowly said, "This is called a long time to become a doctor. This medicine to eat more. It is sensitive to the taste of medicine, but this medicine boiled into the porridge I'm still the first time I ate. Don't say, the taste is really good." Mei Xiang and He Xiang smiled. "That's for sure. This is our young master's 1,000 instructions. Yesterday night, we grabbed the medicine and boiled the soup. The soup alone was boiled for 3 hours, and the congee was cooked with a small fire and slowly stewed and simmered for half an hour. In order not to let you feel that the medicine tastes big and is hard to swallow, the cooks in the mansion and our young master have gone through a lot of effort." The eldest princess did feel that the porridge was good. Even the small dishes were refreshing, and after hearing their words she asked curiously, "Young master? Third master Duan's child?" Lotus Fragrance snorted and shook her head. "Our third master hasn't even gotten married yet. Where would a child come from? Our young master is not the third master's child. It's..." Seeing that she was talking without a door, Mei Xiang bumped her without a trace before taking over. "You'll see it in a moment." Hamura knew she had almost blurted it out and kept her mouth tightly shut. Of course, Rapunzel knew that Huxiang hadn't finished her sentence, and she also knew that Mei Xiang was deliberately interrupting her. But she was a guest, and it was not good for her to pry into other people's hosts' affairs, so she lowered her head and ate her breakfast without worry. Not to mention, she, who usually couldn't eat much in the mansion, even ate 2 bowls of porridge today, and her stomach was a bit full. "Goo, really can't even serve old age. This is just how much I ate, and I feel propped up." The eldest princess laughed helplessly, very lovingly, which made Mei Xiang and He Xiang serve with less tension and caution. Mei Xiang asked the other maids to remove the bowls and chopsticks from the table before she said, "Then the slave girl will help you to the courtyard to consume your food?" "Good." Rapunzel handed her hand to her and slowly stood up, helped by Mei Xiang to walk slowly in the small garden in the courtyard. Black Fatty stayed right there in the big tree in the yard, coiled up and surveying the old lady strolling in the yard. "This is Xia Xiao's grandmother." Black Fat looked at her. In addition to looking prettier, more kind eyebrows, better temperament, with the ordinary old lady is not much difference. Next to him, lazily lying on his back, a fiery red fox, tail wagging leisurely, sniffed and raised his head to look into the yard, then closed it again. "Last night Xiao Xiao let her and Black Fatty guard here. If the old lady has a situation then go to her in time." Guarded the night. Nothing happened. The old lady slept quite well, but it was the two of them, stayed up all night. "Ha!" Red yawned lazily, moving her aching neck before getting up and stretching again, moving her limbs. Seeing that his big sister had mostly moved, Black Fatty followed suit. It was this movement of the two of them that made the Rapunzel who was walking in the courtyard see them at a glance. "What's that?" Rapunzel pointed to the little two in the tree with a surprised face. Plum Scent and Lotus Scent looked along and saw Black Fatty and Red stretched out in a tree. "The image? Really? It's so cute. Is this the pet that your third master keeps?" The Rapunzel had been completely mesmerized by the red, fat black, and the soles of her feet were all the more energized to walk towards the big tree on their side. Black Fatty was awkwardly there and asked Big Sister, "Sister Hong, run?" Hong had already recovered her calmness from the surprise of being discovered, only to see her shaking the beautiful fur on her body and saying, "This is Xia Xiao's grandmother. What's the point of running? I'm telling you, keep your claws closed in a while, don't hurt the old lady." After saying that, Hong had already jumped down from the tree and walked slowly towards the Rapunzel with a high and proud step. Black Fatty shouted, "Boss, wait for me." He also landed right after him, similarly walking next to Hong with a catwalk. Only then did Rapunzel see that it was a cat, and a red fox. "Your Highness, this is Hong, this is Black Fatty, raised by our young lord." Mei Xiang looked at these two arrogant goods and hurriedly introduced them. Rapunzel let Mei Xiang assist her, slowly squatted down, and reached out towards both, wanting to touch them. Hong, Black Fatty. Suddenly, a silver bell-like voice rang out not far away. Black Fatty and Red looked back and directly scurried out to go straight to Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao reached out to catch it, and Hong jumped up to her shoulder along with her hand. Black Fatty thought about it but gave up. If he jumped up, Xiaoxiao was going to be crushed by him. It's true that he's a little overweight. Right now, the two little ones suddenly ran away, and the Rapunzel followed suit and stood up. But when she saw the person walking over there, her face suddenly changed, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The whole person subconsciously took several steps forward, wanting to see more clearly. "Your Highness." Mei Xiang and He Xiang rushed forward to assist. The eldest princess, however, stared at Lin Xiaoxiao without blinking, trembling her lips, and only after a long time did she choke out a sentence. "Jier, is that you?" Mei Xiang and He Xiang glanced at each other, and Mei Xiang hurriedly stepped forward to support the eldest princess, saying in passing, "Your Highness, this is our young lord."